While everyone else was still painstakingly training muscle memory, striving for that instinctive reaction to every move, you had already simplified martial arts into pure bodily instinct. Not only could your blood flow carry the essence of techniques, but even the beating of your heart concealed profound mysteries, and the electrical signals from your brain were peerless divine abilities. Just as everyone began to fear you, you went live online to showcase your talents. Hello everyone, I'm today's host, Lin Ran, here to demonstrate a powerful fist technique, the boulder-shattering cannon fist. Sunlight bathed the young man streaming live, who appeared youthful and promising, his voice brimming with energy, startling even the birds into flight. Let me briefly introduce this fist technique. It was created by our school's chief martial arts instructor, Yi Tung Yoon. He's a legendary figure with a glorious record. After retiring, he developed this technique, which is incredibly powerful. A single punch sounds like a cannon blast. As you spoke, you deftly managed the live stream, and the viewership quickly soared. Seizing the moment, you handed your phone to your assistant, Zhou Yangyang, for filming. I won't say much about the power of the boulder-shattering cannon fist, let the results speak for themselves. You walked up to a massive boulder, tall enough to dwarf a person and seemingly unbreakable. As you all know, my strength is at evolution stage 5. With a regular fist technique, I could at most crack this boulder, but with the boulder-shattering cannon fist, as soon as the words fell, you took a deep breath and punched the stone with full force. With a deafening crash, the stone shattered into pieces instantly, and the livestream audience erupted in excitement. Seizing the moment, you promoted your boxing technique, only to 999 yuan, limited to 888 copies. This immediately triggered a buying frenzy. However, the unexpected appearance of a black and white sparrow exposed the secret of the stone, plunging the live stream into silence while the barrage exploded. Both you and Zhou Yangyang realized the severity of the situation and quickly shut down the broadcast. You felt despair, your streaming account and career as a live seller might be over. Originally, you were a transmigrator who arrived in this world where science and martial arts coexisted. Though the original host had mediocre talent, you quickly rose to fame in the live streaming sales industry thanks to your past life experience. But now, everything might vanish in an instant. Suddenly, a voice echoed in your mind, martial arts simplification system successfully loaded. Bound to host Lin Ran, the system began simplifying the martial arts you had learned, granting you a whole new understanding of your boxing techniques. At that moment, Instructor Ye's call came in. You calmly answered, promising to resolve the issue within a month and clear the name of the boulder-splitting cannon fist. This assurance was not just for the sake of the martial art but also for your own future. Brother Lin, we've managed to dodge the bullet this month, but what about after that? Zhou Yangyang asked worriedly. He thought you were just temporarily placating Instructor Yi and that the problem wasn't truly solved. Don't worry, I have a plan, you replied confidently. Really? Zhou Yangyang was half convinced, half doubting. Don't worry, go home first. Your parents might be worried about you too. You patted Zhou Yangyang's shoulder, and the two of you parted ways at the subway station. On your way home, you kept thinking about how to use the instinct-level simplification from the beginner's gift pack. You decided to apply it to the Great Sun Gene technique, as it was crucial for your strength improvement. Back home, you chose to activate the instinct-level simplification. With a silent command, the system responded immediately, and the Great Sun Gene technique began simplifying and transforming into instinct. As your blood flowed, you felt something incredible. Without deliberate contemplation, your understanding of the technique continuously surged. You realized this would significantly accelerate your cultivation speed. You didn't rush into cultivation immediately. Instead, you waited until the Great Sun Gene technique reached its ultimate state before using the nutrient supplements. After checking your financial situation, you decided to allocate most of your funds to purchase these supplements to support your training. As your cultivation deepened, your strength rapidly improved, jumping directly from evolution stage 5 to the mid-level of evolution stage 7. You felt a powerful force coursing through your body, even allowing you to effortlessly lift a 100-kilogram dumbbell. Just as he was about to continue his cultivation, Zhou Yangyang called, informing him that the previous merchants were demanding compensation. You calmly instructed Zhou Yangyang to keep them at bay for now. You knew resolving the live streaming incident was the key. After hanging up, you decided to practice the boulder-shattering cannon fist at the public training area. You focused entirely on your training until dusk fell, leaving you as the only one remaining. After a day of cultivation, you felt you were not far from reaching the great achievement realm. You believed that within a month, you could elevate the boulder-shattering cannon fist to its perfection realm. Returning home exhausted, you fell into a deep sleep, ready to face the challenges of the new day. The next day, you woke up refreshed, washed up briefly, and headed out to school. Your place was close to Shanghai No. 1 High School, a prestigious key high school in Shanghai City with strong resources. Your grades had been average before, but since reaching evolution stage 5 through live streaming sales, things had improved. Things are much better now. you thought to yourself as you walked toward the school's outdoor training ground. Your class, grade 2 class 18, had combat training and martial theory classes in the morning. Your classmates whispered as they saw you. News of your livestreaming mishap had already spread through the class, but you paid no mind. You were more concerned about how to further your cultivation. I need to get stronger, you thought. I have over 300,000 followers on the livestreaming platform. Enough to push me to evolution stage 9 or even quasi-warrior level. But I'll have to wait until next month to withdraw the earnings. You knew your cultivation speed was fast, with enough nutrient supplements. It might only take a day or two, but strength was only one aspect. You also needed to prove yourself through real combat to build your reputation. At that moment, a buzzcut teenager holding a phone for live streaming walked toward the training ground while taunting you. His name was Zhang Yu, from a family that ran a martial arts school, and he had just advanced to evolution stage 7 last week. Where's Lin Ran? Come out! Zhang Yu shouted provocatively. I'm going to expose you in real life and show everyone how you've been faking it in your streams. Zhou Yangyang urgently warned you not to accept, but you had already made up your mind to take on the challenge. Fine, you replied bluntly. Zhang Yu was surprised by your straightforwardness and immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to you on the spot. The two of you then began the duel. The moment you struck, you unleashed the boulder-shattering cannon fist with overwhelming force, driving Zhang Yu back step by step. Your boulder-shattering cannon fist has advanced to mastery. The system's voice echoed in your mind, elevating your combat power to a new level. You pressed the attack, each punch heavier than the last, until Zhang Yu could no longer endure and had no choice but to surrender. You retract your fist and pat Zhang Yu's cheek. Kid, was this real-life encounter real enough for you? Zhang Yu was both shocked and terrified. He could feel how close he had come to losing. Lin Ran's strength far exceeded his expectations. When you punched through the tree trunk with a single strike, the barrage of comments in the Crewcut Youth's livestream exploded instantly. The audience buzzed with discussion. That acting is so convincing. It's a waste for them not to be actors. I give it a 9.9 out of 10, withholding 0.1 to keep them from getting too proud. I'm starting to have doubts. The streamer has been targeting Lin Ran all along. But back then, Lin Ran hadn't been exposed for faking it yet. Buying people off with money or setting up a trap in advance, how hard could that be? Hard to say. I remember the streamer's family runs a martial arts school and owns a building downtown. Money isn't an issue for them. Opinions among the audience were divided. Most still believed this was all an act. You anticipated that a single fight wouldn't be enough to dispel the impact of the livestream incident. Many remained convinced it was staged, with only a few viewers beginning to question things, yet even they weren't fully on your side. However, the students present knew that this battle was real, and the clash between the two was filled with power. Zhou Yangyang and the other students were stunned. They hadn't expected you to become so strong. Suddenly, a stern voice broke the silence. Find 2 people to take him to the infirmary. The students immediately snapped out of their daze and greeted Instructor Yitingyun. Yitingyun was the chief martial arts instructor of Shanghai No. 1 High School, a former army veteran with unfathomable strength. Yitingyun walked up to you and asked you to step outside for a talk. The students looked at you sympathetically, but you remained calm and agreed without hesitation. Yitingyun asked if you had already mastered the shattering boulder cannon fist to its peak level. You admitted it and explained that the recent battle had given you deeper insights. Yitingyun was surprised by your progress but quickly regained his composure. He asked why you had faked your livestream. You explained that it helped boost sales and promote the shattering boulder cannon fist. Yitingyun brought up some online comments, to which you responded that high visibility wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Once you vindicated the shattering boulder cannon fist, the technique would be remembered by more people. Yitingyun agreed to give you a week off to train at the Blood Beast Martial Arts School, aiming to improve your boulder-shattering cannon fist and combat skills. He also mentioned the upcoming martial arts exchange tournament over the weekend, hoping you could represent the Blood Beast Martial Arts School and defeat some opponents with your mastered boulder-shattering cannon fist to mitigate the negative impact. You had no reason to refuse. You also needed real combat to prove yourself. Shen Honglian, the young master of the Blood Beast Martial Arts School, is responsible for your training. She informs you that the school will open the Blood Beast Secret Realm on Thursday and hopes you can reach the late 7th stage to perform better in the exchange tournament. Shen Honglian reminds you not to set your expectations too high for the Secret Realm, as the Blood Beasts are difficult to kill, and the energy they provide offers little advantage compared to nutritional potions. However, for you, the 12-hour opening time of the Secret Realm is enough to make significant progress. The two of you chat as you walk into the training room on the 3rd floor. After warming up, Shen Honglian tells you she has learned a military combat technique that can help you consolidate your boulder-shattering cannon fist. You know in your heart that your boulder-shattering cannon fist has been simplified to the point where there are almost no bottlenecks, but you still accept Shen Honglian's offer because practical experience is equally important to you. Shen Honglian signals for you to attack her, confident she can handle it easily. You unleash your full power, The sounds of your boulder-shattering cannon fist echoing continuously. Shen Honglian counters while offering guidance, forming a preliminary assessment of you. However, as time passes, she notices your punching power seems to be gradually increasing, and even the cannon-like sounds become clearer. She begins to wonder if it's just her imagination, because high-level martial arts typically don't progress this quickly. But soon, one of your punches shatters her doubts completely. Your power and momentum have clearly intensified, forcing her to admit that your strength is indeed improving rapidly. After a morning of practice, you feel exhausted and lie down on the mat to rest. Your progress is remarkable. The boulder-shattering cannon fist has reached the late stage of mastery. Lin Ran drank a few bottles of stamina tonic and adjusted his breath, resting until around 1:30 p.m. His state returned to normal. He found Shen Honglian and proceeded to use the open tablet cannon fist in real combat. Boom! 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 Heavy cannon sounds one after another, reverberating powerfully in the training room. The tree branches outside the window shaking constantly, one after another between the falling leaves. Lin Ran's perception of the open tablet cannon fist became deeper and deeper. Your open tablet cannon fist has advanced to the peak realm. In response to the beeping sound that resounded in his mind, Lin Ran had long since adapted and swung his fist forward. Boom! In an instant, a huge sound rang out as Lin Ran's fist ran through the air like a cannon firing, pressurizing the air so much that it almost exploded, and Shen Honglian's hair in front of him danced wildly, like a violently burning flame. This. Feeling the might that came over her, Shen Honglian's eyes were complicated. She was aware of Lin Ran's level of progress, and thought that she was expected to advance to the peak ascension realm today. However, seeing Lin Ran actually do it, emotions still rippled within his heart. In less than a day, raising a large realm. It was really beyond her imagination. Let's stop here for today. You can familiarize yourself with the martial arts school, and if you're tired, it's fine to go straight home. Shen Honglian wanted to be alone. She had thought that she was just helping her elders train one of her juniors, but as a result, the martial arts concept nearly collapsed. Okay, see you tomorrow. Lin Ran nodded. His stamina was almost at the bottom. Looking out the window, it was already late, and there was only a touch of orange-red afterglow left on the distant horizon. Lin Ran circled around the martial arts center, no longer staying any longer, and descended the stairs to leave. Before going home, he made a detour to the pharmacy and used the 100,000 yuan sent by the inch-headed youth to buy quite a few nutritional potions. The trip to the Blood Beast Mystic Realm required killing blood beasts and had requirements for battle strength. His cultivation speed was fast, and the more blood beasts he killed, the better for sure. Not long afterward, Lin Ran returned home. He didn't rest, took a few nutritional potions, and directly started cultivating. This is considered fast cultivation capriciousness. Lin Ran smiled faintly. He could use the progress of his strength to restore his body's state. In this way, I basically don't need to rest for the 12 hours that the Blood Beast Mystic Realm is open. Lin Ran slowly closed his eyes. As the night gradually deepened, Lin Ran's strength rapidly increased. Late 7th stage. 7th stage consummation. Early 8th stage. The following day. A great sun rose, sweeping away the coolness of the early morning. Lin Ran arrived at the Blood Beast Martial Hall once again as agreed upon, and as soon as he entered, he noticed that the open training hall on the first floor was extremely noisy. Many trainees were gathered in a group. In the center was Shen Honglian and a boy, who seemed to be in the middle of a very intense argument. I'm not convinced. Why should they take away my spot? What point is that bandwagon anchor better than me? I'm still a year or two younger than him. Normally, shouldn't it be that I'm more talented and better than him? Jiang Tao, calm down, the entry spots haven't been finalized yet. Shen Honglian continued to pacify, only with average results. This is all a delay. Jiang Tao was very young, pursing his lips hard, both aggrieved and angry, saying, if you don't give me a statement today, I'll look for the pavilion master, and if that doesn't work, I'll directly confront Lin Ran. Shen Honglian secretly sighed, feeling that it was difficult to do. Temporarily modifying the quota was indeed a bit unfair to Jiang Tao, and she was not in a good position to speak more harshly. At this moment, a calm voice entered Shen Honglian's ears. It seems that this matter started because of me. Lin Ran didn't act as a spectator and took the initiative to show his face, walking into the arena. It's you! Jiang Tao's gaze flickered, recognizing Lin Ran on the spot, and he directly questioned out loud, what makes you take away my entry? Lin Ran glanced at him and said, haven't really taken your spot. Are you thinking that you obtained it by strength? Jiang Tao didn't believe it at all and violently raised his right arm like a fast knife breaking through the air and slashed out fiercely. Fast knife chop. This was the strongest move he had mastered, wanting to give Lin Ran a kick in the pants. The strong wind raised Lin Ran's black hair, just a pair of eyes that were ancient and unperturbed, not panicking at Zhang Tao's sudden strike. The next moment, Lin Ran moved, lightning-like probed out a hand, faster than Zhang Tao's speed, a grip in the air, accurately grabbed Zhang Tao's wrist, making it difficult for him to inch forward again. Zhang Tao was a little flustered, the 5 closed fingers gave him the feeling that it was like an anchor that fixed a huge ship, unable to break free. Now you can listen to me. Lin Ran calmly opened his mouth and said, I'm at the late stage of the 8th stage of evolution, even if I compete, I'm not in the same group as you, so how can I steal your spot? Saying that, Lin Ran's eyes stared, releasing a hidden pressure that quickly spread out in all directions. Zhang Tao's body immediately froze, no longer struggling, his already red cheeks deepened again, taking on the same color as a pig's liver that had just been removed. Before, it turned red because of anger. Now, it was because he felt too embarrassed. Zhang Tao wanted to dig a crack and drill in. The crowd of onlookers erupted into a fit of giggles, and with the exception of a few participating evolutionary 8th stage trainees, everyone else found it amusing. There was only one exception. Shen Honglian, who had just calmed down not long ago, looked at Lin Ran with his jaw dropped and his heart once again rippled violently. Cultivation, could it also be a large realm overnight? Chapter 6. Thanks to the perfection of the criminal laws of Saint Xia. Shen Honglian genuinely didn't understand. Couldn't figure out how Lin Ran did it. All go train. Dispersing the onlookers, Shen Honglian immediately led Lin Ran up the stairs, and before she even reached yesterday's training room, she already couldn't help but ask, how did you advance so quickly? Lin Ran pondered a little, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, cultivate well, progress every day. Shen Honglian's teeth were sore from hearing this and said breathlessly, I wasn't lazy either. Lin Ran laughed and said, getting high and practicing. Shen Honglian was still puzzled and said, those banned drugs developed by big pharmaceutical companies don't have such a strong effect. It's just normal nutritional potions. Ha! Shen Honglian felt that Lin Ran was treating her like a little cutie. Teasing. Lin Ran spread his hands and smiled innocently, just think of it as me using the latest developed drugs, don't look at me progressing so fast, but I actually didn't pay anything. Shen Honglian tugged at the corner of her mouth, finding it difficult to judge the truth of what Lin Ran had said. However, she could be sure of one thing. In any case, Lin Ran's basic cultivation speed was definitely fast enough. A day gradually passed. Lin Ran's cultivation level came to the late stage of evolutionary 8th stage, and all of his body's functions had significantly improved, only resting for an hour in the middle. Only, his open tablet cannon fist did not break through to the next realm. Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry, a realm of martial arts mostly conformed to the 6 realms of initiation, minor achievement, major achievement, ascension, transformation of truth, and ultimate. The further one went, the more profound it became, requiring more enlightenment. Tomorrow afternoon, I can almost advance to the harmonized truth realm. The day after tomorrow, Thursday, hunting blood beasts can also strengthen and simplify, and on Friday, I'll train for another day, and before the exchange tournament starts, the open tablet cannon fist won't be that far off even if it doesn't reach the ultimate. Lin Ran secretly calculated, moreover, with Thursday's trip to the secret realm, my cultivation will be able to skyrocket one more time. Double breakthrough. A flash of anticipation rose in Lin Ran's heart. When Yi Tingyun had asked him to participate in the Mountain and Sea City's martial arts school exchange tournament, it was more of a way for him to test the waters without much expectation. But now, it seemed that he could fight with absolutely better results. Wednesday. Lin Ran arrived at the Blood Beast Martial Arts Center on time to begin his special training. As he had expected, around 3 in the afternoon, a beep sounded in his head. Your open tablet cannon fist is promoted to the realization realm. Lin Ran swung his fist out with a boom like a cannonball across the sky, ruthlessly striking Shen Honglian's erected arm. However, the sudden surge in power only caused Shen Honglian's arm to move back a few more centimeters, unable to cause substantial damage. Lin Ran was unimpressed. The difference in hard strength between the two was too great. He was only at the 8th stage of evolution, and Shen Honglian had long been a junior martial artist. It would be strange to be able to deal damage. What's wrong with you? About to attack again, Lin Ran saw Shen Honglian suddenly take a few steps back to pull away, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Take a break and continue after a while. Shen Honglian waved her hand, feeling tired. She was somewhat regretting agreeing to Yi Tingyun's request. These past few days had really made her suffer a lot. Her armor-breaking killing technique, which was also a superior martial art, was also at the harmonization realm. But the problem was, how many years had she practiced it? Lin Ran had only been practicing for a few days, and he wasn't even concentrating on his cultivation, needing to be distracted from actual combat. Was the cultivation of martial arts that simple for him? After a while, Shen Honglian gathered her emotions, no longer thinking about it, and said, "The Blood Beast Mystic Realm opens tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, pay some attention, don't be late." Lin Ran nodded and lamented, "Luckily it's Thursday, if it's Friday, it's too late to fill out which group to participate in." Shen Honglian raised her eyebrows and said, "No confidence in breaking through to Evolution 9? Lin Ran grinned, his teeth white, and said, "I'm worried about becoming a quasi-martial artist." "It's quite a beautiful thought." Shen Honglian bristled and said, "The energy precipitated by blood beasts can't compare to top-notch nutritional potions, even the strongest blood beasts in the depths of the secret realm are a bit worse." After a few days of chaperoning, the two became quite familiar with each other. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and said, "The energy of the blood beasts is also divided into levels, it feels like it can be more than just a quasi-martial artist. Daydream at night and go home, save some energy for practicing." "Ha, good." Before going home, Lin Ran pushed the open tablet cannon fist forward another notch. It was not far from the highest ultimate realm. Thursday. The Blood Beast Martial Hall was closed for the day, and only participating students were allowed to come over. However, martial artists were burdened with the Blood Beast Mystic Realm, and they all entered alone, and the highest they could go on this trip to the Mystic Realm was a paramartial. "Follow me." Seeing that the personnel had arrived, Shen Honglian took a step to set off, leading the crowd into the elevator to the underground floor. As soon as they left the elevator, what met Lin Ran's eyes was an empty hall with a heavy alloy door installed in the opposite wall. "Remember, live within your means and don't venture too far." Shen Honglian turned around in front of the alloy gate, her pretty face serious. "The blood beasts in the depths of the secret realm, the quality of the energy contained within is high, but the stronger the battle power, although it will not cause death, but every year there are a few trainees seriously injured." After a brief admonition, Shen Honglian stopped talking and had the alloy door opened. The blood beast secret realm was located right behind the gate. Click 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 click. Amidst the teeth-souring friction sound, the alloy gate slowly opened, and inside was a passageway that floated with a light red mist. "Go in." Shen Honglian waved her hand. The three quasi-martial artists walked ahead, leading Lin Ran and the others into the passageway, and tens of meters later, they officially entered the beast blood mystic realm. The mists grew thicker and thicker, filling in all directions, unable to see the edges. From time to time, there were crimson figures that quickly swept past, causing the fog to toss and turn, and there was even a sense of terror. Lin Ran raised his eyes to survey, with a hint of surprise. The surrounding mist had no substantial touch, but the visibility was very poor. With his late evolutionary 8th-stage eyesight, it was only about 10 meters. Oh! Suddenly, the mist not far away rolled up violently, and a wild boar ran out wildly, only with a reddish body around it, presenting a translucent shape. It was precisely the blood beast unique to this secret realm. Chance! Zhang Tao, who was at the 7th stage of evolution, was the closest, and his eyes lit up as he stepped forward to meet the attack, turning his vertical hand into a sword and slashing at the pig-shaped blood beast's head. Bang! With muffled sounds, one person and one beast retreated one after another. Zhang Tao had a slight advantage, leaving a mark on the blood beast's forehead, but it couldn't affect its activities. After all, it wasn't a real living being. At this time, a quasi-martial artist's figure flickered, closing in on the pig-shaped blood beast, kicking out and exploding the entire head. Within its body, a ball of reddish light precipitated out, the size of an egg. The quasi-martial artist lifted his hand and picked it up, throwing it to Zhang Tao, saying, "Take it and cultivate." "Thank you, senior brother." Zhang Tao sniffed and did as he was told, opening his mouth and swallowing the cultivation. He sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Another quasi-martial artist said, "The blood beasts in the periphery don't have strong enough energy, and their effect on us is average. All of them are brothers and sisters from a martial arts school, so you can go deeper with us, and we'll help you kill the blood beasts that we come across along the way, so we can try to save some time." "Thank you, Brother Wind. I'll treat everyone to a drink after the exchange tournament." The other trainees were naturally pleased with the goodwill released by the three quasi-martial artists. "Lin Ran, you can also go deeper with us." The quasi-martial practitioner who had slain the pig-shaped blood beast turned around and said flatly, "However, your situation is rather special after all. You're only titled in the martial arts hall, and your turn to be ranked is going to be very far down the list, so I hope you can understand." Lin Ran's face was colorless as he calmly said, "I can just act alone." He didn't belong to the Blood Beast martial school, he had only come over for a few days of special training, and it was normal for there to be a difference in affinity. The point was that he had intended to act alone. Be careful, if you can't carry on, you can leave this secret realm early. After a brief exchange of courtesies, the three quasi-martial artists led the trainees to quickly leave and go deeper into the secret realm, leaving only Lin Ran and Jiang Tao behind. Oh! Lin Ran scanned ahead and was about to pick a direction when another pig-shaped blood beast rushed out from the mist more than 10 meters away. What bad luck! Jiang Tao similarly sensed it, and skimmed his mouth in displeasure, preparing to suspend his cultivation and get up to leave. At this moment, Lin Ran took a step out and killed the blood beast close to him, and with a boom, he swung out a fist, hitting the pig-shaped blood beast squarely in the head. Dang! In an instant, a loud bang erupted out, deafening, and this pig-shaped blood beast looked like it had been hit by a cannonball. From its head along with its body, it all exploded. Jiang Tao stared wide-eyed, so shocked that his jaw was almost dislocated. The blood beast's combat power was very strong, especially in terms of defense. This weakest pig-shaped blood beast, wanting to blow up in one hit, quite powerful evolutionary 9th stage could not, usually had to be quasi-martial artist to do so. Thinking of his previous indignant strike, Jiang Tao was incomparably grateful that today's Saint Summer had a complete set of criminal laws. Chapter 7, You See That You Can't Afford It. Lin Ran ignored Jiang Tao's dissimilarity and directly picked up the analyzed energy light ball, opened his mouth and took it, and began to cultivate. In less than half a quarter of an hour, under Jiang Tao's puzzled gaze, he got up and left. The energy is to be purer than the nutrient potion I used, but the quantity is lacking. If I want to advance to the evolutionary 8th stage Inquisition, I need to hunt and kill another 7 or 8 heads. Lin Ran gradually understood why Shen Honglian had said that the blood beast mystic realm wasn't that powerful. For a normal trainee, killing blood beasts and absorbing energy were both time-consuming. A trip to the secret realm was indeed difficult to raise a small segment. But I'm not troubled in these two areas. The corner of Lin Ran's mouth curled up slightly. There was no need to say much about cultivation. Given enough energy, a few large realms a day was not a problem. Slaying blood beasts was likewise not difficult. The open tablet cannon fist of the harmonized truth realm allowed him to have enough combat power to be comparable to a quasi-martial artist. The vast majority of the blood beasts in the secret realm were no match for him. Especially the ones that were active in the outer regions could be subdued in 1 or 2 moves. Only the strongest blood beasts in the depths of the secret realm can pose a threat to me, but it won't last long. Lin Ran searched around, killing blood beasts and swallowing energy to cultivate. His strength progressed extremely quickly. 1 hour later, promoted to evolutionary 8th stage perfection. Another hour, to early evolutionary 9th stage. Mid-evolutionary 9. Late evolutionary 9th stage. Lin Ran's rate of progress did not decrease due to the increase in strength, maintaining at 1 segment per hour. He was gradually going deeper into the secret realm. His constantly rising strength allowed him to face stronger blood beasts with the same ease. Moreover, the rapid leap in strength also restored his body's condition, and physical fitness wouldn't be an issue, allowing him to go all out all the time. Boom! A huge sound shook the ears as Lin Ran's fist came out like a cannon, swift and fierce, striking the blood beast's neck with a thud, erupting with terrifying might and splitting it in half. A face-sized head flew high into the air, and the body of the beast below rolled violently on the ground. This was the depths of the secret realm, and this blood beast that had died in Lin Ran's hands already had quasi-martial artist level combat power. However, it was difficult to withstand Lin Ran's punching power. After absorbing this massive energy, I'll almost be able to evolve 9 stages of perfection and become a quasi-martial artist. Lin Ran lightly exhaled, a smile spreading across his face, progressing on much faster than predicted. As initially envisioned, I wouldn't even be able to advance before the secret realm closes. The energy contained within the blood beasts rose with the battle power, which was very favorable to his cultivation. Lin Ran picked up the energy that had precipitated out and familiarly took it to cultivate. Buzz! When half of the energy was consumed, Lin Ran's body shook as a blazing warmth spread out from the depths of his body and swept through his entire body, causing his strength, speed, and endurance to all skyrocket. Lin Ran had officially become a quasi-martial artist. At his age, this strength was quite outstanding, enough to make many of his peers all envious and unable to bring up thoughts of jealousy. However, Lin Ran didn't get too excited. This was all a watertight affair for him, with little difficulty. His focus was on a thought that had just flashed through his mind. Can I go to the next level? Martial artist, quasi-martial artist, the difference between one word is really a difference in the clouds. A martial artist is truly transcendent. There's still more time now, more than 6 hours before the secret realm closes. Lin Ran's heartbeat vaguely accelerated. After I become a quasi-martial artist, I'll be able to take on the strongest blood beasts again, and I'll be able to kill them strongly. Previously, Lin Ran had encountered one of the strongest level blood beasts that could be suppressed. It was just that it was difficult to kill it, and it needed to be slowly ground. Now, Lin Ran felt that killing one would probably only take a few minutes. With such a high efficiency, even if impacting a martial artist requires an extremely deep foundation, I may not have no chance. Lin Ran took a deep breath, suppressed his restlessness, and once again began his hunting trip. Knock, knock, knock. Time passed bit by bit, and the strongest blood beasts that fell to Lin Ran's hands came one after another. His precipitation in the evolutionary realm was also deepening. 8 o'clock in the evening. There was only 1 hour left before the secret realm closed. The 3 quasi-martial artists were panting and running furiously in the direction of the alloy gate. Behind them, the mist rolled over, and a blood beast of the strongest level was chasing after them, shaped like a tiger, over 3 meters long, and oppressive. Initially, the 3 of them teamed up and could surround and kill this blood beast, but when they hunted and killed several heads, their stamina dropped severely, making it difficult for them to be rivals. Although they had to carry stamina supplements on their bodies, they needed time to adjust. It's not a big problem, another 300 to 500 meters and it's almost safe. I absorbed 5 clusters of the highest quality energy this time, but the opportunity to break through to martial artist is still far away. Relax, we all became quasi-martial artists before the age of 20, not too big and not too small but also a genius, a few more years of simmering our roots, I don't believe that we can't be promoted. The 3 quasi-martial artists were confident that they could get away from the pursuit, there was nothing to panic about, and while running, they still had the heart to chat. Speaking of which of those 3 trainees in the 8th stage of evolution will be replaced by Lin Ran? I don't know, but it's certain that none of those 3 are willing to give up on this exchange match. When the spots are announced tonight, there will definitely be a good show. In the middle of the conversation, the pupils of the quasi-martial artist running at the front shrunk, and he was the first to notice the mist not far ahead of him, tumbling up dramatically. Bad. The other 2 noticed the same, and their faces changed. If another one of the strongest blood beasts blocked the way, someone might have to be injured. The next moment, the figure that swept out of the mist broke into their sight. It was not a blood beast. Instead, it was a young man with a delightfully long figure, handsome in appearance, with cold eyes that looked straight at the roaring tiger blood beast with a fearless aura. Lin Ran? The same look of astonishment crept onto the faces of the 3. This was something they couldn't have imagined. Lin Ran similarly looked at the 3 quasi-martial artists, and without having time to speak, he leapt out in a single step, swept past them at an extremely fast speed, and killed in front of the manticore blood beast. Then, a fist was swung out with full force. Boom! A loud, deafening sound erupted out, like a cannonball exploding in the air, startling the 3 quasi-martial practitioners to immediately return to their senses and hurriedly turn around to look back. A picture of an explosion of visual impact came into their eyes. All 10 meters of fog around Lin Ran collapsed, sweeping in all directions like a tsunami, tumbling and rushing. In front of him, a huge fierce tiger blood beast flew out horizontally, and deep in his forehead was a clearly visible fist mark, as if it had been carved on. The 3 quasi-martial artists were dumbfounded, feeling like they were dreaming. Boom! 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 The sound of cannons was continuous. Lin Ran kept throwing punches, fierce and overbearing, like bombs projected one after another, beating the manticore blood beast back, making it difficult to fight. After hundreds of moves, the manticore blood beast's head was already scarred and cracked everywhere. Lin Ran swung his fist out as he had done earlier, adding the final blow, killing this strongest level blood beast with a thud. Your strength. A prospective martial artist gulped. Lin Ran casually said, it's not bad, upgraded by a realm or so, already a quasi-martial artist. Another quasi-martial artist asked the question that the 3 were incredibly concerned about, how did you do it? Just like that. Lin Ran walked over to the precipitated energy, raised his hand and picked it up, taking it and practicing. Seeing this, the 3 quasi-martial artists were all silenced by the dry, not knowing whether to spit or be speechless. It was truly like listening to a king. Chapter 8 Uncle Yi, I was wrong, not a quasi-martial artist. 9 o'clock in the evening. The blood beast mystic realm closed, and all the blood beasts shuddered through their bodies, collapsing into points of light that merged into the surrounding mist. After all, it was essentially just an energy. The trainees who had entered came out one after another, and Shen Honglian waited for quite a while without noticing Lin Ran's figure. She directly asked, "Has anyone seen Lin Ran?" A nearby cadet shook his head. "I haven't seen him. After he entered the secret realm, he separated from us and didn't run into him again afterward. It can't be that he got injured from going too far in. The strength of a late evolutionary 8th stage is far from enough to traverse the secret realm." "No way." A quasi-martial practitioner spoke with certainty, his gaze falling towards Shin Honglian as he said in a complicated tone, "When we left the depths of the secret realm, we happened to meet Lin Ran, who, all by himself, beat the strongest ranked blood beast that was chasing us back one after the other, and killed it in just a few minutes." Shin Honglian's expression was stunned, then she reacted and said, "Lin Ran has become a quasi-martial artist?" "Yes." Another quasi-martial artist nodded heavily and said, "He clearly told us that he had already evolved 9 stages of perfection, and at that time, there was only about an hour left before the secret realm closed, but looking at his posture, it doesn't look like he had just been promoted." At these words, Shin Honglian pursed her lips and fell silent. She wasn't surprised that Lin Ran had killed the strongest level blood beast alone with the strength of a quasi-martial artist. After all, the open tablet cannon fist was at a high level of the realm. But to raise a great realm in the blood beast mysterious realm was more than that? Shin Honglian felt that Lin Ran might really not have lied that day on Tuesday, and did indeed not use forbidden medicine to cultivate. What kind of cultivation speed is this? Tick-tock. A ringtone brought Shin Honglian back to her senses, pulling out her cell phone to see that it was Yi Tang-in calling. "Hey, Uncle Yi. Honglian, the secret realm of the martial arts school is closed, right? How is Lin Ran's strength? Has he improved by a small segment?" Yi Tingyun specifically inquired. For Lin Ran, or more accurately, the martial art he created, the open tablet cannon fist, there was considerable concern. "Lin Ran has become a quasi-martial artist? What did you say?" Yi Tingyun couldn't control himself as he plucked up his pitch. "Uncle Yi, no, I said it wrong, not a quasi-martial artist." Shin Honglian's voice came out from the cell phone with trembling, seemingly extremely unsettled. Yi Tingyun didn't think much about it, saying, "You girl, you're joking with me again, scaring me. I really thought Lin Ran was progressing so fast." Shin Honglian breathed heavily and said, "It's not a joke, Lin Ran has promoted to a true martial artist." Yi Tangyun? The other side. In the hall outside the Blood Beast Mysteries, the noisy chatter no longer existed, and it was extraordinarily silent. Looking at Lin Ran, who had passed through the alloy gate, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but look up and down. His appearance hadn't changed much, he was handsome and clean-cut, but between his travels, an intimidating aura permeated through a powerful sense of oppression that made people palpitate uncontrollably and couldn't be ignored. It was precisely the unique pressure of a martial artist. Lin Ran noticed a gaze thrown his way and coughed lightly, saying, "Just promoted to martial artist, still a little rusty on the retraction and release of pressure, please forgive me." Shin Honglian spat, "Is the point this?" Lin Ran smiled and said, "This breakthrough of mine seems very surprising." Shin Honglian took a deep breath. "It's only strange if it's not unexpected. I'm not surprised when others are surprised, but I told you it's expected to go further." Lin Ran spread his hands and pretended to be innocent. "It seems that young Pavilion Master is still biased against me." Shin Honglian had a speechless look on her face. She'd be damned if she could believe it at that moment. Not to mention her, Yi Tingyun would have found it outrageous. She had just received a text message from Yi Tingyun asking her to keep Lin Ran, he would be there soon. "It's getting late, I'll go back first and come back tomorrow." Adjusting her emotions, Shin Honglian waved her hand and told the trainees to leave the martial arts center. She, on the other hand, brought Lin Ran and went up to a reception room on the 3rd floor of the martial arts center to inform Yi Tingyun of his imminent arrival. "Okay." Lin Ran nodded, and while waiting, he distracted himself by deducing several martial arts. "Your open tablet cannon fist is promoted to the ultimate realm. Your spirit wind maneuvering technique is promoted to the peak realm. Your 13 hands of the exterminating titan is promoted to the minor achievement realm." A beep sounded in Lin Ran's mind from time to time. The various martial arts progressed rapidly. After he was promoted to martial artist, his martial sense skyrocketed and he was more efficient in practicing martial arts. Of course, this aspect was a very secondary factor. The key lay in a beep that he heard the moment he was promoted to martialist. "You have been promoted to martial artist, the initial simplification multiplication of martial arts has risen, and now stands at 300 times. Martial arts simplified 30 times, Lin Ran had the feeling of a senior high school bully doing a chicken and rabbit math problem. Now simplified 300 times. Lin Ran felt that the chicken and rabbit in the cage would report their numbers separately. Gotta find a very profound martial art to cultivate, the kind that's so powerful that it's perverted. Lin Ran secretly decided. It had little to do with simplifying martial arts 300 times. A line of text visible only to Lin Ran swept across his vision. Instinct level simplification, 1 time. This was another reward for being promoted to martial artist. 9:30 p.m. A sharp break sounded outside the Blood Beast Martial Hall, and in the next moment, Yi Tangyun's figure actually popped in through the window. Lin Ran pursed her lips hard and forced a smile. Instructor Yi is a good fighter. Shen Honglian coughed lightly and rounded off the conversation, saying, Uncle Yi's nature is still as hasty as ever. Yi Tangyun didn't care, his eyes were sharp, like electric on sweeping over Lin Ran's body, saying, the breath is very calm and steady, there is no sense of lethargy, it's not forcefully plucked up through special means. Lin Ran smiled and said, it's just normal cultivation, 1 step at a time, steady and stable. Hearing this, Shen Honglian pulled the corner of her mouth. In less than a week, from evolutionary 7th stage to primary martial artist, steady and steady, what the hell? Yi Tingyun's gaze flickered, as if he thought of something, and said, what gene method are you practicing? The Great Sun Gene Method. Lin Ran told him truthfully, one of the 9 gene laws made public by the Sacred Summer government, known for its fierceness and dominance. What about the realm? Yi Tingyun then pursued. Lin Ran said, the evolution chapter has reached the ultimate realm. The martial artist chapter of the Great Sun Gene Law was much more esoteric, and these past few days had passed before he had only reached the harmonization realm, so it was estimated that he would have to reach the inquisitive realm by the weekend or next week. Your gene method is the inquisitive realm? Shen Honglian directly shrieked in shock, so sharp and piercing that it had broken the sound. It could be seen how strong the emotions were within. Lin Ran was slightly surprised and gave him a sideways glance, saying uncertainly, I shouldn't be the first, right? He knew that the realm advancement of the gene method was quite difficult, the original body had been comprehending for several years, but was only in the introductory realm, making it difficult to go further. But the original body was only a hangman in Shanghai No. 1 middle school. Those top-ranked top students must have a much higher realm. No. Yi Tingyun took over and shook his head, saying, other people can also cultivate the evolutionary chapter of the gene law to the ultimate realm in the evolutionary realm, it's just that the number of them is very small, especially the 9 gene laws that the government has made public, it's even more of a phoenix. Saying this, a serious look surfaced in Yi Tangyun's eyes, saying, Lin Ran, don't waste this foundation, make sure to go as far as possible in the martial arts path. Lin Ran's heart stirred with realization, saying, the realm of the genetic method is not only related to the speed of cultivation? It involves some deep-level changes. Yi Tingyun did not go too deep, only emphasizing to Lin Ran that the initial realm of martial arts named evolution was not without reason. Chapter 9 What is the Wrath of Heaven? A touch and no squeak. Back home, it was already late at night. Lin Ran lay on his bed, relaxing his body and letting the ups and downs gradually return to calm. The promotion to martial artist was equally unexpected for him. Before traveling to the Blood Beast Martial Hall on Monday, it was absolutely unexpected. An inauthentic feeling filled his heart. A martial artist was already truly transcendent. Some hot weapons, it was difficult to inflict damage anymore. A slight force could tear a car into scrap metal. When he had just arrived in Saint Xia, Lin Ran had also made an image judgment through the memories of the relevant martial artists in the original owner's mind. A martial artist, at least, possessed the power of a large metal crusher. Even if martial arts were popularized and practiced by all people in Saint Xia, many people would still not be able to rise to the level of a martial artist after a lifetime of study. Lin Ran felt that even if he dropped out of school now, he could have a decent future. Not to say that he would be rich and famous, but at least he would be able to feed and clothe himself. Finding a random martial arts school to become an instructor and earning $10,000 in a month was not a difficult task. But, for the long path of martial arts, becoming a martial artist is only just getting started. Sacred Summer is a modern society. Lin Ran has seen some video footage of top martial artists striking out. It's not an exaggeration to say that the might is astounding, like the ghosts and gods of legends. Becoming a martial artist during high school is rare, but it's not unheard of. There are martial artists younger than me in Shanghai First High School. At the weekend's Mountain and Sea City Martial School Exchange Tournament, I guess I'll be able to meet some young martial artists of my generation as well. Lin Ran was clear that those young martial artists were undoubtedly the martial geniuses in the eyes of the public. And tonight, he had become one of them. For the next martial arts school exchange tournament, I'm participating in the highest beginner martial artist category, and my opponents are both young martial arts geniuses and senior martial arts instructors, which is probably enough to eliminate the negative effects of the last live broadcasting accident. Lin Ran rolled over and sat up, calming his mood and gradually adjusting his state. He didn't just want to be clothed and fed. Buzz. Lin Ran sunk his mind, and from deep within his body, a warm current was analyzed and penetrated into his bones. Beginner-level martial artists needed to quench the bones of their entire body. An intermediate martial artist, on the other hand, was to nourish the blood of the entire body through the quenched bones until a materialized qi and blood was condensed. For advanced martial artists, it was to grow the qi and blood. This. Noticing his quenching speed, Lin Ran's mind, which had just calmed down, couldn't help but ripple once again. He knew that with the Great Sun Gene Method martial artist chapter of the harmonization realm, cultivation was definitely fast enough, but he didn't expect that it could be so swift. In a few breaths, the energy in his body was directly drained. Wait until the ultimate realm, how fast would that be? Lin Ran had trouble calming down. Moreover, I can make money by live streaming bandwagons of martial arts, earning a decent income, and won't be too restricted by resources. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. I'm only in the second semester of my second year of high school now, there's still more than a year before the college entrance exam. By then, intermediate martial artist, no, advanced martial artist, I'm expected to reach it. The road ahead is bright. The following day, Friday. Before Lin Ran left the house, he dialed Shin Holian's number and said, "Let's not have special training today, I'll take a leave of absence and go back to school. The students of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School can choose a spiritual martial art for free after they've been promoted to martial artist." So early? Shin Holian's astonished voice rang out. Usually only advanced martial artists are exposed to spirit martial arts, right? Trying the waters in advance. Lin Ran didn't explain too much. With your talent, it's really possible. Thinking of Lin Ran's talent, Shin Holian nodded, then reminded, however, there will be people from the tournament committee coming over to test your cultivation at 10:30 in the morning, so don't be late. Okay. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Ran hung up the signal. His open tablet cannon fist had already reached the highest level, and there was no need to raise it any further. As for the other few martial arts, after simplifying them 300 times, they were too simple, and even if he only deduced them in his mind, he would still be able to catch up to the realm of the open tablet cannon fist. Lin Ran, don't make fun of teacher, claiming some kind of martial artist's reward. You. This. That, martial artist? Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, inside an office, when Lin Ran released the pressure of an elementary martial artist, the expression of the class teacher, who was still joking, stiffened, almost losing his ability to speak. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows and smiled, "Didn't lie to you. You took forbidden drugs?" The class teacher's reaction was the same as Shin Holian's. "No, forbidden drugs aren't this strong." Lin Ran shook his head and pulled back to the topic of martial rewards, saying, "Now you can choose spiritual martial arts, right?" At the top of the superior martial arts was the spiritual martial arts, which were extremely profound and incomparably esoteric. Most of the martial artists who studied it were mainly borrowing from it, and usually only invested a great deal of energy in cultivating it after condensing their qi and blood. Any general ideas? Which door do you want? I'll take you to choose afterward. Always a teacher from a key school, the homeroom teacher quickly controlled her emotions. Which door in the school is the strongest spirit martial arts? Lin Ran asked with some anticipation. The strongest? The class teacher held up the glasses on the bridge of his nose, somewhat in deep thought. At this moment, an old teacher sitting across from him knocked on the table and said, "To say the strongest, it is definitely the thunder spiritual martial art called Heaven's Wrath, which was only practiced by a few talented martial artists at the height of the school's popularity, that is, when I first joined. The might is truly powerful, and when faced with opponents who come to the door to challenge them, one touches one without a squeak." One by one, they were electrocuted to the point that their whole body stiffened and foamed at the mouth. The old teacher smiled and shook his head, quite emotional, saying, "Unfortunately, over the years, no student has been able to master it again, a pity." Lin Ran's eyes lit up and said, "Can I learn it?" The old teacher glanced at him and mused, "It's difficult, it's always the strongest spirit martial art in the school. If you don't get into the top 3 of your grade or get good grades in the citywide league, the school leaders won't necessarily agree, but you can ask your homeroom teacher to write you an application letter to try it out, it might be feasible." "Do I need to?" The homeroom teacher didn't mind the trouble, after all, having an additional martial artist in his class would truly make his face shine. "There's no rush first." Lin Ran thought about it and walked out of the classroom and his office, directly finding Yi Tang Yun. "Something wrong?" "I want to make one of the school's spirit martial arts that has been sealed away for many years to show its face again." "What do you mean?" "You have something to say." Reporting to Instructor Yi, I want to learn Heaven's Wrath. Lin Ran grinned brightly. Yi Tongyun's face twitched vaguely. One could only say that it was worthy of being a bandwagon anchor. The word art was extraordinary, no wonder he had quickly skyrocketed to popularity before. This spirit martial art belongs to the martial arts of the third era of prehistory. I have understood it before, the difficulty is extraordinary, are you sure you want to learn it? Yi Tingyun analyzed, the effort invested may not necessarily get a reciprocal return. Learn. Lin Ran's smile did not diminish. He hadn't forgotten the instinct-level simplification he had just obtained. Invest once and sit back and wait for the return. The price-performance ratio was directly pulled full circle. Taking the application form signed by Yi Tongyun, Lin Ran headed to the school's hidden martial arts building. The learning of spiritual martial arts was actually simpler than the superior martial arts. There was no need to read words and pictures. Through the corresponding martial arts simplification, one could communicate with one's thoughts and directly inscribe them in one's mind. You have memorized the wrath of heaven, begin to simplify. Simplify 300 times. Lin Ran put down a jade pendant-shaped martial arts simplicity and began to memorize the wrath of heaven. After a while, he gently shook his head. There existed some sense of strain. Of course the degree was not strong, after all, it was enough to simplify 300 times. But he had only just come into contact with the wrath of heaven, and the more he reached the later realms, the difficulty would exponentially skyrocket. The difficulty of such a powerful spirit martial art was not comparable to that of a superior martial art. Use instinct-level reinforcement on the wrath of heaven. Lin Ran pondered slightly, letting an idea flash through his mind without much hesitation. Instinct-level simplification was precious, but the fact that he had obtained it twice in a row meant that he would definitely have another chance in the future. Even, it wouldn't be too far away. Lin Ran remembered clearly that when the system issued instinct-level simplification yesterday, there was a note that it was a reward for his promotion to primary martial artist. The odds were that there was still a chance to promote to intermediate-level martial artist. Wrath of Heaven begins instinct-level simplification. Simplification successful. Wrath of Heaven's cultivation is transformed into instinct. The brain is generating electrical signals. Your brain is generating electrical signals as the Wrath of Heaven senses deepen. Your Wrath of Heaven has been successfully initiated. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran revealed a bright smile. Even when the human body was in a state of slumber, the nerve cells that made up the brain would still generate electrical signals. This instinct was no different from the blood flow from before. Live and become stronger. Walking out of the transmission room, Lin Ran directly returned the martial arts simplicity of the Wrath of the Heavens, and then no longer stayed at the school for much longer, heading to the Blood Beast Martial Hall. Arriving just after 10 o'clock, the other participating students had already arrived, assembled on the first floor in the open training hall, about a dozen of them. The 5 groups of this exchange tournament, the Blood Beast Martial Hall all enrolled, the highest junior martial artist group quota, a total of 3, has been determined candidates. Lin Ran, Shen Honglian, and Zhao Yu. Among them, Lin Ran's spot originally belonged to another instructor from the martial arts school. However, the other party's hair was gray, his physical functions had deteriorated severely, and he had long since lost his enterprising spirit towards martial arts competition, and had previously chosen to participate because he didn't want to leave the quota vacant, and was happy to face Lin Ran's replacement. Cheer up! This guide was also on the first floor, seeing Lin Ran come over, smilingly consoled, don't be too nervous, just be able to bring out your strength. This kind of martial arts hall exchange match, every year there are budding martial artists who come over to see what's going on, there's a fight to be had. Good. Lin Ran smiled politely, for tomorrow's exchange match, there was more excitement and anticipation than nervousness. His actual battle power was destined to be far higher than his cultivation on paper. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Ran swept his gaze over the surrounding participants, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, similarly discussing tomorrow's exchange match with enthusiasm. Last year, River East, this year, River West, I must hit a positive win rate this time, to wash away the fiasco of the last time when I lost 3 consecutive matches and was directly eliminated. Can the pattern open up? I'm already studying the opponents of the top 16 the day after tomorrow. Still the top 16? Wash, sleep, dream of anything, our martial arts hall is expected to advance to the top 16 players. It is estimated that the lesser hall master, after all, hundreds of martial arts halls to participate in the competition is too fierce. Almost every year the top-ranked players, most of the major consortia holding martial arts center. What are you afraid of? Just do it. The trainees had different attitudes, and time passed quickly amidst the chatter. At 10:30 in the morning, several staff members from the tournament committee arrived on time, registering for registration and recording information. Their movements were very competent, and through the several portable instruments they carried, they quickly tested the participants. Jiang Tao, 15 years and 11 months old, late evolutionary 7th stage. Li Shangfeng, 16 years and 1 month old, evolutionary 7th stage perfection. Guan Yun. The tests quickly went from weak to strong, and in no time at all, it was the turn of the 3 junior martial artists who had participated. Zhao Yu, 20 years and 5 months old, junior martial artist, quenching 89 bones, mainly limb bones. Shen Honglian, 19 years and 4 months old, junior martial artist, all 206 bones quenched. Looking at the two people who were tested one after the other, Lin Ran felt slightly novel. The human skeleton, a total of 206 bones, needed to be quenched all over again before one could hope to impact an intermediate martial artist. In last night's cultivation, Lin Ran had quenched a humerus bone in his right upper arm, which was limited by energy and did not complete a thorough quenching. It's estimated to be 0 bones. Lin Ran's thoughts fanned out, allowing the staff to stick a few electric shocks on him. Soon, the results came out, matching his speculation. Lin Ran, 17 years and 1 month old, junior martial artist, not a single bone has completed quenching yet. Chapter 10, Anchor plays with the truth. Regarding this result, Shen Honglian was equally unsurprised. After all, Lin Ran had just been promoted to martial artist last night, and it was only scary to have bones to finish quenching. After thinking about it, she asked with some curiosity, "Which part of the skeleton are you going to start quenching from?" Lin Ran already had a general idea and said, "Both arms, I guess, more suitable for performing martial arts." Shen Honglian nodded in agreement. The vast majority of martial artists are like this. The next bones should be the spine. Lin Ran mused, "I've heard the teacher in my martial arts class say that the spine, also known as the great dragon of the human body, is the pivot of the strength of the circumference of the body, and if I complete the quenching, my explosive power will definitely increase significantly. This is a bit dangerous." Another participating junior martial artist, Zhao Yu, couldn't help but pick up the conversation and said, "Quenching the spine is a great enhancement, but it's rich in internal nerves. In case it's not quenched properly, it's highly likely to cause paralysis. I'm going to finish quenching the bones of my limbs and torso first, then the spine." It is not to be careless. Shen Honglian's tone became serious as she reminded, "When I first quenched the spine, I took diluted bone strengthening pills, fearing that the medicinal power would be too strong and cause damage to the internal nerves." Lin Ran smiled calmly and said, "I'll be careful." The concerns of the two were not a problem for him. His Great Sun Gene Method martial artist chapter was in a profound realm, currently at the harmonized truth realm, and in a few days, he would be able to advance to the ultimate realm. The quenching of his bones was completely under his control and no mistakes would occur. However, the two were also kindly reminding him, there was no need to refute it. In the next few moments, Lin Ran asked Shen Honglian for a quiet cultivation room, flipping through the information on martial artists while distractedly deducing multiple martial arts. After simplifying 300 times, medium and superior martial arts were really not difficult for him. A single thought was passed. The various senses deepened rapidly. When Lin Ran returned home, all the other martial arts had advanced to the ultimate realm, except for the Great Sun Gene Law martial artist chapter and the Wrath of Heaven that he had only learned today. Your Wrath of Heaven is promoted to the minor achievement realm. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the moonlight illuminated the desk in front of the window. Lin Ran put down the martial arts theory book in his hands, a smile of satisfaction on his face. It had been less than 12 hours since he had learned the Wrath of Heaven. This progress, comparing to the Great Sun genetic method, was about the same. A week or two, it was thought to be enough to reach the ultimate realm. Moreover, a martial art at the minor achievement realm is enough to utilize a not-so-weak power, not to mention that the Wrath of Heaven is an extremely powerful spirit martial art. A touch of anticipation rose in Lin Ran's heart as he muttered, "I wonder how far I can go in tomorrow's exchange match." The next day, April 15th, Saturday. At 10 o'clock in the morning, noisy voices filled the vast space of the Mountain and Sea First Arena, rising and falling. This was the venue for the exchange tournament. Almost all of the famous martial arts schools in Shanghai City had arrived, and there were thousands of participants in the 5 categories alone. There were also reporters, medics, and staff from the venue, as well as a sea of spectators. The good thing is, today is the 5 groups of auditions. Through the winning percentage of the distribution of players, each selected the top 16, the attention is relatively not so high. Tomorrow's championship competition, as per the past, would be packed to the rafters. Air Yang, help me turn on the live broadcast. Lin Ran raised his hand and handed out his cell phone. Yesterday, he asked Shin Honglian for a work permit, making it possible for Zhou Yangyang to enter the arena's ring area just like reporters. Okay. Zhou Yangyang barely came back to his senses and hurriedly took the cell phone. Regarding the news of Lin Ran's promotion to martial artist, even after a night, he was still quite confused. Saying goodbye to hanging together, what the hell is your sudden genius rise? Hello everyone, I'm anchor Lin Ran. Strength brings confidence. Facing his first live broadcast after the bandwagon accident, Lin Ran had little nervousness, calmly introducing, recently there has been a lot of controversy about me, some of it is true, some of it is delusional. In order to prove something, I've signed up for the junior martial artist category of the Mountain and Sea City Martial Arts Exchange Tournament, which kicks off today. This week, Lin Ran had dropped his fans severely. However, the news of the live broadcast accident was still fermenting, and there were a lot of people paying attention, and as soon as Lin Ran had just started broadcasting, the heat quickly skyrocketed, directly surpassing the previous highest one. Fake. The anchor just did a small wrong thing, how big a grudge, everyone spit on it, and by the way then dug up his ancestral graves, let's just pretend it never happened. Director Lin, looking forward to your new script. I don't even want to spit out your logic. The last live broadcast said it was Evolution 5, a few days later it was staged as Evolution 7, and now it's primary martial artist. Do you think you're a conceptual god? Think what you want. Dying to struggle, still want to screen another batch of die-hard fans. The pop-ups surged, not lacking in cynicism. Lin Ran swept his gaze across, not saying a word. This kind of thing, it was useless to say more, and any reasonable explanation would be considered sophistry. Only actions could hopefully break the skepticism. As long as he put up an amazing fight, there would be a population that would do him justice. This was indeed the case, and before he even started to participate in the battle, there were already comments that were on his side. Holy crap! Anchor really participated. I was at the scene of the exchange tournament and the background was indeed like this. Anchor won't really become a junior martial artist, right? I just looked at the list of contestants, and there's only one contestant in the junior martial artist category named Lin Ran. TSK, you're really willing to pay for it. The price of disguising as a martial artist isn't cheap, is it? Cut the crap. The organizer of this martial arts hall exchange tournament is the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association, an official organization. Lin Ran being able to compete at least shows that his strength isn't a problem, he's really a beginner martial artist. Lin Ran's live broadcast room was extremely lively, with two groups of people bickering. Among them, the viewers who were on Lin Ran's side naturally fell into a downward trend. However, the overall trend was upward. This exchange tournament was an open tournament system, it was available online, and there were also specialized TV and internet broadcasts. It couldn't be faked, and the people could learn about it with a little searching. Lin Ran didn't interact with the audience, he just let Zhou Yangyang shoot quietly. He stood not far away, calmly waiting for his first ring battle, occasionally attaching a sound to Shin Honglian and talking about the experts in the junior martial artist category. Buzz. Suddenly, the electronic number plate Lin Ran had received shook gently, and a message surfaced on the display above. Number 69 Lin Ran, please proceed to ring 9 in the Eastern District. Your match will begin in 5 minutes. Late arrival will result in a loss. Please arrive as soon as possible. Lin Ran scanned the room and headed straight there. Not long afterward, the East District ring number 9 came into his sight. A large screen hung above it, displaying his and his opponent's pictures and some basic information. Blood Beast Martial Hall, Lin Ran, number 69, 17 years and 1 month old, junior martial artist, Hardened Bones 0 roots. Zhangclan Martial School, Zhongchong, number 80, 20 years and 3 months old, junior martial artist, both arm bones quenching completed, 60 bones in total. Looking at his opponent's stronger cultivation, Lin Ran's gaze was calm, his clean white martial arts uniform on his body as he steadily ascended the ring. Chapter 11 Anchor so strong it's unreal. That's great, what luck, meeting a newbie martial artist who just got promoted. Zhang touched his inch head and couldn't help but reveal a smile. Next to him, stood a teenager with the same hairstyle, similarly looking at the big screen in the ring, and was so shocked that he directly hiccuped. What's wrong with you? Yong caught a glimpse of his brother's abnormality. The inch-haired teenager swallowed hard and said, Big brother, your opponent in this match is that bandwagon anchor I told you about. Zhang couldn't help but freeze, isn't he in Evolutionary 7 stage? With a hard-to-understand doubt, Zheng Chong mounted the ring and looked at the clean-cut youngster across from him, unable to help but look up and down. It was hard to believe that this was still a master who pretended to be a pig and ate tigers. Lin Ran sensed something and scanned a glance to make sure it wasn't someone he knew, so he stopped caring and waited for the referee to announce the start of the battle. Uncle Yi, Lin Ran's not going to do well in this match. Shin Holian hadn't been called yet, and came to the bottom of the ring to watch the battle, analyzing. Hardened bones with about 10 more blocks can open up a certain gap. Lin Ran has only just been promoted to martial artist, and against a martial artist with 60 blocks of hardened bones, or both arm bones, it's too much of a disadvantage. Yi Tengyun stood on the side, gazing at the two on the stage, faintly said, showing strength doesn't have to be a win, with the difference in cultivation between the two. As long as they can battle for 100 moves, it's enough to prove Lin Ran's excellence. Didn't you say that his open tablet cannon fist has already been promoted to the realm of transformation truth, and it's still a big step deeper? Yi Tengyun stood with his hands behind his back, his tone calm, saying, I have confidence in the martial arts I created. The offense of the opening tablet cannon fist definitely belongs to the first tier in the upper tier of martial arts. As long as this martial artist called Zhang Chong isn't too strong, Lin Ran won't have much of a problem resisting 100 moves. It seems like that's really the case. Shen Honglian rubbed her chin and pondered. At this moment, a loud voice came out from the ring and swept around. The tournament begins. The referee announced aloud. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures shot out together explosively, very swiftly, like arrows off a string, rushing towards each other. Only, what made the spectators who were concerned about this match very surprised was that Lin Ran's speed was actually even faster, like a gust of wind traveling across the sky. When the distance between the two drew closer, the oppressive waves of air shook Xing Chang's steel needle like inches of hair all trembled. Armor-breaking blade. Zheng Chang's heart flinched. He who had always doubted Lin Ran's strength did not have the slightest intention of retaining his strength and directly executed his strongest move. Giggling. The air exploded, sharp and ear-piercing, 5 open fingers, lightning-like grasping out, heading straight for Lin Ran's throat. If this strike materialized, any alloy steel plate thicker than the palm of his hand would be pierced through. Lin Ran's eyes were cold, flashing with a kind of sharpness, and he directly swung out a fist, choosing to harden it. Boom! In an instant, a cannon sound exploded in the air like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shocking the nearby spectators' eardrums, and the gazes of the entire arena were drawn to most of them. Yi Tengyun's pupils shrunk fiercely, extraordinarily shocked. An Inquisitive Realm's open tablet cannon fist? In the next moment, with a thud, Lin Ran struck Zheng Chang's palm, and a strong force poured out, like a tsunami lapping at it, tearing Zheng Chang's entire arm sleeve on the spot, splattering in all directions. The exposed skin showed cracks one after another, and dark red blood rushed out immediately after, terrifying and hideous. Zheng Chong staggered back, blood spilling all over the place, looking at Lin Ran with shock, skepticism, and fear in his eyes. The feeling he got from that punch just now was like a heavy tank shooting a cannon at him. Whoosh! Lin Ran's figure flickered as he executed the spirit wind maneuvering technique, quickly chasing him closer and swinging his fist again. With a boom, the sound of the cannon rang out again, fiercely filling Zheng Chang's ears. This time, Zheng Chong did not dare to harden himself, raised his intact left arm, and slapped out a palm, lightly breaking the air, even like a falling leaf. Falling leaf's palm. This is the Zheng family's secret martial arts, to unload the strength of 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 the strength. Lin Ran could see the signs and had no intention of changing his stance. Then he swung his fist and struck, like a cannon roaring, hitting Zheng Chang's blocking palm. The way of rigidity and flexibility, the weak side is overcome. Thud. Strong power erupted. Zheng Chang's face changed, completely unable to resist. The entire left arm was raised high, and along with his body, he pulled himself up and crashed down towards the outside of the ring. The rules of the match stipulated that the one who introduced it lost. Swish! Seeing Zheng Chong fly out of the ring, the referee timely stepped in and yanked his body back, lest he cause secondary injuries from landing. Then, the referee directly announced, winner, Blood Beast Martial School, Lin Ran. Countless gazes were cast over, and when they saw the difference in strength between the two on the big screen, the atmosphere of the scene immediately became somewhat agitated. The gap of 60 quenched bones was quite huge. The referee similarly sized up Lin Ran and praised, the Blood Beast Martial School has produced a genius this year. Lin Ran smiled faintly, senior is too kind. In order to prevent the players from serious injuries or even death, most of the referees who served as referees for the exchange tournament were the senior members of the major martial arts schools, as well as some of the city's martial arts celebrities. Walking down the ring, Lin Ran noticed that Shin Honli and Yi Tingyun had been watching him, but they were both silent. Is it so surprising that my open tablet cannon fist has reached the ultimate realm? Lin Ran spread his hands and smiled. Shin Holian's teeth were sore from hearing this and said, Do you know what the rate of reaching the ultimate realm of a superior fist technique is? 3 out of 100,000, and Uncle Yi, as the creator of the open tablet cannon fist, is only at this realm. Yi Tengyun coughed lightly and corrected, same as the ultimate realm, the creator's perception is more profound. Before the words were finished, Yi Tengyun closed his mouth. He, a profound creator of martial arts, and Lin Ran, a student comparing realms, winning was equivalent to losing hemp. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and asked Zhou Yangyang, who was filming, for a spare cell phone to check the situation in the live broadcast room. Script. Iron script. Not a script. I'm live streaming hard carrying an electric fan. The kind with 5 gears on. I have no grievances with the anchor. Why is the anchor treating me like a naive critic? A difference of 60 hardened bones, defeated by 2 punches. Lin Ran, can you speak a little logic? Are you guys pretending that cross-stage fighting doesn't exist? I'll put my words down here, the specifications of this exchange match are very high, it's impossible to cooperate with Lin Ran's acting as a carrier anchor. Laughing my ass off, Lin Ran, get on the big one and talk. Don't talk nonsense if you don't have any evidence, that's clearly a water army dog head hired by the anchor. In the face of Lin Ran's big win in the first ring battle, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. One side was convinced that this was scripted, another fake live broadcast, just on a relatively large scale. The other side felt that, according to normal logic, an exchange tournament organized by a citywide martial arts school could not be faked for one person. Even, many people began to question the official account of the tournament committee. Perhaps because the heat was so high, Lin Ran noticed that the official account of the tournament committee had publicly released a statement a minute ago. Chapter 12 Pre-Gambit Kryptonite, Heaven Can't Stop Me. Our Shanghai City Martial Arts Museum Exchange Tournament Committee, for some netizens put forward the exchange tournament fake, hereby clarify, the selection process is open and fair, everything is under the supervision of the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association, there are no insiders, all the players' cultivation detection, all in line with the process, there are video records as evidence. In addition, for some netizens reported that there are contestants playing fake matches, we will further investigate ourselves, and once determined, we will severely punish them. At the same time, for the malicious rumors of some netizens, we reserve the right to take further legal action. This was a very official statement. Setting out an attitude and proposing an approach, while not saying the words to death. Lin Ran. Yi Tengyun's voice rang out, the 5 martial arts celebrities on the scene have been locking their eyes on you. Lin Ran's heart stirred as he said, people from the tournament committee? Yi Tengyun nodded and said, indeed, they are the strongest people they have invited. It should be because they suspect me of playing a fake tournament and have come over to investigate. Lin Ran pondered slightly and smiled faintly, it's good for me, as long as it's determined that I didn't fake it, the officials should stand up for me and dispel the rumors of faking. Yi Tengyun glanced at him and said, then you'll have to win a few more matches to create a bigger impact. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and said, with some luck, I might be able to advance to the top 16 and participate in tomorrow's championship match. As he spoke, one of the stewards of the Blood Beast Martial Hall came closer and handed Shin Honglian a square box. After Shin Honglian received it, she directly reached out and handed it to Lin Ran. What is it? Lin Ran was stunned. Shin Honglian smiled, bone strengthening Dan. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran lifted the lid, which contained 2 black pills, the size of a dragon's eye, filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Why did you suddenly give me 2 bone strengthening pills? Lin Ran felt curious. It's not me, but the tournament committee. Shin Honglian didn't sell the idea, and directly said, this is the reward for the exchange tournament, the only treatment for martial artists, after all, it's the highest group, and for today's audition tournament, a victory is rewarded with 2 bone strengthening pills. So generous? Lin Ran raised his eyebrows, not hiding his surprise, and said, I remember that the market price of bone strengthening Dan is at $50,000 apiece, right? Yi Tengyun shook his head and said, not much, the attention of this exchange match is not low, the offline ticket revenue alone is profitable, not to mention the live broadcast royalties from the TV stations and online platforms, if you add the hidden promotion fees to the various martial arts schools, it will be an astronomical figure. That's why the strike is still okay. Shin Honglian echoed her approval, introducing, a penny for a penny, the medicinal effect of the bone strengthening Dan is extremely suitable for the cultivation of beginner martial artists. On average, a bone strengthening Dan can support the quenching of 3 bones, the cost performance is not low at the same time, the point is that it can save a lot of time, relying on the energy of the general nutritional potions alone, is too slow. Lin Ran thought for a moment, looked around, and said, the rewards aren't instantly collected, right? I had the Martial Arts Center advance it. Shin Holian smiled and admitted, saying, I reckon that you'll be comprehending the Great Sun Jin Method martial artist chapter in advance. Your cultivation speed is definitely not slow, so if you can get the bone strengthening pill in advance, you might be able to make your strength rise again. Lin Ran nodded seriously and said, many thanks. A small thing, it's not like it's a loss to the martial arts center, not to mention, if you can put up a good fight, it'll help the Blood Beast Martial Arts Center make a name for itself. I'm going to try the effects of the bone strengthening pill. Lin Ran didn't talk anymore, took the square box and left, finding a relatively quiet place, taking a bone strengthening elixir and sitting down to cultivate. He knew that the few martial arts celebrities from the tournament committee were definitely still secretly watching. But it wasn't like the tournament had stipulated that one wasn't allowed to take medicine to cultivate. What did he take? Bone strengthening pill, purchased by one of the stewards of the Blood Beast Martial Hall at the arena's pharmacy. Cultivating on the spot? Are all young people so rolled up nowadays? Don't worry about him, our mission is to find out if he is suspected of playing a fake match. Several martial arts celebrities secretly exchanged words, but not more than a few minutes later, there was silence in the headset, and no longer a single person spoke. They looked over and saw that Lin Ran had consumed another bone strengthening pill. The medicinal power is too pure, it's worthy of the $50,000 selling price. Lin Ran was inwardly incomparably satisfied. With such a strong energy, it can fully unfold the potential of the martial artist chapter of the Great Sun genetic law of the transformation truth realm. In less than half a quarter of an hour, the medicinal power of the two bone strengthening pills were all exhausted. Lin Ran completed the hardening of the humerus, ulna, and radius of his right arm. These three bones, which were relatively the largest in size, required a longer time and more energy. The wrist bones and finger bones in the future are going to be much smaller in size. One bone strengthening pill is estimated to be able to quench more than 5 pieces. Lin Ran said in his heart, however, with 206 bones in the whole body spread out evenly, one bone strengthening Dan would still only be able to quench about 3 bones. Lin Ran did some calculations, and his heart suddenly beat wildly. If he had around 70 bone strengthening pills, it would only take a small half day to finish quenching the bones of his entire body. Only, the expenses were not cheap and would require $3 to $4 million. One step at a time. Lin Ran took a deep breath and suppressed his restlessness. I can get 2 bone strengthening pills for a win right now, which translates to the number of bones, which is 6. The bones in both arms, totaling 60 pieces. If I want to quench them all, I'll have to take 10 victories, but for today's round-robin tournament, winning about 7 in a row will pretty much advance me to the top 16. Let's focus on quenching my right arm first. Lin Ran made up his mind. Shortly afterward, the number plate that Lin Ran received vibrated once again, displaying the match information for the second ring battle. The opponent in this match, whose explicit cultivation was not as good as Zheng Chong from the previous match, had only 35 bones to hammer, focusing on the bones of both feet. However, the specifics would not be known until they fought. The match begins. When the referee's voice fell, there was a deafening boom, a loud noise erupted out, just like a cannon firing. In the next moment, a bloodstained figure flew out horizontally, smashing heavily on the ring, making it difficult to fight again. Lin Ran lowered his raised right arm and took the victory with a single punch. He had somewhat overestimated the opponents in this one. Not everyone had the power to cross the ranks. For the vast majority of martial artists, a stronger cultivation on the surface equated to being more powerful. The opponent was only lucky to win the first match and match Lin Ran. But in today's auditions, all opponents were randomly assigned according to their winning percentage, and without sufficient strength, no amount of luck would do. After getting out of the ring, Lin Ran got 2 more bone strengthening pills that the Blood Beast Martial School had advanced in advance. After taking them, he completed the hardening of 8 wrist bones of his right arm as well as 2 metacarpal bones. These 10 bones were relatively quite a bit smaller. Lin Ran was more and more looking forward to the next exchange match. In the third ring battle, 10 cannons rang out and Lin Ran took a strong victory. The fourth match, Lin Ran won big. The fifth match, an equally big win. The opponent of this match, with 4 wins and 1 loss, was strong, with more than 100 hardened bones, but after more than 100 consecutive cannon sounds, he still couldn't hold back, and was seized by Lin Ran, and blasted out of the ring with a single punch. Lin Ran, it wasn't just his offense that was strong. Several martial arts that had reached the ultimate realm had left him with almost no shortcomings, and coupled with the powerful might of the open tablet cannon fist, he actually had quite a bit of an overwhelming and stunning style. The scene was abuzz. The internet was even more explosive. The two sides of the dispute have long since gone beyond Lin Rant's live broadcast room, and are fiercely pitted against each other on multiple platforms. There were more and more people who felt that Lin Ran hadn't played a fake match. However, there were still many people who didn't believe it and thought that everything was a script designed in advance. How powerful is Lin Ran, an anchor who's just been popular for a few days, to make a city's martial arts school accompany him in a play? It's just a small place, what is this? Fire your ass map cannon. Shanghai City's population of over 90 million is in the top tier of second-tier cities. Then tell me how a newly promoted martial artist can beat a martial artist with hundreds of bone-hardening blocks. Both sides had their own reasoning, and coupled with some people's deliberate arching of fire, it made the argument incomparably heated. However, any netizen with a slightly slower hand speed would directly have their entire family unprotected. However, when the official account of the Shanghai City Public Security Department released a few videos one after another, the situation of the argument quickly went sideways. Chapter 13, You can say brother bad, but you Lin brother really not vegetables. A few local netizens from Shanghai City were in the middle of a heated battle when their door was knocked on, and before they could regain their senses, they were brought directly to the repentance chair of the Public Security Bureau. Don't cry, tell me, why say this martial arts hall exchange tournament has black curtain? Where is the evidence? No. No evidence, just I think. You think? Uncle Vigilante, I was wrong, I really regret it, I shouldn't have listened to the rumors, much less spread them, I promise to be a good citizen who knows the law and abides by it in the future. The Shanghai City Martial Arts Association behind the tournament committee stepped in, directly getting the officials to come down and suspend the public opinion in question. It wasn't that they wanted to stand up for Lin Ran. The furor over this matter was huge, and if left unchecked, the entire Mountain and Sea City martial arts style rating could be jeopardized. A heavy hand must be dealt. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, as a warning to others. At the same time, the tournament committee cooperated with the action, releasing another statement through the official account. This time, it was quite pragmatic, directly specifying Lin Rant's existence. After repeated inspections by Huang Yuanfeng, Fan Ji, Zheng Shangming, and 5 other celebrities from the city, it was determined that there was no possibility of player Lin Ran playing a fake tournament, and that all of his ring battle opponents, all of whom were randomly selected by the artificial intelligence according to their winning percentage, were able to win because of the mastery of a number of martial arts such as the open tablet cannon fist, the spirit wind maneuvering technique, and the 13 hands of the destroyer of titans, etc., all of which are in the ultimate realm, possessing extremely strong cross-stage combat power. Several named martial arts celebrities, all of them used certified accounts to like and forward. Multiple parties stepped forward to take a stand, and the effect was immediate. Many of the people watching changed their minds, no longer skeptical, believing in Lin Rant's strength and battle prowess. A few unbelieving netizens, faced with the deterrent power of the silver bracelet, did not dare to leave any more unrestrained messages. Where is the person who barked before? Come out and play against the line. I won back the whole family that I bet on. Where is your mom? Bombed. Lin Ran, you can say brother bad, but cannot say brother dish. 10 years old fan returns, from the beginning to the end, has always believed in Lin, without a trace of doubt. I'm really considered Lin Rant's old fan. I paid attention to him when he first went live a month ago, but what I can't figure out is that he has this strength. Why did he fake it? And last time's fist-shattering mountain stone really didn't have to be washed. You guys say, is there such a possibility Lin Ran is doing it on purpose, first fake, then correct his name, so that he can get higher heat? Don't believe you guys see for yourselves, the amount of fans he dropped last week, just so a moment's effort, all of them have risen back, several martial arts for sale, especially the open monument cannon fist, the sales volume have all broken 1,000. Lin Ran put down his cell phone, and had to admire this session's netizens' brainchildren. However, thinking of some of the tawdry maneuvers of the live streaming circle in his previous life to attract traffic, this kind of tactic might not even rank. No matter what, the negative impact from the last live streaming accident is basically gone. There will definitely be people who will always remember it, but it won't interfere much with my bandwagon martial arts. Lin Ran lightly exhaled, feeling slightly relieved. Moreover, I have to admit, relying on the heat from this time, in the future, the sales of the carrying martial arts will definitely be much higher. However, as much money as there is, it will have to be withdrawn next month. The focus right now is the exchange tournament. Lin Ran collected his rising thoughts. The current tournament was even more profitable than the previous bandwagon martial arts, and winning a fight would result in 2 bone-strengthening pills, which had a market price of $100,000. The key was, with the Blood Beast Martial Hall advancing money, it was win now. He could get stronger the more he fought. Previously, with 5 consecutive victories, he had obtained 10 bone strengthening pills, and now that he had used them up, the 30 bones in his entire right arm were only missing the last one finger bone that had not been quenched. Lin Ran ran the open tablet cannon fist and clearly felt that the might of his right arm was significantly a cut above his left arm. If we finish quenching the last one finger bone again, there should be another not so small increase. Lin Ran was looking forward to it in his heart. Previously, he would have to be quite lucky if he wanted to make it to the top 16 of the junior martial artist category. But now, as long as his luck wasn't too bad, and he ran into opponents like Shin Honglian who had their bone quenching complete one after another, he had a great chance of advancing. The rewards for tomorrow's championship match would definitely be even more generous. Brother Lin. Zhou Yangyang hurriedly shut down the live broadcast and quickly ran over, his face full of excitement, saying, "Those merchants who wanted us to pay compensation before, want to continue working with you, want you to perform more of their martial arts in the next competition, they are all willing to pay out a promotional fee, paying according to the amount of searches for the martial arts." Lin Ran's heart stirred as he said, "We can cooperate, but they have to call over a certain amount in advance, the sooner the better." "No problem, I'll go and negotiate." Zhou Yangyang answered with his mouth full, very confident. The price of payment is fixed by the platform, no need for him to worry about it, the main thing is to make the businessman willing to pay money in advance. With the current heat of Lin Ran's live broadcast, it's not that difficult. Promotion fee. Lin Ran murmured, his eyes swept and fell towards Yi Tangyun who was not far away. The other party was standing at the side of the field, holding a cell phone, flipping through the news, and it wasn't hard to tell that he was in a good mood through the stretching of his eyebrows. Lin Ran had won 5 matches in a row by striking the strong with the weak. In addition to writing his own name, it had also caused the attention of the open monument cannon fist to skyrocket dramatically, and related discussions and praise could be seen everywhere. Instructor Yi. Lin Ran walked closer, smiling brightly. Yi Tingyun put away his cell phone, looking for me for something? The open tablet cannon fist's road to fame is currently encountering some resistance. What do you mean? Yi Tingyun was puzzled by what he heard and said, after the city's martial arts association stepped in to stand up for you, the negative impact from your last live broadcast accident was basically eliminated cleanly. It's the new resistance. The few merchants who previously approached me to bring in martial arts wanted me to mainly perform their martial arts in the next fights. Lin Ran pointed out the existence of the promotion fee intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Tingyun huffed, vaguely understanding, and said, "Looks like I have to come up with an appearance fee as well?" Where's the word? Instructor Yi has to make a name for open monument cannon fist even if I don't give it to him, after all, he's helped me several times. Lin Ran spoke with great righteousness. For Yi Tangyun, he was still grateful, whether it was special training at the Blood Beast Martial School or learning Spirit Martial Heaven's Wrath, it was all driven by Yi Tangyun. But, Instructor Yi, the next opponents I encounter will all be getting stronger. Lin Ran coughed dryly and spoke out, "Can you lend me a sum of money to purchase the bone strengthening pill, and I'll return it to you first thing next month when the commission for bringing in martial arts arrives." Yi Tingyun glanced at Lin Ran and said without any goodwill, "There's no need for you to pay it back, I'll give you 10 bone strengthening dan, and in the next ring match, the offensive martial arts that you perform should be based on the open tablet cannon fist." "Thank you, Instructor Yi." Lin Ran's eyes lit up. 10 bone strengthening pills, plus the rewards from today's ring battle, were enough to quench all 60 bones in both arms. "When can I claim it?" "Go find Red Lotus later and ask her to buy it for you, put it on my account." Chapter 14 Inherent impression must have reason, such as big brain. Without waiting for Lin Ran to find it, Shin Honglian had already returned from the competition, only her face was blanched, vaguely revealing a sense of atrophy. "Injured?" Lin Ran noticed something. "Lost a match." Shin Honglian sighed and said, "Being forced to open up the defensive frame by the opponent in the 6th match, and taking a solid kick." "Which player?" Lin Ran was clear about Shin Honglian's strength, with all her bones hardened and her martial arts realm profound, placed in the junior martial artist category, she had a fairly high probability of advancing to the top 16. Su Wanyu. Shin Honglian uttered a person's name that Lin Ran felt familiar with, and after thinking about it, he said, "There's a girl in our school who likes to show off her wealth and also plays live streaming, it seems like she's called by this name." The same person, but instead of showing off her wealth, it can also be said that she is sharing her life. Shin Honglian spoke of one of Su Wanyu's more important identities. Her dad is the richest mine owner in our Shanghai city, nicknamed Su Billion. The main one is rich. Her dad definitely bought quite a few precious medicines for her to take. Part of Su Wanyu's bones, it's estimated that she has undergone a second bone quenching. I can clearly feel that her base strength and speed exceeds mine by quite a bit. Shin Honglian shook her head and analyzed. Lin Ran froze for a moment and said, secondary bone quenching? Another deeper quenching of the bones, very difficult, extremely slow progress, usually with the help of some precious medicines, in order to complete it faster, but there are also many benefits, stronger physical quality, and in the future, when promoted to senior martial artist, the chi and blood are even more powerful. Shen Honglian explained briefly. Lin Ran was a bit intrigued, but the current time was urgent, so he didn't pursue too much, mentioning the 10 bone-strengthening pills that Yi Tengyun had promised to give him. I'll have someone go buy them now. Shen Honglian naturally agreed, raising her hand to pat Lin Ran's shoulder, encouraging, cheer up, the only person in the current martial arts school who still has hope of advancing to the top 16 is probably you. She had only lost one match, so theoretically she still had a chance, but her body was badly injured, so her hopes of advancing were slim. I'll try to go as far as I can. Lin Ran's gaze flashed. Not long after, the trainee who had purchased 10 bone-strengthening pills returned running, and after Lin Ran got them, he directly took them to cultivate. The only one finger bone left in his right arm was quickly finished quenching. Next, Lin Ran began to quench the bones of his left arm, and had just finished quenching the 3 larger bones when the number plate in his pocket vibrated, notifying him to participate in the 6th ring battle. Because he had won all 5 battles, the opponent in this one was even more powerful. The quenched bones reached 180. The bones of the limbs along with the bones of the spine, all quenched. However, when the match began, it was still difficult to confront Lin Ran head-on when faced with the open tablet cannon fist that he had struck with his right arm. Boom boom boom. Lin Ran used his right arm as the main attack, along with his stance and some other martial arts. He managed to suppress his opponent, and after half an hour of battle, he knocked him out with a punch and took the victory. The battle record came to 6 consecutive victories. At the same time, Lin Ran obtained 2 more bone-strengthening pills, and together with the bone-strengthening pills given by Yi Tengyun earlier, it was enough to support him in hardening all the bones in his entire left arm. Let's begin. Lin Ran opened his mouth and took a bone-strengthening pill with anticipation in his heart. After all the bones of both arms were finished being quenched and finished, his offense would be more flexible, and paired with several martial arts of the inquisitive realm, it would be enough to raise his battle power by a notch. Lin Ran cultivated with all his might, swiftly refining the medicinal power of the bone-strengthening pill. One by one, the bones in his left arm completed their quenching. On average, it took less than a minute to finish quenching a bone. If this kind of speed were to spread out, it would be enough to shock many martial artists into doubting their lives. In the end, before the 7th ring battle began, all 60 bones in Lin Ran's arms were quenched. Advancing to the top 16 is basically assured. Lin Ran exhaled a long breath, his eyes bright with an intense confidence. The arms that were most suitable for performing martial arts had completed their quenching, and when combined with several other martial arts of the inquisitive realm, in terms of offense alone, it was enough to match or even exceed the likes of Shen Honglian. Buzz! The number plate vibrated, and Lin Ran took it out and scanned it, taking a step to set off to the ring for the 7th match. The large screen hanging above already displayed his and his opponent's information. Blood Beast Martial Hall, Lin Ran, number 69, 6 wins and 0 losses, 17 years and 1 month old, 0 bones quenched. CU Martial School, Su Wanyu, number 36, 6 wins and 0 losses, 18 years and 1 month old, all bones around her body quenched. Gazing at the information on the screen, Lin Ran lifted his eyebrows. The opponent who had defeated Shen Honglian in the previous match had actually been touched by him. To a certain extent, this was not considered a good thing. After all, with Shen Honglian's strength, it was equally expected to advance to the top 16, and Su Wanyu, who was able to defeat Shen Honglian, was definitely a cut stronger. Lin Ran's mind was calm as he ascended the ring step by step. Shortly after, Su Wanyu also rushed, toes gently point, leaped onto the ring 1 meter from the ground. When landing, chest protruding martial arts clothing trembling sway, many male audience had to feel emotion. Worthy of being the lord of a family with a mine, the nutritional supplement was really sufficient. It's you? Glancing at Lin Ran's message, Su Wanyu's gaze flickered as some impression surged to her mind, saying, "You're that bandwagon blogger who was said to be playing a fake match." There is no fake match for that player. Without waiting for Lin Ran to open his mouth, the referee's stern voice rang out, saying, "The tournament committee has long since confirmed that everything is a rumor, because of some of the players' previous actions, which led to some of the public maliciously spreading rumors, and as a contestant in the exchange tournament, you must not contribute to the spreading of rumors." Lin Ran glanced at Su Wanyu, not sure if the other party was unintentional, or if they wanted to deliberately provoke him. If it was the former, it was really in line with the inherent impression of having big boobs. Pointing out that there was a fake match in front of the referee, where did this make the tournament committee's face go? Su Wanyu's brows furrowed, already somewhat unhappy, retorting the referee, "I didn't say that Lin Ran really fought a fake match, it's just that there's relevant news on the internet, and I haven't seen any follow-up reports, and now that I see that he's a newly minted martial artist who's won all 6 of his battles, it's not natural for me to be curious about something." Battle power and cultivation never have an absolute relationship. The referee directly interrupted Su Wanyu's words, coldly saying, "For martial artists of a certain level, the realm of martial arts is what is more important, the strong and the weak are to be fought out. Otherwise, what is the meaning of the exchange tournament? Wouldn't it be simpler to directly pronounce the one with the higher cultivation as the winner?" Su Wanyue clenched her hands, her pretty face flushed red at the dislike. Comparatively speaking, the martial realm was indeed her shortcoming. Several martial arts were stuck in the Dengfeng realm, and no matter how much tutoring and school teachers taught her, she just couldn't feel the opportunity to break through. Of course, this level is not low. But most of the other junior martial artists who were expected to be in the top 16 had mastered one or even several martial arts of the harmonization realm. Su Wanyue was so angry that she threw over her face and said in a muffled voice, "Don't you talk to me anymore, or else I'll file a complaint against you for interfering with the contestants." Lin Ran secretly shook his head, certain that it was simply that he was overthinking things. The inherent impression was not unreasonable. Chapter 15, When electricity blossoms in the spectral black eyes, it's the heavens roaring. Under the ring. Zhou Yangyang had already negotiated the promotion fee, and with her cell phone in hand, she reopened the live broadcast, the camera aimed at the 2 people on the field. Egu. This isn't Sister Fortune. The 2 of them are actually facing each other. If the anchor can win again, I don't believe there is still someone who dares to say that he is faking. Su Wanyue's family is really mineral. The last time a meal cost $3 million, it is really scaring me silly. Bone Zero quenching against all quenching, and still win? You do understand the power of cross-step battle. It doesn't matter if I lose, as long as the anchor can make the full moon shake, I'll brush 2 fireworks and a rocket. Lin Ran's live broadcast room was unusually lively. It was already extremely hot because of the matter of whether or not it was a fake match, and when many viewers recognized Su Wanyu, they became more and more concerned. The same was true of the scene, with most of the gazes focused on the ring where the 2 were. The match begins. The moment the referee's voice rang out, Su Wanyue, who had long been impatient, took a step out and traveled at breakneck speed. She had an upset heart and wanted to vent it out in this battle. Seeing this, Lin Ran anticipated it and stood still as a mountain, ready to weigh her battle power. Woo! The gusts of wind that came from his face lifted Lin Ran's black hair, and as he looked at Su Wanyue's punches, Lin Ran lifted his right arm and swung out with the same punch to meet it forcefully. Boom! The sound of the cannon was like thunder, shaking the 4 fields. The 2 air-breaking fists ruthlessly collided together, erupting with a heavy sound that shook both of their figures. The powerful force smashed over, causing Su Wanyue's complexion to change slightly, not having the heart to get angry again. Giggling. Lin Ran's eyes were sharp as he began to grab an attack, lifting his left arm and stabbing out steeply. His 5 concurrent fingers were like catapulted swords, tearing the air apart. The 13 hands of the exterminating Tan. This was a medium martial art, known for its comprehensiveness, involving finger techniques, palm techniques, and fist techniques. With Lin Ran's current strength and realm, it was still a bit difficult to destroy the armor of a heavy tank, but when it hit a normal car, it would shatter on touch. Su Wanyue sensed the power of this strike, not daring to resist it with her neck. She similarly used her left hand, slapping out a palm with a thud, stopping midway. One strike failed, Lin Ran attacked again, performing the spirit wind maneuvering technique to change his footwork. A flash, it was like the wind through the forest, circling around to Su Wanyu's back. Boom! The sound of the cannon shook the ears as Lin Ran swung his fist out, wrapping it in strong might and striking towards Su Wanyu's back heart. Su Yangyue's heart and soul were in awe. Her reaction was extremely fast. She immediately responded, twisting her waist and turning sideways. At the same time, she raised her arms across her body, blocking the fist that came her way. Dang! Lin Ran's punch materialized with extraordinary power, shocking Su Wanyu to move out horizontally, but during the process, her pace was strong, clearly visible, not losing her center of gravity. No wonder Shin Honglian lost. Lin Ran's gaze flashed. Su Wanyue's various physical qualities are indeed extraordinary. No one of the competitors he had faced before could carry his open tablet cannon fist hard. On the opposite side, Su Wanyue's brows were slightly knitted, similarly observing Lin Ran. Although she was not happy with the referee's remarks, she had to admit that the teenager in front of her was at an extremely high level of martial arts. In the exchange of blows, she could not gain the upper hand, and even had a vague tendency to be suppressed. However, thinking of the referee's attitude, Su Wanyue snorted coldly and once again took a step to charge out. This match, she must win. Knock knock knock. The two of them fought fiercely against each other, moving sideways everywhere, constantly exchanging blows, and fighting scorchingly. Su Wanyue won because her cultivation level was higher, and some of her bones had gone through a second bone hardening, so her resistance to blows was extremely strong, and she had no fear of the power of Lin Ran's punches. However, she was equally unable to suppress Lin Ran. Lin Ran had mastered many and deep martial arts, whether it was a frontal hard fight or a swimming fight, he was able to engage Su Wanyue. If the stalemate continues, you'll still lose. Su Wanyue's eyes flashed as she chose to attack and pressure Lin Ran. Why don't you admit defeat earlier, save more stamina, and have a greater grasp of winning the next ring battle? Lin Ran punched out like a cannon, but the corner of his mouth hung a faint smile, saying, quite a good suggestion, but I'm a person who always receives money before doing anything. Your father's funds haven't arrived yet, so I can't let you win yet. If this exchange match was about disliking people, Lin Ran felt that he could win early. In another quarter of an hour, I'll see if your mouth is still hard. Su Wanyue snorted coldly. She was most annoyed with people linking her strength to her family's wealth. My bones are all hardened, you've only just been promoted to martial artist. In terms of physical strength, I'm a cut above you, and the burden on you to perform martial arts is even greater than mine. The more the fight continues, the weaker you are relatively. Su Wanyue kept striking out, wanting to speed up Lin Ran's physical strength consumption. Lin Ran was calm and composed in response. Snap. Suddenly, Lin Ran's eyes stared, precisely and swiftly probing out his right hand, and with a crunching sound, his 5 fingers tightly closed, pinching Su Wanyue's wrist. Want to wrestle with me? Su Wanyue backhanded her hand, similarly clenching Lin Ran's wrist, a smug smile blossoming on her pretty face. You're still in a hurry after all. Before the words were finished, Xuanyue's heart palpitated, and she clearly saw that in the dark pupils of Lin Ran's eyes that were locked with hers, a flash of silver light flashed through, cold and sharp, like a lightning bolt through the sky in the lead-colored dark clouds that filled the sky. Wrath of Heaven. The strongest spirit martial art in Mountain and Sea One. It was jokingly called by many as a touch and no squeak. In an instant, a strong electric current penetrated Su Wanyue's body, sweeping along her wrist and ravaging her entire body. Su Wanyue's brain was stimulated into a blank, freezing on the spot. Fortunately, the body after complete bone tempering was resilient, and in less than a second, Su Wanyue came back to her senses. Boom! A huge torrent of cannon sounds penetrated Su Wanyue's ears, a violent gust of wind pounded her face, raising her waist-length black hair, and her eyes looked out to see a white fist penetrating through the sky, about to hit her waist and abdomen. Su Wanyue subconsciously tried to rack her arms, but the electricity raging inside her body made her arms almost uncontrollable. Thud! Lin Ran struck out with a punch that was so fierce and overbearing that it caused Su Wanyue to bend her waist and fall to her knees in pain. Victory and defeat have been decided. The referee called a halt to the bout in time, announcing, winner, Blood Beast Martial School, Lin Ran. As he said that, he gave Lin Ran a somewhat strange look. In the view of many spectators, Lin Ran was cornering Su Wanyue and taking the victory with a single punch, but he was aware that Su Wanyue's body appeared to stiffen for a short period of time, allowing Lin Ran's fists to hit him. Only Yi Tingyun, who was watching the battle under the stage, had his pupils suddenly shrink, as if he realized something. Blackie, come out and talk. What does the anchor say when he wins? Without a woman in your heart, your punches are naturally vicious. The mood is so complicated right now. I originally thought Lin Ran was an ordinary teenager like me, but now how does he have the demeanor of a supreme genius? For this victory of Lin Ran, both the scene and the live broadcast room were all unsettled. The only newly promoted martial artist who had gotten this far was Lin Ran. Buzz. Just after walking off the ring, Lin Ran noticed that the number plate in his pocket was constantly vibrating. Taking it out and looking at it, it was a notification showing that he had been promoted to the top 16 of the junior martial artist category. Congratulations! Shen Honglian walked over to congratulate him with a smile. Lin Ran smiled and nodded. And you? Shen Honglian sighed and said, don't say it, I've already lost the election. I met that pervert Li Shanha and lost another match. It's fine, there will be opportunities in the future. Lin Ran gave a simple comforting cry. At this time, Zhou Yangyang ran over, jumping and jumping, saying, Brother Lin, those merchants are willing to advance their funds. How much? Lin Ran came to be interested. This number. Zhou Yangyang raised his right hand and held up 3 fingers in succession. 300,000? Lin Ran's eyes couldn't help but light up as he did some calculations in his mind. With 50,000 bone strengthening pills each, he could buy 6 of them, and with the 2 bone strengthening pills from winning the 7th ring battle, there would be a total of 8 of them, which would total to quenching around 24 bones. The spine of the human body had a total of 26 bones. These bones, none of which were large in size, with the medicinal power of 8 bone strengthening pills, it was enough to quench them all. The spine, the ancient name for the human body's great dragon, once quenching was completed, there would be another significant increase in his strength. Brother Lin, wrong guess. Zhou Yangyan's laughter interrupted Lin Ran's thoughts. 3 fingers means 1,110,000. Chapter 16, This battle, I don't need to do this again. Night. The silver glow of a full moon shone into the living room. Lin Ran sat with his knees crossed, and on the shelf in front of him, 24 bone strengthening pills were neatly placed. 22 of them were purchased at a cost of $1.1 million. Several cooperative merchants had just called over the money, and they hadn't even had time to take it out and look at it, and almost all of it had been spent. Before buying them, Lin Ran had a brief moment of hesitation. It was always a huge sum of money. However, in the end, it was a decisive payment. Investing in himself would only earn him more in the future. 24 bone strengthening Dan, according to one quenching 3 bones, it's roughly 72 bones. Lin Ran analyzed in his mind, the human body has 26 spines and a total of 62 bones in the legs. I can complete the quenching of the spine plus most of the bones of the legs. The former would allow him to have stronger explosive power. The latter could significantly increase the strength of his legs, and both his leg and body techniques would be taken to the next level. As his thoughts rose, Lin Ran became more and more excited about tomorrow's championship competition. He probed his hand, picked up a bone strengthening pill, and took it with his mouth open. Sunday. Mountain and Sea City's first arena. Today, the number of players who arrived to compete was a great deal less. The top 16 of the 5 groups, together, were less than 100. However, the level of bustle was even higher compared to yesterday. The viewing gallery was packed with people, and the noisy chatter seemed to have turned into substantial sound waves, lapping in wave after wave, which could be heard from a long distance away. She wasn't eliminated? Lin Ran swept his gaze and glimpsed in surprise that among the top 16 contestants in the junior martial artist category, Su Wanyue was listed. The injuries he had inflicted yesterday were not light. At this time, Su Wanyue similarly noticed Lin Ran and secretly gritted her teeth. The competition in the ring battle was fair, but the medical team afterward depended on the level of each martial arts school. Her mine owner father had directly invited a top medical team from the Holy City, and the injuries that Lin Ran had inflicted basically didn't affect her next bout. I hope to meet again, Su Wanyue secretly said in her heart. There's no harm in encountering again. Lin Ran retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention. He was able to win yesterday, and he would only win more easily today. Quenching more than 70 bones in one night was not to say that it was a sublimation, but at least it was a significant improvement. Moreover, I can be even stronger. Today's championship competition had even more generous rewards. The 16-8 contestants were unified with 8 bone strengthening pills. Lin Ran's bones in his legs only had a dozen or so pieces left to be quenched, and with the medicinal power of 8 bone strengthening pills, it would be enough to complete it. At that time, the spine along with the bones of the limbs, in terms of strength, speed, and explosiveness alone, would almost not lose to a martial artist who had all of his bones hardened. Coupled with several martial arts of the inquisitive realm. 8 into 4 is 12 bone strengthening pills, 4 into 2 is 20 bone strengthening pills. If I can fight my way to the final champion Asian competition, I'll definitely be able to quench all of my bones. Lin Ran took a deep breath and suppressed his vaguely agitated emotions. He was looking forward to going farther. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the drawing of lots for each group began, and except for the final crown and runner-up fight, all 5 groups were played together. A large screen hanging from one ring displayed information about the matchups. This. Arriving at the ring prompted by the number plate, Lin Ran raised his eyes and couldn't help but purse his lips. What a coincidence! A somewhat familiar-looking girl stood on the stage, with a pretty face and fair skin, only that her body was too maturely developed relative to her 18 years of age. It was precisely Su Wanyue. Her gaze locked onto Lin Ran as she directly said, "I'm happy to face you again." After her defeat yesterday, she had asked the senior advisor of the martial arts school to analyze it, and the current that penetrated her body was most likely a spirit martial art. However, the realm was relatively average. Otherwise, Lin Ran didn't need to purposely lock her wrists. As long as he was wary of that, there was still hope of winning. In this battle, I won't give you another chance to immobilize me. Su Wanyue's heartbeat was vaguely accelerated. One of the greatest charms of competitive martial arts was nothing more than a comeback. This battle, I don't need to do that again. Lin Ran calmly ascended the stage. Su Wanyue bristled, naturally disbelieving, saying, "We've already exchanged hands once, clear of each other's strengths and characteristics, no need to talk big, let's see the real thing in actual combat." Lin Ran stopped talking and waited quietly. The match begins. The match begins. The competition begins. At 10 minutes past 10, the voices of the various referees rang out together, opening the curtain on the 5 group championships. Thud. In the next moment, a huge sound swept through the 4 directions, deafening the ears. Only to see that on a ring in the junior martial artist category, a contestant flew out horizontally dyed in blood, and after landing, he was motionless, fainting on the spot. This scene immediately drew the attention of many gazes. The top 16 in the junior martial artist category, with the exception of the controversial Lin Ran, the other 15 had all completed the hardening of all their bones. In theory, a crushing situation would not occur. However, the fact had already happened. On that ring, a young man slowly lowered his swung fist, with a popular face and medium build, placing him in the crowd was mediocre, but at this moment, the pressure that permeated out was like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, and some of the spectators who were not far away from each other were sweating coldly, feeling the immense oppressive force. TSK TSK. A strike that preempts the battle, this is not common for Li Shanha. After all, when it comes to the championship match, with so many people watching, all young men are hot-blooded and want to make a name for themselves. Once this head of Li Shanha opens, I guess no one will hide anymore. I wonder which player will be the second to advance to the top 8. A few of the tournament committee's executives talked amongst themselves, focusing their attention mainly on the 7 rings where the junior martial artists were battling against each other. After all, they were the strongest group in this exchange tournament. Whoosh! Su Wanyue was the first to attack strongly, her body like the wind, quickly bursting out. Lin Ran didn't dodge, letting Su Wanyue attack. Yesterday, he did this because he wanted to weigh Su Wanyue's level. Now, it was simply unnecessary. Boom! Facing Su Wanyue's swinging fists, Lin Ran punched out, like a cannon firing, with a tremendous sound. Boom! Both fists exchanged blows, crashing out with a heavy sound. Su Wanyue's complexion changed drastically, only to feel a raw pain in her fist, a force far stronger than the last exchange of blows swept over, shocking her body as she continued to retreat, with a hint of staggering. Lin Ran took a step to chase after him, the entire vertebrae behind him popped like a great dragon, driving the force around his body with a terrifying explosive force. One step crossed 20 meters, raising Su Wanyue's long black hair. Boom! Lin Ran swung his fist again, not giving Su Wanyue time to adjust, hitting her crossed arms with one blow, hitting the entire person nearly taking off. What's going on? Shock was written all over Su Wanyue's face. The feeling Lin Ran gave him now was far from what he could compare to yesterday. If it wasn't for the fact that the martial arts being performed were still the same ones, she would have suspected that it was someone else in disguise. Dun 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 dun. Lin Ran's attack was non-stop, multiple martial arts were displayed in turn, violent and powerful, pressing Su Wanyue to wreak havoc, giving the many spectators a feeling like a huge wave smashing a flatboat. In less than 100 moves, Lin Ran swung his fist out, and with a loud boom, it struck Su Wanyue's waist and abdomen. A tremendous amount of might erupted out, hurting Su Wanyue so much that it was hard for her to bear, bending over and falling to her knees as she did yesterday. Winner, Blood Beast Martial School, Lin Ran. At the referee's announcement, Su Wanyue struggled to get up, and raising her sight, she blurred to see a slender back, striding with a steady pace. Lin Ran's pre-match words suddenly rang in her mind. This battle, I don't need to do this again. Chapter 17 Mayfly in Heaven and Earth. The clamor of voices resounded throughout the arena. As the second player to advance to the top 8, Lin Ran received an equally huge amount of attention, coupled with his status as a newly promoted martial artist and the immense controversy on his body. The heated debates he caused amongst the audience were no less than those compared to Li Shanha, who had made the first move. Shen Honglian had deliberately come over to watch the battle and looked at Lin Ran, who was walking with a faint smile, with slightly complicated eyes. Puzzled, skeptical, shocked. She had watched with her own eyes how Lin Ran had gotten stronger. The amount of enhancement gained in a day was more than many people had gained in a year. Last Monday, when he came to the Blood Beast Martial School for special training, he was only at the middle stage of the 7th stage of evolution and couldn't beat her with one hand. In less than a week, she could suppress Su Wanyue, who was even stronger than her, with ease. At this moment, Shin Honglian no longer had the idea of being battered in her heart. The gap between the two sides was too great, and there was no point in comparing them. A mayfly would not be humbled by the vastness of heaven and earth. What are you thinking about? Lin Ran came closer, raised an eyebrow, and said, the reward for the 16 into 8, I'll have to trouble you to advance it again. Good. Shin Honglian subconsciously nodded her head, but when she reacted, she couldn't help but raise her volume and said, you ran out of those bone-strengthening dawn from yesterday? Lin Ran spread his hands and smiled, saying, the cultivation speed is faster. This is not faster, it's ridiculously fast. Shin Honglian's heartbeat accelerated and seemed to think of something, immediately saying, what level is your great son Jean Law's martial artist chapter? Don't tell me it's the Inquisitive Realm again. The martial artist chapter of the Jean method, compared to the evolution chapter, the difficulty were qualitatively and exponentially skyrocketed. Lin Ran shook his head, no. Seeing this, Shin Honglian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment, the Lin Ran in front of him raised an eyebrow and smiled, however, it's not far off, and the realization realm is almost at the end of its journey. The corners of Shin Honglian's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. She was considered a genius at high and low levels, practicing the Jean method, the same one of the 9 Jean methods announced by the government free of charge. The current realm of the martial artist chapter could barely advance to the minor achievement realm. It is not that she is not perceptive, as far as she knows, the strength of the strong Yi Tang Yun, the realm of the Jean Law martial arts chapter, also only the peak realm. The top 8 in the junior martial artist category were gradually decided. After some rest, the 8 into 4 ring battle began. Lin Ran's luck was good. The opponent of this battle, his strength was about the same level as Su Wanyu. Facing Lin Ran, whose limbs and spine were all quenched, he had absolutely no hope of winning, and after holding on for dozens of moves, he was sent flying by Lin Ran's punch and fell out of the ring. After the battle, Lin Ran got his reward of 12 bone-strengthening pills. After I use these up, the number of bone-strengthening pills I've taken will reach 66, and for the bones that aren't tempered, I'm guessing that there's only a few left. Lin Ran's heart was filled with anticipation as he found a corner and took the medicine to cultivate. His strength, once again, climbed. On the other side, other than the ring where Lin Ran and Li Shanhe were, the other two groups of players, one after the other, split the winners and losers. And then, the drawing of lots for the semifinals began. When the results came out, one person was worried and one person was overjoyed. The one who was worried was Li Shanhe's opponent. The happy one was Lin Ran's opponent. The difference was that the former's mood hadn't changed after he faced Li Shanhe, and was beaten to a standstill, struggling to carry on for 10 rounds. But the latter's joy was swept away when he faced Lin, and then, this boy who dyed red, green, and yellow and appeared to be a bit of a rebel, his heart was swept away, and his 2 eyebrows, which were also dyed in the same 3 colors, knitted up tightly. Lin Ran's performance did not match his pre-match prediction. He had seen Lin Ran's ring battles, and his strong points were mainly in the martial realm. But he was one of the lucky 3 out of 100,000, also mastering a superior fist technique of the Inquisitive realm, plus the existence of secondary refinement in some of the palm bones and finger bones. He deserved to be stronger than Lin Ran. Thud! The 2 fists penetrated through the air and ruthlessly collided together, erupting with a loud sound, like the air was about to explode. In the crossfire, the rebel boy's figure shook, slightly leaning back. The amplitude was a bit smaller than Lin Ran. Woo! Taking advantage of the fact that he was able to stabilize his body faster, he raised his leg and struck out, wanting to grab an attack, but just as the power exploded within his body, there was already a shadow cast down in front of his eyes. It was Lin Ran's high-raised leg that smashed down, pressing against the strong wind, like a chopping axe. Lin Ran did strike his leg later, but with his stronger realm, he struck first. Bang! The rebellious boy could only change his stance midway, choosing to rack his arms to block, and with a powerful collision sound, he was smashed and staggered backward. Whoosh! Lin Ran took a step out, adding the power of the spirit wind maneuvering technique, like a catapulted javelin, and in the blink of an eye, he chased after the rebel boy's body, further launching his suppression. Knock knock knock! Lin Ran executed various martial arts in turn. His attacks were dense and furious, sweeping out like a raging storm. The rebel boy's slight lead in the power of a single attack was far from being able to erase Lin Ran's significant advantage in multiple martial arts. In less than half an hour, with a booming sound, Lin Ran punched the rebel boy squarely in the chest, sending him flying out, rolling multiple times in the ring, never able to get up again. Winner, Blood Beast Martial School, Lin Ran. With the referee's loud pronouncement, Lin Ran advanced to the finals and would fight Li Shanhe, who had advanced even earlier, for the Ultimate Championship. The scene was abuzz, like cool water being poured into boiling hot oil, and the many heated voices almost toppled the ceiling. Call someone who knows martial arts to come here and explain to me properly what it means to be a newly promoted martial artist. It's so easy to get excited about striking the strong with the weak. What do you care if Lin Ran calls it weak? One martial art is all at the ultimate realm. It's so high it's scary, okay? Many spectators were unsettled, very surprised and shocked by Lin Ran's promotion. In fact, including Lin Ran himself, before the exchange tournament began, he hadn't expected him to make it to the final. Phew! Lin Ran was still quite calm, and after lightly exhaling a breath, he all but suppressed the rising emotions and stepped down from the ring to Shin Honglian's body. Strong bone Dan, I've already told someone to go and buy it, a total of 20, it will arrive right away. Shin Honglian's tone was flooded with exuberance. Lin Ran smiled and said, it's still early, there's no rush. The finals of the 5 categories, all of which were the most important, would be held in order of level, from lowest to highest. The finals of the junior martial artist category, ranked last, was predicted to kick off between 4 and 6 p.m. It was enough for him to complete all of his bone tempering. Shin Honglian was equally clear, but didn't dare to be careless, and as soon as the 20 bone strengthening pills arrived, she immediately handed them over to Lin Ran to cultivate. Chapter 18, Second hardening of the bones is just a thing. Hand holding a pinch. Competition area. A corner with relatively few people. Lin Ran was sitting cross-legged, his hands pinching seals as he practiced. Buzz. When the last piece of bone was quenched, Lin Ran's body shook violently, and a sense of sublimation swept through his entire body. Lin Ran secretly realized and felt new and strange. In this cultivation, he was only a few bones short of being quenched, and the increase in strength and speed was relatively average. However, after all the bones were quenched, the bones around his body were as complete as one, and he was more comfortable mobilizing them. This kind of implicit enhancement had the same contributing effect on battle power. Many victories and defeats were only a matter of millimeters. Lin Ran glanced at the time, it was still early for the match, and after a little contemplation, he took another bone strengthening pill. Try the second bone quenching. Shin Honglian had specifically emphasized to him before that the secondary bone quenching required special precious medicines, and according to normal cultivation, the progress would be extremely slow. However, Lin Ran felt that his normal cultivation was unnaturally fast. The result might be different. Just as he attempted to quench, Lin Ran's heart suddenly jumped, and a wave of dismay mixed with surprise surged out. It was more than different. It was almost exactly the same as the first time he quenched his bones. There wasn't the slightest bit of difficult and obscure resistance. Lin Ran took bone strengthening pills one after another, and within an hour, used up all the remaining bone strengthening pills. The second bone quenching of the entire right arm was mostly completed. The progress is fast, it's just that the amount of medicinal power consumed is much higher, roughly 3 times as much as the first bone quenching. On average, one strong bone pill will allow one bone to complete the secondary bone quenching. Lin Ran secretly analyzed, his heartbeat vaguely accelerating. If he were to let go of his cultivation, he could complete the second bone quenching by staying up all night tonight. Only, the problem is in letting go of cultivation. Calculating the cost of the secondary bone hardening, Lin Ran's veins jumped on his forehead. The bone strengthening Dan was $50,000 apiece, he would have to take almost 200 more, almost $10 million would have to be spent. This spending. Lin Ran genuinely felt that it was expensive, but he was also clear that it was actually super cheap compared to the secondary bone hardening. The price-performance ratio was directly pulled full circle. Replacing it with a specialized treasure medicine, it would be more than 3 to 5 times as much. Moreover, the medicinal power is not wasted, the enhancement effect of the secondary bone quenching is even higher compared to the first time. Lin Ran gently raised his right arm with a sense of power. Compared to before the second bone quenching, it was boosted by more than 30%. The second quenching of the right arm was only half completed. If all of it was completed, along with the spine completing the second quenching, the explosive power was estimated to be doubled. In actual combat, a doubling of the power gap is enough for a force to be reduced by 10. I still have to try to complete all the secondary bone tempering. Lin Ran secretly made up his mind. The enhancement of the secondary bone tempering made his heart flutter. Moreover, he completed the first bone quenching at a cost of 3 to 4 million, comparing it to 10 million, there wasn't much of a difference. It even feels a bit less. Lin Ran reassured himself. Then, he got up and left, sweeping his gaze around and finding Shin Honglian once again. All the bones have been quenched? Shin Honglian counted the amount of bone strengthening pills Lin Ran had taken. Right. Lin Ran answered and directly asked, "You told me yesterday that the reward for the winner of the junior martial artist category is a piece of armored dragon blood crystal, right?" Shen Honglian nodded and said, "It's quite precious. It takes a large amount of black hell armored dragon blood to be purified before a blood crystal can be refined, which can be directly used to quench the bones for a second time. After thinking about it," she added, "it can probably allow all the bones of one hand to complete secondary bone hardening." "What about the market price?" Lin Ran then inquired, "About how much can it be?" Shen Honglian was stunned to hear this and said, "If you win the finals you wouldn't be trying to sell the armored dragon blood crystals, would you?" Lin Ran told him truthfully, "There is this idea." Shen Honglian looked Lin Ran up and down, her eyes were surprised, and reminded, "You're less than 17 years old, you're still very young, it's possible to impact the secondary bone quenching, not to mention all of it, even if you only complete one palm, it's still not a small improvement." However, she and Lin Ran had known each other for less than a week after all, so it wasn't good to intervene too much. Shen Honglian then mentioned the price, said, "Armored dragon blood crystal, this kind of treasure medicine, there is no stable source of supply, shelf life, and short, either internal trading, or on the auction, cheaper 3 to 5 million to take, to meet the buyers scrambling up, a few million cannot pocket the bottom." Lin Ran rubbed his chin, eyes hidden light, said, "This champion is to desperately take. Finding a suitable buyer, the money for the secondary bone hardening would almost be enough." It couldn't be better. Shen Honglian was happy to see it. The Blood Beast Martial Hall's best ranking in the past was a round trip to the top 16 in the quasi martial artist category. Lin Ran's entry into the finals had long exceeded her and Yi Tingyun's expectations. Just thinking about the opponent Lin Ran was going to fight, the smile on Shen Honglian's face was gone, and she said seriously, "Be careful, Li Shanha was promoted to martial artist at 15 years of age, a year earlier than you, and now 5 years have passed, and he's still a junior martial artist, definitely for the purpose of secondary bone quenching, and with the way he's been acting in today's ring battle, it is possible for all of them to be quenched for the second time." Understood. Lin Ran was naturally clear about the power of secondary bone quenching. Moreover, he had swept a few glances with his afterglow at Li Shanha's ring battle before, and his boxing, body techniques, and leg techniques were all quite profound. However, Lin Ran remained calm. The day of Friday, less than 12 hours to advance to the minor achievement realm, counting the time, now almost 2 days, it's time to advance another realm. Between his thoughts rising, Lin Ran was calculating, his brain's electrical signals abnormally active. Near noon, the first arena in Shanghai City was flooded with densely packed spectators. The semi-finals of the 5 groups had all been played, and the finals would be unfolded in order at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Among them, the one that attracted the most attention was naturally the junior martial artist category. Whether it was the spectators, the other eliminated competitors, or the higher-ups of the tournament committee, they were all talking about the winner. To be honest, although Li Shanhai is very strong, I actually favor Lin Ran more. One of the executives rubbed his chin, his hair white, and said, "This kid has strength that I've seen for the first time since I grew up until half of my body was in the ground." Someone on the side echoed, "This kid taking strong bone pills like eating sugar beans, 2 days down, taking more than 80, if there is no waste of energy, I estimate that all have been all quenched bones." This speed. Is awakened devouring class alien ability? Can't say for sure, but I think that even if all of them have quenched their bones, they won't be able to defeat Li Shanha. Another senior voiced out, the head of a large martial arts school, saying, "I've gotten the exact news that Li Shanha has already quenched all of his bones for the second time, and the Li Clan Consortium has allowed him to participate in this exchange tournament precisely because they're preparing to make a splash." TSK. All secondary bone quenching, the Li family's depth is still deep. Once Li Shanha is promoted to intermediate level martial artist, with the twice quenched bones nourishing the blood around his body, how strong must all the body indicators be? In a word, flesh-mounted mecha. In the face of Li Shanha's secondary bone quenching, even though these executives were well informed, each of them was not still in their hearts. That was a very extraordinary achievement. Chapter 19, When I make a slight move, I'm comparable to a Super 2 transformation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the arena was packed with people, and the finals of the Evolution 7 Dan category started on time. Then, Evolution 8. Evolution 9 Dan. Quasi-martial artist. Lin Ran looked calm and collected, without much nervousness about the upcoming finals, and at this moment, he stood under a ring, watching the finals between 2 quasi-martial artists. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Lin Ran's face. He heard a system tone that resounded through his mind. Your Heaven's Wrath has been promoted to the Grand Completion realm. At the Minor Achievement realm, one could initially display the might of a martial art. The grand completion realm was enough to make a name for the martial art. The Wrath of Heaven, moreover, was a spiritual martial art, and the key was extremely powerful. Lin Ran took out his pocketed right hand, his 5 fingers were slightly open, and with a spin in the air, a dazzling arc of electricity burst out. In an instant, a terrifying aura flashed by, startling the hearts of multiple nearby spectators into throbbing, uncontrollably tensing their bodies and turning their heads to look around, not understanding what was happening. Lin Ran smiled faintly, dispersing the might of the Wrath of Heaven. Very good. In a short amount of time, the finals in the ring were split, with an older quasi-martial artist winning the bout. Immediately, the final of the junior martial artist category kicked off. At the same time, this was also the last final match. Everyone's eyes were all focused on a ring in the center of the arena. At 3:45, under all eyes, Lin Ran and Li Shanha ascended the ring together, each sizing up the other, their eyes blazing, not saying a word, with a kind of oppression on the eve of a storm. For the information about Lin Ran's zero bone quenching, Li Shanha must have been slightly novel, but there was not a single thought of contempt in his heart. To be able to reach the finals, one would not be weak. On the opposite side, Lin Ran was similarly silent, waiting quietly. The tournament begins. The moment the referee's voice fell, the 2 figures in the ring moved at the same time. Li Shanha took large strides, like a tiger pouncing down the mountains, his aura intimidating. Lin Ran was even more athletic, adding the power of the spirit wind maneuvering technique, like a swift wind moving across the sky. Both of them had no intention of dodging, and went straight towards each other, both coincidentally choosing the white-hot fighting style as soon as they came up. Open! Li Shanha shouted coldly, exploding his full strength as he swung his fist forward, pressing out substantial waves of air. Lin Ran's black hair fluttered about, his eyes fearless and sharp as he directly raised his arm to meet the attack, and with a loud boom, he struck out an open tablet cannon fist. Dang! In a loud sound, the 2 fists clashed, like 2 cannonballs breaking through the air, ruthlessly colliding together. Li Shanha's figure shook and leaned back, not weak in amplitude. Lin Ran, on the other hand, retreated violently, his legs continuously stepping on the ground, emitting heavy sounds, appearing to exert himself very hard. It was only after withdrawing a full 7 or 8 steps that he stabilized his figure. Phew! Lin Ran lightly exhaled. After several matches in the ring, it was the first time he had fallen into such a serious disadvantage in a head-to-head encounter. The strongest opponent he had encountered before was the rebellious youth from the semi-finals, who barely beat him by a single step. Woo! Li Shanha's pace was powerful, wrapped in a gust of wind as he quickly chased after him. Lin Ran responded calmly, his feet stomped with force, propelling his body to move out horizontally, avoiding Li Shanha's pursuit while at the same time circling around to his side. Boom! Taking advantage of the power of his stance, Lin Ran grabbed the first attack and swung out a fist like a cannon firing, striking directly at Li Shanha's solar plexus. He was able to reach the finals, and the merit of the spirit wind maneuvering technique, a body technique, was no less than the open tablet cannon fist. Past opponents, when faced with the suppression of his stance, would basically be stretched to the limit. Li Shanha glimpsed Lin Ran's movements, his face did not look different, he just raised his left arm to protect the side of his face, and with a thud, blocked the incoming punch. Taking a solid hit from Lin Ran's all-out open tablet cannon fist, Li Shanha inevitably wobbled. Especially his left forearm, which had almost moved inward to the point where it was pressed against his cheek. However, his center of gravity was calm and steady, and with a twist of his waist and abdomen, he kicked out in a smooth manner, countering his defense with an attack. Whoosh! The tip of Li Shanha's kicked out tautly, like a javelin breaking through the air, interspersed with sharp cracking noises, stabbing towards Lin Ran's chest. Lin Ran is clear about the power gap between the two, defense will only be taken advantage of by Li Shanha, a fist is swung out, like a cannonball out of a cannon, choosing to attack his defense. Dang! Lin Ran quickly retreated, unloading while pulling away. Li Shanha took a big step forward, chasing after him just like before, engaging in intensive suppression. Dunk 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 dunk. The 2 figures swiftly weaved in and out of the ring, constantly exchanging blows as the might of various martial arts erupted one after another in a fierce collision. Many spectators stared with wide eyes, holding their breath as they watched. It was the first time amongst the opponents Li Shanha had encountered that such an intense situation had occurred. However, they could also see that Lin Ran had fallen into a disadvantage, in being suppressed by Li Shanha, and the multiple attacks he was striking out, punches, finger techniques, and leg techniques, were all struggling to pose an effective threat. It can't be helped, the difference between once quenched bones and twice quenched bones is there. The several martial arts mastered by Li Shanha are equally not weak, pressurizing and not giving room for cross-step fighting. How can this make Lin Ran fight? For Lin Ran to be able to fight like this, it already surprises me. The margin for error is not the same. Lin Ran can basically be declared defeated after taking a blow. Li Shanha's resistance to 3 or 5 moves is not much of a problem. Facing the situation in the ring, the crowd felt normal. Even if they didn't know that Li Shanha had completed his second bone tempering, they could see from the previous matches of the promotion that Li Shanha had struck a crushing stance that no one could match. Lin Ran was similarly a bit worse. Thud. Another heavy exchange. Li Shanha lifted his knee and impacted it like a train running out, shaking Lin Ran so much that he pulled himself up and did a backflip before dislodging the force. However, when Lin Ran landed, his waist and abdomen sank slightly, immediately stabilizing his center of gravity. Still flexible. Li Shanha let out a long breath, and had to admit that in terms of stance alone, he didn't have the advantage. His speed was faster, but in terms of agility, change of direction, maneuvering and other details, he was a step weaker than Lin Ran. Lin Ran raised his arm and shook off his sore palms as he similarly commented, "A body that has completed the second bone tempering is somewhat perverted." The corner of Li Shanha's mouth pursed out an arc as he said, "You can choose to admit defeat. It's far from the time at the moment." Lin Ran's tone was slightly deeper, "As long as you hit the vitals, you won't be able to carry it as usual." "But I don't think you can hit it." Li Shanha was very strong, with his own pride and confidence, directly attacking again, but just as he raised his paw, he abruptly froze in mid-air. Crackling. The sound of lightning leaping swept across the field. At this moment, Lin Ran's dark eyes suddenly lit up with a brilliant light, like silver lightning reflecting in the night sky. His head of black hair danced without wind, and a path of electric arcs actually burst out from his body, like swimming silver snakes encircling his body, permeating a kind of intimidating pressure, causing Li Shanha to feel palpitations, not daring to make a move. The strongest spirit martial art in Shanghai won. Wrath of Heaven. Chapter 20, How Can You Blame Me? You're even more numb if you touch it. Wow. When looking at the ring that surrounded the figure of Thunder and Lightning, originally due to watching the battle and slightly quiet scene, steeply noisy, like a huge stone into the water, stirring up 1,000 layers of waves. Changed. Changed? This is the promotion of intermediate level martial artist. Is not right. Intermediate level martial artists similarly cannot externalize substantial energy, only mastery of chi and blood senior martial artist can do. It's either a supernormal ability or a high realm spirit martial artist that can do this. It's really awesome. Why do I feel like this scene is familiar? It seems like the same lightning wash appeared in the city's high school tournament a few decades ago. The audience was unsettled, including those senior members of the tournament committee and the heads of the major martial arts schools, all of whom changed their faces. Especially those who vaguely recognized Heaven's wrath were in awe. The strongest spirit martial art that had been dormant for many years in Mountain and C1 had once again been cultivated by someone, coming out of nowhere. Crackling. Electricity flashed as Lin Ran took a step out and rushed towards Li Shanha, who was like an enemy, his black hair fluttering about, lightning peers all around him, sweeping through the long sky, filling the air with a terrifying sound. Whoosh! Li Shanha didn't dare to be careless, his feet stepped as fast as he could, choosing to dodge at the first opportunity. But the ring space was limited, and his stance wasn't stronger than Lin Ran's, and before long, he had already been forced close by Lin Ran. Dodging further is not a solution. If you want to win the match, you definitely have to take it hard. Li Shanha took a deep breath, very decisive, and swung a fist hard. My fist power is higher than Lin Ran's, I can shock him back. The exchange of strikes will be very short, perhaps not much lightning will hurt me. Secondary bone quenching of the entire body, again, no. Facing Li Shanha's incoming fist, the corner of Lin Ran's mouth pursed out a cold arc as he raised his right arm and slapped out a palm. Ka-ching! In an instant, the electric arcs that circled Lin Ran's entire body, as if they were commanded to do so, all surged towards his right arm, like a dazzling torrent, and at the moment when the two of them exchanged blows, all of them penetrated into Li Shanha's fist. Bang! The fists and palms exchanged blows, but there was no sense of powerful force before, only a low impact sound. Li Shanha's body froze, his head full of black hair stood upside down, and electric arcs flickered all over his body, jumping out from time to time. A strong sense of electric shock swept through his entire body, raging wildly. He could hardly even maintain the power of his fists, not to mention repelling Lin Ran, and in this exchange, he was nearly slapped to the ground by Lin Ran. Boom! Without waiting for his right hand to be withdrawn, Lin Ran directly swung out his left arm, like a cannon firing, and struck out an open tablet cannon fist, pressurizing the air to the point where it exploded. Not good. Li Shanha's pupils shrunk steeply and violently, wanting to step out to intercept, but the electricity raging within his body slowed his movements, and he simply couldn't make it in time. He was decisive and immediately tensed his entire body, allowing Lin Ran to smash his chest with a punch. Thud! Li Shanha flew out backwards, and before he could land, a mist of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Just as Lin Ran had judged, relying on physical strength alone, the second time quenching the bones of Li Shanha, as usual, could not withstand his attack. The next moment, with a bang, Li Shanha fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times. Fortunately, the lightning that was ravaging his body was weakening because there was no externality to replenish it. The second quenching of the body and extremely powerful, Li Shanha waist and abdomen a pop, fierce force, actually like carp stand up. But just raised his head, reflected in the line of sight, was a pair of electric sparkling eyes, taking in the heart. Lin Ran killed close to the front, as the wrath of the heavens operated, a new lightning swirled around his body, reflecting in all directions. He raised a hand, his 5 fingers slightly open, pressing down on Li Shanha's chest. Ka-ching! A torrent of lightning poured out, penetrating through the martial arts clothing and skin, penetrating into Li Shanha's body. The lightning from the previous strike hadn't completely dissipated, and new lightning raged once again, causing Li Shanha's 5 senses to struggle in pain and his expression to distort. Ugh! Lin Ran took advantage of the opportunity to attack and kicked out upwards with a high leg, like a swung ally baguette, wrapped in a strong wind, striking directly at Li Shanha's head. Seeing this, Li Shanha clenched his teeth and desperately fought against the lightning in his body, raising his arms up to protect his head. This part of his body was different from his chest. If Lin Ran kicked him, he would definitely pass out. Definitely lose. Suddenly, Lin Ran's raised right leg shook, using his knee as a pivot to change the braking trajectory of his calf, and with a thud, he ruthlessly struck Li Shanha's undefended right abdomen. The powerful force penetrated through the muscles and fascia, blasting the dense nerves surrounding the liver. One blow exploded the liver. Intense pain surged in like an open floodgate. Li Shanha couldn't help but grunt in pain and fell to the ground uncontrollably. This strike, Lin Ran's pro forma change of stance, was just a more common change of line kick in the leg technique, but Li Shanha, whose entire body was stiff and numb, was simply too late to resist it. Lin Ran did not stop moving, mobilizing the power of heaven's wrath. A torrent of lightning coalesced and hit Li Shanha once again. And then, with a boom, Lin Ran added another open tablet cannon fist. The situation on the field changed drastically in an instant, showing a one-sided situation. In less than a minute, Li Shanha was seriously injured, his mouth full of blood, his martial arts uniform almost shattered into pieces, and his exposed skin was either green and red and swollen, or cracked and gushing blood. Under the suppression of heaven's wrath, Li Shanha was slow to move. Facing Lin Ran's attacks, he was completely unable to fight back, equivalent to a humanoid sandbag. Dang! Lin Ran struck out with a punch so powerful that it sent Li Shanha flying out horizontally, more than 10 meters before he slammed heavily on the ground, nearly falling out of the ring. Li Shanha desperately struggled, unwillingness written in his eyes, wanting to fight again, but the arms supporting his body trembled violently, making it difficult for him to stand up. At that moment, a pair of feet came into his sight. Lin Ran stepped forward, piercing electric aura shooting out from his eyes, cold and sharp, an arc of electricity bursting out, surrounding his body, brewing a terrifying might. The match is terminated. The referee didn't dare to continue and promptly called off the match. A few more moves and I'm afraid that someone would have to be killed. The referee's voice sounded like it drained the last ounce of strength from Li Shanha as he closed his eyes and let his body fall to the ground. As a son of the consortium, fighting with his second bone tempering, he never thought he would lose. Phew! Lin Ran dispersed the lightning around his body, gasping for air under his breath, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. There was excitement about getting the victory. There was also surprise at the wrath of heaven. This spirit martial art, the burden on the body was actually not small, but the power was really powerful. It was only because Li Shanha had completed the second bone tempering and his body was tough that he was able to carry it several times. If he were to be replaced by the previous Su Wanyu, he would be able to touch his entire body for half a day, and he would not be able to even scream. The atmosphere of the entire arena became more and more agitated. At this moment, the referee used his chi and blood to vibrate his vocal cords, and the voice announcing the winner resounded through the sky, clearly reaching the ears of every spectator. Champion, Blood Beast Martial School, Lin Ran. Chapter 21. I want to go on. I will walk on. Amidst thunderous applause, Lin Ran stepped down from the final ring, and a staff member immediately greeted him with a smile and brought him to a VIP lounge. The exchange tournament was not yet over, and the next step would be to award the champions of the 5 categories in turn. On the other hand, there was also a desire to make the atmosphere of the scene a bit calmer to prevent any accidents. This final match had already attracted the most attention, and in the process, Lin Ran had steeply turned the tide of battle, displaying a thunderous power that was beyond everyone's expectations, and taking the victory in one fell swoop. Strong and domineering. It was really shocking. Looking at all the previous exchange competitions, no one dared to say whether Lin Ran was the strongest champion. But in terms of impressing people, he was undoubtedly second to none. Lin Ran, congratulations. Shin Honglian smiled as she walked into the lounge, not hiding her happiness. Lin Ran was representing the Blood Beast Martial School, and although it was only titular, it would be greatly beneficial to the enrollment of the Blood Beast Martial School in recent years. Indeed, it is a happy event. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "The rewarded armored dragon blood crystals, I'll be able to get them in a few minutes, do you want to buy them?" He was able to get the championship. Shin Honglian had contributed a lot. If the price was right, it was just the right deal. Shin Honglian slightly pondered, shook his head and said, "If it was the first 2 years, I would definitely buy it, but I've polished myself at the junior martial artist stage for long enough, and I can't delay it any longer. If you don't become a senior martial artist before the age of 25, you can't join the Night Patrol Division." Shin Honglian's tone carried a touch of yearning as she said, "I have to seize the time to make a breakthrough, leaving room for impacting a high-level martial artist in the future." Lin Ran nodded and agreed. The Night Patrol Division is a good place to go. Since there is hope, it is possible to put up a fight. Let's hope that we can succeed. Shin Honglian revealed a smile and didn't say much more, then mentioned the armored dragon blood crystal, saying, "The demand for this kind of precious medicine is far greater than the supply. There is no worry about getting it out of the market, just for the quasi-martial practitioners and junior martial practitioners who are participating in this session. It is estimated that there are quite a number of people who would want it, so I can contact them for you, and look for a few buyers to ask for a price." Couldn't be better. Lin Ran directly agreed. Trading face-to-face could save a lot of trouble. Not long after, the staff from before came over and brought him back to return to the competitive area to receive his prize. The champions of the 5 categories took the stage in order. The atmosphere at the scene grew more and more enthusiastic. When Lin Ran took the stage, the agitation reached its peak. A newly minted martial artist winning the championship, no one has ever done it before, and it will be hard to come by in the future. A 17-year-old martial artist champion, truly enviable. Indeed, 17-year-old martial artists aren't particularly rare, but to win the championship in the city is 1 in a million. If I was able to do so back then, why would I be full of sighs today? A sentence of young fame, buried is how many youth and regrets. In my eyesight after living most of my life, this son is extraordinary, destined for great achievements in the future. The clamor of heated discussions mixed with applause rushed over from all directions. Lin Ran looked around, filling his vision with surging crowds and violently flashing flashbulbs. A sense of rustiness couldn't help but well up in his heart. Lin Ran raised his head and looked up, gazing at the dazzling lights of the ceiling, slightly lost in thought. As early as a month or so ago, from the day he came to Shangxia, he had always had a longing for out-of-this-world transcendent power. Only, medium talent, not too high and not too low strength, the status of an orphan. One harsh restriction after another, making the road to rise, out of reach. Lin Ran was clear that through the experience of his 2 lives, it might be possible for him to become wealthy and not worry about food, clothing, and shelter. However, the rise to power at a young age, the path to invincibility, sealing the king and subduing the world. Too many of the things he wished to realize were destined to be reduced to unrealistic fantasies that wouldn't have a single thing to do with him. But at this moment, Lin Ran suddenly realized that a very different and brand new path had appeared under his feet. "I want to go on." Lin Ran returned to his senses and took a deep breath. "I will walk on." The ceremony of awarding the prize was quite solemn. Apart from the famous martial arts masters from various parties, there were also several high-ranking officials from the municipal government as well as the president of the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association present. However, most of the martial artists were competent, and the process was not complicated. The awarding of prizes, congratulations, and speeches, one after another, quickly went through. "See you next year." With a passionate shout from the host, this edition of the Shanghai City Martial Hall Exchange Tournament officially came to an end. Lin Ran had gotten 3 rewards. A medal, a certificate, and a piece of armored dragon blood crystal of the highest value. "I found a buyer, the bid is expected to be the highest, you guys talk about the price first, if you can't negotiate or can't decide, I'll move on to someone else." Receiving the message from Shin Honglian, Lin Ran followed the location hints above and came to the VIP area within the arena, walking into a set of luxurious battle-watching boxes. Shin Honglian stepped forward to receive him, and behind him, on the huge sofa, sat a man and a woman. The girl was quite familiar. It was Su Wanyu who had fought twice. The middle-aged man beside her, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, had a smile on his face and was very gentle, with a slight resemblance to Su Wanyu between his eyebrows. Su Bai. Lin Ran's heart fluttered, guessing the identity of the middle-aged man. Su Wanyu's father. Only, according to Lin Ran's initial inherent impression, this richest mine owner in Shanghai City, who was called Su Bai, was not to say that his face was full of flesh, but at least he had a bit of wildness in his body, and he didn't expect that at a glance. He looked like a teacher who taught culture classes in a university. Sit down. Su Wanyu greeted the two men as they took their seats, her eyes sizing up Lin Ran, saying, "Are you sure you want to sell armored dragon blood crystals? This kind of precious medicine could help martial artists quench their bones for a second time, and Lin Ran was not very old, so normally, he should be eager to lay down a stronger foundation." Right. Lin Ran nodded his head in acknowledgement, his line of sight skimming over Su Wanyu and landing on Su Bai, who was on the side. "Don't look at me, you young people can just talk, I won't interfere." Su Bai relaxedly sat on the sofa, spreading his hands with a smile. "I'm always the honorary vice principal of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Learning that a genius suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the school, I definitely have to stay and meet him, don't mind me. I can make my own decisions." Su Wanyu aggravated her tone and looked straight at Lin Ran, saying, "How much do you want to sell it for?" Lin Ran pondered slightly, poking out a hand and gesturing. Su Wanyu's eyebrows knitted slightly and said, $8 million? No. Lin Ran learned yesterday and shook his finger, saying, 8 figures. Su Wanyu counted in her head, her red lips twitched and she couldn't help but raise her pitch. 10 million? Lin Ran grinned, revealing his white teeth, and reminded, 10 million is indeed an 8-digit number, but an 8-digit number does not only include 10 million. Upon hearing this, Su Bai's eyebrows gently raised, as if he found it amusing. Su Wanyu on the side, on the other hand, was about to be exasperated and laughed, saying irritably, "This is just a piece of armored dragon blood crystal, not a black prison armored dragon. Its demand is great, but it's not priceless yet. The armored dragon blood crystals that have been auctioned off over the years, the ones that can be sold for a price of 10 million, are only a handful of them. Doesn't this precisely mean that for the rich, the price of the armored dragon blood crystal is worth 10 million? Shin Honglian delivered a timely assist. Su Wanyu's breath stuttered and waves nearly rose in her chest, but she still shook her head. It's too high. She felt that agreeing would be an injustice. Lin Ran knocked on the table and said, "How about this? I'll take a step back and make another offer." After saying that, Lin Ran put up 2 fingers. $2 million is definitely more than that. Su Wanyu reacted and said in an ungraceful manner, "Just say how much it is." Lin Ran smiled faintly and said his real offer, 200 bone-strengthening dan. Su Wanyu did some calculations and said breathlessly, 50,000 a piece of bone-strengthening dan, 200 pieces is 10 million, you call this a concession? Don't be hasty. Lin Ran pressed his hand and calmly said, "I've checked the gross profit margin of the strong bone pill, it's probably between 15% and 25%, 200 pieces is not a small amount, plus your family's network of connections, you'll definitely be able to find a first-tier channeler to pick up the goods, it'll probably only cost you $8 million. I know, this price isn't the cheapest, however, the armored dragon blood crystals that are sold at a price of around 8 million, are likewise not in the minority." Lin Ran analyzed it gradually, speaking without haste, "If you agree, I can trade it now, and I won't see any other buyers behind me, it's considered part of my sincerity." Hearing this, Su Wanyu seriously thought hard, subconsciously glancing at her own father. Su Bai shrugged and said, "Looking for your father might as well draw lots, it's not like you don't know that your father never asks about the price when he buys things." Su Wanyu. It would be better to not say this. Su Wanyu no longer thought much about it, took a deep breath, and said, "Fine. I agree. 200 pieces is 200 pieces." Su Bai smiled, took out a cell phone, and said, "I'll contact your Uncle Tang and ask him to find someone to send the bone-strengthening pills over." In less than half an hour, a butler dressed in formal attire rang the doorbell, and after coming in, he opened the password-enabled bag he was carrying, in which 200 bone-strengthening pills were neatly placed. "Happy trading." Lin Ran checked to make sure there were no problems, and then resigned and left. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Wanyu looked towards her own father, lightly exhaled a breath, and asked half excitedly and half nervously, "Dad, I counted this bargaining as a success, right?" Su Bai raised his eyebrows and smiled, half and half. "What do you mean?" Xianyue was stunned. Uncle Tang didn't give you the purchase price? Gave, or his purchase price, less than 8 million. Isn't that a lot cheaper? But I think that what Lin Ran really wants is 200 bone strengthening pills. Su Bai's tone had a touch of certainty in it. If you give Lin Ran $10 million, he won't necessarily agree. Why? For a $10 million deal, he will definitely have to pay a tax. He doesn't have much of an incoming channel, and at the price after the tax, he can't buy 200 strong bone dan. But if you change it to bartering, instead of not having to pay the tax, it will be easier for you to agree to his offer. Su Bai analyzed. What's he buying so many bone strengthening dan for? The rewards from him reaching the finals alone are enough for him to quench his bones once. Su Wanyue was puzzled in her mind. Su Bai held up the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, a flash of brilliance flashing across his eyes. That's what I'm curious about. Chapter 22, Lin Ran's strategy, and for that it's worth giving up multiple battles. Late night. The bright moon hangs high, reflecting on the young man. Lin Ran sat cross-legged by the window of the living room, sinking his mind into cultivation, taking one bone-strengthening pill after another, and when he ate the 188th one, his body shook violently, completing the overall secondary bone quenching. A majestic sense of power swept through his entire body, fierce and powerful. Lin Ran probed his hand, picked up a thick barbell piece, and with a forceful pinch, it easily sank deep. When the finger was removed, a clear fingerprint was branded on it, the slightest bit visible. Without the heaven's wrath of the grand completion realm in your body, it is truly impossible to beat Li Shanhe. Lin Ran was very satisfied with the effect of the second bone quenching. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and mobilized some of the residual medicinal power to attempt another quenching. Previously, when he went online to look up some information on secondary bone quenching, someone had mentioned that 3 times of bone quenching was theoretically feasible. No way. Lin Ran shook his head and stopped cultivating. The quenching of the bones at that moment was very different from before, and it was incredibly difficult. A wave of medicinal power was incorporated into it, and surprisingly, no changes could be detected. Simply using the bone strengthening pill, 10 years wouldn't necessarily complete 3 times of bone quenching, unless there's a large supply of precious medicines such as armored dragon blood crystals. Perhaps it's expected to be done, but that kind of expense is far beyond what I can afford, and Su Wanyue's father would probably have to suffer a meeting. Lin Ran secretly analyzed, and didn't have much of an idea about 3 times of bone quenching. But, not necessarily without a chance. Lin Ran's great son genetic law martial artist chapter had been accumulating insights, and a week had passed, and there was only a hair's breadth away from the highest ultimate realm. It can be reached almost in the morning. The following day, Monday. The distant sky was flooded with a touch of fish belly white, and with the gradual fall of Xingchun, the time of daybreak advanced more and more. Your great son Jin method has reached the ultimate realm. Lin Ran woke up, his eyes bright and full of energy. He was busy with his secondary bone tempering last night, and only went to bed at 4 in the morning, only sleeping for about 2 hours, but it was enough to adjust. Cultivation enhancement was reflected in multiple aspects, not just limited to strength and speed. Boom! Lin Ran slightly operated the Great Sun Jin method. A brand new sense of control surged to his heart, as if a fish was in the water, and as if a bird was ascending into the air. His entire body clearly appeared in his perception. Internal vision. Lin Ran's breath stuttered. This ability could only be initially grasped by advanced martial artists. But the current him was actually able to do so. The bones around his body were as white as jade, with muscles and sinews affixed to them, and a single blood vessel spreading everywhere. Lin Ran's heart couldn't help but speed up and thump. He vaguely had a premonition that the originally unattainable 3 times of bone hardening had taken a turn for the worse at this moment. There were still 12 of last night's bone strengthening pills left. Lin Ran picked up one and took it to cultivate. Not 2 minutes later, he opened his eyes and swallowed all of the bone strengthening pills. Surging medicinal power rushed out, followed by being quickly drained. The 2 finger bones of Lin Ran's right index finger appeared to have a shocking change. Not only did they become whiter and whiter, but they also flowed with a faint fluorescent light. A single bone quenching was a qualitative change for a newly minted martial artist. The second time bone quenching compares to 1 time bone quenching, and the same is true. But 3 times to quench the bone. Lin Ran gazed at the 2 fluorescent finger bones. His heart felt a throbbing sensation. It was a kind of leap in the level of life. The enhancement of this bone quenching was beyond Lin Ran's imagination. Even if there were currently only 2, it was enough to imagine the terror of 3 overall bone quenching sessions. Lin Ran's mind stirred, stimulating the might of heaven's wrath, and a thunderbolt ran out from the middle finger of his right hand, flickering with electricity, about 30 centimeters. Then, he withdrew this lightning and used his index finger, which had undergone 3 times of bone tempering, to stimulate it. Boom! Dazzling electric light illuminated the room as a brilliant thunderbolt was released, like a sharp sword, with a length of over a meter. Lin Ran pursed his lips, his inner waves rising to another level. On the one hand, of course, it was the effect of 3 times quenching the bones. On the other hand, it was equally related to the 3 times of bone tempering. The expense of the process. 12 bone strengthening pills only allowed 2 finger bones to finish quenching. This was still bones that were quite small in size. Spread out, the number of bone strengthening pills needed for 1 bone was estimated to be 8 to 9, 400,000 to hit the bottom. There were a total of 206 bones in the entire body. The total price was approaching a small target. Don't panic. Calm down. Calm down. Lin Ran took a deep breath and tried to keep his face from twitching. I've already gotten through the path of bringing goods in martial arts, so if I can mix it up into the top stream in the future, I guess it's less than a day's commission. In front of the huge spending, Lin Ran could only draw himself a big pie first. Lin Ran took over his cell phone, logged into the live streaming platform, opened the account in the background, and the amount accumulated on it was nearly 3 million. The 2-day exchange tournament over the weekend had caused the sales of the multiple martial arts that he had previously brought with him to skyrocket by a large margin. At the same time, there were also quite a few gift rewards from the netizens watching. Only, compared to the nearly $100 million in expenses, this income was really a bit of a drop in the bucket. It will rise again in the future. Sacred Summer's population far exceeds that of the previous world, and martial arts is the focus of development, so as long as I'm hot enough, I can definitely earn a huge amount of money. Lin Ran wasn't overly impatient and calmly analyzed. Moreover, now that I have an overall secondary bone hardening, when I look at primary martial artists, I'm not invincible or close to it, so I can earn prize money through some martial arts leagues. If I can get good grades, I can also enhance my fame and help bring in martial arts. Lin Ran pondered seriously, already having a general direction. At 8 in the morning, the blazing sun rose high. Lin Ran packed up, put on a black satchel on his back, and went out to school. He still attached great importance to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Sacred Summer's martial arts school was the main pathway to cultivation. Whether it was the resources at their disposal or the strength of their teachers, they were superior to martial arts schools. The latter, more similar to tutoring institutions for the liberal arts, focusing on checking for gaps. Just like the Wrath of Heaven, Lin Ran was able to acquire it for free at the school. If it was at the martial arts center, it would be difficult to spend money, because there was no such top spirit martial arts. Not long after, Lin Ran walked into the school gates. On the other side, the principal's office. Yi Tengyun righteously said, "It's not that I'm joking, I truly feel that the school should grant Lin Ran a special amount of money to help him complete his second bone quenching. How many years has no one mastered this spiritual martial art of Heaven's Wrath? He can't get a week of practice and is already in the grand achievement realm. This is of great significance to the school." The principal sighed and said, "If it was during the school's heyday, with Lin Ran's performance, I would definitely allocate funds for him, but nowadays the school's finances are really tight. Once the funding for Lin Ran is in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, what about those talented martial artists on the varsity team? They have to cultivate as well. And next month is the city's high school league tournament. Good idea. Give it all up." Yi Tengyun looked cold and said, "Lin Ran is only in his second year of high school, there's still a year left. When he grows up next year, he can get back all that he lost." Years of serving in special forces had convinced him of one concept. A strategic victory was worth the great defeat of multiple battles. In his opinion, Lin Ran, like that strategy, could lead Shanghai No. 1 Middle School back to the top. "Instructor Yi, this is a school, not the military." The principal aggravated his tone and knocked on the table with force, saying, "What's more, a second bone quenching requires a lot of effort, and the final result might not be as good as letting Lin Ran be promoted with a single bone quenching. I've emphasized to you, Lin Ran's cultivation speed is extraordinary." The two men argued, each with their own words. Chapter 23. If I offer 3 times to quench my bones, how should your excellency respond? Bang bang bang. Lin Ran knocked on the wooden door of an office, and after a clerk opened the door for him, Lin Ran probed his head and scanned around, saying, "Instructor Yi hasn't come yet?" The clerk shook his head and said, "Just arrived at the school," and went straight to the principal. Lin Ran looked at the time, there was still a while before class started, and said, "I'll wait a while." He wanted to find Yi Tengyun and ask if there was a doorway to another martial arts league. As long as it was the junior martial artist category, with his strength, there was a high possibility of winning the championship. A shortfall of nearly 100 million was too great, so he definitely had to put in more effort. Bang! Suddenly, the door to the office room was pushed open with force and slammed heavily against the wall. Yi Tengyun walked in. The look on his face was cold as ice. Anyone could see his displeasure. Lin Ran stood up, feeling surprised at the sight, saying, "Instructor Yi, what's wrong with you?" Yi Tengyun glanced at him, thought about it, and without hiding it, said, "I think that with your talent, the school should subsidize you to complete the secondary bone hardening, but the principal thinks too much, and wishes to do everything. When the time comes to make a decision, these politicians always have the problem of indecisiveness." After all, he was facing a student. Yi Tengyun didn't say too much and turned to say, "You took the armored dragon blood crystals rewarded by the champion, didn't you? How was the effect?" Lin Ran truthfully said, "It seems that Red Lotus didn't say anything to you. I sold the armored dragon blood crystal yesterday." "Sold it?" Yi Tengyun's face did not look too good. "You're not going to impact the secondary bone tempering?" "No." Lin Ran shook his head, revealing a smile as he directly said, "I've already completed my secondary bone tempering." Yi Tengyun froze on the spot. Lin Ran didn't sell the idea. His spirit condensed and a powerful pressure swept out as if it was materialized, shaking the nearby draped curtains without wind and trembling. The clerk on the side is a quasi-martial artist. At this moment the whole body chills and stands up with a loud bang, out of instinct wants to escape. "You!" Yi Tengyun came back to his senses, staring at Lin Ran with a deadly stare, not knowing what to say for a moment. This pressure, it was indeed the overall secondary bone quenching without a doubt. Lin Ran spread his hands out, the smile on his face even more victorious, saying, "Instructor Yi, the funding you mentioned just now, can you go into more detail, roughly how much? The principal doesn't agree with the secondary bone quenching, what about the third bone quenching?" Yi Tengyun's heart flinched when he heard this, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, and said, "What is the realm of your great son genetic law martial artist chapter?" Luckily, last night I had already entered the inquisitive realm. In the face of this answer from Lin Ran, Yi Tengyun turned straight around and pushed the door. "Come with me, find the principal once more." Lin Ran took a deep breath and followed in large strides. Coming to Yi Tengyun today was too right. The exorbitant expense of 3 times of bone tempering might not need to bother him anymore. Principal's office. Principal Li hadn't finished his cup of tea yet, and when he looked at Yi Tengyun who had gone and returned, he couldn't help but have one head and 2 big heads. But, after all, he was the chief martial arts instructor that he had invited through various people's connections, so he could only speak kindly. "Old Jia, listen to me. It's not that the school is not willing to subsidize Lin Ran, it's really that there is no such money. Next month's citywide high school league, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, as one of the public schools' brand name, surely has to suppress the anger of those noble schools. The varsity's budget can't be chopped, and even more so, it can't just give up on those talented students." Lin Ran stood behind Yi Tengyun, and hearing the last few words, he couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. What did Instructor Yi originally want to do? Yi Tengyun now had a plan and directly said, "Lin Ran has already completed his second bone quenching, he can still complete his third bone quenching, no need for any precious medicines, just less than 100 million bone strengthening dan." On the way here, he had asked for quite a few details. Principal Li had a stunned look on his face, swallowed the tea in his mouth hard and said, "What did you say?" Yi Tengyun said in a deep voice, "Lin Ran's great son genetic laws, whether it's the evolutionary chapter or the martial artist chapter, all of them have reached the inquisitive realm. You should be clear about what this means." Upon hearing this, Principal Li held his breath, his gaze just like Yi Tengyun's before him, staring at Lin Ran with a deadly stare. At this moment, Yi Tengyun delivered the final blow, saying, "With Lin Ran's cultivation speed, this term of the citywide high school league, he might not be able to catch up, but next year's next term, I'm confident that no one will be able to outperform him. Even if those aristocratic schools join forces, it's useless, they'll be crushed by his strength. The financial allocation that Shanghai No. 1 Middle School will receive in the next 10 years will be doubled by 3 to 5 times. Principal Li fell silent, his lips pursed, as if he was in a struggle and thinking hard. After a long time had passed, he took a deep breath before speaking. "Lin Ran, this is not a small amount of funding. In the future, some of the leagues that the school is going to participate in, or face the students who come over to challenge you, when you need to step in, you can't put it off." Lin Ran nodded with a solemn expression and said, "I understand." Getting so many benefits from the school, he definitely had to help with something. Without further ado, Principal Li picked up the phone and commanded, "Get the school's vice principal, director of finance, and minister of resources, all of them, and discuss how to cut the school's expenditures in all areas." Lin Ran secretly exhaled a breath, and all the boulders weighing on his heart dissipated. His 3 times of bone quenching stabilized. However, the specific funding amount, time, supervision process, and other items needed to be discussed together by the school leaders, and could not be finalized at a moment's notice. Lin Ran was in no hurry, walking out of the principal's office and going forward to the training ground for class. Today is Monday, the first 2 sections of the morning are practical classes. The news of Lin Ran winning the championship has long been rumored throughout the school, and there are no more unenlightened students coming over to the offline reel. Even if there is this idea, there is no corresponding strength. Shanghai First Middle School was strong, but the sophomores couldn't pick out many martial artists. The strongest was an intermediate martial artist who had just been promoted not long ago, or a normal once quenched bone-breaking realm, against Lin Ran who had an overall second quenching of the bones and mastered the spirit martial heaven's wrath. It wasn't considered advantageous. Brother Lin, there are so many merchants who want to find you to bring goods. My phone has been busted in the past 2 days. There are no less than 10 single superior martial arts. Zhou Yangyang said with exuberance and full of power. Among them, there is even a body type of spiritual martial arts, which has just been listed for a short while, and the commission percentage given is 10%, and when the sales are high later on, it can be negotiated upwards again. Lin Ran's heart stirred and said, what about the selling price of the spirit martial arts? 219,999, remembered Zhou Yangyang clearly, equivalent to 220,000. Lin Ran nodded and said, this price, it's considered good in the spirit martial. After the new calendar of sacred summer, the martial arts were opened up, and the prices of martial arts enjoyed corresponding financial subsidies, making them quite cheap. Elementary martial arts, around $100 a door. Medium martial arts were usually only 3 to 5 times more expensive. Superior martial arts, often only sold for over 1,000. However, spirit martial arts were relatively much more expensive because of the high threshold, and the audience was mainly advanced martial artists. Brother Lin, take it or not? Zhou Yangyang asked. The merchant behind the spirit martial art requires the anchor to at least be able to perform the Phantom 9 flashes, or else they have to pay the price of a single martial art's simplicity. Take it. Lin Ran had no reason to refuse. He currently didn't have any extra instinct level simplifications in his hands, but after 300 times simplification, it was enough to get this Phantom 9 flashes started in a short period of time. Not only could he make money, but he could also whore out a spirit martial art for nothing. The school only provided resources for 3 times of bone tempering, and the cultivation in the back still had to rely on himself. Lin Ran commanded, have the merchants send over the martial arts simplicity as soon as possible. I'll be ready to start broadcasting with the goods in a few days. Recently, his popularity had skyrocketed, so he definitely needed to eat up this wave of traffic. No problem. Zhou Yangyang nodded his head and said, what about the time and place of the live broadcast? What is the exact format? I'll go ahead and arrange it. Lin Ran shook his head in deep thought and said, I haven't thought about what to do yet. How about an open invitation to battle, with Brother Lin's strength that you won the championship, as long as you limit your opponents to beginner martial artists, wouldn't it be a sure win? Zhou Yangyang suggested. There have been similar ideas, but there are a handful of anchors who take this approach to bring in martial arts. It's not fresh enough, and it doesn't have enough impact on the audience. Lin Ran analyzed clearly, I just won the champion of the junior martial artist category again last week, and fighting against a junior martial artist again will easily make the audience aesthetically fatigued. Think about it in the next 2 days. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and said. Creating heat was one thing, maintaining heat for a long period of time was another. Chapter 24 The Power of a Cement Tanker. Several school leaders were not slow in their work, and after a morning passed, the matter of subsidizing Lin Ran's impact of 3 times of bone hardening fell into place. The school had tentatively provided 1,800 bone strengthening pills. Even if there was an internal purchase price, it was still an astronomical figure. The school leaders didn't dare to be careless, in case Lin Ran resold them privately, requiring him to take them in the cultivation room provided by the school. Lin Ran didn't mind and agreed directly. For the 2 days of the exchange tournament on the weekend, he was openly practicing cultivation. The astonishing cultivation speed was attributed to the Great Sun Gene method of the High Profound Realm, which withstood the prying eyes of outsiders. Near noon, Yi Tingyun brought the first batch of bone-strengthening pills procured by the resource department, which amounted to 500 pills. I'm starting. A flash of anticipation and excitement appeared in Lin Ran's eyes as he took multiple bone-strengthening pills and began to cultivate. When the medicinal power was exhausted, he took the pills again and proceeded to cultivate. Several school leaders watched through the monitor with their scalps tingling. If it was any other junior martial artist, taking bone-strengthening pills like this would only result in one outcome. The entire body would be destroyed by the ferocious medicinal power. Each and every one of them had to admit that today was a long time ago. After all, not to mention the past students, even they themselves were unable to cultivate the gene method to the ultimate realm. Late at night, Lin Ran exhausted the last of his medicinal power. The progress was delightful. Almost all of the bones in both arms had completed 3 times of bone hardening. In the next 2 days, Lin Ran received 2 more batches of bone strengthening pills, totaling 1,000. Such a swift expenditure made the school's books rapidly diminish, and the regulations for the reduction of various expenses were gradually notified. For the vast majority of ordinary students, there wasn't much impact. However, among the top-ranked students, especially the talented martial artists who were selected for the varsity team, it was like a storm sweeping across the oceans, setting off huge waves. What's the situation? All rewards below the top 10 in this year's monthly exams have been cancelled. My entitlement has been slashed. Originally I was able to receive a blood-nourishing powder a month, now it has been changed to 45 days. Is this corruption on the part of the principal? Real corruption wouldn't dare to make such a big deal. I heard from Instructor Ye's assistant that the school is going to put in the blood to cultivate a super genius. Who can have this qualification? The school's strongest Qin Ming isn't qualified. The school was in turmoil, the related heat was extremely high, students everywhere were talking about it, trying to figure out why. Lin Ran didn't have time to pay attention, practicing with all his might. Handful after handful of bone strengthening pills were taken, and there was not a single difficulty in the process. The only small problem encountered was still the flavor of the bone strengthening pill. Eating too much of it made the medicinal flavor abrasive. However, compared to the increase in strength, it was not worth caring about at all. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Ran could have a bone complete 3 times of bone hardening. When the 1,500 bone strengthening pills for 3 days were used up, all of Lin Ran's bones in his limbs and spine had completed 3 times of quenching, in addition to quite a few torso bones. Once the last 300 bone strengthening Dan arrive tomorrow, the overall 3 times of bone quenching will be completed. Lin Ran's heart was on fire as he walked out of the night-shrouded campus. The stars and moon shone brightly, illuminating the road ahead. April 20th, Thursday. Several school leaders of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School gathered in the corridor in front of a cultivation room. As summer drew nearer, the sunlight that spilled down was flushed with a touch of scorching heat, and with their martial arts cultivation, they had long been able to ignore the natural changes in temperature, but looking at the tightly closed door of the cultivation room, a sense of parchedness permeated the hearts of the several people at the scene. How powerful should a junior martial artist with 3 times of bone tempering be? It must be as strong as 3 times bone tempering. Cut out your cold jokes, I haven't been this nervous in decades. It doesn't really matter if it's stronger or weaker, the key is in the back. Intermediate martial artists use their bones to nourish the blood around their body, and all their physical qualities will see a surge. A vice principal took over and said uneasily, an intermediate martial artist with twice quenched bones can be called a meat-loaded mecha, an intermediate martial artist with 3 times quenched bones can grow to what extent? Several people listened with floating thoughts. Principal Li pondered for a while, looked sideways and said, Instructor Yi, can some of the super geniuses secretly cultivated by the military reach this level? Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Some of the secret stories that have been circulating are the truth interspersed with smoke bombs. I'm equally unclear. Yi Tingyun shook his head, his gaze tightly focused on the cultivation room. However, the exact effect, when Lin Ran comes out, everything will naturally be clear. Counting the time, it's almost ready. How expectant. At the same time, inside the cultivation room, Lin Ran was sitting quietly, the pillbox containing the bone strengthening pill in front of him was already empty. As the medicinal power in his body continued to be absorbed, the last piece of bone finished tempering. Boom! Lin Ran's body shook violently, a vast aura permeated out, in the perception of inner vision, 206 bones flashed with bright fluorescence, reflecting the limbs, some scars left behind from his early childhood quickly disappeared, and the skin of his entire body became more and more delicate, better than spiritual jade. This was a leap in the level of life. Flawless. A clear thought surged through his mind. Lin Ran gazed at the bones that were flowing with fluorescent light, and after a slight contemplation, he mobilized the remaining medicinal power and merged it into one of them, quenching it once again. The bones were unchanged. Even if the medicinal power was purified by a few more orders of magnitude, it was still useless. Lin Ran clearly sensed that this was the upper limit of a beginner martial artist's bone quenching, unable to go any further. To put it in a neutral way, this is not my upper limit, but the extreme of martial arts. Lin Ran grinned, his mood extraordinarily pleasant. The realization of the 3 times of bone tempering had gone far smoother than he had expected. Lin Ran no longer lingered, got up and pushed the door, walking out of this cultivation room. Swish swish swish. In an instant, the chatter in the corridor came to an abrupt halt, and a single gaze all looked over and landed on Lin Ran. Overall 3 times of bone quenching? Yi Tingyun was the first to speak, having already detected something strange. Right. With Lin Ran's admission, the silent corridor steeply exploded. Go! Go measure the various data. Is there any special feeling? How much stronger do you think the power is compared to the secondary bone tempering? Several school leaders practically dragged Lin Ran forward to a nearby testing room. A martial artist's basic cultivation could be reflected through a variety of data. For example, ultimate speed, average punching speed, maximum punching power, upper limit of deep squatting, nerve reaction. Among them, the data that best represented a martial artist's cultivation was called peripheral body strength, which was an indicator calculated by integrating multiple data from the body. Peripheral strength 36 tons. Looking at the eye-catching line of data on the display, several school leaders held their breath. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows and said with satisfaction, "It's really quite high." His current full power outburst was enough to lift a fully loaded cement tanker. It's pretty high. Yi Tingyun nodded his head in agreement, saying, "It's stronger than quite a few intermediate-level martial artists." Several school leaders looked at each other, unease written in their eyes. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School had been established for many years, and had produced many stunning geniuses, and several students could be identified who had overcome intermediate-level martial artists by crossing over, but it was still the first time that a student like Lin Ran was stronger than an intermediate-level martial artist in terms of hard power. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "I read that the information says that the peripheral strength of an intermediate-level martial artist is roughly between 20 tons and 60 tons. An intermediate-level martial artist who has been promoted by bone tempering at one time is like this." Yi Tingyun further recounted, "Secondary bone quenching, the upper limit is nearly doubled, and can reach 100 tons of peripheral force in an intermediate martial artist, and the average advanced martial artist is probably at this level. Of course, the premise is to not use qi and blood, purely physical quality." Yi Tingyun added. Lin Ran nodded and raised his hand to point at himself, curiously saying, "What about me?" Yi Tingyun pondered for a while and said, "I think that the guaranteed bottom is doubled again, and a bit higher is also possible. The physical body beating up the qi and blood of a newly advanced martial artist is not a problem at all. It seems like it's time to start breaking the realm quickly." Lin Ran stuck his hands in his pockets and smiled broadly. Chapter 25. I quenched my bones 3 times, and you're looking for me to compare the strength of my circumference? In the face of Lin Ran's 3 times of bone quenching, the school leader's heart was satisfied and excited. Without a doubt, this was a brilliant feat. When Lin Ran grew up, he would be able to lead Shanghai No. 1 Middle School back to the top, or even higher. A predictable and bright path was at his feet. Moreover, for those talented martial artists on the varsity team who were in a foul mood, they would also be able to give an explanation. After all, it was the unprecedented 3 times of bone tempering in Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. It was reasonable to be partial to 1 billion points. That's 3 times of bone quenching. Lin Ran was in a happy mood, equally invigorated, but didn't get carried away, and after separating from the school leaders, he walked directly towards his class, ready to go back to class. After not entering the classroom for 10 days, quite a few of his lessons had been left behind. Of course, with the martial Dao's simplified ability in his body, practicing wasn't difficult for him. But, the deeper one's own martial Dao sense was, the faster one progressed. It was like answering the chicken and rabbit in the same cage, which could be done by both an ordinary high school senior and a school bully, with the latter tending to be faster. Lin Ran could clearly feel that with the completion of the 3 bone tempering sessions, cultivating martial arts was becoming easier and easier. The few superior martial arts that he had taken over in the past 2 days to bring in goods, and occasionally took the time to cultivate them, had already reached an extremely advanced level. The spiritual martial Phantom 9 flashes that he had just gotten last night was just being deduced in his mind, and he was about to touch the opportunity to get started. Open Air Training Ground. This class of Senior Class 18 was a body technique practice class. When Lin Ran arrived, the instruction had already ended and the teacher let the students train freely. Lin Ran didn't care, what mattered to him was actually the theory. Simplified 300 times, it is not an exaggeration to say that as long as the theory is a bit solid enough, 100% of it can be turned into reality. Lin Ran did not idle, found an open space, while comprehending the Phantom 9 flashes, while changing his footsteps to imprint, modifying them one after another. The opportunity to enter the door became clearer and clearer. Compared to the wrath of the heavens, this body technique spiritual martial art was quite a bit simpler. Moreover, compared to when he first came into contact with heaven's wrath, his martial comprehension was too deep. After a short period of time, a prompt resounded through his mind. Your Phantom 9 flashes have been successfully initiated. Lin Ran smiled in satisfaction. This body-spirit martial art, he was already able to execute it, no matter what the final sales were, at least the white whoring was successful. It's only Wednesday today, there are still a few days before the start of the broadcast tape. I'll spend more time practicing and hopefully advance to the minor achievement realm before the tape. Lin Ran was looking forward in his heart. The stronger the prowess displayed in a banding martial art, the better the sales tended to be. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially customized a fake boulder in the first place and buried it into the mountain with Zhou Yangyang overnight. Suddenly, a shadow was cast from the side, interrupting Lin Ran's thoughts. Lin Ran swept his gaze across the ground, and from the curve of the shadow's edge alone, he directly guessed the identity of the visitor. Such an amazing curvature, even among the female teachers in the school, none of them possessed it. Student Su. Looking for me for something? Lin Ran raised his head and looked at Su Wanyu, who was standing in front of him, rather surprised. Are you selling the armored dragon blood crystals just for the 200 bone strengthening pills? Su Wanyu asked the doubt that was pressed in her heart. She had long wanted to find Lin Ran to verify this, and had come to senior class 18 several times, only that she hadn't been able to see Lin Ran in person. Lin Ran glanced at her and said, "Your dad said that to you? How do you know? This has nothing to do with you." Su Wanyu reacted, grinding her teeth in anger, but she suppressed her temper and said, "Why do you want 200 bone strengthening, Dan?" Lin Ran smiled and said, "Cultivation." There was no need to hide this kind of thing, nor could he hide it. Now that he had completed 3 times of bone hardening, the school would definitely build up momentum for him and gradually push him to the forefront. Pull over if you don't want to talk about it. Su Wanyu snorted coldly, not believing it at all. Lin Ran shrugged his shoulders, without the idea of arguing, and directly said, "Is there anything else?" Su Wanyu's heart was unwilling, her eyes staring at Lin Ran as she said, "Don't think that you're the only one who earned it from the last transaction. The armored dragon blood crystal is likewise a precious medicine that I need, it's of great use to me." Su Wanyu's eyes glowed with a bright light, her tone gradually agitated, saying, "I was defeated in your hands twice, but the path of martial arts, always never give up. I'll use my limbs to quench my bones for the second time to promote to the intermediate level martial artist. The upper limit of my body's strength is expected to reach 80 tons. In the future, we'll surely still have the opportunity to fight each other, and I firmly believe that the victory or defeat at that time is yet to be known." After hearing this, Lin Ran raised his eyebrows lightly and looked Su Wanyu up and down. Other than that, the other party's mentality was truly nothing to write home about. "Since you're so confident in yourself," Lin Ran rubbed his chin, revealing a sincere smile, "how about we make a bet?" Su Wanyu was blissfully unafraid, saying, "How to bet?" "Simple, let's just bet on what you said, whose peripheral power is stronger when we're at the intermediate martial artist stage." Lin Ran explained briefly. Su Wanyu's eyes revealed a look of suspicion, and after thinking about it, she followed up with, "What about the bet?" 100 million. Seeing Su Wanyu change her expression, Lin Ran coughed dryly and said, "Such a large amount, surely not. Let's bet on a loan of $100 million, and the winning party will have to return it to the losing party in installments later." Not waiting for Lin Ran to finish his sentence, Su Wanyu gritted her teeth and refused. "Who would make this kind of bet with you?" She was confident that she wouldn't lose, but $100 million, even if it was a loan, was equally nerve-wracking. Lin Ran tried to persuade, saying, "You can get a bank notarized, it doesn't matter if you add a little interest. With my current heat and volume, it's not that hard to earn $100 million and have the ability to repay. I'm not a stupid white girl, you're definitely fraudulent in this. You think you will lose?" As the two were talking, a loud voice came from the front of the area where senior class 18 was located, thick and powerful, shaking the air and vaguely mixed with a sense of oppression. "Is Lin Ran here?" At the sound of the voice, the students in the class turned around one after another to look, curious and open-mouthed. Ever since Lin Ran had won the martial arts school exchange tournament, no student similar to the inch-haired teenager had ever come over to provoke him. Today was the first time. Only, when looking at the handsome boy who had opened his mouth, the clamor rose in all directions, and noisy voices shot up to the sky. How could it be Senior Qin Ming? He's Qin Ming. I can't believe I've seen a real person today, the #1 person in Shanghai #1 middle school, the strongest varsity captain in 10 years. It said that he has been accepted into the Night Patrol Division reserves in the first semester of his senior year. Not surprising, a senior martial artist, and with a flame-based psychic ability in his body, no matter how harsh the selection conditions of the Night Patrol Division are, it wouldn't be so bad that they would brush him off. What's he looking for Lin Ran for? The students murmured as if a pot had exploded. Lin Ran's gaze flickered as he sized up the figure that called him. He hadn't heard much from his classmates about some of Qin Ming's information. Alien energy genius, specially recruited into the school, in the 3 years of large and small martial arts exams, all of them were first in their grades. Now you don't have the heart to swindle me, or think more about yourself. Seeing the current scene, Su Wanyu raised her eyebrows, quite a bit of gloating flavor. Don't look at Qin Ming as the number one person in the school, he doesn't have the demeanor of a master, it's purely a thick-skinned hobnailed meat. During the New Year's festival, he also blocked my father for scholarships, licking his face to say that he can lead the rise of Shanghai No. 1 middle school, suppressing all the teams in the city. He's looking for you, so it's no good. Su Wanyu deliberately intimidated. However, the effect was minimal. Lin Ran looked calm and steadily moved forward until he was facing Qin Ming. Looking for me for something? Chapter 26, a slight strike is already the upper limit of the current realm. A line of sight fell on the two. The entire area was very silent. The watching students didn't dare to utter a single breath, both nervous and excited in anticipation of what would happen next. One was the number one person in the school and had a long-standing reputation. The other was a genius martial artist who had come out of nowhere and was in charge of the school's strongest spirit martial art, Heaven's Wrath. The conflict between the two was truly concerning. I actually don't want to come to you, it's not like I have anything to gain. Facing Lin Ran's gaze, Qin Ming grinned and said, it's just that the school allocated tens of millions of dollars in order to subsidize you, stopping the varsity team's budget in its tracks and causing resentment in the team. Although my treatment wasn't affected, as the captain, I definitely have to set an example and make a claim for them. Many students looked at each other in disbelief as they listened, and their gazes were filled with disbelief as they surveyed Lin Ran. The budget cuts that had caused a furor in the school these past few days were actually caused by Lin Ran. However, how much talent did Lin Ran have to make the school leaders disregard the multiple martial arts geniuses on the school team and make him alone the main focus? What do you want to say? Lin Ran said with an unchanged expression. For things that don't benefit me, I've always taken care of my face. Qin Ming smiled with a full grin. Don't worry, I don't bully people, you're a grade lower than me, I'll fight you with the strength I had last year today. Win, I definitely have to beat you up, sort of give the team members out. If I lose, I can also give an explanation to the team members, a genius who is even better than me, the captain, the school is more biased, it's only human nature. Qin Ming Shang spread his hands, his eyes looked Lin Ran up and down, said, I think you have a certain chance, after all, it's the school's unprecedented 3 times of bone quenching, definitely have the power to cross the battlefield. The information revealed by these words was like a meteorite smashing into a lake, directly stirring up huge waves in the quiet scene. 3 times quenching the bones of few meanings, the overall second quenching the bones of the martial artists are 1 in 10,000. I heard someone say that the single secondary bone quenching cost is going to run towards $100 million, how does 3 times quenching the bone cost about the same? Lin Ran definitely has something extraordinary in his body, 3 times bone tempering only exists in theory. The voices of discussion and marveling rose and fell, it was very noisy. Especially the students with solid martial arts theories were inwardly incredibly shocked, amazed at the achievement of 3 times of bone tempering. Su Wanyu's eyes were dull with disbelief. She understood why Lin Ran wanted the two to make a bet. It was clear that he was luring her into a trap. But at this moment, Su Wanyu didn't have the smugness of recognizing a fraud, and when she thought of the excitement and pride of announcing her future battle, her cheeks couldn't stop the rolling heat. Not yet out of the campus, happy to mention social death. A reminder. Qin Ming revealed a playful smile and said, at this time in my 2nd year of high school, I've been promoted to intermediate martial artist for some time now, with more than 30 tons of force around my body, and I can single-handedly hang on to a junior martial artist with a second bone quenching. Lin Ran locked eyes with him, his gaze sharp, and directly said, match time. That's a promise? Qin Ming gently raised his eyebrows, exuding a sense of disinterest. I can still have a backup plan, do you want to stop listening to it? Lin Ran was in no hurry, saying, no one is keeping you from talking. Qin Ming's smile became even more victorious, saying, originally I thought you wouldn't agree, I was going to force my hand and beat you up. Anyway, next month is the high school tournament, the principal and instructor they're going to lock me up until then at the most. Rollerblade. Still fits. Thinking of Su Wanyu's previous description, Lin Ran no longer dwelled too much and said, first option, name a time and place. Now. Here. A flash of light flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and as the words fell, he directly raised his right arm, aimed at Lin Ran's neck, turned his vertical hand into a sword, and slashed down. Whoosh! A violent storm rose, fierce and unrivaled, shaking Lin Ran's black hair and shaking his school uniform. A few students not far away from each other, their bodies were staggering, to be blown down by the wind. Looking at the rapidly expanding hand blade in his line of sight, Lin Ran looked calm, without a hint of panic, raised his arm and swung his fist, and with a loud boom, he struck out an open tablet cannon fist. Thud! The two exchanged blows and collided heavily. Lin Ran's body was shaken, lifting his leg to take a step back, his feet stomping hard on the ground to resist the force of the counterattack coming his way. The crowd was surprised to find that the expression on Qin Ming's face became out of place, and immediately afterward, his entire body rose up from the ground, and he was actually sent flying sideways by a punch. It was only after more than 20 meters that Qin Ming landed on the ground, the palms of his hands that had exchanged blows flushed with intense soreness. Swish! Lin Ran struck again, his figure flashed, chasing after Qin Ming, his raised right leg kicked out violently, mixed with the sound of violent wind, like a kinetic weapon striking, pressing out a terrifying sound. Thud! Qin Ming fell back once again, his arms that were set up for defense were tightly pressed against his chest, narrowly escaping being violently forced open. He pulled the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but question, isn't 3 times of bone quenching a bit too outrageous? How can the physical quality of a beginner martial artist be stronger than an intermediate martial artist? You've even considered your own defeat, can't you think of this point? Lin Ran pressed on with every step, very quickly, like a phantom traveling through the world, closing in on him forward. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Qin Ming took a deep breath and exploded his full battle power. Envisioning defeat is only because I like to think through things, such as you having a powerful undercard, just like my supernatural ability. Bright flames burst out, sweeping outward along Qin Ming's circumference, rising violently. In an instant, a tall humanoid flame coalesced and took shape, more than 3 meters in length, dazzling and scorching, running wildly straight towards Lin Ran. Along the way, the ground, scorched black traces appeared, vaguely with fine cracks. Fire-type supernatural ability. Lava giant. Rolling waves of heat pounding on his face, Lin Ran fearlessly moving forward, as a thought flashed through his mind, cold electricity covered his eyes, large swaths of purple lightning penetrated the air, a channel as thick as an arm, raging in all directions, causing a commotion and pressure far superior to the heaven's wrath that was cast in the finals of last week. Boom! Lin Ran stepped out with a very strong step, directly slamming into the lava giant, erupting with a huge sound. The next moment, in the midst of many shocked gazes, the flames in the sky exploded, splattering everywhere, and Lin Ran's figure was revealed, unharmed, only that the thunderbolts swirling around his body dispersed many of them, but there were still quite a few remaining, possessing a terrifying might that pressurized the air to explode, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Busted? Qin Ming was dumbstruck, this time, no longer able to maintain his calmness. The lava giant was the greatest aid he had been able to securely rank first in his class. But with a much stronger cultivation, it was actually destroyed head-on. Ka-ching! The sound of lightning striking pierced into Qin Ming's ears, as Lin Ran swung out his fist, the radiant lightning swirling around his body was all mobilized, just like a raging current that opened the floodgates, it rushed out in the sky, smashing fiercely towards Qin Ming. Qin Ming's heart palpitated, rushed to dodge, but was still penetrated by a lot of lightning into his body. Immediately, his body lurched, as if deliberately filmed in slow motion, his speed of movement slowed down to the naked eye. Boom! Lin Ran got up and stepped forward, swinging his fist out with a loud cannon sound, sending Qin Ming flying out, tumbling several times in mid-air. On the way, Qin Ming's body shook around him, stabilizing himself in the air and landing flat on the ground. No more fighting, I've already used my chi and blood, you win. Qin Ming reached out and rubbed his red and swollen cheeks, somewhat depressedly admitting defeat. If he had not mobilized a stream of chi and blood in time to protect his face, he probably would not have a few teeth left in his mouth full of teeth. 3 times of bone tempering combined with heaven's wrath, simply too strong to be reasonable. However, Qin Ming had to admit in his heart that whichever of the two it was not a simple achievement. The spiritual martial wrath of heaven, not a single student in the school had succeeded in cultivating it in decades. 3 times of bone tempering, not to mention. Lin Ran dispersed the electricity coursing through his eyes and said indifferently, "Are things finished? Anyway, I've done my duty as a captain, and your matter is no longer related to me." Xin Ming shrugged, then sighed, a touch of regret showing on his face. If I had known this, I might as well just use the backup plan. It's only a month of confinement, and I don't have to take a punch. Chapter 27, Challenge Out of School. Invincible in the same realm. Xin Ming came directly and left just as sharply, not giving a single excuse for his defeat and leaving in stride. Only, the look on his face had an extra touch of complexity to it. Not only was he defeated, he was also defeated greatly. Suppressed on all fronts. One more time, and it still wouldn't work. He had to admit that it wasn't unreasonable for Lin Ran to be able to obtain funding that far exceeded what the school had given him. As Xin Ming left, the hot and dry atmosphere of the scene did not diminish a bit, and a gaze fell tightly on Lin Ran, permeated with shock. For 3 years in high school, Xin Ming had been the undisputed number one in his grade, and could be seen as a one-of-a-kind existence. However, the battle power of the same period of time was actually not as good as Lin Ran. This is grade number 1? A month or so ago during the monthly exams, Lin Ran and I were still at the same level as the bottom of the class. The rise of a super genius is always unexpected. I think it's perfectly normal, after all, the big tens of millions of dollars smashed down in my place. I'm sorry, I'm not worthy. The voices of discussion became more and more noisy. Lin Ran adjusted his breath. There were no violent emotional ups and downs in his heart, and with a sweep of his gaze, he unexpectedly saw Su Wanyu still in the crowd. After thinking about it, he stepped straight over and coughed lightly. The matter of the bet, do you want to talk about it again? The hell with betting with you on an intermediate level martial artist's circumference. Annoyed and ashamed, Su Wanyu turned around and walked away, her steps flying. The theoretical 3 times of bone tempering exceeded her by too much, and was simply not on the same level. Lin Ran's line of sight shifted downward, gazing at the outline of the distant shadow, secretly shaking his head with a slight sense of regret. Still not big enough. A little more brainless might have been the way to go. Lin Ran didn't linger any longer, stepping away and finding a quiet area, running the Great Sun Jin method to alleviate the soreness that arose in various parts of his body. Just now, during the sparring session, he had noticed that the bones of the 3 times quenched bones were too strong, and when performing martial arts, there was a considerable burden on the muscles, fascia, and ligaments. It's not a big problem, it's just that the bone strength is too high and exceeds the other parts by too much. Lin Ran calmly analyzed, when I promote to intermediate level martial artist, and use my bones to contain the blood of my entire body, and raise all my physical qualities, this burden can be resolved automatically. Just in time, after 3 times of bone tempering in the past few days, gradually touching the opportunity to break the boundary. Moreover, I do have to hurry up and promote to intermediate level martial artist. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of brilliant light flashing through the depths. The truth that a big tree attracts the wind was the same everywhere. Today, Xin Ming coming over for a battle was considered a wake-up call for him, and the fact that he had gotten so much sizable funding from the school had already caused dissatisfaction among the other talented martial artists. Xin Ming's treatment has not changed, and he is still reasonable, taking the initiative to offer to control his strength and fight with him in a fair battle. But what if it was not reasonable? As Xin Ming had said, even if he moved to file a violent beating on him today, the punishment would not be heavy. In martial arts middle schools, competition was fierce, and conflict and contradiction was the main theme between upper-class students, and martial fights were inevitable. In the final analysis, it's still up to oneself. Lin Ran lightly exhaled, a smile pursed out at the corner of his mouth. With confidence and frivolity, always let the school leaders see something. The school's funding is not only not spent in vain, but it's worth every penny. A big tree attracts the wind, and vice versa. Resistant to strong winds of the tree, will only grow stronger. Jingle bells. Near noon, amidst the ringing of the bell that resounded through the campus, the last class of the morning ended, and as the students walked out of the training grounds one after another, the news of Lin Ran's defeat of Xin Ming was like a storm that quickly swept through the entire school. Anyone who heard about it, whether they were students or teachers, were astonished and shocked. Even the school leaders who were clear about Lin Ran's cultivation were equally unsettled. Xin Ming has supernatural powers to add the same period of hard power also does not lose Lin Ran by quite a bit, surprisingly a great defeat? Lin Ran's heaven's wrath, I'm afraid that the realm is still beyond our expectations. In that case, who else among the junior martial artists is Lin Ran's opponent? Why don't we let him go out of school to pick over the major noble middle schools and take the #1 junior martial artist back? A vice principal's heart was moved. Another vice principal agreed to concur. I think it's fine. The title of invincible in the same realm hasn't been gotten by a student from a public high school in how many years? This will draw hatred to the school. Once those noble schools join forces to retaliate in the citywide high school league next month, Qin Ming will definitely not be able to resist. A school leader was worried. What about putting it in the tournament and then letting Lin Ran go on the trip? He'll definitely be able to hold it down next year. It's too suffocating. Making a fight that is unrivaled in the same realm should be unstoppable, but as a result, he still has to be coy, and what's the point of simply being good? Controversial remarks echoed in the office. Chapter 28. Hoping that the only opponent is himself, then the instructor will have to pull out his old money. Inside the school, Lin Ran didn't rush to eat his noon meal, and walked through the teaching area, once again arriving at Yi Tangyun's office. Instructor Yi, are there any martial arts leagues in the near future that I can participate in? The prize money better be higher. In the past few days, Lin Ran was busy cultivating. His focus was mainly on the 3 times of bone tempering, and he almost forgot to inquire about this aspect. Leagues suitable for individual martial artists are more common during the winter and summer vacations. There really hasn't been any in the last month. Yi Tengyun shook his head and mentioned another topic. However, the school has the intention to let you go out of school to challenge the major noble high schools and come back with the title of the #1 junior martial artist, and if you are successful, the highs and lows will have to be rewarded. No problem. Lin Ran directly agreed. What time? It's still undecided. The principal wants to put it after the citywide high school league so as not to pull hate for the varsity team, but many school leaders feel that it's too much of a wimpy thing. Invincibility in the same realm should be a go, whereas the need to look forward and backward. Yi Tangyun's tone was permeated with a sense of helplessness. He preferred the latter, but the principal's concern was not unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt embarrassed, and after some contemplation, he still truthfully said, "The high school league is on the 15th of next month. It's a bit too late for me." What do you mean? Yi Tingyun didn't react for a moment. Lin Ran spread his hands and said, "I'll go back today and prepare to impact intermediate-level martial artists, slow down for 2 days at most, and if things go well, I can be promoted tonight. Your kid has only advanced to beginner-level martial artist for a few days." Yi Tangyun heard the teeth, but when he thought of Lin Ran's 3 times of bone quenching, and additionally the realm of the sunrise gene method, he felt normal again. This foundation was in his body, and there was absolutely no need to deliberately precipitate it again. Yi Tengyun thought about it and decided, you can just break the realm directly. You don't need to drag out the school to challenge the noble high school. The school side is still just intending to do so, and it's not even certain that they will be able to discuss the results next week. Then the principal and the others? Regret is inevitable. After all, it is a great honor. I even feel sorry. Yi Tangyun said with a shrug. Lin Ran pondered for a moment, revealing a faint smile, saying, "Actually, it's not like there's no way to make up for it." Yi Tingyun was somewhat curious and said, "How so?" Lin Ran directly said, "I as well as the cultivation of an intermediate-level martial artist go out of school to challenge, and it's much more effective." "It's possible, it'll have to be a good while longer." Yi Tingyun rubbed his chin and analyzed, "I guess it's too late for this semester, but with the addition of a summer vacation, next semester would be more secure." Lin Ran smiled calmly, "I don't think it will take that long." Still quite confident. Yi Tengyun glanced at him, slightly surprised, but didn't say much, reaching out and pulling open a drawer, taking out a statement and placing it on the table, saying, "With your battle strength, it's enough to be selected for the varsity team. Make a trip to the martial arts medicine building afterward, and go receive a blood-containing high-energy liquid. It's one of the perks for varsity team members, and it's suitable for intermediate-level martial practitioners to cultivate." "Thank you, Instructor Yi." Lin Ran smiled and nodded his head. Suddenly his mind moved and said, "Speaking of which, the school places such a high value on the citywide high school league. To get a good result, the rewards are also very generous, aren't they?" Thinking pretty far ahead. Yi Tingyun glanced at him and emphasized, "Being selected for the varsity team doesn't mean you can compete. You still have to go through the internal selection. It all depends on strength." Yi Tingyun cited an example. Qin Ming was also selected for the varsity team in his 2nd year of high school, and he didn't even pass last year. For talented martial artists in their formative years, 1 year was enough time to open up a gap that could not be seen. Unless the talent was so strong that it wasn't in the same order of magnitude, one could hope to surpass it. Lin Ran's expression remained unchanged as he said, "I'm stronger than Qin Ming at the same time." "This I know." Yi Tengyun nodded his head in agreement, very satisfied, and said, "In your morning's match, a teacher at the scene told me that 3 times of bone quenching is unstoppable, destroying the world and generally winning big." Lin Ran smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated, there are still some difficulties." "Where are the difficulties?" Yi Tingyun came to be interested. "Qin Ming's supernatural ability Lava Giant? The killing power of this fire-based foreign energy combined with martial arts is truly extraordinary. No, his alien ability is not much of a threat to me, it can be violently broken with the wrath of heaven. Lin Ran grinned, his teeth so white that they almost glowed. The main thing is that my personal bone strength is too high. When I perform martial arts at full strength, it will be a certain burden on my body. My muscles and fascia are a bit sore. Yi Tingyun pursed his lips and was speechless in his heart as he listened. Hoping to mean that the opponent was only himself? Returning to his senses, Yi Tingyun thought about it and analyzed it directly. I have overlooked this situation. The overall second quenching of the bones will actually also appear muscle soreness, just very slight, but your third quenching of the bones is this powerful. The power of the peripheral body does not grow up to 100 tons. I estimate that it is difficult to eliminate it completely. That high? Lin Ran rubbed his brow. That's going to take quite a bit of time. This month, there were only about 10 days left, and it wasn't very realistic to try to make enough money by bringing in goods. Next month's commission, again, could not be withdrawn until the following month. One after another, 2 or 3 months were gone. Compared to the 3 bone-quenching sessions in a row within a week, the genus was too slow, making Lin Ran a little uncomfortable. Don't worry, it's just a small problem. The impact is not great. Yi Tingyun thought that Lin Ran was worrying about the burden of the bones on his body. If you're really worried that the long-term soreness will lead to assassination, you can try this spirit martial art. Saying that, Yi Tingyun raised his hand and flipped it over, taking out a martial arts slip. What is it? Lin Ran came forward. Heavy armor breaking body, a solid type spirit martial art that can enhance the body's resistance to blows. There are 2 ways to use it. One is active operation, and the other is passive defense. Yi Tingyun spoke fluently. The latter requires extra tempering and consumes energy and time. You don't need to care too much, just focus on raising your realm. Yi Tingyun reminded, the first layer is complete. At most the first entry into the second layer of the realm will be able to resist the burden caused by 3 times of bone quenching when functioning. How about the upper limit? Lin Ran was clear about the characteristics of his martial arts cultivation. It sounds like a military spirit martial art in name. Right, as for the upper limit. Yi Tingyun revealed a playful smile and said, you should have read in your textbooks that there were once powerful military martial artists who could take the head of an enemy general by force in the midst of millions of troops. Lin Ran's heart skipped a beat as he said in shock, the upper limit of the heavy armor breaker body is so high? Higher. Yi Tingyun aggravated his tone, vaguely caught up in memories, shocked, more than taking the head of an enemy general. I've seen it with my own eyes, the creator of the heavy armor breaking body, one person in one body, living to kill through millions of troops. Lin Ran listened with some exuberance and said, who? Yi Tingyun held his breath and uttered a name in a deep voice, one of the sacred summer sealed kings, the king of stop killing, Lu Yi. Chapter 29, There's always a big tree in the sky. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting in the west, and the orange-red afterglow crowded half of the sky, like a burning flame. Among the crowd of people dismissing school, Lin Ran walked out of the school gates with a pleasant smile on his face. This time, when he went to find Yi Tingyun, he had another unexpected joy. Heavy armor breaking body, a spiritual martial art, he had already acquired in Yi Tingyun's office, and during his lunch break, he took the time to enlighten himself. The sense of strain was similar compared to when he first practiced Heaven's Wrath, and considering his current martial sense, there was basically no gap. With a few exceptions, the difficulty of cultivating martial arts is often positively correlated with the power. Considering the founder's identity again. There was no doubt that this was another extremely powerful spirit martial art. However, for now, the energy should still be focused on impacting intermediate-level martial artists. Lin Ran secretly decided, with the difficulty of the heavy armament breaking body, one would have to invest quite a bit of energy, and it would be difficult to see results in a short period of time. Of course, promoting to intermediate-level martial artist is another story if there is also the reward of instinct-level simplification. Lin Ran vaguely looked forward to it and accelerated his pace home. On the other side. Su Family Manor. A luxurious sedan stopped smoothly, not waiting for the butler to come forward. Su Wanhua directly pushed the door and got off, seeing Su Bai, who was watering the trees on the side, didn't even say a word and ran straight into the villa. Su Bai raised his eyebrows, put down the shower in his hands, and took a step to follow. In the living room on the first floor, Su Wanhua's entire body sprawled out on the plush sofa, burying her head into the pillows. Su Bai sat down without haste, picked up a cup of tea, and said, you can sulk for a night, and then complain to me the next day, or talk to me now, and see if daddy can help you. Su Wanhua lay on her back for a while before rolling over and sitting up. Dad, help me transfer to a noble school, I've lost face today. Her tone carried a hint of aggravation as she intermittently recounted what had happened with Lin Ran, and when she spoke of the impassioned declaration of a future battle at the time, her large eyes turned red. Subai was dumbfounded and comforted. "This is not your fault, your school leader's mouth is too tight. I also received the news of Lin Ran's 3 times of bone quenching only at almost noon. I should have known that Dad notified you the first time. It's Lin Ran who's obnoxious, he's still trying to cheat me. The bet is still going to be a loan of $100 million. Su Wanyue said as she ground her teeth in annoyance. Subai rubbed his chin and analyzed, even the loan needs to be 100 million, it seems that he really lacks money to spend. Upon hearing this, Su Wanyue couldn't be bothered to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Dad, you're not really going to borrow it, are you?" Subai gently shook his head and said, 100 million definitely can't be borrowed. Hearts are all complicated. You borrow 100 million today, tomorrow people ask you for 1 billion. If you don't borrow, instead of losing the favor of borrowing 100 million before, you will hate you for not borrowing 1 billion. Then you still have to borrow. Xianyue heard her own father's meaning. Right. Subai acknowledged with a smile, saying, "Back when I received the news of his 3 bone tempering sessions, I probably had the idea of investing. I've already found someone to investigate Lin Ran, he's quite hot on the internet right now, and he's estimated to be able to earn quite a lot of money from bringing in martial arts alone, it's just that the live streaming platform's withdrawals will take time. I'm going to help him advance the money, how much he earns how much I pay out, not counting the interest. This way will not be too much, but at the same time, it is also a not-so-small favor." Subai narrated. Su Wanyue said accusingly, "The more powerful Lin Ran is, the more ridiculous it seems that I am today." Subai touched her head, digressing from the topic and asking rhetorically, "Do you know why Dad didn't send you to an aristocratic school in the first place?" "Because I scored very well in the midterm exams, and Shanghai No. 1 middle school even gave me a full scholarship for 3 years. Faced with this answer, Subai inwardly sighed feebly. After all, she was his own daughter. He still smiled and nodded, saying, "This is of course a very important point, but at the same time, the Su family wants to go further in Shanghai City and become a true magnate. Clinging to those consortiums and magnates won't work, you have to take a different path. That's why, Dad let you go to Shanghai No. 1 middle school, and set up the CU scholarship, which is spread across many public schools in the city, big and small." Subai said in a serious tone. Su Wanyue pursed her lips, vaguely realizing that this was something very important, no longer resisting, but still couldn't help but mutter, "I think it's all for nothing, you invested so much money in the CU scholarship, and after all these years, you haven't seen any results. This kind of thing can't be rushed." Subai revealed a bemused smile, looked up at the window and said, "Look, Dad planted so many trees, it's inevitable that the good and the bad will be mixed, but there are always trees that are as straight as a sword. In the future, as long as the nutrition keeps up, the future can be into the clouds." Chapter 30, Am I Not Surprised? The cultivation, which was already not difficult, became more and more simple. At the same time, Lin Ran had returned home and was sitting in the living room, constantly running the Great Sun Gene method and impacting intermediate-level martial artists. The sun set and the moon rose, and the silver moon crossed the sky. The opportunity to break the boundary became clearer and clearer as time passed. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Ran's body shook as an arcane fluctuation swept through his entire body, like a stream merging into a great river, entering a new level. You have advanced to intermediate-level martial artist, and the next instinctive level simplification is issued one time. The initial simplification multiplier of the martial arts has risen, and now stands at 600 times. 2 beeps sounded one after another, exceeding the best-case scenario Lin Ran had envisioned by a hair. He hadn't anticipated the latter. The previous ascension of the evolutionary realm hadn't caused the simplification to increase, it had always been 30 times. Perhaps there is an essential difference between martial realms, after all, bone quenching and blood nourishment are very different. The corner of Lin Ran's mouth curled slightly. 600 times the level of simplification made his already not difficult cultivation even easier. However, Lin Ran was in no hurry to test the effects. As the arcane fluctuations seeped into the blood throughout his body, his various physical qualities quickly ushered in a surge. The peripheral strength, which best reflected his cultivation, climbed by the day. 38 tons. 40 tons. 42 tons? In a short period of time, the metamorphosis period for promotion to intermediate-level martial artist ended, and Lin Ran looked internally at his entire body, accurately determining his current peripheral body strength. 46 tons. The smile on Lin Ran's face grew wider. The increase was not high, only about 30%, but his foundation of 3 times of bone tempering was there. One metamorphosis boosted 10 tons of peripheral body strength. Nowadays, starting at the intermediate martial artist realm was 46 tons. One must know that an intermediate martial artist with one bone quenching had an upper limit of 60 tons of peripheral strength. Lin Ran wasn't far off. The starting point narrowly surpassed the end point of others. Try the current simplified magnitude. Lin Ran calmed down and began to test the effects of the 600 times simplification of martial arts, and after some attempts, he nodded his head in satisfaction. The cultivation of the Phantom 9 flashes is getting simpler and simpler, especially at the introductory realm now. There is almost no sense of strain. In the future, most of the spirit martial arts on the market, I'll have the ability to carry the goods. Lin Ran secretly analyzed, the cultivation of the heavy armor breaker body is still difficult, but spirit martial arts of this grade will basically not be sold on the market, so it won't have much of an impact on me. As for the pure cultivation of Lin Ran, he directly chanted silently in his mind, use instinctive level simplification on the heavy armor breaking body. This spiritual martial art, with its huge potential, was worth the last instinct level simplification. Heavy armor breaker body begins instinct level simplification. Simplification successful. The cultivation of the heavy armor breaker body is transformed into an instinct, heart beating. Your heart is beating, and the heavy armor breaker body sense deepens. Your heavy armor breaking body advances to the first level of the realm. Amidst the successive beeps, Lin Ran grinned at the corners of his mouth with immense satisfaction. Once again, it was the instinct to become stronger while alive. Then, Lin Ran thought for a moment, raised his hand, unscrewed the blood-containing high-energy liquid that Yi Tengyun had given him, and took it with an open mouth. Try again the progress of my current drug cultivation. This potion, similar to the bone-strengthening pill, was also produced by the Sacred Summer Martial Medicine Research Institute, and was singularly aimed at nourishing the blood of intermediate-level martial artists. The price was not cheap. The market price was $120,000 apiece. With the operation of the Great Sun Gene method, the bones in Lin Ran's body released light, nourishing the blood around his body, and the various physical qualities that had just skyrocketed, once again steadily became stronger. As always, it was swift and fierce. However, not much time had passed before Lin Ran stopped practicing with a feeling of exhaustion. All of the medicinal power had been completely drained. TSK. Lin Ran ground his teeth. Cultivating quickly was certainly a good thing, but when limited by funds, it was rather a feeling of keeping an empty treasure mountain and not being able to use it, which was really depressing. I can only wait for next month's income to arrive. It's just the right time to focus on bringing in martial arts and earning more commissions before this month ends. Lin Ran adjusted his mindset. And then, he picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhou Yangyang's signal number to discuss the form of the next live banding. As he was talking, a beep sounded in Lin Ran's mind. Your Heaven's Wrath is promoted to the Peak Ascension realm. This spiritual martial art, Lin Ran was promoted to the Grand Completion realm before the finals last Sunday afternoon, and now that 4 days had passed, it was taken to another level. Very good. Lin Ran smiled in satisfaction. According to the elaboration of the Holy Summer Martial Arts Association, the Peak Ascension realm represented the normal understanding and control of a martial art reaching its apex, allowing the use of all of its transcendent powers. At this moment, a feeling of certainty surfaced in the bottom of Lin Ran's heart. The several killing moves contained within the Wrath of the Heavens could already be executed by him. The sensations of the heaven-shaking heavy hammer, the spear of heavenly punishment, and the endless thunder prison. Various killing moves all surged to his heart. In this way, it seems like we can go out to the noble school early. The key is, it's just the right time to use this as an opportunity to bring in martial arts. The effect of the live broadcast will be absolutely explosive. Lin Ran had some intentions. However, after careful thought, he shook his head again. It wasn't safe. 46 tons of peripheral strength was a bit on the low side. Intermediate martial artists with overall secondary bone quenching could have an upper limit of up to 100 tons of peripheral force, and even if they were partially secondary bone quenching, they could still have large tens of tons. Once he rolled over, the loss would be too great. Moreover, if he kept utilizing Spirit Martial Heaven's Wrath, it wouldn't help much with the carrying martial arts. It's better to do it next month. By then, my various martial arts will definitely be at a higher level, and when the income arrives at the beginning of the month, my cultivation will also be able to rise another notch. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. This month's bandwagon martial arts, it's better to openly invite for battle. If it's less effective, it's less effective. Only, in that case, his cultivation progress would definitely have to slow down quite a bit. Next month's citywide high school league, he relied on the high realm of Heaven's Wrath. It wasn't difficult to compete, but to get a very good result, it wasn't very sure. The major senior martial artists were the main force. Buzz. Suddenly, a vibration from his cell phone brought Lin Ran back to his senses. He looked at the screen and said, Yang, we'll talk tomorrow. Instructor Ye's signal called. I'll ask what's up. Okay, brother Lin. Well, see you tomorrow. Lin Ran hung up his communication and connected to Yi Tangyun's signal number, directly saying, Instructor Yi, what's looking for me so late? Come over early tomorrow. Yi Tangyun was concise. There is a private scholarship foundation in the school that is interested in funding your cultivation. How much are they willing to give me? Lin Ran's heartbeat was vaguely accelerated. Yi Tangyun looking for him at this point. It shouldn't be a small amount. They are looking for the principal to talk about it. I probably asked. It's not a direct monetary funding. They know that you are live streaming with goods. They are prepared to fund it through advances. The interest rate is not there, but the specific number of times, the repayment time, they all have to meet you tomorrow to talk face to face. Yi Tangyun said roughly. Good. Lin Ran's eyes lit up, nearly crushing his cell phone, a touch of suppressed exuberance in his voice. Advancing money in advance was more than suitable for him. With his cultivation efficiency, he could quickly convert money into strength. One quick step could lead to a quick step. Even, it was expected to soar into the sky, straight into the clouds. Chapter 31, You're a Student Born to be Rich. April 21st, Friday. As summer approached, the sky dawned earlier and earlier, and in the early morning, a large sun rose, reflecting everything in heaven and earth. In the sunlight, Lin Ran walked into the school and found Yi Tangyun before heading to the principal's office together. Which scholarship is it that's looking for me? Lin Ran asked curiously. As a senior key middle school in the city, Shanghai No. 1 Middle School received quite a few private scholarships, dozens of large and small. Students could apply if they met the requirements, with prizes ranging from a few thousand to over 100,000. But last night, listening to Yi Tangyun, it was clear that the other party's funding method was customized specifically for him. In other words, the person behind this scholarship must have some knowledge of him. CU Foundation. Principal Lee sipped his tea and said, CU. Lin Ran felt familiar, thought for a moment, and guessed, founded by Su Bai? Principal Lee smiled and nodded, no, quite a lot. Blind guess. Lin Ran shrugged. During the martial arts school exchange tournament last week, there was an encounter with Su Wanyu, and the martial arts school she is in also goes by the name of CU. The three of them didn't chat for a few sentences when the office doorbell was rung. After opening the door, a middle-aged man in formal attire entered with a female secretary. Principal Lee, hello, I'm the head of the CU Scholarship Foundation. I met you in last night's video call. The middle-aged man in formal attire had a smile on his face. His social skills were pure. This is Student Lin, isn't it? He really is a talented person, worthy of being the genius martial artist that General Manager Su praised. I'm Lin Ran, hello. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, but his mind was alive. The CU Scholarship had chosen to fund him, and had even tailored its approach, so it seemed to be Su Bai's idea. It was just that he was a student. Why would he make Su Bai fall in love with him? Through the rough proposal given by Mr. Su, our foundation, after careful deliberation, is willing to advance the income from the live streaming platform to Student Lin in a cycle of 3 days. The amount is the actual after-tax income. Student Lin, on the other hand, will have to repay us for last month's advance within 3 days after the monthly income arrives, without any interest and all other incidental costs in the process. The formally dressed middle-aged man elaborated in detail. Lin Ran listened attentively. His heart was quite satisfied. The settlement once every 3 days was too much better compared to the previous once every January. The stronger he was, the faster he could make money relatively. The formally dressed middle-aged man then said, this funding program will last until June next year before the college entrance exams. However, if it is found that Lin students have falsified sales and other deliberate income-raising behaviors, we have the right to terminate the funding in advance. I don't know if Lin students have any objections? No. Lin Ran directly shook his head and said, are there any other restrictions, such as the use of the funds? To what extent do they need to be limited? There's no restriction. However, Mr. Su did ask me to try to find you to make a request. Please speak. General Manager Su said that some of the words that Miss Su Wanyu said to Student Lin yesterday, I still hope that Student Lin will keep it a secret and not spread it out to the public. This is considered a fatherly request. The formally dressed middle-aged man revealed a smirk. As compensation, if Student Lin uses our funding to purchase cultivation medicines, General Manager Su is willing to subsidize the purchase price to that of a first-tier channeler. Principal Lee and Yi Tangyun couldn't help but glance at each other. This difference in price alone was not a small amount. However, Lin Ran unexpectedly shook his head after a slight contemplation. Seeing an astonished gaze looking at him, he spread his hands and said in a puzzled voice, "Did I see Mr. Su yesterday? I have no impression." Principal Lee. Yi Tung-yoon. At this moment, an identical thought flashed through the two men's minds. Good fellow. This student deserves to get rich. The office fell into silence, and after a while, it was the middle-aged man in formal attire who coughed dryly and said, "The financial aid starts from today. Student Lin can apply for an advance now, or a few more days will do." Right now. Lin Ran took out his cell phone, tapped on the backstage of the live streaming software, and handed it over. In the past few days, with the spread of the relevant videos, the martial arts he had brought in were still selling like hotcakes, and the commissions had increased quite a bit more. The pre-tax income is around 4.2 million, and according to St. Xia's progressive tax rate, the actual after-tax amount available is roughly 3 million. After the middle-aged man in formal attire did some calculations and let Lin Ran confirm that there was no mistake, he then asked, "What is student Lin's bank account number? It can be reached within 2 hours." Lin Ran uttered a string of numbers and then said, "I want to use this money to purchase the blood-containing high-energy liquid." "No problem." The middle-aged man in formal attire asked the female secretary to ask for a tablet, consulted it, and said, "The retail price of the Embracing Blood high-energy liquid is 120,000 apiece, and the takeaway price of a first-tier channeler is 98,000. 3 million can purchase 33 pieces of the Embracing Blood high-energy liquid, where the difference of a couple of tens of thousands of dollars can be directly wiped out according to our general manager Su's intentions for student Lin's expenses in this kind of cultivation." "Thanks a lot." Lin Ran's eyes lit up. He had taken the blood-containing high-energy liquid last night and was clear about its medicinal power. 33 shots of the blood-containing high-energy liquid was expected to raise his peripheral strength to around 60 tons. That was the upper limit for a bone-hardening intermediate martial artist at one time. The order has been placed, there will be someone to deliver it to the school before noon. Student Lin, pay attention to checking the receipt. The middle-aged man in formal attire didn't stay long. After completing the purchase, he asked Lin Ran for another contact information and left directly with the female secretary. Seeing the person leave, Lin Ran rubbed his chin with his hand and said, "The funding this time is not generally generous, and no requests were made. How do I feel that it's a bit hot to take?" He didn't receive direct financial assistance, but the interest on advances, the subsidy for purchasing cultivation medicines, and not enough of the difference in price, were all real money. Considering again that 3 days was a cycle, it needed to last for more than a year. The total amount paid in the end was definitely a long list of numbers. Su Billion wants more. Principal Lee smiled faintly, knowing the reason, and said, "The Su family wants to go further in Shanghai City, and needs a strong force to back it up. Funding it in the name of scholarships is essentially a way to select talents by casting a wide net, coming up to brush up on their goodwill first, and only after determining that it's worth cultivating vigorously, will they sign some conditional contracts." No wonder. Lin Ran came to his senses, raised an eyebrow and teased, "So it seems that I'm still a key talent in Su Baiyi's eyes, and that's why he'll tailor-make a funding program. Don't think too much, just treat it as a mere subsidy. If you want to support people to become real consortiums and magnates, you should be able to beat me first." Yi Ting-yoon was worried that Lin Ran wouldn't be too arrogant, and a pot of cold water was mercilessly poured on him. Lin Ran laughed and said, "Hanging Instructor Yi, that's a joke, but hanging an intermediate martial artist from a noble high school, I do have that in mind." Yi Ting-yoon sized him up and said, "You really want to challenge the school with the cultivation of an intermediate-level martial artist?" Lin Ran nodded and said directly, "If it's possible, I'll move next Monday." "It's too early." Principal Lee took over, his brows furrowed. 33 blood-containing high-energy liquids will only give you a boost of more than 10 tons of peripheral strength. Those strongest intermediate martial artists in your high school can reach large tens of tons of peripheral body strength, and even have supernormal abilities in their bodies, or are like you, mastering spirit martial arts in advance. As he was speaking, Principal Lee's pupils suddenly shrunk. His face, illuminated by the flickering electric light, was cloudy. Only to see that Lin Ran spread out his right hand, and radiant lightning rose up and coalesced into shape, transforming into a huge hammer of lightning that crowded almost the entire office. A powerful might swept out, solemn, magnificent and pale, pressing down on one's heart. Wrath of heaven, heaven shaking heavy hammer. Chapter 32. This year 17, hands in pockets, do not know what is called opponent. Principal Lee pursed his lips hard, his voice hoarse, and said, "Shocking heavy hammer?" "Yes." Lin Ran grinned, radiant, and said, "My heaven's wrath has been promoted to the peak realm." On the side, Yi Ting-yoon's heart similarly rippled. Reaching the peak realm of an ordinary martial art was not particularly difficult, but spirit martial arts was different, it was a whole new level. Many high-level martial artists, who had immersed themselves in a spirit martial art for many years, would only reach the grand achievement realm. Not to mention, a top spirit martial art like Heaven's Wrath was even more frighteningly difficult. Lin Ran gazed at Principal Lee, dispersing the hammer of lightning in his hand, and said in a deep voice, "I know that going out to those aristocratic high schools will definitely draw hatred for the school, but I have the confidence to participate in the city's high school league next month. I want to go out to challenge the school earlier, not for the false reputation of being invincible in the same realm, but I want to use this as an opportunity to live stream the bandwagon martial arts. With my cultivation speed, and with the advancement of the CU scholarship, I can rapidly become stronger." Lin Ran told him frankly, saying, "To be honest, I can't ensure exactly what I'll get in the league right now, but I can be sure of one thing: I'll draw the vast majority of the firepower from the other varsity teams." Principal Lee listened hesitantly, and after some contemplation, he took a deep breath and said, "Instructor Yi, you will accompany Lin Ran on a trip next Monday, and if he really encounters danger, save him first, and leave the other messy things to me to deal with later." "Okay." Yi Tingyu nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Ran revealed a smile. Completing the blood nourishment of an intermediate-level martial artist might be much faster than he expected. Yang. Leaving the principal's office, Lin Ran directly returned to the classroom and met Zhou Yangyang. "I've already finalized the format of the live broadcast this time." Zhou Yangyang nodded and said, "An open invitation to battle? Saturday or Sunday open broadcast?" "Neither. The broadcast will start next Monday. I will go out of school to challenge all the major noble high schools and fight against their intermediate-level martial artists." Intermediate-level martial artists? Zhou Yangyang froze. Lin Ran laughed and said, "I already broke through the realm last night." Zhou Yangyang's eyes blinked straight as he listened with even more confusion, suspecting that he might be in a dream. "Don't stare, it's true." Lin Ran probed his hand, came close to Zhou Yangyang's ear and snapped his fingers, and instructed, "Log into my live streaming account in a few minutes and post a message that roughly means I'm going to challenge the intermediate martial artists of the major aristocratic high schools, and then contact the merchants who are bringing in the goods, and get them to cooperate in getting the topic heated up." "Okay." Zhou Yangyang returned. Having served as Lin Ran's assistant for more than a month, he gradually felt his way around the industry of live streaming bandwagons, and couldn't help but say exuberantly, "Brother Lin, I feel like this live stream has to blow up. You only won the champion of the beginner martial arts category last Sunday, and then you're going to challenge many intermediate martial arts practitioners next Monday. It's too much of a surprise to be predicted." Lin Ran smiled slightly and said, "The heat can still blow up some more." "How?" "You find someone to customize a bright red flag, and then imprint a line of slogans on it, something particularly eye-catching." "Right, what?" Zhou Yangyang was curious. Lin Ran inserted his hands into his pants pockets, grinned, and said, "I, Lin Ran, 17 this year, with my hands in my pockets, I don't know which intermediate martial artist can be my opponent." Zhou Yangyang fell silent as he listened, and only after a while did he open his mouth and weakly said, "Brother Lin, it's easy to get beaten up for being so arrogant. Don't worry, your brother Lin can be calmed." The first two classes in the morning were martial arts theory, and after Lin Ran finished, he skipped the following practical class and went to the training ground to find an empty space to practice Phantom 9 flashes. The school didn't mind this. Genius martial artists, most of them had superiority, and it was normal for them to not follow the normal way. It was just that what they couldn't imagine was that Lin Ran's successes weren't within the reach of human hands. "Your heavy armor breaker body is promoted to the second level of the realm." A prompt sounded in Lin Ran's mind. As long as his heart was still beating, there was no need for Lin Ran to worry about the cultivation of this spiritual martial art. At the same time, under the 600 times simplification, Lin Ran's progress in mastering the Phantom 9 flashes was likewise progressing rapidly. "Before next Monday's live broadcast, 100% of the time, I can advance to the minor achievement realm, and maybe I can even look at the outline of the major achievement realm." Lin Ran looked forward in his heart. Near 11 o'clock, Lin Ran received a special delivery of 33 blood-containing proteins, and after checking them, he directly carried them home. "Let's begin." In the living room, Lin Ran meditated and condensed his qi, took one of the blood-containing proteins, and began to cultivate. As the Great Sun Gene method operated, his bones blossomed with a dazzling light, containing blood throughout his body. A warm current swept through his limbs and bones, scorching hotter than the midday sun. The various physical qualities rapidly skyrocketed. The strength around his body climbed once again. 48 tons. 50 tons. 52 tons. When the medicinal power of the 33 blood-containing pills was exhausted, Lin Ran's surrounding strength rose by more than 15 tons, approaching 62 tons. This level had already exceeded the upper limit of a one-time bone-tempering intermediate martial artist. However, it's still far from my upper limit. According to Yi Tingyun's speculation, Lin Ran was carrying at least 200 tons of peripheral strength at the intermediate martial artist realm. Of course, the overhead is also big. To rely entirely on getting high to cultivate, and taking into account the diminishing effective units of medicinal power on cultivation, I estimate that I'll still need an after-tax income of more than $30 million. Lin Ran calmly analyzed without any anxiety. After all, before, when faced with the expenses of 3 times of bone tempering nearly a small target, he was prepared to earn it on his own. Now that the battle power was stronger and the treatment was higher, he was naturally more fearless. Lin Ran got up and went out to a forest downstairs and proceeded to cultivate Phantom 9 flashes. This stance was the first spirit martial art that he had brought with him. If he could make a name for himself, it would help him bring in more spirit martial arts afterward. Moreover, the higher the level of Phantom 9 flash, the greater the increase in his strength. Going forward to challenge the major noble high schools on Monday, Lin Ran had confidence in himself, but he wouldn't underestimate his opponents. The stronger the strength, the better for sure. Swish swish swish. In the dense sound of wind, a figure flickered through the forest, slicing through the dappled sunlight. As the sun dipped in the west, the sound of the breaking air became sharper and sharper. For 2 days over the weekend, Lin Ran did the same, focusing on the Phantom 9 flashes, and practicing madly and painstakingly. Your Phantom 9 flashes advances to the minor achievement realm. Your heavy armor breaker body advances to the 3rd level of the realm. Your Heaven's Wrath has reached the Ascension realm consummation and has begun to accumulate realm-breaking sensations. In a succession of beeps, Lin Ran's battle power climbed steadily and swiftly. However, just as Lin Ran was alone at home quietly and painstakingly cultivating, the internet exploded into a frenzy. Just as Lin Ran and Zhou Yangyang had predicted, when the news of the challenge to an intermediate-level martial artist was released, the heat exploded, and related discussions could be seen everywhere. The anchor is crazy. Last Sunday was still a junior martial artist, it's only been a week since then, but he wants to challenge all kinds of talented intermediate martial artists, and he doesn't even do a cultivation restriction. Isn't this just sending him to the door looking for a fight? Don't be looking for a weak noble school. Even if it's weak, it has to be an intermediate-level martial artist. If you don't get it right, you'll have to roll over. One thing's for sure, Lin Ran really isn't a good fighter. Based on the strength he showed in last week's duel, he's at most touching the floor of an intermediate-level martial artist. Why do I feel like the anchor is holding back a big move? Chapter 33. Young and not frivolous do not want to yell bully the youth poor? The online controversy is huge. Some netizens suspect that Lin Ran is intentionally creating a gimmick to gain traffic. There are also fans who feel that Lin Ran really has a bottom line. Both sides have their own reasons. Naturally, no one can convince anyone. And this is exactly the result Lin Ran wanted to see. It's only when it's controversial that the attention will be higher. The previous exchange matches, that was how it was. Because of the controversy in terms of strength, they all gained a considerable amount of income without him formally carrying the goods. This time, it deserved more. Time came to Monday, and many viewers were guarding Lin Ran's live room early in anticipation of his start. In the morning, Lin Ran arrived at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School and looked at the intersection on the side outside the agreed-upon school gates to see Yi Tingyun's figure. He was dressed in his everyday military-style martial arts uniform, standing beside a camouflage-painted SUV, and the students who passed by nearby greeted him from afar, then quickly ran away. For this chief martial arts instructor, the vast majority of students were quite fearful in their hearts. Instructor Yi, good morning. Zhou Yangyang came over with Lin Ran and nervously greeted him, then hurriedly explained, I'm going to help Brother Lin with the live broadcast today, so I've already asked for a vacation, so it doesn't count as an absence from class. He had seriously thought about the fact that instead of being an ordinary martial arts student, he should focus on being an assistant to Lin Ran. Whether it was a future or a money path, it was much more far-reaching. Let's go. Yi Tingyun didn't care about such trivial matters and opened the door to get into the car. Lin Ran sat in the passenger seat of the SUV and curiously said, Where's the first school to choose? Evergreen High School. One of the 3 major noble high schools? Lin Ran had heard of it. The number of aristocratic high schools in Shanghai City was far less than public high schools. There were only a few dozen of them, but the top 3 of them, Evergreen High School, King's Power High School and Pear Blossom Girls High School, were so prestigious that they were not inferior to senior key high schools such as Shanghai No. 1 High School, and could often be seen on the local news. Right. Yi Tingyun nodded and said, Since you have the strength, you can directly suppress the 3 noble high schools. He explained, in recent years, these three noble high schools have been growing stronger and stronger, and have gradually counter-pressured the major public key high schools, whether it's in the citywide high school league or in the city's martial arts general examination. In the last citywide league exam, the champion was Evergreen High School's varsity team. In the past 3 years of the Mountain and Sea City High School martial arts exam winners, 2 came from Wonkwon Middle School and 1 came from Pear Blossom Girls High School. Go on like this. Yi Tingyun exhaled lightly and didn't say any more. Lin Ran thought for a moment and analyzed, in terms of probability alone, there should be more talented martial artists from public high schools. In the path of martial arts, talent is only one aspect, it also requires all kinds of resources, teacher power, martial arts, precious medicines. Students from noble high schools are strong in these aspects. Yi Tingyun pointed out the key points. Indeed. Lin Ran had a deep understanding. If it weren't for the nutrient potions, the blood beast secret realm, and the constant supply of bone-strengthening pills, it was estimated that he wouldn't even be able to touch the upper third stage of the evolutionary realm right now, let alone advance to intermediate-level martial artist. Yi Tingyun glanced at Lin Ran and reminded, don't be careless this time when you go out to challenge the school, you have to earn the money for the banded martial arts, and the name of the #1 intermediate-level martial artist, you better get your hands on it as well. It's not just Shanghai #1 high school, other key high schools are the same. It's been many years since any student has been able to fight an unrivaled battle in the same realm, if you can do it. Although you can't change the current education pattern, for the countless students of the many public schools, it's the equivalent of injecting a shot of stimulant. Yi Tingyun narrated in a deep voice. Lin Ran didn't say try or any other empty words, and directly nodded his head, okay. The 2 days of hard training over the weekend had pushed his combat power forward another notch. The SUV sped along, and within a short period of time, it drove into the off-campus road of Evergreen Middle School. The scene outside the car immediately changed. The road surface was wide and flat, exceptionally clean, the street trees on both sides were neatly trimmed, and flowers of various colors were piled up underneath. In the direction to the school gate, all kinds of luxury cars can be seen everywhere, only a few students walking over, wearing dark green school uniforms, well-cut, unique style, different from the common public middle school uniforms. Don't even say it, it really has the flavor of the aristocracy of the old calendar of Saint Xia. Zhou Yangyang looked around, grinding his teeth, his tone was half envious and generally sour. Lin Ran was still calm, saying, after all, the money is in place. Zhou Yangyang retracted his gaze and concurred, it's no less spent. Just now I checked Evergreen Middle School's tuition, $3 million a year, minus the winter and summer vacations and the legal holidays of the holy summer. The cost of a day's class is more than $10,000. I bet their parents are hardworking, otherwise where would they get so much money? Be less cynical, it's useless for you to worry about such things. Lin Ran shook his head, get to work. The SUV gradually slowed down and stopped on the side outside the entrance of Evergreen Middle School. Lin Ran pushed the door and got out of the vehicle, facing Zhou Yangyang's camera and opening the live broadcast. Good morning everyone, I'll cut the small talk short. This time the bandwagon martial arts, because of the challenge of the Noble High School, is different from the past. The sale links for the various martial arts have been put on the shelves in advance. Lin Ran narrated in an organized manner, I'll be casting them in the upcoming bouts based on the actual situation of the battle, so everyone will purchase them as needed. As for which Noble High School everyone is most concerned about. Lin Ran sidestepped, signaling Zhou Yangyang to move the camera up and shoot the school gate behind him. Evergreen High School. This school, locals should be clear about it, one of the 3 major noble high schools, has come out of the top students of the college entrance exams, and has won several citywide high school league championships. The overall strength of the students is beyond doubt. Seeing the heat of the live broadcast rapidly skyrocketing, Lin Ran was ready to give another dose of medicine, turning his head to look at Yi Tingyun not far away, saying, Instructor Yi, please throw the flag to me. Yi Tingyun was surveying the slogans on this big red flag, his gaze was extraordinarily complicated, and then when he heard Lin Ran's words, he couldn't help but feel some toothache. Young people nowadays, so arrogant? Whoosh! Yi Tingyun's hand movements were not slow, lifting his hand and throwing the 10-foot-long flagpole precisely into Lin Ran's hands. The large red flag unfurled with the wind, presenting the slogan imprinted on it clearly in front of the eyes of one audience member. I, Lin Ran, 17 this year, with my hands in my pockets, I don't know which intermediate martial artist can be my opponent. In an instant, the live broadcast room was like a detonation, boiling back to life. The anchor's hotness is no longer high, I'm not red, my god, he is really with his life to earn money There's even crazier, I googled the Evergreen Middle School that Lin Ran said, it's ranked among the top in Shanghai City, there must be intermediate martial artists who have completed blood nourishment, how is he supposed to fight? Trust Lin, I bet that in the first challenge, in less than a minute, the challenger will be so beaten that he'll be crying out and kneeling on the ground begging him not to die. Lin Ran needs to bring in martial arts, there has to be an even fight, how else can he sell them? Is there such a possibility that Lin is ready to change tracks, wanting to switch from a carrying goods anchor to a whole living anchor? In the midst of the heated debate, Lin Ran held a large flag and headed straight for the gates of Evergreen Middle School, his figure slender and his pace smooth, calm and collected. Along the way, he drew the attention of many students. However, most of them simply scanned and retracted at the touch of a button, only thinking that they were students from other schools coming over to look for someone. Until Lin Ran stood in the center of the gate, the flagpole in his hand, heavily inserted into the earth, shocking the bright red flag unfurled, fluttering in the air. Looking at an astonished gaze, Lin Ran grinned, confident and open-mouthed. The voice from his mouth was like rolling thunder, sweeping across the entire campus of Evergreen Middle School. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, Lin Ran, here to challenge any intermediate-level martial artist. I'll take it all. Chapter 34. What the hell is a challenge that was said to be a teaching game? In a flash, all the students at the school's entrance froze, like statues, looking at Lin Ran with unbelievable colors in their gazes. A student from a public high school dared to conquer Evergreen High School? I'm afraid that he didn't have lost his mind. Since they had enrolled in school, no one had dared to do this. All of the nearby students stopped to watch. At the same time, students inside the school came out one after another, wanting to see who had come over to challenge them. Within a few minutes, inside and outside the school gates, a black crowd surged in. However, no one took the initiative to come forward to fight with Lin Ran. The strength was not enough. Students from noble schools, with their privileged families, were relatively not lacking in resources, but if they wanted to advance to an intermediate martial artist during their high school years, it wasn't just a matter of piling on drugs. Even for a top noble high school like Evergreen High School, as usual, they couldn't find many of them. I'll give it a try. Suddenly, a black limousine stopped at the school entrance, from which a tall boy walked out, his eyes sizing up Lin Ran as he sneered, daring to come to Evergreen High School to block the door. You better have some skill in you, or else I'll let you go back lying down today. After saying that, he swung his fist forward and struck Lin Ran's face. In the eyes of the surrounding students, this strike was swift and strong. The wind from the oppressive fist raised Lin Ran's black hair in a chaotic manner, as if it could lift people out of the air. But in Lin Ran's line of sight, the trajectory of the fist was clearly visible, and could even be described as slow. Snap! Lin Ran raised his hand, accurately captured the tall boy's wrist, in the other party's dramatically changed eyes, directly swung his arm, actually threw the tall boy flying out, crossing the crowd, flopping, falling out of a fountain dozens of meters away, choking on several large mouthfuls of water one after the other, coughing continuously. Reminder! Lin Ran shook off his hand and looked around at the dumbfounded students, saying, there's no need for this kind of newly minted intermediate-level martial artist to go back on the field, even if it's a wheel battle, it's ineffective. After saying that, he dropped his sight to the camera shot by Zhou Yangyang, smiled apologetically, and said, I'm sorry, an opponent of this level can't demonstrate the power of martial arts, so please be patient for a little longer. At this moment, whether it was the crowd at the scene or the online broadcast room, all of them exploded. For the former, the tall boy's big defeat with one move was enough to make them realize that this door-blocking challenge was for real, and was not some kind of failure to recognize reality. The netizens watching the live broadcast were even more shocked. Lin Ran's revealed combat power was beyond all of their expectations. In less than a week, too strong to be the same person. Disperse! Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, dispersing the noisy crowd. A middle-aged man arrived at the school's entrance, seemingly the school leader of Evergreen High School. His gaze swept over Yitingyun and frowned, then looked at Lin Ran and questioned, You're the one who wants to challenge? Right. Lin Ran nodded frankly and said, Evergreen High School is unwilling to take it? For the high school students who come to my door to challenge me, there isn't a single person who can make me, Evergreen High School, not dare to answer the challenge. The middle-aged leader let out a cold smile, his gaze fell towards the school, scanning the students who kept coming over, and suddenly said, Luo Hongyun, you come and fight. Good. A male student stepped out of the crowd, his hands hanging down naturally, his school uniform extraordinarily neat, without a single wrinkle. He raised his head, facing Lin Ran directly, and said indifferently, Luo Hongyun, sophomore, intermediate martial artist, 60 tons of peripheral force. Lin Ran calmly spoke out, making a similarly short introduction. Since they are all ready, start directly. The middle-aged leader was unwilling to delay, and with a wave of his hand, he announced the sparring match. Whoosh! Luo Hongyun was the first to move, taking big steps and pouncing out like a tiger descending from the mountain, wanting to grab the first attack. However, to his surprise, Lin Ran was indifferent and stood directly in place. Not only was he not in a hurry to act, he even opened his mouth and spoke out as if he was explaining the bout. When facing an unfamiliar opponent, one should definitely weigh the opponent's battle strength first. Lin Ran spoke quickly. In this case, the martial arts that are perfect for a frontal attack, I personally extremely recommend the open tablet cannon fist. Fighting against me and still dare to be distracted. Unknowingly. Luo Hongyun's brows wrinkled as he stepped out and punched, adding the might of the martial art, erupting with strong power and striking out fiercely. However, just as Lin Ran had said, this strike of his contained the intention of weighing, wanting to test out Lin Ran's approximate combat power. Boom! In the next moment, the sound of the cannon was deafening. Lin Ran swung his arm forward and struck a fierce and domineering open tablet cannon fist. Boom! The two fists smashed together, erupting with a huge sound, pressurizing the air to the point where it almost exploded. Lin Ran was as steady as a rock, standing upright. Luo Hongyun's face changed slightly as he staggered backwards, unable to carry the power of the open tablet cannon fist. Lin Ran stepped forward, while not forgetting to recommend martial arts. In actual combat, when you repel an opponent, you mostly have to multiply your victory, but you also have to distinguish between situations. This person's pace landed powerfully, and he was still able to stabilize his center of gravity, and if he strikes hastily, odds are that he'll block and take advantage of the situation to pull away from him. Therefore, this situation is suitable for executing Spirit Snake 9 strikes. Lin Ran chased him close, curling his arm into an elbow, wrapping it in a heavy force and smashing it against Luo Hongyun's chest. Luo Hongyun didn't panic, setting up his arms and crossing them across his chest. With a bang, Lin Ran's elbow strike struck, but it was not as powerful as Luo Hongyun had expected. It was only a slight shock. Whoops! Lin Ran grinned, using his elbow as a pivot, exploding the power he had stored up, slashing his curved left forearm out viciously, like a broken axe blade, striking Luo Hongyun's neck heavily. Thud! Luo Hongyun's figure swayed violently, nearly falling to the ground. This martial art, known for its weirdness and versatility, is definitely inferior to the open tablet cannon fist in terms of power, but it is extremely suitable for the situation just now, and can further suppress the opponent. Lin Ran pressed on step by step, elaborating on the strengths of each martial art. Luo Hongyun was under pressure like a mountain, constantly retreating in defeat, looking at Lin Ran who was attacking and explaining at the same time. In his heart he was shocked and annoyed. This battle was actually being fought as a teaching game. As you all know clearly, having a steady upper hand doesn't necessarily mean that you can win. You also need to seize the opportunity, or create the opportunity. This lightning shadowless fist that specializes in speed can often take the victory of the bout with a single hammer blow. Lin Ran bullied his way forward, raising his arms and flexing them, accumulating a torrent of power through the compression of his muscles and tendons. Luo Hongyun raised his spirit, his eyes locked onto Lin Ran's fist, wanting to anticipate the trajectory of the punch and intercept it in advance. But all of a sudden, a heavy breaking sound penetrated his ears. Woo! Lin Ran raised his knee to impact, wrapped in a violent wave of air, like swinging a heavy sledgehammer, smashing into Luo Hongyun's waist and abdomen, and by the time he realized it, it was already too late to dodge. Thud! Luo Hongyun flew out violently, rolling on the ground several times before stopping, his hands covering his stomach and unable to get up. Seeing this, Lin Ran spread out his hands, coughed lightly, and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry, I misremembered the name. The martial art that suited the situation just now was not the lightning shadowless fist, but the knee hammer heavy strike." He said that he was apologizing, but his voice was filled with laughter. Luo Hongyun's face twitched as he listened, wanting to curse. These two martial arts, how do you look at it? It doesn't look like you can memorize and mix it up. Learn to scrap and try a pass right away. Laugh to death. But don't laugh, right? I watched in cold sweat. This intermediate level martial artist named Luo Hongyun has completed blood nourishment, 60 tons of force around his body, against Lin then almost being teased. Don't you guys think it's scary? Scalp numb. I'm Lin Ran Sr. from the same school. Breaking news, this is a super genius who has completed 3 times of bone tempering, the only hope for Shanghai No. 1 middle school to return to the top. The live broadcast room was so lively that it was impossible to watch properly without turning off the pop-ups. The scene at the school entrance was equally boisterous. Many students were able to see that Luo Hongyun's defeat, although there was interference from words, but in the final analysis, it was still too much pressure to face, and mistakes were inevitable. The strength of the two was not at the same level. The middle-aged leader subconsciously furrowed his brows, his eyes scanning the crowd for a while before he lightly exhaled and said, "Chen Jing, you're on." Chapter 35. This flag I can bring, it will stand. At the sound of the voice, the crowd automatically dispersed into a channel, and out stepped a girl with a ponytail, with a capable stride and godly eyes, exuding a sharp temperament. Facing Lin Ran, she lifted her hand and pulled out a sharp sword from her waist, directly saying, "This is an unusual alloy longsword, it has no transcendent power, or, if you wait for a few more minutes, I'll have someone fetch the training sword that doesn't have an open blade." Compared to bare hands, the vast majority of cold weapons came with an armor-breaking advantage. However, with the martial cultivation of an intermediate-level martial artist, unless it was a divine weapon, the impact on victory or defeat was very slight. Of course, the victory or defeat of a match might be the difference between millimeters. This was also the reason why the girl wearing the sword inquired. "No need." Lin Ran gently shook his head, but his attitude was strong, directly choosing the former. With the wrath of heaven in his body, he was able to externalize his energy, and many hot weapons were fearless, let alone cold weapons. The sword-wearing girl's eyes flashed, suppressing her slight surprise, saying, "Chen Jing, senior, intermediate martial artist, last week's measured peripheral strength, reached 65 tons, specializes in fast swords." It was obvious that some of her bones had undergone secondary bone hardening. Lin Ran's face was colorless as he nodded and said, "The cultivation level is a bit higher than mine, so it's appropriate." With that, he dropped his gaze to the camera and said, "This next battle is just the right time to demonstrate to you all how to erase the advantages brought about by the pre-modern stage of martial arts due to weapons through martial arts." Upon hearing this, the girl with the sword couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said, "How do you erase it?" "By dodging through stances, or close-in interceptions." Lin Ran said simply. "I thought it was some novel martial art, just a theory that books say sucks." The girl with the sword shook her head, obviously disagreeing, and refuted, "I specialize in the way of the fast sword, and I can even cut through bullets fired from normal small-caliber hot weapons." Lin Ran smiled faintly, calm and confident, saying, "You can't touch me." The crowd of onlookers was a bit agitated. This kind of attitude, to say it was strong would be an understatement, it was completely arrogant. The girl with the sword took a deep breath and gripped the hilt of the sword in her hand hard. The last challenge, she had seen it from the beginning to the end, and she was not completely sure about whether she could win the match or not. But Lin Ran still wanted to fight into the teaching game of the last match, even limiting herself to body techniques. It was too much to underestimate her sword skills. "Let the battle begin." When the voice of the middle-aged leader announcing it fell, the girl with the sword took the lead, approaching Lin Ran at breakneck speed, stabbing out with a sword that reflected the blazing sun high in the sky, flashing out a piercing cold light. Lin Ran did as he said. He did not strike to intercept, he just took a step across, directly dodging the incoming sword tip. The sword-wearing girl's eyes stared. This was only the starting stance of her sword art, the speed was not up yet, but the ease with which Lin Ran dodged was still beyond her expectations. "It's just the beginning." Suppressing the rising thoughts in her mind, the girl with the sword flicked her wrist and changed her sword stance from a straight thrust to a horizontal chop, right at Lin Ran's neck. Swish! This strike was even swifter. Lin Ran's expression was bland, his figure flickered, bizarre and dexterous, avoiding it again. Swish, swish, swish. The girl with the sword went forward to pursue, constantly out of the sword, a move faster than a move, stirring air-breaking sound swept inside and outside the school gate, sharp and ear-piercing. The leaves of the nearby trees are falling, but in the face of the bizarre shadow of Lin Ran, as if in the performance of a human body tracing swordplay, none of the swords hit, and even the corner of the raised coat cannot touch. Lin Ran was calm and unhurried, facing all kinds of sword moves and dodging them all. Even, a smirk hung at the corner of his mouth, and he had the leisure to explain the martial arts. "This spiritual martial Phantom 9 flashes that I am performing possesses a very good balance between dexterity and extreme speed, and the difficulty is not too high, suitable for beginner and intermediate martial artists to realize the power of the spiritual martial arts, and in the future, once they are promoted to the advanced level, it is even more worthwhile to dedicate a lifetime of hard work to practice." The many spectators were speechless in their hearts as they listened to this, combined with the fact that beginner, intermediate, and high through and through, there were no unsuitable martial artists. However, seeing the effects that Lin Ran had performed, many of these martial artists did look at them with enthusiasm. If one had this level of stance, not to say that one would be invincible in a real battle, at least one would be able to take the initiative, be able to attack and defend, and move in and out freely. Some martial artists who were impatient directly clicked on the link and placed an order to buy. Bang! Suddenly, amidst the whistling of the sword wind, a heavy crashing sound rang out. Lin Ran began to take the initiative. A hand slash was swung out, cutting through a harsh arc, ruthlessly hitting the right arm that the girl with the sword was just about to raise. Not only did it interrupt a chopping attack, it also shook the sword girl backward. Next, I will demonstrate another way to fight against weapons, through extremely close quarters close combat, either intercepting in advance, or tiring the opponent out, erasing the advantage of fighting with weapons. Linran stepped forward to close in, curving his elbow and smashing it, pressing out an ear-piercing cracking sound, like shooting a city-breaking crossbow arrow at a kill shot. Woo! The sword-wearing girl's eyes changed slightly, feeling the gusts of wind coming at her. She gritted her teeth and could only set up her arm to block. The distance between the two sides was too close, and choosing to swing her sword to chop would be the first hit by Linran. Thud! The girl wearing the sword shook violently, her figure staggering up, somewhat unable to stabilize her center of gravity. Linran pressed forward step by step, using all four limbs, striking out a furious and intensive attack, pressing down on the sword-painted girl who could hardly hold her ground and retreated in defeat one after another. This blood battle berserk fighting technique, with knees and elbows as the main offensive parts, it is very suitable for close combat. Once it sticks to the opponent, attack after attack, the suppression force is very strong. Even if the opponent is holding a weapon, it's hard to break free without exceeding a cut in hard power. Linran explained while making moves, occupying a significant upper hand. The girl with the sword was having a hard time resisting, almost entirely on defense, only occasionally able to swing a sword to counterattack. The threat was almost invisible. Many students watched as their hearts rippled, including the middle-aged leader who did the same, his brows furrowing even more. The situation at the moment was the same as the previous match, with no essential difference. The battle power of both sides was severely unequal. This student who had come over to block the door to challenge him seemed to be somewhat overly strong. Bang! Seeing that the time was almost right, Linran kicked out with a powerful force, just like the impact of an overspeed and overloaded heavy truck, shocking the girl with the sword so much that her tiger's mouth splashed with blood and she couldn't hold the hilt of her sword. The whole person is staggering back, completely unable to stabilize the center of gravity, and finally bumped into a few watching students, before stopping his body shape. Snap! With a crunching sound, Linran held in the air, accurately grabbed the hilt of the sword, put it in his hand and turned it upside down, lifted his hand and threw the sword in front of the girl who was wearing the sword. With a shiny sound, the blade penetrated half a meter into the ground, vibrating continuously and emitting a tremor. Linran's other hand smoothly inserted into his pocket, looking around, a light smile hanging on his face, but there was also a sense of frivolity. Next. The crowd inside and outside of Evergreen Middle School's gates became more and more agitated, like an ocean under stormy weather. Next, two more intermediate-level martial artists came forward to challenge. The latter one in particular had over half of his body's bones hardened for the second time, and his circumferential strength was as high as 77 tons. By all rights, the advantage brought about by this kind of cultivation should be very significant. But what was shocking was that the only trouble he caused Linran was that he made Linran's tone of voice when explaining martial arts rushed, intermittent, and no longer so calm and unhurried. As for winning, there wasn't a single sign of it. After 100 moves, he was smashed to the ground by Linran's leg and couldn't get up. Next. The same voice came out from Linran's mouth, sweeping in all directions. The students of Evergreen High School, almost all of them came out and surrounded the area inside and outside the school gate, but after a while, no one ever stepped forward to meet them. Linran had won 4 matches in a row, and had long since been raked over the coals by well-informed students. Champion of the highest category in the city's martial arts school exchange tournament not too long ago, skilled in a variety of martial arts, and, crucially, in advance, in charge of the strongest spiritual martial arts in Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, Heaven's Wrath. In other words, up to this point in the fight, Linran hadn't even revealed his bottom card. How could this even be a fight? No one wants to fight? A clear and cold voice resounded once again, sweeping across the entire arena and drawing everyone's attention. Linran stood straight, like a javelin, a large flag stood at his side, the bright red flag fluttering in the bright sunlight, the slogans imprinted on it, reflecting the center of the school gate where only one person stood alone, becoming more and more eye-catching. Chapter 36. Where did the anchor's hands go? Oh, he loaded up. Kneeling. Invincible style really let the anchor fight it out, no one went back on stage. Strange, where did the anchor's hands go? Oh, it turns out he loaded up. No more strong, no more buying martial arts, no more spending cents, anchor fights a companion. It's useless. Linran this live broadcast until now, single gift earnings at least 100,000 plus, not to mention the sales of various martial arts, has long taken off. The might looks really strong, I'm moved. For a time, whether it was the live broadcast room or Evergreen Middle School, all of them shook violently. Winning in a row wasn't much of a rarity in martial arts. But the stance that Lin Ran displayed was too relaxed and easy, and this ease was still based on the fact that his cultivation was significantly behind various high-level martial arts, handily, one after another. Someone on the scene had noticed that Lin Ran had performed no less than 10 superior martial arts of the inquisitive realm alone. For a 17-year-old, this level, was simply too strong. Quiet. The middle-aged leader hung up the call on his cell phone and gave a cold, deafening shout, suppressing the crowd's commotion. Because of Lin Ran, Evergreen Middle School had almost no students in class this morning. However, none of the school leaders were in the mood to care. Their attention was focused on Lin Ran. In case they really let him punch through an intermediate-level martial artist, the impact would be too great. The middle-aged leader took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ran and said seriously, "No need to call for another battle. People will be here soon. Within half an hour, I'll let you fight the final battle." Lin Ran was slightly surprised and nodded his head in agreement, yes. The gazes of some of the onlookers flickered, seemingly realizing something, and the crowd that had just quieted down once again flooded with whispers. "I reckon Director Zhang was just calling Mengshi. Isn't he taking a break from school to impact advanced martial artist? Hasn't he succeeded yet?" Definitely, at the moment, only Mengshi is expected to fight with Lin Ran in the school. So many of his bones have completed their second hardening, and he has similarly mastered a spirit martial art in advance. Our school's last hope. The students were discussing in groups, looking up from time to time with a sense of anxiety. Lin Ran heard some of the remarks and waited calmly with no color on his face. He was clear that the top aristocratic schools were strong, but he naturally had his backbone and confidence when he dared to go out of school to challenge them. The strongest intermediate martial artist of Evergreen High School, as usual, couldn't make him famous and fearful. Buzz. More than 10 minutes later, the sound of a low engine quickly exploded in everyone's ears from far away. On the road outside the school gates, a silver sports car sped in at breakneck speed, so fast that it looked like lightning swept across the ground, and when it passed the school gates, it drifted through the corner in a drastic manner, and came to a steady stop in front of the crowd. "Mengshi, your ass, don't pretend you can die, almost hit me." "Here it is. It's really Mengshi." The crowded students spontaneously made way for a passage, and when the silver sports car's flamboyant butterfly door unfolded, a long-haired boy stretched his legs and stepped out. He was handsome, but what attracted the most attention was the sharp blade-like eyes. Just after getting out of the car, he directly locked onto Lin Ran's figure. "To be able to make the school call me to save the day, your strength, it's something I look forward to." Mengshi steadily moved forward, the mighty pressure that permeated him climbing up in layers. However, in the city's previous unified martial arts exams, the top intermediate martial artists from all the major public high schools, I've seen them all before, and I haven't heard of a character like you. Lin Ran grinned, sharp as a tack. "You'll remember it after you beat it this time." "Yeah?" Mengshi similarly laughed. As he spoke, his feet steeply stepped with force, stepping on the asphalt, cracking horizontally, propelling his body to leap dozens of meters, killing directly in front of Lin Ran. Roar! Mengshi cupped his fists and punched out, wild and unrivaled, under the added power of martial arts, bursting out with a sound like the roar of a giant beast. But at the same time, a booming sound, an even greater cannon blast tore through the roar, deafening. Lin Ran raised his arm to meet the attack, striking out an open tablet cannon fist with all his might, wrapped in powerful might, ruthlessly smashing into Mengshi's fist. Dang! An explosive roar raged out, shaking the flags and sending leaves flying. The students of the evolution realm who were closer had raw eardrums, as if they were about to be torn apart. In the midst of the loud noise, Lin Ran's body shook and retreated back one after another, his feet stepping heavily on the ground to unload his strength. The opponent's cultivation was quite a bit more than his, and according to the extrapolation of this strike, it was definitely above 80 tons. "This punch is not enough for me to remember you." Mengshi smiled openly, stepped forward, and just as he was about to raise his arm to throw a punch, his gaze couldn't help but freeze. Lin Ran's pace changed, like a ghostly phantom weaving, even in a turn, rubbing against Mengshi's raised arm, circling around to his back. Whoosh! In the next moment, a violent air-breaking sound penetrated Mengshi's ears. Lin Ran's sideways sweeping kick hit Mengshi's liver area, and his right leg, which was bursting with martial arts power, was swift and powerful, just like a horizontal chopping sword. Mengshi decisively changed his stance to block, turning around while smashing his elbow towards the bottom. However, without the increase in the power of the fist, coupled with the fact that using the hand against the leg naturally did not have an advantage, with a bang, Mengshi moved out horizontally, with some wobbles in his steps. Swish! Just as he stabilized his center of gravity, a shadow was cast on Mengshi. Lin Ran bullied his way forward and rushed to Mengshi's inner circle. "Don't rush, this is just the beginning. Lin Ran's eyes were like electricity, responding to the previous questioning, violently lifting his right knee, heavy and powerful, swinging it like a hammer smash into Mengsher's crotch. Knee hammer slam. Previously against Luo Hongyun, Lin Ran had used this martial art and won directly. Bang! Mengsher's eyes changed slightly, and he reacted extremely quickly, crossing his arms towards the bottom in time to frame this knee thrust from Lin Ran. However, the strong force caused his arms to ache, it wasn't easy to bear, and his body couldn't be stabilized, and he retreated backward. Lin Ran, like a shadow, flashed his body and chased after him. Mengsher took a deep breath, no longer showing a smile, all his body and mind were devoted to the fight. Bang bang bang! Intense crashing sounds rose and fell, the two figures constantly exchanged blows, fighting from the school entrance to the outside of the school, trampling multiple cracks on the smooth road, and then from the road into the campus. The aftermath of the rampage was very powerful, shattering the windows of quite a number of 1- and 2-story buildings, and spilling large and small glass all over the ground. The battle was fierce. From time to time, Lin Ran would fall back a few steps, unable to catch Mengsher's strong punches. However, with the support of multiple martial arts, Mengsher was even less able to take advantage. His face was covered with several bruises and red swellings, and his originally high-priced customized martial arts uniform was no longer clean and tidy, but became dirty and wrinkled, with all kinds of abrasions and stains visible everywhere. Finally, someone can fight this guy. If he can still be distracted from his commentary, I have to kneel down. A student exhaled a breath of relief. To the side, a martial arts student looked grave. Actually, Lin Ran still has the upper hand, it's just more slight. The winner is still unknown, the match hasn't come to a real fight to the death yet, both of them have spirit martial arts in their possession, surely they both want to give each other a hard blow. Chapter 37, I told you, don't rush, this is equally the beginning. The gazes on the scene were all focused on the two people battling each other, moving along with their figures, not daring to have a single moment of distraction. An atmosphere of anxiety mixed with exuberant anticipation permeated the hearts of the crowd. The victory or defeat of this battle was of great significance. If Mengsher won and ended Lin Ran's winning streak, it would be enough to prove that Evergreen High School had deep roots and suppressed all challengers. If Lin Ran won, it would be even more astonishing, toppling one of the 3 noble high schools with his own strength. Thud. After another heavy collision, the two men each stepped back. Lin Ran lightly exhaled and didn't take the initiative to step forward again. Continuing like this, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. The addition of multiple profound martial arts allowed him to take some advantage, but the odds were that he would be the first to run out of stamina before taking the victory. This kind of top noble high school was truly extraordinary. A single realm that possessed martial artists who stepped out very far, with powerful battle power. Before his blood nourishment was complete, the path of challenge was far from as good as it was when he was a junior martial artist. However, Lin Ran did not panic, his deep eyes gazed at Mengsher who was approaching extremely fast, and a wordless bellow swept through his heart. Wrath of Heaven. This was the strongest killing move that he was confidently challenging out of school. Crackling. Sharp sounds of lightning and thunder swept out. Lin Ran's black hair fluttered about, his eyes blossomed with piercing electric aura, and a thunderbolt over 10 feet long penetrated into the air, spreading across the 10 meters around him, filling the air with a powerful and terrifying sound, like the legendary place where heaven's punishment was born. At this time, Mengsher was only about 5 meters away from Lin Ran, and was in the area where the might of heaven's wrath was raging. The surrounding area was filled with flickering lightning, densely packed. There were even a few thunderbolts that tore through the sky, heading straight for Mengsher's head. Waiting for your move. Mengsher's eyes stared, and thick yellow sand burst out, spinning along his circumference at great speed, like a tornado in the desert, violent and ferocious. The nearby ground, just slightly grazed by the yellow sand, directly turned into stone powder. Rumble. At the next moment, a few cracking thunderbolts struck down, penetrating into the storm of yellow sand around Mengsher's body, almost blowing it apart, but under the constant strangulation of the yellow sand, the lightning quickly weakened and disappeared. Seeing this, the eyes of the many students watching the battle lit up, including the middle-aged leader, and a heart that had been hanging in his throat began to drop. As long as Mengsher could fight against Lin Ran in spirit martial arts, relying on his higher cultivation level, there was a greater hope of winning. Phew! Mengsher exhaled a long breath. Facing the lightning strike just now was obviously not easy. This is the wrath of heaven, isn't it? Worthy of being the strongest spirit martial art in the mountain and see first middle school's press. Scanning the radiant thunderbolt centered on Lin Ran, Mengsher was quite emotional. I'm a huge step ahead in cultivation, and only barely resisted it. Like I said, don't rush, this is likewise the beginning. Lin Ran raised his right arm high. The thunder and lightning that swept through the 4 fields was like receiving a unified call, all surging towards his hand, rising and undulating, in a line of dismayed sight, coalescing into a striking hammer of thunder, even more massive than an unusual house, wreaking a regal might. Solemn, magnificent, pale. Many of the nearby students felt it and their hearts almost stopped beating, unable to lift a thought of resistance. Wrath of the heavens, shocking heavy hammer. Lin Ran, who was bathed in lightning, held the hammer in one hand as if he was executing punishment on behalf of heaven, and mercilessly swung the hammer against Mengshi, whose eyes had drastically changed. Boom! The hammer of thunder flooded Mengshi's figure, bursting into blinding light amidst the loud collision sound. Splashes of lightning and yellow sand could be seen everywhere. The airwaves from the center of the clash raged out immediately after, lifting the lawn dozens of meters away and tumbling in the air. Mengshi half kneeled on the ground, the yellow sandstorm protecting his body disappeared, and dazzling arcs of electricity leapt out of his body one after another. The asphalt pavement around him was as if it had been roasted by an earthquake in fire, cracked and full of scorched blackness. What kind of power is this? Mengshi gasped for air, desperately urging his spirit martial arts to gather materialized energy to clear the lightning that was raging in his body. The soreness and tingling gradually diminished and improved. However, Mengshi's mood did not relax for a second. The thunder hammer from the party was so terrifyingly strong in attacking and killing that 2 or 3 more times, he would be designated to kneel. Crackling. Sharp lightning thunder resounded once again, a thunderbolt encircled Lin Ran's body, penetrating the sky and sweeping in all directions. Mengshi hurriedly jumped up and retreated towards the back, trying to pull away. He couldn't figure out how to deal with Lin Ran's heaven's wrath for a moment, but one thing was clear, he definitely couldn't take another thunder-heavy hammer hard. It couldn't be caught. Woo! Hoo! Mengshi flung his hands together, each releasing a storm of yellow sand that spun rapidly, containing a powerful strangling force, heading straight for Lin Ran. It was both an attack and an interception. Wanna run? Lin Ran's eyes were electric and sharp, and as he took a step towards the front, a huge thunderous sound rose up into the sky, shaking the air and causing it to explode. Boom, boom, boom. Successive thunderbolts ran through down, connecting to the void above and into the earth below, enveloping the 2 attacking yellow sandstorms as well as Mengshi himself, all of them, like a Jedi composed of thunderbolts. Wrath of Heaven, endless thunder prison. According to the relevant information, the upper limit of this stance art was such that even the heavens and earth could be subdued. Of course, Lin Ran's current realm was not enough, and his cultivation was even worse, far from reaching a level that was like that of a myth or legend. But the might that could be erupted was already powerful enough. Boom! Boom! 2 thick thunderbolts ran through down, destroying the 2 yellow sandstorms that were killing Lin Ran on the spot. One by one, the students who were watching the battle dozens of meters away from each other suddenly foamed at the mouth and convulsed violently. The earth, the electrical conductivity was average. However, the thunder and lightning that erupted from the wrath of the heavens, coupled with the might of martial arts, could penetrate through the earth, and even if it was only the aftermath, which was still cut down by the dozens of meters of thick ground, it was still not something that these evolution realm students could withstand. All spread out, stand away. The middle-aged leader saved the electrocuted students with a cold face. Some residual power had this kind of lethality, he didn't need to see it to know that it was definitely exceptionally tough for Mengshi to fight head-on. As a matter of fact, as early as the moment Lin Ran had utilized the hammer of the shocking sky, he had basically held little hope for Mengshi's victory. The Peak Ascension realm is still a top spirit martial. The middle-aged leader clenched his teeth, feeling evil. The ancestral graves of the school leaders of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, but there was a family that did not smoke, could not meet such a genius. Boom, boom, boom. The ear-splitting thunderous sound was unceasing, and the brilliant thunderbolts came one after the other, intertwining and connecting, sealing off the area where Mengshi was. Mengshi's face was as heavy as lead, pushing his spirit martial to the limit, desperately fighting against it, wrapped in a storm of yellow sand that struck across the area, so wild and vicious that it tore up the pavement. However, it just couldn't break through this thunder prison. The lightning that covered the 4 fields made Mengshi feel like a traveler who had fallen into the midst of a shocking wave and was about to drown. Suddenly, Mengshi's pupils shrunk violently. Lin Ran, who was outside the thunder prison, spread out his right hand, and from the center of his palm rose a piercing light, and in a flash of lightning, he condensed a thunder battle spear, which appeared to be a deep purple intertwined with a silver light, and the sharpness that pervaded it made Mengshi, who was far away from him, stimulated, and a large portion of his skin was covered in goosebumps. Wrath of Heaven, spear of heavenly punishment. Compared to the heaven-shaking heavy hammer, this move was superior in penetration and could also attack from afar. Lin Ran waved his arm and threw it, and in the next instant, a purple light appeared in midair, connecting the area where he and Mangshur were. That was the light trailing from the thunder battle spear. Giggle! The yellow sandstorm that swirled around Mangshur was directly pierced through as soon as it came into contact with the thunder battle spear, completely unable to block it. In the face of the terrifying strangling force contained within the yellow sandstorm, the light, speed, and power of the thunder war spear all decreased, but it showed no signs of collapsing, and shot straight at Mangshur's chest. Swish! A palm cupped Mangshur's shoulder and carried him out horizontally, dodging this terrifying strike. The middle-aged leader intervened to save Mangshur. But this act, at the same time, announced the end of the battle between the two as a winner. Thud! The thunder battle spear broke through the air for 100 meters, hitting the fountain there inside the school gate, and the powerful lightning might poured out, blowing dozens of tons of water high into the air. The bright red flag that stood at the school gate unfurled and fluttered once again in response to the violent airwaves. Chapter 38, In one day, I will sweep. Who? Lin Ran dispersed the might of heaven's wrath. His breath was rough, but not disorganized. Facing the gaze cast over by the middle-aged leader, he directly said, "You can say if you regret it, I agree to continue the fight again." The middle-aged leader sank his face and said, "Evergreen Middle School doesn't want this kind of victory yet." Having said that, only he himself knew the truth. With the battle power displayed by Lin Ran, an ordinary intermediate martial artist going up to fight would be tantamount to sending food to the table. He took a deep breath and said, "Please go back, this door-to-door challenge, I, Evergreen High School, admit that I'm undefeated." Upon hearing this, many of the students had complex expressions as they looked at Lin Ran, unable to speak. One of the three noble high schools was picked over by one person. In a wheel battle, not even one intermediate martial artist was an opponent. No send-off. Lin Ran smiled faintly, didn't say anything more, turned around and took a step, walking towards the school entrance. Victory was always the most powerful proof. On the other side, Zhou Yangyang planted the live broadcast cell phone on the tripod and ran all the way over at a fast pace, saying in a voice of suppressed exuberance, "Brother Lin, the effect of the live broadcast this time really exploded. If it wasn't for the fact that the merchants had given a lot of martial arts counts, it would have to be sold off the market." How many? Anticipation rose in Lin Ran's heart. "I just did some math, it's all this much after taxes." Zhou Yangyang used his body to shield the camera, put up 3 fingers, and gestured in front of Lin Ran's eyes. 1.11 million? Lin Ran lifted his eyebrows slightly, asked Zhou Yangyang for his spare cell phone, logged into the backstage of the live broadcast to take a look, pulled the corners of his mouth, and wanted to punch this dish-a-bag. How did 3 fingers start representing 3 million again? However, in the face of such lucrative earnings, Lin Ran couldn't help but reveal a smile. This was still just the earnings from the live broadcast. When the relevant news spread out, the sales would continue to rise. Moreover, the bandwagon isn't over yet. Lin Ran came to the center of the school gate, pulled up the bright red flag that had been erected, and raised it in front of the camera, saying, "Everyone, there's no need to leave in a hurry, this is just one of the 3 major noble high schools, there'll be more in a little while." At this time, Yi Tengyan stepped over and said in astonishment, "You're going to continue the challenge today?" "Well, it's not like I'm injured." Lin Ran nodded with a smile and said with a slight hint of regret, "If not for the fact that physical strength is a problem, I would have wanted to pick over the 3 noble high schools in one day. This way, there would be a higher level of conversation, both in terms of bandwagons and the live broadcast and sales in the future. Heaven's wrath doesn't consume a lot of physical strength, and just now, when I performed it at full strength, I couldn't retain the strength to run my heavy armor breaker body anymore, causing my body to still be a bit sore and bloated. So I guess I'll have to rest until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon before I can go to the second aristocratic high school." Lin Ran murmured. Yi Tingyun's heart skipped a beat as he said, "So, when you were competing in the martial arts earlier, you were running the heavy armor breaking body additionally?" "Yes, as I told you before, Instructor Yi, 3 times quenched bones load the body greatly when performing martial arts." "I know." Yi Tengyun interrupted with a voice, pursing his lips hard, "But I also told you that you need the first layer of the realm to be complete, or to advance to the second layer of the realm, in order to dissipate the pressure generated by the bones." Lin Ran understood, raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "My heavy armor breaker body is at the 3rd layer realm." Yi Tingyun was in a complicated mood and didn't want to speak at this moment. Super geniuses cultivated fast, he could understand, there were such existences in the military. There was once someone who learned the sword for a year and directly invoked the meaning of heaven and earth, walking in front of many martial artists who had been immersed in the sword path for 100 years. But even if one was a genius, there was always a limited number of areas of martial arts that one could specialize in. In areas where one was not proficient, progress would be significantly slow. But in Lin Ran, Yi Tangyun could not see this. With such a niche martial art as the solid class, the advancement was still violently outrageous. One couldn't really be good at all of them. Yi Tangyun exhaled lightly, suppressing his undulating thoughts, and said, "In that case, then you'll challenge the 3 major noble high schools in one day." Ha! This time the unexpected person changed to Lin Ran. Yi Tangyun didn't bother to explain. Lifting his hand and spinning it, he condensed a cloud-like energy and pressed it straight into Lin Ran's chest. Buzz! Lin Ran's body shook, the stamina that had been depleted due to the successive battles quickly rose back up, even the soreness in his muscular fascia area was dissipating. Within a few minutes, he actually returned to his full strength. What kind of spirit martial art is this? Lin Ran was both shocked and eager. If he could also master it, why worry about the burden of heaven's wrath on his body, and directly transform into a humanoid nuclear power plant? You won't learn. Yi Tangyun gave Lin Ran a playful glance and explained, "This isn't any spirit martial art, it's my supernatural ability, which belongs to the auxiliary category." Lin Ran regretfully shook his head and sighed. No wonder it's said that most of the psychic abilities are geniuses. These thousands of strange abilities do have an advantage against pure martial artists. Zhou Yangyang was all a bit speechless as he listened, and couldn't help but pick up, "Brother Lin, that Mengshi from earlier could even say that." "But you say it? Is it appropriate?" At those words, Yi Tangyun even had the urge to nod his head. "Can't I still be inadequate? Brother Lin, good suit. When the bonus arrives at the end of the year, I'll give you a big rocket. You too, off you go." Yi Tangyun shook his head helplessly and led the two of them towards the SUV. Where to choose the next noble high school? Pear Blossom Girls High School. The buggy turned around and drove away from Evergreen High School, but the fallout caused by this challenge was like a landfalling typhoon that had only just begun. Online, there was no need to say more. The massive number of viewers in Lin Ran's livestream were all amazed at his strength and battle results. And locally in Shanghai City, the impact was even more profound. Evergreen High School, one of the 3 major aristocratic high schools, was picked over by a student from a public high school. Even if he was only an intermediate martial artist, it was still shocking. Many of the upper echelons were informed first. Some TV stations even started news reports. Of course, behind the scenes, there was a secret push from the school leaders of Shanghai No. 1 High School, but the premise was still that Lin Ran's performance was compelling enough. Pear Blossom Girls High School. This was a boarding martial arts high school that only recruited girls, but the management was flexible and allowed the top-ranked students to use electronic products. During recess, news related to Lin Ran picking over Evergreen High School spread quickly. Evergreen Middle School didn't lose unfairly. His spirit martial arts are really strong. With such a wide range of lightning power, how can an intermediate martial artist block it? The key is high face value. How nice to come to our school. Can't you stop being such an nymphomaniac? One person picking over a top high school, focusing on this is a feat that is rare to see in several years. It's better to be handsome. I'm really curious. A lonely commoner teenage genius, carrying the ardor of his classmates, teachers, and elders, decidedly embarked on the bloody road to fight against a noble high school. Most of the girls who heard about it were concerned, and just as they were discussing it passionately with their classmates, a cool voice was like rolling thunder, sweeping across the entire campus. Shanghai First Middle School, Lin Ran, here to challenge. Any intermediate level martial artists, I'll take them all. Chapter 39, I alone am enough. If you don't like it, try to pass away. Are you really here? Lian Batala, do not take a break? It was during the break between classes. Many girls rushed towards the school entrance in groups of 3 to 5, and on the way there was a lot of heated discussion, but when they arrived, they quickly became quiet. They looked and saw that the several intermediate-level martial artists in the school who were known for their combat prowess, each one of them had a white face, permeated with a sense of wilting. They even needed to rely on support to barely stand. It was obvious that they had already lost to Lin Ran. In the center of the school gate, a large flag stood on the ground, the bright red flag fluttering in the air along with the colliding airwaves. At this moment, there was a girl fighting against Lin Ran. Many of the students on the sidelines knew her. Her name was Lingya, and she was well known in the school, recognized as having the highest cultivation qualifications in the entire school. When she was at the primary martial artist stage, only her skull hadn't completed the secondary quenching. Later, after completing the blood nourishment, rare to strike again. Because against other intermediate martial artists, they were basically crushed. But now, when facing Lin Ran, even students at the evolutionary realm could see Ling's difficulty and strain. Woo! The sound of wind stirred as Ling violently kicked sideways, her slender right leg slicing through the air as if it was as sharp as a blade. The wave of air that was pressed out alone shattered a shrub several meters away, showing the power of the might. Looking at this strike, Lin Ran was expressionless, not dodging, not flashing, only in the dark eyes of the cold lightning. The next moment, with a click, a huge thunderbolt struck down in the air, bright and piercing, striking directly at the top of Ling's head, as if it was going to penetrate the entire person. Ling gritted her teeth, and could only give up the kicking attack, twisting her waist and abdomen with force, flipping over towards the side to dodge, appearing to be in a sorry state. Bang! Lin Ran predicted in advance and kicked out with great force, sending Ling flying out sideways. The opponent's peripheral strength was actually a bit stronger than Meng Shi's, approaching 90 tons. However, there was no spirit martial in his body. Facing the thunderbolt he had condensed with the wrath of heaven, it was completely irresistible. Lin Ran briefly executed a few of his belt martial arts, and then without further delay, he took a step out and unfolded the endless thunder prison. Boom! 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 Berserk thunderbolts ran through the sky, one after another, sealing off the 4 fields, shocking Ling's head full of long hair. Her eyes swept over the countless thunderbolts in every direction, and on her fair face, she revealed unwillingness and despair. She didn't want to admit defeat, but she really couldn't fight. The sparring match is over. The principal of the Pear Blossom Girls' High School, a gorgeous female, directly called out to stop, choosing to admit defeat. Lin Ran smiled faintly, raised his hand in a gesture, and said, "Next." The female principal's complexion was like ice, saying, "There is no next, this time. The challenge from Shanghai First High School, Pear Blossom Girls' High School, can't take it, you win." After saying that, her eyes crossed over Lin Ran and landed on Yitingyun at the back, and she said in a cold voice, "The talented students of Shanghai No. 1 High School better not be more than just him. In the future, in the city's high school leagues and the unified martial arts exams, don't be pressed to get up." Yitingyun carried his hands behind his back, flat and strong, saying, "One student with this kind of talent is enough. When he grows up next year, you'll know how many students have been pressed to lift their heads." The female principal's expression stagnated, thinking of the rumors of 3 times of bone tempering. Her projected gaze returned to Lin Ran, gazing tightly. She had to admit that the teenager in front of her was indeed expected to become an existence that would overwhelm his generation. "Don't worry, if nothing goes wrong, I'll be participating in this session of the Citywide High School League, and whoever wants to take back the school's face, will look for me directly when the time comes." Lin Ran grinned, single-handedly pulling up the bright red flag that stood in the center of the school gate, carrying it on his shoulder, and striding away. The originally quiet crowd immediately stirred. Is this declaring war on our senior martial artists? Wow! Big guts, even more elegance, one person to fight out of the limelight, and one person to carry it. If we lose this challenge, next month's citywide league, the school will definitely let the varsity team pressure Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and next year, the other side will definitely have to return the favor again, and in the long run, when will the injustice end? What kind of saintly mother are you, you little ninny? I mean, can revenge time, must press dead hammer, fallen genius is the most charming, jia. Amidst the rising and falling murmurs, the 3 of them boarded the SUV and turned around to leave. The buggy sped all the way, heading straight to King's Right High School. This was the only one left of the 3 major noble high schools, and it was also the last hope. If they couldn't take Lin Ran's challenge again, it would be a big news that would shock the eyeballs. In one day, the 3 major noble high schools had been swept by one person. With this record, Lin Ran was enough to become the city's intermediate martial artist. For a time, a number of schools in Shanghai City were unsettled, whether they were privately built or governmental public, all of them were paying extra attention. Wangquan Middle School is setting up a position waiting for me to come to the door. When the SUV turned around an intersection, Lin Ran sat in the co-pilot's seat, his eyes looking through the window, and saw from afar that right in front of Wangquan Middle School's front door, a tall ring had been erected, surrounded by a dense array of silhouettes. Obviously, the other party had already made sufficient preparations and was standing by. Yi Tengyun's eyes narrowed slightly as he reminded, "Don't be careless, Wangquan High School is the most senior aristocratic high school in Shanghai City, behind it are several veteran consortiums and magnates, it has a strong hold on the students, it outperforms Evergreen High School and Pear Blossom Girls High School, and it has always pushed for the theory of results only, and the students' minds are generally colder than the previous 2. Yi Tingyun pointed out that he had this aspect in mind when he placed King's Power High School at the end. Lin Ran pondered slightly and nodded, "I understand." In the previous 2 rounds of challenges, he had explained the martial arts that he had brought with him several times, and for this next round, not introducing them would not have much of an impact. If he felt that something was wrong, he would directly sink his heart into the battle. The SUV quickly drove towards the school gates, and under the guidance of several staff members, it stopped at a specialized area. Lin Ran pushed the door and got out of the vehicle, his eyes sweeping over the inside and outside of the school gates, and he couldn't help but take a couple more glances. The many students of Wangquan High School had similarly come over to gather around, but unlike the first 2 noble high schools, they were lined up in a neat square formation, standing straight and not saying a word. In the face of the arriving Lin Ran several people, there was no riot, they just cast their eyes over and watched silently. Zhou Yangyang gulped, feeling nervous and uneasy, his legs softening. If this was defeated, wouldn't have to crawl out. Lin Ran withdrew his gaze, his expression calm, and said, Yang, hand me the flag. Just give it to me. A vice principal stepped over, his body was dry and thin, standing extremely straight, giving off a feeling that it was a bit too harsh. This flag King's Right Middle School will stand for you. Our school has been built for 100 years, and you are not the only one who has come over to challenge to set up the flag. If you win today, Wangquan Middle School will specially set aside an area to erect the flag for you, but if you don't win, you will break it in the center of the school gate, by yourself in public. The vice principal spoke with an unbelievably strong attitude. Lin Ran glanced at him, his gaze falling back to the black pressurized sea-like crowd. His raised paws didn't hesitate for a second as he directly ascended towards the ring. Yes. Chapter 40, When I Give It My All, the challenge becomes a solo show. Boom. As Lin Ran stepped onto the ring, a bright red flag simultaneously centered itself in the middle of the school gate and fluttered in the air. This door-to-door challenge had officially begun. Below the ring, a row of intermediate-level martial artists stood straight, each and every one of their gazes all falling on Lin Ran. That vice principal directly said, Lu Chen, you're the first to face the battle. From the words alone, it was clear that Wangquan Middle School was clearly going to have a wheel battle. A boy leaped onto the ring with an indifferent expression, taking large strides and charging straight at Lin Ran. Only, in the face of Lin Ran's incoming fist, it was as if he didn't see it, as he kicked out, stabbing out like a spear, striking straight at Lin Ran's waist and abdomen. Ha! Lin Ran was slightly surprised. This current strike was his first strong attack, he could hit faster. The opponent's choice was quite a disadvantage. However, with the 3rd level realm's heavy armor breaker body protecting his body, he had no reason to change his stance. Bang! Bang! 2 collision sounds, one heavy and one light, rang out one after another. Lin Ran's figure was solid, without a single tremor, just like a rock standing on the earth. Lu Chen, who was on the opposite side, was violently shaken and directly flew out backwards. Lin Ran, to take advantage of the victory, step by step, unfolding a powerful suppression, beat Lu Chen even time to catch his breath, less than 10 strokes, kicked him out of the ring with a blow. Whoosh! Without waiting for Lu Chen to be helped up, another student quickly ascended the stage and attacked towards Lin Ran, fighting in the same way as Lu Chen, desperately trying to cause injuries. The 3rd student who met the battle did the same. Only, none of the results were satisfactory, all of them were caught by Lin Ran's cracks and swiftly defeated. Is this an attempt to get me injured? Lin Ran's gaze flickered. Fighting 3 matches in a row was enough for him to see the purpose of Wangquan Middle School's wheel battle. It wasn't the common focus on consuming physical strength, but rather trying to make him accumulate injuries. There might be a problem. Lin Ran realized that something wasn't normal. A martial artist's vitality was strong, and injuries that weren't relatively serious would have a minimal impact on their strength. The vice principal under the ring was expressionless, not giving Lin Ran any free time, and said icily, 4th match, He Changjun, you're on stage against him. In his opinion, Evergreen High School and Pear Blossom Girls High School's challenge to Lin Ran was too mild and pedantic. For the sake of victory, it was only right to do whatever it took. As long as they could win, with the publicity from the consortium behind them and the local magnates, the public would only remember that a Super Geniuses Out of School challenge had stopped at King's Power High School, and the flag had broken and people had been injured. Boom! A cannon blast that shook the heavens and earth like a storm of thunder, shaking the entire ring. Lin Ran retracted his raised right arm, and the 4th opponent in front of him had already flown out horizontally, fainting in the air. Want to exchange injuries for injuries? Then give it a try. Lin Ran looked down below the ring, his gaze sweeping over the intermediate-level martial artists standing in a line, sharp and terrifying. The slight doubts that had risen in his heart had all been suppressed by him. Regardless of what cards Wangquan Middle School had, there was no need to be overly concerned. In a battle between martial artists, there was only one thing to believe in. Strength is king. Dang 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 dang. Loud exchanges of blows resounded through the ring, one after another, shaking the four fields. Lin Ran began to go all out. The school leaders and students of Wangquan Middle School, as well as the massive number of viewers in the live broadcast, all looked on in shock as a bout in the ring turned into Lin Ran's solo show. Intermediate martial artists whose cultivation was at the same level as Lin Ran's were having trouble catching 10 moves. Those whose cultivation level was better than Lin Ran's could not hold it for long. Those whose cultivation was not as good as Lin Ran's, not to mention. When Lin Ran no longer deliberately demonstrated martial arts, with multiple martial arts added to his body, he could be said to have no weaknesses. The stance was both speedy and flexible. Offense was precise and ruthless. As for defense, basically can't be used. Above the ring, Lin Ran was invincible, sweeping away multiple opponents. A great sun hung in the western sky, and before it fell into the horizon, the intermediate martial artists of the King's Right Middle School had already been beaten by Lin Ran to the point where only the last one remained. He's so strong, can we really win? But if the carry gains were lower, the anchor wouldn't have needed to aggravate himself so much in the first 2 rounds. Saying goodbye to the bandwagon martial arts, what the hell are you, Rise of Heaven's Pride? Looking at Lin Ran alone in an independent ring, the online scene all shook. Those squares that were originally quiet to the point of being oppressive gradually began to stir and even flooded with commotion as an intermediate-level martial artist fell. The vice principal's brows tightened as his gaze fell towards the last intermediate martial artist, saying, "Qing Hanyun, the final battle, over to you." "Don't worry." The student named Qing Hanyun seemed to be very confident, the corners of his mouth pursed in a smile as he ascended the ring step by step. "It looks like the student who ascended the stage in front of me didn't manage to help me much in this battle." Qing Hanyun shook his head, but his eyes were getting more and more stern as he looked straight at Lin Ran. However, after all, they belong to the same King's Power Middle School. The face they lost, I have to get it all back, and I can't let you take it away. Come and fight. Lin Ran's response was short and strong. Woo! Qing Hanyun responded with a practical action, just leaping out with a single step, killing in front of Lin Ran, along with a twist of the waist and abdomen, striking horizontally with a curved right elbow, like a mountain-opening heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing into Lin Ran's head. The airwaves in the vicinity of 10 meters or so were all moved, rushing and rising, wild and unparalleled. Lin Ran's eyes stared, immediately judging that the other party's peripheral power was absolutely terrifyingly high. However, he was calm, lifting his arm up and catching the elbow strike the instant he did so. His bent arm quickly contracted like a spring. While continuously unloading the force, his right leg kicked out noiselessly, hitting Qing Hanyun's chest with a vicious heart kick. Bang! Qing Hanyun's movements lurched and he retreated backwards. However, the elbow strike he struck similarly shook Lin Ran's body and prevented him from immediately stepping forward. Don't test it, it hurts. Qing Hanyun grinned, flicked the dust from his chest shirt, and said, "My cultivation level is probably about the same as the Lingya that you fought at the Pear Blossom Girls' High School, but my cultivation talent is not as good as hers, and it took me an extra year to grow up to this point. Naturally, even less energy to cultivate spirit martial arts." Qing Hanyun's actions, far from his words, once again rushed out in large strides. Lin Ran's eyes were deep, wary but not fearful, looking at Qing Hanyun who was attacking at breakneck speeds. His black hair began to raise, radiant thunder and lightning rising in his palms, condensing in an instant to form a huge hammer of thunder. Shocking heavenly heavy hammer. Oh! Lin Ran held the handle of the hammer and lifted his arm to swing it. The head of the thunder hammer, which was even larger than a house, slashed through the sky, the oppressive sound shaking the four fields. However, to the consternation of many, Qing Hanyun suddenly stopped in place, a reckless maniacal smile hanging at the corners of his mouth, his arms slightly open as if he was welcoming the smashing of the thunder hammer. Boom! In the next moment, the thunder hammer flooded Qing Hanyun's figure, exploding countless arcs of electricity and lightning, terrifyingly incomparable. Qing Hanyun's entire body slumped to the ground, twitching continuously, his 5 senses twisting into a ball in pain. Suddenly, in the midst of an unexpected gaze, Lin Ran, who had swung out the thunder hammer, his body shook and fell towards the ground, relying on his crossed arms to avoid the situation where he was face down on the ground, but he still couldn't stabilize his body, and with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. Lin Ran's body, likewise, convulsed. Chapter 41, Sweeping through the 3 major schools for only one reason: I'm stronger than everyone else. Lin Ran lay on the ground, only feeling an intense soreness and tingling sweeping through his entire body, constantly raging. But he was certain that no foreign energy had invaded his body. Qing Hanyun was lying on his back not far away, panting heavily. As the might of the heaven-shaking heavy hammer gradually dissipated within his body, his entire state improved. At the same time, the severe discomfort in Lin Ran's body eased. The heaven's wrath that shook the mountains and seas in the past was truly terrifying. I almost couldn't carry it. Qing Hanyun barely rolled over and stood up tremblingly. Of all the previous rulers of the heaven's wrath, I'm afraid that you're the only one who has experienced the killing and wounding of the heaven's wrath head-on. Don't you still have to thank me? Lin Ran similarly stood up, his gaze flickering, saying, otherworldly ability? Under his best efforts of perception, he vaguely perceived that there was an arcane fluctuation that linked him to Qing Hanyun. Correct answer. But there's no reward. Qing Hanyun snapped his fingers, not concealing his smugness, and said, by way of introduction, this is my supernatural ability, equal damage, which allows me to grant the damage I received from taking an attack to the target without any difference. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran didn't panic, taking a deep breath and attempting to resolve it. With the flash of a thought, the endless thunder prison unfolded. Boom boom boom. Berserk thunder sounds resounded through the ring as dense, enormous lightning ran through down, connecting to the void above and into the ground below, but it did not attack and kill Qing Hanyun, scattering around Lin Ran and ravaging him continuously. Lin Ran wanted to sever the linking fluctuation between him and Qing Hanyun through this killing move. Don't struggle, it's useless. Qing Hanyun was unimpressed and said indifferently, once you're locked by my foreign energy, no advanced martial artist from the school can break free. Of course, don't think about pulling away either, the entire ring is within the radiant range of my alien energy. Lin Ran was expressionless, dispersing the lightning around him. After trying, the endless thunder prison, which was fully energized, could make the link between the two vibrate, but could not destroy it. Lin Ran realized that it was no wonder that the students in front of him were trying to inflict injuries on him. It was because it would allow Qing Hanyun to gain a greater advantage. The reason why the ring was built was thought to be because of the long attack distance of the Spear of Heaven's punishment, limiting his range of movement lest he break away from the lock of his supernatural ability. In order to deal with him, Wang Quan Middle School had really made a step-by-step approach. Are you feeling helpless, angry, and manic right now, empty of the battle power to push me across the board but unable to utilize it? Qing Hanyun teasingly provoked and began to move his body, gradually relieving himself from the killing fury of the shocking heavy hammer. Lin Ran pinched his 10 fingers and indifferently said, all I know is that the winner is yet to be determined. In a ring battle, other than fighting to win or lose, those who fall lose. It was far from desperate. Most importantly, Lin Ran vaguely noticed that the injuries he had endured seemed to be lighter than Qing Hanyun. When he had swung the heavenly punishment heavy hammer earlier, he had been running the heavy armor breaker body to protect his body because he was wary. Perhaps, equal injuries were just the same power of the damage inflicted, and when it came to specifically enduring it, it varied from person to person. The sturdier the body, the weaker the injuries, and the other way around, the stronger it was. The victory is not yet divided, it is only your perception. Qing Hanyun sneered, my cultivation is superior to yours, I can withstand more injuries, the result of this challenge has already been determined. Saying that, Qing Hanyun backhandedly drew out a sharp dagger and directly pressed it against his own throat. What do you think will happen when I strike through now? A stinging sensation flooded from Lin Ran's throat. Lin Ran's face was colorless as he ran his heavy armor breaker body. In the next moment, the pain rapidly diminished. His presumption was correct. Equal damage. This ability was not the same in the absolute sense. I can only do it myself, I can't scare you yet. Failing to see panic on Lin Ran's face, Qing Hanyun skimmed his lips and lowered the dagger against his throat, just in time, let you lose. He held the dagger and quickly killed. Lin Ran was already sure of himself, and took a step forward, and all of a sudden, thunderous sounds resounded through the ring, once again unfolding the endless thunder prison. This time, it was for attack and kill. Dozens of hundreds of thunderbolts came down, wrapped in violent might, covering half of the ring, the area where Qing Hanyun was, completely sealed off. Qing Hanyun couldn't help but stop in his tracks, facing the might coming at him, feeling powerful and terrifying, but thinking of the equal damage ability in his body, it can't still be attacking me. Boom! A 10 feet long lightning struck in the air, interrupting his words and penetrating straight into his body. Compared to the previous shocking heavy hammer, the killing power was lacking, but it still made Qing Hanyun's brows furrow in pain, very uncomfortable, and he couldn't imagine that Lin Ran really dared to strike at him again. Lin Ran was indifferent, and then launched an endless thunder prison attack. A thunderbolt followed by a thunderbolt struck down, a continuous stream, like a waterfall constructed of lightning and thunder, drowning Qing Hanyun, causing him to grimace in pain, becoming more and more agonized. Many people looked on in disbelief, including Ching Hanyun. All of them thought that this kind of action was tantamount to quenching his thirst with seawater, and would only accelerate Lin Ran's defeat. But in less than a minute, they all changed their faces. Doubt, shock, disbelief. In the midst of the thunder and lightning, Ching Hanyun was panting heavily, his hands forcefully supporting his knees in order to maintain his standing. However, directly across from him, Lin Ran's figure was straight, without a single sign of falling. What situation? Ching Hanyun clenched his teeth, and for the first time, a flash of panic appeared in his sights as he looked at Lin Ran, no longer as confident and calm as before. Boom! A huge thunderbolt descended from the sky, bright and dazzling, a response made by Lin Ran, like a thunder dragon pouncing in the air, wreaking terrifying might. Ching Hanyun was unable to withstand it and could not stand, flopping and kneeling heavily on the ground. Lin Ran was similarly in pain, but under the operation of the heavy armor breaker body, he still stood steadily, his eyes blossoming with electric aura, cold and sharp as he looked down at Ching Hanyun, who was kneeling in front of him. From this moment onwards, victory and defeat will only be divided. No. Possible. Ching Hanyun barely raised his head and looked at Lin Ran's overlooking gaze, unable to accept the current situation. He couldn't imagine that he would lose. The moment he locked onto Lin Ran with his supernatural ability, he was convinced that he had already taken the victory. But the reality was that he was lying on the ground and Lin Ran was standing and looking down. Boom, boom, boom. A series of several lightning strikes came down, hitting Ching Hanyun in agonizing pain, nearly fainting, no longer able to maintain the connection of his supernatural abilities. At once, Lin Ran felt relieved that his body was no longer producing new injuries. Why? Ching Hanyun struggled on the ground, trying to get up, his heart filled with resentment and frenzy. All of the emotions that might have arisen from his earlier teasing of Lin Ran appeared in himself. This made it extraordinarily difficult for him. Lin Ran's eyes were indifferent, and the electric aura that blossomed became more and more blazing, because I'm stronger than you. Boom! Without the limitations of his supernatural ability, Lin Zhan released the full power of the wrath of heaven, and the thunder and lightning that enveloped half of the ring ran through the sky together, like a shocking wave in the ocean. As soon as Ching Hanyun made contact, his muscles crumbled, blood splattered, and he didn't even finish screaming, fainting on the spot. It was still that vice principal who quickly ascended the ring and saved him. Lin Ran's black hair danced about, his eyes flowing with electricity, looking directly at the vice principal, strong and incomparable, saying, "Who else is allowed to come? Though get on the stage." He was badly injured, but under full force, he still possessed a powerful attacking and killing power. Below the ring, the crows were silent, a dead silence, only the sound of lightning and thunder swept across the sky, resounding through the entire school. The vice principal's face turned blue as he took a deep breath and said, "In this battle, King's Right Middle School accepts defeat. The flag you brought with you, we'll leave it behind and hang it for you in the most prominent position in the school. But remember, this school will always take an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth." The coldness in the vice principal's voice almost condensed into ice. "This shame, King Power High School, will return it all in the coming days. I look forward to it." Lin Ran turned to leave, taking large steps without looking back. Chapter 42. It's time for you to meet the real Big Brother. The sun was setting in the west, and in the warm orange-red afterglow, an SUV was traveling quickly. Wangquan Middle School fell behind, gradually blurring. In the car, Yi Tengyun was in a happy mood, glancing at Lin Ran in the passenger seat, flirting. "Your last response was really tough. If I were the senior management of the King's Right Middle School, I might have to call up a few high-level martial artists, high and low, so that you can go back lying down." Lin Ran shrugged and said, "After all the fighting, there's no point in going soft." "That's true." Yi Tengyun nodded smilingly. Saying that, he freed a hand and used his foreign energy to condense a ball of energy, sending it into Lin Ran's body. "The injuries aren't light, you can endure them without revealing any abnormalities. Your heart is considered upper class amongst your peers." Facing Yi Tengyun's comment, Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Not enough to worry about. The path of martial arts is long and grueling. If you can't even hold back some physical pain, how can you talk about reaching the top?" Zhou Yangyang grinned and reminded, "Brother Lin, the live broadcast has been closed. There are no outsiders in the car." Lin Ran laughed dumbly and said, "Of course, in public, you still have to care about some face, and you have to endure the pain even if it hurts." Jokes aside, when it came to pain, Lin Ran couldn't help but think of Ching Hanyun's supernatural ability. He shook his head and said with some emotion, "Equal damage. This ability is much more difficult to deal with than Lava Giant. This offensive and killing type of ability, especially if the cultivation is not dominant, once it is locked in, it can basically only be slaughtered." If he hadn't mastered the heavy armor breaker body at the third level of the realm, his battle would have been very arduous. However, solid class martial arts had always been niche and rare to cultivate. In exchange for other intermediate martial artists, whether it was Meng Shi from Evergreen High School or Lingya from Pear Blossom Girls High School, they were hardly a match for Qing Hanyun. Not that insurmountable. Yi Tengyun drove with one hand, shook his head, and said, "It's just that the martial arts cultivation of intermediate-level martial artists, which is not yet called profound, lacks effective means of confrontation. Exotic abilities, in essence, are just a branch of martial arts, the same path." Hearing this definition, Lin Ran froze, feeling new and strange, saying, "Alien energy is martial arts? But I see that many universities have specialized alien ability departments, and some of the students in them would choose to give up martial arts and devote all their energy to enhancing their alien abilities." Not surprising. Yi Tengyun further explained, alien energy is developed to the extreme before it can touch the narrow concept of martial arts, that needs to reach a very high level, and I'm all too far behind to touch the threshold. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and analyzed, I'm afraid that all such existences are beyond the realm of human. Yi Tengyun glanced at him and said, after a while, "I'll send Zhou Yangyang back to the school and take you to meet someone as a reward for winning a big challenge out of school this time." "Who?" Lin Ran was a little curious. "A veteran." Yi Tengyun took a deep breath, and his complexion became complicated. There was heaviness, powerlessness, and resignation. He added in a hoarse voice, an existence that could once ignore the difference between supernormal abilities and martial arts. The SUV ran all the way, and after sending Zhou Yangyang back to the school, Yi Tengyun didn't even get out of the car and took Lin Ran with him to set off again. At the same time, the phone in the principal's office of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School had been ringing uninterruptedly and was almost bursting with calls. The news that Lin Ran had picked over the 3 major aristocratic high schools in one day had already spread and was spreading wildly in Shanghai City. Several local television stations had set aside enough sections to prepare for a key report on the evening news. Principal Li was overjoyed, and he, who had always preferred quietness, didn't feel a hint of noise in the face of the incessant ringing phone calls. When he first promised Lin Ran to go out to the school to challenge him, he was actually quite worried, and specially instructed Yi Tengyun to come to his rescue in time so that Lin Ran wouldn't suffer serious injuries during the battle. But as it turned out, Lin Ran was out of his depth and unstoppable, using only one day to fight through the 3 major noble high schools. "The old leader of the education department just gave me a phone call. The city's top management is very satisfied with Lin Ran's performance. The financial allocation that the school can get in the second half of the year will be doubled, to say the least." Principal Li was beaming with joy. "Good thing." A vice principal nodded with a smile and said, "The only regret is that the city's high school league next month will have to suffer Qin Ming and the others. The 3 noble high schools' temperament was almost crushed by Lin Ran today, and they will surely stomp on Shanghai No. 1 Middle School in turn. It's not a big problem, Instructor Yi sees clearly in this regard. When Lin Ran grows up next year, he can double back all the losses. This year's results, it doesn't matter if they're worse, just think of it as a strategic give-up. Don't be so pessimistic, isn't Lin Ran also preparing to participate? Maybe he can give us another surprise." The atmosphere in the principal's office was exuberant and enthusiastic. On the other side, Yi Tengyun and Lin Ran both left the school and traveled all the way east, driving into a coastal highway at dusk. The boundless waves lapped against the shore, stirring up foamy white waves, reflecting the soft afterglow of the setting sun, like an oil painting painted in warm colors. Lin Ran opened the window of the car and stretched his hand out of the window, facing the slightly cool sea breeze and looking out over the boundless sea. He had lived in Shanghai City for more than a month, but it was the first time he had seen the sea. This city, bordered by the Longyu Sea in the east and Taishan Mountain in the west, was therefore named after Shanghai. Below the initial section of the coastal highway, there was a golden sandy beach with azure seawater and fine gravel, and even though it was on a Monday, there were still a lot of people swimming. However, Yi Tengyun showed no signs of stopping, stepping on the gas without letting up, quickly skimming over the beach. Further in, the scene of the coastal highway is much more desolate, the beach gradually gray and black, to the end, completely disappeared, full of winding reefs. Along the way, there gradually ceased to be any more cars traveling together. At the end of the road sits an old lighthouse, like it has been deserted, with no light coming on. Ebony moss creeps up the walls after years of being washed by the sea. Below, an old man sat in front of the railing, setting up a fishing rod, fishing. Only, his gaze was deep, unconcerned about the fish drift, and he kept gazing into the depths of the sea. Yi Tengyun didn't drive the SUV in, stopping at the intersection and leading Lin Ran in his steps. "Elder Guan." Arriving behind the old man, Yi Tengyun owed a slight bow and greeted him with great respect. Lin Ran stood aside, secretly sizing up the old man. Coming closer, he noticed that the other party's skeleton was incredibly large, standing up less than 2 meters away, only that his body was extremely dry and thin, the bare skin almost clinging to his bones. Something wrong? Want to use your black abyss? Yi Tingyun said directly, raising his hand to point at Lin Ran, signaling that it was him who wanted to use it. Guanlao half sidestepped his face and scanned Lin Ran, no emotions rising or falling on his face as he faintly said, "The door is unlocked." Yi Tingyun exhaled lightly, which answered the doubts in Lin Ran's heart, saying, "Go on, go to the bottom of the lighthouse, there is a straight sword there, you find a random place to sit down in the vicinity, and run the heavy armor breaker body to quench your body." Good. Lin Ran was stunned for a moment. Yi Tingyun had brought him here, it was actually to cultivate the heavy armor breaking body? Without thinking much, Lin Ran walked towards the iron door of the lighthouse. He was quite satisfied with this reward. The solid spirit martial permanently boosting the body's defense required extra energy to quench it, and he was still a long way from completing the blood nourishment nowadays, and his focus definitely had to be on boosting his cultivation, so he couldn't part with the extra funds for a while. Chapter 43, The Black Abyss needs a new ruler to reappear in the world. Creaking. The iron door of the lighthouse was pushed open, and inside was clean and tidy, with pointing electric lights hanging on the walls, illuminating the spiral staircases that clung to the walls. Lin Ran briefly scanned the room, then retracted his eyes and walked towards the bottom. At the end of the spiral staircase, an empty basement was connected, and as Lin Ran stepped into it, bright lights were lit up. In the central area, a straight knife was thrust into the earth, all black and with a narrow blade. Perhaps no one had been here for a long time, a thick layer of dust had accumulated on the hilt of the knife. Buzz! At this moment, the black straight blade shook, and before the dust on it could rise, it unexpectedly obliterated all of it. A kind of light black mist filled out from the blade, and the moment it touched Lin Ran, it shook him to the point that his heart palpitated and he nearly lost his breath. Within the mist, it was as if it contained a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and it was ferocious. Calm down. Yi Tingyun's voice rang in Lin Ran's ears, run the heavy armor breaker body and absorb the mist released by the black abyss, energy of this nature is very suitable for solid type martial arts. Lin Ran sniffed and did as he was told, meditating and sitting down, absorbing the light black mist that permeated around his body and began to quench his muscles. The effect is extraordinary. Lin Ran noticed his body's progress soaring. The setting sun gradually fell into the horizon, and above the ocean, it became increasingly dim. Guanlao gazed at the ocean like a statue. Yi Tingyun stood beside him, similarly not saying a word and waiting patiently. An hour later, with a buzzing sound, the black straight sword in the basement shook, collecting the light black mist that had diffused out. Lin Ran stopped cultivating, his eyes vaguely luminous. This time, the quenching was not too long, but the light black mist was full of energy, directly allowing him to complete the quenching of the first layer of the heavy armor breaking body realm. Even the quenching of the second layer of the realm was more than halfway through. A sense of toughness flowed throughout his body. Lin Ran tried it briefly, and now when he performed the martial arts again, the bones that had been quenched 3 times would not burden his body anymore. Even the spirit martial heaven's wrath could be fully activated. If I face Qing Han Yun again, I will be able to take the victory with at most some pain in my skin and flesh. Lin Ran was satisfied and turned to leave. How was the effect? Seeing Lin Ran come out, Yi Tingyun revealed a smile and purposely asked in front of Elder Guan. Lin Ran told him truthfully, the second layer of the realm is quenched over halfway. At this time, Guan Lao's hoarse voice sounded, the spiritual marshal of the Stop Killing King, you have now realized the third layer of the realm? Yes. When you advance to the 5th layer realm, you can come back again. Elder Guan glanced at Lin Ran and said. The smile on Yi Tingyun's face grew even wider as he reminded, Elder Guan, it's only been 3 days so far since he learned the heavy armor breaker body. Upon hearing this, Elder Guan was silent for a moment and changed his words, in the future, you can come once a week, and if I'm not there, you can just go down directly. Lin Ran was naturally satisfied with this result. By reinforcing his muscles through the black abyss, he was able to save a large amount of money. On the side, Yi Tingyun put away his smile and pursed his lips, as if he hadn't met his mental expectations. Lin Ran, you go back to the car first, I still have some things to do. Good. Seeing Lin Ran walk away, Yi Tingyun took a step forward and came to Guan Lao's side, gripping the railing with force and looking out over a dark sea, saying, quite a good seedling, still completing 3 times of bone quenching, it'll be a pity not to teach him. Guan Lao's expression remained unchanged, saying, old age. Yi Tingyun nodded and said, I know, but that's precisely why there's a need to pass on the flame. Elder Guan fell into silence, and after a while, spoke, "Go back." Upon hearing this, Yi Tengyun gritted his teeth, looked deeply at old man Guan, turned around to leave with reluctance, and when he passed by the iron gate of the lighthouse, he couldn't help but sidestep his face again, and said in a deep voice, "You know, sacred Xia is far from being at peace, and we need the black abyss to reappear in the world." Guan Lao didn't speak again, just gazed at the dark sea, his gaze deepening. Yi Tengyun returned to the car and took several deep breaths before adjusting his mind, stepping on the gas and starting the SUV to leave. Lin Ran turned his face and kept gazing at the old man under the lighthouse until he couldn't look away before he withdrew his gaze and said, "Instructor Yi, isn't this Guan old man called Guan Shan?" Yi Tengyun froze for a moment, shocked that Lin Ran knew this name. Lin Ran smiled, took out his cell phone, and said, "I searched online and found it through clues such as Mountain and Sea City, the surname Guan, and a super strong man, but there's very little information." Saying that, he clicked on an encyclopedia entry. The introduction on it was very short, only one sentence, but it was shocking. Guan Shan, former commander of the Nightfire Army, owner of the highest Iron Blood medal, awarded the first-class military honor of Saint Xia. In the attachment below, there was also a photograph. It was the back of a male, tall and tough, a black straight sword carried in his hand, facing a vast ocean, uncountable foreign beasts rushing in from the sea, so dense that they almost squeezed out of the photo. A man and a sword, standing in front of the sea, facing the tide of beasts directly. "It's Elder Guan." Yi Tengyun nodded. Lin Ran exhaled lightly and said, "I remember that Sacred Summer's first-class military merit and highest Iron Blood medal, aren't they only posthumously awarded to martyrs? There are always exceptions." Yi Tengyun's eyes flashed with a flash of brilliance as he said, "When 90 million lives fall on one person and you can still carry it, you can get it too." Associating the scene in the photo, Lin Ran couldn't help but think of a horrific bloodbath, and secretly staggered. "I'm afraid that his old man's attacks and killings at his peak can be described as earth-shattering." Yi Tengyun didn't retort inside, saying in a complicated tone, "Perhaps it won't take long before it will be severed." "Ha?" Lin Ran was stunned to hear this. Yi Tengyun didn't say any more, digressing from the topic, saying, "Your heavy armor-breaking body has been tempered to the second layer of the realm, and if you currently perform martial arts again, you should be able to resist the load from your bones." "Well, I briefly tried it in the lighthouse before, and it no longer has an effect." "Quite good. When we spar again in the future, with less of this restriction, we can be more liberalized. Thanks to Instructor Yi, you brought me here today, otherwise if I wanted to solve this situation, I still don't know when it will be." In the midst of idle chatter, Lin Ran's voice suddenly became smaller. Yi Tengyun was a bit surprised and said, "What's wrong?" Lin Ran coughed dryly and said, "What's that? I just reacted. There's a lot of commissions from this live streaming bandwagon, and with the subsequent earnings, I should be able to raise my peripheral power to over 100 tons this week." Yi Tengyun. He suddenly wanted to punch this kid twice. Chapter 44. Brother is ready to overlook the same mirror you let me be upon? Lin Ran returned home. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, a silver moon hanging high in the night sky. Simply washing up, Lin Ran lay on the recliner by the window in the living room, his hands cushioned behind his head, looking out the window at the silver moon while contemplating the challenges during the day. The vast majority of them had been beaten into crushing sets by him. Still, there were a few opponents that he remembered fondly. When I took on Mengshir from Evergreen High School, and Lingya from Pear Blossom Girls High School and the others, I mainly suffered from my cultivation. Most of their bones had secondary bone hardening, and their peripheral strength was much stronger than mine, but it wasn't much of a problem for me, and could be resolved quickly. On the way back, Lin Ran checked the data in the live broadcast background. Today's commission plus gift rewards had exceeded $10 million before taxes. Tomorrow is Tuesday, just in time for the next cycle of the CU Scholarship Advance, so I can purchase a new batch of blood containing high-energy liquid, and another batch on Friday 3 days later. With the heat from me picking over the 3 major noble high schools in one day, the subsequent earnings will be substantial as well. The power around his body broke through 100 tons, 10 times out of 10. Lin Ran was now able to invest all the funds he earned into his cultivation. The heavy armor breaker body's quenching of the body could be done with the help of Guan Lao's Black Abyss. A frequency of once a week wasn't much, but when the 10th level of this spirit martial realm was complete, the quenching efficiency would skyrocket. Qing Hanyun's equal damage ability won't be much of a threat to me anymore, Lin Ran said in his heart. However, this last battle still gave him a wake-up call. The power of alien energy, or the might of martial arts, was profound and unfathomable, and he was still far from being able to overlook the same realm. The future, however, was not necessarily. Lin Ran was clear about his potential. His cultivation, there was still huge room for improvement. The three spirit martial arts, likewise, hadn't reached their limits. The wrath of heaven and the heavy armor breaker body don't need to be minded. For the next period of time, just focus on the Phantom 9 flashes. On one hand, it could increase strength. Secondly, it could increase sales. The sales of this spiritual martial art today made the merchant very satisfied. However, the percentage of the commission obtained by Lin Ran was relatively average. Comparing it to a number of superior martial arts were quite poor. The high selling price of spirit martial arts, coupled with the effort that needed to be invested, the sunk costs were immense, causing martial artists to think twice and again when selecting them. When the realm is a bit higher, such as Ascending Peak or even Inquisitive Peak, and I can display even greater prowess, the number of martial artists interested in purchasing it will be even greater. At that time, there will also be new spiritual martial merchants who will find me. My arsenal will become more and more complete, no longer having any shortcomings. One thought after another flashed by, and Lin Ran's heartbeat vaguely accelerated. When funds were relatively plentiful, there was truly an unstoppable momentum to his rise to power. The following day, Tuesday. It was another sunny day, with a large sun rising high. Lin Ran had gone out again last night, found a clearing, practiced the Phantom 9 flashes diligently all night, and only went back to sleep when the sky was white, and woke up directly from his sleep not long after sunrise. By virtue of the powerful recovery ability of intermediate-level martial artists, he is refreshed and full of energy. Changing into a clean school uniform, Lin Ran went out and went downstairs. Just stepping out, he couldn't help but be attracted by a limousine parked in front of the building, scanning up and down. He rented this neighborhood, very ordinary, weekdays drive in and out of the car, are mainly family car, occasionally see a more expensive car, selling price at most hundreds of thousands of dollars. But in front of this, Lin Ran is very familiar with, just live with goods when many viewers flirted with, is collecting pieces of this car. But nowadays it seemed like it had really come together. Lin Ran's student, is it? A middle-aged man dressed as a business elite stood beside the car and smiled in greeting when he saw Lin Ran come out. Looking for me? Lin Ran was slightly surprised and nodded, saying, looking for me for something? Well, please come in. The middle-aged man sidestepped and pulled open the car door with a smile, raising his hand and gesturing for Lin Ran to get on the car. Lin Ran pondered slightly and stepped in. Inside the car, a teenager was sitting across from Lin Ran. His age was not much different from Lin Ran, his appearance was average, but he was sitting straight, looking at the chessboard on the car table. He was playing the game alone, and between his hands and feet, he exuded a kind of nobility of pampering. Lin Ran scanned a glance, felt some familiarity, said, someone from Wanquan Middle School? In yesterday's ring battle, there were a few students who were positioned very close to the front and stood with the school leaders to watch the battle, leaving some impression on him. Sit. The teenager moved a chess piece, his eyes falling from the board towards Lin Ran as he smiled, introducing myself, senior year of Wanquan Middle School, Li Jiqi, senior martial artist, captain of this varsity team. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly and said, this is to find me to wash away the shame that Wanquan Middle School received yesterday? Li Jiqi shook his head and said, it's not my turn to do this kind of thing, I'm here today for a personal matter. Saying that, he directly said, I'm very good at seeing your potential in bandwagon martial arts, and would like to sign you to the agency I'm in charge of. On the side, that middle-aged man added at the right time, our company belongs to the Lease Consortium, mainly responsible for live banding, strength this point you don't need to worry, sign anchors throughout the entire Liezhou, a few of the hottest anchors in Shanghai City, all of which are operated by our company behind the scenes. Lease Consortium. Lin Ran murmured, hadn't rarely seen related reports on the news, the background was very deep, with real estate and medicine as their main business. Do you know Li Shanha? Lin Ran suddenly thought of the junior martial artist he had encountered in the finals of the Martial Hall Exchange Tournament. Among the many martial artists he had encountered, the other party was the only one who had completed the overall secondary bone hardening. A different lineage, but indeed a great talent, the family gave him the path of keeping the success, I didn't choose it because I was too slow. Li Jiqi said carelessly. Lin Ran didn't ask any more questions, and continued with the topic of signing, directly saying, what restrictions exist after signing? What do I need to pay, and what can I get? As he was getting hotter and hotter, relying on Zhou Yangyang alone was already somewhat insufficient. For anchors with great potential, our company is all about long contracts starting at 10 years, with a 280 split of all proceeds, and of course our support is top-notch, even in the entire Liezhou, it can be ranked at the top. The middle-aged man explained familiarly. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and analyzed, my intuition tells me that it's the company that takes the lion's share. You can't just look at the share ratio. The middle-aged man smiled, sort of admitting, "We will provide you with full support. Any anchor who gets this treatment in our company will have their earnings doubled by at least 3 to 5 times compared to before." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran no longer thought about it and directly politely declined, "Sorry, we don't quite agree on the future direction." According to his growth rate, his ability to cultivate martial arts, plus some insights from his previous life, he really didn't need much support from these large companies. Those specific business negotiations, it would be sufficient to recruit professionals to take care of them in the future. To give up 80% of his benefits for the sake of some convenience, Lin Ran felt that he wasn't stupid enough to do so. No giveaway. Li Ziqi's gaze returned to the chessboard, without a ripple on his face, and instructed the driver to say, "Drive." Instead, it was the middle-aged man who raised his hand and loosened his tie, reminding, "I think we can talk to Lin Ran again. He has a strong ability to bring in merchandise in martial arts. If he signs a long-term contract, it is expected to bring the company billions of dollars in profits. Hire is not impossible. It's too much of a shame to give up straight away." "There's no rush." Li Ziqi gazed at the chessboard and said lightly, "Wangquan Middle School has gradually started to recruit civilian geniuses in recent years, and when they first enter the school, they are always sharp and pushy, thinking that they can rely on themselves to rise all the way to the top, but the reality will be filled with all kinds of ruthless rules of this society, letting them know clearly that if they don't follow the rules of the board, they will either be willing to be an outcast, or they won't be able to move forward even an inch." With that, he lifted his finger, moving one piece and eating the other. "The next time we meet, Lin Ran will change his attitude. Be patient." Chapter 45, If you want the limelight, then climb to the top of the pyramid. Your after-tax income this time is a few thousand short of 7.45 million. In an office in Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, the head of the CU Scholarship Foundation handed out a flat panel, presenting it in front of Lin Ran's eyes, and said, "Or are you still buying all the cultivation resources as before?" Lin Ran lightly exhaled, nodded, and said, "Buy all of the high-energy nutrient solution." He still had some change in his hand, enough to maintain his weekday expenses. The matter of recruiting professionals could be put off for a bit longer. The current focus was still on raising his cultivation. His blood nourishment was far from the upper limit, and as long as there were enough resources, it could be quickly converted into strength. Mr. Su has advanced you the difference. You can purchase 76 blood-nourishing high-energy liquids. A special person will be sent over before noon. Remember to keep your signal open. The voice of the person in charge was slightly unsettled. With his wealth, he would hesitate to spend tens of thousands of millions in one breath. After all, martial pills were different from assets such as houses and garages, which once taken, never had value again. This determination alone was rare. It was no wonder that General Manager Su was paying special attention to the teenager in front of him. "See you on Thursday." Agreeing on the next meeting, Lin Ran resigned and left. The first 2 periods in the morning were practical classes, which Lin Ran didn't need to attend, and after thinking about it, he went directly to an independent training room. This was something the school had packed up overnight after he had picked over the 3 major noble high schools yesterday, so as not to disturb his cultivation by students coming over to spectate. Lin Ran sunk his mind into practicing the Phantom 9 flashes, and after more than 2 hours, waited until a special person delivered the 76 blood-containing high-energy liquids that he had purchased this time, stuffing a medium-sized pillbox. Carrying the pillbox, Lin Ran came to the homeroom teacher's office. "I still need to take a vacation today." "No problem." The homeroom teacher agreed with incomparable pleasure, not even asking for a reason. For the class to be able to come out with a genius martial artist like Lin Ran, he himself felt dreamy, wondering several times if his own family's ancestral tomb was buried in the crater of a volcano. It was right in the middle of a violent geological activity that directly blew up. "Right." The homeroom teacher called out to Lin Ran, who was about to go out, and reminded, "This session of the Citywide High School League is coming up. The varsity team is going to start training tomorrow. If you can't make it, I'll help you take a vacation." Lin Ran turned the medicine box in his hand upside down. It was very weighty, but thinking of his cultivation speed, he revealed a bright smile. "In time." 65 tons. 70 tons. 80 tons. After Lin Ran began to take the medicine and cultivate, his peripheral strength, which had only stabilized for a few days, once again began to skyrocket. The decreasing effect of the medicine is not obvious. Lin Ran revealed a smile, and when he finished using the 76 blood-containing high-energy liquids, his circumferential strength came to over 90 tons. This level already surpassed all the intermediate-level martial artists he had encountered yesterday. Meng Shi, Lingya, as well as Chung Hanyun, all had a gap with him. At this moment, a beep sounded in Lin Ran's mind. Your heaven's wrath has advanced to the realization realm. The smile on Lin Ran's face grew even wider. The ascending peak realm meant that the understanding and control of a martial art had reached the apex of its normal degree. Further above the realization realm, it was naturally 100-foot step further. The cultivator would understand the true meaning of the martial art, and both sides would be as if they were transformed into one. Or to put it crudely, strong beyond normal. I can't lag too far behind in my own active cultivation of spirit martial arts. Before dawn tomorrow, step into the grand completion realm of Phantom 9 flashes. The following day, Wednesday. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Mountain and Sea First Middle School's varsity training room. Slightly noisy chatter echoed in the wide space. Members of the varsity team were arriving one after another, but there weren't many of them. The selection conditions for the Mountain and Sea First Middle School varsity team were strict. It was difficult to be selected without possessing intermediate level martial arts strength, and nowadays, together with Lin Ran, there were less than 20 members yet. This is a very small number. The ratio was even lower. One must know that the number of students in Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, with 3 grades plus repeating classes, was over 10,000. This school, however, was a key high school with senior strength. In a normal high school, it would be difficult to find a junior martial artist in the entire school, and to have the strength of the upper 3 stages of the evolutionary realm would be enough for many students to look up to. Lin Ran came over about 10 minutes early, his eyes sweeping over the members of the varsity team. Most of them were very unfamiliar. He had risen too quickly. The opponents were also mostly people from outside the school, and hadn't had much time to deal with the talented martial artists from this school. Those who could call out their names were only 2, Su Wanyu and Qin Ming. However, these members of the varsity team were very familiar with Lin Ran. The hottest topics in the city's major schools these past few days were all related to Lin Ran's out-of-school challenge on Monday. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, as Lin Ran's alma mater, was even more so. There wasn't a single person in the school who didn't know about it. The cafeteria maids who were serving meals could tell it like it was. The reason why the varsity training room was slightly noisy was also because the members of the varsity team were discussing this matter. Compared to ordinary students, they had the experience of fighting against top noble high school students, and were more aware of the gold content of one person sweeping the intermediate level martial artists of Evergreen High School, Pear Blossom Girls High School, and King's Right High School. The general trend of today's educational landscape in Shanghai City was still that public schools were more outstanding. However, in the head-to-head competition, the top aristocratic schools gradually countered, and even began to widen the gap so that they could secure a place at the top. Many talented martial artists from key schools were pressed to the point of despair, losing their belief in competing. Lin Ran had put up a fight that made many people suspect it was scripted. The atmosphere is so warm, everyone is in a good mood today. A boy walked in stride, handsome with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't be more familiar to the members of the varsity team. It was none other than their captain, Qin Ming. Lin Ran similarly recognized it at a glance and remembered it well. The other party had found him not long ago and fought with the same level of strength. As it happens, there's a good news to tell you all. For this varsity training, we'll be adding 2 new members, both of whom are also sophomores, which is uncommon in all previous varsity teams. Qin Ming said smilingly, before he had the chance to say the names, but the squad members all already knew who they were. Chen Changguang and Lin Ran. The former, the first intermediate martial artist to break through the realm in the second year of senior high school, was highly talented, and used to be expected to succeed Qin Ming as captain in the future in the eyes of many teachers. However, nowadays, compared to Lin Ran who had swept the 3 noble high schools in one day as if he was in the middle of the day, it paled too much. For you 2 newcomers, I, the captain, have to give a few more words of advice as usual. Briefly recounting a few words, Qin Ming's gaze fell towards Lin Ran and Chen Changguang. After entering the varsity team, your opponents will no longer be limited to Shanghai No. 1 High School, but will be expanded to include the most outstanding students of the major high schools. The intensity of the competition directly changes qualitatively. But if you can get good grades in various unified exams and leagues, you will usher in a period of rapid growth and strength, and not only the school, but also the city and even the state's Department of Education will issue generous rewards. Qin Ming was not painting a big picture. In the face of public schools increasingly lagging behind in the head-to-head competition, the St. Summers General Department of Education has not let things slide, and is already working on solutions. Among them, strengthening efforts to cultivate students with exceptional talent was precisely the policy that was being implemented in many places. Whatever the competition, the tip of the pyramid is always the most visible. Chapter 46, 2 chapters in 1, my concession is to allow you to join forces. Captain, I'll work hard, and I'll definitely promote to senior martial artist in my senior year. Chen Shangguang spoke in a serious tone and said, half sidestepping his face to look at Lin Ran in greeting, first time meeting, since we're contemporaneous teammates, I hope to take care of you more in the future. Initially, he was still a little uncomfortable in the face of Lin Ran's sudden rise, feeling that the light was being divided away. But on Monday day, when the news of Lin Ran picking over the 3 major noble high schools came, he couldn't even retain the jealousy in his heart. Progressing together. Lin Ran exchanged pleasantries. At this time, Xin Ming came closer and congratulated him with quite a bit of self-congratulation. Senior, congratulations, winning a big challenge out of school, raising the name of my Shanghai #1 high school. Lin Ran glanced at him, raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, I thought you would have a grudge about this. You're saying that the varsity teams of the 3 major noble high schools will retaliate in the upcoming citywide high school league, but to be honest, in the past, I would have been a bit offended. Xin Ming laughed, I'm not really lacking in resources right now. The Night Patrol Division just developed an ancient realm mystery realm that is suitable for US Reserve members, and I got quite a lot of goodies in there. Xin Ming spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, saying, so, the next all-high school league, I'm leading the team to a bad result, no one is blameless, I'm going to lead the team to a good result, that's not an ordinary credit, you say I shouldn't be happy? Lin Ran smiled and commented, thinking thoroughly. I think the chances of getting good grades are still not small. Xin Ming looked Lin Ran up and down with his gaze and teased, didn't you say in the live broadcast that you're going to participate in this session of the Citywide High School League, so you can definitely become a human target of fire then? Aha! Lin Ran admitted frankly. Seeing this attitude of his, Xin Ming's gaze flickered and he tasted playful, so sure? I can remind you that there are only 4 spots in total for the competition, and as the captain, I have already locked in 1 spot, and the remaining 3 spots are all viewed by the other 3 high-level martial artists as a bag of tricks. In Shanghai #1 Middle School, there were currently 4 senior martial artists. 2 were from the repeating class, wanting to impact the top 3 top schools in Sacred Summer. There was also a girl, who was in the same class as Xin Ming, who had broken through to senior martial artist this year. All 3 happened to be here. Xin Ming raised his hand and pointed, signaling Lin Ran to look at the 2 men and 1 woman on the sidelines, saying, which one of them are you going to grab a spot for? Zhao Baiyu from the same class as me? Or the 2 of them, Zhang Li and Sui Chen from the repeating class? Lin Ran shook his head and said, haven't thought about it. Then you have to hurry up and think about it, in case you end up flipping out, the fun will be great. Xin Ming laughed with some teasing. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, actually, there's no need to choose. Xin Ming felt curious and said, how so? Lin Ran smiled brightly and said, isn't the captain fixing a quota? Xin Ming? This was to revolt against him? Was his supernatural ability not fierce enough, or was it that he did not have enough chi and blood to make an intermediate-level martial artist dare to entertain the idea of seizing the position? Senior, your battle record is certainly very brilliant, but if I take out 288 cards of chi and blood, plus 108 tons of basic peripheral strength, and a lava giant that exceeds 4,500 degrees Celsius, how are you going to cope? You don't even have many bones secondary hardened? I'm an alien. Strange, the Qing Hanyun I encountered in the last match of the challenge out of school was also an exalt, but it seems that he didn't have any secondary bone quenching in his skull. Could it be that I'm sensing it wrong? If I had so many resources, I could have quenched my bones twice. The school did not provide free of charge, is it because the senior does not want? Xin Ming's forehead was bruised. Originally he wanted to tease Lin Ran, but now his heart was on the verge of breaking the great defense. He couldn't talk to Lin Ran, and on the sidelines of the field some distance away from the 2, the other 3 senior martial arts students of Shanghai #1 Middle School had been paying attention to the 2 of them, or to be more specific, their sights landed on Lin Ran from time to time. What about the next citywide high school league? We'll definitely be targeted by the 3 noble high schools. It's unlikely that we'll get any good grades. I don't want to repeat a grade like the 2 of you. The environment of a university is incomparable to a high school. Zhao Baiyu, your mouth really hasn't grown for nothing. Don't want to repeat a grade. The school's finances have been squeezed by Lin Ran for a wave. Only by getting a good ranking in the high school league can we get enough resources to allow us to impact on the best of Saint Summer those few prestigious schools, unless you, Zhao Baiyu, can accept the next level of university, or else you're bound to repeat a grade. The 2 repeating students didn't give Zhao Baiyu face, after all, they were all advanced martial artists, so there was no talk of fear. Zhao Baiyu pursed his lips, scanned left and right, and whispered indignantly, big deal, I'll transfer to another school. Stop saying such unrealistic words. Are you an ordinary student? Can your family afford the school's resources to train you these past few years before you leave, or are you confident that the school you transfer to will spend for you? For getting a senior martial arts student for nothing, the various high schools in Shanghai City couldn't be happier. However, if they were to pay for the resources to cultivate the first high school in Shanghai, even the wealthy noble high schools would hardly agree. Top aristocratic high schools such as Wangquan Middle School, the funds that can be utilized every year is a lot, far more than the key high schools, but to maintain the school's daily expenses is not a small amount. The rest of them also have to focus on cultivating outstanding consortium children. The overall situation is the same as there are too many wolves and too little meat, unable to go digging up a senior martial arts student at will. The key was that a student of Zhao Baiyu's level couldn't bring about a qualitative change to the school, and it wasn't worth it at all. Replacing it with Qin Ming was more or less the same, and it might only make the school board consider it for a moment or two. Then what about the two of you? Can't you just lie flat? Or stay another grade? It's too late for Zhangli and I. The martial arts higher education examination restricts students over the age of 19, which will trigger a serious point reduction mechanism, and repeating for another year, we might not even be able to get out of Liezhou. Well, let's just do what we got from the previous deliberation first, at least suppress Lin Ran's popularity, while there's still a chance now, or else in the future in school, you really have to eat the chaff. Between the three of them discussing in low voices, they heard a commotion coming from the front door, and immediately quieted down. There, Yi Tangyun came in with a few instructors. Accompanying them were quite a few school leaders, led by Principal Li. This training set was a preparation for the city's high school league, and the level of importance was high enough to require a pre-game mobilization. Fortunately, Principal Li did not have much of an official demeanor, and simply finished his speech. In the end, he encouraged as usual, now that there is only half a month left before the citywide high school league, I hope that you all persevere and do not slack off. I personally firmly believe that remembrance will be echoed, and that sweat and hard work will not be in vain, and that you will certainly be able to achieve excellent results. Good grades? A girl couldn't hold down her emotions and directly choked. Principal, the three noble high school varsity teams are targeting together. There might be other varsity teams who want to step on us to make a name for themselves, so how are we going to get the results? And whether or not we can make it out of the tryouts this time around is all a question. Lin Ran sniffed and looked over, recognizing that the other party was none other than the Zhao Baiyu that Qin Ming was talking about. This kind of senior martial artists, all of them were specially recruited by the school, and the school belonged to mutual achievement, treating the school leaders with far less reverence than ordinary students. See, not everyone is as generous as me. Qin Ming bumped Lin Ran's shoulder, watching the fun, pulling his voice and arching his fire. Zhao Baiyu, words can't be said that way. Lin Ran swept away the three noble high school's intermediate martial artists in a single day. This honor will definitely cause the city to pay attention to it, and in the future, there will definitely be a tilt of resources towards the school, so everyone can't just look out for themselves. Don't you dare pretend to be a good old boy here. Zhao Baiyu's eyes were sharp, stabbing at Qin Ming like a sword. You got into the Night Patrol Division reserves and have a new way to obtain resources. But what about us? If we can't get good grades in this citywide martial arts league, how are we going to prepare for the college entrance exams behind us? The two senior martial artists from the repeating class and Zhao Baiyu had both communicated with each other in advance, and at this time, they spoke one after another. Headmaster, excluding Captain Qin Ming, the three of us are not very sure about impacting the top three top schools in Sacred Summer. Zhang Li said in a deep voice. Sui Chen cooperated. The citywide high school league was supposed to be an opportunity for us to obtain rewards, but now it's equivalent to falling short. In the face of the trio's collective fury, Principal Li secretly sighed, while his face was colorless, saying, promising Lin Ran a challenge out of the school was a decision I made after careful consideration, and it's definitely impossible to say there's no impact on this citywide high school league, but it won't be too great, and at first, he had already committed to helping the varsity team attract firepower. It's not that I don't trust Li and Ran, but the participating members of the top schools are all advanced martial artists. How long can he last? Zhao Baiyu shook his head with a cold face, scanning Lin Ran, nonchalantly saying, I'll put it bluntly, it's questionable whether or not he'll be able to get a spot in the competition. It can't be that this one's all internalized. Seeing that the fire of war had burned onto himself, Lin Ran was no longer silent and stepped out of the crowd, his gaze calmly looking at the three senior martial artists. I will take responsibility for anything I dare to say. On the night of April 14th, I was promoted to junior martial artist. 2 days later, I got the champion of the junior martial artist category of the Mountain and Sea City Martial Hall Exchange Tournament. 4 days later, on the morning of April 20th, I completed 3 times of bone tempering. 3 days later on Monday, the day before yesterday, I went out of school to challenge and defeat all the intermediate martial artists of the 3 major noble high schools. This is the reason why the principal believes in me, and also the backbone of my promise. Lin Ran's tone did not fluctuate with emotions, but as each icy cold value was uttered, the entire training room fell into a death-like silence. This kind of advancement, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was terrifying. The three senior martial artists who had snapped together looked grave, and they all had to admit that Lin Ran truly had the potential to overtake them within half a month. Zhao Baiyu gritted his teeth, unwilling to let up, trying to further force Lin Ran. It's always something uncertain. What makes you make us believe you? Quiet. Yi Tingyun chided out, a stern look in his gaze as he said, martial arts schools have never been about fairness, so you were able to get more resources than the less talented students. While they are still struggling in the evolutionary realm, you guys advance to beginner martial artists, intermediate martial artists, and even advanced martial artists. When someone is more talented, you will suffer the same injustice. This is the rule of the school, and the law of how today's society operates. Zhao Baiyu, Zhangli, and Sui Chen listened in silence, but the three pairs of clenched fists still revealed their inner unwillingness. The reasoning, they all understood. But when the knife fell on them, only then did they realize the pain. How could they not want to struggle? Principal Li came out to round off the situation, saying, Saint Summer focuses on cultivating geniuses. Ultimately it's still because the strong can better guard humanity. It's still essentially a form of equality. Moreover, Lin Ran actually made some concessions, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to offer to draw fire for the varsity team. Principal Li slowed down his tone and said, the three of you put your tempers away for a moment. We all belong to the same school, and we all aim to achieve good grades. Moving forward together is the right way to go. The three senior martial artists looked at each other, speechless. They relied on their talent and strength. They didn't have to be afraid of the school leaders, but that didn't mean they could violate the rules and mess around. When the school gave a method that was possible to achieve, they needed to do as they were told. Only, thinking that the citywide high school league, which had been relatively smooth, now needed to take on additional huge risks, the three were still dissatisfied in their hearts, and one by one, they turned their gaze towards Lin Ran. Zhao Baiyu was the most impatient and took the lead, speaking with a stiff upper lip. Words alone can't make us completely convinced of you. Lin Ran vaguely saw her purpose and indifferently said, so you guys want to fight me? Yes. Yes. Humph. Zhao Baiyu, Sui Chen, and Zhang Li looked at each other, their gazes followed by Lin Ran, and they nodded in acknowledgement almost simultaneously. They couldn't change the school's decision to focus on cultivating Lin Ran, but they had to display their battle prowess and attitudes to make the school leaders realize that they were still of great use to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School this semester, and that they couldn't further compress their cultivation resources. Lin Ran scanned the three, his expression unchanged, walked straight towards the sparring area not far away, and calmly said, now then, let's talk about it. How do we fight? When he went out of school to challenge the noble high school, he would definitely have a tough time against an advanced martial artist. After all, transcendent energy like chi and blood was very powerful. Today, however, his cultivation, as well as spirit martials such as Heaven's Wrath, had made considerable progress. Against a high-level martial artist, he might not have no chance of winning. The key was that these three people, Zhao Baiyu, were not considered to be at the bottom of the list of students of advanced martial artists, but when looking at the realm of advanced martial artists, they couldn't talk about how strong they were. Just consider it as a verification of their battle power. In the face of Lin Ran's unthinking agreement, Zhao Fulan's gaze couldn't help but flicker in distinct surprise. According to the three of them's previous deduction, Lin Ran should have delayed. However, now that they were battling against each other, integrating her intentions, Zhao Baiyu took Sui Chen and Zhang Li and hurriedly stepped to follow, speaking the previously discussed plan out quickly. You can find a random person among the three of us to spar with, or, you can request Instructor Yi to heal your physical strength and spar with each of the three of us. The rules are the same as the ring matches organized by the school. You go all out while the three of us will limit our chi and blood. Hearing this, Lin Ran's footsteps lurched as he turned back to survey the three senior martial artists following him. You don't use chi and blood? Just this? He was all prepared to do his best to fight, but it turned out that he was given a big pile of. The three people didn't know what Lin Ran had in mind. Among them, Sui Chen and Zhang Li were relatively thin-skinned and awkwardly averted their eyes, looking at Zhao Baiyu together, signaling for her to answer. Cough. Right, we besides chi and blood, other means, we will use, such as spirit martial arts. Even though Zhao Baiyu's character was tinged with spunk, when she said this, she still revealed an undercurrent of inadequacy. The cultivation of an advanced martial artist surpassed that of an intermediate martial artist by too much, and even if they didn't use their chi and blood, there was still a huge advantage. The body's toughness, agility, and nerve reaction speed are many qualities that lead across the board. The barrier between the two realms, once broken through, was like sublimation. The key is, the three of them can stand out in the mountain and CI, the talent is excellent, similar to Qin Ming, a small number of bones have undergone a second refining, now the strength of the surrounding body is more than 100 tons, and each of them have mastered the spirit martial arts, the level is not low. Zhangli lightly exhaled, worried that Lin Ran don't find a reason to shirk, and concurred, if you don't think it's appropriate, we can lower the peripheral force we can mobilize, by 10%. He didn't dare to say too much, having seen the video of Lin Ran going out of school to challenge the three major noble high schools before deciding to squash Lin Ran's popularity. The spiritual martial art of Heaven's Wrath was truly terrifying in Lin Ran's hands. It was difficult to suppress it without the power of the circumference being significantly ahead. No need. Lin Ran turned his head and took a step, straight into the sparring area. Seeing this, those school leaders who were watching couldn't help but feel some waves in their hearts. Zhang Li's proposal was no small restriction. Lin Ran was so confident in himself? But the next moment, the words that came out of Lin Ran's mouth startled them, causing their faces to change dramatically. You guys who don't use chi and blood are really boring, join forces and come here. The corners of Lin Ran's mouth pursed out an arc, somewhat frivolous and with mockery. An identical emotion of consternation surged through the hearts of everyone on the scene, including Yi Tingyun and Principal Li. How much money did he get from the CU Scholarship Foundation yesterday? Yi Tingyun said as his heart skipped a beat. After a few times together, he had a certain understanding of Lin Ran. This teenager had a daring spirit, but wasn't some crazy gambler. Behind all seemingly bold behavior, there were enough cards to back it up. More than $7 million, all of which purchased the blood-containing high-energy liquid, a total of 76 sticks. Principal Li remembered clearly, their headmaster even praised Lin Ran's decisiveness to me, spending such a large sum of money without blinking an eye. 76 branches. Yi Tengyun did some quick calculations and judged, Lin Ran's current peripheral power should be over 90 tons. One-on-one, Lin Ran's Heaven's Wrath of the Peak Ascension realm can make up for the gap in cultivation, and the chances of winning are high. Principal Li's martial arts attainments weren't weak. He analyzed it with precision. If it's 1-on-3, it's really hard to say, it'll be a fierce battle, Lin Ran will have to fight quickly to have a better chance of winning. On the other side, Zhao Baiyu, Zhang Li, and Sui Chen came back to their senses, and in their hearts, they were both surprised and had the urge to be infuriated and laugh. Three solidly talented advanced martial artists were actually belittled to this extent. There has to be a level of arrogance. There is a heavenly gulf between martial realms. Senior, you're too inflated. Boom! As soon as the three of them entered the sparring area, a huge thunderous sound drowned out their words, deafening the ears. This was the response made by Lin Ran. His black hair danced about, and lightning so bright that it was piercing burst out with his body as the center, permeating a pressure filled with destructive fluctuations, as if it was extinguishing the world, and the moment it swept past Zhao Baiyu, Ten Shin, and Sui Chen, the three senior martial artists all changed their faces, and their hearts beat wildly. They had only experienced a similar might on the spirit martial arts mastered by the senior instructors. The realization realm, directly referring to the true meaning of the martial Tao. Lin Ran took a single step, and blinding, extreme lightning ran through the sky, ravaging the four directions like hundreds of thunder beasts roaring and charging, shaking the entire expansive training room. Come on together, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The cool voice reflected the raging lightning and thunder, exuding an unstoppable momentum. The three senior martial artists glanced at each other, their gazes unsettled, but each was clear that they were bound to lose if they didn't join forces in battle. Do it! Zhao Baiyu waved his arms, and within the palms of his left and right hands, each of them popped out a piece of dark red wind blade that shot explosively towards Lin Ran. Along the way, it tore out an ear-piercing shrill sound that was extremely harsh. In the face of lightning full of destructive fluctuations, Zhao Baiyu didn't dare to be careless, and came up with the spiritual martial killing move Fiery Blood Wind Blade. Zhang Li did the same, quickly forming seals and condensing a thick chain, glowing with a metallic color, breaking through the air to kill. Sui Chen matched the action, striding forward, and extreme coldness swept out from his body, condensing out the water vapor in all directions, turning it into ice crystals and snowflakes to travel with him. Endless Thunder Prison. Facing the combined kills of the three senior martial artists, Lin Ran fearlessly met the attack and directly shook it hard, and with the flash of a thought, the lightning around him steeply surged, launching a succession of strikes. Boom boom boom. The space above the sparring area was as high as a 10-story building, but it was still being penetrated by enormous lightning, one after another, covering the entire area. Zhao Baiyu's two wind blades, which he had urged with all his might, were intercepted by a lightning bolt, and under the exchange of strikes, with a thud, the two wind blades exploded together. The multiple chains controlled by Zhangli were no better. Before they could break into Lin Ran's vicinity, they were all obliterated by lightning. Sui Chen was even hit by a lightning bolt, trembling continuously, snowflakes and ice crystals around him splashing everywhere. Heaven-shaking heavy hammer. Lin Ran held a huge hammer of thunder, staring at the immobile Sui Chen, directly swinging it down. Seeing this, Zhao Baiyu's eyes changed slightly, hurriedly stepping forward to intercept, dark red energy surging out of his body, like a vortex rotating at great speeds, cutting the air until it exploded, nearly exploding. Lin Ran was indifferent, holding the hammer and swinging it out. This killing move, hitting anyone is the same. Boom! The huge thunder hammer exploded, filled with lightning and electric arcs, and a figure flew out of it swiftly, like a discharged cannonball, and with a bang, it heavily hit the distant wall. Zhao Baiyu stood up according to the wall, his face flushed with a tragic whiteness as he looked at Lin Ran in the midst of the thunder and lightning and gritted his teeth with force. Even if she used her chi and blood in time, the lightning that penetrated into her body still caused her to suffer quite a bit. Chance. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Ran had just struck a blow, the adjusted Sui Chen's eyes lit up as he grabbed the opportunity to strike first, holding the hammer high in both hands and smashing it down fiercely. Rumble. With the power of the spiritual martial might, dense snow surged out of space, heavy and thick, tumbling and rushing, like an avalanche that shook the mountains and fields, wanting to bury everything in front of them. Lin Ran's gaze was indifferent, as if he didn't care. He stood in place and spread out a hand, surging out radiant lightning and arcs of electricity, condensing the spear of heavenly punishment. In the next moment, a streak of thunder and lightning from the endless thunder prison converged over and fused into one, like a thunder doorway running down from the heavens, straddling the front of the smashing avalanche. Knock knock knock. Heavy collision sounds resounded intensively. The avalanche wrapped in spirit martial might kept on impacting the thunder doorplate, and when most of the might was consumed, it finally pierced through. But at this time, a flash of even more piercing light was projected out, wrapped in an overwhelming sharpness. It was a cohesively formed spear of heavenly punishment. Lin Ran raised his arm and stabbed out, and with a boom, almost without a pause, he broke the avalanche that Sui Chen had condensed. Then, it penetrated some distance deeper, hitting Sui Chen's chest. Thud! Sui Chen flew out horizontally, with blood spilling along the way, and after landing, his paws stomped hard before he managed to stabilize his body. In his chest, there was a bloody hole, about half a centimeter or so deep. With the physical quality of an advanced martial artist, it was not considered a serious injury. However, Sui Chen knew in his heart that if it wasn't for the protection of his chi and blood, his chest would have been penetrated by the spear and picked in mid-air. Only you are left. Lin Ran took a step and turned around, facing tension directly. Zhao Baiyu and Sui Chen, due to the use of their chi and blood, were part of the violation of defeat, just like Qin Ming back then. Zhang Li was sweating profusely, and while desperately dodging the endless thunder prison's bombardment, he was frantically making seals with his hands to build up energy for his strongest killing move. This move required a certain amount of preparation. Luckily, because Sui Chen held Lin Ran back for a moment, allowing him to gather enough time. Steel Dragon Beast. A cold shout resounded through Tenshin's heart, and countless thick chains ran throughout, covering his body, intertwining and twisting, like a huge monster constructed of metal, swiftly rushing towards Lin Ran. Bang! With just one step, the alloy poured ground, surprisingly sunk downwards and crumbled out cracks. This spiritual martial art was a modern military martial art that used martial arts to simulate mecha combat, and in terms of sound and power, it surpassed the previous Zhao Baiyu and Sui. However, Lin Ran was as indifferent as he was before, facing the steel dragon beast that was strongly killing him. He just probed out a hand. As his 5 slender fingers began to close, the lightning that covered the entire area quickly converged, transforming into a pillar of lightning that flashed with a blazing light, as if it were a space-based weapon that penetrated the atmosphere, blasting down in the air. Boom! A blinding to extremely white light erupted out, and there were lightning and chains everywhere, spreading over the entire sparring area. Zhang Li was half kneeling on the ground, and there was no longer a steel dragon beast made up of chains on his body. Instead, there was intense chi and blood that swirled around his body, rising and rushing. Obviously, victory and defeat had been divided. The surrounding area was silent, whether it was the 3 senior martial artists at war, or the other people on the sidelines, all of their hearts fluttered. This 1-on-3 chaotic battle, although intense, the entire process didn't last for even a minute. Principal Li couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. According to his expectations, if Lin Ran wanted to win, he would have to need a quick battle. But this speed, it wasn't the same as what he thought. Chapter 47 Letting you intensively train, you get the instructors to break defense. The realization realm. Yi Tangyun couldn't help but mutter out. Principal Lee glanced at him and begged for confirmation. When Lin Ran challenged out of school on Monday the day before yesterday, Heaven's Wrath was sure that it was the Peak Ascension realm, correct? Aha! So, even if Lin Ran practiced the Wrath of the Heavens hard that night for one night, plus the whole day on Tuesday, with the early hours of this morning to this moment, in less than 3 days, he promoted to the Realization realm? More than that. Yi Tingyun corrected Principal Lee, the might of the Heaven's Wrath that Lin Ran displayed just now doesn't look like he just broke through the realm, he's already a cut deeper into the harmonized truth realm. Forget about that difference, aren't you surprised? That's the Realization realm. I wouldn't have expected it, but considering Lin Ran's Heaven's Wrath advancement, one can only say that it's unexpected and reasonable. He has no difficulty cultivating martial arts? The two of them were overwhelmed with emotions, feeling that they could no longer see through this student. However, the ones who currently had the most complicated emotions were Zhao Baiyu, Zhongli, and Sui Chen, who had suffered a great defeat at the hands of Lin Ran. They hadn't used their chi and blood, and their movements had been restricted, but the crux of the matter was that Lin Ran's revealed combat power was significantly stronger than when he had challenged them out of school on Monday. Having this kind of progress in 2 or 3 days was so fast that they were creeped out. In the next half a month's time, Lin Ran would not even be able to steal Qin Ming's position as captain, not to mention obtaining a place. Looking at Lin Ran, who stepped out of the sparring area, the three of them looked at each other for a moment, and after making eye contact, they signaled Zhao Baiyu to open his mouth. Who? Zhao Baiyu took a deep breath and said with a mixture of reluctance and embarrassment, "We believe in your promise that you have the ability to draw most of the firepower in this citywide high school league. It doesn't really matter if you guys believe it or not, I'm fighting this battle, I just want you three to be quieter in the next few days, and not disturb my cultivation." Lin Ran's tone was indifferent, he didn't even look at the three of them and directly stepped over. "Within this week, I will find you guys to fight again." At that time, it would be the same as now, still crushing. The crowd saw that Lin Ran didn't say what kind of way, but instead, their hearts grew more and more excited for the next battle between the two sides, where there would no longer be a chi and blood restriction. There would be no more limitations on chi and blood. It would be a complete exchange of strength. The atmosphere in the training room quickly heated up. A primary level martial artist who had his bones quenched for the second time was barely able to arm wrestle with a newly promoted intermediate level martial artist. But an intermediate martial artist with secondary bone quenching, even if he had completed blood nourishment and was carrying 100 tons of peripheral strength, he still couldn't touch the floor of a senior martial artist. The gulf between these two realms was so large that it was almost limitless. If an intermediate martial artist wants to gain the power to cross the ranks, they need to awaken very powerful psychic abilities, and they also have to develop them to a very high level. The captain couldn't even do it. When he reached the peak of intermediate level martial artist, he had hyped up the lava giant to the point of blowing up, and was still suppressed by tension with one hand. Compared to the captain, Lin Ran is also much better, not comparable. The captain heard it all, he's looking at you, his lips are moving but he didn't open his mouth, it seems he had to agree. If Lin Ran dares to say that, he must have his backbone. The members of the varsity team were hotly discussing with each other, because of the battle just now, thinking that Lin Ran wasn't being unprofessional. The battle afterward was guaranteed to be an even fight. Even Zhao Baiyu, Zhongli, and Sui Chen were in disbelief, looking at each other in silence for a long time. In the end, it was Yi Tingyun who stepped in, allowing the crowd to collect themselves and begin this intensive training. In the past, the varsity intensive training was usually divided into two aspects: temporarily upgrading the treatment, as well as one-on-one guidance from the instructors. However, the school's finances were tight nowadays, so the treatment was a no-brainer, only the latter. Of course, the results were still good. To go to an outside martial arts school to find this level of one-on-one instruction, one would need to pay a considerable amount of money. With Lin Ran's talent and battle record, no one on the varsity team could match him, and he was coached by Yi Tangyun alone. The two spiritual martial arts, Heaven's Wrath and Heavy Armor Breaker Body, Lin Ran himself did not need to worry about, so naturally, he did not need guidance. "I want to improve my stance." Lin Ran moved his pace, performing the Phantom 9 flashes in front of Yi Tingyun. This spirit martial art, which had already stepped into its grand completion, began to impact higher ascension peaks. As the realm became more and more profound, despite the 600 times simplification, it was still progressively difficult, and not as unimpeded as it was before in general. Fortunately, relying on Yi Tangyun's guidance, the progress rose quite a bit. Not right. Yi Tingyun called out to stop. Lin Ran, shook his head, and said, "This way of your operation is not right, it will cause a momentary lag in the pace. The correct way, it should be like the wind moving, like the shadows following it, and prolonging it." Saying this, two balls of light surged under his feet, a sense of flexibility permeating out. "You seriously realize it? Then try it again. Although it's a different spirit martial body technique, it's essentially the same way." "Good." Lin Ran sunk his mind into perception, and after a slight gain, he executed the Phantom 9 flashes to try it. Just as he took a step, his eyebrows rose slightly. The degree of simplification is once again strengthened as you execute the illusory 9 flashes in the heaven and earth intent realm. 999 times simplified. Lin Ran was surprised in his heart. He knew that the degree of simplification could be increased, such as his open tablet cannon fist, which could be obtained by performing it in fighting. However, a martial art-like stance that could not be attacked, he had never found a way to trigger it. Previously, when he practiced Phantom 9 flashes in the school's open-air training ground, there was an instructor next to him who guided him in stance techniques, and the same active combat, but it didn't allow his simplification amplitude to be strengthened. The will of heaven and earth. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "Instructor Yi, your level of stance is very strong, right? Complimenting me, or can you really tell?" Yi Tingyun raised an eyebrow. "Back when I was in service, in the entire combat team, I was the one with the strongest stance, pulling away from the other members by an order of magnitude." "Not a bad guess." Lin Ran nodded gently. The heaven and earth realm of intent was thought to be a power born after cultivating martial arts to a profound level. Moreover, it had to be a spirit martial art. Because his multiple unusual martial arts were all at the highest inquisitive realm, unable to move up further. "Guess what?" Yi Tingyun froze for a moment. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, "It's better not to say anything, it feels like it's easy to be embarrassed." "Say it." "I was thinking, Instructor Yi, you have such a strong stance and a healing ability in your body. When you were in the service, did you act as a nursemaid?" Lin Ran held back his laughter and said. Yi Tingyun had a black line on his face. Bad memories came back. "Now it's really swollen, even I dare to flirt with you." Yi Tingyun ground his teeth. "Why don't you let me take a step back as well and fight you using only my physical strength?" Lin Ran had no fear of fighting, but he didn't want to look for a fight either. He coughed dryly. "Where are the words? In my mind, Instructor Yi, even if you're a milkmaid, you're a violent milkmaid who carries a 2-meter wide sword to wildly slash through a tide of beasts, and you're mainly a well-rounded one. Can milk. Can resist. Can fight." Saying that, Lin Ran didn't give Yi Tingyun time to respond, and directly stepped forward to cultivate Phantom 9 flashes. "Instructor Yi, please maintain your stance spirit martial arts, I'll observe and cultivate at the same time to progress faster." "This brat." Yi Tingyun shook his head helplessly, but the light under his feet continued to run and rise. The varsity's one-day intensive training was 6 hours long. Yi Tingyun saw that Lin Ran showed no signs of stopping, always maintaining the spirit martial body technique until the bell rang for the end. Phew! Lin Ran exhaled a long breath. His breathing was slightly rapid, but his eyes were bright. Now that the degree of simplification had increased, plus there was also Yi Tingyun's guidance, it was estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, his Phantom 9 flashes would be able to advance to the peak realm. "Instructor Yi, I have to take a day off over the weekend." The varsity team's intensive training, which did not have a double holiday, lasted until before the city's high school league. "The weekend? Going to Elder Guan's should be Monday." "Not going to Elder Guan's, I'm going to have another live streaming bandwagon on the weekend to earn more inherent blood high energy liquid," Lin Ran said with a smile. Yi Tingyun was slightly surprised and said, "Martial arts are not FMCG products, your last carry was very comprehensive in terms of the types of martial arts, right?" Lin Ran smiled brightly. "Just bring in another batch of brand new martial arts, anyway, they are unusual grades, casually practicing them to reach the ultimate realm, they can attract a lot of new viewers to buy them." Yi Tingyun was silent once again. The surrounding varsity members who heard it all pursed their lips and were speechless. For an intermediate-level martial artist to say such words, it simply made people break their defenses. Chapter 48. At the rate I'm progressing, it's really not hard, and it even makes me laugh. April 27th, Thursday. The varsity training didn't start until 10 in the morning. Lin Ran walked into the classroom of his class, and as soon as he sat down, Zhou Yangyang on the side handed over a tablet. "Brother Lin, this is the 9 martial arts I screened, see if it's okay." "Almost okay." Lin Ran raised his hand and saw it, between flipping through it, memorizing the first martial art, and after a brief moment of contemplation, a prompt sounded in his mind. Your fierce tiger fist technique has been successfully initiated. With 600 times the simplification amplitude, coupled with today's profound sense of martial arts, Lin Ran's ease of practicing unusual martial arts was even simpler than yesterday's words flirting with Yi Tang Yun. There was no need to intentionally perform, just thinking about it in his mind for a few hours alone could elevate all 9 of these martial arts to the ultimate realm. Any merchants looking for me to bring in spirit martial arts this time? Lin Ran proceeded to flip through the martial arts. Zhou Yangyang shook his head and said, "Not at the moment, there are a few merchants who have contacted me, but it's just an intention, they're all still considering it. There's no rush, take your time." Lin Ran's gaze was calm. After thinking about it, he reminded Zhou Yangyang, "Remember to keep an eye out for punch and kick offense type spirit martial arts for me." The Wrath of Heaven, as a whole, was an offensive spirit martial art that favored the energy category, not quite able to utilize all of his outstanding physical qualities. Tenshin's spirit martial arts left a certain impression on him. He needed a spirit martial in this area. However, his Phantom 9 flickers still had huge room for improvement, and he wouldn't be able to use it for a while. For improving one's battle power, martial arts were more valuable in terms of refinement than in terms of quantity. Of course, being numerous and precise was definitely best. Lin Ran didn't find it difficult to do so. You have memorized the piercing 12 snapping fingers, begin to simplify. Simplify 600 times. Your piercing 12 bullet fingers have been successfully introduced. Lin Ran learned the second martial art. At this time, Zhou Yangyang inquired, "Brother Lin, when's the next live streaming carry, so I can take a vacation in advance?" "No need to take a vacation, it's just this weekend. No longer proceeding to go out of school to challenge Ah." Zhou Yangyang was stunned to hear this. There's no need, the 3 major noble high schools were all picked over in one day. Beating up the other schools won't create much heat. Lin Ran mused, if there are no accidents, it will be broadcast live on the day of Sunday. He wanted to play it safe and stay an extra day to break through the Phantom 9 flashes to the peak realm. What way? Zhou Yangyang curiously pursued. An open invitation to battle. Zhou Yangyang blinked, "Brother Lin, didn't you say that open invitations to battle aren't compelling enough without a plot?" Lin Ran grinned and said, "What if the target of the invitation to battle is a high-level martial artist?" "Huh?" Zhou Yangyang was dumbfounded. Lin Ran laughed and proceeded to flip through the martial arts. The heat from picking over the 3 major aristocratic high schools in one day was great, and his subsequent income over the past few days was very substantial, with an additional 10 million or so pre-tax income. When he approached the CU Scholarship Foundation tomorrow to collect it, it would definitely be more. His peripheral strength could exceed 100 tons by a hair. Combined with the Phantom 9 flashes of the peak realm, it was enough to defeat some high-level martial artists even if they were performing unusual martial arts with goods. In a short amount of time, Lin Ran memorized the 9 martial arts that he wanted to bring in goods, and after the current 2 Fey creature classes were finished, the realms were all pushed above the Dengfeng peak by him. Then, Lin Ran held off on comprehending these unusual martial arts and headed to the varsity training room to find Yi Tang Yun to begin practicing the Phantom 9 flashes. The other party's heaven and earth intent could enhance the simplification, and coupled with the guidance, it allowed him to progress significantly. At the end of today's set, Lin Ran's mastery of the Phantom 9 flashes increased by a large margin, reaching the consummation of the grand completion realm. Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry to leave, staying in the training room to continue practicing Phantom 9 flashes. He had basically been practicing whenever he had free time in recent days. This level of cultivation was quite diligent. The entire Shanghai No. 1 middle school couldn't even find many students like this. However, Lin Ran didn't feel grueling and even felt satisfied. When the rewards were proportional to the inputs, perseverance wasn't such a difficult thing. The feeling of constantly getting stronger pleases him. Friday. Overcast. Before the early morning had passed, the air was thick and stuffy. The first summer rain of Shanghai City was already on its way, and the humid vapor mixed with the dry temperature filled the air like sticky grease that had been stuck to the stovetop for some time, making many pedestrians a little distracted. Lin Ran was in a good mood. Walking on the road to school, the corners of his mouth couldn't suppress a smile. On his way out the door, he heard a beep. Your heaven's wrath has reached the perfection of transformation truth. Start accumulating your senses and prepare to impact the ultimate realm. This mountain and C1's strongest spirit martial art was no more than a few days away from the highest realm. Moreover, today was also the day that the CU Scholarship Foundation advanced its funds. Your after-tax income this time is over $8 million, or is it the same as before, all of it purchasing the blood-containing high-energy liquid? That person in charge put down the tablet in his hand. Right. Lin Ran nodded with a smile. Choosing to pick over the 3 major noble high schools in one day was indeed the right move. Because of the enormous topicality, the subsequent revenue was extraordinarily substantial. The added revenue from these 3 days added up to more than the revenue from bringing in the goods on that day. A total of 90 blood-containing high-energy liquids can be purchased. Just have someone send it to the varsity cultivation room when the time comes. Lin Ran counted the time and said. Then, Lin Ran went directly to the varsity training room to practice the Phantom 9 flashes. The first 2 classes of the day were fighting practice, which he didn't need to take. At around 10 in the morning, Yi Tingyun came over with his instructors and began to instruct Lin Ran as usual, causing his rate of advancement to go up a notch. In the middle of the day, the delivery personnel came to the door and delivered 90 pills of blood containing high-energy liquid. Lin Ran didn't rush back to take them and focused on the Phantom 9 flashes. He gradually felt the opportunity to break the boundary of this body technique and wanted to advance to the peak realm first. Lin Ran's premonition was accurate. Before the end of the training set, another beep sounded in his mind. Your Phantom 9 flashes are promoted to the peak realm. Lin Ran revealed a smile of satisfaction. At this realm, one could utilize the full transcendent power of martial arts. His level of stance was on another level. At 4 in the afternoon, the intensive training ended, and Lin Ran no longer stayed at the school, carrying a full medicine chest back to cultivate. The power of his peripheral body had once again skyrocketed. As long as there was an abundance of medicinal power to replenish it, his cultivation rise was like a rocket ascending into the sky, unstoppable. 95 tons. 100 tons. 105 tons. When he had taken all of the blood-containing high-energy liquid, Lin Ran's peripheral strength reached 120 tons. At this level, it already surpassed many advanced martial artists. A normal once-quenched bone advanced martial artist would have a physical body strength of 100 tons, the same as the overall second quenching of the bones to complete the blood nourishment. It's going to be quite a bit lower than me, counting as an obvious gap. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. Of course, advanced martial artists can use qi and blood as a substantial energy, and their battle power increases tremendously, but I also have the Heaven's Wrath of the Harmonization Realm completion. A flash of electricity flashed through Lin Ran's eyes, bright and piercing, containing a terrifying power within. Tomorrow, it's time. Chapter 49. No need for restrictions, equally invincible. Saturday, Shanghai First Middle School. Because it was a day off, the campus was extraordinarily cold, and not many people could be seen. However, it was not quiet. Loud sounds resounded through the sky, sweeping in all directions, and many trees shook and trembled. Especially in the area near the varsity training room, leaves were falling in pieces, and heavy crashes were constantly coming out from the training room. Dum 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 dum. Lin Ran and Zhao Baiyu were battling against each other, exchanging swift and extraordinarily intense blows. Just as multiple members of the varsity team had predicted, this battle was an unrestricted fight, no longer disabling qi and blood. Puffing. A sharp sound seemed to cut through the air as a bloody light swept across the sky, swift and fierce. That was the spiritual martial blazing blood wind blade executed by Zhao Baiyu. With the increase in qi and blood, it was far superior to the battle that he had lost to Lin Ran before, oppressing the overpowering waves of qi as if an angel was waving out huge blood-stained feathers. Swish. In the midst of many astonished gazes, the blazing blood wind blade swept past Lin Ran's body, directly slicing through it and splitting it in half. In the next moment, Lin Ran's figure twisted up and transformed into a large fog of light. Phantom Shadow. One of the killing moves of the 9 flashes of Phantom. Gathering a phantom that resembled the real body, it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and could confuse the opponent. At this moment, Lin Ran himself appeared at Zhao Baiyu's side, his eyes blazing with electric light, a huge hammer of thunder raised in his hands, filled with a terrifying might of destruction, smashing straight at Zhao Baiyu. Boom! Thunder and lightning exploded, deafening the ears. Zhao Baiyu's qi and blood boiled around his body, transforming into a dark red vortex as he fought against this heaven's punishment hammer with all his might, but under the pressure of the powerful might, he retreated backward one after another, stepping on the alloy-poured ground to the point that it crumbled. Boom boom boom. As soon as he stabilized his stance, raging thunderous sounds connected into a line, drowning out Zhao Baiyu's hearing. Not good. The pupils in Zhao Baiyu's eyes shrank as he glimpsed the dense lightning that was enveloping him from above, and he rushed towards Lin Ran in large strides, wanting to force back his seals. Lin Ran didn't move like a mountain, the lightning in his hands rose and rushed, vaguely appearing in the shape of a huge hammer. None of the surrounding varsity members were practicing, all of them had their sights on the sparring area, watching without a word. Most of them, as early as after the last battle, expected that Lin Ran could battle with Zhao Baiyu and other high-level martial artists. Seeing that Lin Ran really mastered this kind of overstep battle power, they were still shocked. The key was that Lin Ran wasn't barely fighting, he was actually gradually gaining the upper hand. Harmonization, true consummation. Yi Tingyun lightly exhaled, suppressing the ebb and flow of emotions in his heart. For Lin Ran's unreasonable advancement, he had already had a few moments of adaptation. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sound of the sparring area was unceasing, and a thunderbolt ran through the four directions, dazzling and blinding, almost flooding the entire area. Zhao Baiyu met the attack with all her might, but her movements became more and more difficult as time passed. The way she struck out began to focus on defense. Lin Ran took turns executing Heaven's Wrath and Phantom 9 flashes, and with the added power of the two spirit martial arts, his battle power was unrivaled, pressuring Zhao Baiyu into gasping for air and retreating in defeat one after another. Boom! Thunder and lightning blazed in Lin Ran's hands, and a violent heavenly punishment heavy hammer slashed through the sky, ruthlessly smashing into Zhao Baiyu's body, directly bursting the protective body qi and blood. Zhao Baiyu flew out horizontally and landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Just as he was about to get up, the endless thunder prison that sealed the surrounding area split down two brilliant lightning bolts, swift and domineering, all penetrating Zhao Baiyu's body. Zhao Baiyu couldn't help but grunt in pain, forcing himself to endure the discomfort in his body and frantically mobilizing his qi and blood to eliminate the lightning that was wreaking havoc in his body. But before she could complete it, just as she raised her head, a pair of icy eyes that blossomed with electricity came into her eyes. A terrifying thunderbolt penetrated into the long sky and had been released. I admit defeat. Zhao Baiyu's voice was extraordinarily complicated. In this battle, she had gone all out and was still undefeated. She wasn't just promoted to senior martial artist, there had been a period of time where her qi and blood exceeded 100 calories. Suddenly, the Lin Ran figure in front of her shook and collapsed into a fog of light, and a sound of landing footsteps then sounded behind her, startling Zhao Baiyu with a chill. It was the phantom shadow again. Reacting, Zhao Baiyu clenched his teeth, and in the next moment sighed powerlessly. He hadn't lost out on his own. Who? Lin Ran dispersed the might of Heaven's Wrath and let out a long breath, his forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. To defeat Zhao Baiyu, he had to go all out. Substantial energies like qi and blood were truly powerful, increasing battle power significantly. Looking at his state, Zhao Baiyu's face was colorless, her qi and blood were similarly severely depleted, and as usual, there was no hope of winning if she dragged on. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Tingyun used his supernatural energy to gather two balls of energy, and with a wave of his hand, they penetrated into Lin Ran's Zhao Baiyu's body respectively. The two of them quickly recovered. Lin Ran was the first to recover as normal, his eyes once again blossomed with electric aura, sharp and icy, and he faced the two senior martial artists of the repeating class directly. Which one of you will come first? Sui Chen and Zhang Li glanced at each other, their expressions grave. Zhao Baiyu's defeat, they saw it in their eyes, it was true that they couldn't beat him, the battle power that Lin Ran had displayed was too powerful, causing both of them to feel tremendous pressure. However, as advanced martial artists, they were not yet too cowardly to fight. I'll do it. Sui Chen stepped forward with great strides, his icy coldness swirling around his body, leaving behind a frosty ground. Upon stepping into the sparring area, he directly utilized his strongest killing move. Whoosh! Uncountable snow rushed out, crowding the entire area nearby, like a mountain erupting into a large avalanche, pouring down from the sky, with an unstoppable might. The members of the varsity team who were dozens of meters away could clearly notice it and subconsciously held their breath. Lin Ran looked indifferent, facing the avalanche that smashed down, a path of thunder and lightning swept towards all sides with his body as the center, especially his right hand that was raised high, it was even more brilliant to the point of piercing the eyes. In a flash, a hammer of thunder coalesced into shape, even more enormous than the avalanche that swept down. Without a moment's pause, Lin Ran swung his hammer out to meet the attack forcefully. Dang! A huge sound erupted out, like a high-energy missile explosion. Everywhere was bursting with lightning and snow, the alloy ground all crumbled out into 10-foot-long cracks, spreading out in all directions. Sui Chen staggered back, unable to stabilize his center of gravity, nearly falling to the ground. In his line of sight, Lin Ran stood in place, his figure straight, like a sharp battle spear. Sui Chen pursed his lips, very hard, pressing so hard that his skin was bloodless. Seeing that Lin Ran moved to come, he still let out a long, unwilling breath and said, "No need to fight anymore, you won." His spirit martial arts, which was known for its offensive rigidity, was not even able to defeat Lin Ran in a frontal attack, and he would only lose even more if he fought on. Seeing this, the crowd watching the battle immediately stirred up, flooded with clamor. "Only one move and you admit defeat? Sui Chen's Chi blood can have 168 cards." One exchange was actually enough to separate the winner from the loser. Zhao Baiyu had felt out Lin Ran's bottom in front of him, so it doesn't make much sense to fight any longer. Tenshin's Chi blood is a bit higher, but I don't think there's much chance of winning. If he can execute the killing move of the Steel Dragon Beast, he is expected to fight at even strength. The power of this spirit martial art is real strong. In the midst of the various murmurs, Tenshin took a deep breath and suppressed his rising and falling emotions as he took large strides into the sparring area. The electricity in Lin Ran's eyes shone brightly, and as before, he exploded with all his might. Boom boom boom. Successive thunderbolts penetrated into the sky, extraordinarily huge, wider than a person and tens of meters long, sealing off the entire sparring area. Zhongli was unable to escape, gritting his teeth and trying his best to dodge, constantly changing hand seals to accumulate energy. Zhao Baiyu and Sui Chen's successive defeats made it clear to him that the only way he could turn the tide of battle was to use his strongest killing moves. It was just that it was extraordinarily difficult to face the terrifying attack of the Wrath of Heaven. Zhang Li was struck several times by Lin Ran, his body smelling of burning, and dark red blood constantly dripped from the corners of his mouth, soaking the shirt on his chest. Luckily, in the end, it was successful. Steel Dragon Beast. A thick metal chain penetrated out, rising and twisting, covering Tenshin's body like a hideous metal monster. In the face of this move, Lin Ran was calm, as he had responded the same way as last time, raising his hand in the air and pressing. In an instant, all of the lightning from the endless thunder prison converged, condensing into a bright to blinding prime thunder pillar that ran through the sky, connecting to the heavens and hitting the entire body of the Steel Dragon Beast. Ah! Zhongli desperately squeezed his chi and blood, and in a wild roar, the Steel Dragon Beast covering his circumference did not burst into pieces, resisting the thunder pillar's bombardment. Only, a crack appeared on the Steel Dragon Beast, penetrating deep into the depths, revealing how hard Tenshin was struggling. However, it was always possible to carry it even more barely. Bang! In the midst of the thunder pillars, the Steel Dragon Beast stepped out, heavy and powerful, wanting to rush out and pose a threat to Lin Ran. Responding to it, or rather responding to the tension, was a sharp fluctuation that wreaked havoc on the entire training room, a spear of heavenly punishment coalescing into shape, dazzlingly bright. The next moment it appeared in Lin Ran's hand, it dragged out a solid shadow of light and penetrated into the center of the Iron Dragon Beast's torso. Boom! The Iron Dragon Beast, which was already on the verge of enduring its limits, exploded on the spot, splitting apart. Zhongli was lying on the ground, his face pale, the dazzling lightning wrapped around his body, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, and it was difficult for him to even get up for a while. Victory and defeat had already been decided, and he was equally defeated. On this day, Lin Ran fought 3 more advanced martial artists and won all 3 battles. Chapter 50. I'm not anxious, I'm anxious because Heaven's wrath is advancing too quickly. Yi Tingyun stood at the edge of the field, not ignoring Tenshin's injuries, and raised his hand to gather a ball of energy, penetrating into Tenshin's body, so as not to delay the next set of training. However, the training room was now abuzz with clamor. None of the members of the varsity team could maintain their calm in the face of Lin Ran's display of battle power. It was impossible to sink their teeth into training without slowing down for a while. The school's 4 senior martial artists, only the captain is left. The captain won't lose too, right? Team Qin is still very strong. I've seen him fight against these 3 and I feel like it's a lot easier than Lin Ran. It's hard to say, don't forget Lin Ran's growth rate. Don't tell me that the school is going to send out a sophomore to be the captain of the varsity team, or a veteran senior key high school. Discussions rose and fell, filled with shock. Lin Ran walked out of the sparring area, still calm. He had anticipated the outcome of today's battle and would not be overly exuberant. Of course, being able to actually realize it definitely made him pleasurable. Instructor Yi, I'm in pretty good shape, let's start training body techniques. Lin Ran smiled as he came closer. Yi Tingyun was speechless in his heart, saying, I also didn't see how you kid practiced Heaven's wrath, and it's only been a few days, but you've even reached the perfection of transformation truth. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and teased, I'm more in tune with this spirit martial art, I guess, just think about it, and I advance by leaps and bounds in a day. He didn't say more on this topic, looked around and said, where's Qin Ming? I haven't seen him in the past few days. Yi Tengyun casually said, last time you beat him 1-3, I guess it stimulated him. He took a few days off with me, and has been exploring that secret realm of the ancient realm that the Night Patrol Division has just developed, wanting to earn some resources to enhance his strength, lest he be taken away from the captaincy by you. Lin Ran rubbed his chin with his hand. I do want to fight Qin Ming again. Yi Tengyun glanced at him and analyzed. Qin Ming is not good at winning. His strength is a magnitude stronger than Zhao Bai's trio, and after being recruited by the Night Patrol Division, the development of his supernatural ability Lava Giant isn't low. If you want to win, in addition to your cultivation level being a bit higher, it's best for the Heavenly Fury to be upgraded to the Inquisitive Realm. Lin Ran pondered and said, because spirit marshals will control a power like Heaven's and Earth's intent after reaching the Inquisitive Realm? Still know about the Heaven and Earth intent realm? Yi Tengyun was slightly surprised. After the new calendar of Sacred Summer, martial Dao was vigorously promoted, and many profound martial Dao theories could be directly found online. Just like scientific and technological academics, there were corresponding dissertation websites. However, knowledge involving the Heaven and Earth realm of intent was usually only taught at top universities. For many advanced martial artists, there was no need to know, it was too far away. I'm rather impatient and looked up some information in advance. Lin Ran said with a faint smile. Yi Tengyun shook his head and said, it's not considered urgent, after all, there's already a spirit martial art that has reached the perfection of transformation truth, so it's time to learn about it. That's not what I meant. Lin Ran grinned, what I'm anxious about is that I've already seized the opportunity to break the realm of Heaven's wrath, and after some more enlightenment tonight, I'll probably be able to advance to the Inquisitive realm, and I'll definitely have to make some preparations at that time. Yi Tengyun. He felt that he still had to adapt to Lin Ran's advancement again. After a while, Yi Tengyun explained, the exact feeling of controlling the Heaven and Earth intent realm is difficult to describe in words, it's a kind of esoteric power, and it will naturally become clear to you after you've been promoted. However, the Heaven and Earth intent realm is indeed a special feature of the spirit martial. Yi Tengyun aggravated his tone and said, the ultimate realm is the upper limit of ordinary martial arts, stepping into it is equal to consummation, but for spirit martial arts, it's a whole new world. Makes one look forward to it. Lin Ran smiled brightly. Then, he asked for some more knowledge about the realm of Heaven and Earth, and then began to train his stance. His Phantom 9 flashes, which were already at the peak realm, were becoming more and more difficult, but fortunately, with Yi Tengyun strengthening the simplification amplitude, the progress was still considerable. Next week I should be able to break through to the realization realm. As long as the difficulty doesn't change qualitatively, it won't be hard to advance to the Inquisitive realm before the city's high school league. Lin Ran sunk his mind into cultivation. At 4 in the afternoon, the training set ended, the sky was as cloudy as lead, it was no longer sweltering, there was an extra touch of coolness in the air, the first rain of the summer was coming. Lin Ran took a step to leave, not continuing his cultivation. He and Zhou Yangyang had arranged to meet at the school entrance, and had to finalize some more details for tomorrow's live broadcast. Many members of the varsity team looked secretly relieved. Facing a super genius who rolled inside every day really grinded the mind. It was anxiety to not roll and anxiety to not be able to roll. Brother Lin. At the entrance of the school, Zhou Yangyang brought 2 umbrellas and had been here for a while, saying, I've rented a ring at the Shanggu Athletic Pavilion after an inspection. This athletic pavilion is located in the center of the city and has a large amount of traffic on weekdays, so there's no shortage of sparring martial artists, making it suitable for public invitations to battle. It can be. Lin Ran nodded and said, you can release the news of the invitation to the battle after a while. The live broadcast time is set for tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Yangyang asked, what level of cultivation is the opponent limited to? Anything below 100 cards of Qi and blood. The 3 people that Lin Ran had defeated, Zhao Baiyu, all had Qi blood above 100 cards, so it wasn't impossible to be stronger. It was just that the live broadcast was going to be focused on performing the martial arts of the bandwagon, so the standards needed to be lowered a bit. But to Zhou Yangyang's ears, it was still ridiculously high. Will it be too strong? Just promoted senior martial artist, Qi blood is only 30 cards, 100 cards of Qi blood, there has been a significant increase, it can be steadily suppressed. Always a key high school student, Zhou Yangyang's quite a few martial arts theories were quite solid. It's fine, it can be suppressed. Lin Ran smiled faintly, moreover, a slogan like I'm invincible below 100 cards of Qi blood, change it to a fragmented number like 35 cards, 50 cards, 75 cards, or something like that, and it's hard to have that kind of meaning again. Zhou Yangyang felt that it was reasonable. Alright, I'll release the news here, and then I'll go customize an oversized banner to print that on it. Don't be in a hurry, this open invitation to battle, I think we can add another addition, 100,000 enrollment, as long as you win me, $1 million in prize money. Earning entry fees was only secondary. The main thing was that martial arts fights with large prizes were always easy to attract attention. Lin Ran had a similar idea before, and after winning all 3 battles in the morning, he felt that he could pay to practice. Zhou Yangyang gulped and reminded, "Brother Lin, you're going to lose, it's a blood loss, you'll have to win 10 matches to earn it back. Don't worry, it's just a gimmick to heat up the conversation, no one can take it away." Lin Ran shook his head, his gaze calm. If it's not possible, direct heaven's wrath to turn on the power. Tomorrow, when he steps into the inquisitive realm and masters the corresponding heaven and earth intent, he will also be able to obtain a qualitative change. Chapter 51, The Sun After the Rain, It's Only Getting Hotter. Over the past week, Lin Ran had not only taken Mountain and Sea City by storm, he was equally hot on the internet. The battle prowess he displayed when he picked apart the 3 major noble high schools was truly astonishing. Especially the speed of growth was even more shocking. Thus, when the news of Lin Ran's invitation to battle an advanced martial artist spread, it was like dropping a high explosive bomb into an already rippling ocean, immediately causing a huge wave. This has the battle power of a senior martial artist? I'm humanly numb. Lin Ran's first 2 live broadcasts, a junior martial artist won the championship, an intermediate martial artist dominated, this is less than a week, and he's staring at senior martial artists again? If you have this talent, don't go to the Heavens Remarks competition to make a name for yourself, but stay here as a small anchor with goods. Just a reminder, Lin Ran's total sales in the live broadcast room have long since broken $100 million. Sorry to bother you. Locals of Shanghai City, I'm going to watch the battle offline tomorrow, I just don't believe it, Lin Ran can really beat a senior martial artist. The internet was abuzz with clamor. Many netizens had seen Lin Ran's growth rate and no longer suspected that he was pretending to be false. But for them to really believe it, they felt outrageous again. Was it at all difficult for this person to cultivate? The other side. In a business building in the city center, an office on the top floor was pushed open, and a middle-aged manager in formal attire walked in with a big stride, with a slight smile in his voice, saying, "Young Chess, just like we speculated, Lin Ran's live streaming bandwagon is still looking for someone to play against." Li Shiqi flipped through an ancient book on chess. Without lifting his head, he faintly said, "It's quite good, save some trouble." The middle-aged manager nodded and added, "He's very bold, this time he's going to openly invite senior martial artists with less than 100 cards of chi and blood to battle." A rare genius indeed. Li Shiqi's action of flipping through the book gave a start and sat up straight, but his face did not have any emotional ups and downs. An era has an era's rules, the turbulent era of the foreign invasion has long since fallen, what today's Saint Xia needs is a smooth development, the individual talent is no matter how high it is, but also has to move forward step by step in the chessboard, this is the iron law of our time. Without enough power and background in the body, it can only and must be observed. The middle-aged manager heard the meaning and said in a deep voice, "I'll go and make arrangements." Go on, do things beautifully, give Lin Ran more decency, and always let him bring benefits to the company as well. Li Shiqi put down the ancient book in his hands, got up and took a step, coming to the wide floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dark clouds rolling over the night sky. It's going to rain heavily. Rumble. A huge thunderbolt pierced through the dark clouds, blinding and dazzling, tearing through the darkness of the night with a shocking sound. Brilliant electric light poured down on the earth, sweeping in all directions and illuminating the living room of Lin Ran's house. Lin Ran stood by the window, his eyes lowered, ignoring the electric light and thunderous sounds, and was seriously comprehending the changes in the wrath of heaven. Your heaven's wrath has advanced to the ultimate realm and can mobilize the corresponding heaven and earth intent. Your brain continues to generate electrical signals, and the heaven's wrath perception deepens. Unlike unusual martial arts, the wrath of heaven continued to be practiced after reaching the ultimate realm. Just as Yi Tingyun had said, a spirit martial that promoted to the inquisitive realm would enter a whole new world. Still a whole new level. Lin Ran lightly spat out a breath, poked out his right hand, pressed the glass of the window, and was actually able to squeeze the energy between heaven and earth, condensing a slender thunderbolt in the rain outside the window, only an inch or so long, but it could diffuse a destructive intent that spread across the sky, as if it was going to materialize. The surrounding rainwater directly condensed in mid-air, not allowed to fall. Boom! This lightning exploded in the air, sweeping out a strong might, directly obliterating the solidified rainwater and disappearing. Against Zhao Baiyu, Zhang Li and Sui Chen, can I win? A thought swept through Lin Ran's mind. The way he wanted to fight against each other was the same as the first time, allowing these 3 high-level martial artists to join forces. Of course, there were no longer any restrictions. Still have to fight to be sure. Lin Ran revealed a smirk, no longer thinking about it, and looked up at the boundless curtain of rain outside the window, succeeding heaven and earth, getting heavier and heavier. After this rain was over, the height of summer should have arrived, and the sun would be getting hotter and hotter every day. The next day, Lin Ran's live broadcast gradually came to life, with many netizens arriving early in anticipation of his open invitation to battle. At 2 in the afternoon, the live broadcast was presented on time. Amidst the hustle and bustle, Lin Ran was alone in an independent ring, with a black crowd surrounding him below, and above him, a huge bright red banner hung in mid-air, attracting attention. A line of eye-catching slogans was printed on it. I am an intermediate-level martial artist, invincible under 100 cards of chi blood, defy me to fight, 100,000 enrollment, prize money 1 million. This crude and open invitation to battle caused the live broadcast room, which had only just opened, to directly explode. It has to be Lin Ran, this is not even hidden, directly labeled invincible. The anchor dares to hang, surely there is a bottom. Right? Too arrogant, not a strong big win, can't suppress this banner. The hot discussion is not only the netizens, surrounded by the ring around the many viewers, only a small portion of the local fans who came over to watch the fun, the vast majority are attracted by this banner. $1 million in prize money, not a small amount. It was even tougher to cross the ranks and match the battle power of a high-level martial artist. Are you really an intermediate martial artist? Can I really get $1 million for beating you? Someone under the stage constantly shouted out. Lin Ran smiled faintly and said, member of the varsity team of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, my strength can be checked, there's also my encyclopedia entry online, no need to worry about me faking. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers became more and more stirred up, but no one had been on stage, subconsciously suspecting that there was a fake, worrying that it wasn't some new type of scam. Lin Ran stood on the stage, very calm. $100,000 was the price he had considered, it wasn't that much for an advanced martial artist and could be easily afforded. A tenfold rate of return was again considerable. There would definitely be advanced martial artists who couldn't resist going up to the stage to give it a try. Sure enough, within a few minutes, a thick and powerful voice rang out, I'll fight. An athletic figure leaped onto the ring, wearing a dark gray posture physical fitness suit, looking to be middle-aged, but his temperament was brawny, with a sense of oppression. He directly said, how do I pay the entry fee? Lin Ran smiled and said, Uncle, just transfer money directly from your cell phone bank account. Upon hearing this, the corner of the man's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he emphasized, I'm only 25 years old, I haven't graduated from university for a few years. Looking at the other person's rough face, Lin Ran coughed lightly and digressed, buddy, there's no need to rush, you can introduce yourself first. Songin, senior martial artist, chi and blood measured at 75 cards last week, first-class security officer of the Shanghai City Wanhai District Security Department. Songin glanced at Lin Ran, purposely emphasizing his tone in the last super sentence. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows lightly, seeing Songin's meaning. Taking the lead on the stage, I'm afraid that he was thinking that if he found out that he was scamming money, he would directly arrest him and establish himself as a credit. Unfortunately, this intention of the other party is destined to fall through. Chapter 52 Straight Talk Invincible title, as usual, can be subdued. When Songin completed his transfer, Lin Ran didn't delay and directly announced the start of the sparring match. Whoosh! Songin was the first to attack, running to Lin Ran's body in 2 or 3 steps, directly swinging out a fist, wrapped in rising chi and blood, like a rocket trailing light flames, exceptionally swift and fierce. Bang! This punch directly hit Lin Ran's body and shattered apart, but there was no thick touch, only producing a diffuse mist of light. In Songin's astonished gaze, Lin Ran appeared behind the fog of light. Some spectators on both sides of the ring with specific viewpoints were able to see clearly. Lin Ran took a step back as Songin threw a punch, surprisingly leaving a doppelganger in place, exactly the same, which was truly astonishing. Who? In the next moment, a strong wind sprang up in the ring. Taking advantage of Songin's missed blow, Lin Ran swiftly raised his leg and kicked, pressing a large wave of air that ran through the air like a battle spear. Bang! Songin only had time to mobilize a stream of chi and blood to protect his chest, and under the impact of the powerful force, he was somewhat unable to stabilize his body and couldn't help but retreat backwards. Lin Ran took the time to explain, this leg technique is called the blast gun kick, known for its swiftness and ferocity, perfect for defensive counterattack strikes. Songin looked Lin Ran up and down, his eyes bright as he said, what was the phantom shadow you condensed just now? It's very powerful, I couldn't tell it apart for a while. Phantom shadow, a move from the body technique spirit martial phantom 9 flashes. Lin Ran happily answered. Songin nodded and commented, "This stance is quite peculiar." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and said, "If you want it, you can buy it from my live room with a price discount." With that, Lin Ran took a step forward and shot out like an arrow. Compared to Songin, who had rushed forward, his speed was significantly higher than a cut. Songin had already suffered a loss once, and didn't dare to be careless, directly running his spirit martial arts at full strength. Puffing and giggling. Amidst the sharp air-breaking sound, 2 columns of chi and blood-condensed knuckle-footed spikes came out from Songin's back, each with 4 of them, their lengths exceeding 10 feet, permeated with a stern fluctuation. Blood Spider Battle Technique. This was an offensive spirit martial art, known for its intensive and swift attacks. Facing Lin Ran, who had risen up and stepped forward, Songin's eyes stared as he swiftly swung out 4 knuckle-footed spikes. 2 were offense-oriented. 2 blocked the space for dodging. However, Lin Ran's pace changed, like a ghost, dodging away from the attack of the 4 knuckle-footed spikes. At the same time, he circled around to Songin's side, and swung his fist forward, hitting his solar plexus. Songin didn't panic, mobilizing the 4 knuckle-footed spikes that were left behind, and together with the right fist that was swung out, they slammed into Lin Ran. Bang! In a vain collision, Lin Ran collapsed and turned into a mist of light. It was the Phantom Shadow again. The real Lin Ran, at this moment, silently appeared behind Songin, and smashed down with an elbow strike, with a thud, shocking the air and blood to splash, sending Songin flying out, narrowly missing the ground with even the ground. Style-less fighting technique, the movement of the moves is extremely small, grabbing the first attack or storming out of the attack may produce strange effects. Lin Ran stepped forward to pursue and attack again. The Phantom 9 flashes of the Peak Realm, combined with the multiple unusual martial arts of the Inquisitive Realm, allowed him to steadily overwhelm Songin. Especially the Phantom Shadow move, which was bizarre and untraceable, made Songin's head spin extraordinarily. I was at the scene, people looked dumbfounded. Lin Ran didn't use the Wrath of Heaven, he even pressed this level 1 vigilante and violently beat him. Chi blood doesn't even work. I'm on the internet, to Lin Ran exhibition level, can only say, dish on more practice. The Phantom Shadow is so cool, I just went to check. The upper limit of this spiritual martial art contains the power of space, which allows the body to flash back and forth in multiple phantom shadows. Ordered. Me too, Lin Ran brought goods of this spiritual martial art within a few days. I use 10 or even 100 times the time to cultivate. As long as there is this level, it's all blood money. Lin Ran's performance in this battle stunned too many people. Including Songin, who was still fighting, his heart was unsettled. This teenager who had openly invited the battle, instead of being a liar, his strength was terrifyingly strong. Thud. Lin Ran, like a shadow, killed Songin's inner circle and swung out a fist, hitting his side abdomen. With a heavy ringing sound, a strong mighty energy exploded, shocking Songin to stagger and move sideways, and finally fall on his butt on the ground. No more fighting. I admit defeat. Songin hurriedly beckoned, panting heavily. Fighting until now, he had been walking on thin ice, not daring to have a hint of slackness, but the whole time he was stretched thin and suppressed. On the contrary, Lin Ran was solidly taking the initiative, and from time to time, he even took the time to comment. It was just too much. Buddy, I'm not sending you off. Lin Ran raised his hand. It's best not to send it off, don't want to deal with you anymore. How old are you, kid? This level of stance can be practiced? Songin couldn't help but mutter, getting up and patting the dust on his pants, leaping out of the ring. Lin Ran smiled faintly and looked around. Next. Perhaps it was Songin's beginning that made the crowd dispel their doubts. Next, 2 more advanced martial artists came onto the stage, both with chi and blood above 90 cards, both mastering spirit martial arts. But as a result, all of them lost. One, like Songin, took the initiative to open his mouth and admit defeat, and the other was sent flying by Lin Ran, falling out of the ring. For a time, the scene was extraordinarily boisterous and clamoring. Especially the people who had some knowledge of Lin Ran were incomparably shocked. The heaven's wrath that had swept through the 3 noble high schools had been useless. If it was cast, how strong should Lin Ran be? The reputation of being invincible below 100 cards of chi blood did seem to hold down the fort. Brother Lin, the effect of this live broadcast is also very explosive. The sales of unusual martial arts are reduced, but the single Phantom 9 flashes, a spiritual martial art, has sold over 100 copies. Zhou Yangyang's excited voice sounded in the headset. This body technique spiritual martial art sold for around 220,000, with a commission of 10 points. Selling 1 copy was a revenue of $22,000. 100 or so hundred copies equaled $2 or $3 million in revenue. The smile on Lin Ran's face grew even bigger as he scanned the dark crowd under the ring and said, "No one's coming up to the stage to fight. He still had quite a bit of stamina left. 1 or 2 more fights, not much of a problem. The stage became more and more restless and tumultuous, only no one ever answered the battle. Because of Lin Ran's consecutive victories at the next level, many of the guests in the entire arena hall were attracted, and among them, there were quite a few high-level martial artists who fulfilled the conditions, but after analyzing them carefully, they were all unwilling to go up to the stage to fight. But they couldn't fight. Not to mention giving away $100,000 for nothing, they would also have to take a beating. I'll do it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man leapt onto the ring, with a bald head, not too tall, thick and strong, wearing a set of combat clothes. Lin Ran observed carefully, making sure that it wasn't a face showing its age, before smiling lightly and saying, "Uncle, you can introduce yourself." Du Chongping, Chi Blood 99 cards. The bald middle-aged man's attitude was slightly cold, and he directly said, "What's the bank account number? I'll pay the enrollment fee." Lin Ran uttered a string of numbers and said, "You can start at any time when you're ready." "Start the fight." The bald middle-aged man put away his cell phone, took a deep breath, and a dense ebony light covered his body surface, presenting an icy metallic luster and diffusing a thick and heavy meaning. It was actually a rather cold solid-type spirit martial art. Bang! He took a step out, stepping on the ring and causing it to tremble, propelling his body to explode out and kill directly in front of Lin Ran. Lin Ran's eyes stared. The other party's speed was, surprisingly, faster than his. Who? Facing the punches thrown by the bald middle-aged man, Lin Ran's black hair flew as he took the initiative to activate his heavy armor breaker body and swung out a fist to meet the opponent head-on, ready to probe his opponent's bottom. This spiritual martial created by the Stop Killing King, after Lin Ran's heart beating these days, had already approached the 7th level of the realm. Thud! The two fists exchanged blows and collided with a loud sound. Lin Ran's body was shaken and he retreated backward one after another, taking 7 or 8 steps before stopping. Opposite him, the bald middle-aged man was surrounded by a dark light, motionless, like a black mountain standing above the ring. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said coldly, "Your chi and blood strength is more than 99 cards. Ridiculous." The bald middle-aged man snorted, saying that you don't fulfill the conditions when you can't beat them. Your banner that dares to say that you're invincible can surely hang. His figure flickered as he once again rushed out in large strides. Lin Ran said no more, blazing electric aura blossoming in his eyes, filled with the intention of destruction that was about to overflow. Whether this person wanted to take the $1 million prize or had another purpose, it didn't matter. Wrath of Heaven. Chapter 53, Is this strength called good? Pretending to be good at least has a degree. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the sound of thunder shook the heavens and earth, and countless thunderbolts ran throughout, up to 100 meters high, bright and piercing, like a drooping waterfall, flooding the entire ring. If it wasn't for the fact that the specifications of the Shanggu Athletic Hall were high enough, and that the fight between high-level martial artists had been taken into account back at the beginning of its construction, the ceiling above would have been destroyed. A destructive intent raged on, like thunder destroying the world, horrifyingly unrivaled. The surrounding crowd of onlookers all changed their faces. Even the advanced martial artists with high cultivation were palpitating inside. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't feel it, but the thunder and lightning seen on the screen, the visual impact was drawn out and shocking. In the center of the thunder and lightning, Lin Ran's black hair fluttered about, his eyes containing electric awns, just like a punisher who judged on behalf of the heavens. When he raised his hand and waved, a large area of thunder and lightning converged and fused, transforming into a huge hammer of thunder, like a mountain, towards the bald middle-aged man who ran over and violently smashed down. Boom! The bald middle-aged man used his fist to strike hard, but he was still overwhelmed by the lightning. Exploding lightning swept everywhere. A strong fist force penetrated through the lightning, solid and incomparable, and slammed into Lin Ran, shaking him backward to unload the force. However, the bald middle-aged man's situation was even worse, all a little unable to stand up, his hands propped up on his knees, panting heavily. Electricity arcs jumped out one after another from the dark light rising from his skin. His solid spirit martial didn't manage to completely block the thunder hammer's smash. Heaven and earth intent. The bald middle-aged man furrowed his brows. There was no mention of this in the information he had obtained, only emphasizing that this teenager had mastered a thunder spirit martial with a decent level. The inquisitive realm is rated as good. The bald middle-aged man pursed his lips, wanting to give the company's intelligence officer a slap in the face. There was at least a degree of goodness in pretending. Endless thunder prison. Lin Ran was the first to adjust, his eyes condensed, and the lightning that sealed the entire ring struck down, one after the other, a steady stream, like mercury. The bald middle-aged man held back the lightning that raged within his body, moving sideways in all directions, dodging at breakneck speeds. His level of stance was very high, especially his speed. It was extremely fast, but the endless thunder prison of the inquisitive realm, which drew on the energy of the heavens and the earth, was violent and unrivaled. The entire ring was filled with raging thunder and lightning as far as the eye could see, densely packed and everywhere. Boom! The bald middle-aged man did not change direction in time, and was penetrated by a huge thunderbolt, his body inevitably stiffening. Above him, several thunderbolts were already accumulating energy, bursting out deafening thunder sounds, like thunder beasts before pouncing, roaring up to the sky. Puffing! The bald middle-aged man tensed his mind and was about to dodge the lightning strikes when a sharp crack pierced his ears. A solid, deep purple ray of light emerged out of thin air, connecting him and Lin Ran. It was the residual shadow left behind by a heavenly punishment spear that was breaking through the air at breakneck speed to kill, and in the slightly changed eyes of the bald middle-aged man, it hit his body with a boom. The piercing lightning exploded in a white blur. Not waiting for it to dissipate, new lightning blasted down, launching a terrifying attack. Man on the spot, almost peeing in fear. It's not an exaggeration, the might of those thunderbolts diffused, making it difficult for me to bear, incomparably panicked, but how can a buddy say that he's also in the upper third stage of the evolution realm? All I can say online is that anchors are awesome. Really give Lin Ran a knee. Intermediate martial artists exhibiting such exaggerated substantial energy is simply unreasonable. I heard the senior martial artist next door say that this is some kind of heaven and earth intent enchantment? What the hell? Spiritual martial arts of the ultimate realm. Wasn't the wrath of heaven said to be of a frighteningly high grade, and why is Lin Ran's realm so high? Looking at the countless thunderbolts that filled the ring, whether it was Lin Ran's live streaming room or the live arena pavilion, all of them boiled back to the heavens. Too many people were shocked. Including the bald middle-aged man who was sparring, his heart was unsettled. Before he came, his boss had also instructed him to simply win the fight, allow injuries, but not abuse, and quickly leave the field after getting the victory. But now, looking at the lightning that crowded his sight, the bald middle-aged man clenched his teeth. The pressure was like a mountain. Boom! Large swaths of lightning exploded, releasing a terrifying might that sent the bald middle-aged man flying out, and after landing, he tumbled more than 10 times. Even with a solid spirit martial protector, he was still dyed in blood all the way. Ignoring his injuries, the bald middle-aged man hurriedly climbed up and rushed towards the bottom of the ring. If he fought any longer, he would undoubtedly be defeated and would be captured. Want to leave? Lin Ran revealed a cold smile. The endless thunder prison in his line of sight immediately changed. A lightning coalesced and connected, melting into sheets, coupled with the energy drawn from the heavens and earth. It was like a huge doorway, blocking all the bald middle-aged man's path. The bald middle-aged man made several impacts, all of which failed, with no hope of breaking through. Leave me behind, you will regret it. The middle-aged man said icily as his brows tightened. Boom! Lin Ran's response was to go all out with the endless thunder prison, a succession of thunderbolts penetrating into the sky, sealing the sky and forbidding the ground, covering the entire ring entirely. The spectators at the scene were beginning to lose sight of the scene, and all that was in sight was the dense lightning. Fortunately, within a few minutes, the thunder and lightning gradually dissipated, but a more brilliant light came into view. Above the ring, Lin Ran raised one hand high, condensing a blazing hammer of thunder. In front of him, the bald middle-aged man was kneeling on one knee, trapped in the thunder and lightning, and the rising black light around his body was filled with large cracks, nearly crumbling. Boom! The next moment, the hammer of thunder fell swiftly, drowning the body of the bald middle-aged man. When the burst of light dissipated, the bald middle-aged man lying on the ground, covered with injuries, had fainted. However, electric arcs continued to emerge from the surface of his body, and his body frequently convulsed under the ravages of lightning. Phew! Lin Ran dispersed the might of heaven's wrath and let out a long breath to adjust his rapid breathing. Then, he looked around the ring and found the first vigilante who had challenged him earlier, saying, "What do we do now? His chi blood is clearly over 99 cards." Under the stage, Songin had no doubts and agreed with Lin Ran. He had 75 cards of chi and blood, and his cultivation wasn't much short of 99 cards, and he thought to himself that against that overwhelming thunder and lightning, he was far from being able to carry it for so long. Initial judgment: there is the possibility of suspected fraud, in addition to intentional injury. Songin leapt into the ring, crouched down, and briefly checked the bald middle-aged man's state, saying that he looked up at Lin Ran, but whether the latter can be established specifically depends on the condition of your injuries. If it's not serious, it'll be classified as attempted injury. Song-in noticed that in contrast to when he was engaged with him, Lin Ran's face was slightly blanched. Lin Ran was indeed injured. In order to prevent the bald middle-aged man from escaping, he had to exert heaven's wrath with all his might, and the vast majority of the time, he didn't have the extra energy to actively run the heavy armor breaker body. Simply using the second-level realm to quench half of his basic defense, he was unable to completely resist the bald middle-aged man's punching power. However, using offense as defense was still essentially a method of fighting, just pursuing absolute suppression. Lin Ran's injuries weren't considered heavy, and with Saint Xia's medical level, they could be healed in less than half a day. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "My injuries are average, mostly in the flesh, but when I sealed the ring with lightning, this man had a few punches that hit my head, making me very uncomfortable. I now have symptoms of tinnitus, dizziness, nausea, accompanied by a certain amount of memory loss. Even some of the details of my fight with you suddenly became fuzzy, and surprisingly, I can't recall them." Song-in tugged at the corners of his mouth as he listened. This set of rhetoric, he could be too familiar with it, often hearing it on some blackmailed bumper sticker repeat offenders. The first time he asked was when his brain was not feeling well, all hard to detect illnesses. "Let's go to the sheriff's department first. As a victim, you have to take a statement. There just happens to be an in-house medical room to check you out." Song-in mused. Lin Ran nodded his head in agreement. After this fight, he didn't have much stamina for real combat anymore. He called Zhou Yangyang to end this live broadcast. Then, before heading to the sheriff's department, Lin Ran dialed Principal Li's signal on his cell phone and briefly informed him of this. The bald middle-aged man's words made him a bit bothered, perhaps not for the $1 million prize. "I'm having a meeting in the city, it's not far away, I'll be there soon." Chapter 54, Everyone in One Piece has the right to remain silent. The rain at the beginning of summer in Shanghai was getting heavier and heavier. The cold wind swept the rainwater hitting the glass of the Wanghai District Security Department, crashing out dense water droplets, refracting the lights into a hazy blur. Inside the medical room, the bald middle-aged man was lying on the hospital bed, his body was plugged into some instruments, and treatment had already begun. However, he would still occasionally twitch, his brows unconsciously knitting together. Lin Ran was sitting on one side, and a doctor was examining him. Song-in was holding a tablet and was logging into the system, and after finishing, he swept the bald middle-aged man's face with the lens, and some information was revealed. "Didn't use a fake name, it's really called Du Changping, a 13th-level executive member of the heavy security company." Speaking of this, Song-in raised his eyebrows, rather surprised. Lin Ran glanced at him. "What's wrong?" Song-in thought for a moment, felt that he could inform, and spoke. "The security company has cooperation with the sheriff's department, is affiliated with the Lease Consortium, and has always been generous with the pay of its employees, especially those in the executive post, the most generous, 13 levels of pay, a single base salary of $2 to $3 million, and not so much as to break the law in order to win $1 million from you." Lease Consortium. Lin Ran's eyes flashed, understanding on the spot. The bald middle-aged man looking for trouble from him, in all likelihood, had nothing to do with Wangquan Middle School's Li Deacon Chess. For his previous refusal to sign, he clearly did not agree. At the very least, he was not prepared to walk on each side of the avenue towards the sky. "Lin Ran, are you all right?" Principal Li came in with big strides, his leather shoes soaked with some rain stains. He hadn't even finished the meeting, he had left in the middle of it and rushed here in the rain. Whether or not Shanghai No. 1 Middle School could return to the top, the hope was all on this one student. The degree of importance was unrivaled. "Fortunately, it's all minor injuries, I'll be fine today," Lin Ran said calmly. The bald middle-aged man came from the Li clan consortium, or was instructed by a direct descendant. There was little point in continuing to pretend to be sick, at most a few verbal battles. Principal Li's emotions calmed down somewhat, looking towards the bald middle-aged man on the hospital bed, saying, "That's him?" "Aha!" Lin Ran recounted the process and said, "His chi and blood, I estimate that he has 300 cards, otherwise he wouldn't be able to carry the successive attacks of Heaven's Wrath." "Pretty much." Song-in put down the tablet and nodded in agreement. "I have detected the fluctuation when he was running his chi blood at full strength. The oppressive force is very strong." "Magistrate, the strength of chi and blood can't be detected with perception alone. After all, words can't be verified, it has to be detected with a professional instrument." A male carrying a briefcase stepped in, his clothes were straight and neat, his hair was combed meticulously. "I'm Du Changping's lawyer, I've already obtained his wife's authorization to handle this matter." Principal Li gazed at him and said in a deep voice, "Yes, when he wakes up, cooperate with the tests." No need to be so troublesome. The male lawyer handed out a document. This is Du Changping's chi and blood strength from his last test, 99 cards without a doubt, issued by the Shanghai City Martial Arts Association, with legal effect. Principal Li came over and scanned it, and couldn't help but sneer. A test report from 4 years ago on the 7th day of the 5th month of the new federal calendar 4038. Is simply ridiculous. Take it easy. The male lawyer opened his briefcase and took out another document, saying, this is Du Changping's injury report, issued by Professor Zhang of the affiliated college of Shanghai City Medical University, who has been unable to cultivate for these 4 years. Principal Li snorted and said, a report from a single doctor, don't make it too easy to fake it. He was only surnamed Li, and had no relationship with the Li consortium, but having been the principal for all these years, he couldn't be clearer about some of the backstabbing and dirty tactics of the local powerhouse consortium. The male lawyer glanced at him and faintly said, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, it depends on whether the court recognizes it or not. Questioning is about evidence, it's not like you can pronounce true or false with a single sentence. Principal Li was very strong and said icily, you're looking for the wrong person if you want to turn black and white upside down. The principal of an old key high school could not talk about much power, but the network of relationships that could be utilized was extremely large, more than many people could imagine. The two of you speak properly, don't argue. Song-in rushed forward to persuade each other, his heart somewhat uneasy. Super genius, top consortium, malicious attack. He regretted meddling in this case. The water was too deep. It was easy to fail to grasp it. Song-in pondered and proposed, how about waiting for the person in question to wake up, specifically? How much longer? Principal Li asked. At least a day. The patient's body is scattered with quite a bit of lightning attribute energy, very overbearing and difficult to eliminate in a moment. The doctor answered by picking up the conversation. Upon hearing this, the male lawyer's gaze fell towards Lin Ran, and he said in a deep voice, I've already seen the video of your sparring match on my way here, and your act of sealing off the entire ring with lightning is seriously suspected of intentionally striking and injuring my client, and I will file the relevant charges against you in accordance with the law, and safeguard my client's rights and interests to the fullest extent possible. Lin Ran glanced at him and said, I can release the power of thunder and lightning in his body, allowing him to awaken early. The male lawyer thought for a moment and said, this kind of behavior will not reduce the strength of my claim against you, but the judge may treat you with discretion. He also wanted Du Changping to wake up early so that he could explain something. This case came too unexpectedly. According to the original intention, the one lying on the hospital bed should be Lin Ran, who would act as the defendant's lawyer, defending the bald middle-aged man against intentional injury. Lin Ran raised his hand and pressed, in the eyes of several stunned, directly detonated the energy in the body of the bald middle-aged man, and with a boom, the body of the bald middle-aged man trembled violently, and roared loudly in pain, and the features of his face twisted into a ball. The male lawyer's face changed. You. Lin Ran's eyes blossomed with electricity, a horrifying destructive intent stopped his words and said, don't talk nonsense, the first lightning power is gone, the second person has also woken up, everyone is happy. Bald middle-aged man. He was on the verge of crying from the pain, but there was no rejoicing at all. Turning his face sideways, the bald middle-aged man glanced at the male lawyer, his eyes slightly lit up, and he shouted, Zhang Lu. Obviously, the two knew each other. The male lawyer nodded and said, leave everything to me, I'll talk to you individually in a bit about how to do it. The bald middle-aged man understood and cooperated, I have the right to remain silent, and all matters are all left to the sole responsibility of lawyer Zhang. Song-in furrowed his brows, this situation obviously couldn't be handled. His gaze looked towards Lin Ran, wanting to try and see if he could start from this side, but he looked over and saw that Lin Ran's mouth was pursed out in a cold smile, looking morose. At the next moment, with a loud boom, the bald middle-aged man's body trembled violently, and he fell into a coma on the spot, as electric arcs of various sizes leapt out of his body, and one of the instruments that detected his vitals emitted a sharp sound, reminding the patient that he was in a dangerous state. Lin Ran previously released the energy in his body at the same time, but also penetrated a new lightning, hidden not to send. The male lawyer's face was grim as he snapped, you're intentionally injuring. Before he finished speaking, an arc of electricity leaped out of the arc on the bald middle-aged man's body surface and penetrated into the air, hitting his torso just in time. The male lawyer, who only had evolution realm cultivation, couldn't resist at all. The entire person convulsed violently, foaming at the mouth, unable to say a word. Lin Ran stepped forward and patted his shoulder, smiling, no need to say anything, I understand, and you have the right to remain silent. Chapter 55 The boy under the black umbrella wants to talk about rules, the boy under the red umbrella sees himself as a god. You're making it difficult for me. Songin rubbed his brow hard and looked at the two people who were twitching with electricity, one head and two heads. Lin Ren spread out his hands to show his innocence. I can't claim to be pure in my control of heaven's wrath, and just now I failed to detonate all of the power of lightning, leading to a secondary eruption, so I'm really sorry. With this set of words, Principal Li coughed, feeling that it was too outrageous. For Lin Ran to still not be able to play heaven's wrath, the geniuses who had learned this spiritual martial art in the school's history, there was one that counted, and at best, he could be called a humanoid number 5 dry battery. Let's deal with it after the meeting. At least one of the parties and this lawyer must be able to talk. Songin sighed longingly and could only separate the two groups first. Principal Li stayed in the hall on the first floor, making non-stop calls with his cell phone, looking for connections that could help. Lin Ren didn't rush to ask. Coming to the porch outside the hall, the rain fell along the eaves edge in front of him, densely packed, like a curtain hanging down from dark clouds. He gazed at this boundless downpour, his gaze deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Buzz. A black limousine drove into the courtyard of the sheriff's department and stopped smoothly at the steps in front of the hall's porch. The driver in the driver's seat quickly got out of the car, quickly walked to the rear compartment, and opened the door with an umbrella in a single motion. Immediately, the teenager in the back seat got up and got out of the car. His clothes were straight and his pace was smooth. The rain outside was heavy, but a wide black umbrella blocked the sky above, isolating the rain, not moving at all. He raised his head and looked at Lin Ran in the porch, smiling faintly. We meet again. You did. Lin Ran looked straight at Li Diqi, already certain. Li Ziqi stepped forward and ascended the steps, saying, I can say yes, but Du Changping inside will bite the bullet and deny it, because he knows very well that he can't afford the price of admitting it. Lin Ran's eyes were indifferent, saying, in order to sign me, you're willing to put down the money. Because you're worth it, I see great potential in you, you can bring me great benefits. Li Ziqi nodded his head. Frankly, I have a hunch that sometime in the future, you will be a great help to me in succeeding as the head of the family. Work with me, this is my second invitation. Or, you can see it as a ticket to the upper class. Li Ziqi finished walking up the steps and came to Lin Ran, extending a hand. Lin Ran didn't shake it, the coldness in his eyes deepening, saying, are all the arrogance of the consortium's children like you, thinking they can control everything? Seeing this, Li Diqi pinched his fingers and withdrew his outstretched right hand, saying, I can understand your anger, but the rules of today's Saint Xia are just so cold and heartless. For the ordinary people, the upper class is an irrelevant world, occasionally suddenly wake up and realize that their whole life, as small as clothing, food, housing and transportation, actually all by a few companies are responsible for, as big as the promotion and employment, the same is in accordance with some established routes forward. In this regard, they at most find friends and family to complain a little, and will soon put it behind them, because they do not feel any impact. However, among ordinary people, some of the elites who have access to the real upper-class society will only be able to clearly look out and see that an invisible yoke is wrapped around them, unbreakable, and only by paying an incomparably painful price can they be expected to break free, and win an admission ticket that is within your reach right now. Li Di said without haste, only his tone was cold, like ice. Lin Ran gazed at him, suddenly revealing a cold smile, saying, if you are truly as you say, at this moment now, there is no need for you to come to me to speak this great truth, but instead, I will be begging for an audience outside your home. Li Ziqi's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, it seems that you have misunderstood my rare kindness. A cold smile intensified on Lin Ran's face with a sneer. If I'm not mistaken, Du Changping, whom you found, originally wanted to defeat me in the ring, and then take out that 99 card chi and blood test report issued by the Martial Arts Association, to seal my accusations. The probability is that there will also be false accusations from the Water Army later on, pouring dirty water on me until I can't carry the pressure and agree to sign with your company. Then, you would throw out Du Changping and have him test the real chi blood again in public. It's both to write my name so as not to affect the heat of the live broadcast afterward, as well as to express the importance you place on me, willingly letting a high-level martial artist carry the blame. This kind of grace and authority tactic, relying on the mountain of power, was not difficult to exert and had always worked well. Li Ziqi's gaze went cold, locking onto Lin Ran tightly. When his inner thoughts were torn apart, his emotions were not as calm as he had imagined. Exhaling a long breath, Li Diqi forced himself to calm down and said, Lin Ran, you're smarter than I imagined, which is a good thing. Smart people are all rational, so you should be clear that cooperating with me nowadays is the only right path. A big tree in the sky, it can help to shelter people from the wind and rain, but it can also make people not see the sun. Outside, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, as if it was going to submerge both heaven and earth. Lin Ran's face was expressionless, and a calm voice came out of his mouth, very short, but also very resolute. No. Rumble. A huge thunderbolt erupted, almost running through the dark clouds of the entire sky, illuminating electric light tearing through the dense rain curtain, illuminating the bodies of Lin Ran and Li Ziqi. A strong sense of killing permeated out, lingering between the two people, obviously very close to each other, less than a meter apart, but as if they were in two worlds. I will not invite a person more than 3 times, not now, the same in the future. Li Ziqi turned to leave, a wide black umbrella propped up above, blocking all incoming wind and rain. The rain was pounding, reflecting the leaden dark clouds, darkening them. Suddenly, in the darkening rain, a dazzling red color appeared, as striking as blood, grazing Li Ziqi's black umbrella and reflecting into Lin Ran's eyes. It was a red umbrella. Yi Tingyun held it in his hand, ascending the steps step by step, coming to Lin Ran, saying, "Let's go, I'll send you back. The principal told me everything, he'll take care of the things behind." Good. Lin Ran followed Yi Tingyun out, the red umbrella separating the wind and rain, escorting the two of them onto the SUV. Yi Tingyun didn't rush to drive and said, "Is the injury okay?" "It's not bad, it was treated in the medical room of the sheriff's department, it's not a big problem." Hearing this answer, Yi Tingyun gathered a ball of healing energy and penetrated into Lin Ran's body. He then asked, "Today was a sort of initial glimpse into the dark side of society, how do you feel?" Lin Ran gazed at the heavy rain outside the car and said, "If I hadn't taken down that bald middle-aged man on the spot, it would have been very difficult to deal with. The other side is very well prepared, with all sorts of evidence, top-notch lawyers and perhaps a court aspect to tie up loose ends." Yi Tingyun's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, said, "The hands of these powerful people, always stretching longer and longer, some of the rules that maintain the society, dare to use it as a tool in their hands." The reason why the Holy Summer New Calendar appeared was for better development against the foreign regions. Yi Tingyun's tone was cold and mocking as he said, "But once a person has been on top for a long time, they always want to have to sit down forever, and preferably change to a higher position." Lin Ran exhaled lightly and calmly said, "Human nature is largely like that." Yi Tingyun glanced at him and said, "Not very old, but you see things as if they were open." "Not regarded as open-minded, otherwise I would have agreed to sign long ago." Lin Ran shook his head, his eyes fell towards the rainy sky, the clouds were dark, like the night curtain, from time to time a lightning bolt came through, illuminating the sky. He was clear that power was a very powerful force. A single word can determine life and death. Even achieve the effect of words follow the law. But this kind of power, to be built on a rule. The martial way, back in the beginning of its birth, was to survive, to regard oneself as a god, without all reasoning and lawlessness. Lin Ran hoped that the next time he encountered such a situation, he would be qualified to solve it in a different way. "Instructor Yi, take me to the sea, I want to see the wind and waves." Chapter 56, I want to rise faster, so fast that no one in the world can stop me. The rain that started the summer in Shanghai City rained for almost a whole day, and only gradually dissipated before nightfall. On the edge of the steep cliff, Lin Ran held a red umbrella, standing alone in the rain. In front of him is an endless sea of long shadow, undulating waves. Yi Tingyun parked the SUV in the distance and leaned on the side of the car, not following. There were times when it was more appropriate to be alone. Lin Ran quietly gazed at the sea, his gaze deep and motionless. In fact, he and Li Ziqi did not deal with much, plus Wangquan Middle School that sweeping past, a total of only met 3 times. But society's resources are limited, the cake is so big, a thick share of his hands inevitably caused the wolves around. Either give up the benefits, share the cake. Either as an example to others, the wolf hit pain, or even killed. But all strong people, rare simple past, roughly this is the reason. It's not that the tree wants to be quiet but the wind won't stop, but if a big tree wants to reach the sky, it will inevitably usher in a gale. The rain has stopped. Lin Ran put away his red umbrella and turned to leave. This time when he saw the sea in the rain, he seemed to have grown up a bit. After the rain stopped, it didn't start up again, and when the night passed, the dark clouds dissipated and a big sun rose, shedding bright light. This city facing the mountains and looking at the sea officially entered summer. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, Principal's Office. Lin Ran once again met the head of the CU Scholarship Foundation. Today was Monday, and a new round of advances could be obtained. After tax income of around 8.5 million, or is it the same as before, all of it purchasing the blood-containing high-energy liquid? Right. Looking at Lin Ran and nodding, the person in charge smiled faintly, picking up the password box he had brought with him, and after lifting it open, there were neat rows and rows of pill bottles displayed inside. There are a total of 100 blood-containing high-energy liquids, of which the difference in price of more than 10 will be counted next time. Thanks a lot. Lin Ran was slightly surprised. The person in charge shook his head and said smilingly, "No merit, I can't afford this, thank you. This is the meaning of our general manager Sue. He asked me to bring you a message. Please say. Before a big tree enters the clouds, there is always bright sun and wind and rain together. Don't worry too much, just go up." The headmaster's tone was serious. Principal Lee was also present, and took over the conversation at this time, saying with a smile, "Why do I feel that your Mr. Sue is comparing himself to the bright sun? That's something I wouldn't dare to conclude." The person in charge spread his hands and smiled. "However, what I do know is that Mr. Sue pays quite a bit of attention to the patch of trees he planted. One year, when it was raining heavily and non-stop in Shanghai City, and a lot of vegetation was drowned, Mr. Sue released cloud-repellent bombs for several days in a row in the manor, and was fined a huge amount of money later for violating the law to change the weather." Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened. When there was a lot of money to a certain extent, it could indeed be very capricious. The person in charge briefly laughed and talked for a few moments, no longer lingering, excusing himself and leaving. After he left, Principal Lee straightened his demeanor, faced Lin Ran, and said in a deep voice, "I think that Su Bai already has the idea of formally investing in you, but he's a businessman, it's impossible for him to be charitable, and he'll always be profit-seeking by nature. When he really looks for you to negotiate terms, you must consider it carefully, don't fall into his trap." Principal Lee reminded, especially long contracts like the deed of sale, don't even look at it, unless Su Bai gives you all his family's mines. Lin Ran couldn't help but lose his smile and nodded, saying, "I'll keep an eye out." Principal Lee didn't say much, and then talked about yesterday's case, saying, "I looked for some people, and made sure that I could have a fair trial. Du Changping's imprisonment is unavoidable, but the lawyer who defended him is very powerful. This kind of person is good at turning black and white upside down, and it's hard to end it without multiple lawsuits." Trouble Principal. Lin Ran collected his smile. Principal Lee glanced at him, sighed lightly, and said, "You and I both know that this person is just a knife, but it's unlikely that he'll be able to give up Lee Deacon Chess of King's Right Middle School, and without conclusive to the extreme evidence, it's difficult to bring them down, let alone sentence them." However, Principal Lee emphasized that Lin Ran did not need to worry. Having previously swept away the intermediate martial artists of the three major noble high schools in a single day, he had already become one of the public school's brand names, and was highly regarded by a number of the city's leaders. Your live streaming income is related to your cultivation. Someone will step in and warn the Lee Consortium, and for a long time to come, there will be no more interference. Well, Principal, then I'll go cultivate first. Lin Ran acted calmly. He was clear about what he should do with his path ahead. He was going to walk very fast. He would go very fast. So fast that Li Ziqi couldn't stop him. So fast that no one can stop him. 125 tons. 130 tons. 135 tons. The first 2 periods of Monday morning were practical classes, which Lin Ran didn't need to attend, and came to the separate training room the school had prepared for him to take medicine and cultivate. When the 100 blood-containing high-energy liquids were depleted, his peripheral strength rose by more than 30 tons, and his overall had exceeded 150 tons. At this level, it was more than half as strong as many advanced martial artists. Your heavy armor breaker body advances to the 7th level of the realm. A beep sounded in Lin Ran's head as he got up. He nodded. This breakthrough was timely. It was just the right time to make a trip to Elder Guan's place today. 7th layer realm of the heavy armor breaker body, the senses are very deep, the quenching efficiency is much stronger than the first time before. This time, it is estimated that I will be able to complete all the quenching of the 2nd and 3rd layer realms. Lin Ran stepped out the door, having been delayed for some time because of his cultivation, and when he arrived at the varsity training room, the set training had already begun. All the members of the varsity team were already there, and the captain Qin Ming was there as well, sparring with an instructor, and when he saw Lin Nen, he hurriedly signaled to stop, striding over and smiling, "Good morning ah." Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Good morning." He and Qin Ming were just mutual acquaintances, not exactly friends. "Looking for me for something? Do you remember the ancient realm secret realm I mentioned to you earlier?" It rings a bell. Its inner world, beyond the predictions of the Night Patrol Division's intelligence department, is very huge. Qin Ming pointed out that this ancient realm secret realm was numbered Mechanical Shanghai 218, and was currently judged to be from a mechanical civilization in the second age of prehistory, and that the internal area had a significant suppression of substantial energy, so one had to rely on the body's basic strength to explore it. Slightly surprised, Lin Ran said, "The strong men of the Night Patrol Division can't fix it?" There are definitely big men who can violently suppress it, but the probability is that they will damage this ancient realm's secret realm, so it's not worth it, handing it over to our reserves to explore without damaging the secret realm and also practicing, killing two birds with one stone. Xin Ming spread his hands and smiled. It's just that the resources of the secret realm seem to be too rich. It has already attracted some official night watchmen to enter, the competition is quite fierce, everyone has been frantically internally scrolling their level of physical combat lately. Lin Ran vaguely heard his meaning and said, trying to find me as a chaperone? Right. Xin Ming graciously admitted, smilingly said, don't worry, I won't let you help for nothing, there's a reward. What is it? An attacking spirit martial art, very powerful, created by a big shot from the military, or a local from our Shanghai city. Xin Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lin Ran's heart stirred and said, isn't it called Guanshan? Didn't pay much attention, it seems to be called that. Xin Ming thought back and waved his hand, this is unimportant, the key is that this Beast King 5 killing styles is perfect for you, the stronger the various physical qualities are at the same realm, the power of the strike rises exponentially. Moreover, the Beast King's 5 killing styles belongs to the cooperation spirit martial arts between the Night Patrol Division and the military, it is not sold on the market, and has to be exchanged with merit honors before outsiders can learn it. Xin Ming added. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, what about the time for accompanying training? 1 or 2 hours a day will do, today is May 1st, scheduled until the end of the month, but I have to explore the secret realm of the ancient world, and I also have to participate in the city's high school league, so I'll be looking for you up to 20 times. Okay. Lin Ran agreed. Then it's a deal, after today's training set, I'll take you to the Night Patrol Division to inherit the Beast King's 5 killing styles. Xin Ming nodded, smiling happily, including me, a good number of members of the reserve have been trying to get in touch with this spirit martial art lately, so if you progress particularly fast, you might even earn another instruction fee. Chapter 57, Pretending to Meet the King of Hanging, Heart of Sadness. For the Night Patrol Division, Lin Ran was not considered a stranger, or rather, the vast majority of the population of Sacred Summer had some understanding. The birth of this organization was to fight against the invasion of foreign domains, initially subordinate to the Army's special forces. After the new calendar, Saint Xiao was gradually able to check and balance the foreign domains, and large-scale beast tides rarely broke out again. However, there were still foreign beasts that invaded the city from time to time by using the space passage to wreak havoc. As a result, the Night Patrol Division was split from the military department and is responsible for handling all matters involving the foreign domains within the country. Recalling the information about the Night Patrol Division in his memory, the tram Lin Ran was riding on stopped at the station, and he stood up and followed Xin Ming out of the car, arriving at the branch of the Night Patrol Division in Shanghai City. In front of him was a wide complex of buildings, thick materials, neatly arranged, with a sense of solemnity similar to that of a military restricted area. Although it had been separated from the military for many years, the many customs within the Night Patrol Division still retained the characteristics of the military. We'll go to register first, and once we're done, we can go to the hidden martial building to learn the Beast King's 5 killing styles, and then we'll practice against each other. Xin Ming briefly recounted the arrangements for this trip. The Night Patrol Division has a specialized training ground that can simulate the environment in the ancient realm's secret realm for better results. Whatever. Lin Ran didn't have a problem with it and stepped into the Night Patrol Division. The road was very empty, and along the way, he didn't run into a few people, but all of the executives, all of them were walking, and obviously all of them had a high level of martial arts cultivation in their bodies. Lin Ran was clear that, unlike the military's sea of acceptance, the Night Patrol Division took the route of elitism, placing extreme importance on the ability to fight single-handedly. Once a spatial passage in an alien domain was created, it was extremely rapid and could not be predicted too far in advance, requiring the executives of the Night Patrol Division to arrive as soon as possible. A minute late could lead to a human tragedy. Therefore, the admission standards of the Night Patrol Division were very high, far exceeding the average level of the military. Lin Ran still remembered Shen Honglian saying that one could not join the Night Patrol Division without advancing to senior martial artist before the age of 25. And this was still only a hard and fast rule, not equivalent to admission. But senior martial artists, even if they had just broken through the realm, were quite powerful and could live a good life in society. How difficult is the admission test of the Night Patrol Division? Lin Ran was a little curious. Reserves are relatively okay, as long as they meet the hard standards and have some specialties, they can basically pass, but formal night watchmen are difficult. Xin Ming thought about it and informed in a deep voice, a mere martial artist, the probability of promotion is less than 30%, and even if one is awakened with a powerful psychic ability, it's hard to pass without developing it to a very high level. Lin Ran nodded and commented pertinently, this percentage is not high. One must know that those who could join the Night Patrol Division reserves were already rare geniuses. What? Qin Ming glanced at Lin Ran and teased, you also want to join the Night Patrol Division? But with your talent and strength, you really don't have to be promoted to senior martial artist. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, will it be in time to explore that ancient realm secret realm? I guess it's possible, that secret realm doesn't even have a specific boundary determined right now, the unexplored area is still vast, the Night Patrol Division has another open intake in the middle of the year, right after the college entrance exam in June, so the odds are that it'll be in time. Qin Ming analyzed. Let's talk about it then. Lin Ran shrugged. He was also just asking, and was still undecided about his future direction. After all, there was still more than a year until high school graduation. The current cultivation was in a period of rapid growth again, so it was sufficient to focus on getting money. Time is not long. Lin Ran completed the registration in the hidden martial arts building to get the Beast King's 5 killing styles of martial arts simple, quickly complete the inheritance. You have memorized the Beast King's 5 killing styles, start simplifying. Simplify 600 times. Lin Ran took a brief moment to comprehend and detected that the arcane level of this spiritual martial art was superior to the Phantom 9 flashes, but it was weaker than the Heaven's Wrath and the heavy armor breaker body. However, the power of the Beast King's 5 killing styles is related to the strength of the body, which suits me very well. When my cultivation is a bit more profound, the killing power I can erupt is estimated to be no less than the Wrath of Heaven in the same realm. With some anticipation, Lin Ran walked out of the transmission room, returned the martial arts simplicity, and his gaze fell on the waiting Qin Ming as he said, let's go sparring. Good. The two of them walked out of the hidden martial arts building, and under Qin Ming's leadership, they arrived at a wide indoor training ground. Lin Ran looked over and saw that quite a few people were sparring, their fists and feet were heavy and very powerful, stirring up forces that were generally over 100 tons, though there were rarely any chi and blood outward or substantial energy exuded by high-level spirit martial arts. A fragment resembling a circuit board was suspended in the center of the chamber, with peculiar patterns imprinted on it, flowing with clear fluorescence. As soon as he entered, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow as an invisible fluctuation penetrated his body with a strong sense of suppression. Perceived it. Qin Ming laughed, raising his hand to point at the fragment hanging in the central area. This thing is named Mech-Core, from that ancient realm's secret realm, and can simulate the same environment. Lin Ran cast his gaze over and surveyed it, saying, there are many cracks on it, it feels like it's about to break apart. Normal, it was meant to be a peeled-off individual piece with an existential lifespan, it will be constantly damaged due to the impact of our sparring, but this thing is very sturdy, carrying it to the end of the month is not much of a problem. Qin Ming said casually. Lin Ran nodded gently. Then, he sank his mind and carefully perceived the fluctuations that invaded his body, saying, it doesn't affect the body's activities and only suppresses the operation of energy to a very high degree. Highly unbounded. Qin Ming echoed, quite emotional, I can't even reveal my chi and blood when it's approaching 300 cards, and it's only through the exotic lava giant that I can outwardly reveal substantial energy. Unfortunately, it's only enough to light a fire and shine a light. Having said that, Qin Ming raised his hand and swirled it, condensing a bright flame, the size of a human head, filled with a rolling heat wave. His eyebrows rose, somewhat smug, a little bit of supernatural advantage is all, barely better than those pure martial artists among the reserve members, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. Lin Ran glanced at him and spread out his right hand, a radiant thunderbolt running through it, more than a meter long, wreaking a terrifying destructive intent. Holy! Qin Ming's smile froze on his face for a while before he came back to his senses, swallowing hard and saying, an intermediate-level martial artist can outwardly emit such a strong and substantial energy, what realm is your Heaven's Wrath? Lin Ran shrugged his shoulders and said in an unimpressed tone, just mastering the corresponding heaven and earth realm, it's not worth mentioning, it's not worth mentioning. Qin Ming. So angry, can't fake it. Chapter 58, Genius is different. Big Brother's faith will be shaken. I count you out. Qin Ming bitterly laughed and shook his head, gathering his emotions, saying, let's spar, no delay. With that, the two walked towards the field to an open area and started sparring. Roar! Qin Ming took the lead and punched Lin Ran, swift and domineering, exuding a tragic aura, like a tiger beast roaring up to the sky amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lin Ran recognized at once that this was a move from the Beast King's 5 killing styles. Tiger Wild Berserk Kill. This attacking spirit martial art, as the name suggests, had 5 major killing techniques. Tiger Wild Frenzy Killing, Electric Falcon Flash Killing, Giant Whale Force Killing, Jiao Crocodile Strangulation, and Song Dragon Blood Killing. Multiple parts of the body, such as fists, feet, legs, fingers, knees and elbows were all covered, very comprehensive. In the midst of his thoughts, Lin Ran raised his arm to meet the attack and similarly struck out a Tiger Wild Frenzy kill. This spiritual martial arts he has not yet begun, unable to fully perform, hit similar to Qin Ming's Tiger Roar, but under the impetus of the powerful force, pressure out of the violent waves of air, as if to explode, significantly more than Qin Ming a cut. Dang! The two fists exchanged blows, smashing out a huge sound, like a heavy truck colliding. Qin Ming's eyes changed slightly, unable to carry the power that swept over, he retreated backwards one after another. Lin Ran's figure swayed and immediately stood in place. At the same time, two familiar prompts sounded in his mind. You performed the Beast King's 5 killing styles in the middle of a fight, and your simplification has increased. Simplified 999 times. Lin Ran lightly raised an eyebrow. The fact that he was giving Qin Ming a companion to train with was an equal boost to his own strength. How high is your peripheral strength? Qin Ming's voice rang out, his gaze astonished as he couldn't help but look Lin Ran up and down. He could tell that Lin Ran hadn't even learned the Beast King's 5 killing styles. Average, just 152 tons, haven't even completed the blood nourishment of an intermediate martial artist, and it's even more worthless compared to an advanced martial artist with supernatural abilities. Big brother, I'm convinced, in the future in front of you promise not to pretend once again. Qin Ming helplessly spread his hands and said. It's not possible not to be convinced. It was really a bit of a blow. Lin Ran smiled, let's move on to sparring. After saying that, Lin Ran took a step forward and stabbed out his entire right arm. The 5 fingers in front of him rose up together, so fast that it was like a lightning bolt breaking through the air and striking. Electric Falcon Flash Kill. Qin Ming concentrated and went all out. Lin Ran's body being strong was good for him, allowing him to better improve his physical combat techniques. Entering the ancient realm's secret realm to explore later on would be more comfortable. However, as the sparring session progressed, Qin Ming gradually realized that something was wrong. Lin Ran had clearly only been using the Beast King's 5 slaying styles, but the pressure he was giving him was getting bigger and bigger, weighing him down. Your Beast King's 5 killing style has successfully been initiated. After more than an hour, another beep sounded in Lin Ran's mind, and his understanding and control of this spiritual martial art immediately went to the next level. Woo! Facing Qin Ming's swinging fist, Lin Ran poked out his right hand and pinched it in the air. His 5 slender fingers erupted with a powerful strangulation force, like a giant crocodile biting down on its prey and tumbling violently. Jiao Crocodile Strangulation. Qin Ming's eyes changed, scorching flames rose up, covering the entire right arm, but under the impact of the strangulation force, it was like a twisted towel squeezing out a splash of water, violently spinning up and bursting in all directions. Your Beast King's 5 killing styles have been initiated? Qin Ming pinched his sore right arm and said. Lin Ran nodded his head in acknowledgement and said, I have been practicing this spirit martial art. Qin Ming's face twitched. It was true that he had been practicing, but it had only been over an hour. He, on the other hand, had inherited the Beast King's 5 killing styles last month and practiced hard for many days before he was able to get started. When compared like this, Qin Ming wanted to give kudos to his first grade class teacher. Climbing is shameful and must be curbed. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, at what level are most of the members of your reserve who practice the Beast King's 5 killing styles? Qin Ming heard what he meant and couldn't help but feel a bit toothless. You really want to earn instruction fees? He had said this before more as a flirtation. But now that he had seen Lin Ran's progress, there was indeed this possibility. This spirit martial art is not considered popular in the Night Patrol Division, and most of the members who learn it are there to explore the secret realms of the ancient realm, and their realm is basically similar to mine, and only a few of the members who practiced it very early on are at a higher level. Qin Ming said in retrospect. Lin Ran raised his hand and rubbed his chin, saying, cultivation at the introductory realm is not considered difficult, and having the level of the Deshang realm allows for efficient guidance. Seeing his tone, Qin Ming could not help but ask, how long would you have to reach it? Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, after this week or weekend, after all, there is still time to practice other martial arts, so there will inevitably be some delay. Qin Ming pursed his lips, indicating that he did not want to speak. He was clearly a genius as well. After another 10 minutes or so of sparring, this accompaniment ended. Lin Ran walked out of the Night Patrol Division and headed to the lighthouse where Guan Lao was. That area was located at the end of the Sea Ring Highway, very remote, with no public transportation nearby, so Lin Ran simply cast the Phantom 9 flashes to catch up, which he used as a practice in the meantime. Now that there was another spirit martial art, it was still very suitable for him. He had to spend more time practicing. When Lin Ran arrived, it was just as the sun was setting, and the half-sun on the horizon cast an orange-red light, reflecting the ancient lighthouse in the sea, as if it was once again flooded with light. The old man sat below the lighthouse, motionless, gazing at the infinite long spectre sea, just as he did the last time they met. "Elder Guan." Lin Ran greeted. "Go." Elder Guan nodded gently. Seeing this, Lin Ran said no more, turned around and walked into the lighthouse, breezing into the basement and sitting down near the black straight sword. Buzz! The black straight sword gently shook, diffusing a light black mist that swept around. Lin Ran already had experience running the heavy armor breaker body absorption to quench his muscles. But this time, he had a new feeling. The ferocious aura in the mist seems to have some fluctuations similar to the Beast King's 5 killing style. Thinking that this spiritual martial art might have been created by Guan Lao, Lin Ran's heart stirred as he focused his thoughts and tried to comprehend the Beast King's 5 killing style. In the next moment, 2 prompts resounded in his mind. You are practicing the Beast King's 5 killing styles in the same true intent, and the simplification has increased. Simplified 3,000 times. Lin Ran blinked. He had thought that the simplification would be enhanced, but 3,000 times? Yi Tingyun's operation of the spiritual martial arts only allowed him to simplify 999 times, the same as if he had fought against him with an offensive martial art. However, what Instructor Yi is displaying is the heaven and earth intent, and in the mist is the same true intent. It should be a higher level of power. Lin Ran secretly analyzed. 3,000 times simplified. If one were to fully cultivate the Beast King's 5 killing styles, the progress would definitely be considerable. Unfortunately, at that moment, one had to run the heavy armor breaker body mainly. The light black mist lasted for an hour at a time. Fortunately, Lin Ran's realm was now very high, and his quenching efficiency exceeded that of last time by a lot, with a large area of mist rising around his body, constantly penetrating. Outside, Elder Guan seemed to have noticed, and couldn't help but turn his face sideways and look at the bottom of the lighthouse. The speed at which the fog dissipated made him a little surprised. Time passed quickly, and after an hour, the black straight sword gently shook, collecting all the black mist. Lin Ran exhaled a long breath, ending this quenching with unfulfilled intentions, but in his eyes, there was an undisguised color of satisfaction. A strong sense of toughness flowed through his entire body. As predicted before he came, he completed the quenching of the second and third layers of the heavy armor-breaking body realm. Against Du Changping, it was enough to win a great victory without injury. Lin Ran stood up, walked out of the lighthouse, and once again came to Elder Guan's side. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, Guan Lao took the lead and said, "This solid spirit marshal of the Stop Killing King, what realm are you at today?" After quenching 3 realms today, the realm of active operation is at the 7th level. Lin Ran said truthfully. Elder Guan's eyes stared slightly. The last time the other party came, they were still at the 3rd layer of the realm. A week had passed, and he had risen 4 layers of the realm in a row. He was well aware of how difficult it was for a top spirit martial art created by a strong Seal King. Especially for intermediate-level martial artists. Lin Ran pondered slightly, and after some hesitation, he still opened his mouth and asked, "Elder Guan, can I use the Black Abyss again? I have a spiritual martial Beast King's 5 killing styles, and by observing the aura released by the Black Abyss, I can speed up my progress." Lin Ran told him frankly. Elder Guan glanced at him and said, "Yi Tangyun passed it down to you?" Lin Ran shook his head and said, "One of my seniors, who was a reserve member of the Night Patrol Division, sought me out as a sparring partner, and this spiritual martial art was his payment to me." Elder Guan was silent for a moment and nodded, "Go." "Thank you, Elder Guan." Lin Ran grinned brightly and refoled back into the basement of the lighthouse. Elder Guan turned his head and once again looked towards the deep sea. Only this time, his gaze wasn't as deep as it had been in the past, and in its depths, a tinge of hesitation surfaced. He was thinking about whether or not to change to a new path. Chapter 59. He will definitely make Black Abyss appear in the world again. Buzz. In the center of the basement, the black straight blade gently shook. No mist filled the air, but an invisible fluctuation swept out, containing an even fiercer ferocious aura. You cultivate the Beast King's 5 killing styles in the same true intent, and the simplification is strengthened. Simplify 3,000 times. Lin Ran sunk his mind and cultivated with all his might, the harvest of insights coming in like a tidal wave. The progress was far beyond what he had previously deduced in his mind. Even the instinctive level of cultivation compared to the wrath of heaven at the introductory realm was not even close. Of course, when he cultivated the wrath of heaven before, he had only been promoted to martial artist and had an average sense of martial arts, but now it was too deep, and in terms of martial arts sense, it exceeded that of many advanced martial artists. Moreover, the difficulty of the Beast King's 5 killing styles was not as good as the wrath of heaven, and was relatively quite low. Cultivate all night tonight, tomorrow morning I reckon I'll be able to advance to the minor accomplishment realm. Lin Ran looked forward in his heart. Outside, night fell and a silver moon hung over the sea. Guan Lao gazed at the sea, but the situation within the lighthouse was all presented in his senses. As the creator, he was more than familiar with the Beast King's 5 slaying styles and clearly perceived Lin Ran's progress. It was fast. So fast that it amazed him. The silver moon silently cut through the night, gradually disappearing. The end of the line between the sea and the sky grew brighter and brighter, and a great sun rose. The iron door of the lighthouse was pushed open, and Lin Ran stepped out into the early morning sunlight, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Guan Lao half sidestepped his face and said, "Breaking the realm overnight. Luck." Lin Ran smiled, "I only broke through in the morning, thanks to the effects of the Black Abyss." Guan Lao shook his head and calmly said, "It's just some profound realizations, it's not that exaggerated." Lin Ran didn't refute, seeing that he didn't say any more. He said, "Elder Guan, there's nothing else, I'll go back first, I'll come back next Monday." Elder Guan was silent for a moment, and before Lin Ran turned around, he let out a long breath and said, "Come over when you have time in the future." Lin Ran's heart jumped with surprise and joy. This couldn't be better for him. The Spirit Marshal's ultimate realm was not an upper limit, and with the help of the Black Abyss, he would be able to improve at a surge-like rate. "Thank you, Elder Guan. Go back first." Elder Guan waved his hand and looked at the great sun on the sea, rising higher and higher. After a while, he slowly stood up and walked into the lighthouse, finding an old communicator. The other side. Inside a single apartment, there was very little furniture, unusually tidy, and everything, basically, was placed according to horizontal and vertical lines. Yi Tingyun stood in the bathroom, his face was stained with water droplets that had yet to be wiped away, and he looked clearly at the reflection in the mirror to see the fatigue in the depths of his eyes. Since retiring from the military, it was as if he had lost the ability to sleep. It was only by relying on his psychic abilities and martial arts training that he didn't collapse from exhaustion. The psychiatrist of the military department said that he was suffering from post-war traumatic stress syndrome, but Yi Tingyun knew clearly in his heart that the doctor was wrong, and he was not. Regarding the life and death years back then, he had no fear and no regrets. What he had was only anger and resentment. "Saint Xia, it shouldn't be like this." Buzz. The cell phone on the sink vibrated, and the contact shown on the screen made Yi Tingyun's spirits rise, and without even bothering to wipe his face, he immediately picked up the phone and said in a deep voice, "Elder Guan, it's me. Yi Tingyun." This communication number he had added for several years, and today was the first time he had connected. "Help me find 23 sword techniques." Guan Lao's hoarse voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun's breathing stopped and his heart beat wildly and uncontrollably as he said, "Black Abyss." Guan Lao interrupted him and said indifferently, "I will only teach Lin Ran some blade techniques, nothing else." "Good." Yi Tingyun immediately answered, not asking another question. However, he was clear that the 23 blade techniques were precisely laying the foundation for taking charge of Black Abyss. Elder Guan's attitude should still be somewhat hesitant. But when he thought of the young man who had risen to power with a rise that exceeded everyone's expectations, Yi Ting's heart was suddenly convinced that Lin Ran could pass the examination, and would make the Black Abyss, the handle that had caused the exotic regions to change color, reappear in the world. "You have memorized the Northern Mountain Fist technique, begin to simplify. Simplify 600 times. In class, Lin Ran flipped through the martial arts that he was going to bring in next time, distractedly deducing multiple doors and making rapid progress as usual. Around 10 in the morning, Lin Ran came to the varsity training room, and was somewhat surprised that Yi Tingyun, who was always punctual, had not yet arrived. He wasn't in a hurry, and found an empty space to calmly cultivate Phantom 9 flashes. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Tingyun came in, swept his gaze, looked over to see Lin Ran's position, and strided over. "Instructor Yi." Lin Ran had just opened his mouth to greet him when he was interrupted by Yi Tingyun, "Follow me." Yi Tingyun's pace was unceasing, and in the midst of a curious gaze, he led Lin Ran away. This instructor from the Special Forces was rarely impatient. Sitting in the car, Lin Ran only had time to ask, "Where are we going?" "Guan Lao's place." Yi Tingyun's feet powered up, stepping on the gas, driving the SUV all the way. Lin Ran blinked, he only came back this morning. What is it? Elder Guan will speak to you personally. It wasn't long before the ancient lighthouse came into Lin Ran's sight. Guan Lao was still under the lighthouse, no longer sitting, his dry and thin body stood on the seashore, like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any time, but the next moment, it was like a big mountain stretched out across the sea and land, unshakable. Coming. Guan Lao's gaze fell towards the two who arrived. Coming. Yi Tingyun nodded his head vigorously. Lin Ran coughed lightly and said, So what? I wanted to ask, what's the point of coming? Elder Guan directly said, Teaching you to use a sword, want to try? Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's heart stirred, subconsciously thinking of the black abyss in the basement, and then connecting it to Yi Tingyun's abnormality. His intuition told him it wasn't that simple. Try. Have you come into contact with sword techniques before? No, weaponry class is optional, just listen to a few public classes. It's not too late, it's not too late. Elder Guan said calmly. On the side, Yi Tingyun raised his hand and spun it, taking out several straight blades from his storage device and slamming them into the earth. Your blood nourishment is not yet complete, your strength will still rise, these straight knives weigh from low to high, you can adapt to them one by one. Guan Lao swept his eyes and said, Prepare a few more heavier ones. He didn't sell himself short and said, The upper limit of blood nourishment for 3 times of bone quenching, the peripheral strength can reach 360 tons. That high? Lin Ran raised his eyebrows. Yi Tingyun had previously made a prediction of his peripheral body strength, the upper limit was at least 200 tons, and it was expected to be higher. But 360 tons was still a bit beyond his expectations. It was enough to reach 6 times the upper limit of 1 bone quenching. With 3 times of bone quenching, the roots are flawless and there will be a deep qualitative change, the enhancement is not comparable to a second bone quenching. Elder Guan explained. Yi Tingyun rubbed his chin and said, I considered this at the time, I just didn't expect the enhancement to be so great, but the range of prediction at the time can't be considered wrong. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, Instructor Yi, do you know how strong a sacred summer sealed king can be? Yi Tingyun marveled, You've seen it? Lin Ran grinned, No, but I can be sure that it's higher than the evolution realm. Yi Tingyun. Seeing this, Elder Guan couldn't help but show a smirk, but it flickered on his face as he said, Start practicing the blade technique. Chapter 60, Test me with this? Which pussy can't stand such a test? You kid. Yi Tingyun shook his head helplessly, raised his hand and flipped it over, taking out another martial arts simplicity. Lin Ran unexpectedly said, Spirit martial? No. Yi Tingyun pointed out correctly, convenient for you to learn, containing all the information of 23 unusual sword techniques, which can be directly passed down, from beginner to superior. Saying that, he glanced at Guan Lao, and his sight returned to Lin Ran, saying, When you encounter something you don't understand, don't be in a hurry, think slowly. Lin Ran's gaze flickered, and he could probably tell that these 23 blade techniques had a test in them. Just that. Taking unusual blade techniques to test him? It's more of a test of talent in blade techniques, but to me, it doesn't matter what type of martial arts. Lin Ran received the martial arts slips and directly began the inheritance. Not long after, it was all completed. Yi Tingyun pulled out a straight blade and said, With your current strength, it's suitable for the weight of this hilt. Can't use it. Lin Ran smiled calmly, I can just think quietly. Upon hearing this, Elder Guan couldn't help but look at Lin Ran and didn't say anything. Lin Ran closed his eyes and meditated, fully deducing the multiple blade techniques. Time passed silently, the sun rose higher and higher, spilling out more and more scorching light. The 3 figures stood on the seashore, not saying a word. And in Lin Ran's mind, beeps that only he could hear rang out one after another. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature was at its highest, and the sea breeze blowing head-on was like a heat wave in a steamer room. Lin Ran opened his eyes, stepped forward, pulled out the straight blade that Yi Tingyun had selected, and swung it down in the air. Giggling. A sharp sound rang out, as if the air was cracking, and on the surface of the sea below, a narrow rift more than 10 meters long appeared, splashing waves and penetrating deep into the sea. Elder Guan's gaze flickered, while Yi Tingyun was much more obvious, revealing a smile of satisfaction. Both of them had seen that this blade technique reached the ultimate realm. Whoosh! Lin Ran twisted his wrist, transforming a blade technique that was as thick and heavy as a mountain, pressing out waves of air that shook the surface of the sea in front of him, spreading out in layers. It was the inquisitive realm again. Then, Lin Ran held his sword in both hands and slashed continuously, one slash after another, the power climbing up layer by layer, with the momentum of opening mountains and cracking the earth. Again, it reached the inquisitive extreme realm. However, after executing this saber technique with stacked power, Lin Ran stood in place, his eyebrows lifting slightly upwards as he surveyed the straight saber in his hand. Take your time to comprehend, there's no rush. Yi Tangyun smiled and comforted. It's not this, 23 blade techniques, I've all reached the ultimate realm, I don't need to comprehend them anymore. Lin Ran shook his head. When I demonstrated the blade techniques just now, I gradually noticed that I had a sense of rustiness because I don't know how to use a blade, but the blade techniques I'm familiar with and know them by heart. The two opposing feelings make me feel a bit weird. Yi Tangyun was speechless. Not knowing how to use a sword, but having multiple consummate sword techniques. This was a stretch. Guan Lao lightly exhaled and said, a small problem, just use the knife more often. After getting used to it, it doesn't attack itself. And if you want to speed up the progress, you can also go to the bottom of the sea to practice the knife. Lin Ran simply nodded and said, I'll go and try. Elder Guan called out to him and added, in the future, use the Black Abyss to practice the heavy armor breaker body for an hour every day, and for the practice of the sword and the Beast King's 5 killing styles, you can arrange your own time. Thank you, Elder Guan. Lin Ran grinned, pleasantly surprised. His basic defense would see a qualitative leap. Then, Lin Ran took a step forward, stepped over the railing, and jumped into the long sea with his sword, going straight to the bottom of the sea. Yi Tangyun calmed down and said, it seems that Lin Ran has passed this first hurdle. This time, Elder Guan didn't refute it and said in a hoarse voice, the matter of the Black Abyss, I need to think about it again. Yi Tangyun smiled and left in large strides, leaving behind only a firm word. Elder Guan, trust me, he will be a best successor. Elder Guan was silent, just gazing at the sea. The difference was that he was no longer looking into the depths of the sea, his gaze falling towards the sea surface. There, the waves surged and dark currents grew. Below, at the bottom of the sea, a teenager held a sword and swung it, performing various sword techniques, becoming more and more familiar with the straight sword in his hand as time passed. Lin Ran's body was strong, a normal time to close his breath, insisting on half a day was not a problem, but against the pressure of the seawater to perform knife skills, the consumption was fierce. Half an hour or so, he needed to change his breath once. This frequency was not too high and did not affect his sword practice. At around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Ran surfaced and stopped diving, leaping onto the flat ground around the lighthouse. Elder Guan, I have an appointment with someone to accompany me. I have to make a trip to the night patrol division. I'll be back before dark. Good. Elder Guan nodded gently. Lin Ran put down his straight sword, and with a thought, dense lightning leapt out of his body, diffusing the right temperature, quickly drying the soaked school uniform. Some of the salt stains that had precipitated out of the top were all obliterated by the lightning, but the school uniform that had been affixed with the salt stains was not damaged at all. This kind of control strength could not be described as not terrifying. Elder Guan, let's go. Lin Ran's figure flickered as he stepped onto the sea ring highway, quickly moving away. The two moods of thunder and destruction. Elder Guan murmured, watching Lin Ran's back until he disappeared. This teenager was quite out of one's expectations. The Night Patrol Division. The indoor training ground with a built-in mechanical core. Here. Seeing Lin Ran enter, Jin Ming waved and casually said, did you go back yesterday to practice the Beast King's 5 killing styles? Practiced hard all night. How was the progress? You try it out. Good. Qin Ming did not delay and executed the Tiger Wild Berserk kill, punching out with a fist that pressed out a loud roaring sound. Lin Ran poked out his right hand and pinched it in the air, accurately grabbing the fist that struck, and as his 5 fingers powered up, a strong strangulation force erupted out, and with a roar, the flames that covered Qin Ming's entire right arm were all torn to shreds. In the next moment, the sleeves around the arm similarly exploded. However, the two were only practicing against each other. Lin Ran did not hit hard, allowing the strangulation force to graze Qin Ming's right arm. The strong sense of power oppressed the sweaty hairs along the way. Minor achievement realm? Qin Ming couldn't care less about the aftermath. You raised a realm overnight? Lin Ran smiled and said, encountered a chance, progressed faster than predicted. Within a week or two, I can steadily advance to the harmonization realm. Qin Ming's heart stirred, vaguely realizing Lin Ran's meaning. He said, the harmonized truth realm, directly referring to the true meaning of martial arts, guiding the cultivation of the introductory realm is not second to a descending strike. The effect will be quite considerable. Lin Ran nodded. The cost of instruction, naturally, will go up. Qin Ming thought for a moment and revealed a sincere smile, saying, how about we work together? I'll help you find clients and split the income earned 50-50. Can do. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and said sincerely, you taking 50% of the income isn't much, you still need to find clients. You can definitely afford this 40% of the income, after all, you're my senior. Without you, I wouldn't be able to master the Beast King's 5 killing styles, it's worth 30% of the income. 20% of the income is absolutely no problem, high and low as a reserve member of the Night Watch division. 10% of the income is certainly appropriate, cooperation should be win-win for both sides. Qin Ming's mouth twitched as he listened. He hadn't even had time to laugh yet, and 40% of his income was gone? Senior, 10% of the income is a bit low, how much should it go up? 10% income is indeed not high, this percent. Just 10%. Don't lower it. I can help you negotiate. Qin Ming had some toothache and hurriedly interrupted. We make money all for the sake of cultivation, cash transactions still have to pay taxes, and you can't get the purchase price of all kinds of resources. I'll let them use the resources you need to trade, and the Night Patrol division has a purchase subsidy, which is equivalent to earning quite a lot of extra money inside and out. Happy cooperation. Chapter 61, It's not that I want more, the strength is here, there's no way now. After completing his sparring session with Qin Ming, Lin Ran returned to the lighthouse where Guan Lao resided, pulled out the straight sword, leapt into the sea, and began practicing his sword. At the same time, his pace was unceasing, practicing the Phantom 9 flashes at the bottom of the sea to improve the progress of this body technique. It wasn't until the night was deep that Lin Ran went ashore. Then, he went to the black abyss in the basement, running the heavy armor breaker body, absorbing an hour's worth of light black mist, and began practicing the Beast King's 5 killing styles again. This spirit martial art was estimated to help him earn a lot of resources, so he had to put in a little more effort. However, practicing swords had to be taken care of as well. The 23 sword techniques were just the beginning, and when he was able to skillfully use the sword, Elder Guan would surely have other arrangements. At 5 in the afternoon, Lin Ran took the time to go to the Night Patrol division to accompany Qin Ming to spar. On the way back and forth, he used the Phantom 9 flashes to catch up his cultivation. For the next few days, Lin Ran remained like this, engaging in frantic and bitter cultivation. Elder Guan spoke very little and spent most of his time looking at the sea. Yi Tingyun would come over once a day, using his supernatural powers to help him recover his state so that he could cultivate with all his might. Lin Ran's already rapid progress became more and more exaggerated. Time came on Friday, and the strength of the entire person, once again, ascended to the next level. The Phantom 9 flashes were promoted to the realization realm. The Beast King's 5 killing styles reached grand completion, just a layer of window paper away from reaching the peak. In particular, the heavy armor breaker body, because it could use the black abyss once a day, had already completed 6 layers of realm refinement. The body's defense was frighteningly high. When Lin Ran was practicing against Qin Ming, the opponent's full-force attack that landed on his body could only cause him some pain, and it was difficult to even get a flesh wound. In other words, it was impossible to break through the defense. Of course, in the training room there was a mechanical core suppression, so Qin Ming couldn't explode at full power, but Lin Ran running the heavy armor breaker deep would likewise be affected to a certain extent. With regards to the citywide high school tournament in 10 days, Lin Ran's mind was gradually rising with strange thoughts. Perhaps, he didn't need to limit his goal to drawing fire anymore. 10 o'clock in the morning. Shanghai First Middle School. Lin Ran's exclusive personal training room. A pillbox with an open lid was filled with dozens of empty pill bottles, all of which were blood-containing high-energy liquids that had been drunk up. Lin Ran was sitting on the side, his hands cupping seals as he was practicing cultivation. He had received another advance from the CU scholarship today. Phew! After absorbing the last trace of medicinal power, Lin Ran lightly exhaled and opened his eyes, a flash of brilliant light flashing extraordinarily bright. His surrounding strength came to 188 tons. The progress of blood nourishment successfully passed the halfway mark. However, the progress is going to be a bit behind compared to last week. The fervor of picking over the 3 noble high schools in one day was gradually decreasing, and this week's follow-up income was not as good as the previous week. Not much of a problem. Lin Ran was calm in his heart and stood up. This weekend, he would hold a live streaming bandwagon, and his income wouldn't be low. In a few days, the Beast King's 5 killing styles would be able to advance to the realization realm, and he would still be able to make money through instruction. Pushing the door out, Lin Ran thought for a moment and headed to the varsity training room. Yi Tingyun informed him yesterday that the varsity team was going to select players for the citywide high school league today. However, he didn't need to participate, and like Qin Ming, he had locked in a spot in advance. He only needed to wait for the players for the other 2 slots to be determined, and then go on stage together to go through a celebration process. Today's varsity training room was extraordinarily bustling with clamor and people everywhere. The selection of the team members was openly conducted, and the school had purposely taken a half-day vacation, so many students had come over to watch the game. How come there's no Lin Ran? Didn't he say he was going to participate in this edition of the Citywide High School League? Too powerful to lock up a spot early. I've heard from members of the varsity team that of the 4 senior martial artists in the school, other than Captain Qin Ming, the other 3 have all been hung by Lin Ran. Last Sunday, Lin Ran openly invited advanced martial artists to battle. I was there, and his heaven's wrath evolved thunderbolts that reached up to 100 meters high, and it almost scared the piss out of me. A lot of teachers are saying that after this week, Lin Ran must have gotten a whole lot stronger again. The students watched the battle while discussing with their classmates. There was no lack of topics involving Lin Ran. He didn't go on the field to fight against him, but because he had locked up a spot in advance, it made people care even more. Lin Ran's hearing was sharp, and when he heard these comments about himself, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, but didn't pay much attention to it as his gaze fell towards the sparring area. The selection battle had come to an end. Zhang Li was the first to advance, and Sui Chen and Zhao Baiyu were fighting for the last spot. The sparring match between the two was very intense, and the sound from the clash was deafening, sweeping across the 4 fields, shaking the outdoor trees and dropping leaves. However, with Lin Ran's vision today, it was very sparse. Lin Ran. A crisp voice rang out as Su Wanyue stepped over. After not seeing her for a few days, time had allowed her initial embarrassment to dissipate a lot. At least she dared to come and meet, but standing in front of Lin Ran once again, her heart still had mixed feelings. The other party's growth speed was just too fast. Last month, not much stronger than her, the first encounter of the Martial Arts Hall Exchange Tournament can still make a come and go, but nowadays, strong enough to directly internalize the senior martial artists are going to grab the quota. Looking for me for something? Lin Ran said unexpectedly. Su Wanyu pursed her red lips, feeling a bit ashamed, but thinking of her dad's insistent request, she lowered her voice and said, My dad set up a family banquet in the evening, and would like to ask you to come over for a trip. Are you free? Lin Ran's heart moved, thinking of the investment principal Li said, tonight is fine. What time? Just after school. Su Wanyue coughed lightly. There's a driver coming over from home, so I can pick you up and we'll go over together. Give me an address. Lin Ran shook his head. I have to make a trip to the night patrol division in the afternoon, so I'll go to your house by myself then. Okay. Su Wanyue hurriedly nodded her head in agreement, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. These days had passed. She was no longer afraid of seeing Lin Ran, but traveling in the same car, she didn't need to think about it to know that she was definitely sitting on pins and needles along the way. If it wasn't for Su Bai grinding her invitation, she wouldn't have opened her mouth. Luckily, Lin Ran wasn't at school in the afternoon. Thinking that she had agreed too quickly, Su Wanyue quickly sidetracked and said, What are you doing in the night patrol division, like Qin Ming, being accepted into the reserves? Currently not. In a few more days, preparing to become an instructor, instructing the cultivation of spirit martial arts. Qin Ming's voice rang out, walking with his hands in his pockets, a smirk hanging at the corner of his mouth, flirting. Su schoolgirls martial arts, aren't there a few that have been stuck in bottlenecks? Why don't you let Boss Su pay a sum of money and ask Lin Ran to teach you? You might be able to break through the realm. It's up to you. Su Wanyue glared at him, and said in an unfavorable manner, I'm happy not to break through. Saying that, she turned around and left, her pace flying. Obviously, there was still some mind. Lin Ran shrugged, looked sideways at Qin Ming, and murmured, I think that members of the varsity team still need to be a bit more humble and not too proud. Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and said, Intuition tells me that you didn't say that because of Su Wanyu. Lin Ran nodded frankly and said, the varsity team's ethos, which is somewhat impetuous, has to be changed. Fickle? Qin Ming froze for a moment, then reacted, pulling the corner of his mouth, in exchange for Zhang Li and the others saying this, they must be giving me advice, but when you say this, how do I feel that the captain's position is starting to burn my ass? Lin Ran negatively raised his hands, behind his back, and said in a vicissitude tone, in this life of a person, all the gifts he gets, have long been marked by destiny in the dark with a good price. I get the school's resources of nearly $100 million, I can't take it for nothing, and I need to take on a greater responsibility. Qin Ming. How come he couldn't say this kind of thing when he grabbed the captain in the first place? Between the two of them chatting, the final spot was decided in the sparring area, taken by Sui Chen, with Zhao Baiyu losing by 1 move. Then, Principal Li appeared and held a congratulatory ceremony. The process went by quickly, and after completing a short speech, Lin Ran and the other 4 contestants were allowed to go on stage, and then a reporter from the school newspaper took some group photos, asked some questions, and that was the end of it. Lin Ran and Qin Ming, both come with me for a moment. Principal Li called out to the two of them and said smilingly, there's something to find you too. Chapter 62 Town Hall at the Exchange. The Principal's Office. Lin Ran and Qin Ming sat across from Principal Li, listening to him talk about it and roughly understanding what was going on. By the end of the week, the schools that had signed up for the city's high school league would basically have selected their contestants, and at this time of the year, there would be a veteran school taking the lead in organizing an exchange meeting, inviting all of the varsity teams from the public schools over to meet and get acquainted with each other. Among other things, the choice of which school to lead is always highly valued. It's a way of recognizing the overall strength of the school. This year, Shanghai First High School gets this opportunity. Principal Li had a heavy smile on his face. To be honest, it's really thanks to the two of you. Qin Ming's results in the past few citywide unified martial arts exams were outstanding, and Lin Ran even picked over the 3 major noble high schools in a single day, and is recognized as the #1 intermediate level martial artist today. Qin Ming rubbed his chin and said, this kind of exchange tournament, it can't just be about talking with your mouth, the host has to be able to hold down the scene. He had joined the varsity team last year and participated once at Shanghai Third Middle School. Lin Ran's heart stirred and he said, a match is needed? Simple sparring on the line, point to point. The main thing is to have a general judgment of strength and weakness, later encountered on the field, is not a non-essential situation. There is no need to fight to the death, you can better retain the strength. Principal Li recounted in detail. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly and said, can I broadcast it live? Yes, it can be. It will be held on this Sunday, and the exchanges won't be too violent, suitable for you to perform the martial arts of the belt. Principal Li nodded with a smile, and after some thought, he emphasized, however, Shanghai #1 Middle School hasn't hosted this kind of exchange for several years, and for the first few sparring sessions, the two of you will have to show off your true skills, and subdue the school's spectacle. No problem. Qin Ming agreed confidently, patting his chest vigorously and saying loudly, together, Lin Ran and I have dozens of martial arts that have reached the ultimate realm, it's just a matter of calming down the scene, it's a breeze. Lin Ran glanced at him and commented, you do count. Principal Li laughed and was relieved at the strength of both of them. Looking at the city's public middle schools, Qin Ming was firmly in the top tier. Lin Ran had extremely erupted with the wrath of heaven last weekend, and was able to suppress even an advanced martial artist with 300 cards of chi and blood. Walking out of the principal's office, Lin Ran, as usual, went back to Elder Guan's place to cultivate. Getting the spot to compete in the competition, he had been sure of it for a long time, and didn't have many emotional ups and downs. However, when the news circulated outside of the school, it was like a bolt from the blue, drawing attention from multiple parties. Evergreen Middle School. Mengshir looked at the top news on the official website of Shanghai #1 Middle School on his cell phone screen, took a deep breath, and raging yellow sand swept around him and went straight to the sky. 2 days ago, he had successfully broken the boundary and was promoted to senior martial artist. Most of his bones completed a second bone quenching, which was much higher compared to the rise of a single bone quenching to break the boundary. Several senior martial artists on the varsity team who had been promoted earlier were no match for him and were defeated by him, allowing him to get a spot in the competition. I'm already a senior, I won't be repeating next year, even if I stay in school, I'll only be pulled further away by Lin Ran, this year is my only chance, I must beat him and get the championship. Pear Blossom Girls High School. The female principal's eyes were stern as she scanned the 4 students competing, and said in a cold voice, I don't care how strong Lin Ran is next year, how amazing a battle he can put up, if he dares to compete this year, just press him to death by shining him on, and don't let me see him on the stage of the final, do you hear me? Understood. We will bring back the champion's trophy. The firm voice echoed out, spreading towards the distance until it disappeared. King's Right Middle School. A luxuriously decorated conference room, several school leaders were all present, and the atmosphere inside was very warm. There's no need to wait for the citywide high school league, Shanghai #1 Middle School is going to hold an exchange meeting the day after tomorrow, let Fu Qingfeng go there and return that flag in front of all the public middle schools. This shame must be washed away. Fu Qingfeng is suitable, even though he's 10 months older than Lin Ran, he's still not 18, he belongs to the same age category. Discussions rose and fell, one after another. However, the vice principal who had once taken the initiative to set up a flag for Lin Ran, furrowed his brows and said, I'm a little worried, can Fu Qingfeng win? I've been keeping an eye on Lin Ran, last week he openly invited advanced martial artists to battle, and although his chi and blood were limited to less than 100 cards, I'm afraid that he has already comprehended the realm of heaven and earth's intent with the might of thunder and lightning that he displayed in the last match. The wrath of heaven is into the ultimate realm. The principal at the top nodded gently, but the faint smile on his face did not dissipate as he said, Li Ziqi sent in a treatment report, which shows that Lin Ran was not lightly injured after the sparring match, always without qi and blood in his body, relying solely on a powerful offensive spirit martial art, he will be at a disadvantage on defense. Another vice principal smiled and agreed, saying, Fu Qingfeng's awakening was a sword-type psychic ability. After signing a contract with Li's consortium at the beginning of the year, he got quite a bit of investment, and increased the development of his psychic ability by a large amount, and nowadays, his offense and killing are powerful, so he can restrain Lin Ran. That's good. We'll have to think long and hard about next year, but right now, we must suppress Lin Ran's popularity. On this day, all parties were moving differently, the wind and rain were coming, and dark currents were rushing. Chapter 63, All I Want From You is a Promise. The setting sun was soft and colored the sky red. Lin Ran stopped running and followed the guidance of the navigation to a gorgeous manor. Outside the main gate, a number of service personnel stood in 2 rows, waiting quietly. At the forefront, a steward stepped forward, owed a smile, and said, Young Lin, please follow me. Lin Ran's gaze flickered. This title made him feel slightly novel, but he didn't say anything and stepped forward to follow. Su Bai was not far away, dressed at home, very casual, carrying a water hose, watering the woods around the villa. Su Wanyue stood on the side, bored, looking towards the gate from time to time. Coming. Seeing Lin Ran come over, Su Bai smiled faintly, put down the movements in his hands, and said, If you're not hungry, let's chat first, and then we'll eat later. Okay. Lin Ran was clear that eating was not the point. The steward leading the way had the good sense to take the hose and quickly leave. Su Bai sized up the teenager in front of him and said, The proceeds from the live streaming platform, it's time to arrive today, right? Lin Ran nodded and said, The funds were withdrawn at 9 in the morning, but the funds are a bit much, nearly $30 million after tax. The platform accounting delayed some time, and only arrived at noon. I contacted the person in charge of the CU Scholarship Foundation, and he said that there was no rush, and asked to meet on Monday to talk about it. No need to wait for Monday. Su Bai smiled, This money doesn't need to be repaid, and for future advances, it doesn't need to be repaid either. He made his attitude clear, This is an investment I want to make in you. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. This method of investment was somewhat novel, but it was also subtle. A martial artist's income was often positively correlated with their strength. But the point was, his live streaming bandwagon was hot, and his income level was much higher than his strength. Su Billion's investment, even if it only lasted until the college entrance exam, a few $100 million less, or even another zero, was not impossible. What do you need me to do? Lin Ran opened the door. Su Bai glanced at his own daughter and laughed softly. Sacred Summer is implementing a multi-fetus policy. Do you want to get married early and have children early? Dad! Su Wanyue exclaimed, her eyes wide, shy, and angry. Just kidding, relax the atmosphere. Su Bai happily raised his eyebrows, We're all in the same school, don't be so embarrassed, don't you want to join the varsity team next year? Saying that, his gaze returned to Lin Ran. The words of the party were indeed a joke. He was clear that at Lin Ran's age, if he could suppress his desire to squander and invest all the money he earned in martial arts, he was bound to be seeking something great. Such a person might accept beauty, but would definitely not indulge in childish love. Su Bai collected the smile on his face and said, That brat from the Li family has been living in a consortium environment, always thinking of overlooking the crowd. I'm different from them, starting from nothing, living a more transparent life. I don't need you to sign any long-term contract, as long as you have a promise. A promise many years in the future. What promise? When you're strong, choose the Su family as your first partner. Su Bai's reply was very short, not saying how strong he wanted Lin Ran to be, much less mentioning specific requirements. He was clear that when Lin Ran could be strong enough to make the Su family leap to the top of the luxury class, a contract in black and white would not be binding. At that time, it would all have to be renegotiated depending on the situation. If Lin Ran can't grow that strong, even if he signs a contract as harsh as a contract of sale, he still won't be able to achieve the goals he wants. It would be better to be more atmospheric and just make a verbal agreement. Lin Ran's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at this richest mine owner and said, You seem to be very optimistic about my future. This is the most important reason. Su Bai frankly admitted, investment has risks, as does any industry, relatively some certainty, enough to be worth the gamble. He understood a path along the way. A person or a family's wealth, status, want to realize the leap, generally in a short period of time to usher in an exponential surge. He had gone from being worth millions to hundreds of millions, to a billion, to tens of billions now. Each of these leaps, even if carefully laid out for many years, or inevitably carry out a thrilling gamble. High returns, inherently linked to high risk. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and said, "What about the other reasons?" Upon hearing this, Subai looked sideways at his own daughter again, so anxious that Su Wanyue was about to stomp her feet again. "Don't panic, it has nothing to do with the previous joke." Subai smiled and pressed his hand. "I only have this one daughter. When I first chose a high school for her, I seriously investigated it. There is not much difference between several key public high schools. The reason why I chose Shanghai No. 1 High School is mainly because of one person." Lin Ran's heart moved, said, "Instructor Yi?" "Right." Subai's eyes narrowed slightly, saying, "That's a very bold man who has seen worlds that are hard for ordinary people to reach. The fact that he's also optimistic about you is also an influence on me." Lin Ran was slightly silent, lightly exhaled and said, "Happy cooperation." "Happy cooperation." Subai smiled brightly. "Come into the house for dinner, just in time to talk business with you again. The other day I partnered with someone to open a martial arts medicine mall. I'm going to flush out the sales. As long as it's the medicines you're taking for yourself, I'm going to give you all the price of the goods." Chapter 64, Between Teenagers, It's Uncomparable. Late night. The silver moon hung high, reflecting the earth. In the moonlight, Lin Ran sat cross-legged by the window of the living room, his hands pinching seals as he cultivated. Around him, scattered densely packed empty pill bottles, there were still hundreds of unopened, all of which were blood-containing high-energy liquids. The income that arrived last month, he used all of it to purchase this drug. As the medicinal power was digested, Lin Ran's surrounding power continued to rise. 190 tons. 200 tons. 210 tons. When Lin Ran ended this cultivation, a strong sense of power swept through his entire body, which was clearly presented without having to specifically perceive it. His peripheral strength reached 252 tons. Progress is fine. Lin Ran was satisfied in his heart. Last month, on the last day of the end of the month, his peripheral strength exceeded 120 tons, but the open invitation to fight senior martial artists on that day, and the advances gained on the following day, Monday, May 1st, raised his cultivation another notch to around 150 tons. Translated, last month's income boosted his peripheral power by 100 tons. Tonight almost the same amount of blood-containing high-energy liquid boosted it by 64 tons. The stronger the body was, the more energy was needed to quench it to raise a unit of peripheral body strength. When I was first promoted to intermediate martial artist, I had 46 tons of peripheral body strength, and with 2 blood-containing high-energy liquids, I was able to raise about a ton of peripheral body strength, before I raised the last ton of peripheral body strength and used up 4 blood-containing high-energy liquids. Lin Ran secretly analyzed, fortunately, this increase isn't too high, after all, the cultivation level has doubled several times. However, Lin Ran knew clearly in his heart that this was related to the Great Sun Gene method of the Inquisitive Realm. Even if one took this ordinary special effect medicine, one could still efficiently raise their cultivation level. Otherwise, it would have to be replaced with a higher quality treasure medicine. Both the cost and the time spent on cultivation would go up drastically. Su Wanyue of the school, Meng Shi of Evergreen High School, Lingya of Pear Blossom Girls High School, all of these people had wealthy families, enough to afford the expense of overall secondary bone quenching, but most of them would give up quenching the bones of the spine and skull area. For one, the risk factor was high. Secondly, it was too time-consuming. When the martial arts path does not go to a high level, the body functions will gradually decline with age, and there exists a stage of golden cultivation time in one's life. Anyone who was a strong king sealer, almost all of them had emerged and made a name for themselves since they were teenagers. I don't have to worry about this aspect because of the Great Sun Gene method reaching the ultimate realm. Lin Ran was calm in his heart. As long as the resources kept up, he was able to quickly finish raising his blood. Just like tonight, he arrived home around 8 o'clock, which was only 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, and the power around his body rose by 64 tons. 108 tons short of the upper limit of 360 tons. Lin Ran secretly mused, this 100 or so tons will definitely cost a lot more than last month, but it's not a big problem, I have $10 billion to invest today. Earning a share of income from live broadcasting is equivalent to doubling it. Moreover, last month, he only officially carried 2 shows, this month, he could organize 4 to 5. In the middle, there was a citywide high school league, although it couldn't be live-streamed, getting a good result would make a name for himself and help with the bandwagon martial arts, and secondly, there were rewards from Shanghai City and even Liezhou. Next week, when his Beast King's 5 killing styles advanced to the realization realm, he would also be able to instruct the members of the Night Patrol Division Reserve. Xin Ming and he had roughly projected that because of the bountiful resources of the mechanical Shanghai 218 Ancient Realm Secret Realm, he could sit on the ground and earn 10 million level tuition fees, to say the least. By this time next month at the latest, I'll be able to finish raising my blood. Lin Ran's heartbeat vaguely accelerated. With the foundation he had laid down, within a week, he would definitely be able to advance to senior martial artist. At that time, there was still a year to go before his college entrance exam. That night when he had just been promoted to martial artist, he had thought that the best case scenario would be to be promoted to senior martial artist precisely before the college entrance exam. But now it seemed that it was far more than that. Makes one look forward to it. Lin Ran grinned as he got up and left home, heading to the lighthouse by the sea. On Saturday, Xin Ming was going to enter the ancient realm mystic realm to explore without the need for sparring, as he had already informed when they parted ways in the principal's office yesterday. This whole day, Lin Ran was at Elder Guan's place, practicing hard. He had accumulated enough of his Beast King's 5 killing styles to break through to the peak realm, where he could display all of his transcendent abilities. Paired with today's body, the offensive and killing power was terrifying. At the same time, his heavy armor breaker body, progressing just as swiftly, began to temper the 7th layer. The realm of active operation was even stepping into the final 10th layer. When it was perfected, it would be like the wrath of heaven, allowing for the mobilization of heaven and earth intent. However, the degree of mobilization is not as good as the wrath of heaven. A week ago, when Lin Ran's this spirit martial art had first entered the ultimate realm, the energy squeezed from the heavens and earth alone could evolve thunderbolts more than a foot long, and now, it was directly more than a meter. I've already realized the integration of offense and defense, there's no obvious shortcomings, even some rare and strange supernormal abilities, it's hard to produce much of a restraining effect on me, similar to Qin Ming's lava giant and such supernormal abilities, not to mention. Lin Ran's eyes brightened as he drew a heavier straight sword and stepped into the sea. Guan Lao watched his back, one hand on the railing, tapping it every now and then. Sunday. Shanghai First Middle School. The early morning sun was exceptionally bright, and a bus drove towards the school gates, one after another. Varsity teams from various public schools gradually arrived. The reception was left to the student council, and Lin Ran and the other 4 competitors, who were mainly using force to subdue the scene, were all at the open-air training ground where the exchange was held. At this time, a limousine turned at the intersection and drove into the traffic consisting of campus buses, somewhat conspicuously. Inside the car, a bright red flag was placed diagonally on the back seat, and words like Lin Ran, hands in pockets, and rival could be faintly seen in the stacked flag. It was the same flag that Lin Ran had erected at Wang Quan Middle School. The one driving the car was the vice principal who had erected the flag for Lin Ran in the first place, and a teenager was sitting on the passenger side next to him, with short hair, a straight back, and an extremely cold temperament. Xing Feng. The vice principal shouted out the teenager's name and exhorted, "This battle is about the school's honor, so be sure not to be careless. If you suppress Lin Ran on offense, then needless to say, just directly attack strongly." The vice principal analyzed the various situations and said, "If it's even, be sure to stay calm, don't be in a hurry, and adopt a step-by-step nibbling style of play to consume his stamina and aggravate his injuries. It won't be a tie." Fu Qingfeng gently shook his head, interrupting the vice principal's words, saying, "Yesterday, the chess team bailed out that Du Changping temporarily. I fought with him and won big without any injuries. Even if Lin Ran boosted his cultivation by 1 or 2 tenths this week, as usual, he's no match for me. Especially in terms of attacking and killing, there will be a significant gap." His voice was extraordinarily confident. Thinking of the teenager's sword-like ability, the vice principal exhaled lightly and laughed. "That's why the school chose you to return the flag." Fu Qingfeng's face was unchanged as he said, "Lin Ran's truly difficult point to solve lies in the second half of the year, or next year, with the boundary-breaking enhancement after he was promoted to senior martial artist, his peripheral strength will surely double, and his initial chi and blood will break through 100 cards to say the least, and the two together, his hard power is estimated to be able to rival that of a senior martial artist who has a chi and blood of around 500 cards. Coupled with a top-notch spiritual martial art such as the Wrath of the Sky, no student will be able to hold him down. The same goes for the other 2 noble high schools." The vice principal raised his hand and rubbed his brow. "It's indeed not a good solution." Fu Qingfeng glanced at him and said, "After I enrolled in school, I was limited by my family's situation and was only in the first echelon of my class, unable to distance myself from others. But when school started at the beginning of the year, after I got the investment from Li's consortium, I stimulated all the enhancement potential of my supernatural ability, the No Xian sword, and it was stronger than I expected, and I was the only sophomore amongst the school's 4 contestants. The vice principal's gaze flickered as he heard his meaning and said, hoping that the school will tilt its resources in your favor? Fu Qingfeng directly nodded his head and said, next year, my senior year, I'll be alone against Lin Ran, and to be honest, I definitely won't be able to suppress it. This is the advantage that comes from 3 times of bone tempering as a whole, it's too powerful. But if the school gives me enough resources to develop the supernatural ability No Xian Sword, at least in this aspect of the team league, I will make the school stand up in front of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. The vice principal pondered slightly and said, this kind of investment that involves a high amount of money needs to be discussed together by the school's senior management. There's no rush, I'm clear that there are no resources that can be taken for nothing. Fu Qingfeng turned his face sideways and looked towards the gate of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, sharpness blazing in his eyes. In this battle, I will go all out to defeat Lin Ran, and make it clear to the school's senior management with my performance, that if I want to suppress Lin Ran's momentum, I'm the best person to do it. Chapter 65. There's Lin someone ran, naturally suitable for suppressing the scene. How strong is Lin now? I don't really know yet, but it's bound to be astounding. In an open space in the open-air training ground, Zhou Yangyang was holding his cell phone to broadcast on his behalf and was warming up Lin Ran's bandwagon martial arts. Don't be in a hurry everyone, we'll definitely be able to see the thunderous might of heaven's wrath again today. See these students with different uniforms, they are all geniuses standing at the apex of major public high schools, one by one, they have the strength to sweep across the entire school. Zhou Yangyang moved the camera to shoot while browsing through the comments and pop-ups, wanting to raise more heat. At this moment, a paid pop-up screen came into his sight with a flirtatious intent. Yang, you are also present, it seems that you are also a top student of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, I used to misunderstand you as a hangman, I blame my eyesight. Zhou Yangyang coughed lightly and said with a straight face, I usually don't put up a fight, but my strength is still there, right now. I'm teaming up with Lin to casually find 2 high-level martial artists to fight against. Do you guys believe that you can be easily suppressed? Qin Ming stood on the high platform not far away, listening to the straight music. This tablemate of yours, the math is better than me. Lin Ran shook his head helplessly, his eyes swept over the many varsity teams that were present, asking about the main event, which school's varsity teams are stronger. Qin Ming gazed over and explained, other than our first high school, the 4 key high schools, 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 8th high schools, are the strongest, with all of the participants being advanced martial artists. The next tier of several key high schools only have 1 to 2 senior martial artists leading their teams. The weaker ones are intermediate and junior martial artists. This is still all the city key and district key high schools, and the more common public schools have varsity team captains who only have the cultivation of a quasi-martial artist. Qin Ming shrugged. Lin Ran retracted his gaze and said with some emotion, the gap between martial arts students is worlds apart, far greater than that of liberal arts students. In fact, it was more than just students. The gap between martial arts schools was equally huge. Quasi-martial artists, as long as they didn't repeat a grade, could get into a number of key universities. But the top few most prestigious schools in Sacred Summer admitted the lowest lifting line for advanced martial artists. Zhao Baiyu, Zhang Li, and Sui Chen in the school, who had been promoted to senior martial artist for quite a few days, were not yet sure about applying for the exam. But the 3 of them, even if they stepped into society now, were enough to become elites in the eyes of many people. The path of martial arts is so cruel and beautiful. The higher up you go, the better the scenery, but the fewer people you can see. Everyone is the same, you and I are no exception, always wanting to move up. Qin Ming echoed, and after thinking about it, he added, so, if you want to subdue the school, you can't pick a soft target to pinch once you're up here, you have to take the initiative to find the varsity teams of the other 4 top key high schools. Lin Ran nodded in agreement and said, you first or me first? It doesn't matter. Qin Ming glanced at him and raised an eyebrow, how about 4 varsity teams, you and I are each responsible for 2 captains. Lin Ran's expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, it's fine. Seeing this kind of attitude, Qin Ming couldn't help but feel some toothache inside, and said, I have a hunch that I'm almost at the end of this captain's position, and I don't think I'll last until the start of the city's high school league. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, there's no need to belittle yourself so much. Huh? Qin Ming raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, have you encountered a bottleneck in your cultivation? No. Lin Ran grinned, his teeth white, I was trying to comfort you, at the very least you have good eyesight. Qin Ming. This was really good at comforting people. He was not depressed anymore, he just wanted to curse. Whatever. Qin Ming shook his head, while I'm still the captain, I have to put on a big wave, a move to subdue the scene and leave an extra high performance for my high school career. Lin Ran casually said, fully energize your lava giant, sweeping out flames dozens of stories high, quite a bluff. The visual impact feels almost interesting. Qin Ming rubbed his chin. I've used this ability too many times, and 9 out of 10 of these varsity members have an impression. Lin Ran pondered briefly and said, this is a good solution. How? You utilize the might of your supernatural ability and sweep the entire field, then coldly shout, come on together, Qin Ming, will face all of you alone. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Qin Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, then there's no need to wait for the future. After I finish fighting today, you'll be able to succeed me as captain. Just tell me if it's enough to calm the scene. While the two of them were laughing and talking, the entrance to the open-air training ground was flooded with some commotion. Among the several school teams that came forward, a cold and cool teenager came striding in, wearing a non-public middle school uniform, very conspicuous, especially in his hand, carrying a bright red flag, striking. King Power Middle School, Fu Qingfeng, here to invite Lin Ran to battle and return the flag. A voice filled with wariness resounded through the sky. Fu Qingfeng raised his hand and waved it, standing the flag forcefully in the center of the entrance and waving it in the air. Qin Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly recognizing someone, and warned, the rising star of King's Right High School. I haven't fought him, but I've seen his sword-type powers. He's very strong in killing, beware. Lin Ran calmly nodded and took a step towards the front, landing straight on the high platform. Wanquan Middle School asked you to return the flag? Why don't you pick Li Dicky? Because, the shame of that day, the school wants to completely wash away. I'm the same age as you, both 17. Fu Qingfeng's eyes were cold, like a sword on, looking straight into Lin Ran's eyes. As for why I was chosen. Because this flag you set up in the first place, I can bring it and return it. Boom! In an instant, with Fu Qingfeng's location as the center, countless sword lights rose up into the sky, raging everywhere and spinning rapidly, like a huge storm made up of sword lights. The weeds, shrubs, and even the thick trees in the entire area were all sliced and danced about in the sky. A scene with such a great sound immediately drew the attention of the entire audience. Lin Ran's backlash from that Hitachi flag came early? I thought I'd have to wait until the citywide high school league. Being the same age of 17, even if you're older, it's not good to refuse to fight. Is Fu Qingfeng that strong? Last semester's last citywide martial arts exam was nowhere near as good as today. The King's Power midterm sent him. Surely he has no small amount of certainty. After all, once he fails to return the flag, that face will be disgraced to the heavens. There's a good show to watch. Discussions rose and fell like waves of the ocean. At this moment, all the gazes on the scene were focused on the two confronting teenagers. Looking for me to return the flag. Facing the huge storm of sword light, Lin Ran seemed to regard it as if it was nothing. A touch of curvature lifted up at the corner of his mouth, somewhat icy cold, but also domineering. Come on, I'll give you this chance. Chapter 66. You can't return the flag I set up. When this sparring match is over, you won't have this attitude anymore. In response to Lin Ran's words, Fu Qingfeng's eyes were icy cold as he directly dashed forward. Giggling. The storm of sword light that swept around quickly closed in and transformed into a solid long sword. The sound was not as great as before, but when it stabbed out, an extremely sharp fluctuation swept out. Like a needle point sticking into one's eyes, causing one to palpitate uncontrollably. The gazes of the senior martial artists watching from all around flickered. The aftershocks they perceived were so severe, the pressure Lin Ran, who was facing this sword directly, was under could be imagined. It was absolutely incomparably fierce. However, Lin Ran stood in place, and instead of utilizing that infamous thunder spirit martial heaven's wrath, he only poked out one hand, opened his 5 fingers, and grasped the incoming longsword in the air. Seek death. Fu Qingfeng's eyes were ruthless as he exploded with all his might, releasing all the offensive might of the No Xian sword. The next moment, a clanging sound swept through the 4 directions. That long sword, actually steeply stopped in mid-air, did not penetrate Lin Ran's palm as Fu Qingfeng had imagined. The tip of the sword that was wrapped in all of its might only caused the skin that it touched to dimple, piercing out a slightly visible red spot. It failed to break through the defense. This scene was more than just unacceptable to Fu Qingfeng. The members of the varsity team from the various onlookers were similarly trembling with disbelief. In their thoughts, Wanquan Middle School dared to send someone to return the flag, so how could they have the upper hand, or even worse, fight at even strength? But now. Boom! Lin Ran's 5 fingers were long and slender, pinching the long sword that was stabbing at him, and with the outbreak of spirit martial power, a Jiao crocodile coalesced and took shape, ferocious and horrifying, opening its bloody mouth and biting Fu Qingfeng's raised right arm on the long sword, and tumbling up in the air. Jiao crocodile strangulation. Strong force swept out. With a click, the entire long sword held by Fu Qingfeng exploded and shattered. Immediately after that, the strangulation force continued to rage upwards, swift and overbearing. Fu Qingfeng changed his face, retreated at great speed, surging qi and blood along with the sword light penetrated into his right arm, trying his best to fight against it. The crowd was watching closely. When the figure of the Jiao crocodile dissipated, Fu Qingfeng's right arm sleeve was shredded into rotten strips of cloth, the skin cracked horizontally, full of blood, along the drooping fingertips into strands of flow down. Attacking and killing, the same fell into the wind. First encounter, directly injured. The original noisy clamor of the training ground was swept away, the crows were silent, and the subtle sound of blood dripping on the ground seemed to be a little loud. Whether it was Lin Ran's defense or offense, all of them exceeded their expectations. You. Fu Qingfeng's breath rose and fell as he gazed at Lin Ran, who had one hand in his pocket, his eyes were appalled and he didn't know what to say. The flag I set up, you can't return it. Lin Ran's black hair fluttered about as he took a step forward, blazing thunderbolts penetrated into the sky, one after another, filling everyone's sight, covering the light of the heavens in a brilliant and dazzling manner, covering an area of hundreds of meters. The wrath of heaven. Compared to Fu Qingfeng's previous storm of sword light, not to say that it was the white moon in the sky suppressing the pearl of rice, at least it was not at the same level. Boom! A huge thunderbolt descended from the sky, wrapped in destructive intent, vast, like a thunder dragon pouncing in the air, cleaving Fu Qingfeng's body. Noticing the oncoming might, Fu Qingfeng endured the pain in his right arm and once again manifested the No Xian sword, holding it with both hands and chopping it out with all his might, forcibly tearing the lightning apart with an amazingly sharp intent, splitting it into 4 pieces. His figure swayed before smoothing out, resisting this lightning strike. However, the look on Fu Qingfeng's face was heavy. The gap between the two in terms of offense and killing was even greater than he had imagined. The difference was that he was the one lagging behind. The lightning from the party was just a scattered one from the endless thunder prison, which was predominantly ceiling, and it had already caused him to feel overwhelmed. Boom boom boom. Looking up, deafening thunder sounds exploded in his ears, just as Fu Qingfeng had presumed. Countless thunderbolts struck down, one after another, densely packed, just like a pool of thunder pouring down, destroying everything. Fu Qingfeng clenched his teeth, pushed his supernormal ability to the limit, swordlight, qi and blood boiled, using all of his combat power to meet the attack. Only, with the absolute gap, it was too difficult to fight against. Facing the continuous bombardment of lightning, it wasn't long before Fu Qingfeng began to be somewhat unable to resist. Lightning gradually seeped into his body, wreaking havoc in all directions, making his movements vaguely stiff and uncontrollable. Boom! Suddenly, several thunderbolts converged, wrapped in an even more blazing light, and struck down in the air. Not good. Fu Qingfeng just wanted to avoid it. His pupils suddenly shrunk. Lin Ran had already approached, and a fist struck straight out, and with the addition of the Beast King's 5 killing styles, a huge tiger roar drowned out Fu Qingfeng's sense of hearing. Roar! A fierce tiger pounced out, tragic and horrifying, as if it had killed from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, unstoppable. Thud! The sword light exploded and the qi and blood collapsed. Fu Qingfeng's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball, and after landing, he tumbled several times, blood mixed with weeds and dust stuck to his body, looking extremely wretched. Any other means, your supernatural ability and qi and blood, are not enough to look at. Lin Ran's eyes blazed with electricity, raising the wrath of heaven again, cold and strong. Fu Qingfeng's face turned blue, his own always proud of his supernormal ability, but he ended up with this evaluation. However, there was no way to refute it. Giggle! A deep purple light suddenly appeared, connecting him and Lin Ran. Fu Qingfeng's heart throbbed, sensing a wave of fluctuations even sharper than his Wu Xian sword, sweeping across the sky. It was a spear of heavenly punishment that contained a terrifying power within it, breaking through the air and killing with a boom, exploding countless arcs of electricity and lightning, flooding Fu Qingfeng's body. Lin Ran used the wrath of the heavens in conjunction with the Beast King's 5 killing styles, and could absolutely suppress Fu Qingfeng above the attack and kill. The powerful defense of the heavy armor breaker's body, even more so, wiped out all the possibilities of Fu Qingfeng turning defeat into victory. Powerful offense coupled with an insoluble defense, making Lin Ran as if he was invincible, directly putting this battle into a one-sided crushing game. In the thunder and lightning full of destructive intent, the sword in Fu Qingfeng's hand was no longer powerful. The various school teams at the scene watched without saying a word. Slightly into Fu Qingfeng's perspective, could feel incomparable despair. It was simply impossible to fight. In an instant, the thunder and lightning that covered a large area gathered and converged in Lin Ran's raised right hand, transforming into a blazing hammer of thunder that landed the final blow. Boom! Fu Qingfeng's figure flew out horizontally, spilling blood along the way, and with a thud, he heavily smashed into the bottom of the flag that stood in the center of the entrance, stirring up waves of air that shook the flag and caused it to flutter and unfurl into the wind. He lay on the ground, unable to climb up under the ravages of the lightning power. A bright red flag appeared in his line of sight, fluttering and dancing, reflecting the azure sky and being exceptionally dazzling. Apparently, even the landing position was under Lin Ran's control. The confidence and pride that Fu Qingfeng had felt when he arrived was like a dimmed luster in his eyes that no longer existed. This flag, bring it back again and proceed to set it up. Chapter 67. The sea can't even crush him. If you don't get crushed, you have to burn incense and worship Buddha. This powerful sparring match came to a direct end with a disparity visible to the naked eye. The loser lies on the ground, unable to move. The winner was intact and stood upright. Lin Ran's eyes scattered, but still sharp, looking directly at the vice principal of the Wangquan Middle School counterparts. The other side was expressionless, lifting up the fallen Fu Qingfeng, pulling up the bright red flag on the side, and after giving Lin Ran a deep look, he left in large strides. The whole time without saying a word. Today's battle to return the flag failed miserably and returned. It is meaningless to put any harsh words. All the lines of sight on the scene began to focus on Lin Ran alone, the original silent atmosphere, with the end of the battle gradually stirred up, like the ocean under the stormy weather, waves and ups and downs. In this battle, the significance of Lin Ran defeating Fu Qingfeng itself was relatively secondary. The path of a super genius rise would always result in some unexpected victories. The key lay in the fact that Lin Ran had displayed a battle power that was flawless in offense and defense, with no weaknesses. The senior martial artists of the various varsity teams thought to themselves that if they wanted to defeat Lin Ran, they could only fight a protracted battle, focusing on consuming their physical strength, or utilize the rules of the ring battle to send Lin Ran flying out. However, thinking about the power of the heaven's wrath of the square, and then looking around at the battle-damaged version of the training ground after the lightning washed the ground. Thoughts were plump, reality was too bony. How else can this suppress Lin Ran? Our chief instructor used to project that the suppression of him by the Noble High School should be able to last until the winter of this year, but now it seems that this citywide high school league might not even be able to suppress him. It's a good thing I'm graduating from high school this year. Students in the same grade as him would really be sad. There's going to be one more pride that will overwhelm his generation. Let's say it first, I'm not going to fight him in today's match. Whoever has a masochistic physique will go up. Discussions followed one after another, and the clamor of noise returned to the training ground, even more drastic than before when Fu Qingfeng returned the flag. Some of the varsity teams that had wanted to show off their force in front of the host of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School had all lost that intention. The earth-shattering thunder, the solid defense, left too deep an impression on them. This kind of strength, not to mention calming down the scene, would have no problem smashing the scene. Xin Ming stood on the high platform, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his eyes filled with faint sadness. With Lin Ran's battle in front of him, how else was he going to put up a high performance? The members of other varsity teams took the lead in the battle, all for the purpose of throwing a brick to the captain, but their own varsity team was good, throwing a king bomb in the opening. Lin Ran looked around, smiled faintly, and said aloud, "Everyone is a guest from afar. Today you came to my Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. You mainly want to take this opportunity to communicate with each other. There's no need to see blood. For the next bout, I will focus on the unusual martial arts. Any senior martial artists who want to spar can come over to have a battle." Hearing this, many senior martial artists were moved in their hearts. If Lin Ran was on fire, no one would be willing to be abused, but if it was a sparring match, they would definitely want to fight with this kind of super genius. I'll do it. 3rd Middle School, Zhen Tiansheng, please teach me. 12th Middle School, Lu Yan. One sparring match after another, the morning passed quickly, and the exchange sessions bouts ended there. Lin Ran took his cell phone and flipped through the data of the live broadcast backstage, revealing a smile of satisfaction. His live streaming bandwagon, gradually on the right track, now a formal bandwagon down, pre-tax commissions plus rewards can break 10 million, plus subsequent ongoing income, a week's after tax income, the same can reach more than 10 million. Tomorrow is Monday, just in time to get the advances. Lin Ran put away his cell phone and walked towards the school gates. There was another party at the exchange in the afternoon, but he wasn't attending, preparing to go to Guan Lao's place to cultivate. He was growing fast, and with only about a week left in the city's high school league, he had to hurry. In recent days, Lin Ran hadn't slept, relying on Yi Tangyun's supernatural powers to restore his state. Lin Ran. Principal Li stepped over with a joyful smile and said, "Going back to cultivate? Aha! It just so happens to be on the way. Let's take a walk together." Principal Lee didn't hide the pleasure in his mood. Your performance today, very good, really good. Lin Ran smiled and said, to be able to have this strength, thanks to the principal giving me a special grant of 1,800 bone-quenching pills back then to help me complete 3 times of bone-quenching, or else I'd probably still be stuck as a beginner martial artist right now. You have this talent, moreover, picking over the 3 major noble high schools a day ago was enough to stand up to the school's investment. Principal Lee smiled and said, that was a brilliant battle record, enough for the school to apply for a reward in the city for you. But because it's not a fixed martial arts exam, league, or something like that, the process is troublesome, and it hasn't been given the go-ahead. Just now a leader contacted me, the reward is done, I guess it has something to do with your first battle in the morning, which made the city's top management very satisfied. Principal Lee narrated. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly, surprised, what kind of reward will there be? Considering that you're still nourishing your blood, it must be a blood-containing high-energy liquid, any less than 100 or so. Principal Lee thought for a moment, I'll run around the education department more in the next few days, and try to get them to issue the rewards before the city's high school league is held, to give you more of a boost. Lin Ran smiled faintly, thank you, Principal. This grant was enough for an intermediate martial artist who had hardened his bones once to complete blood nourishment, and it was quite a lot for the current him, at least he could increase his peripheral strength by 20 to 30 tons. Maybe even more. A small matter, duty calls, go back and refuel your cultivation, and strive to give the 3 noble high schools another surprise in this session of the citywide high school league. Lin Ran headed to the lighthouse by the sea, and as usual, sank his teeth into his cultivation. The battle that defeated Fu Qingfeng was no longer on his mind, but the related news spread like a violent earthquake, making many people's hearts uneasy. Meng Shi of Evergreen Middle School, gazing at the relevant video of the sparring match, pursed his mouth hard and did not say a word. He thought that, relying on the qualitative leap of the broken realm, with nearly 100 calories of qi and blood, plus more than 150 tons of peripheral strength, he would be able to temporarily lead Lin Ran by a hair. As a result, it had long since fallen behind. The beautiful principal of Pear Blossom Girls High School, after learning of this news, held a meeting 2 or 3 days in a row to discuss ways to deal with it. Wanquan High School, likewise, in the 3 days from Sunday to Tuesday, no less than 10 meetings of all sizes were held, all related to Lin Ran. Now it's basically certain that when Lin Ran rises to his senior year, no one will be his opponent one-on-one, and if we want to cut down on his influence, we can only start from the direction of team warfare. The first semester of his senior year might barely be possible. Once he reaches the second semester of next year, I wouldn't be surprised if he suppresses a varsity team all by himself. We have to contact the other top noble high schools, although we have competition. If we let Lin Ran suppress our heads, the entire industry will be negatively affected. Another meeting was held, with the school leaders of Wanquan High School expressing their opinions and analyzing the possible options. At this time, a clerk knocked on the door and entered, coming next to the principal and reminding him, Captain Li Jiqi has something for you. The principal nodded and said, it's Deacon Chess, let him come over. Although the other party was a student, the identity most worth caring about was still the leading member of the younger generation of the Li clan consortium. Li Jiqi stepped in, walking calmly. Born in the consortium for 18 years, he was more than familiar with the workings of power. When there is a common interest, an invisible network of relationships unfolds, enough to press many people to suffocate. Wow! Above the surface of the sea, it suddenly exploded as a half-moon-shaped wave of air shot up into the sky, stirring up countless waves of water. It was a slash from the bottom of the sea that was unstoppable, tearing apart the heavy seawater. Lin Ran's feet powered up, leaping out of the sea right after the airwave and landing on the flat ground under the lighthouse. Elder Guan glanced at him and commented, good progress. It does feel like it's getting more familiar. Lin Ran smiled and nodded, in another 2 or 3 days, I guess I'll be able to reach the level of being as good as my fingers. The 23 consummate unusual blade techniques were very beneficial to his blade practice, equivalent to a descending blow. Seeing that Guan Lao no longer spoke much, Lin Ran had gotten used to it, putting down his straight sword and heading straight to the basement of the lighthouse. He had already touched the opportunity of the Beast King's 5 killing styles breakthrough, and if it went well, he would be able to advance to the realization realm with this practice, so he could enroll in guidance. Chapter 68 Passing Through the Heavenly Gods Underneath the Mechanical Core. Your Beast King's 5 killing styles has advanced to the realization realm. On the black abyss side of the basement, Lin Ran moved like the wind and was cultivating in a deep state of mind when a prompting tone sounded in his mind and his understanding and mastery of the Beast King's 5 killing styles skyrocketed to a new level. Breaking the realm successfully. Lin Ran revealed a smirk and took out his cell phone to look at it. It was already late at night, a few minutes short of Wednesday. After thinking for a moment, he edited a text message to inform Qin Ming that he had broken through. In less than 10 seconds, the cell phone he was holding vibrated as Qin Ming called to communicate. "I'm really convinced this time. You are truly outrageous. 10 days haven't even passed. From non-initiation to the realization realm." Qin Ming's voice rang out like a machine gun, both spitting and shocked. Lin Ran smiled and went straight to the point. "How did the enrollment go?" Upon hearing this, Qin Ming suppressed his emotions and murmured, "The reserve members who are first learning this spiritual martial art, as well as a few official night vigilantes, I've probed all of them, and most of them are interested in finding guidance to learn. However, for the first batch of enrollment, I don't think it should be too expensive. It's better to focus on making a name for yourself." Qin Ming was very attentive to this matter, and had carefully done the program, saying, "You first teach 10 people, 1 person a day a blood-containing high-energy liquid, lasts until this Sunday. It just so happens that we are going to participate in the city's high school league next week. Let the guidance ferment for a couple of days, and when the fame comes out, we can sit on it, doubling it by a couple of times. Not a big problem, and a little bit more isn't out of the question." Saying this, Qin Ming hemmed and hawed and smiled, with the cunning flavor of a treacherous businessman. Lin Ran pondered a little and agreed, "That's fine." Qin Ming sensed Lin Ran's tone and flirted, "What do you mean, it's also okay? My proposal isn't good enough." "It's quite good." Lin Ran told him frankly, "I originally thought that with your strong demand for improving your level of physical combat, it would definitely be a seller's market, and that I might be able to correlate the instructional fees with the income from exploring the ancient realm's secret realms, charging at a fixed percentage. But then I considered it carefully. This kind of charging method, it's more difficult to promote at first, and once you earn too much, the probability is that it will cause the higher-ups of the Night Patrol Division to come down. They opened the ancient realm's secret realm to the reservists mainly for the purpose of cultivating you guys, and they surely don't want to see an outsider like me pulling in the wool." Lin Ran analyzed methodically. On the other end of the communication, Qin Ming fell silent as he listened, and only after a while did he open his mouth. "Lin Ran, as your senior, I sincerely hope that you will grow into a martial arts powerhouse in the future." "How so?" "If you become a capitalist, you will definitely be hung from a streetlight." At these words, Lin Ran was dumbfounded, and after chatting a few more times, he ended the communication and once again practiced the Beast King's 5 killing styles. The citywide high school league tournament was held on May 15th, just next Monday, 5 days from now. With his cultivation speed, he was expected to impact the ultimate realm. His Phantom 9 flashes could likewise be realized. At that time, all 4 of his spirit martial arts would be able to utilize the heaven and earth intent. Wednesday, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Armored Corps training room within the Night Patrol Division. Qin Ming had already finished recruiting 10 trainees and stayed together in an open space to train. "When will the person you're looking for arrive? Don't fool us again. The last time I believed in your betting fight, it caused me to lose half a month's allowance." A reserve member spat. Immediately, someone beside him laughed and agreed, "Don't say that. You really don't say." Qin Ming might really have something fishy going on. The Beast King's 5 killing styles were not publicized to the public, but were mainly circulated in the military, and there were only a few of us in the Night Patrol Division who learned it before, and nowadays we are all busy exploring the secret realm of the ancient realm, so where can we suddenly find a bigwig of the harmonization realm to instruct us? Qin Ming wanted to roll his eyes and said, "The fee is paid 1 day at a time. How can I fool you guys? I didn't finish my words at noon. 10 of you have already stuffed the blood-containing high-energy liquid into my hands." "I'm just kidding. Is the alumnus you found really at this level?" "I know him, Lin Ran, a super genius with 3 times of bone quenching. He toppled the 3 major noble high schools a day ago. He's very popular among the student body." "I'm a bit impressed, but I saw on TV that he's not an orphan. How does he know the Beast King's 5 killing style? Could it be that his family's relatives are in the military or the Night Watch Department? There must be a big background. The overall second bone quenching expenses are up to 100 million or so, 3 times to quench the bone that has to be how much?" Qin Ming shook his head straight as he listened, but he could understand. Many of Lin Ran's performances were too astonishing, and it was difficult for people to associate him with civilian geniuses. "Be quiet." Qin Ming's gaze fell towards the door of the training room and reminded, "Someone's coming." Lin Ran pushed the door and entered, and in a flash, the invisible suppression that permeated the armored core penetrated his torso, but the movement of his steps did not change a bit. On Monday, the day before yesterday, he had gotten the advances from the exchange to bring in goods, and his cultivation had further increased, and now the force around his body had reached around 270 tons, nearly 3 times that of many high-level martial artists. Mere energy suppression had an average effect on him. "Here." Xin Ming raised his hand and waved it, and when Lin Ran came close, he smiled and said, "First show the level of the Beast King's 5 killing styles, settle their hearts, and then slowly get to know them later." "Good." Lin Ran calmly nodded, spreading one of his hands out, and with a slight force, 5 clusters of light filled with a ferocious aura surged out, each evolving and taking on the form of a tiger, a crocodile, a whale, a falcon, and a dragon in 5 forms, lifelike and with an intimidating momentum, as if they really contained the Beast King's divine charm within them. Perceiving the might coming from their faces, the doubts in the hearts of the 10 trainees were all dispelled. A short-haired youth gazed carefully and said in a deep voice, "The outwardly manifested true meaning of martial arts is very thick. It is estimated that he has been in the realization realm for some time." The other nodded his head in agreement, his gaze unexpectedly sizing up Lin Ran as he curiously said, "How long have you been practicing the Beast King's 5 killing styles?" "A little more than 10 days later than me." Xin Ming took over the words, looking at the stunned expressions that flooded one by one's face. He pretended to be calm and said, "I know that you guys think that this progress might be a bit fast, but as my schoolmate and one of the members of the varsity team that I lead, it's not surprising that you have this talent." Before he finished speaking, 10 contemptuous gazes had already landed on him. Xin Ming coughed dryly, pretending not to see it, and said, "Lin Ran, there's no time to lose, let's start teaching." Lin Ran shook his head, his eyes swept over the 10 trainees enrolled, saying, "Your realms, Xin Ming told me before, are either stuck in the introductory realm or just broke through the realm not more than a few days ago. All of you want to try to level up a bit in a short period of time. I'll be using direct sparring, it's much more efficient that way. Which one of us will go first?" The 10 people had no objections. Lin Ran's expression didn't change as he directly said, "There's no need to split up into batches, you'll all go together." Hearing this, the 10 people looked at each other for a moment and looked at each other in dismay, the emotions in their hearts that hadn't yet subsided due to learning about Lin Ran's advancement, once again setting off waves. When you use spirit martial sparring to raise your realm, you usually can't hold back your strength, you have to go all out. Someone reminded. The short-haired youth coughed lightly and said, "Unlike Xin Ming and the others, I have already been inducted and belong to the official Night Watch." The implication was that the strength was strong. Xin Ming glanced at him and said, "Zhang Mo, hurry up and siege. You, a formal vigilant, can be called a superior person in the outside world, but under the suppression of the armored core, this guy guiding you is equivalent to a Tong Tian god." Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly and calmly said, "Xin Ming's words are a bit exaggerated, but you really don't need to worry about hurting me, all of you do it." Chapter 69, You have long walked into our sights. Seeing this, the 10 trainees no longer delayed, and together with one Xin Ming, they all shot out to surround them. Woo! The cadet named Zhang Mo, who was worthy of being an official vigilante, even under the suppression of the armored core, his strength was still significantly higher than the others, and his figure pressed against the gusts of wind, taking the lead and closing in on Lin Ran. Roar! He punched out, adding the power of Tiger Wild Berserk Kill, although it was only at the level of a fresh starter, but under the impetus of his profound cultivation, it evolved into a raging tiger, and with a thud, it fiercely hit Lin Ran's erected arm. In the next moment, with a thud, all of the condensed chi and blood exploded, and a huge recoil was transmitted, giving Zhang Mo the feeling that it was like hitting a huge mountain, completely unshakable. Roar! A huge tiger's roar shook the 4 directions. Lin Ran swung his fist out, only using some of his power, but it still hit Zhang Mo so hard that he couldn't withstand it, his body staggered and nearly fell over. "With this move of yours, the energy mobilization was too impetuous, especially when you just raised your arm. The operation of the Tiger Wild Berserk Kill was almost out of balance. Carefully comprehend the fluctuations of my punch and feel where the differences are." A voice rang in Zhang Mo's ears. Lin Ran's pace was unceasing, crossing over Zhang Mo's body to take on another trainee, exchanging strikes for guidance. The siege of 11 people, all of whom were also advanced martial artists, definitely had pressure on him, but it really wasn't much, so he could fight it off with ease and be distracted from teaching. This move, signed Dragon Blood Killing, the operation when hitting is wrong, none of the power is half as much as it should be, it has to explode all the way through the punch. The power of the Jiao Dragon Strangulation is wrong, instead of focusing on rotation, it tears. Xin Ming, let me evaluate how about the giant whale power kill you just struck. I can only say, but if it's a little bit correct, it's not all wrong. Lin Ran was using one against many, constantly correcting the mistakes of his trainees and making precise adjustments. With the sense of the transformation realm in his body, he could clearly capture all sorts of deficiencies. After more than an hour, one of the trainees raised his arm and swung his fist, the sound of oppression giving birth to the sound of a tiger's roar. His eyes lit up. "Not bothering to strike again," he said in surprise. "I've broken through to the introductory realm." Lin Ran slightly raised an eyebrow. The other party breaking through so quickly was mainly due to the previous accumulation being good, vaguely able to feel the opportunity. But to him, it couldn't be better. Helping someone break through the realm on his first instruction was very conducive to spreading his reputation. After practicing against each other for a while longer, Lin Ran ended this instruction. The citywide high school league was just around the corner, and he had to make sure that the two spirit martial arts, the Phantom 9 Flashes and the Beast King's 5 killing styles, advanced to the ultimate realm, so after the competition was over, he could appropriately set aside more time to devote to mentoring and increase his income. That's all for today, we'll continue at this point tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the 10 trainees in Qin Ming were no longer tense and rushed to move their bodies to ease the pain in their fists and feet and other parts of their bodies. During the sparring session, Lin Ran had retained enough strength, but the body itself was too sturdy for them to bear. You actually have a strong eye in this environment. Zhang Yimou cupped his hands and couldn't help but look Lin Ran up and down. Under the suppression of the armored core, he, a full-fledged vigilant, could at most fight against the siege of 3 or 4 reserve members. Comparing to Lin Ran's performance just now, it was a world of difference. Qin Ming's earlier flirtation with the god of heaven really wasn't much of an exaggeration. Not sure. Lin Ran shrugged, haven't tried it yet. He retained a considerable degree of strength against these trainees, otherwise it would definitely result in deaths and injuries. Qin Ming came over, interested in the topic, and proposed, why don't you try? Okay. Lin Ran was likewise a bit curious, and with a condensed mind, he used his full strength to strike a tiger wild kill. A violent tiger roar swept across the entire field, and everywhere there was a ferocious aura, tragic and overbearing, which made one's heart palpitate in an unstoppable manner. For a time, all of these trainees on the sidelines were silent. The heart was even flooded with fear. The sparring session of the party, in case Lin Ran didn't retain his strength, the parents' pensions at home were claimed. Qin Ming secretly took a deep breath, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he said in a critical tone, it's still powerful, pretty much what I expected. Ka-ching! A crisp sound interrupted his words, and the mechanical core suspended in the center, steeply shook, running through several cracks, as if it had reached its limit, collapsing on the spot and scattering all over the place. The powerful suppression fluctuation was swept away and disappeared. Qin Ming could no longer pretend any longer and exclaimed in shock, unable to suppress the emotions in his heart. Lin Ran was slightly surprised and somewhat helpless, saying, it seems I caused this. He still remembered that when he first came to this training room, Qin Ming had told him that this piece of mechanical core could last for 2 or 3 months. Zhang Yimou raised his hand and pressed it, sucking in the cracked pieces in the air and gazing at them. The few cracks that caused the shattering of the armored core are long and deep, so it really can't carry the load that you've brought with you. Fine. Lin Ran shrugged, how can I fix it? It's fine, it's not like it was intentionally destroyed, it's a normal consumption, just call for another piece from the resource department. Zhang Yimou was unimpressed, this thing isn't rare in the mechanical Shanghai 218 Ancient Realm Secret Realm, the Night Patrol Division has quite a few reserves. Lin Ran nodded, that's not good. Not good at all. Qin Ming came back to his senses and looked at Lin Ran as if he had seen a ghost. You don't want to join the Night Patrol Division, this Ancient Realm Secret Realm would have to be without you. I can earn my way to becoming an official night watchman. If you want to go in there, you might as well be able to open up to the public and sell tickets in 10 days and half a month. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, you're making me very tempted to say that. Of course, this was a joke, involving the future direction of development, it definitely had to be seriously considered. Lin Ran no longer stayed longer in the Night Patrol Division, returning to Guanlao and proceeding to cultivate. Zhang Yimou, on the other hand, called on Qin Ming and a few others, and went forward to the resource department to call for a new armored core. This application was passed on the spot, but as a public resource, it needed to record the process. When they heard that it was because they couldn't carry the pressure of an intermediate-level martial artist's attack, a few of the employees at the scene sked. One of them reported this news to the intelligence department, which immediately drew the attention of a senior supervisor. For this kind of rooted genius, a special invitation needs to be sent out for the June open admission. However, when he was about to create a profile for Lin Ran, he was prompted that it could not be created repeatedly. In the talent pool, there was actually a file for Lin Ran, and when he clicked on it, on the next line of the photo, the words special attention in red and bold were incredibly eye-catching. The following day, Thursday, Lin Ran took the time to go to the school in the morning, received in advance, and pushed his cultivation up another notch. The force around his body exceeded 280 tons. This progress was in line with Lin Ran's expectations. Unsurprisingly, it would be completed before the first half of next month to nourish the blood. It was just that the expenses involved were really expensive. Under normal circumstances, relying entirely on special effect medicine cultivation such as bone strengthening pill, blood containing high energy liquid, and the like, to complete a bone hardening, 3 to 4 million would be enough, and to complete blood nurturing on top of that, would need to spend another 10 million or so. Lin Ran had initially judged the cost of his blood nourishment to be around 40 million, but this amount was based on the premise that the upper limit of peripheral strength was 200 tons, and nowadays the true upper limit was 360 tons, and all of the expenses added up, compared to the cost of 3 times of bone quenching was no less than the cost of 3 times of bone quenching. The burden is definitely not a problem. Lin Ran had quite a few ways to make money these days. The more long-term incomes were live streaming bandwagons and Su Billions investments. Various unified exams and leagues hit good grades, and the city and state would hand out the appropriate rewards. By instructing the Beast King's 5-kill style, one can also earn a pretty lucrative amount of quick money. But Lin Ran was clear that it still wasn't enough for him to spend. The speed of cultivation was too fast. That mechanical Shanghai 218 ancient realm mystery realm of the Night Patrol Division is worth some serious study. This organization has a lot of power and belongs to a very good place to go. When the recruitment test is held in June, if the treatment is suitable, perhaps I can choose to join. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. This was just his initial vision. Now that he had deep roots and strong battle power, he had multiple paths to choose from in the future. The specifics would have to be seen one step at a time. However, no matter which path one takes, the stronger the better. Lin Ran came to the lighthouse and pulled out a straight blade, leaping up in one step and slamming into the sea. When the sword practice was over, he headed to the Night Patrol Division to complete today's instruction. Let's fight! Xin Ming suddenly called out to Lin Ran, his eyes bright and burning with intense fire. Without all restrictions, let's fight with all our might. Good. The clear and cold voice did not have a trace of hesitation. Chapter 70, Team Lin. I have a way to make money. Night Patrol Division. A standard sparring training room, the protective energies were in full swing, the great battle inside was very intense, roars and thunderous sounds rose and fell, flames and electricity shot out in all directions, and supernormal abilities and spiritual martial arts battled it out. Roar! A huge lava giant roared up to the sky, sweeping rolling waves of heat, the air around it twisting and about to explode. With a wave of its large hand, it tore apart all the lightning along its path, unstoppable in its valor. However, without waiting to take a step forward, Lin Ran on the opposite side raised his hand and waved it, a terrifying destructive intent descending from the sky, uncountable thunderbolts running through the sky, pouring down like a waterfall, drowning it and continuously cleaving it. Boom boom boom. The thunderous sound was unceasing, and flames splashed everywhere. Xin Ming had blood seeping from the corners of his mouth and was already injured. He didn't care, the battle intent in his eyes was even more blazing than the lava giant's flames, locking onto Lin Ran's body with a deadly grip. Open! Xin Ming let out a cold shout, his chi and blood and alien energy exploded extremely. The lava giant's body was vaguely covered in armor. He hardened himself against the bombardment of thunder and lightning, stepping forward in large strides, the heat wave pressed out by his body, shaking Lin Ran's clothes and shaking him, his head full of black hair fluttering about. Only, those eyes covered in electricity, the only thing they had was coldness and sharpness. Rumble! Thunder and lightning intertwined, sealing the sky and forbidding the ground, filled with destructive fluctuations, like heavenly punishment was pouring down, pressing down on the lava giant's body, trembling and struggling to take a step. Xin Ming was very decisive, his hands formed a seal, and with a boom, he detonated the lava giant on the spot, and all of the flames that erupted swept towards the front, like a tsunami smashing, drowning Lin Ran's entire body. Bang! In the midst of the flame tsunami, a piece of light and mist burst out, and that was the shattered body of Lin Ran. The phantom shadow. Xin Ming's pupils suddenly shrunk, not bothering to turn back. The sound of a huge wind has already come from behind, full of ferocious aura. He hurriedly swept forward in a hurry, but he was already half a beat too slow. A gigantic Jiao crocodile followed closely behind, its open bloody mouth closed and engulfed him, spinning up in the air and erupting with a strong strangling force. Large swaths of chi and blood and flames splattered everywhere. When Xin Ming tore apart the Jiao crocodile, his clothes were torn and several more hideous blood marks appeared on his body. At this moment, sharp fluctuations rose to the sky. Lin Ran raised the wrath of the heavens again, and in one of his spread-out hands, a spear of heavenly punishment coalesced and took shape, hurling it in the air, hitting Xin Ming in an instant, exploding large swaths of lightning and arcs of electricity. Xin Ming's supernatural ability to attack and kill was actually very powerful, and purely energy bombardment could fight against his heaven's wrath for a moment or two. However, with the cooperation of the other spirit martial arts, the gap widened and was steadily suppressed by him. Boom! The thunder and lightning that ravaged the entire field all merged and coalesced into a blazing pillar of thunder that was like a heaven-based weapon, penetrating through the sky and directly smashing the gigantic lava giant. Xin Ming flew out horizontally and fell heavily to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, half of his cheeks were vaguely flushed with stabbing pain. A spear of heavenly punishment shot down and stood by his ears. The sharp fluctuations that permeated out were extraordinarily harsh, clearly containing a powerful might within, just not detonated. Alas! I admit defeat. Xin Ming let out a long sigh. His mood was quite complicated. The first time he saw Lin Ran, the other party was just a rising star. Not many days had passed yet, but he had already left him behind. Lin Ran's mind moved, dissipating the might of heaven's wrath, and a faint smile pursed out at the corner of his mouth. This battle had given him a clear perception of his own strength. It was not too much to say that Xin Ming was the ceiling of battle power inside a public high school, and the only students who could steadily defeat Xin Ming were the few top geniuses of the noble high schools, and the number was very limited. In other words, he had now ascended to the tip of the pyramid of the millions of high school students in Shanghai City. The students around him were estimated to be just a handful. The difference was that he would similarly surpass these students at an astonishing speed. This captain of mine, I didn't last until the start of the citywide high school league after all. Xin Ming bitterly laughed and shook his head as he rolled over and stood up, his gaze landing on Lin Ran. I don't even know if I should cry or laugh when there's an extra schoolmate like you on the varsity team. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, words can't be said like that. Xin Ming shrugged his shoulders and said, what's wrong with it? The varsity team has an extra you, the overall strength is stronger, but my captain position is gone. Isn't it a sad and happy thing? I'm not talking about that. Lin Ran gently shook his head, revealing a derisive smile. As a student of a key high school, there are no rules. It's time to change your name to Team Lin, team member Xin Ming. Xin Ming. But where Lin Ran's advancement was not so fast, he had to shout high and low that he was not fooling the youth. Let's talk about laughing later, let's talk about business first. Xin Ming calmed down. This time, I'm looking for you to spar. On the one hand, I really want to fight with you. On the other hand, I want to know your level nowadays, so that I can prepare for the next citywide high school league. With your battle power today. Xin Ming stroked his chin, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Do you want to earn some cultivation fees in the league? Lin Ran's heart stirred. Survival tournament? The citywide high school league was divided into two tournaments, the survival tournament with a selection system and the 100-player final where only 25 teams could participate. In the former, it lasts for 2 days, with 1 day of selection, and only by grabbing a logo called Survivor can one be promoted. Afterwards, the 25 teams would rest for a day before the final showdown. Lin Ran pondered and analyzed. You mean selling survivors? Right. Xin Ming directly nodded. With you leading the team, plus me, we are equally not weak against the varsity teams of the 3 major noble high schools, and we have the strength to snatch more survival weapons. The most crucial thing is that you are now unique. You will definitely cause the varsity teams of the noble high schools, and even the public middle school teams to suppress. Since you will definitely be targeted, there's no need to worry about being besieged by multiple teams in the later finals, and directly use the table-turning method of play. To snatch a few is a few, and to get more money is the right way to go. Xin Ming spoke impassionedly. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, how about the earnings? Survivors that advance on the first day, a small several hundred thousand, right, and survivors that advance on the second day, where the duel is at stake, can all be sold for millions. Xin Ming said in retrospect. Lin Ran was quite surprised and said, the people in the education department allow this behavior? Xin Ming spread his hands. There's no need to prohibit it, the market is actually very small. There's not much room for strong teams to operate from the inside, only the first day can grab a little bit more. The second day's survival event is about the decisive battle. The competition for survival weapons will be very tough, and the gap between the top varsity teams isn't big, even if there's a strength to grab a few more. This behavior will inevitably cause the other varsity teams to get wary. And they may be besieged in the final. Wangquan Middle School's varsity team caused public outrage just because they acted too overbearingly, and flipped over one after another in the previous years. Xin Ming elaborated on the reason. To a certain extent, it's a helpless move for us to grab more survivors, otherwise the varsity team, plus you, would have the strength to win the championship, and the rewards they get from their results alone would most likely be more lucrative than the income from selling survivors. Lin Ran pondered slightly and nodded his head in agreement. Since it doesn't affect the results, let's grab more survivors. I'll act alone, you Intention, Sui and the others, free to make arrangements. With your level of stance, it's not much of a problem to act alone. Xin Ming thought about it. There are still a few more days until the citywide high school league. I'll stop sparring for now. I'll go down to the ancient realm mystic realm one more time and get some more resources, 1 or 2 million short of a treasure pill. I'll be able to scrape together enough for one, and I can bring the lava giant's development up a bit more. Well, see you before the match. Leaving the night patrol division, Lin Ran executed the Phantom 9 flashes to run furiously all the way, and before long, arrived below the lighthouse. Guan Lao withdrew his sight from looking at the sea, turned to look at Lin Ran, and said, "Sort of know how to use a sword, pass on another sword technique, you can ask me if you don't understand." Lin Ran's gaze flickered and said, "Spirit martial?" Guan Lao gently nodded and said, "A blade technique that I have conceived over the years. It contains the same true meaning as the Beast King's 5 killing styles. It is more extreme in its offense, pursuing the ultimate in killing, and is very burdensome to the body, but you have 3 times of bone quenching to hit the bottom of your body, so you will be able to carry it off, and you can exert a much stronger power." Saying that, he raised his hand, aimed it at Lin Ran's brow, and pressed it in the air. Swish! A large amount of information poured into Lin Ran's mind, so majestic that it took a while to digest it. You have memorized the ultimate slash. Begin to simplify. Simplify 600 times. Your limit 1 slash is the same as your Beast King's 5 killing styles true intent. Simplification is enhanced. Simplify 3000 times. Duration for your limit 1 slash sense to exceed your Beast King's 5 killing styles. Lin Ran was surprised and pleasantly surprised in his heart. This way of triggering an increase in simplification couldn't be more convenient for him, allowing him to master a brand new spirit martial art faster. Only, when he came back to his senses, he looked to see a stream of blood seeping from the corner of Guan Lao's mouth. Guan Lao, you're injured? It's an old problem, some dark disease left over from earlier years. Guan Lao looked calm as a wisp of black mist rose up, annihilating the blood at the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the overwhelming tide of beasts in the photo, Lin Ran pondered and guessed, injuries sustained in the battle where he was awarded first-class military honors? Guan Lao merely nodded and turned around again, looking into the depths of the sea. In the depths of his gaze, a trace of unforgettable regret flooded over him. Unfortunately, only half of his life was replaced back then. Chapter 71, Teammates for Nurturing Blood. Lin Ran wants to give a point. For the ultimate slash, a spiritual martial art, Lin Ran was prepared to focus on practicing after playing the league. Although the effect of 3000 times simplification was very good, it was not possible to advance to the ultimate realm without a week or two. His focus was still on improving the Phantom 9 flashes and the Beast King's 5 killing styles. These 2 spiritual martial arts were both at the realization realm today. Especially the Phantom 9 flashes, which were already at the perfection of transformation of truth. For the next few days, Lin Ran practiced hard as usual, his strength steadily increasing. At midnight on Friday, the Phantom 9 flash was promoted to the ultimate realm and could utilize the heaven and earth intent. He began to cultivate the Beast King's 5 killing styles with all his might, and just as the sky dawned on Sunday, a prompt sounded in his mind. Your Beast King's 5 killing styles has advanced to the ultimate realm. Lin Ran squeezed his hand, revealing a smirk. In the past few days, he had relied on instructing this spiritual martial art, and he was able to get 10 blood-containing high-energy liquids every day, and his peripheral strength had been rising, and was now very close to 290 tons. Today is Sunday, I can get an advance that will allow me to hold another bandwagon today, and then collect it when I'm done, which will advance my peripheral body strength to a level of 300 tons. The citywide high school league was tomorrow. Lin Ran was somewhat looking forward to it, but not anxious, calmly contemplating today's arrangements. Strength was the key to everything. Xin Ming was not optimistic about taking results in the finals, but he was clear about his own abilities. Even if there were multiple teams targeting him, he was still expected to place high. If the ranking is high enough, the rewards will be enough for me to complete my blood nourishment, and I'll be able to promote to senior martial artist this month. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. Only, a communication that came over around 10 in the morning directly disrupted his plans. Instructor Yi, what is it? Almost all of the school's martial artist students have submitted withdrawal applications today. Yi Tangyun's voice was permeated with a coldness. Lin Ran reacted quickly, and after a little thought, guessed out, noble high schools came to the school to poach people? The battle where you crushed Fu Qingfeng should have scared too many people. Yi Tingling took a deep breath. That's why an educational foundation under the name of the Li Family Consortium took the lead, uniting the 3 major noble high schools to invite a number of martial arts students from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, giving them a more lucrative treatment than Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. After a pause, Yi Tingyan said in a cold voice, "They have reasons to suppress you, but this kind of behavior has seriously crossed the line." Lin Ran pursed his lips and commented, "The outburst was a bit vicious." The other party's time to strike was obviously purposely chosen on a Sunday, not leaving time for Shanghai No. 1 Middle School to respond. "Come to the school, the next league match will have to be renegotiated," Yi Tingyun said. "Okay." Lin Ran exhaled lightly, calmed down, and moved to depart. On the other side, Yi Tingyun hung up his communication, swept over the several school leaders in the conference room, and said, "On the application submitted for withdrawal, there was no Qin Ming. Can we contact him now?" 3 days ago, Qin Ming took a long vacation, saying that he wanted to explore an ancient world secret realm of the Night Patrol Division, and would be back on Saturday at the latest, but now it's already Sunday, and his cell phone still can't be reached, in all likelihood. A vice principal shook his head, unable to continue. This kind of behavior, bullying people too much. The education department will surely make a top punishment. This matter explicitly and implicitly violates the rules, but the 3 major noble high schools have local consortiums and mansions standing behind them, and they have the same relationship in the government there. It won't be so serious as to close down the school. The withdrawal applications of these students, all of them will not be passed. Another vice principal was so angry that he slapped the table. It's useless, at most, create some trouble in their school registration. The school is not the military. Withdrawing from school is not being a deserter. Theoretically, it's considered a normal claim. The cultivation resources invested before, all for their new school to compensate, this is also a normal claim. If they can't suppress Lin Ran, they'll play dirty, right? They're all digging away just in time to raise the entire school's strength to cultivate Lin Ran alone. These aristocratic schools are clearly giving up on one-on-one matches, and want to create as much trouble for Lin Ran as possible in team battles where they can surround him. Amidst the murmurs, the door to the conference room was pushed open and a clerk led Lin Ran in. Several lines of sight all landed on Lin Ran, and the room was speechless for a moment. Lin Ran shrugged and said, "Isn't it time to discuss countermeasures?" Principal Lee signaled the clerk to go out, and after seeing the door close, he sighed and said, "This session of the Citywide High School League, how about withdrawing? The 3 major noble high schools are clearly going to team up to target you in this league, wanting you to get a particularly poor grade, and then definitely make a big hype to diminish the impact you'll have on them in the future." Principal Lee was well aware of the reason for this. That educational foundation affiliated with the Lee's consortium might have been instructed by Li Ziqi, but it belonged more to pushing the envelope. Essentially, it was still the 3 major noble high schools that had nothing to do with Lin Ran's rise, and there was no way out except to choose to join forces. No need to withdraw. Lin Ran shook his head, his voice calmly said, "The day before, when I challenged the 3 noble high schools, I already expected to be set on fire, and I plan to act alone. Not having a team member doesn't have much of an impact on me. At best, when I fight with the strongest teams for the survivor, I'll suffer a few losses on the front, but there aren't many varsity teams in total that can suppress me, so I can just pay attention to it. Moreover, I can rely on selling survivors in the survival match, and use the battle to advance to the finals with a stronger strength. The Wednesday before the finals will allow the contestants to take a day off, and I'll also be able to get in advance on the live bandwagon." Mentioning enhancing his strength, Lin Ran did not embarrass himself and directly said, "Principal, the sum of money that the city is going to give me, will it be released next Wednesday?" Upon hearing this, Principal Lee furrowed his brows and said indignantly, "Each and every one of them are afraid to take responsibility. They have to ask the state's general administration to give approval. I'd like to see this time. The face of the public school is about to be trampled underfoot by the aristocratic high school. Will they still be able to tolerate it? I'll make a call, wait for me for a while." Principal Lee took and walked out, and after more than 10 minutes, he returned back. The angry color on his face, relieved a lot. Lin Ran saw the signs and said, agreed to send it down. "Well, today will do. Now follow me to the city's education department. How much blood containing high energy liquid is there?" "Unlimited." Principal Lee glanced at Lin Ran, "All the way for you to complete the blood nourishment." Lin Ran suddenly felt that it was a good thing for his teammate to be poached. Chapter 72 Lin Ran's Inequality. The news of the almost collective withdrawal of the martial artists from Shanghai No. 1 High School was quickly circulated under the impetus of some well-intentioned people, especially in the major public schools, setting off a violent storm. "I kind of want to explode. This aristocratic high school doesn't talk about rules at all in order to press Lin Ran. Disgusting. The more the 3 noble high schools are like this, the more it shows that they're afraid of Lin Ran. The suppression effect always comes out, so I don't know how long Lin Ran will have to delay if he wants to get a good result in the team battle. My trolling on the internet just now was deleted. Without the 3 noble high schools standing behind this, I'm going to die head over heels. After the St. Summer's new calendar, everyone is able to live and work in peace and happiness, but the sky is still a bit dark and it's hard to see the sun." Bold. In addition to being surprised by Lin Ran's encounter, many students felt more emotions of indignation. The behavior and attitude of the three noble high schools was clearly an abuse of power and bullying. The higher-ups of the Shanghai City Education Department were initially equally furious, but when Lin Ran arrived, the emotions in their hearts were gradually replaced by shock. 300 blood containing high-energy liquids already, right? This kid is still taking it? We have the amount of the purchase price, but it has to be around $30 million. The point is that he hasn't finished yet. Cough. Why do I feel a little careless? It doesn't matter, just spend more. The more Lin Ran consumes, it means a high-strength boost, and the more we can strike a blow against the three noble high schools in tomorrow's league. Transfer another box of blood containing high-energy liquid and send it over. Inside a cultivation room, Lin Ran sat quietly, his hands pinching seals and cultivating with a deep heart. With the supply of surging medicinal power, the power around his body was like a rocket igniting a jet, climbing furiously. 300 tons. 310 tons. 320 tons. Several hours later, Lin Ran's body shook as an ascending wave swept out. In his internal vision, the blood in all parts of his body took on a deep red color, permeated with an internalized frenzy, like the deepest lava under a huge volcano. Once it erupted, it was unstoppable. He had completed raising his blood. The force around his body reached 360 tons. This was not just a simple numerical increase, there was a qualitative change brought about by consummation. Lin Ran's eyes were slightly closed, and without rushing to check his current strength, he proceeded to run the Great Sun Gene method. Buzz! In a split second, the blood in his body was like boiling, rushing and surging, and the realm barrier of an advanced martial artist was like a piece of glass that had been impacted by ultrasonic waves, with cracks appearing one after another. The other day, Lin Ran had seriously projected his progress, and within a week after completing the blood nourishment, he could give birth to substantial chi and blood, and advance to senior martial artist. Now, it seemed that it was going to be even faster. Fate is indeed impermanent. Lin Ran squeezed his fist, sensing the thick feeling of power, and pursed out a smirk. The three great aristocracies had poached the martial arts students of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School in an attempt to weaken the overall strength of the varsity team and suppress his performance in the league. It was just that this purpose could now be declared a direct failure. Even without a martial artist as a teammate, the overall strength of the varsity team is still stronger than before. Lin Ran's eyes brightened as he rose to leave. Between his steps, he was unusually smooth, with a vague hint of heaviness, like a great mountain or an abyss. This was rare amongst advanced martial artists. Principal Lee had been waiting in the corridor outside the door, and when he saw Lin Ran come out, he asked half nervously and half expectantly, "Finished raising the blood, how's the level of enhancement?" Lin Ran nodded and smiled. "As far as I'm concerned, personally, I'm very satisfied." Satisfied is good. A hand of the education department stepped over, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His gaze fell towards Lin Ran. "The fight between students should be pure, while on the field, it's always strength that speaks. I hope that in tomorrow's citywide high school league, you can lead your team to put up a good performance." Lin Ran's eyes flashed, smiled, and said, "Okay." A few people didn't talk much, and after a brief exchange, Principal Lee left with Lin Ran. On the car back to the school, Principal Lee glanced at Lin Ran in the passenger seat and said, "See what Administrator Chu is hinting at." Lin Ran shrugged his shoulders and said, "Understandably, I spent tens of millions of dollars of the education department's budget on this cultivation, and not coming back with good results will definitely make it a bit difficult for these executives to account for it." Principal Lee lightly exhaled and mused, "Your situation is clear to the education department's senior management, otherwise Director Chu wouldn't have to sidestep the hints. Don't be too pressured, put your mind at ease and just play normally." Lin Ran raised his head and gazed at the high sun outside the car window, smiling lightly. "To be honest, I don't really have much pressure." The completion of the blood nourishment had boosted his battle power tremendously, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a quantum leap. Lin Ran thought to himself that the person he was before this cultivation, combined with the three high-level martial artists Qin Ming, Sui Chen, and Zhang Li, couldn't defeat the current him. Coupled with the ease of moving alone, it wasn't difficult to get a good score. The most crucial thing was that he was breaking through the realm very quickly. Once he was promoted to senior martial artist in the tournament. Lin Ran closed his eyes and operated the Great Sun Gene method, mobilizing the energy contained within his blood to flow through his limbs and bones, constantly impacting the barrier of the advanced realm. Chapter 73 Great Day Heavenly Figure. Not seeing the heavenly day. It wasn't long before Principal Lee and Lin Ran returned to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Good strength. Yi Tingyun stepped over, sizing up Lin Ran, who had gotten out of the car, and said, "Come with me." Good. The two of them arrived at Lin Ran's exclusive training room. Yi Tingyun then closed the door and lifted his hand to press it. The curtains on the wall all fell down, isolating the light from outside. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and teased, "Why do I get the feeling that something extraordinary is about to happen? Don't really want others to notice just yet." Yi Tingyun shook his head, and between the flip of his hand, he took out a piece of glass from his storage device, palm-sized, like a fully transparent screen, presenting a fiery burning star. Lin Ran gazed at it, immediately realizing that it was not constructed from simple light and shadow. The burning star within the glass contained substantial energy within it, vaguely revealing a pale aura that was very extraordinary. "What is this?" "The heavenly diagram of the Great Sun genetic law." Yi Tingyun raised his hand and handed it out. Lin Ran took it in surprise, repeatedly examined it, and said, "The key to opening the human body's heavenly gate?" Because his strength had progressed rapidly, he hadn't looked through various martial theories. An advanced martial artist who quenched his bones once had a chi and blood ceiling of around 1,000 calories, and after completing it, if he wanted to go further, he needed to observe the heavenly diagram of the genetic method he was practicing in order to open the heavenly gate that was embedded in the depths of the human body. The heavenly diagram, which could not be described in verbal text, contained information that was all metaphysical and mysterious meanings. Therefore, it was quite difficult to reproduce, making it difficult to circulate on a large scale. In the old calendar era, classes were strict, and even if senior martial artists from ordinary backgrounds reached the upper limit of chi blood, they still had no chance of obtaining it, and usually had to sell their lives to the big powers. Fortunately, after the new calendar of the Holy Summer, the martial way is enlightened, the government announced 9-gene law, all citizens can learn for free. Even the heavenly diagram, as usual, was free. However, one needs to have a chi blood of 1,000 calories to apply to observe. Lin Ran rubbed the heavenly diagram in his hand and said curiously, "Some of the heavenly diagrams I saw online look like, followed differently, all presented in the form of scrolls." Yi Tingyun nodded and said, "Those are ordinary heavenly diagrams. When the Sacred Summer's senior management spent a large price to study them, the cost of reproduction is relatively acceptable. This one is an initial heavenly diagram, refined by a strong king sealer. The information contained within is all the same, but the meaning is much stronger, and there are some invisible benefits for cultivation. When I retired, I still had some of my merit left unused, so I was just able to exchange for a copy of the initial heavenly diagram." Yi Tingyun recounted briefly and said, "Normally, it is only necessary for advanced martial artists to observe the heavenly diagram after their chi and blood have reached the upper limit, but you have a high level of enlightenment and a chi and blood limit of up to 4,900 calories, so you can get in touch with it in advance." Gazing at this initial celestial diagram, Lin Ran pursed his lips, and an extra touch of complexity appeared in his eyes. Sealed king powerhouses, overlooking the world, anything involving them could not possibly be linked to cheapness. Thinking of the heavy armor breaker body, Guan Lao, and a straight blade. Lin Ran took a deep breath and said with a serious expression, "Instructor Yi, thank you. Don't think too much, my pattern is still big." Yi Tingyun revealed a faint smile. "As long as you can become a super strong person in the future and hold down the sacred summer, everything is worth it." Saying that, he raised his hand and pressed it, activating the heavenly diagram of the Great Sun genetic law. Click. The glass shattered, and the stars inside rose up into the air, penetrating into Lin Ran's brow, as if inheriting a spiritual martial art. Many information surged in, inscribed deep in his mind. It was a while before the process ended. An abrupt beep sounded in Lin Ran's mind immediately afterward. Your Great Sun genetic method of observing the heavenly diagrams continues to be cultivated at the instinctive level. Your blood is flowing, and the Great Sun gene law's perception continues to deepen. Lin Ran felt pleasantly surprised, but his countenance remained unchanged as he sunk his mind into his comprehension, gradually noticing that these new senses were somewhat similar to the spiritual martial promotion to the ultimate realm, with heaven and earth meanings embedded within. Next, Lin Ran's mind moved, running the Great Sun gene method. However, there was no sign of a change in cultivation. 360 tons of peripheral strength was already the limit of the human body's blood nourishment. Lin Ran thought for a moment and probed out a hand, mobilizing the heaven and earth intent to try and draw on the energy of the heavens and earth. Immediately, a difficult feeling surged through his heart, very different from mobilizing the spirit martial of the inquisitive realm, as if there was a thick layer of diaphragm that covered him without leaving any dead ends, completely unable to control the energy around him. On the side, Yi Tingyun could see Lin Ran's intentions. He couldn't help but smile and reminded, "If you want to mobilize the energy between heaven and earth through the genetic method, you need to open the human body's heavenly gate, connecting to heaven and earth. Relying on the inquisitive realm and observing the heavenly diagram alone, you can't do it." "Fine." Lin Ran shrugged. There's no rush, you can definitely open the heavenly gate, try again later. Yi Tengyun had a heavy smile on his face. The next focus of your cultivation is still to break through the boundary earlier, advance to senior martial artist, and grow your chi and blood. No problem. Lin Ran agreed sharply. It was true that he didn't need to spend energy on enlightenment. The cultivation of the Great Sun Gene method was his instinct, his blood flowed non-stop, and his senses rose constantly. Yi Tengyun thought about it and mentioned tomorrow's citywide high school league, saying, the tournament system requires 4 people to sign up, martial artists who are still in school. Besides you, only Subai's daughter is left, she can be called to compete. For the rest of the 2 slots, the school will pick from amongst the prospective martial artists. What do you have in mind? Lin Ran thought for a moment, and directly said, those with excellent eyesight and stance will do. The evolution realm was too far away from him, and could only help find a survivor. Right. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and said, it's best to also be eloquent and have an infectious speech. Yi Tengyun froze for a moment and said unexpectedly, what's the use of this ability? Although the league is chaotic, each varsity team pursues results, there's not much room for negotiation. Lin Ran lightly raised his eyebrows and asked rhetorically, Instructor Yi, remember what the essence of survival is taught in biology class? Superiority and inferiority? Right. But it's the absolute law of the jungle. Lin Ran smiled meaningfully, human society is different, there are both strong and weak, the latter will be able to coexist through various nominal protection fees. The corners of Yi Tengyun's mouth twitched up, roughly hearing Lin Ran's meaning. Selling survivors. Lin Ran had even talked about this in the meeting before, and he had an impression. It was just that in the past, when trading survival weapons in the survival tournament, there were at most a dozen or so teams, with no more than 1 or 2 per team. Lin Ran wanted to find an eloquent one. How many was this going to be ready to sell? The following day, Monday, May 15th. Lin Ran took the varsity team's exclusive bus and headed to a harbor in Shanghai City, encountering quite a few school vehicles along the way, all going in the same direction. The venue for the citywide high school league was not in the city, and was located on an overseas island called Dragon Gate Island. Initially, the island was a weapons research and development base for the military, but later it was no longer in use and was handed over to the Shanghai municipal government to manage, serving as an overseas prison for more than a decade, and limited by the cost of maintenance, it gradually became a drill ground, used for law enforcement agencies such as the Public Security Department and the Night Patrol Division for special training. Because of the excellent facilities, coupled with the fact that there is a lot of empty time, in recent years it has been the first choice of venue for the city's high school league. Windward Harbor. The departure port for the participants to Dragon Gate Island. One campus bus after another drove in, lining up in a long line. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of them. This was only part of it, more varsity teams were still on their way. Shanghai City had 7 counties under its jurisdiction, with a total population of over 90 million people, and all high schools were able to participate as long as they could gather 4 students from the upper 3rd stage of the evolutionary realm. There were a total of 352 schools that had signed up for this league. Most of the varsity teams had already arrived by the time Shanghai First High School's bus arrived at the harbor, and when they saw Lin Ran get off the bus, the atmosphere in the vicinity steeply warmed up. Lin Ran actually didn't withdraw from the competition. It's true that super geniuses all have pride that can't be suppressed. It's a pity, originally the team of Shanghai No. 1 High School was Lin Ran plus 3 advanced martial artists, the overall strength was at the top of the list, and there was even a possibility of winning the championship, but now it's even been reduced to being on the same team as quasi martial artists, and the survival match won't even be able to get through. The 3 major noble high schools can buy off the media, but those of us who have personally participated are clear that they are afraid, so they play dirty. No matter what, the tournament is not good. What's the difference between this and competing alone? We can only wait for next year's today, when all of them will come back with a vengeance, and one person will press the varsity team of the 3 major nobles to beat them violently. A murmur rose and fell, and the surrounding varsity members who had noticed Lin Ran all cast their eyes over, their gazes filled with sympathy and regret. Su Wanyue followed behind Lin Ran and couldn't help but purse her red lips, feeling somewhat powerless. The other 2 quasi-martial artists lowered their heads, similarly not saying a word. It was certainly a good thing to be selected by the school to compete, but the current competition environment was a real blow to the mind. Depart. Lin Ran's face was colorless as he swept back. Don't worry about other people's opinions, the final results of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School will exceed everyone's expectations. Saying that, Lin Ran walked ahead and led the 3 to the meeting point. Midway, as he passed by a luxury bus in the parking lot, the varsity team that was getting off the bus caught Lin Ran's sight. 3 of them he recognized. Li Ziqi, Fu Qingfeng, and Cheng Hanyun, who possessed an equal damage ability. It was none other than Wang Quan Middle School's varsity team. The last player, with a sturdy body that was 2 meters tall, carried a huge steel shield on his back and appeared to be a high-level martial artist who excelled in strength and defense. At this moment, the 4 of them similarly noticed the passing Lin Ran, and all of them raised their eyes to stare. "Hello again." Li Ziqi revealed a faint smile and said, "This time, think there's still sun in the sky?" Lin Ran didn't stop and crossed over with a step, leaving behind only an indifferent voice. "I will let you know what it means to not see the sun in the sky." Chapter 74, highly emotional saying, observation streams aid in leveling streams, straightforward saying, one god with 3 eyes. At 9 in the morning, the sun blazed. All 352 varsity teams were assembled and divided into 7 squares, each boarding a ship and sailing to Dragon Gate Island. Lin Ran's 4 men were assigned to the number 3 vessel, which corresponded to the number 3 boarding area of Longmen Island. Accompanying them was a vice principal surnamed Chen. The league allowed each school to send 1 person in charge to the island, so that if the varsity team encountered some unforeseen circumstances, they could be dealt with in a timely manner. After boarding the boat, each varsity team lined up in order to receive the equipment needed for the game. It was very brief. A pair of headsets, a wristwatch, plus a combat backpack. "Everyone check, don't get any bad equipment," Vice Principal Chen instructed. "Contacting the outside world is not allowed during the competition, and when you arrive at the 3rd island boarding area in a little while, the 4 of you will be carrying your cell phones, tablets, and other communicators, and you'll have to hand them over to me. You can only contact each other through headsets. Remember, you must also protect them in battle. Once they are damaged and can't be replaced, it will be unfavorable for the competition afterwards." Vice Principal Chan aggravated his tone. Lin Ran checked the headset for a bit, then opened his wristwatch, which operated in a very simple manner, slightly clicking a few times, projecting a 3-dimensional map of Dragon Gate Island. Vice Principal Chen scanned the map and reminded, "This 3-dimensional map is very important to the fight for the survivor, although it won't directly display the location of the survivor, but as long as someone is carrying the survivor, his positioning will be displayed in the map, presenting a red dot that the other varsity teams can go forward to fight for." "Yes." Su Wanyu took over. "I read a lot of information last night, and in the survival match, if one finds a survivor, one cannot take it first, because once it is carried, it is forbidden to detach it from the body again unless it is snatched by other varsity teams. The intent of the survival match was still for the varsity teams to compete against each other." A quasi-martial artist team member did a little pondering and added, "There is also a certain risk in not taking it. The locations where the survivors are placed are all very conspicuous, and perhaps they will encounter other varsity teams that are looking for them, and when it comes time to fight for it, they might not be able to grab it. That's why there are many ways to play in the league." Su Wanyu nodded and said, "A 2-day survival match, with each day's match lasting 20 hours uninterrupted. The first day's survival match started at 12 o'clock noon today and ends at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, at 7:45 tomorrow morning, the island boarding area will open up again, and the varsity teams will have to bring the survival devices they grabbed back to their respective departing island boarding areas within this quarter-hour time frame before they can be considered to have completed their advancement." Lin Ran put on his headset and wristwatch, and casually said, "The last quarter-hour of the competition is usually the most intense, and most of the varsity teams that didn't find the survivor will come back early to block the door, and grab it in a chaotic battle." When he consulted the rules of the competition, he paid particular attention to this article. It's true that the door-blocking stream is the most common, but it's mostly forced and risky, so it can only be used as a backup plan. Su Wanyu looked serious. She did know this league well. On the first day of the survival match, only 100 varsity teams can advance, spread evenly across each island boarding area. They can only bring back 15 survivors. They still have to go out and search for them. Among them, there are a lot of mainstream playing styles. The overall strength of the varsity team is strong, so they can choose to hold the flow of the team, and the players are not separated from each other. There are players with fast stances on the team. As usual, they can directly carry the survivor and go for the kite flow style of play. Or, guard around the found survivor, ambush it, and adopt the stream. Su Wanyu narrated as if she were counting her treasures. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell towards Lin Ran and she coughed lightly, saying, "Team Captain, what fighting method do we mainly use?" Lin Ran already had an idea, said, "We don't hold a group, the 3 of you spread out from each other, take the direction I'm traveling forward as the main focus, look for survivors towards the 2 sides, after discovering it, don't carry it, directly inform me of my position, pay attention to circumventing other varsity teams, don't need to risk snatching it, and execute the absolute observational streaming strategy." Su Wanyu thought for a moment and said, "What about you?" "I'm even simpler." Lin Ran grinned, revealing his white teeth. "I'll go straight for the leveling stream." At these words, Su Wanyue ground her teeth and glanced at her two quasi-martial artist teammates, similarly speechless. The observation stream combined with the leveling stream sounded quite lofty, and was essentially the one god with three eyes of electronic tactical competitive games. However, the three of them were clear in their hearts that with the gap between them and Lin Ran, even if they were replaced with the three hanging students, the impact would be minimal. Adopting a thigh-hugging style of play would be the most favorable to the team. More than a child's time later, Dragon Gate Island appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was the middle of summer, the island was lush and green, the waves crashed into white foam, and every now and then, birds of prey swept by. This was a round island. The meaning of Dragon Gate and its name originated from a thermal weapon developed by the military back then, and had nothing to do with the terrain. 7 island boarding areas, separated by basically the same distance, built along the island, 200 to 300 meters long and wide, with old buildings inside, all left by the military back then, now cleaned and numbered, used to give each varsity team a resting state. There are 352 varsity teams, nearly evenly distributed. Each boarding area had about 200 students. The third island boarding area, where Shanghai First Middle School was located, was divided into one more team, with a total of 51 teams, which were already assembled in front of the main gate, with the atmosphere permeated with a sense of anxiety. Lin Ran stood in the crowd, his eyes swept over and saw quite a few familiar faces. He had fought with quite a few senior martial artists from key high schools at the exchange meeting held by Shanghai No. 1 Middle School last week. Su Wanyue was similarly sizing up, and after quickly skimming through, she lowered her voice and said, "The three major noble high schools aren't in the same district as us, but there's a noble high school second only to them, Guangyao High School, whose team members are all advanced martial artists, and there's also a top key high school, Shanghai No. 3 High School, whose overall strength is estimated to be even stronger." Lin Ran's gaze was calm as he said, "There's no need to be too concerned about this, the survival tournament is just different from the Dengdao district, the field belongs to one, and all the teams will have a chance to encounter it." "That's not what I meant." Su Wanyue gently shook her head and reminded, "I'm trying to say that if these two teams are unlucky and fail to find the survivor, they will definitely block the door when they return in the end. Even though third middle school is the same public school as us, there won't be any camaraderie to speak of in front of advancement." Lin Ran's voice was slightly deep, this couldn't be better. Hearing this, Su Wanyue pursed her lips and looked at Lin Ran with a somewhat complicated gaze. She knew that Lin Ran's strength was far superior to hers, but there was always only one high-end combatant in the team, and the teams of the three major noble high schools would be jointly targeting them, so in this situation, Lin Ran seemed to give her a feeling of being a little too calm and collected. The sun on the sea was rising higher and higher, blazing and scorching, as if it was going to obliterate all the shade on the island. The atmosphere in the 7 island boarding areas became increasingly hot. At 12 o'clock noon, with a shrill voice that resounded throughout the island, the Mountain and Sea City High School League officially kicked off. Chapter 75. This player's playing style, there are a billion points of abnormality. Amidst the sound, all the players surged out, scattering like fireworks on Dragon Gate Island, heading to various places in search of survivors. At the same time, the probes, surveillance, and flight detectors on all parts of the island were all filming. The reason why this league was chosen to be held on Dragon Gate Island had a lot to do with the perfect filming system. After all, it was a martial arts extravaganza in Shanghai City, involving the top students of all the major martial arts high schools, and it had a great deal of attention in the private sector, and the broadcasting fees alone were astronomical, not to mention the advertisements that were inserted in the middle once in a while, so the requirements for filming the images were very high. However, even if Dragon Gate Island's filming system could capture all the teams, there was always only one live broadcast screen presented. The teams that were chosen would naturally start with the top high schools first. Later on, different weights would be assigned as the excitement of each player's competition increased. The guide chooses the first team, from the city's most senior key high school, Shanghai No. 1 High School, and the star player on their team is none other than Lin Ran, who's been on the rise in recent days. A male commentator's voice rang out. The level of explanation was very strong, responsible for a number of large-scale martial arts tournaments. The captain of the Shanghai No. 1 middle school team is also Lin Ran, choosing to play in a 4-scattered search, a very bold but helpless move. The gap between the strength of the 3 teammates and his is too great, moving together will only slow him down. On the side, there sat a female commentator with a high face value, a female host that the TV station would regularly promote. However, to be able to tune into a league of this size, the same hard work had been put in. Student Lin Ran doesn't have a good relationship with the city's 3 major aristocratic high schools. If you act alone, you need to be careful and watch out. Once you encounter them, it's highly likely that you'll drop out of the tournament midway through. The probability is not great. The male commentator laughed and cooperated. The survival tournaments venues are all over the island, so as long as Lin Ran is a bit more cautious, he can circumvent it in advance. In the middle of the conversation, the screen of the live broadcast changed again. The Pear Blossom Women's team has chosen to split in two, with the captain moving in with Phongling, searching along the seashore, and the Chu family's twin sisters traveling with them to the depths of Dragon Gate Island. Wang Quan Middle School's team is very confident, setting off at the end, and also acting together with 4 people. It seems that they intend to directly block the gate of the number 1 island boarding area if they can't find the survivor. I don't know, if Li Jiqi is leading the team, they do have the strength. Indeed, from the pre-game analysis, Wangquan High School has the highest probability of winning the championship this year, surpassing the second-place Yua Girls High School by a large margin. There are 2 key high school teams that are also deep into the island, and looking at the direction of advancement, there is actually not much difference with Lin Ran. It seems that the loss of 3 teammates, Qin Ming, Sui Chen, and Tenshin, has drastically reduced the intimidating power at Shanghai No. 1 High School. Dragon Gate Island. Lin Ran traveled all the way forward, pointing straight to the center of the island, casting Phantom 9 flashes the entire time. His speed was extremely fast. When he met a wall, he crossed over, and when he saw a tree, he walked through it. It didn't take long for a deserted building area to come into his eyes, emerald green vines crawling all over the walls, lush and full of life. Above the iron door covered with vines, there was a metal card hanging, reflecting the sunlight, bright and dazzling, particularly eye-catching. It was precisely the survivor. The league set up this concept in order to test how each team could choose and execute appropriate tactics in a chaotic battle situation. Force is certainly important, but the ability to accurately judge the situation is also a quality that cannot be ignored. Suppressing the entire field with martial arts was always a special case of a few heavenly prides. Good luck! Lin Ran's gaze flickered as he reversed his direction and headed for the complex's iron gate. At this moment, the images captured by the probes around the iron gate were selected by the guide team and presented in the live broadcast. Wow! Mr. Lin Ran's luck is very good. Being the first to discover a survivor. The female commentator said in an exaggerated tone. This isn't mere luck. The male commentator's gaze flickered. Even if Lin Ran was in full rush, the speed of going so deep into such a long distance in such a short period of time was quite frightening, and the few teams that didn't differ much from his direction couldn't even see a shadow. The female commentator matched, with such a high level of stance, it seems like you can go for the kite flow. Not quite right. The male commentator pondered and analyzed. Lin Ran's popularity is now momentarily unrivaled. It's not just the teams of the 3 noble high schools that have their eyes on him, other powerful players, including the Mountain and C3 high schools, which is in the same Dengdao district as Lin Ran, may take a shot at him, and adopting a kite flow style of play would be very exhausting, and would not be conducive to the matches that would come afterward. In that case, the female commentator thought for a moment. Lin Ran's classmates can adopt an ambush stream play style. Not bad. Lin Ran's strength is considered very impressive amongst the advanced martial artists competing this time, and it's estimated that only the captains of the 3 noble high school varsity teams can steadily overwhelm him. Hiding in the bushes around the iron gate to ambush the approaching team is a very good playstyle. Just as the 2 commentators were analyzing, Lin Ran arrived below the iron gate. In the midst of many astonished gazes, his movements didn't stop for a second as he took a step forward, poking out his right hand and picking up the survivor pinned to the iron gate. Buzz! In an instant, the wristwatches worn by the more than 1,400 players on Dragon Gate Island all shook. Tapping on the 3-dimensional map, a red dot presented itself, drawing attention. Finding the survivor so quickly and picking it up straight away, it seems to be the top varsity team. It's also possible that it's a more reckless newcomer who's just a bit lucky. I've tagged this person to see if it will refresh. If it's taken away before long, it's designated as a rookie. The attention of many players was attracted, and each of them talked about it. Inside the studio, the female commentator let out a light laugh and said, Mr. Jiang, it looks like I guessed right. Student Lin Ran is going to go for the kite flow. The male commentator's tone was feigned helplessness as he said, alright, count me out, but in that case, I'm even more excited for Lin Ran's next move. Chapter 76, My Survivor, on whom? Dragon Gate Island. A complex dense with vines. Lin Ran put away his card, tipped his toes, crossed over the iron gate, and entered the complex to search. Between survivors, they usually weren't too close to each other, though there were exceptions from time to time where the possibility of a second one existed. No. After quickly searching in a circle, Lin Ran shook his head and moved to leave the complex, the emotions in his heart very calm. Actively searching for survivors was just one of the ways he acquired them. After a while, the red dots on the three-dimensional map would gradually increase, so as long as the distance was suitable, he could go over and grab them. Lin Ran proceeded to go deeper into the island. Not more than a few minutes later, there was a buzzing sound, and the wristwatch worn on his left hand gently shook. Lin Ran opened the three-dimensional map, and a second red dot appeared, only it was far from his position, on the opposite side of the sea. The number is still too small, let's focus on active searching first. Lin Ran turned off his wristwatch and continued on his way. The summer island had excellent scenery, and as he passed through a coconut grove, the voice of his quasi-martial artist teammate Wang Changyu rang out in his earpiece with a hint of excitement. Team Lin, I found a survivor, on this side of the power plant. Not bad, find a place to hide and wait for me to go over. Lin Ran raised his head and looked at the sun, and after determining his bearings, he reversed his direction and quickly rushed there. The deepening of his martial arts cultivation was also an enhancement to his life level. As early as when he completed 3 bone tempering sessions, he could already forget many pieces of information. Now, just by scanning the three-dimensional map, all kinds of details were memorized, and after a slight recollection, they could emerge clearly. On the other side, Lin Ran's movements and conversation with his teammates immediately caught the attention of the guide team, once again cutting the live broadcast to him. Is Mr. Lin Ran going to get the second survivor? The female commentator was instantly puzzled. The kite flow style of play doesn't require more survivors. Once they're blocked, they'll all be robbed. The male commentator rubbed his chin. It's very strange to say to his teammates. Lin Ran didn't need to travel, to say to bring his teammates to act. It's even more impossible. The strongest of the three, Su Wanyue, is far from Lin Ran, worlds apart. At this time, the guide team split the live broadcast's camera in two, adding an additional screen. 2 similar-looking girls, running swiftly, in front of them, stood a deserted factory building, with 2 huge cooling towers situated in the center, the most eye-catching. It was none other than the island's power plant. Shanghai No. 1 High School is in trouble. The direction that the twins from Pear Blossom Women's High School, Chu Yao and Chu Yu, are traveling forward, is likewise the power plant. With the perception of an advanced martial artist, there is a high probability that Wang Changyu, who is hiding, will be discovered. For a while, whether it was the 2 commentators or the many spectators, their hearts were beating a little faster. Whoosh! Lin Ran's body was like a fast wind, extremely swept all the way, but suddenly, Wang Changyu's voice rang out in his earphone, extraordinarily panicked. Team Lin, not good. I've been attacked by Pear Blossom Girls High School. Before Wang Changyu could finish his words, there was a bang, heavy and powerful, drowning out his voice. Immediately afterward, a light voice rang out, flooded with a pleasant smile. Lin Ran, Pear Blossom Girls High School Chu Yao, greetings to you. The survival tournament is only about survival of the best and the worst. This survivor will take it. Chu Yu took the headset and faintly said, gain and cost are always the same. You have to be prepared for this when you set up your flag in my Pear Blossom Girls High School that day. After saying that, 2 slender fingers fired, and with a bang, they pinched and burst the pair of earphones, not giving Lin Ran a chance to put words in his mouth. The 2 sisters looked at each other, both feeling that the expression on Lin Ran's face at this moment would definitely be wonderful. Only, what Chu Yao and Chu Yu couldn't see was that there wasn't a single change in Lin Ran's complexion, only that the gusts of wind pressed out by his figure grew sharper and sharper, seeming to tear the air apart. Lin Ran actually didn't give up? Although the voices of these twins are similar, with Lin Ran's cultivation, he should be able to tell that it's 2 different people. The 2 commentators in the studio, their tones were astonished, completely unable to see what kind of fight Lin Ran was going to use. Take this survivor and go meet up with the captain. Yes, a survivor, it's enough for us to advance. Our next task is to find Lin Ran and make him withdraw. Chu Yao stepped forward and picked up this survivor. With the strength of their top strong team, even if they exposed their whereabouts, they still weren't afraid of others coming to rob them. As a matter of fact, more teams would avoid the Pear Blossom Girls High School's logo from afar when they saw it, fearing a head-on encounter. She raised her wristwatch, opened the 3-dimensional map, and as usual, she checked, and surprisingly, she saw that not far from their a red dot was coming at great speed, delaying a tail flame like light shadow, like a meteor that penetrated the atmosphere. Coming at us? Chu Yao's eyes glanced over, slightly surprised. Who could it be? Chu Yu raised her eyebrows and laughed softly. It can't be Lin Ran, being pissed off by the 2 of us, killing alone? The survivor that the 2 had found was located right on the rooftop of the tallest building in the power plant, with a wide view, and at this time, they raised their eyes together, wanting to see the identity of the person who had come. The twins were very calm, not panicking in the slightest. Before the match, the 3 noble high schools had communicated privately that this time, the citywide high school league would mainly suppress Lin Ran, and would not fight each other until it was absolutely necessary. With the strength of the two of them, even if they encountered the top teams of the public schools, they would be able to stall until the captain arrived with his men. If it's really Lin Ran, it's really convenient for us. Don't underestimate him. He was able to strongly defeat Fu Qingfeng. Against either of us, we're probably able to beat him head to head, but with the two of us joining forces, it's enough to wrap him up. Xu Yao and Xu Yu were emboldened, stopping to survey, only the distance was too far away, and for a moment they were somewhat unable to see. But the next moment, the pupils of the two sisters, all of them shrunk dramatically. Puff! Icy cold sharp fluctuations came to the surface. A battle spear constructed by thunder mixed with electric arcs appeared in the two sisters' line of sight, piercing through the sky, killing at an extremely fast speed. The spear of heavenly punishment. Not good. Xu Yao and Xu Yu hurriedly dodged, but this spear of heavenly punishment, which was swift and unrivaled, had already killed in the middle of the two, directly exploding in the air, pouring out a terrifying destructive force. Boom! The entire upper part of the building, nearly all of it crumbled, stones linked with steel bars splashed everywhere, smoke was everywhere, and it shot up into the sky. Xu Yu and Xu Yao flew out horizontally, nearly falling to the ground, relying on their qi and blood to barely stabilize their forms. Above the two fair and pretty faces, several blood marks were cut out by the stones, flooding them with fiery pain. However, the two sisters all ignored it and hurriedly raised their heads to look up above the building. The thick smoke and dust rose violently, and two brilliant electric ons ran out from it, blazing and severe. My survivor, on whom? Chapter 77, When you meet, you will know clearly. The smoke and dust above the building was thick and hundreds of meters high, but it couldn't block the bright electric light, like the lead-colored clouds in the sky being torn apart by thunder, enough for the two sisters to look at the figure that was shooting out electricity. It was none other than Lin Ran without a doubt. Xu Yao and Xu Yu's eyes were horrified as they tilted their heads, locking onto the slender figure in the smoke. These days, with Lin Ran's strong rise, the Heaven's Wrath, a spirit martial art that had been sealed away for a long time, had once again come into the view of many people, especially for the contestants sent out by the three noble high schools to participate in the competition. They were even more familiar with each and every one of the Heaven's Wrath's moves. The thunderous battle spear that broke through the air just now, the two sisters instantly recognized that it was none other than the Spear of Heaven's Punishment. This killing move, with penetration as its specialty, pursued a single attack, but the might that had just exploded in the air and raged out, had already made the two feel palpitations in their hearts. In other words, Lin Ran's true attack and kill ceiling. Xu Yao took a deep breath, suppressed her agitation, and immediately said, "Captain, we've been attacked by Lin Ran, his strength exceeds the prediction, please come at full speed." Saying that, Xu Yao took a step on the ground, propelling her body to rush towards the tall building. Xu Yu followed closely behind, adding, "My sister and I will use every means possible to hold him back." Shine! A coldness erupted out, sweeping around Xu Yu, rushing and rising, condensing a variety of weapons to break through the air, wrapped in a powerful might to drown Lin Ran. On the side beside her, Xu Yao similarly burst out with all her might, surging qi and blood like a torrent, vast, breaking through the air to kill. The crowd watching tensed their hearts and minds. The coordination of the two sisters had the same heart. Together they detonated their might, incomparably strong, almost overflowing the screen. Lin Ran's face was expressionless as he watched this close-quarter punch, only lifting his right arm and swinging out with a fist. Roar! A huge roar resounded in all directions, and the smoke and dust that shot up into the sky exploded in a flash, all being torn apart by the sound wave, as if a high-energy bomb had been detonated in the air. A berserk tiger pounced out, scarlet eyes, ferocious and compelling. The might that raged out was full of misery and dominance. The moment it came into contact with Xu Yu's condensed weaponry, it shook a handful of weaponry that all broke apart and split into pieces. The torrent of killing moves evolved by Xu Yao was similarly no better. In the face of the tiger's wild killing might, it crumbled and splashed everywhere, like a flood hitting a dam that was as solid as gold, breaking apart. After that, the tiger then pounced across the sky, permeated with the intimidating aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and with a loud boom, drowned Xu Yao and Xu Yu's figures. The two figures once again flew out horizontally from the tall building, tracing a parabola-like trajectory and landing violently on the ground, so heavy that the granite-paved road collapsed and cracked horizontally. There's a big problem. What the hell? Bright red blood slid down along Xu Yao's and Xu Yu's hands, and the shocked emotions in their respective eyes became more and more intense. The killing moves that the two of them had jointly struck out were actually completely unable to carry Lin Ran's attack. Boom boom boom. Not waiting for Xu Yao and Xu Yu to catch their breath, Lin Ran's eyes stared, deafening thunderous sounds swept across the sky, countless thunderbolts penetrated down, wreaking horrifying destructive fluctuations, as if he wanted to destroy everything in the world. The two sisters hurriedly took steps and moved around, dodging the lightning strikes. Swish! Xu Yao had just avoided a lightning bolt that was hundreds of meters long when Lin Ran's figure came into view, blocking her way forward. A white fist, already raised, was poised to strike. Facing Lin Ran's attack, Xu Yao didn't dare to receive it hard anymore, taking a step across the room, wanting to avoid the front and then fight from the side in a roundabout way. Whoosh! Her footsteps had only fallen, powerful wind sounds smashed over. The Lin Ran who had thrown the punch was clearly still in her eyes, but another Lin Ran appeared on her side, lifting his leg and sweeping across. Phantom Break Shadow. Lin Ran's sweeping right leg straightened, sweeping out substantial energy, transforming into a blood whale that leapt out of the ocean, incomparably heavy, pressing out a sense of power that covered the sky. Giant Whale Power Kill. The most powerful killing move among the Beast King's 5 killing styles. Dang! Xu Yao's erected arms steeply contracted inwards, ruthlessly impacting on his chest. The power coming from Lin Ran's legs seemed unstoppable, shocking her so much that she couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Next, the whole person flew out backwards like a discharged cannonball, rising dozens of meters into the air, followed by a bang, directly crashing through the thick wall of the cooling tower behind her and falling in. Sis! Xu Yu's eyes changed, anger mixed with coldness, staring at Lin Ran with a deadly glare. You'll definitely have a worse end. The one you should be most worried about is yourself. Lin Ran stepped forward forcefully and swung out a fist with a terrifying sound, the sound of a dragon's roar covering the entire field. On! The glass of the entire power plant trembled as a pale dragon rushed out, similarly filled with a terrifyingly ferocious aura, breaking through the air and ruthlessly striking Xu Yu, whose face was flushed with a touch of panic. Thud! A bloodstained figure flew out horizontally, and with a thud, it crashed through the cooling tower that Xu Yao had just fallen into, falling down together. Lin Ran raised his hand and pressed, unfurling the endless thunder prison, a lightning bolt running through the sky, dense and huge, covering the entire massive cooling tower, pouring down like a waterfall. Xu Yao and Xu Yu couldn't break free at all, their pretty faces were blood red, and it was difficult to resist. When Lin Ran stepped into the thunder prison and personally attacked, the two sisters were even more unable to withstand it, retreating and bleeding. Several spiritual martial arts of the inquisitive realm were executed in turn, making Lin Ran unstoppable and striking a devastating suppression. Countless spectators watched their hearts and minds shake, amazed at the battle power displayed by Lin Ran. The two commentators in the studio were equally unsettled. Xu Yu and Xu Yao, the twins, were very strong, long renowned in Shanghai city high schools, and at the same time, being twins, they were adept at combining attacks, and under the two of them joining forces, even if they were to face a team from a top-key high school, they should all have been able to stall for a while, and not be as miserable as they were right now. Boom! Lin Ran raised his right arm high, holding a huge hammer of thunder, swinging it down in the air, pouring out a blazing white light that flooded the earth, like he was executing punishment on behalf of the heavens, merciless and powerful. The two delicate figures lay on the ground, unable to move, both losing their ability to act. Xu Yu's eyes closed, fainting on the spot. Xu Yao still survived some consciousness, looking at the indifferent teenager who came step by step, struggling to voice out a reminder. Team Captain, quickly withdraw. Never come over. Again. Click. A lightning bolt descended from the sky and penetrated into Xu Yao's body, causing her to tremble violently, fainting like Xu Yu next to her. Lin Ran came close, bent down, and reached out, taking out her earpiece. Xu Yao. Xu Yao. What's the current situation? The varsity captain of Pear Blossom Girls High School furrowed her brows, realizing that the situation wasn't right, and inquired in one voice after another, how much has Lin Ran's strength exceeded our predictions? Please reply if you hear me. At that moment, a calm male voice entered her ears. When the meeting takes place, you will be clear. Chapter 78, Dragon Gate Island Under the Clear Sky. Storms rise in all directions. As the words fell, the headset worn by the captain of the Pear Blossom Girls High School's varsity team resounded with a slight sound of electricity, caused by the sudden disconnection of communication. Her gaze was heavy as she gazed at the time on her wristwatch, her brows locked tightly. The moment she received Chu Yao's request for help, from now, was less than 10 minutes. In such a short period of time, two advanced martial artists with profound cultivation had suffered a crushing defeat? Fellow team member and Fengling stopped her steps and said in a complicated tone, Team Z, should we go over again? Team Z pondered for a while and directly shook his head. In less than 10 minutes, if I wanted to take down Xu Yao and Xu Yu, both of them would have to fight with fighting for their lives, not hesitating to exchange injuries for injuries. We're not sure of the exact situation right now, and going over there rashly would be very risky. In case we lose again, we'll be eliminated outright. The medics will send the two of them back to the island boarding area, and when the first day of the survival tournament is over, we'll go back and ask about it, and then we'll make plans. Okay. The conversation between the two was all captured by the nearby camera, clearly presented on the live broadcast. Many people watched as their hearts fluttered. The intimidating power that Lin Ran had struck in this battle was enough to rival the top teams on the field. I held my breath the entire time. The strength of Mr. Lin Ran exceeded the expectations of too many people, including me. The female commentator's voice was shocked. This varsity captain of Pear Blossom Girls High School, who was always ranked firmly in the top 5 in the various unified exams held throughout the city, was actually intimidated by Lin Ran's performance at this moment. The male commentator let out a long breath and lamented, "Lin Ran is somewhat overly strong." Among the students on Dragon Gate Island, in order of battle strength, can Lin Ran be ranked first? The female commentator's question provoked the curiosity of countless viewers. The male commentator rubbed his chin and pondered for a while before analyzing, "There's this possibility, the probability isn't small, but whether or not it can secure first place, we still have to see it in actual combat. It's always through the screen, it's impossible to accurately judge Lin Ran's level. But one thing is certain. The high school students who can compete with Lin Ran, the entire Shanghai city, 1 or 2 people at the top of the sky, and even only Wangquan Middle School's Li Jiqi, the captain of Evergreen Middle School's varsity team, is almost interesting in my opinion," the male commentator said with certainty. The female commentator suppressed the undulating emotions and said, "In this way, it seems that both Mr. Jiang and I guessed wrong. With Lin Ran's strength, neither need to ambush him, and even less need to escape. I'm afraid that the fighting method he adopted is an extremely violent leveling flow. When you meet a peak, you open a mountain, and when you see a river, you break the water." Hearing this, the male commentator nodded his head in agreement and smiled. It feels like a storm is about to rise on Dragon Gate Island. On the other side, the power plant. After crushing the headset in his hand, Lin Ran ripped open Xu Yao and Xu Yu's combat packs to find the survivor that Wang Changyu had found. Then, he walked towards the periphery of the power plant, and in one of the bushes on the western fence, he looked over to see Wang Changyu lying motionless on the ground, still in an unconscious state. Lin Ran reached out his hand and gently pressed it, slightly utilizing the wrath of heaven. Buzz! A proper electric shock sensation swept through Wang Changyu's entire body, causing him to wake up. Team Lin? Wang Changyu was initially a bit bewildered, and after coming back to his senses, he immediately said nervously, "Did you get that survivor?" With that, he raised his head and scanned for the rooftop where the survivor was located. Immediately, his gaze was stunned. The building was nearly half collapsed, covered in debris and disconnected steel bars, and not far from the 2 cooling towers, one was full of cracks and scorched black, nearly crumbling. "You fought off those 2 senior martial artists from Pear Blossom Girls High School?" Wang Changyu was incomparably surprised. Lin Ran casually pointed and said, "The 2 of them didn't run away, they're both lying underneath the cooling tower." Ah? Wang Changyu was a bit bewildered for a moment. Those were 2 senior martial artists. Moreover, he hadn't been carried away by the paramedics yet, indicating that not much time had passed since the press. Lin Ran didn't tell him much, and instructed, "You rest here for a little while longer, the tournament's medical team is expected to arrive soon, and at that time, you'll take a car to return to the island boarding area." Upon hearing this, Wang Changyu pursed his lips and said with some apologies, "Team Lin, I'm sorry, I didn't even make it through the first day of the survival race." With his headset destroyed and injuries on his body, it was difficult to play a role. The 2-day survival match was part of a whole, and the medics would only provide preliminary treatment to keep the injuries of the participants from worsening, and only after the survival match was over would they provide full treatment. Unless they withdrew early, or the entire team was all injured with no hope of advancing. Don't think nonsense, it's already good enough to find a survivor. Lin Ran smiled lightly. Moreover, Vice Principal Chen said that you're very eloquent, this is very important. Wang Changyu blinked in confusion. Take a break. Lin Ran let out a light laugh and took a step out, quickly moving away and disappearing into the distance. For the next period of time, Lin Ran relied on his extreme speed, searching the vast area and finding 3 more survivors. Su Wanyu had similarly made a discovery and helped Lin Ran find one. The other quasi-martial artist teammate, presumably not so lucky, had not been able to make any gains. The timing is almost right. Lin Ran lifted his wristwatch and tapped on the 3-dimensional map. A single red dot spread out, either stopping motionless or rapidly traveling through, numbering over 20. There's no need to look for them on your own anymore. Lin Ran scanned the 3-dimensional map, locking onto a red dot with the shortest straight line distance, moving to set off. Under the enhancement of the Phantom 9 flashes, he was like an arrow breaking through the air, shooting straight through. The guide team that had been keeping an eye on Lin Ran immediately noticed the situation and once again broadcast live with him as the target. The direction is heading straight for the team of the 10th Mountain and Sea High School. It seems like Lin Ran is preparing to make a grab for it. The female commentator lightly raised her eyebrows and said. The male commentator sked his tongue and said, a storm is about to rise on the island. I wonder what level it can reach. A square. The 4 players from the 10 Mountain and Sea middle schools were gathered, and as a team with 2 high-level martial artists in attendance, not many schools dared to find trouble with them. Thus, when a survivor was found, it was directly carried by the captain. The overall strength was here, and it had its own backbone, so there was no need to be too intimidated. Captain. Suddenly, an intermediate-level martial artist's eyes changed slightly, pointing at an extremely fast-moving red dot on the 3-dimensional map, and warned, this guy seems to be coming at us. Isn't the speed a bit too fast? I marked this red dot, and the guy who initially found the survivor really wasn't lucky. Which pervert is being targeted? You can't even run away. On guard. The 4 of them stood on guard, and before long, a slender figure appeared in their line of sight. Lin Ran? The captain at the head was quite surprised. He and the other senior martial artist in the team had sparred with Lin Ran at the exchange meeting held by Shanghai First High School last week. What are you looking for us for? To join forces against the varsity team of an aristocratic high school? No. Lin Ran was succinct, stepping straight into the square, grabbing the survival device. At those words, the atmosphere in the team, which had just eased somewhat, tensed up in an instant. Lin Ran, we've seen your strength before, you're one against many, you do have a chance to snatch our survival device, but the varsity teams of the 3 major noble high schools have their eyes on you, so why don't we find some allies to join us in the fight? The captain of the Mountain and Sea 10th High School said in a deep voice. Even if we don't make an alliance, one more public high school advancing can apportion the attention of those noble high school teams, which is also a good thing for you. Boom! Blazing thunderbolts descended from the sky, densely packed, sealing off the entire plaza and interrupting all 4 people's words. You guys thought of one thing wrong. Lin Ran's voice was clear and cold, his offense raging, with or without you guys, it has no effect on me. Thunderbolts struck one after another, occasionally interspersed with a monstrous roar that shook the sky. In less than 10 minutes, this square returned to calm. Lin Ran stepped out, for fallen figures lying behind him, and in the combat bag behind him, a new survivor was added. He opened the 3-dimensional map, chose a nearby red dot target, and traveled once again. Time passed bit by bit, the sun gradually dipped in the west, Lin Ran struck out everywhere, scrambling for the survivor, and the opponents he encountered, no matter if they were one-on-one or a team full of 4, all of them fought with a strong suppression effect. When the sun set, the number of survivors he obtained reached 15. There were only 100 survivors on the entire island. The point was that this first day of the tournament had not yet progressed past the halfway point. Many spectators were shocked, and the Shanghai city outside of Dragon Gate Island was a hot topic of discussion, especially among the students and education-related groups, which had already set off monstrous waves. Chapter 79, I'll let you guys work for nothing, this is a notice, not a deliberation. Lin Ran is still grabbing survivors. At this rate, shall we not reach the achievement of Enemy of the World on Dragon Gate Island? I have the strength, I'm even wilder than him, grabbing until no team on the entire island dares to mark red. Don't laugh, Lin Ran can be reckless in the survival battle, but in the final, all the teams will be traveling from the airport, and if they make too many enemies, they'll definitely be besieged, and how many teams that were expected to win the championship in the past have fallen because of this? It doesn't matter, they're already being targeted by the 3 noble high schools, so if they don't have no inhibitions, they're not going to pretend to be a pig eating a tiger. Support Lin Ran. Directly lift the board. Turn the world upside down. As the night progressed, the live broadcast room became more and more lively, with comments coming one after another. The vast majority of these topics were related to Lin Ran. In the eyes of many of the people, because of the 3 major noble high schools' unreasonable poaching, Lin Ran's participation this time would be very stifling. But as a result of his terrifying battle power, strong performance, and fearless attitude, all of which were unexpected, he couldn't help but have his heart pounding. The camera of the live broadcast began to cut to Lin Ran frequently. Lin Ran has chosen another target. The female commentator's tone became more and more impassioned. This time, the opponent, the strength is very strong. It's the same Dengdao District's Guanyao Middle School as Lin Ran. All 4 players are senior martial artists, adding up to an overall strength that can be ranked in the top 10 when looking at this league. Top 10. Is about right. The male commentator echoed, raising his hand and rubbing his chin to analyze. However, against Lin Ran, it's hard to be a rival, and most likely won't be able to keep the survivor they carry. Teacher Jiang, I reserve my disagreement. Oh? Please speak. I think Lin Ran will definitely be able to snatch the survival device from Guanyao Middle School. Ha ha. With the strength that Lin Ran has displayed, you can indeed say that, and it's not good for the teachers and students of Guanyao Middle School to accuse you of favoritism. A bright moon was born in the sea, reflecting on Longmen Island. On the island after nightfall, the temperature was rapidly decreasing, and the sweeping wind was full of coolness. However, it was easily adaptable to students in the upper 3 stages of the evolutionary realm, not to mention advanced martial artists. The 4 contestants from Guanyao Middle School were in a coconut grove, adjusting their state and building up their strength. The first day's survivor, relatively good to get, wait until the second day's competition, the difficulty would skyrocket by a large margin, only 25 teams could advance, and with their strength, none of them could be 100% guaranteed. Captain. An alert student gazed at the 3-dimensional map of the island, when he looked at the red dot marking Lin Ran's position, and said in a deep voice, someone is approaching. Looking at the direction, 9 times out of 10, it's coming at us. I've marked this red dot before, this guy's speed is really fast. Who could it be? I bumped into the captain of Evergreen High School's varsity team in the unified exam last month, and the other team wasn't even necessarily this fast. Could it be Deacon Lee? The 4 students analyzed each other, and one of them made a guess that was echoed by the captain and the other 2 team members. The 3 noble high schools are now joining forces to suppress Lin Ran. It could be that Li Jiqi is looking for the strongest team in the 3rd landing zone, and will go forward tomorrow to block Lin Ran and make him withdraw from the first match. It's really possible. This person Li Diqi is very arrogant. He definitely wants to win the championship. Running around can't be because he wants to grab more survivors to make enemies. If he asks us to target Lin Ran, we can really cooperate. Now that Lin Ran is in full swing, we'll block the door tomorrow morning and knock Lin Ran out of the tournament, and we'll still get a generous reward from the school. In the middle of the conversation, the captain paid attention to the red dot on the stereo map. Seeing that the distance was not far, he instructed, Lu Yen, go up to the tree and see if the person coming is Li Jiqi, or which one of the captains of the Evergreen and Pear Blossom schools is the one who's coming? Yes. The student named Lu Yen moved athletically, leapt up in one step and landed on the top of the coconut tree, and after standing firmly, he looked out in the direction where the red dot was located. The bright moonlight poured down on the earth, a blurred silhouette swept in rapidly, and as the distance drew closer, the figure gradually became clearer. But before Lu Yen could see it clearly, a blazing electric light blossomed out and steeply penetrated into the sky. Giggling. It was a spear of heavenly punishment, shooting over at an extremely fast speed, swift and unrivaled. In Lu Yan's dramatically changed eyes, it hit fiercely. Boom! Thunderbolts exploded high above, wreaking havoc, like a sun rising at night. Wherever the light filled, the trees turned into pieces and shattered chi and blood erupted everywhere, mixed with dark red blood. Lu Yang flew out horizontally, his protective chi and blood shattered, his body was jumping with silver like arcs of electricity, and he convulsed uncontrollably while still in the air. Not good. This is the spear of heavenly punishment? Lin Ran's wrath of heaven? The 3 people under the tree were like enemies. Their hearts were extraordinarily unsettled, both in disbelief and doubt that the person coming was Lin Ran, and also in shock at this spear of heavenly punishment killing blow. Lu Yang's chi blood was not high, but he was still a senior martial artist. Lin Ran had been separated by such a long distance and was still able to strike a heavy blow. How high must his battle prowess be? Guanyao Middle School is quite suitable. Lin Ran's gaze flickered, giving birth to a new idea about this strong team that was in the same island boarding area as him. However, his offensive movements did not stop, and the might of heaven's wrath swept out, evolving countless thunderbolts that illuminated the dark night and flooded the entire coconut grove. The thunderous sounds shook the ears, and the beasts roared furiously, continuously. Facing a top 10 team like Guanyao Middle School, Lin Ran suppressed them strongly as usual. Half a quarter of an hour later, another person fell to the ground, unable to get up. The captain and another team member were under pressure like a mountain, looking at the thunder and lightning that densely shrouded the 4 directions with extraordinarily ugly eyes. Just a short while ago, they were still negotiating that they could agree to Li Diqi's request to knock Lin Ran out of the tournament. Now that they were facing Lin Nen, they realized how ridiculous it was. It was impossible to run away. Stop fighting, don't you want the survivor, here? This captain gritted his teeth and decisively gave up, taking out the survivor he was carrying and directly throwing it to Lin Ran. With their strength, they still had a chance to advance if they went to grab it now. Once they were all injured by Lin Ran, they could only withdraw from the competition. Right choice. Lin Ran took the survivor and placed it in his hand and turned it upside down, dispersing the seal lightning. Then, he looked towards the two figures that had fallen to the ground and lifted his hand to press it, analyzing the lightning energy that was raging in their bodies. With the life force of a high-level martial artist, even if the injuries were not light, as long as there was no constant erosion from the lightning, they could still burst out with a not-so-weak combat power. Trying to ease the relationship is that it. The captain's heart was flooded with a touch of sarcasm. The survival vessel has been robbed, but still engaging in this kind of appeasement tactic, ridiculous. However, he still squeezed out a dry smile on his face and said, "Many thanks. No need, one more person, one more strength." Lin Ran glanced at him, playing with the survivor in his hand. "Return to the third island boarding area tomorrow, and remember to bring back 2 more survivors." At those words, the 4 people's expressions froze. What was the meaning of this? The captain was somewhat unable to suppress his emotions and frowned. "Lin Ran, what are you trying to do, asking us to collect survivors for you?" Lin Ran clicked his wristwatch to himself, opened the 3-dimensional map, and found his next target before raising his head and scanning the 4 of them, saying indifferently, "If you don't bring back 2 survivors tomorrow, you won't be able to enter the island landing zone." Lin Ran's voice was calm, and after he finished speaking, he directly stepped away and gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving only the team from Guanyao Middle School to stay in the coconut grove that had been turned into ruins, looking at each other with complicated expressions. Chapter 80, Don't Rob It. You're running out of teams in the Dengdao district. For a while, there was some boiling outside of the island, and the many viewers who were following the league's livestream had long been able to tell Lin Ran's intention to grab some more survivors for sale. However, the conversation between Lin Ran and the team from Guanyao Middle School still leaked out a meaning. Tomorrow, he would block the gates of the Dengdao district and forcefully rob the survivors. Thinking about the battle power that Lin Ran had displayed. Why do I feel like not many teams can bring the survivor back to island landing zone number 3? There's one team that definitely can, I'm 100% sure. If I'm not mistaken, the captain's name is Lin, right, and he's wearing 3 pendants on his thighs. The law of survival in the primitive forest, natural selection. The law of survival on Dragon Gate Island, Lin Ran's choice. I have a feeling that all the rules for the league's survivor grabbing will have to change in the future. The outside world was clamoring, and the island was equally unsettled. The arrival of night didn't affect Lin Ran's actions in the slightest, striking across the board in all directions, fighting in great battles and grabbing survival devices. Of course, to put it more graphically, it was Lin Ran locking onto a target, going over to beat it up violently, taking away the other party's survival device, and then repeating the process. The night was deep, and it was getting closer and closer to the end of the first day. More teams began to carry survival devices, making their bearings public on the 3-dimensional map, and the competition between each other continued to intensify, with ferocious sparring. On this night, brilliant thunder lights bloomed on the island from time to time, interspersed with the fierce roars of the monsters, regaling the hearts of the people. The next day. Early morning. In the distance, on the line between the sea and the sky, a large round of sun rose, pouring out scorching sunlight, quickly annihilating the clear brightness in the air. The various teams gradually stopped scrambling around the island and began to return to their respective boarding zones from which they had departed. The red dots scattered on the 3-dimensional map quickly converged on the 7 island landing zones, but what surprised many players was that there were less than 70 red dots on the 3-dimensional map. It was important to know that the locations where the survivors were placed were all very conspicuous. As long as it was within a clear line of sight, a slight scan would be able to find it. It was impossible for more than 30 survivors to go undetected. Although all the previous leagues had strong teams grabbing more survivors, the red dots on the 3-dimensional floor were generally above 90. This time was clearly not normal. Some of the teams that had played against Lin Ran vaguely guessed the reason and couldn't help but have some teeth. This guy, just how much did he grab? As the big sun gradually rose, big battles erupted in front of all the island boarding areas, becoming more and more chaotic, especially at exactly 7:45, when the trackless sliding gates of the island boarding area contracted and began to allow the players to enter. The chaotic battles between the teams all went white-hot for a split second, incomparably intense. Fight in! The team from Guanyao Middle School hugged the group of 4 and exploded in full force, charging towards the gate in unison. In order to enter faster, when they encountered some obstacles that blocked their way, they all chose to carry on hard, exchanging injuries for distance. Last night's words from Lin Ran had caused them to be very concerned and they didn't dare to delay. Luckily, the 4 senior martial artists advancing in tandem were very powerful, and the team that did not have the same senior martial artists sitting on their side did not dare to charge head-on. The gate, which was 10 meters wide, was getting closer and closer. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound shocked the heavens, and a brilliant pillar of light descended from the sky, all condensed by thunder, blazing to the extreme, like a heaven-based weapon running through down, trailing frictional flames of light, heavily hitting the area in front of the gate of the third island boarding area. In an instant, a large swath of light erupted out, full of destructive fluctuations, terrifying and overbearing. The 4 high-level martial artists and the team of Guangyao Middle School all flew out backwards, their brows furrowed as they struggled to fight against it. A strike with such a great sound immediately drew the attention of the crowd, and the chaotic battles everywhere came to a standstill at this moment. Lin Ran took a step down, his back facing the door, his figure erect, facing directly at all of the players in the third island landing area. With a sweep of his gaze, he landed towards the 4 people who had just climbed up to Lightning High School, and directly said, "If you have 2 survivor weapons, you can hand them over right now, and if it's not enough, I'll take them myself." Upon hearing these words, a flash of the same stunned emotion rose in the hearts of many players. Using verbal deterrence was no longer normal. However, in the middle of a chaotic battle, trying to demand a survival device with a single sentence was indeed too arrogant. Not to mention, Guangyao Middle School was also a powerful team with 4 senior martial artists, so where did Lin Ran get the confidence to deter? Even if the 3 senior martial artists hadn't been scooped up, and Qin Ming plus Zhang Li and Sui Chen had arrived together, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. In the next moment, under a gaze of shock, disbelief, and confusion, the captain of Guangyao Middle School took a deep breath and took out 2 survivors, all of which he threw to Lin Ran. "Here you go." For a moment, the entire room was in an uproar, all agitated. It was actually really handed over. Such a powerful team from Guangyao Middle School, not even trying to resist? However, the students who were able to compete were all top students from various schools. No one was foolish enough to think that it was these 4 advanced martial artists who were cowardly and easy to bully. One by one, they sized up Lin Ran and gradually came to an understanding. Lin Ran and the team from Guangyao Middle School had definitely fought before. The suppression that had been struck was absolutely terrifying and unparalleled, causing the 4 senior martial artists of Guangyao Middle School to not have the confidence to fight against it even in the current chaotic environment. The captain of Shanghai 3rd Middle School narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Ran, who showed no signs of getting out of the way, and said in a deep voice, "A team can advance with 1 survivor. Is it hard for Captain Lin to want more?" "Sold out." Lin Ran spoke calmly, raising his hand and pressing it. Blazing lightning was released, but not as an attack, intertwining with each other and covering a Shanghai channel. Within the lightning, a violent destructive fluctuation permeated, raging everywhere and filling the surrounding space. Any high-level martial artists who detected it were all gloomy, having a deep understanding of the behavior of the team from Guangyao Middle School who obediently handed over their survival weapons because of a single word. Crackling. Lightning flashed as the constructed passageway spread out for hundreds of meters, and at the entrance at the other end, Su Wanyue brought a teammate who was a quasi-martial artist with her as she took quick steps and ran with all her might. Seeing this, the surrounding atmosphere was somewhat agitated, but in front of the destructive fluctuations that ravaged the entire field, no one rushed out. With the might of the thunder and lightning channel, making a move wouldn't necessarily break it, but once Lin Ran stared at it. The most crucial thing was that an elementary martial artist and a quasi-martial artist, even if they rendezvoused with Lin Ran, as usual, they would not be able to be of any help. However, Su Wanyu and the 2 of them didn't stay by Lin Ran's side, and after passing through the passageway, they directly walked into the gate. Within the island boarding area, striking out was forbidden. Lin Ran backhandedly explored and removed the combat bag behind his back, along with the 2 survivors given to him by the captain of Guangyao Middle School, all of which were thrown to Su Wanyu within the island boarding zone. At this moment, Shanghai 1st Middle School had successfully advanced. However, Lin Ran was still straddling the door. Su Wanyu pulled open her combat bag, and the contents were reflected in the crowd's eyes, causing a huge commotion, as if a pot had exploded. A thick stack of survivors, a full 30 to 40 sheets. But the problem was, the entire Dragon Gate Island only had 100 survivors. Nearly half of them were grabbed by Lin Ran alone. It was simply appalling. There are 33 survivors in total. We, Shanghai 1st Middle School, will keep the next one. Thinking of Lin Ran's command, Su Wanyu coughed lightly, suppressing the rest in her heart, and said in a loud voice, 32 will choose to sell. Teams interested in purchasing can contact the school's fellow teachers after the meeting and fund the purchase on a first-come first-served basis. The crowd looked complex, speechless for a moment. In the past, when teams sold survivors, at most a pair of 2, a pair of 3, but the number Lin Ran was selling was almost enough to make their team in this island boarding area one team at a time. The surrounding teams, there are still 7 people with survival weapons in their hands. Lin Ran's gaze swept across, electric aura blooming as he raised the wrath of heaven again. Without a fight, you guys don't think you'd be willing to hand it over on your own initiative. Chapter 81, pressing everyone into unconvincing. Lin Ran's clear and cold voice spread out, and the crowd listened to it, suppressing their rising and falling emotions. The first day of the competition hadn't ended yet, and advancement was the focus. The more survivors Lin Ran grabbed, the stronger he was, which wasn't considered a good thing for them. Spending money to advance was always a forced choice of last resort. Especially for teams that carried survival devices on them, no one was happy to shell out an extra amount of money. Do it! The captain of Shanghai 3rd Middle School swept his gaze over the senior martial artists of the other varsity teams, and after some eye contact, they moved together and charged in the direction of the gate. Many of the teams that didn't have survivors similarly followed closely behind, wanting to take advantage of the chaos to fish in the water. Lin Ran's eyes shone brightly with electricity, and as he stepped forward, countless thunderbolts ran through the area, sealing off the 4 directions and linking them together, covering the vast area in front of the main gate of the island landing area. In the midst of the thunder, all kinds of beast roars rose and fell, and 5 kinds of foreign beasts broke through the air one after another to kill. Either a tiger, a blood whale, a dragon, a crocodile, or an electric falcon. Terrifying ferocious aura surged and rose, covering the sky and the earth. Hundreds of people formed a team, rapid impact, the might of the violent, but in front of Lin Ran's attack, but constantly flying, a silhouette thrown out, unable to cross Lin Ran a step, like a flood that hit a solid dam, even if the surge, as usual, splashing around. However, 1 against 100 is never an easy task. All kinds of attacks broke through the air and hit the sky. Lin Ran was in the middle of a frontal confrontation, making it even more difficult to dodge. Even though he had been performing the 9 flashes of Phantom, he was still hit by many attacks. However, whether it was the thick chi and blood, or the energy evolved by the spirit martial arts, or even the chopping blows of the cold weapons, all of them could not tear away Lin Ran's defense. Clang! A huge axe crossed the sky, powerful and heavy, swung down by a senior martial artist leaping up, and in the sound of gold and iron striking each other, it ruthlessly chopped at Lin Ran's right arm that was erected. The sleeve that was struck instantly turned into powder, visible strong power. However, the bare skin, just some reddening, even blood did not seep out. Roar! Lin Ran's other hand pinched fist, punched out upwards, in the tiger wild kill under the addition, a fierce tiger in the air pouncing, ferocious rampage, boom, shocked the axe-holding senior martial artist violently flew backward, in midair spilled a large amount of blood, and even the giant axe cannot hold, out of the hand to fly out. The siege attacks of these teams, Lin Ran could carry them hard, and some of them didn't even hurt. But the attacks that Lin Ran had struck were very different for them, like mountains, and they needed to strike together in order to counter them. Once they were forced to go one-on-one, it could be said that they would be injured on touch. Swish! Lin Ran's figure flashed, like a ghost breaking through the air, appearing in front of the captain of Mountain and Sea 3rd Middle School. His right hand, which was raised with one arm, had already condensed a huge thunder hammer, pressing with a destructive might, swinging down in the air. Boom! The captain of the 3rd Middle School flew out backwards, his brows furrowed, extraordinarily uncomfortable with the thunder and lightning power that raged within his body. Captain! A nearby senior martial artist acted quickly, rushing forward to rescue him, but before he could get close, Lin Ran reversed and swept his foot out, utilizing a giant whale power kill. A huge blood whale came out across the sky, hitting the senior martial artist heavily, along with a number of nearby contestants. They tumbled out together. However, at the same time, there were also quite a few rescue attacks that crossed the sky and landed on Lin Ran. Bang bang bang! Lin Ran took the initiative to run the heavy armor breaker body, taking them all. The lightning in his hand rose up, turning into a spear of heavenly punishment against the surrounding attacks, stabbing at the 3rd Squadron leader. Being one against many and having to intercept them all was a heavy burden on him, and he needed to fight quickly. Moreover, time did not allow him to delay. There was only a quarter of an hour between the opening and closing of the door to the island boarding area. There was also a certain amount of time left to sell the survivors. If he wanted to win as soon as possible, it was best to quickly resolve a plucky leader to deter the crowd as an example to others. The captain of the 3rd Mountain and Sea Middle School was undoubtedly suitable to be used to set an example. Rumble! Lin Ran used the wrath of the heavens to seal off the front path, preventing anyone from rushing into the island boarding area, and for the high-level martial artists who were besieging, he used the Beast King's 5 killing styles for the main attack, and then combined it with the Phantom 9 flashes, with a terrifying battle power, and in the situation where he was fighting one against many, he forcefully pressed down so much that the captain of the 3rd middle school could not lift his head, and he suffered successive injuries, and he was almost gasping for air. "Help me stall him." The 3rd squadron leader's voice came to an abrupt end. Boom! Lin Rant's right hand exploded out like lightning, locking onto the 3rd squadron leader's wrist, and with the force of his 5 fingers, a Jiao crocodile ran through and out, opening its bloody, hideous mouth, swallowing the 3rd squadron leader whole, and began to strangle him madly. Not good. The 3rd squadron leader's eyes changed. Under the impact of the strangulation force, the body protection chi and blood shattered in a flash. His body couldn't control the extreme rotation. The combat uniform he wore turned into a rotten strip of cloth, and a piece of wound surfaced, constantly spattering blood. At the same time, the combat bag behind his back was also unable to carry it, and split apart, throwing out a badly deformed survivor. However, the survivor's significance in the competition was more of a marking, and the damage was useful as usual. The 3rd squadron leader struggled and poked out his arm, wanting to grab it, but it was too late. Lin Ran took a step ahead of him, and while grabbing the survivor, he flung it backward and threw it to Su Wanyu in the island boarding area. Giggling. In the next moment, the lightning in Lin Rant's hand rose again, blazing and furious, ready to kill the 3rd middle school captain who had just broken free from the Jiao crocodile. Mountain and Sea 3rd middle school varsity gives up the fight for the survivor. Looking at Lin Rant's movements, the 3rd squadron captain gritted his teeth and said with a heavy voice, "Let the 4 of us go over there. I want to find the chief instructor of my peers." Obviously, he was going to prepare to purchase the survival device to advance. The faces of the many teams that were besieging changed one after another. Without the 4 senior martial artists, the overall strength would definitely drop significantly by a cut. Moreover, the 3rd Mountain and Sea squadron leader had chosen to give up so decisively, thinking that he thought the competition was hopeless. At the very least, there was little hope. Either way, it was bad news for them. Rumble. The might of heaven's wrath swept out, raging in all directions, as if thunder and lightning washed the ground, domineering and incomparable. Without the powerful team from Shanghai 3rd Middle School to hold him back, Lin Rant's suppression went to another level. His attack was unstoppable, and within a few minutes, he heavily injured another senior martial artist from the Noble High School, snatching a new survival artifact. At this point, there were only 5 teams left that still had survivors. Their captains glanced at each other. Although they were all reluctant, they had to give up, one by one handing in the survivors that they had fought so hard for. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be able to enter the island boarding area, and it would only increase the risk of being injured, which would not be conducive to the competition afterward. It could only be purchased. Although it wasn't very honorable, but all 40-odd teams had to do so, and those who didn't buy it were the exception. All go in. Lin Ran weighed the 5 survivors and dissipated the power of the wrath of heaven. A line of sight fell on him. There was shock, envy, and disbelief. Almost every player couldn't help but take a second glance as they passed by him. An entire varsity team of their Dengdao district had joined forces, but they couldn't even punch out a single person's suppression. Geniuses were capable of behaviors beyond normal expectations, but this teenager in front of them, wasn't it a bit too much? With mixed feelings, all the teams returned to the 3rd island boarding area. Some of the players surrounded Su Wanyu and the others. Some of the players went forward to contact the person in charge of the school's entourage. Lin Ran, what's the price? Some of the private school students had been instructed by the accompanying person in charge that they could purchase a spot to advance. Facing a gaze that looked over at him, Lin Ran smiled faintly, appearing sincere. Auction. There are aldehydes that must be sucked, there are words that must be acted upon, and the addition is a success. Chapter 82, Price Unknown, When in a Strong Situation. In the past, the citywide high school league had seen survivors traded, and the prices usually didn't vary much. On the first day of the tournament, the selling price of a survival device was generally around $300,000. Lin Ran had initially only thought to sell it at that price, but now, an entire Dengdao district's survivors were all taken by him. But to squeeze out a penny less would be disrespectful to the monopoly industry. Auctioning survivors? How can a good match be outrageous to this extent? Didn't any regulators step in to press it? Simply selling money does not violate the rules of the league. Don't worry, the quantity is so large yet, it won't be much more expensive than the market price in the past. It's estimated to be just a few tens of thousands of dollars. This is actually favorable to the strong teams, their schools are already richer. The crowd was flooded with commotion and chatter, but since it was an absolute seller's market, there was nothing they could do even if they were unwilling in their hearts. If they wanted to advance, they could only buy. Lin Ran found the accompanying Vice Principal Chen and asked for his cell phone to facilitate the bank transfer text message that would be checked later. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School has been promoted, and now belongs to the rest time, so it can use communication devices. Then, Lin Ran called Su Wanyu and Wang Changyu, 3 members of the team, and brought them to a quiet corner to explain some matters of the auction. There's not much time left. Each time the auction is held, a team only has 2 chances to call out the price. Su Wanyu, you're in charge of tallying it up, and you too, Wang Changyu, will preside over the auction. Okay. No problem. Wang Changyu finally understood why Lin Ran said that his eloquence was important. Survivors aren't hard to sell, and the benefits of getting a high ranking are important to both public and private high schools. Lin Ran gently shook his head and said, it's not true that all teams want it, but the level of desire for the strongest teams to advance is definitely much higher than the weakest teams. Su Wanyu saw his meaning and said, to differentiate pricing? That's right, if there is a beginner martial artist in the team, the price of the auction survival artifact will be an extra 10%, if there is an intermediate martial artist, an extra 20%, and an extra 40% for the advanced martial artist. Lin Ran had already thought about it. Also, the teams with the strongest strength, let them participate in the auction later. The school leaders of the 3rd Middle School and Guanyao Middle School will probably be able to explode with anger. Su Wanyu raised her eyebrows and analyzed contemplatively. The good thing is, the increase in price isn't too high, it will still be agreed. Lin Ran glanced at her and reminded, the price increase is per head. Su Wanyu. A senior martial artist was 40% more, and a strong team with 4 senior martial artists would have to pay nearly 3 times the price to advance. Even big data killers had to bow down. Su Wanyu sincerely commented, you and my dad should have a lot in common. Lin Ran casually smiled and said, by the way, when you auction, remember to have the schools call in the full amount and don't prepay my taxes in advance. Tax evasion? I'm a legal citizen, I'll make up the difference in taxes myself during next year's tax return. Lin Ran laughed, I'm familiar with the tax laws of Sacred Summer. All martial artists below the Seal King have to pay taxes according to the law. Fortunately, the tax declaration was from March to June of the following year, not affecting him at this stage. The higher his strength, the relatively easier it was to make money. It wouldn't be hard to make up for it when the time came. Su Wanyu's trio went forward to the auction, and when the rules were announced, it unsurprisingly caused a large-scale clamor. Do you think I can go to the Commerce and Industry Department and sue Lin Ran for violating the antitrust law? Where are the streetlights? Where are the streetlights on Dragon Gate Island? What? You still want to hang Lin Ran? In that case, I suggest you buy a stronger rope. It won't be too painful when you walk by yourself. Monopoly plus a seller's market, under the double suppression, unless one chooses not to buy, one can only agree. The auction officially begins, selling one survivor at a time, starting at 300,000. May I remind everyone that there are more wolves than meat. The more we drag it to the back, the more competition there is. 310,000. 350,000. 380,000. Sold. 350,000. 380,000. 400,000. Sold. There's an intermediate martial artist and a beginner martial artist in the team. There's an additional 30%, totaling 520,000. As the time for the competition drew to a close, the offers from the various families became more and more rapid, and in the end, all of the survival vessels were sold in time before 8 in the morning. Lin Ran pocketed over $20 million. It's true that wanting to get rich is still exploitation. Lin Ran was quite emotional, revealing a smirk. The next survival match continues. Between thoughts rising, Lin Ran walked into the lounge assigned to Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, sat down cross-legged, and ran the Great Sun Gene method to promote his body's self-healing. In the battle of blocking the door just now, he had fought 1 against 100, and still suffered some injuries. However, it was only limited to flesh and skin. According to the standards of the Public Security Department, if he wanted to be rated as a minor injury, he would have to look for connections. Within a few minutes, there was no more pain in his body. Lin Ran sank his heart and condensed his chi, mobilizing the energy in his blood and continuing to impact the barrier of the advanced martial artist realm. He quite wanted to advance to senior martial artist in the competition. On the other side, the chaotic battles in the other 6 island boarding zones had similarly ended, only that most of the teams that had advanced from each place did not exceed 10. This value, obviously, was not normal. Many players realized that there was a problem, and at the first moment the match ended, they immediately took their phones and looked online. After finding the cause, without exception, all of the 6 island boarding areas looked like they had exploded. One person grabbed over 40 survivors? Is this something a human can do? The 3 major noble high schools jointly suppressed. I can understand Lin Ran breaking the pot, but what the hell is it that you smashed the field? The number of teams that have advanced from the 3rd landing zone is almost as large as the other 6 combined. For the various reasons why Lin Ran had caused a stir in the outside world, the players on Dragon Gate Island were equally no exception and were highly shaken. Number 1 Island Boarding Area. The lounge of Wang Quan Middle School. Xing Hunyun's gaze moved away from the phone screen and fell towards Li Deaconess, who was standing by the window, and said in a deep voice, Lin Ran's defense is getting stronger and stronger. After I was promoted to senior martial artist, although my ability to do equal damage has similarly skyrocketed, but even if I hit myself hard, I estimate that it will at best cause him to sustain light injuries, and it will only serve to disrupt and hold back, and it won't be able to hit with a single hammer blow. Fu Qingfeng was also watching the video of Lin Ran's battle to block the door, analyzing. Lin Ran's defense actually has its weaknesses. He chooses to dodge or counterattack in the face of attacks hitting his eyes, ears, etc., and if he can hit these areas, he still has a chance to make him withdraw. Opposite him, a tall boy carrying a shield lightly exhaled and said, Lin Ran's 2 attacking spirit martial arts are both terrifying. Relying on myself alone, I won't be able to carry him for very long. Someone will have to help me apportion them together. Li Ziqi's face was expressionless as he said, Lin Ran is powerful and deserves to be taken seriously, but there's no need to disorganize yourself. I believe that many people, including Lin Ran himself, thought that he'd have to go to the finals to lose, but at a time like this, it's more appropriate to give him a head start. In the next survival match, we'll try to look for an opportunity to knock him out of the match. Li Ziqi himself didn't even notice that his attitude towards Lin Ran was different from one time to the next. It had changed tremendously. The first time they had met, he had viewed Lin Ran as a pawn, not thinking that he was able to take him at random. Now, without realizing it, he had to go all out. Li Ziqi raised his head and looked out of the window to see the great sun rising, becoming more and more blazing. Chapter 83. One man fights until no team dares to mark red in the entire field. The survival match was divided into 2 matches and lasted for 2 days in total, with a short break of only 4 hours in between. Near 12 o'clock noon, the teams from the various island landing zones came out one after another and gathered at the main entrance, ready to start the last survival match. However, compared to the 3rd island boarding area, the other 6 island boarding areas were much colder. There were basically no more than 10 teams ready to depart, and some of the players had injuries and needed to recuperate. The number of players that could be assembled was only 30 to 40, and when added together, it was not as many as the number of teams in the 3rd island boarding area. This huge gap, watching the commentators and the many viewers were somewhat speechless. The reason for this was clear to them, but in the screen switched on the live broadcast, there was no way to see the teenager who caused this phenomenon. Lin Ran came out late, leaving the lounge only moments before the bell rang. He had been busy impacting senior martial artists. The progress is going to be faster than I initially expected, and with 2 or 3 more days of immersive cultivation, I estimate that I'll be able to break down all the barriers, but I have to compete right now, so I can only take the time to cultivate. Lin Ran's thoughts rose as he calmly analyzed, after this survival match, there will be a full day of rest and recuperation, and the finals later will last for 3 days, and there's no need to grab the survival artifacts, so there's going to be even more free time than in the survival match. The possibility of being promoted to senior martial artist in the finals was high. Once successful, Lin Ran's heartbeat vaguely accelerated. An intermediate martial artist with 1 bone-quenching breakthrough would have a 60 to 70% rise in peripheral strength, mostly reaching 100 tons. An intermediate martial artist breaking the boundary with a 2nd quenching of the bones would have an even greater rise, approaching doubling. He was an overall 3rd-time bone quenching, with 360 tons of force around his body. Even if he only doubled it and disregarded chi and blood, his battle power would reach an appalling level. Phew! Lin Ran lightly exhaled, suppressing his restlessness. Find the survivor first. The midday Dragon Gate Island was searingly hot, the sea breeze blowing was like a heat wave in a sweat lodge, and the various teams spread out, looking for survivors everywhere. The number of survivors in this game had dropped drastically to only 25. The probability of elimination was even better than the first day. Only 100 people could walk into the final. Lin Ran's luck wasn't as good as the first day, and the first to find the survivor was the team from Pear Blossom Girls High School, with only the captain and Infengling. The 2 Chu sisters were still lying in their hospital beds, unable to move. According to the rules of the league, they would have to wait until the end of this survival match before they could receive full treatment. My god. Captain Song Zi and Infongling didn't choose to take the survivor, but instead ambushed them nearby. The female commentator was exceptionally surprised. Their teams can be rated as the first tier, and neither of them has a small hope of winning the championship, and yesterday, in the event that two of their teammates, Xu Yao and Xu Yu, retreated from the game, they both carried survivors directly. After a pause, she mused and analyzed, I think that 9 times out of 10, Pear Blossom Girls High School's behavior was due to student Lin Ran. The male commentator nodded in agreement. It's very likely, after all, 2 of the team retired, and Lin Ran's behavior yesterday was too intimidating, so he definitely didn't dare to be careless. In the middle of the conversation, the screen of the live broadcast changed again. Evergreen High School's team found a survivor, 4 people full strength, but they scanned around the survivor and similarly hid, not choosing to reveal their location. What I said before was too unconfident. It's either possible or the teams are just deliberately avoiding Lin Ran. The male commentator's tone was complex and quite emotional. He had been commentating on the city's high school league for more than 10 years, and he had yet to see a player like Lin Ran, a one-man fight so intimidating that it pressured the top teams to not dare to disclose their bearings. The outside world watching the league was even more boisterous, nearly exploding. Yesterday's joke came true. One person played until no team dared to mark red in the entire field. One thought, Team Lin is awesome. Lin Ran shocked the whole field by himself. Even if he lost in the finals to a multi-team siege, it's still enough to make a name for himself. The 3 major noble high schools can't say they suppressed Lin Ran unless they don't have any face at all. On Dragon Gate Island, Lin Ran's figure was like the wind, checking around. There was indeed an element of luck in finding the survivor, but the placements were conspicuous, and it was more about the scope of the search. With the advantage of speed, Lin Ran was the third to find the survivor. Unlike the first 2 teams, his movements were non-stop as he raised his hand and removed the survivor that was affixed to the water pipe. Buzz. At the same time, all of the survival devices worn by the other contestants on the island shook. In the last survival match, the various players at most tapped on the stereo map from time to time, but in this one person was separated from the many teams to keep an eye on the red dots on the stereo floor the entire time. Team Chess, this person is traveling very fast. It's certain that it's Lin Ran without a doubt. Cheng Hanyun gazed at the only red dot on the stereo map. It's still early. Li Ziqi's eyes were deep. Wait a little longer. Fu Qingfeng nodded and proposed, let's find a survivor and adjust our state nearby. If we encounter Lin Ran early, you'll make a move. If we don't, we'll let Lin Ran consume more stamina, so that we can be sure of everything when the time comes. Can. Li Ziqi withdrew his sight, no longer focusing on the extremely fast-moving red dot. The victory or defeat of the game was decided by the last piece that fell. The sound of the front was even greater, when it was not possible to be the eventual winner, but it was just a meteor for a moment. Swish! Lin Ran's figure flashed. His speed was amazing, his scope of investigation was huge, and he found 2 more survivors one after another, but when he opened the 3-dimensional map, he was still the only one on it. At this time yesterday, there were already 20 to 30 red dots. Today the number of survivors was only a quarter of that, but it wasn't that few. Don't want to be discovered by me? Lin Ran thoughtfully raised his eyebrows slightly, but didn't care too much. Selling survivors was supposed to be going along for the ride. Getting a good ranking in the finals, or even winning the championship, was even more important. Moreover, the 3rd island boarding area had the most teams, and the number of survival devices brought back tomorrow would definitely exceed the other island boarding areas as well. He wouldn't make much less. In fact, Lin Ran hadn't guessed wrongly. The teams in the same island boarding area as him were similarly competing for survivors. They just didn't carry them after fighting off their ambushed opponents and hid them as usual. Even if they grabbed the survival device, could they bring it back? My relatives happen to have someone accompanying them on the island. He told me the reason. Lin Ran is in the wind. There may be a top powerhouse team to target them in advance. They may retreat early. Even if the door is successfully blocked tomorrow, more than a few survivors, the auction can be less high or low price is not it. The latter one reason is very counterintuitive. Know how capitalists squeeze everyone's labor. Bold. Don't name names indiscriminately. Is Lin Ran a capitalist? That's a young entrepreneur who has risen to fame in our Shanghai city. Isn't that the policy of common progress that is now resonating through Sacred Summer? Leading multiple teams from the same Dengdao district to advance together. Laugh your ass off. Amidst all sorts of chatter, the match went on and on. The sun dipped in the west and crashed into the distant horizon, and a silver moon rose, reflecting the night, and then faded in the passage of time. The summer day dawned early. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning when a large sun appeared from the end of the sea. Only 2 hours remained until the end of the competition. It's time. Li Ziqi stood up, in the reflection of the rising sunlight, picked up the survivor in front of him, and said indifferently, "Let's set off, we're lucky today, Lin Ran is very close to us." Chapter 84. Is it a chance to fight alone? Or is the heavens pouring out his wrath? Boom boom boom. The waves were lapping at a seashore where thunderous sounds were raging, shocking the heavens and shaking the nearby waters, causing them to explode and undulate violently. Lin Ran had utilized the wrath of heaven and was suppressing an ambushing team, not taking long to knock them all down. Then, Lin Ran took a few steps forward and got a new survivor on a coconut tree. The number of survivors he had on him had reached 7. This percentage was not as good as yesterday's, but if he added in the survivors brought back by the other teams in the third landing zone, there was a high possibility of earning another 20 million or so. The match isn't over yet, we can at least grab another one. Lin Ran raised his hand and pressed it, opening the 3-dimensional map. During the battle just now, he noticed his wristwatch vibrate once, thinking that a team had exposed their location. Last night, Lin Ran had similarly encountered this situation 2 or 3 times, all of which were when other teams were scrambling for the survivor, and some of the players saw that they couldn't guard it, so they could only take it and run away. However, in the end, none of them were able to guard it, and he caught up with them and snatched them all. Surveying the second red dot on the 3-dimensional map, Lin Ran's eyebrows lifted up slightly. The opposing team's forward direction was actually heading straight for him. This was very different from the previous team that had exposed their bearings, and those players were running away from him. A top strong team? Or more than one team joining forces? Lin Ran's thoughts were unceasing, but his movements were fearless, turning his body around, stepping out and running head-on towards this incoming team. The 2 red dots traveled in opposite directions, rapidly approaching. This scene not only caught the attention of the guide team, but the various teams on the island were equally concerned. Knowing that it's Lin Ran, he still took the initiative to go forward. Li Diqi? The captain of Pear Blossom Girls High School, Song Zi, flashed her eyes and commanded, "Wind Chime, you guard the survivor here. If you find a strong team coming over, take it and run straight away. There isn't much time left in the match. There isn't much of a problem with disclosing the orientation. I'm going over to take a look. If it's really Li Ziqi making a move, it's a great opportunity to send Lin Ran straight out of the tournament." Saying that, Song Zi's figure flashed and ran wildly towards the area where the 2 red dots were. On the other side, the rooftop of a tall building was littered with debris, revealing steel bars at the breaks, obviously after quite a few battles. However, the area around the survivor was extraordinarily clean, and no one was able to get close. The 4 players from Evergreen High School were similarly conferring. The captain, a somewhat feminine boy, murmured, "Mengsher, you two will stay behind to guard the survivor. Huaishan has stronger stances, so go over with me, and we might be able to send Shanghai First Middle School and Wanquan Middle School out of the game together." Good. Suddenly it feels like the championship is so close to us. Captain, let's go. The 2 figures leapt out of the tall building and quickly went far away. Lin Ran was very fast, constantly closing in on the incoming red dots, but suddenly, he noticed that the other party had stopped and was no longer moving forward. After 2 days of probing, Lin Ran had long since familiarized himself with the terrain on Dragon Gate Island, and with a glance, he could tell that the other party's location was a mountain peak on the island. Bordering the sea to the west, the mountain was rugged, and the vegetation on it was lush. When searching for the survivor yesterday, Lin Ran had even gone up there. The mountain forest at the top was exceptionally dense. In that environment, once surrounded by multiple people, it was not conducive to escape. However, Lin Ran's pace didn't slow down a bit as he sped over towards the mountain peak in his sight. With the Phantom 9 flashes of the Inquisitive realm in his body, the terrain didn't interfere with him much. The most crucial thing was that after many great battles, Lin Ran already had a very clear perception of his own combat power. One person suppressing the entire island is definitely short of some level. Yesterday, 1 against 100, has already made him feel a bit overwhelmed. There are a total of 7 landing areas on Dragon Gate Island, adding up to an extremely large overall strength. But, Lin Ran was a little more confident. If he wanted to reach the finals, no one could stop him. Lin Ran ran all the way to the bottom of the mountain, and with a flash of his body, he swept upwards, and within a few minutes past, he ascended to the top of the mountain. Here, the trees were dense and exceptionally flourishing in the middle of summer. The wind at the top of the mountain was very strong, even in the early morning, whistling, blowing the trees shaking, as if there were sea beasts roaring. In the center of the mountain forest, there was a deserted weather station that was crawling with all kinds of vines. The 3 members of Wangquan Middle School were scattered in the forest, and the captain, Li Jiqi, stood in front of the weather station's gate, standing with his arms folded, watching Lin Ran, who had ascended to the top of the mountain, with a ghostly cold gaze. "You really dared to come over alone, surprising. Because I guessed that it might be you, so there's no surprise." Lin Ran's footsteps didn't stop, facing the encirclement of King's Right Middle School as if it were nothing, and entering straight away. "You don't have the guts to face me alone today, and even less so after this battle." For encountering Li Diqi, Lin Ran felt good. Watching the sea in the rain that day, he figured out quite a few things. He could understand why Li Diqi suppressed himself, but that didn't mean he had to forgive. He had anger in his heart, he just controlled it well. Today, it was a chance to vent it. Lin Ran took a step forward, his figure straight, like a sheathed sword. A rising sun hung behind him, casting a large, deep shadow that swept forward, drowning Li Jiqi's body. "Calling on the team, just don't want to let you escape." Li Jiqi's eyes iced down, a mighty force converged, flourishing and waiting to be released, containing a strong fluctuation. "I admit, your talent is indeed high enough, but the path of martial arts, far more than just needing talent." Boom! The moment Li Jiqi's voice fell, profound chi and blood erupted from within his body, cascading and surging like the waves of the sea under the mountains. The intensity climbed up, and the power was intimidating, amounting to 700 to 800 calories. One had to know that an advanced martial artist who quenched his bones once only had 1,000 cards of chi and blood. For a high school student, this chi and blood intensity, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was terrifying. The senior high school students of top key high schools such as Shanghai No. 1, No. 3, No. 8, and so on, had a chi blood of only 300 to 400 calories. Comparing to Li Jiqi, there was a significant gap in magnitude. Lin Ran's eyes were indifferent, looking at Li Jiqi's all-out outburst of chi and blood, without a trace of panic showing. Li Jiqi took a step forward, his body's chi and blood rose. Under the support of the spirit martial arts, it transformed into black seawater, cold and heavy, permeated with a powerful sense of oppression. "In the 3 years of high school, in all the big and small martial arts exams, I came first in all of them. Even among my peers in the Li family, as usual, none of them were regarded as powerful opponents by me. You're still the first student who can bring me so much pressure. Lin Ran, today I'll give you a chance to fight alone." Li Jiqi's entire aura reached its peak. Boom! Lin Ran's response was the blazing electric aura that blossomed in one pair of eyes. As well as mountains full of thunder and lightning, connecting heaven and earth, full of destructive fluctuations, as if the heavens were pouring out his wrath. Chapter 85, This battle, you can't afford to drag it out. Countless thunderbolts ran through the sky, all of them killing towards Li Jiqi, and because they were too dense, they converged at the top of his head, cutting off the sunlight, like a great sun made of thunderbolts. At the next moment, it exploded. Boom! All the might poured out in a split second. The nearby wall shattered in large areas, the vines attached to it annihilated, and the trees far away from the edge of the mountaintop trembled violently, flinging down leaves. The black wave that surrounded Li Jiqi's body, under his full power, it still splashed around and disappeared. However, the thunderbolt's power was also quickly exhausted in the collision, failing to cause any further killings. The first encounter between the two sides was considered indistinguishable. Seeing this, Li Jiqi's gaze was gloomy, with a little bit of uneasiness mixed in. The spirit marshal with around 800 calories of chi and blood had narrowly failed to block Lin Ran's heaven's wrath? During yesterday's rest time, Li Jiqi had carefully studied Lin Ran's many battles in the survival match, and it was clear that with his combat strength, it would be difficult to tear apart Lin Ran's defenses head-on as usual. But in his opinion, his cultivation was higher than Lin Ran's, so he could fight a battle of attrition. As long as he dragged Lin Ran to exhaust his stamina, it was useless to have a stronger defense. Whether it was a targeted attack on the key points or repeated attacks on one place, it could be easily resolved. However, in this encounter, his full power could only be equal to Lin Ran's. It seemed to be neck and neck, but in reality, it was already equal. It seemed to be neck and neck, but in reality, he had already lost the battle. He didn't have a defense as powerful as Lin Ran's. This alone would be a disadvantage. Not to mention that Lin Ran had other powerful spirit martial arts. Rumble. Deafening thunderous sounds once again penetrated both of Li Jiqi's sides, and to the eyes, there were bright thunder and lightning, isolating the four directions, unable to see the sun rising from the east. Whoosh! Lin Ran's body was like lightning, traveling between the thunder and lightning, instantly killing in front of Li Jiqi. In the face of the black wave that Li Jiqi had struck, Lin Ran was strong and domineering, his one hand poked out, opening his 5 long fingers and ruthlessly penetrating into it. Roar! Bleak roar sound rang out, a huge Jiao crocodile broke through the air to kill, open mouth hideous, the oncoming black wave with Li Jiqi all swallowed in, when the air rapidly rotating up. At one time, the black waves inside and outside the body of the crocodile, all the violent tremor, constantly crumbling. Li Jiqi's brows furrowed, desperately running his chi and blood to resist the strangling force that invaded him. Turning heavenly waves. While resisting, Li Diqi made seals with both hands, similarly fighting back. With the completion of the last seal, those black waves that the Jiao crocodile had failed to devour, steeply went berserk and rose up to the sky, like a mega-level tsunami raised in the ocean, swiftly and unrivaledly slapping towards Lin Ran. Bang! The black waves smashed heavily into the ground, and the entire area collapsed, the thick rocks breaking apart and revealing the moist soil. Lin Ran's body fell apart under this strike, leaving only a mist of light. Phantom shadow. Li Jiqi's pupils suddenly shrunk. Having carefully studied Lin Ran, he instantly recognized the spirit martial body technique. However, he did not expect that with his cultivation, he would likewise not be able to detect the difference. The lightning and thunder that struck the sky, and the ferocious beast king killing, held back too much of Li Jiqi's attention. Aang! A huge dragon roar resounded behind Li Jiqi, the ferocious aura that took his heart and soul covered the sky. Li Jiqi didn't need to turn around to realize that a powerful dragon had broken through the air and was charging towards him with all its might. Lin Ran's eyes were sharp, his 5 fingers pinched his fists, and he struck out at Sung Dragon blood killing with all his might. Not good. Li Jiqi extremely exploded his chi and blood. After breaking free from the stranglehold in the Jiao crocodile, he didn't bother to catch his breath and immediately leapt towards the front, but as soon as he leapt, the Sung Dragon that broke through the air wrapped in Lin Ran's fist force, and fiercely struck him in the back. Dang! Waves shattered, chi and blood erupted, and Li Jiqi shot out like a cannonball, colliding along the way, snapping multiple large trees in the mountains and forests. After landing, he plowed a deep ditch in the forest, more than 10 meters long. Li Jiqi fell to the ground, his face turning blue, and just as he raised his head, he looked over to see Lin Ran's white hands, cupping a survivor. The combat bag on his back had actually been torn open. Li Jiqi's expression grew more and more ugly. To have a survivor taken away in 3 encounters was simply ridiculous, and was a serious humiliation for him. The level of strength you shown is somewhat beneath your ego. Lin Ran put away his survival device, a touch of coldness hanging at the corner of his mouth, locking onto Li Jiqi's eyes. Once again a blazing electric aura surged forth, a thunderbolt traversing the 4 directions, violent and swift, sealing off the entire piece of mountain forest. So what if there are more survivors? Li Jiqi took a deep breath, climbed up, and said in a gloomy voice, "You can't win this survival match." Is that so? Lin Ran spread out one hand, his 5 fingers closing in, holding a radiant spear of heavenly punishment in the air, hurling it violently, instantly running through the air, hitting Li Jiqi, who had just climbed up. Boom! Thunder and lightning erupted, releasing terrifying attacking and killing power. Li Jiqi desperately urged the black waves to run one after another, continuously smashing against the invading lightning power. Just as he finished, a pair of eyes filled with blazing electricity reflected into his sight. Lin Ran killed at extreme speed, his raised right arm, poised to strike, already had a fierce and ferocious aura permeating out. The thunder and lightning in the sky converged and fused, transforming into an eye-piercing huge pillar of thunder, containing a terrifying attacking and killing power, like a sky-based weapon that was about to penetrate the atmosphere. Heavenly wave! Li Jiqi clenched his teeth, erupting all of his battle power and frantically fighting against it. He didn't believe that he, whose chi and blood was as high as 800 cards, would lose to an intermediate-level martial artist. Boom boom boom. For a while, a terrifying battle erupted in the mountaintop area, waves rushed to the sky, thunder and lightning crossed the sky, and giant beasts roared. The still wide and deserted weather platform looked like it was experiencing a massive earthquake, collapsing one after another and quickly turning into a ruin. The trees that had blocked the sea breeze for years, sturdy and thick, kept falling at this time, and the occasional lightning that escaped ignited them and raised bright flames. However, it had been unable to take off. The 2 figures frantically battled, and the aftershocks that escaped when they exchanged blows were terrifyingly incomparable, squeezing mountains and rocks into powder, not to mention the trees, which were almost obliterated once they came into contact. The broadcasting team mobilized a few drones in order to continue filming. The fixed probes that were originally built on the mountain were basically all destroyed. Many viewers could clearly see that although the bloody battle between the two was very intense, it was somewhat of a one-sided situation, with Lin Ran clearly having the upper hand, pressing Li Jiqi to beat him violently. In a single exchange of blows, the upper limit of attacks and killings that the two fought were roughly at the same level. However, real combat is not a turn-based game. Stance, defense, attack frequency, fighting techniques, and power characteristics are all important factors affecting combat power. The three members of Wang Quan Middle School besieged the top of the mountain and felt it even more clearly. Lin Ran, under the cooperation of multiple spirit martial arts, had a terrifyingly strong combat power, beating their captain so much that he was completely unable to counterattack, and even his defense was stretched to the limit. Fighting by attrition didn't seem to be a wise move. Chapter 86, The moment you step on you can only look up. Woo! In the middle of the fight, Lin Ran kicked out with great force. With the addition of the giant whale force kill, a massive blood whale rushed out, smashing the intercepting black waves to smithereens, and the waves of oppressive air lifted up Li Ziqi's hair, causing him to watch as Lin Ran's foot broke through the air and solidly covered his face. Bang! A dull sound rang out, carrying a not-so-weak sense of power. A silhouette flew out horizontally, spilling blood along the way, falling into the rubble of the ruined weather platform and tumbling several times, extremely wretched. After the resistance of the heaven-turning wave, the power of the giant whale power killing that Lin Ran had struck out had already decreased drastically, but with Deacon Li blocking with all his might, he likewise couldn't draw much more chi and blood to defend himself. Lin Ran! Li Ziqi rolled over and leapt up, almost hissing, and on his face, multiple clear blood marks were reflected, connecting together to take on the appearance of a large half of a shoe sole. Injurious as hell. Insulting even more so. To have other means, use them directly. Lin Ran's eyes were merciless, the flow of radiant electricity appeared cold and sharp. Your chi and blood isn't enough, neither is your spirit martial arts. Your hissing right now is useless except for a bit of a raucous effect. You. Li Ziqi gritted his teeth, but in the situation of significantly falling into a disadvantage, all the language of refutation is very powerless. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Li Ziqi could only try his best to run his chi and blood, rushing out the thickest possible black waves, dragging out the battle between the two for a longer period of time. This was the only way he could win the sparring match. Lin Ran was equally clear and opted for violent destruction. Boom boom boom. Densely packed lightning struck down, wrapped in powerful might, successively penetrating into the rising and rushing black waves, shaking the ripples so violently that they nearly exploded. Li Ziqi had a tough time fighting against it, looking at Lin Ran who was once again coming forward, as if he was facing a great enemy. Swish! A huge thunderbolt ran through the sky, bright and blinding, isolating the two from each other. When Li Ziqi looked again, Lin Ran had already split into two, appearing on his left and right sides, attacking and killing at the same time. Phantom Shadow. Li Ziqi's brows were furrowed. Under the pressure of the wrath of the heavens, he couldn't spare much of his mind to perceive it carefully, making it difficult to determine which one was Lin Ran's main body. He was forced to apportion the might of the black waves and defend them all. Roar! Lin Ran punched out, a tiger's roar shocking the heavens, tearing apart the black waves in front of Li Ziqi's left side of his body, a ferocious tiger traveling with his fist, furiously pouncing out. Dang! Li Ziqi's body staggered, almost fell, the sleeve of his left arm shattered open, only scattered strips of rotten cloth remained. On the exposed skin, there were several more hideous wounds, blood flowed like a stream, deep visible bones. Lin Ran's eyes were cold, while manipulating the heavens' wrath to kill, while stepping forward, chasing and attacking. After figuring out Li Ziqi's strength, the suppression effect he played out became stronger and stronger. The might of the various characteristics evolved by the two attacking spirit martial arts accurately countered the black waves, splattering a patch of blood on Li Ziqi's body from time to time. Who? Li Ziqi was breathing heavily, the pressure was like a mountain, and his forehead was filled with cold sweat seeping out. If he continued like this, it was more likely that he would be seriously injured and lose before he exhausted Lin Ran's stamina. Even the idea of calling for a siege began to surface in his mind. Only, thinking of the bold words he had released before the battle, Li Ziqi struggled inwardly. If he called his teammates to the rescue right now, his entire face would fall into the mire. Get lost! Li Ziqi gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, maneuvering all the black waves to coalesce and rise up, transforming into a huge palm that ruthlessly smashed into Lin Ran. He wanted to force Lin Ran back and then change his fighting style to mainly swim and fight, trying not to fight Lin Ran close. Lin Ran's eyes were deep, directly seeing Li Ziqi's intentions. Not only did he not retreat, he even gave up his defense in the extreme, taking a step forward, allowing the huge black palm to flood his body. Thud! The powerful might impacted his entire body. Lin Ran protected his body with his heavy armor breaker body, but he still felt the obvious pain. However, his movements did not deform for a single second. In Deacon Lee's slightly changed gaze, Lin Ran raised his right hand high, and the destructive power he had accumulated in advance surged out, instantly transforming into a thunderous hammer that smashed down in the air. Boom! Light spread over the ground, a white, blinding glare. Li Ziqi's figure was shaken, as if he was thrown out by a stone thrower, swiftly penetrating into the ruinous pile of rubble. The whole person was deeply sunk into it, like silver arcs of electricity leaping out of his body one after another, painfully distorting his five senses, and a touch of scarlet blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Not waiting for him to climb out, a deep shadow cast down, cutting off the bright sunlight. Lin Ran came close, his downward gaze cold and merciless, lifting one foot and stomping down hard on the fallen Li Ziqi. Woo! Gale force winds came to his face. Li Ziqi's heart throbbed, wanting to dodge, but under the erosion of the power of lightning in his body, his movements were slowed down, and he could only tense his whole body and use his spirit martial arts to receive it hard. Thud! A huge sound erupted out, black waves shattered, chi and blood splashed everywhere. Lin Ran's foot stepped down, tearing through defenses and stomping down on Li Ziqi's chest with deadly force. The heavy force that erupted pressed down on Li Ziqi and he couldn't help but cough and spit out a large amount of blood mist. I will destroy you! The immense pain almost caused Li Ziqi to lose his mind, roaring and hissing. Under the absolute force gap, your threats, your confidence, your pride, everything is laughable, like delicate artwork. Looking at it can be, touching it will break it. An indifferent voice issued from Lin Ran's mouth, accompanied by the force of the aggravated stomp, causing Li Ziqi to return to his senses. The entire mountaintop area was almost half destroyed. The original few buildings collapsed into ruins. All around were broken trees, many of which were set ablaze by lightning. At this point, with the brief pause in the two men's battle, it quickly skyrocketed under the sea breeze and rose into the sky. The trembling firelight reflected Lin Ran's stance, growing stronger and stronger. Li Ziqi raised his head, facing Lin Ran's downward gaze, his heart like a million ants devouring him. A civilian genius that he viewed as a pawn should have been able to manipulate him at will, but now, he was actually trampling him underfoot and looking down. Unacceptable! Endless shame and anger rushed out, ravaging Li Ziqi's heart, causing him to almost go insane. Ah! Li Daoqi roared in anger, exploding all his strength, trying to break free, but the foot that stepped on his chest was like a huge mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't move. In the next moment, thunderous sounds shook the sky, and beasts roared and roared. The black waves that rushed out all exploded and disappeared. Li Ziqi's corner failed, and with a bang, unable to carry the heavy force, he coughed out another large mouthful of blood. Lin Ran's figure was upright, stepping on Li Ziqi's movements without a single tremor. Chapter 87, The Strongest Team, Still Not Working. The flames on top of the mountain were burning brightly, becoming more and more blazing. The three members of Wangquan Middle School looked grave, and after glancing at each other, it had become clear that Li Ziqi had no hope of turning the game around. Save him! Fu Qingfeng gave an order and took the lead to kill. A storm of raging sword blades erupted around him, gathering and condensing in his hands, transforming into a stern wuxin sword. Qing Hanyun matched his actions with a hard look in his eyes, mobilizing two streams of qi and blood to detonate on his left and right left arms, blowing up blood and flesh, and his sleeves were torn apart, revealing white bones. However, Lin Ran, who was under the effect of the equal damage ability, had no blood coming out of his arms. Fu Qingfeng had expected it, and didn't expect Qing Hanyun to be able to inflict much damage. As long as he could make Lin Ran's movements appear sluggish for a moment, it was already enough. Puffing! Fu Qingfeng stabbed out with his sword, swiftly and incomparably, like lightning traveling through the void, striking directly at Lin Ran's eyes. This vital point was the most vulnerable. But the next moment, Fu Qingfeng's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a flash of panic manifested. He looked over and saw that the speed of Lin Ran raising his right arm was even faster than his sword strike, 5 slender fingers opening and closing, pinching his wuxin sword in the air. Qing Hanyun, who was already a senior martial artist, couldn't even interfere a bit. Lin Ran's defense, just how strong was it? Fu Qingfeng didn't remain unsettled for too long, and then he whirled around to see with his own eyes that the white palm that the tip of the sword had pierced was only slightly sunken, and even the red dot was barely visible. Boom! Lin Ran's 5 fingers lashed out, and a berserk Jiao crocodile broke through the air to kill, opening its bloody mouth and devouring along the wuxin sword with an open mouth. The last time the two of them fought, the Jiao crocodile strangulation that Lin Ran had struck had shaken Fu Qingfeng's wuxin sword to pieces all over. This time, there were no cracks on the wuxin sword, and in the face of the sweeping strangulation force, the sword body obliterated inch by inch and disappeared into thin air. The force coming from the hilt of the sword alone tore Fu Qingfeng's tiger's mouth, splattering blood and flooding him with severe pain, making it difficult for him to bear. Fortunately, the tall boy who was also rushing towards Lin Ran could see that something was wrong, taking a step diagonally, decisively changing direct. Tian, putting the doorplate-like shield in front of his body, ruthlessly slamming into the strangling Jiao crocodile. Thud! The Jiao crocodile shook in the air and shattered under the internal and external attacks. Fu Qingfeng's right hand, which was holding the sword, was filled with blood and trembled uncontrollably and gently. And this was still due to the rescue of his teammates, not letting the strangling force rage further. The cracks that tore the skin mostly stopped at the wrist area. Fu Qingfeng and the tall boy could not relax in time. The heavy sound of the wind flooded the ear canal of the two. Whoosh! Lin Ran attacked again, lifting his leg in a sweeping strike, wrapped in the power of a huge blood whale, pressing out a terrifying sound, the air of the entire mountaintop being pulled. Clang! The shield erected by the tall boy almost exploded, and the sleeves on the arms holding the handles were dipped into red on the spot. The amount of bleeding could be imagined. The entire person was even unable to stabilize his center of gravity, pulling himself up, hitting Fu Qingfeng on the side and sending him flying out horizontally, tumbling backwards. However, taking advantage of the opening in Lin Ran's leg, Li Jiqi broke free and black waves swept out, wave after wave, to drown Lin Ran. Rumble! Lin Ran's face was expressionless. Countless thunderbolts ran through the sky, fusing and converging, instantly transforming into a blazing pillar of thunder, penetrating into the black waves, all of them exploding. Some of the lightning power tore through the defenses and invaded Li Jiqi's body, wreaking havoc. Lin Ran didn't stop moving, his right leg kicked out again, powerful and heavy, like a cannonball smashing into Li Jiqi's face. Thud! Li Jiqi tumbled out, his face covered in blood, just opened his mouth, saliva mixed with fresh blood and a few broken teeth, falling out together, looking not even described as wretched, quite miserable. Lin Ran! Li Jiqi rolled over and climbed up, a hideous expression on his face as he let out a hoarse roar, together. At this moment, he could no longer care about his face. Or to be more precise, as early as the moment he was stepped on by Lin Ran, he had no face to talk about. Facing the King's Right middle school team charging together, Lin Ran's eyes were cold, blossoming with electricity, fearless and sharp. For people together, the same wouldn't work. Boom boom boom. Thunderbolts full of destructive fluctuations ran down, one after another, dense and brilliant, like a thunder waterfall falling from the sky, pouring down on the mountaintop, drowning the entire team of Wangquan Middle School. The wrath of the heavens alone was enough to make the four of them stand on guard. But Lin Ran, there was more than just this spirit martial art. Amidst the thunder and lightning, from time to time, giant beasts swooped out, filling the air with a tragic and ferocious aura that was terrifying and unrivaled. Facing the siege, Lin Ran was definitely under more pressure, but he was so strong that he almost gave up his defense and attacked with all his might, courageous. The Phantom 9 flashes were combined with the two attacking spirit martial arts to harden and suppress the entire team of Wangquan Middle School. Among them, Lin Ran was mainly targeting Li Daiqi, attacking constantly and inflicting all sorts of injuries. On the one hand, Li Diqi was the strongest, and in the siege, it affected him more than the other three, and needed to be suppressed. On the other hand, the victory or loss of a single sparring match was not enough for Lin Ran to treat Li Diqi as if he were normal. Lin Ran was clear that if it wasn't for the fact that he was progressing quickly and was strong enough to attract the attention of the school as well as the city's higher-ups, Li Jiqi's various behaviors would really make things difficult for him. Boom! Lin Ran reached out with one hand, 5 fingers powerfully pinching the fist that Li Jiqi had struck, and as the power of the Jiao crocodile strangle poured out, a Jiao crocodile engulfed Li Jiqi's form, erupting in a terrifying killing blow. In a flash, Li Jiqi's entire right arm was drenched in blood, cracked and hideous. The remaining 3 players wanted to block it, but they were somewhat powerless. Fu Qingfeng's Wuxin sword slashed at Lin Ran's back, except for tearing open his shirt, leaving only a red mark if not visible. Xing Hanyun's arms were injured, so he could only move in conjunction with the tall shield-wielding youth, and under the thunderbolt bombardment of heaven's wrath, the two of them were having a tough time fighting against it, and they simply couldn't free their hands. Several flight detectors that were shooting rose one after another, fearing that they would be struck by lightning. This kind of civilian equipment, the defense is virtually null and void, but the good thing is that the camera performance is excellent and can be clearly recorded. Many viewers watched the images in the live broadcast, their hearts fluttering. It was difficult to calm down, and they had a more intuitive understanding of Lin Ran's battle power. The team from King's Right Middle School, which had the strongest overall strength, had joined forces to surround them, and had been suppressed by Lin Ran as usual. Although Lin Ran had adopted an extreme method of fighting, only attacking and not defending, if it was any other martial artist, it belonged to the injury for injury fighting method of injuring the enemy 1,000 times to the detriment of the other. However, with Lin Ran's sturdy to terrifying defense, there was this capital. This kind of fighting method was, at best, exchanging pain for injury. Of course, there would still be a risk of injury to the eyes, ears, throat, and other vitals, but it was too difficult for the King's Right Middle School's team to do so under the suppression of a powerful offense. Lin Ran's battle power is unique when looking at millions of high school students. I saw the citywide high school league when I was a kid, and there was a genius from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School who used Heaven's Wrath, and it wasn't this loud, covering the entire mountaintop like a thunderbolt washing the ground. Just a reminder, Lin Ran can only be an intermediate level martial artist once he breaks the boundary. TSK. I can't even imagine how strong he'll be when he takes the college entrance exam. Without the college entrance exam, in this league alone, even if the 3 major noble high schools join forces, Lin Ran still has a chance of winning the championship. For a time, the island boiled and rippled. Many people clearly realized that it no longer made much sense for the 3 major noble high schools to target together. This super genius named Lin Ran couldn't be suppressed. Chapter 88. How does breaking up an encircled opponent not count as a breakout? Inside the studio, the female commentator's voice couldn't hide her shock. For Lin Ran's battle power, Teacher Jiang and I had already envisioned it as high as possible, and the result was still beyond expectation. His performance was truly appalling. The male commentator nodded his head in agreement, pondering and analyzing Lin Ran's stamina consumption, due to the fact that he has no chi and blood in his body, coupled with the high frequency of his rounds of spirit martial arts, is greater than that of the 4 players from King's Right Middle School, but if the situation continues, it's highly probable that the team of King's Right Middle School will be defeated before they run out of Lin Ran's stamina. Yes. Both commentators were more optimistic about Lin Ran, but they also felt that Lin Ran and Wang Quan Middle School's team couldn't be separated. While they were in the middle of the battle, in the corner of the live broadcast screen, there were 2 split screens displaying several players from Evergreen High School and Pear Blossom Girls High School. These 2 teams, they're not far from the hill where the battle is taking place. The female commentator reminded. The male commentator gently shook his head and said, Lin Ran's stance is fast and his defense is strong, it's not good for King's Right's High School to stay if they insist on retreating. Lin Ran still has to make his choice quickly, really letting the 3 teams converge is extremely dangerous. Above the mountaintop, thunderbolts startled the sky and giant beasts roared. The 4 figures wearing the combat uniforms of King's Right Middle School were defeated one after another, each with injuries and splattered with blood. In particular, Deacon Lee had the most serious injuries on his body, which had begun to visibly affect his battle power. Thud! Li Ziqi's figure shook, unable to carry the attack struck by Lin Ran, flying out horizontally, the black waves that had coalesced splitting apart. Falling to the ground and scraping out a deep gully, he endured the pain and prepared to roll over and climb up, and just as he raised his head, he looked over to see 2 figures of swirling chi and blood swiftly sweeping in from within a complex of buildings at the bottom of the mountain. On an abandoned highway not far from the 2 of them, there was likewise a high-level martial artist, bursting with chi and blood, rushing in at great speed. The sunlight was bright in the morning, and Li Ziqi vaguely looked at the appearance of these 3 people, and all of them recognized each other. The captain of Evergreen High School in Huaishan, and the captain of Pear Blossom Girls High School, Song Zi. Li Ziqi's heart was moved, but before he had time to think more, a fierce tiger pounced over, ferocious, cutting off his sight. Roar! Black waves splashed, and Li Ziqi tumbled out, knocking over multiple trees. Lin Ran landed in his place, and with a sweep of his gaze, he similarly looked out to see the 3 high-level martial artists darting towards the mountain. Li Daoqi forced Lin Ran in the direction of the mountain, don't let him enter the sea. The captain of Evergreen High School raised his head and looked out at the great battle on top of the mountain, vibrating his voice with his chi and blood, rolling and spreading. Initially, he was thinking that Li Ziqi and Lin Ran would lose both of them and pick up the pieces from it. But now, it seemed that the entire King's Right Middle School team was going to be crushed by Lin Ran. Stop Lin Ran, he's carrying a lot of survivors. Song Zi shouted. On one hand, to release the signal of agreeing to the siege, and on the other hand, to find a reason for joining forces. On the surface, it was still important to abide by the fair rules of the League. Spread out in formation, 2 by 2, Zhang Hanyun cooperate with me, Fu Qingfeng you 2 in 1 team. Li Ziqi leapt up, took a deep breath, and commanded the 3 to fight. We have to carry on even if we have to fight for our lives, don't let Lin Ran get close to the cliffs of Linhai. You're thinking too much. The corner of Lin Ran's mouth pursed out an icy arc, retracting his sight and moving forward to attack with all his might. 3 more powerful advanced martial artists would indeed be very troublesome for him. However, the 3 had yet to go up the mountain, and there was still a short distance to go before they reached the top of the mountain. Wanquan Middle School would have to change their fighting style again and take his charge hard. There's no need to retreat. There were 2 ways to resolve the encirclement. One was to charge out in a surprise attack. The second was to force it open. Lin Ran chose the latter. Rumble. Ear-shattering thunderous sounds resounded through the mountaintop, along with all sorts of tremendous roars that shook the 4 fields, and the trees above the halfway point of the mountainside were shaking. The higher up they went, the more violent they became, and the leaves that fell were like raindrops. The injuries on the 4 people of Wanquan Middle School were aggravated one after another, and they kept splashing blood. Li Ziqi's pressure, but also doubled. The body of the combat uniform rotted into cloth, was soaked in blood-stained red, bare skin. Everywhere you can see hideous cracks, no longer see a little bit of the temperament of the son of a powerful family. Boom! Lin Ran kicked out, and with the added power of the giant whale force kill, he condensed a huge blood whale to break through the air and pounce, smashing the black waves in front of him to smithereens, and in the gaze of Li Ziqi that was filled with a bit of fear, it heavily struck him in the chest. Thud! Click! The loud collision was interspersed with the sound of cracking bones, and Li Ziqi spat out blood and flew out violently backwards. The entire body leapt out of the cliff and fell towards the sea. Damn it! Li Ziqi gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain as he flung his hands in the air, each shooting out a chi and blood, like a chain, penetrating into the mountain rocks, ready to pull his body back to the top of the mountain. At this time, in front of him, the blazing lightning light rose up to the sky, reflecting Li Ziqi's dramatically changed face. It was a hammer of thunder that had coalesced into shape. Lin Ran raised one hand high, his eyes blazing, ignoring the attacks of the other 3 people from Wanquan Middle School. He swung down the thunder hammer with all his might. Boom! Thunderbolts exploded, shocking the heavens and the earth. A blood-spattered figure was thrown out, as swift as a discharged cannonball, falling into the sea below. Falling at this height was not a small impact for even advanced martial artists. Thud! Lin Ran attacked without stopping, twisting his waist and swinging his fist out, smashing into the crashing shield, shocking the tall boy into tumbling out, his hands, along with the blood flowing out of his arms, soaking his sleeves. Retreat! Fu Qingfeng's face changed. He gave up his attack and rushed forward to help the tall boy up, jumping towards the cliffside. His afterglow caught a glimpse of the 3 people from Evergreen High School and Pear Blossom Girls High School, who had only just managed to make it up the hill at this point. It was too late. Without Deacon Li as their strongest combatant, the 3 of them wouldn't last until help arrived. Qing Hanyun didn't dare to delay even more, taking big steps and hurriedly jumping into the sea. Lin Ran raised his hand and pressed, countless thunderbolts running through the air, chasing them up and slashing them in the air to cause further damage. Then, Lin Ran turned around, took a step and landed on the top of the mountain towards the edge of the island, condensed a spear of heavenly punishment, raised his hand and threw it, shooting it towards the bottom of the mountain at extreme speed. Giggling. The spear of heavenly punishment broke through the air, swift and unrivaled. The grass and trees along the way all exploded and shattered, instantly killing in front of the 3 who had gone up the mountain, and with a boom, it exploded furiously. Lightning and electric arcs splashed in all directions, the nearby trees all snapped, and rocks and dirt crumbled everywhere. The movements of the 3 figures all lurched, no longer moving forward. Under the joint confrontation, the spear of heavenly punishment failed to cause much damage. However, the fluctuations in might released from the attack made them all unable to suppress the palpitations within their hearts. Looking at the figure that stood on top of the mountain, eyes blossoming with blazing electricity and looking down indifferently, the 3 of them looked at each other and decisively turned around and retreated without a hint of hesitation. The entire team from Wanquan Middle School was not a match for Lin Ran, so they were equally bad enough. If they wanted to fight Lin Ran, they needed to join forces together. However, Wanquan Middle School's entire team had fallen into the sea on the other side of the mountain, and it would take them a short while to come over. As for besieging Lin Ran, dragging it out until Li Ziqi led his team over into the sea was enough to show that it wasn't a wise approach. Therefore, the 3 from Evergreen High School and Pear Blossom Girls High School chose to retreat. This was a decision made after rational analysis. Many spectators understood the same, but they also knew that the essential reason for avoiding the battle was still not as strong as Lin Ran. The gap between the 2 sides was so large that they didn't even have the confidence to delay for a while. Lin Ran's rise is unstoppable. This kind of suppression and intimidation says that it's not too much to say that he's the first person in the Shanghai City High School League in the ancient past. It's certain that in the future, there will be countless geniuses who won't be able to lift their heads from his pressure. The outside world clamored for a long time. On Dragon Gate Island, at the top of the mountain, Lin Ran took deep breaths one after another and adjusted his state, his breath gradually returning to a steady state as did his state of mind. He knew very well that after capturing Lee Dickey's survival vessel earlier, leaving immediately would have been the more rational choice. But, being a man of 2 lifetimes did not mean that there were no emotional ups and downs. For the anger in his heart, there was the same urge to release it. At this moment, Lin Ran's mood was quite a bit smoother. Even for martial arts cultivation, a new perception was born. The path of martial arts should be unrelenting. There were some things that one could do if one wanted to. There is no need to be too forward-looking. Buzz. In this state of mind, Lin Ran's thoughts flashed by, and the already clear opportunity to break through the realm became more and more apparent. The advanced martial artist's realm barrier was fragmented and there was very little left. Before noon, I can be promoted to senior martial artist. Lin Ran's eyes flickered with a slightly profoundly refined light as he stood on top of the mountain, looking away from the rising sun. Tomorrow's final, I think it'll be very interesting. Recently, under the recommendation of the results tend to stabilize. Formaldehyde want to engage in a more mechanism, mention the power of writing. 1000, power generation with love, plus a chapter. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to get out of this. Recently, the readers are still quite a lot of drops. With love to generate, the author can get his hands on 10 cents, of course, in order to formaldehyde characteristics, but also have to emphasize that it is pre-tax. Hey, I hope that all of you food and clothing parents to support more. Finally, happy weekend. Chapter 89 all tenfold. At 7:45 a.m., the boarding zones on all parts of the island opened again. Before Lin Ran returned, he grabbed another survivor, bringing the total to 9, but somewhat unfortunately, the last survivor came from the team from Shanghai 3rd Middle School. It was in the same landing zone as him. It could only be considered as an early withdrawal. Luckily, the other teams from the 3rd Island boarding area brought back 3 survivors, and with the survivors he grabbed, there were 12, almost half of all the survivors on the island. If we get the survivors this time, we'll be promoted to the finals. There are more than 40 teams in this island boarding area of ours, and there are only 11 survivors that can be auctioned off. For those who want to advance, it's first come, first served. Don't regret it afterward, sitting on the boat back and crying in the sea breeze. Wang Changyu's tone was impassioned as he carried out the pre-auction mobilization. Starting price $800,000, 2 chances for a team to make an offer, starting now. 1 million. 2.2 million. 2.8 million. Sold, next. 1.8 million. 2.8 million. 3 million. The auction at the scene was very intense, with individual survival vessels being sold at a price of 3 million or more. Lin Ran stood on the outskirts of the crowd, his eyebrows slightly raised in slight surprise. The market price of the survivor that advanced to the finals was much more expensive than the first one, at around $1 million. Although he had monopolized an entire Dengdao district's survivors, the current sold price was still somewhat beyond his expectations. Do the schools want to advance to the finals so badly? Lin Ran looked at Vice Principal Chen, who was on the side. The other party knew the inside story and said smilingly, "This matter is still related to you, to say the least." Me? The battle you forced back the 3 noble high schools in the morning made many schools feel that you have the strength to fight against the team of the 3 noble high schools that joined forces, and the possibility of losing both is not low, so they have the chance to pick up the pieces and reap the benefits of the championship. Vice Principal Chen informed the reason, then coughed lightly. To be honest, if you weren't a student of Shanghai No. 1 High School, we would probably buy a spot and wrestle with the possibility of winning the championship. Lin Ran laughed dumbly and said, thinking a bit too much, but it's good for me. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Chen couldn't help but take a look at Lin Ran, feeling that there was some deeper meaning. Lin Ran didn't hide it and said, I can be promoted to senior martial artist before noon. After the auction money all arrives, I'll buy a batch of blood rising powder and send it to the school. Please bring it for me when Instructor Yi comes. I can still raise my chi and blood up a bit more. Advanced martial artist? Vice Principal Chen was stunned, and when he came back to his senses, his heart thumped uncontrollably. The boost from this level break was enormous. Especially since Lin Ran had quenched his bones 3 times. It would only be more significant. Now it's all possible to suppress the strongest team, if the battle power qualitatively changes some more. I'll go contact Chief Instructor Yi Tangyun now. Vice Principal Chen immediately ran to the restroom, his pace flying. Before the match, he and a few other school leaders had discussed that since Lin Ran didn't have any senior martial artists as team members, as long as he could make it into the top 10, it would be enough to give the leaders of the education department an explanation. But now, it seemed that opening champagne in the middle of the game to celebrate winning the championship could even be considered reasonable behavior. After a short period of time, the auction ended, and Lin Ran made a call to Su Bai to purchase all of the money earned from the auction of survival weapons in the past 2 days to purchase the blood rising scatter. This drug, like the bone strengthening pill and the blood embracing high energy liquid, was produced by the Sacred Summer Martial Arts Pharmaceutical Research Institute, and had a special effect on the growth of qi and blood. And then, Lin Ran walked into the lounge he was assigned to in Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and began to operate the Great Sun Gene method, impacting senior martial artists. The sun rose higher and higher, growing brighter and hotter. Buzz! In a split second, Lin Ran shook violently as an ascending fluctuation swept out, spreading from the depths of his body, flowing through his limbs and seeping into all areas. In the next moment, intensive beeps rang out in his mind, one after another. You have been promoted to senior martial artist. The next instinct level simplification is issued 1 time. The initial simplification multiplier of martial arts has risen, and now stands at 1,000 times. Your limit slash is the same as your Beast King's 5 killing styles true intent, and the simplification has been strengthened. Originally simplified by 3,000 times, the initial degree of simplification has risen, now rising to 5,000 times. Lin Ran already had experience and wasn't too surprised. His attention was mainly focused on the enhancement of the broken realm. In the perception of internal vision, the blood around his body was like boiling, and with the operation of the Great Sun genetic law, a light golden energy was analyzed, which contained a fierce might, and the intensity climbed up layer by layer. It was precisely the qi and blood that belonged exclusively to advanced martial artists. At the same time, the strength of Lin Ran's body, nourished by the blood, skyrocketed rapidly. The growth of strength around his body seemed to be uncontrollable. 400 tons. 500 tons. 600 tons. When the enhancement brought about by breaking the boundary ended, Lin Ran's surrounding strength came to 1,000 tons. 10 times that of a bone-hardening advanced martial artist at a time. Initial qi and blood strength, the same 10 times. Lin Ran raised his hand and swirled it around, a light golden qi blood surged out of his palm, incomparably scorching hot, and just as it appeared, it burned so much that the nearby air twisted and rose, turning it into a heat wave, strength of around 300 calories. It's already quite powerful, belonging to the first echelon of public high school students. However, it's relatively average for me. A full 1,000 tons of peripheral strength was too powerful, not to mention primary bone quenching, secondary bone quenching. Advanced martial artists couldn't even compare to it, it was far from it. Lin Ran squeezed with 2 fingers, hardening and obliterating this qi and blood as his power continued to rise. Simply fighting the body with qi and blood is nowhere near enough, it needs to be raised a whole lot more. However, qi blood and the body were not 2 separate systems, they were considered one, complementing each other. Qi and blood can increase the body's strength, speed, endurance, and many other qualities, strengthen the self-healing ability, obtain a faster recovery effect, and many wonderful uses exist. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. Of course, the most important thing is that this kind of substantial energy is a huge boost to the might of a spirit martial art. Especially for spiritual martials such as the Wrath of Heaven, which focuses on energy offense and killing. Lin Ran's mind moved, and a thunderbolt ran throughout and hung in front of him, reflecting his face in a cloudy, golden and purple color that appeared one after another. This thunderbolt in front of him was very different from before, alternating between gold and deep purple. At the same time, the fluctuations that permeated out, in addition to the strong destructive intent, there is also an overbearing heat, as if it can burn out the ocean. Different gene laws had different characteristics, only that they were not obvious in the evolutionary realm, or even in the primary and intermediate martial artist stages. Once the qi and blood were condensed, they could be displayed immediately. When the Sacred Summer government publicized the 9 gene laws, they all asked powerful king sealers to write their commentaries. The Great Sun Gene Law's commentary was purposely labeled as being known for its fierce and overbearing nature, which made it especially suitable for catalyzing offensive and murderous martial arts. Very good. Lin Ran revealed a broad smile. Chapter 90 Hope at Dragon Gate. On Dragon Gate Island, it was in full swing, the clamor was loud and enthusiastic, and the leaders of each school came to the island one after another, arranging tactics and treating the injured. Far away in the city, in the night patrol division, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Inside a conference room of the highest specification, heavy curtains were draped down, the shielding system was fully open, and the white light projected down from the ceiling glowed with an icy color. The director of the Mountain and Sea City Night Patrol Division named Chen Hao sat in the main seat. Already past his prime, he gradually gathered his sharpness, but at this moment, the gaze that looked around the top management of the Night Patrol Division was full of pressure. It is now certain that the lost Qin Ming, Zhang Mo, and the other 20-odd trainee members and 7 official Night Watchmen are all trapped in the Salary Flame Tower in the western part of the Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm's secret realm. Chen Hao said in a deep voice. In the position to his left, a deputy director sat, adding, "Currently there are no deaths yet, however the situation is not optimistic. According to some of the information they left behind to call for help, several of the formal Night Watchmen have been heavily injured and are having difficulty moving. With so many people, we should start rescuing them immediately," a high-ranking officer proposed. After saying that, all of his and quite a few other people's gazes fell towards the seat on Chen Hao's right side. There, a cold and colorful female sat upright with a very good figure, a set of black executive combat uniforms worn on her body with a decent cut that set off a somewhat over-exaggerated curvature. However, knowing her, no one showed the slightest bit of dissimilarity. Even, there was nothing in their hearts. Luo Qiushue, Executive Minister of Mountain and Sea City's Night Patrol Division, cold personality, ruthless, had served in the Night Fire Army, one of the military's super-elite forces, and the foreign beasts and humans that died in her hands could circle the Night Patrol Division base multiple times. It's not hard to save people. Luo Qiushue's face was colorless as she calmly said, "The problem lies in the fact that according to the intelligence personnel's investigation, the Salary Flame Tower is suspected to be the core of the Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm's secret realm, or at least an important area. And once it is violently broken with a strong person, the entire secret realm will surely be destroyed." Division Chief Chen Hao nodded gently and said, "The Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm's secret realm has revealed unexplored areas one after another. The research value is very high, so it's best that it can be kept unless it's a last resort. Rescue can be attempted with advanced martial artists first. The difficulty lies here. The interior of the Salary Flame Tower is not good to attack. The 7 official Night Watchmen are all trapped, not generally powerful, in case the rescuers send are trapped again. We can seek assistance from outsiders." A high-ranking official from the intelligence department spoke out, seeing the gazes of the crowd, saying, "Lin Ran, the student, have you all heard of him? Overall 3 times bone-quenching super genius, recently taking part in the city's citywide high school tournament. His physical qualities are very powerful. The other day a Beast King 5 killing style, pressed to the point where the armored cores inside the training room shattered open. It rings a bell. My daughter is in the same grade as him, and has been muttering to me for the past few days that she'll be in this kid's shadow for over a year." According to the intelligence calling the education department, they've provided enough medication for Lin Ran to finish nourishing his blood. A murmur rose and fell. The citywide high school league was an event, and many of the top brass of the Night Patrol Division had relatives and friends whose children competed, and were not strangers to Lin Ran. Chen Hao and Luo Qiushue glanced at each other, understanding the significance of Lin Ran completing his blood-raising 360 tons of power around his body. Chen Hao mused, overall 3 times of bone quenching is still very rare. According to the administration's plan, it will be specifically invited before the June recruitment, so it's best that it can be absorbed. Luo Qiushue gently nodded and said, "I will personally make a trip over to invite Lin Ran to participate in the rescue. With his strength, he can play an important role in assisting the rescue team." Yes. Dragon Gate Island. Shortly after Lin Ran had been promoted to senior martial artist, he met Yi Tingyun, who had gone up to the island, carrying a large heavy medicine box in his hands. "How's the realm-breaking promotion going?" Yi Tingyun was the first to ask. Lin Ran rubbed his chin with his hand and said, "There's a problem that needs to be resolved urgently." "What problem?" Yi Tingyun was very attentive. Lin Ran sighed and couldn't suppress a smile as he said, "What should I say in my victory speech for the finals?" Yi Tingyun. He shouldn't have worried. However, it was indeed a good thing that Lin Ran had improved tremendously. Yi Tingyun revealed a smile and said, "With 1,000 tons of peripheral strength and 300 cards of initial chi and blood, it is indeed possible to think about the championship speech in advance." He didn't know much about the 3 times of bone quenching, but because he had often gone to the lighthouse to restore Lin Ran's status before, he had chatted a bit with Elder Guan. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly, his gaze fell to the large medicine box in Yi Tingyun's hands, and he said with a smile, "Before tomorrow's final, the chi and blood can be doubled again, to say the least. Go cultivate." The smile on Yi Tingyun's face increased. The faster Lin Ran progressed and the stronger he became, the more it showed that bringing Lin Ran to meet Elder Guan in the first place was a correct choice. Returning to the lounge, Lin Ran opened his medicine chest, took out a blood-rising scatter and took it to cultivate. The Great Sun Gene method of the Ultimate Realm's enhancement of Qi and blood was equally swift. 330 card. 360 cards. 390 cards. The sun crossed the sky and fell into the western horizon, the night gradually darkened the sky, and Dragon Gate Island was dim, with only the 7 boarding zones flooded with a soft glow. In the distant night, a black-painted helicopter rapidly approached, its rapidly rotating rotor blades tore through the airflow without causing much noise, showing a high level of technology. It was the 9th generation Hidden Dragon 2 light-armed helicopter installed by the Vigilantes. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, Lin Ran's room door was knocked on. Instructor Yi, what is it? Lin Ran pushed open the door to his room, slightly surprised. Yi Tingyun knew that he was deep in cultivation, and would definitely not come over to disturb him if there was no important matter. The Night Patrol Division is looking for you to cooperate, and there's also a high-ranking official here, Executive Minister Luo Qiushui. Yi Tingyun briefly narrated, some members of the Night Patrol Division, including Qin Ming, are trapped in an ancient realm secret realm, which severely suppresses energy, and I hope that you can assist in rescuing them. Lin Ran's heart fluttered as he said, Mountain and Sea Machine 218 Ancient Realm Secret Realm. That's right, Qin Ming also talked to me once before, it's an ancient realm secret realm that the Night Patrol Division opens up to reserve members. Yi Tingyun led Lin Ran into the elevator to the top floor and walked up the stairs to the rooftop. A black helicopter hung high in the sky, silent, and directly below on the rooftop, stood a cold and colorful woman, a set of black combat uniforms worn on her body, exuding a competent temperament. Luo Qiushui. Lin Ran. I'll make this short. Luo Qiushui's gaze fell towards Lin Ran, very direct. The Night Patrol Division would like to find you to enter the Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm Mystic Realm and work together to assist us in rescuing Qin Ming and the others. The remuneration will be there, paid in accordance with the standard of the mission I'm out on, however the exact amount will also depend on the waiting and the completion of the mission. In addition, for this rescue, I will be sitting in as a peer, but I cannot make a move until the last resort. Luo Qiushui aggravated her tone. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. He could understand if the other party didn't make a move to prevent damage to the ancient realm's secret realm. But this kind of compensation specification was really generous. Executive Minister, an absolute high-ranking official with real power, claiming to be the second in command of the Night Patrol Division. No problem. Lin Ran thought briefly and agreed. What time? Luo Qiushui murmured, for the specifics in the ancient realm's secret realm, there is still further investigation to be done, and it is tentatively scheduled to depart 2 days later on Friday. After speaking, she glanced at Lin Ran and said, the Night Patrol Division can contact the Department of Education and delay the final of the city's high school league by an appropriate week. If the finals had already started, it would not be good for the Night Patrol Division to intervene after all. It was an event in Shanghai City, and calling it off in the middle would have too bad of an impact. However, now that the finals had not yet started, there was no small room for maneuvering. No need, it won't take more than 2 days. Lin Ran calmly shook his head. Seeing this, Luo Qiushui's gaze flickered as she looked Lin Ran up and down, revealing a flash of surprise as she said, You've already been promoted to senior martial artist? The information she had gotten showed that Lin Ran had only finished raising his blood 3 days ago. Right. For this operation, you don't need to take on the role of assisting anymore. The rescue team will focus on cooperating with you. Luo Qiushui made a decisive decision. I'll do whatever. I'll come over to pick you up at that time. Luo Qiushui tipped her toes and leapt high into the air, entering the armed helicopter and quickly moving away. Lin Ran looked at the helicopter that disappeared into the night, thought for a moment, and said, This executive minister of the Night Patrol Division seems to know a lot about 3 times of bone tempering. Yi Tingyun nodded and echoed, saying, I reckon Luo Qiushui has seen other geniuses who have completed 3 times of bone tempering. I met with her in the military when she was still serving in the Nightfire Army, responsible for training some of the elite seeds that the military had tapped. Nightfire Army? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. I remember that Elder Guan served in this army, and was still the original commander. When Elder Guan retired, Luo Qiushui was probably not even born yet, but she definitely knows about Elder Guan's existence. Yi Tingyun said with certainty. Lin Ran was slightly curious, Elder Guan is so famous? Yi Tingyun exhaled lightly and said in a deep voice, because of some secrecy, that Battle of Guan Lao's was rarely reported publicly, but in the Nightfire Army, Guan Lao's achievements were passed down by word of mouth, and countless members could be said to regard him as a god. Guan Lao is strong. You might be able to reach it in the future as well, go back and cultivate. Okay. After Lin Ran left, Yi Tangyan stayed on the rooftop, gazing at the undulating sea, his eyes bright. He truly felt that perhaps it wouldn't take long for the black abyss to reappear in the world. Thank you for your support. Formaldehyde received a good deal of power with love. Wow. The progress of the increase 5681000. The actual fact is that the actuality is actually a lot more than the actual actuality. Chapter 91, The Opening Battle, the Endgame Winner and Loser. Returning to the lounge, Lin Ran once again practiced, cupping his hands together and running the Great Sun Gene method, his chi and blood rising steadily. 500 cards. 550 cards. 600 cards. The chi and blood that many advanced martial artists needed to spend a great deal of energy to beat, for Lin Ran, as long as the pure energy kept coming, the progress would come by leaps and bounds in a single day. The night grew deeper and deeper, as Lin Ran sank his heart into cultivation, his chi and blood continued to climb. Outside, the lower island boarding area in the night was not quiet, enthusiastic and noisy. The teams from all the schools were preparing for tomorrow's finals in a hurry. Analyzing the situation, developing tactics, treating the wounded. King Power High School, likewise. They have also advanced. After the survivor that Li Daoqi was carrying was snatched by Lin Ran, it wasn't far from the end of the survival tournament, but the 4 people in the team, who were all powerful senior martial artists, and the thin camel was bigger than a horse, managed to snatch a new survivor within a quarter of an hour of returning to the island boarding area. Lin Ran. Li Jiqi's complexion was icy cold, and a suppressed hiss resounded within him. The injuries on his body had already healed under the repairs made by the healing-type alien sent by his family, but when he thought of that battle in the morning, the emotions of shame and anger were completely overwhelming, rushing out from the bottom of his heart and almost drowning him. Since his childhood, when he remembered, he had never been so humiliated. Who? Taking a deep breath, Li Jiqi looked at one of the school leaders accompanying him and said, "What did Evergreen Middle School and Yua Girls High School say?" The school leader put down his cell phone and said, "They agreed to a siege, and won't fight internally until they settle Lin Ran. In addition, besides our 3, the teams from the other 4 private high schools have likewise agreed to our invitation and will cooperate with us in attacking Lin Ran. However, it's unlikely that their players will fight with all their might, and they will definitely wait for an opportunity to act based on the actual battle situation." The school leader added in a deep voice. "There's no harm in it, it's already enough for our 3 teams to join forces." Li Jiqi shook his head, a flash of ruthlessness flashing across his eyes. "Tomorrow, when the finals begin, the airport of departure will be the end of Lin Ran's match." He didn't just want to defeat Lin Ran. More than that, he wanted to make Lin Ran immensely regret what he did today. Time passed silently, the night gradually dissipated, and a large sun rose, bright and blazing, illuminating the sky and the ocean. After the beginning of summer, the sun was getting hotter and hotter every day. Lin Ran opened his eyes and blossomed with a radiant essence of pressure. After a night of cultivation, his chi and blood had more than doubled and was now over 800 calories. One had to know that the upper limit for a bone-tempering advanced martial artist was only 1,000 cards of chi and blood. The progress in my cultivation is more than just chi and blood. After being promoted to senior martial artist, Lin Ran's sense of the martial way deepened by a large margin, and his instinctive level of simplified cultivation became even more rapid. Taking the Heaven's Wrath as an example, this spiritual martial art now gained twice as much sense per unit of time compared to what it had gained before breaking the boundary. I have one more instinct level simplification now. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. His limit slash, which had yet to be initiated, the attacking and killing effects of this spiritual martial art, combined with his powerful physical qualities, would not be weaker than the wrath of the heavens. However, the limit 1 blade already has 5,000 times simplification. Coupled with my promotion to senior martial artist, cultivation is even faster. I just need to sink my teeth into cultivation. In less than a week's time, I will be able to promote to the Inquisitive Realm, and in the latter's progress, even if I catch up with the Beast King's 5 killing styles, I will still be able to rely on the Black Abyss, and will continue to maintain 5,000 times simplification, and if I use the instinctive level simplification once, it's a bit of a waste. Lin Ran gently shook his head, prepared to wait a little longer. Looking at Guan Lao's posture, it was unlikely that he would only pass on this spiritual martial art to him, and when he cultivated the limit 1 blade to an advanced level, there would definitely be more. Moreover, the rewards from the citywide high school league will likewise be able to pick the top spirit martial arts. Lin Ran got up and pushed the door, leaving the cultivation room and going forward to meet up with Su Wanyu and the others. Today's finals would begin at 9 in the morning. Just after 8:30, a transportation rotorcraft lifted off from the airport in the center of Longmen Island, heading to the various island boarding zones to pick up the participating teams. This transport rotorcraft, belonging to the Mountain and Sea City's Night Patrol Division, had been in service for many years, and was now considered semi-retired, spending most of its time parked on the island, used to assist the reserve members in their exercises, and when it was idle, the Sheriff's Department and the other organizations that leased the island were allowed to call it on the island. The rotorcraft swept through the air, picking up people on a route that followed the markings of the island boarding area, and when it came to the third island boarding area where Lin Ran was located, it had already picked up the teams from the first two island boarding areas. Only, their numbers combined were less than half of the people who boarded the airplane in boarding area number 3. Passing through the hatch, Lin Ran boarded the rotorcraft and raised his eyes to scan the two teams he had fought. Beaten in the physical sense. The teams from King's Rights Middle School and Yua Girls High School. The former was in the first boarding area, and the latter was in the second boarding area. The gazes of the 8 players from both teams were all on Lin Ran, locked tightly. In fact, they weren't the only ones, the attention of the other teams likewise fell on Lin Ran. The rotorcraft rose into the air and picked up the new team, and almost all of them were also sizing up Lin Ran. They were all clear that whoever the champion ended up with was bound to have something to do with Lin Ran. Contestant Lin Ran's actions will be paramount to the direction of the final. The female commentator's tone was certain. The male commentator nodded and said in a deep voice, "The finals will last for 3 days, but the most important battle will be the one that erupts at the airport in the departure area. The teams from the 3 major noble high schools will definitely take advantage of the siege. If Lin Ran wants to be victorious, he will have to break out, and as long as he succeeds, after that, when he faces the players from the 3 major noble high schools, he can try to break them down one by one." Indeed. The female commentator spoke out in agreement, incidentally restating the rules of the match to strengthen the audience's impression. The final will be uninterrupted for 3 consecutive days. 25 teams will have to grab the scorecards on the island. After getting them, the team's scores will be higher, but in addition to the scorecards, knocking a player out of the match will also earn a score bonus. The specific value will be directly related to the score of the player who retires. The male commentator thought for a moment and added, in the past high school leagues, only 20-30% of the teams won by relying on scorecards, the rest mainly relied on beating other teams. The female commentator matched, "It's always about picking the strongest team, and on the last day, the division of the field will be gradually narrowed down until the departure airport, where all the teams will be within the range of the field, and it will be progressively closer. Avoiding battles is impossible. The later it gets, the more chaotic the battles will be." The female commentator gave an example. Previously, those teams that won the championship mainly by scorecards, as usual, have the strength to win the championship themselves. This final, the odds are that it will be decided through a big battle, and a big battle is going to break out before leaving the airport. This battle is crucial. To a certain extent, it can be said that the opening battle on the first day will determine the final winner on the third day. Between the two conversations, the transportation rotorcraft picked up all the teams, turned around, and rapidly approached the airport in the center of the island. The heartbeats of the many spectators vaguely accelerated in anticipation of the finals. Chapter 92 Out of Sight in a Double Sense. 8:55 a.m. Longmen Island, the central airport. Violent gusts of wind swept out, pressing down the weeds on both sides of the runway to crouch on the ground and tremble violently. The rotorcraft descended in altitude and opened its hatch when it was 10 meters above the ground. The players who were able to participate in the finals, even if they had purchased their advancement slots from Lin Ran, were not weak as usual, and could ignore the impact from this height. 25 teams, 100 contestants, jumped into the airport in turn. In another 5 minutes, come 9 o'clock in the morning, they would be ready to depart and begin the battle for the finals. However, the 7 teams led by Deacon Lee quickly spread out, surrounding Lin Ran in the center and blocking every direction. "Lin Ran, your final battle will end at the airport." An icy cold voice emanated from Li Ziqi's mouth. Lin Ran's face did not change as he said indifferently, "You picked a good place." Behind him, Wang Changyu and another quasi-martial artist weren't as calm as this, looking at the encircling teams with some numbness in their scalps. 7 teams, the number wasn't that much. When Lin Ran had blocked the door, he had fought 1 against 100, and had met far more opponents than he did now. But the problem was that the strength of the teams in front of him was too powerful. The 3 top teams from Wangquan Middle School, Pear Blossom Girls High School, and Evergreen Middle School had joined forces, and could be said to be unstoppable. On the side, Su Wanyue took several deep breaths one after another, suppressing her inner emotions, scanning around the other teams that were stopping to take a look, saying, "You guys are just going to turn a blind eye to this? If we advance normally, for the sake of being in the same key middle school, it's not impossible to help ease the situation, but now." Humph. The third middle school captain's no-nonsense voice rang out, immediately causing a large chorus of agreement. Captain Lin acted in 100 different ways before, now I think he can solve it alone. With Team Lin's strength, why do we need our help? Faced with all sorts of cynical and resentful voices, Su Wanyue's cheeks burned slightly. This captain of her own family's acting style was indeed a little too overbearing. One repayment for another. The Chu family twins spoke one after the other, their gazes looking straight at Lin Ran. The consequences of acting arrogantly will inevitably have to be paid for. That counts as arrogance? Lin Ran suddenly laughed, openly and domineeringly. That counts as a price? You guys, come on together, I don't mind if all of you join forces. In a flash, these words that could be described as incomparably arrogant spread out, shaking the nearly 100 contestants into silence, leaving only the sound of the rotorcraft ringing out in mid-air, extraordinarily obvious. The many spectators were similarly stunned, unable to imagine that Lin Ran would say such words. However, this disbelief and confusion didn't last long, and in the next moment, both the spectators and the contestants all came to an understanding. Boom! A huge thunderous sound seemed to explode space, as countless lightning bolts ran through it, crowding the sky, covering the sky, and everywhere was filled with a terrifying destructive fluctuation, mixed with an overbearing and incomparable scorching heat. As far as the eye could see, there were only two types of light, golden and deep purple, alternately competing, like a round of stars reflecting the heavenly punishment. The rotorcraft suspended in mid-air shook violently, and with a buzzing sound, a protective shield was inspired, covering the entire body. At the same time, a shrill alarm sounded from the loudspeaker on the cockpit. Secondary shield fully open. Disengage as soon as possible. Secondary shields fully open. Disengage as soon as possible. Looking at the thunder and lightning that filled the sky, the pilot knew that he was not the target of the attack, but he still could not help but suck in a breath of cool air, and hurriedly maneuvered the rotorcraft to quickly lift off, wanting to detach. In the process, the fuselage inevitably touched some lightning, and the shield covering it rippled violently, as if it was about to explode. The audience didn't get to see this scene, because the image presented in the live broadcast was only a blazing light. The guide team switched lenses one after another, but to no avail. All the footage from the filming system in the airport was all covered by lightning. People are numb. To what extent is Lin Ran's Heaven's Wrath massive? Is this really going to evolve a heavenly punishment? His battle power isn't right. A military fan spectator pointed out that the rotorcraft transporting the contestants, codenamed Xianbird 05, although its performance was no longer advanced nowadays, but after all, it was the special weaponry of the Night Patrol Division, and it had only been able to activate the third level of protection in the face of the might of a normal chi-blooded 1000 caliber advanced martial artist's outburst. I saw it clearly, when the lightning covered down just now, the Xianbird 05's shield was a dark gray color, clearly a level 2 shield. Lin Ran wouldn't have been promoted to senior martial artist, would he? Promoted as usual is outrageous, whose advanced martial artist can strike with this kind of might? All the live broadcast platforms that were broadcasting the league all exploded in an incomparable sensation. Luckily, the rotorcraft was very fast, and after lifting off a few hundred meters, it finally broke away from the area covered by lightning, and through the lens shot located underneath the cabin, it finally allowed the countless agitated viewers to see the full picture. The airport in the center of Longmen Island is roughly square, with a side length of 1,000 meters. But now, all covered by lightning, countless lightning through the sky, dense, layers and layers, isolate the line of sight, like a lightning composition of death prison. Even the rising sun in the middle of summer was unable to pour sunlight into it. This was not an exaggerated description. The 99 contestants in the airport knew this all too well, as all they could see were the golden and deep purple rays of lightning. Not to mention the sun, not even the sky could be seen. An intense trembling penetrated their bodies, and none of them could maintain their composure. Li Ziqi's lips kept trembling as he looked at the figure with black hair fluttering about, no longer in the same strong state of mind as when he had just gotten off the rotorcraft. The intense burning heat mixed with destruction came crashing down on him, causing his heart to throb and even feel fear. The cold words uttered by Lin Ran in that meeting before the race suddenly surfaced clearly in his mind. I will let you know what it means to not see the light of day. Chapter 93, this time, it's your turn to tell me if I'll ever see the sun again. At 9 in the morning, shrill voices swept out from the multiple loudspeakers at the airport, loudly announcing the start of the finals, just not much of a commotion in the midst of the roiling thunder and lightning. Without further delay, Lin Ran raised his hand and pressed the attack. Boom boom boom. Countless thunderbolts struck down, one after another, densely packed, like a waterfall pouring down. With the exception of Lin Ran and his three teammates, all the silhouettes on the airport were drowned out. The players of the various teams, not fixed targets, immediately chose to join forces to fight against it, but in the moment when the lightning washed the ground, large dozens of silhouettes flew out horizontally. The players below senior martial artists couldn't withstand it at all. One by one, they lay on the ground, constantly convulsing. The wristwatches worn on their bodies all vibrated violently and emitted ear-piercing sounds. This was a warning signal for detecting bodily functions. Once it appeared, it meant that the injuries were serious and they had completely lost their ability to move. According to the rules of the finals, it was regarded as a defeat and withdrawal. What kind of killing power is this? The advanced martial artist who had carried through the first round of lightning wash had no time to catch his breath, sweeping the fallen figures around him, his heart rippling. The level of senior martial artists was indeed far higher than intermediate martial artists. It didn't mean that the man-o-man tactic was useless. The key was that they were also striking out against them just now. With so many advanced martial artists joining hands, one attack, beating large dozens of players to withdraw with serious injuries, was simply terrifying. Together! Li Jiqi gritted his teeth and shouted coldly, calling for the crowd to attack together. The current situation could only be fought against with a hard head. The other senior martial artists, glancing at each other, frantically pushed their chi and blood to strike various attacks. Lin Ran had made it clear that he was going to suppress the entire field with the power of one person, and there was no point in them choosing to break out. They still had to return to the airport on the third day. In the process, they would definitely have to grab the scorecards, and it was inevitable that they would be injured, and it would also affect their strength. Right now, it was their best chance. Shocking heavy hammer. Facing the advanced martial artists rushing up, Lin Ran raised his hand and drew a large swathe of lightning, transforming into a massive hammer of thunder, sweeping with overbearing scorching heat, like a round of stars surrounded by thunder and lightning under the golden light, falling at extreme speeds before exploding through and through. Boom! The entire piece of earth was covered by the blazing light, and multiple figures flew out backwards, spilling blood along the way and sustaining serious injuries. Especially the several people who were facing the shocking heavy hammer directly, still in the air. The wristwatches they wore had already begun to send out warning signals, and all of them fainted to death. However, the number of high-level martial artists surrounding Lin Ran was even greater. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Chu family twins killed from both sides of Lin Ran, one on the left and one on the right, erupting with their strongest attacks, swift and powerful, striking at Lin Ran's ears and temples. At the same time, Fu Qingfeng stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the air and striking the back of Lin Ran's head. Only in these vital places did they think they could cause effective damage. Lin Ran's perceptions were sharp and all of them were detected, however there was no intention of dodging. As a thought flashed by, the multiple thunderbolts hanging in the sky coalesced with each other and fused to create 3 blazing pillars of lightning that blasted down, as swift and fierce as a sky-based weapon. Dang! 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 In an instant, the 3 silhouettes flew out horizontally, like discharged cannonballs, smashing heavily on the airport's runway, shaking the ground and cracking it. On one's face, a pained expression appeared. Silver snake-like electric arcs continuously leaped out from the surface of each body, numerous and dense. It was difficult for them to move under the erosion of the power of lightning. At this moment, the lightning above the 3 of them merged once again, poised and ready to strike, filling the air with a terrifying pressure. Help them block it! Song Zi from the Pear Blossom Woman High School shouted anxiously. Zhu Yao and the others still have the power to fight, they just need time to suppress the lightning that has invaded their bodies. Her words didn't go any further as a slim golden purple light appeared out of nowhere, connecting her and Lin Ran. It was a heavenly punishment spear trailing a shadow of light. Boom! Lightning exploded, Song Zi fell to the ground and fainted, her entire body covered in arcs of electricity, and there was a hideous bloody hole in her left shoulder, penetrated by the spear of heaven's punishment, translucent before and after. Lin Ran lowered his raised left arm, calm and indifferent within his dark eyes. His cultivation nowadays was stronger than everyone, and one step better than Li Jiqi. As long as he caught him in a one-on-one opportunity, no one was his one-on-one enemy. Not far away, the 3 figures that fell to the ground, only Fu Qingfeng was saved by the captain of Evergreen High School. The 2 sisters of the Chu family were lying on the ground, still hit by lightning, both fainted, not moving, only the wristwatch they wore trembled violently and made sounds. The multiple high-level martial artists surrounding the attack were creeped out, unable to calm down. In a single encounter, there must be a person withdrawing from the match. How could the gap between the same advanced martial artists be so great to such an extent? And how should one fight in order to have a slight chance of winning? Boom boom boom. Lin Ran started killing again, his black hair fluttering about, unleashing the might of the wrath of heaven with all his might, the sky of thunder and lightning running through the sky, unstoppable, as if he wanted to evolve the entire airport into a heavenly punishment Jedi. A few minutes passed, and less than 10 senior martial artists were still able to fight, all of them with blood on their bodies. Looking at Lin Ran in the center of the lightning, an emotion called despair surged into everyone's hearts. There was no chance of winning. Not a single bit of it. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, several powerful figures broke into the Thunder prison, all of which were martial arts celebrities sent by the island to rescue them. The back end of the league's database monitored the information of each wristwatch in real time. The director in charge of management, a few minutes earlier, the entire person's eyes nearly glazed over. Receiving large dozens of rescue signals in an instant, he had thought that there were terrorists attacking the arena. The footage that was shot live had been of a rotorcraft looking down. Dense layers of thunder and lightning were layered on top of each other, isolating the line of sight. Viewers could only guess from the intensity of the lightning that the fighting was intense. But when the rescuing martial arts celebrities brought out unconscious contestants one after another, one batch after another, continuously, the outside world suddenly boiled over, as if they were experiencing a massive earthquake. 80 now. Still sending them out, wasn't the entire final only 100 people? I haven't even finished listening to a single song, and you're telling me that the final is almost finished? 100 dummies are there, but if the distance is wider, it'll take more than this much time to knock them all out. How strong does Lin Ran have to be? One person suppressing the entire arena, and crushing it like this. If it weren't for the fact that the current situation is impossible to fake, I'd really want to report Lin Ran for faking the match. Countless spectators were shaking inside. The several martial arts celebrities who had rescued them were even more unable to calm down. When they initially broke into the Thunder prison, looking at the figures all over the ground, several of them were directly dumbfounded. In the past, in so many citywide high school leagues, they hadn't seen many stunning geniuses, but none of them could be compared to Lin Ran. Not even close. The battle power displayed by the other party was truly appalling. Boom! Lin Ran landed a heaven-shattering hammer blow that exploded like a great sun, and heavily injured two more high-level martial artists, leaving only Li Ziqi as the only player who could stand in front of him at the moment. Of course, Li Ziqi was able to last until the end, not because he exceeded the strength of the others. Lin Ran wanted him to stay until the end. You. The expression on Li Diqi's face struggled as he looked at Lin Ran, who was smoothly striding over, and his heart actually panicked, wanting to escape. Boom! A pillar of thunder descended from the sky, bright and blazing, like a heaven-based weapon penetrating Li Ziqi's body, interrupting his words of admitting defeat. Lin Ran had left him until the end, not wanting to hear a confession of defeat. There were some debts that could not be repaid without paying a sufficiently painful price. Li Ziqi lay on the ground, convulsing violently under the ravages of the powerful lightning, making it difficult for him to stand up, and looking at Lin Ran, who was approaching step by step, his eyes became more and more flustered. Bang! Lin Ran raised his foot, and once again, stepped on the always self-important Li Ziqi. The difference was that last time, the two still had a big battle. Now, it was very easy. As easy as an ordinary person crushing a bug. This time, it's your turn to tell me, can I still see the sun? The extra shift was successful. Thank you all for your support of formaldehyde. Chapter 94, from today onwards, renowned for 10,000 miles, like the sun in the sky. Li Ziqi lay on the ground in pain, once again facing Lin Ran at a supine angle, his heart and mind vaguely trembling. Last time, he had felt more anger and humiliation. Nowadays, panic and fear drowned out the other emotions. Li Ziqi wanted to admit defeat, and just as he opened his mouth, he didn't even have time to let out the first syllable, and with a loud boom, a new thunderbolt penetrated his body, causing his body to convulse uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. Worthy of being the captain of the King's Right Middle School, a direct descendant of the Li family, with only one person left, and still having the courage to fight me to the death, out of respect for martial arts competition, I'll give you this chance. Lin Ran's faintly serious voice entered Li Ziqi's ears, like a demon's whisper, causing the fear in Li Ziqi's eyes to grow even greater, desperately trying to struggle. In the next moment, his movements froze. The 5 senses on his face almost twisted into a ball. From Lin Ran's palms, countless fine lightning bolts penetrated, ravaging his flesh and blood, and intense pain swept out, as if the pain nerves of his entire body were all drawn out and then cut up with a scalpel bit by bit. Pain. Li Ziqi only had this one feeling, the pain was about to drive him crazy. However, the wristwatch he was wearing never turned on the alarm. After advancing to senior martial artist, Lin Ran's manipulation of Heaven's Wrath was even more meticulous. The damage done to Li Ziqi at the moment, although also severe, was well controlled, and within a short period of time, it would not allow his bodily functions to be reduced to the standard of the wristwatch's alarm. The monitoring system inside the airport was covered by lightning and could not capture any specific images. It was unlikely that the person in charge of the entourage of Wangquan Middle School would apply to the league committee for a withdrawal from the tournament without being sure of the current battle. For Li Ziqi, the current airport was like a heavenly punishment Jedi. In less than a minute, Li's pupils were so sore that he began to lose focus, and if he had to die in exchange for his withdrawal, he might even agree to it. The so-called life is worse than death, largely so. Buzz. Suddenly, Lin Ran lifted his foot, dissipating the eroding fine lightning in time, lest Li Ziqi pass out. Who? Li Ziqi gasped for air, unable to care about anything, like a fish in dry mud, struggling desperately. Slightly regaining some focus, looking at the pair of cold eyes looking down, Li Ziqi's movements lurched, and panic surged through his heart once again. You can give me trouble again, but trust me, you'll regret it. Lin Ran calmly narrated, the sound of his words clearly reflected into Li Ziqi's ears. After he finished speaking, Lin Ran raised his hand and pressed, and a large area of lightning converged and fused, transforming into a blazing pillar of thunder that descended from the sky, drowning out Li Ziqi's silhouette. He didn't need Li Ziqi to promise anything, nor did he care. On the way to the summit, wind and snow were nothing. When he met the peak, he would open the mountain, and when he saw the river, he would break the water. What he had to do was to strengthen himself and move forward step by step. As the lightning dispersed, the wristwatch worn by Li Ziqi alarmed violently, and his body lay stiffly on the ground, completely fainting, releasing a breath that was weak and unheard of. The entire person's injuries were far beyond the other players. The league only stipulated that after the wristwatch warning, the player would withdraw from the tournament, and no one else would be allowed to attack again. But before there was a warning, there was no stipulation that the player couldn't strike with full force. Of course, the league had an explicit rule that no intentional injuries were allowed. But this kind of regulation was too general and vague in scope for a martial arts competition, and was more just pretty words on the field. After all, there was only one winner. What if you save your strength for a fight and lose at the last minute? What if the opponent had an undercard? Is it possible that the opponent is deliberately showing weakness? There are too many factors interfering to make it possible to implement specific definitional criteria. Even if there is a controversy in the actual battle, at best, it will be a war of words. Lin Ran's gaze was merciless, without a trace of intolerance. Li Ziqi had dealt with him in the past, thinking that he was so superior that he could manipulate the rules to crush people without paying a price. This time, it was precisely payback for payback. Clang! On the other side, the wristwatch worn by Li Ziqi had just alerted, and the loudspeakers on the entire Dragon Gate Island, all of them emitted a loud sound, announcing the end of the finals. This was a mechanism to determine the end of the match. When there was only one team left on the entire island that hadn't withdrawn, there was naturally no need to continue. The Shanghai City High School League had a long history and had been held many times, but there were only a handful of finals that could trigger this mechanism. And triggering it early on the first day of the finals had never been done before. Shanghai First High School, for the first time, had done it. Or more accurately, Lin Ran alone, realizing it for the first time. The lightning that covered the central airport quickly dissipated, and through multiple shots, many viewers were finally able to see the detailed scene. Inside the airport, the runway was cracked, gullies were spreading, the earth was scorched black, and many weeds and bushes were burning, filling the sky with black smoke. It felt like a round of clustered artillery bombardment. Around Lin Ran, there were quite a few collapsed figures scattered about that hadn't yet been carried away by the rescuers. The only current players who could still stand were Lin Ran and 3 of his teammates. But it was clear in everyone's minds that a junior martial artist plus 2 quasi-martial artists couldn't play an effective role in this kind of head-to-head battle. Lin Ran, with only his own strength, suppressed the entire field. No! Crushing the entire arena. The match started at 9 a.m., and now at 9:05 a.m., the match is over? The performance of a super genius is truly beyond the speculation of ordinary people. The top 3 noble high schools? The top 30 noble high schools. 300 major noble high schools. None of them could possibly suppress Lin Ran again. A description that's as good as it gets. The footage of this match will definitely explode on the internet. It's hard to say if it can sweep through Saint Xia, But what's certain is that with the battle power Lin Ran has displayed, it's definitely going to set off a storm throughout the entire Liezhou. The outside world was abuzz and shook immensely. Many people realized that after today's battle, this teenager who was still in his second year of high school at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School would become famous for thousands of miles, like the sun in the sky. Dragon Gate Island, Central Airport. Lin Ran took a step out and landed in front of the 3 team members, sweeping a glance and reminding, "Let's go, don't stare, the match is over, go back to receive your prize." Lin team, good. Good. Wang Changyu and another quasi-martial artist team member came back to their senses, their sights retracted from the battle-damaged version of the airport, looking at the bland Lin Ran, still feeling like they were dreaming. Especially Wang Changyu, who had previously faced the siege of multiple teams, trying to secretly pump up his energy, and even wanting to bracingly yell out, "Team Lin, don't mind us, you go first." But as a result, Lin Ran crushed all the teams with an unstoppable stance. Daydreaming he wouldn't even dare to be so exaggerated. Su Wanyu similarly gazed at Lin Ran, her large dark eyes filled with unsettling emotions. At this moment, she very much agreed with her own father's words. There was always a big tree that could reach the clouds. However, she somewhat disagreed on one point. There were big trees that rose up into the sky, and perhaps they could be quick, without many years. Chapter 95 Green Underworld Heaven Refining Method. Number 3 Island Landing Area. Yi Tingyun and Vice Principal Chen couldn't suppress the smiles on their faces when they saw Lin Ran return. Both of them knew in advance that Lin Ran had been promoted to senior martial artist, and that without any surprises, he would definitely be able to win the championship. However, they hadn't expected that Lin Ran would be able to fight with such prowess. With his own strength, he had hung up the 24 teams that were besieging him. Lin Ran, very good. Vice Principal Chen was a little too excited, he couldn't even think of many words of praise, very good, very impressive. Yi Tingyun was quite a bit better, smiling and lamenting, "When you sealed off the airport with the wrath of heaven, but even I was startled." He hadn't been there to watch the battle, but the volume of the wrath of heaven alone was enough to surmise that Lin Ran's attainments in this spiritual martial art were getting deeper and deeper, and that he was stepping out of the inquisitive realm by a not-so-short distance. Lin Ran slightly raised his eyebrows and teased, "The reward for the champion is still very generous, the competition is fierce, just in case, you have to go all out." Yi Tingyun shook his head and lost his smile, thinking about it, "You are the captain who won the championship, and the best performer in the whole field, it must be you as well. The 2 rewards together, you can get $50 million worth of blood ascension powder. Of course it's at market price, it's a bit less than the amount you asked me to bring over yesterday. In addition, there is also a quota for a spirit martial art, with no limit on quality." However, Yi Tingyun made it a point to point out that the rewards handed out directly by the league were not the big head. The focus was on the resources invested by the higher-ups. Vice Principal Chen took over and agreed, "Lin Ran, the performance you put up this time is amazing, the influence will definitely be great, not just in Shanghai City, within 1 to 2 weeks, there will definitely be rewards coming down from the state." Lin Ran nodded and said with some anticipation, "I hope it can be a bit more lucrative." His chi and blood ceiling, which was as high as 4,900 cards, the blood ascension powder that he needed to take was not a small amount. The results you played today, it's no exaggeration to say that you're the first person in the history of the Shanghai City High School League, the value of the reward should not be more than 100 million, it's impossible to say. Vice Principal Chen revealed a smile, moreover, the school's financial allocation for the next semester can also go up an order of magnitude. Nowadays, the school's best batch of geniuses have basically all been scooped up, which is just the right amount to be used to cultivate you. Lin Ran rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "Why don't I go out of the school to challenge some more, expanding the scope to the entire Liezhou or Sacred Summer?" No hurry, no hurry. Vice Principal Chen smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into a line. Yi Tingyun listened with some helplessness and reminded, "The next semester is in September, by that time, Lin Ran is expected to have opened the Heavenly Gate." That couldn't be better. The smile on Vice Principal Chen's face grew even wider. The Heavenly Gate was a huge barrier that could already be seen as a sign of a strong person. Once opened, it was like a swimming fish transforming into a dragon. Opening the Heavenly Gate can also be useful. Vice Principal Chen tried to suppress his restlessness. The Heavenly Gate is capable of swallowing the energy of heaven and earth, but it's not like this realm's cultivation doesn't cost money, and the energy in some of the ancient realm's secret realms is definitely better than the natural environment. Speaking of this, Yi Tingyun half sidestepped his face, his gaze falling towards Lin Ran, saying, "The spirit martial arts and the rewards, have you thought about what to choose?" Lin Ran heard the meaning and raised his eyebrows with a smile. It seems that Instructor Yi has a good choice. Yi Tengyun nodded frankly. The specifications of this high school league are not low. Apart from the spirit martial arts that the mountain and sea municipal government can mobilize, some of the spirit martial arts in the Lijiao Martial Library can be picked. I looked through them last night, and one of the top spirit martial arts, I think it's very suitable for you. Green Underworld Heaven Refining Method. Yi Tengyun recalled the introduction and said, this spiritual martial art, like Heaven's Wrath, comes from the third age of prehistory, and belongs to a martial art that aids in cultivation, functioning to refine matter and purify energy, and will be of even greater use to you, especially in the future after opening the human body's heavenly gate. Vice Principal Chen hesitated slightly and mused, Instructor Yi, this kind of martial arts with strange abilities has always been difficult to comprehend. I know, it was Lin Ran that I suggested that he pick this spirit martial art. His talent in martial arts surpasses any genius I've ever seen, so he can give it a try. Yi Tengyun's tone was serious. If it were anyone else, even if they had completed the same 3 times of bone quenching, I wouldn't have persuaded them, so as not to apportion too much energy. Saying this, his gaze once again fell towards Lin Ran. Lin Ran directly nodded, yes, let's go with the Green Underworld Heaven Refining Technique, I'll give it a try. He was now integrated in offense and defense, and his body technique was equally swift, so another top spirit martial art that directly affected his battle power would not be too obvious to him. This Green Underworld Heaven Refining Method, which could aid in cultivation, made him quite moved. Even if Yi Tengyun didn't say anything, as long as he saw it, he would likewise choose it. After all, for him, learning spiritual martial arts was only a matter of looking at the power and effects. Any more difficult was easy. An instinctive level simplification slammed down, directly lying down and becoming stronger. The spiritual martial art of the Green Underworld Heaven Refining Method, Mountain and Sea City has the authority to mobilize it, and there should be a corresponding martial simplification in the education department's arsenal, so I'll bring you over to learn it after the award ceremony is completed. Okay. The league's championship awarding ceremony was at this arena on Dragon Gate Island. It had been like this for many sessions in the past. It was just that in the past, before the champions, there would also be runners-up and champions on stage one after another. And this time, before the many teams could grab their scorecards, they all collapsed at the airport at the departure point. With the exception of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, all of them could be regarded as runners-up. Or rather, all ranked at the bottom. Before noon, the awards ceremony ended, and Lin Ran received a blood-rising scatter worth $50 million, as well as a spirit martial voucher. Hello Lin Ran player, the range of spirit martial arts you can choose, we have sent to your school's official mailbox. You can view the selection. If it is a spirit martial arts within the scope of the authority of Shanghai City, you can pass this voucher and directly go forward to the Department of Education to learn. If it is a spirit martial arts in the Lijiao Martial Arts Storehouse, you can contact our tournament committee, and it can be delivered within a week through the official logistics. Good. Lin Ran casually echoed. The spirit martial arts he was going to choose had basically been finalized. And shortly afterward, Lin Ran and the crowd from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School boarded the speedboat going back and left Dragon Gate Island together. Most of the players from the other schools were still being rescued. More than an hour later, the speedboat arrived at the windward harbor from which it came. Yi Tengyun was driving an off-road vehicle over, taking Lin Ran forward to the education department to learn spiritual martial arts, while the others rode on the school bus back to the school. You have memorized the Green Underworld Heaven Refining Technique. Begin to simplify. Simplify 1,000 times. Inside one of the education department's transmission rooms, Lin Ran put down the martial arts simplicity in his hands, didn't rush to leave, composed himself and began to try to comprehend it. The esoteric level of this spiritual martial art compared to the Wrath of Heaven was indeed quite a bit more than that. However, Lin Ran's cultivation was now profound, and there was 1,000 times simplification, and after a simple analysis, there were already quite a few doors as to how to get started. If I cultivate on my own, the realms of initiation, minor success, and major success won't be too difficult, but if I pass the peak of my ascent and step into the realm of transformation truth, I guess it will be much more obscure, and after that, the realm of the inquisitive realm, it's even more of an expansive world. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. This spirit martial art is again beneficial to cultivation, and after opening the heavenly gate, it will be even more useful. It's worth a simplified cultivation at the instinct level. After analyzing it, Lin Ran no longer hesitated, and as a thought flashed by, an intensive beep sounded in his mind. The Green Underworld Heaven Refining Technique has begun instinct-level simplification. Simplification successful. The cultivation of the Green Underworld Heaven Refining Technique is transformed into an instinct, stomach creeping. Your stomach is undergoing peristalsis, and the green underworld heaven refining technique senses deepen. Your green underworld heaven refining technique has been successfully initiated. Lin Ran stood up and pushed the door to leave, a smirk hanging at the corner of his mouth. As expected, it was again the instinct to become stronger while alive. Chapter 96, 2 chapters in 1, Martial Way to God. Leaving the education department, Lin Ran took Yi Tingyun's SUV back home, preparing to raise his chi and blood again before going to Elder Guan's place. Opening a bottle of blood-rising bulk, Lin Ran tilted his mouth and took it, but he didn't rush to cultivate, running the already initiated Qingdian heaven refining technique. Ascension of blood powder. This kind of special medicine, its self-precipitation of energy efficiency is extremely high, now in the role of the green underworld heaven refining method, less than a breath, all turned into pure energy. Then, the quality of this energy rapidly increased. However, the total amount decreased. The quality has increased by 30%, and the total energy has decreased by 30%, it's not bad. Lin Ran secretly nodded his head. This spirit martial art, he was just getting started, and as his realm increased later on, the purification effect would be even stronger, and the consumption would be even less. After trying some things, Lin Ran dispersed the power of the green underworld heaven refining technique. The blood rising scatter was very efficient in boosting chi and blood, there was no need to purify it. He began to revolve the Great Sun Gene method to cultivate. The strength of chi and blood climbed rapidly. 850 card. 880 calories. 910 cards. Before long, Lin Ran's chi and blood came to 1000 cards. This was the upper limit for a bone-hardening advanced martial artist. Lin Ran's heart moved slightly, suspending his cultivation, spreading out one of his hands, a chi and blood gushed out from his palm, diffusing a light that grew deeper and deeper, having transformed from the initial light gold color to gold. Gazing at the chi and blood in his palm, Lin Ran meditated and concentrated, carefully investigating. As early as when he had just broken through the realm, he had vaguely sensed that the intention in the Great Sun Gene Dharma heavenly diagram seemed to have a certain effect on his chi and blood. Now that his chi and blood had reached 1000 calories, this feeling became more and more obvious. However, when Lin Ran endeavored to perceive it, there was no difference, it was like a mirror-like illusion. Previously, on the way back by speedboat, Lin Ran had also asked Yi Tingyun. Yi Tingyun was equally surprised and pondered for a while before giving a guess that it might have something to do with the foundation laid down by the evolutionary realm, causing some deep-seated changes to the chi and blood. After all, Lin Ran was in the evolution realm and had cultivated the evolution chapter of the Great Sun Gene Law to the ultimate realm. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the roots were perfect. Perhaps, the chi and blood would have to be a bit stronger to present itself. Lin Ran stopped thinking about it and opened another bottle of blood rising scatter and took it to cultivate. The strength of his chi and blood climbed once again. 1030 cards. 1060 cards. 1090 cards. When Lin Ran finished using the blood ascension sand that was rewarded for winning the championship, a body's chi and blood came to 1200 cards. A little prodding, the chi and blood in all parts of the body rolled, just like the water of a river, and it was able to bear a sound that was majestic and thick. However, it was still far from Lin Ran's upper limit. 4900 cards of chi and blood, very high indeed. Lin Ran's thoughts rose, perhaps I don't even need to reach the upper limit, I can have the battle power to open the Heaven's Gate. The Heaven's Gate, which could swallow the energy of the heavens and earth, once opened, the enhancement gained would be even more tremendous than condensing chi and blood. A martial artist in this realm already met the universal definition of a strong person. Placed in a city at the level of Shanghai City, all of them had the strength to start a martial arts school and sit on one side. For a high-level martial artist to be able to fight against them, they usually had to be equipped with powerful psychic abilities and develop them to a high level. However, Lin Ran's overall 3 times of bone tempering and extremely high chi and blood ceiling was enough to cross over. A 4900 card chi and blood can be reached just as quickly. Lin Ran was fully certain. He still had rewards issued by the state that he hadn't taken. Rescuing Qin Ming and the others was likewise rewarding, still at the standard of Luo Qiushui, the executive minister, and it was thought to be substantial enough. With the news of winning the championship fermenting for a few more days, his next take would definitely be more than $10 or $20 million. One step at a time. Lin Ran suppressed his thoughts, got up, pushed the door, and headed to Elder Guan's place to practice the ultimate one blade. This blade technique, like the Beast King's 5 killing styles, also relying on physical qualities, and raising the realm upwards would allow for one more means in the mechanical 218 Ancient Realms secret realm trip. The other side. An estate of the Li Clan Consortium. Inside a certain luxurious bedroom, Li Ziqi was lying on the bed. The external wounds on his body had already been healed, but between his eyebrows, there was still an obvious feeling of atrophy remaining. Beside the bed, a healing class alien's forehead was sweating, and he was doing his best to heal. After a long time, he couldn't hold on any longer before he wrapped up and finished. "Dr. Jiang, how is it?" A middle-aged man in the bedroom asked out loud, with a calm and steady temperament. His appearance resembled Li Ziqi's. It was Li Ziqi's father, Li Han. Dr. Jian looked at Li Ziqi on the bed, and then looked at Li Han, showing a difficult expression, wanting to say something. Li Ziqi inevitably panicked. Li Han's face was colorless, calmly commanding, "Speak directly." Physician Jiang exhaled darkly and murmured, "His body's injuries caused by lightning have all healed, but unlike the other contestants, in the extreme depths of his body, there is an overbearing scorching intent that remains, which for some reason is tough and extremely difficult to eliminate. This scorching erosion, if it doesn't disappear, it's basically impossible to cultivate." Dr. Jiang showed a struggling look on his face and said with hesitation, "With my level of supernatural ability, without more than 10 years of uninterrupted treatment, it's difficult to eradicate it, and even it may not be cured." For this Li family's direct genius, he still didn't dare to directly say such words as abolished. But how could Li Ziqi not hear it? For a moment it was like he was struck by lightning, followed by hissing madly. His hands waved haphazardly, the pillows and sheets on the bed were all ripped to shreds, the vases on the nightstands on both sides of the bed and the electronic clocks and other items were broken one after the other. In just a few moments of hard work, the entire luxurious bedroom was in a state of disarray. "I'm going to kill Linran. Linran ruined me, I'm going to take his life to pay him back. Dad, I'm going to kill him." Li Ziqi roared continuously. Li Han ignored it, his gaze looking towards Dr. Jiang, saying, "I'm sorry to see you, you can go back first." "Okay, feel free to contact me if you need anything." Dr. Jiang quickly left. Li Han stayed in the room, his face did not have any emotional ups and downs, he just looked at the crazy Li Ziqi indifferently. Time passed and the room gradually quieted down. Li Ziqi sat on the collapsed bed, his head hung low, a few tear tracks remained on his face. At this time, Li Han raised his right hand and looked at his watch before speaking, "Half an hour or so to calm down, not bad." Li Ziqi continued to lower his head and said mockingly, "What's the use of calming down? The next 10 years or so is my golden cultivation stage. Now that I'm deserted, it's enough to make me half-wasted. And it's not necessarily curable. There's no way I can hope for the position of family head again. Perhaps for your sake, my brocade will not change, but the gap between me and Linran." Li Ziqi's voice was hoarse and feeble. Hearing this patiently, Li Han said, "Not bad, wanting to compete for the head of the family, wanting to fight back against Linran, shows that you still have motivation." Hearing this, Li Ziqi looked up sharply, some light lit up in his eyes and said, "Dad, you have a way?" Li Han frankly nodded his head and said, "Before this year's New Year's festival, I'll have you cured. But Dr. Jiang is already the top healing alien in Shanghai City. You don't need to care how I do it, if I say you can be cured, you'll be fine." Li Han interrupted with a voice, speaking in a certain tone, "Take advantage of this half a year or so, it's the right time to quiet your mind and think about why you've been defeated this time." Hearing of the defeat, Li Ziqi clenched his hands hard for a while before whispering, "I didn't anticipate Lin Ran's progress in breaking the boundary." Li Han interrupted again and said in a cold voice, "This is just the appearance. You have obviously lost a match and you still want to risk a confrontation. Is this what I taught you to plan and then decide? Dragon Gate Island is just a playing field, whoever has the strongest battle power, whoever has the most power in words. But that's not a real society. The rules outside the arena are never fair. Just like now, Lin Ran is far stronger than you, and he knows that you were behind what happened to Du Changping, but what was the result? Du Changping's lawsuit is still being fought. If you really want to drag it out, you won't even pronounce a judgment for 3 to 5 years. Li Han's tone was incomparably cold. After hearing this, Li Ziqi did not attach himself at first. In his mind, a pair of overlooking cold eyes suddenly surfaced. The severe pain from the beginning seemed to crawl back into his heart. However, thinking of his own identity, Li Ziqi took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I will seriously reflect on this, and will definitely not make such a blunder again. Remember one thing, your foundation is Li Han's son, a direct descendant of the Li family, followed by strength and talent. A person's background can sometimes determine too many things." Li Han's gaze was stern, full of strong intentions. Of course, Lin Ran is a super genius, and has already attracted the attention of some of the upper echelon figures. That's why you'll be warned not to go overboard with Du Changping's matter, but it's only up to that. A civilian's background is always his weak point, and there's no absolute recurrence between talent and strength. before Lin Ran grows up to a certain height, he can at most gain some attention and investment from the upper echelon figures, but there won't be a firm backing of support like I'm standing behind you. Boom! Under the night, the dark sea water undulated violently, and at this moment exploded violently. A hundreds of meters long blade light tore out, rushed up to the sky, unstoppable, obliterated a piece of cloud with a height of 2,000 meters, and then still did not dissipate, and looked from afar like a round of icy cold silver moon. This blade light, chopped by Lin Ran. He was practicing the limit one blade at the bottom of the sea. At the lighthouse on the coast, Elder Guan had his hands behind his back and was silently watching. Yi Tingyun stood beside him, raised his head, looked at the fading blade light in the night sky, and sighed with emotion. Breaking another realm, he has entered the great success. Guan Lao lightly exhaled and commented, Lin Ran's progress in martial arts is getting more and more rapid. The martial sense brought about by a normal promotion to senior martial artist is far from enough to have this kind of progress. Yi Tingyun smiled and said, that's why he's a super genius and I'm not. Elder Guan understood what Yi Tingyun meant, and after a long moment of silence, he said, with Lin Ran's talent, the possibility of taking charge of the Black Abyss is very high, and I also hope that he can make the Black Abyss appear in the world again. After a pause, Guan Lao said in a complicated tone, it's just that, once I use the Black Abyss again, my big day will come, and within a few months, I will definitely die. Yi Tingyun's complexion changed slightly, but he was clear that with the courage of this old man beside him, he was by no means afraid of death. Otherwise, when he directly gave up the Black Abyss, it was enough to live for many years without injury, far more comfortable than now. Back then, didn't you seriously injure that god? Recreating is not the same as killing. Guan Lao took a deep breath, raised his eyes, looked away from the dark line of sea and sky, and said quietly, he will not give up so much. I always have a premonition that that deity is spying in the shadows, wanting to descend again. Hearing this, Yi Tingyun shuddered from the bottom of his heart. The past experience of serving in the military made him very clear that once the deity was allowed to complete its descent, the consequences would be horrifyingly terrifying. The entire Shanghai city would become a hell on earth. None of the more than 90 million people, including him, would survive, all of them would die. This is just the initial killing. In the aftermath, half of the Lijiao would fall, turning it into a forbidden zone of life. Don't be too concerned, it's just the blind thoughts of a half-ruined old man. Guan Lao retracted his sight, his expression had calmed down. The vision of the sacred Summer Seal King is far more far-reaching than mine. Something that they are not worried about means that the probability is extremely low, otherwise I wouldn't have agreed to teach Lin Ran the blade technique before. Yes. Yi Tingyun nodded heavily, his voice still hoarse. He finally realized why Elder Guan had been unwilling to find a successor for Black Abyss all these years. The cost that could arise was truly appalling. It was only because Lin Ran's talent in martial arts was too outstanding that Guan Lao couldn't help but be moved. Yi Tingyun stopped speaking and adjusted his state of mind. Elder Guan's gaze fell back to the bottom of the sea, his senses penetrating the seawater, observing Lin Ran's cultivation and occasionally making guidance. Under the 5,000 times simplification, Lin Ran's control of the forward direction of the limit slash was 9 out of 10. However, when practicing martial arts, mistakes were inevitable. Elder Guan's guidance would allow Lin Ran's progress to increase even faster. The party's outburst was a bit off. It doesn't need to be compressed that hard, but rather a full detonation. A voice resounded in Lin Ran's mind. Then, in front of his line of sight, a slender blade of light appeared out of nowhere, evolving the corresponding intent. Lin Ran inwardly sighed helplessly and carefully observed it. After he entered the sea, from time to time, he would unfurl the seawater and could look out to see Guan Lao's figure. The other party's aura was clearly weaker as he condensed his blade light. Lin Ran had offered to refuse, but Guan Lao simply shook his head, some old age, no need to pay attention to it. Lin Ran could only sink his heart into practicing his blade and give it his all. Elder Guan's guidance had no small effect on him, and as the sun rose on Friday, a prompt sounded in Lin Ran's mind. Your limit slash is promoted to the peak realm. Lin Ran made his sword without stopping, and only after another hour did he stop his cultivation and leapt out of the sea carrying his straight sword. A golden chi and blood gushed out from Lin Ran's body, and in an instant, evaporating seawater and obliterating salt grains, his clothes, shoes and body were clean as new. Luo Qiu Shui contacted him yesterday and arranged to meet at 8 o'clock this morning at Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Elder Guan, I'm taking Lin Ran back to school for a trip. Next I'm going to an ancient realm secret realm in the night patrol division, so I guess it'll take a few days before I can come over. Yi Tingyun informed briefly. Elder Guan nodded, go. As Lin Ran left, he thought briefly and brought along the straight blade he used when practicing the limit one blade. The peak ascension realm was already not weak. Moreover, after he entered the mechanical 218 mysterious realm, he could also perform this blade technique against a battle, cultivating it in the meantime to further enhance his realm. You want to bring a knife and right, there are sheaths in the trunk that were given away when you bought the knife, anyway, they are all standardized shapes and the same size, just take one and use it. Okay. The two of them got into the SUV, turned around, and drove towards Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Lin Ran turned back and scanned the lonely old man under the lighthouse on the seashore, saying, "Can't Guan Lao's injuries be eased a bit?" Yi Tingyun sighed and said, back then, a number of powerful king sealers had seen it. Obviously, if an effective program existed, it would have been implemented long ago. Lin Ran mused, there were indeed too many foreign beasts in that battle back then. Upon hearing this, Yi Tingyun looked sideways at Lin Ran, and after some hesitation, he truthfully said, Elder Guan's injuries were not inflicted by the foreign beasts, and back then, because of the beast hide, he was definitely harmed, but the reason why he's like this nowadays is in fact unrelated to the foreign beasts. Lin Ran was quite surprised at this reply. Yi Tingyun didn't say it outright. After thinking about it, he turned to ask, remember I told you, the initial realm of martial arts, the reason why it's named evolution, rich and deep meaning. Lin Ran nodded gently, I remember, I even googled it, but there's no clear explanation, it just says that it involves the higher reaches of martial Dao. This expression is correct. Yi Tingyun's voice was deep, and he said word for word, because, when the martial Dao reaches its depths, one can become a god. Lin Ran's heart was flabbergasted. Through Yi Tingyun's attitude, he had a vague feeling. The word deity was by no means a simple description of being powerful. A god in the true sense of the word. Yi Tingyun looked as if he knew Lin Ran's thoughts. There are in the foreign realm, I've seen them from afar, and Elder Guan even wrestled one in years past. Lin Ran reacted, Elder Guan's injuries were caused by a god? Yes. Yi Tingyun aggravated his tone, inevitably agitated. In a battle back then, both sides exchanged half their lives, and it was even the gods that took the initiative to retreat, not daring to force their way down to the world again. Elder Guan's cultivation is not enough to pass to the gods, right? Lin Ran's thoughts raced. The process of a god descending into Saint Xia is complicated and requires a painful price to be paid, but a god is an existence that stands at the peak of martial arts. That battle back then, even if Guan Lao was replaced with some Saint Xia Seal King, it would be difficult to fight better. Yi Tingyun's eyes blazed, brighter than lightning. Black Abyss can fight against the gods. Beg a request for an increase in power generation with love law, this progress always feel dangerous. Power generation with love 404-1000. Chapter 97, Feet on the Ground, Stars to be Reached. The early morning sunlight was bright, and as the off-road vehicle sped swiftly along the Sea Ring Highway, a brief silence fell over the vehicle. Lin Ran raised his hand and rubbed his brow, speechless for a moment. The conversation just now contained too much information. Martial way to God. Existence of gods in foreign lands. Guan Lao was injured by a god. Back then, he killed off a god in a battle, the Black Abyss in the lighthouse basement. For a high school student, this information was truly magical. If he didn't have some understanding of both Yi Tingyun and Guan Lao, Lin Ran would have felt that Yi Tingyun was teasing him. Fortunately, Lin Ran wasn't an ordinary high school student. Taking several deep breaths and suppressing his undulating state of mind, he said, all of this information belongs to Sacred Summer's secrets, right? I haven't seen any relevant buzz on the internet. Right. Yi Tingyun nodded and said, some information spreads out and is prone to cause widespread panic. The control is very strict. Saying this, Yi Tingyun gave an example and narrated, some beast kings from the foreign invasion of Saint Summer alone have allowed the foreign religion to sit on a lot of believers, and if the news of a god spreads out, it will be even more unfavorable to the control. Indeed. Lin Ran echoed, I know that the followers of the exoticism cult internally call themselves the Divine Realm cult, but religions are mostly like this, creating an elevated concept, and even if outsiders hear about it, they won't think of it in terms of there really being a god. One of the duties of the Night Patrol Division was to capture and kill the followers of the exotic domain cult. Yi Tingyun's face was serious as he said, the exoticism is a tumor that is difficult to eradicate. However, in regards to the descent of gods, Saint Xia has certain countermeasures, whether it be the Seal King Jinshur or some super-killing weapons, they can all be effectively counteracted, or else the new calendar era wouldn't have appeared. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, the Black Abyss is one of those super-killing weapons? Not exactly. Yi Tingyun subconsciously shook his head, the reason why the Black Abyss is powerful is because of Guan Lao. Of course. Yi Tingyun paused slightly, as if recalling, before saying in a deep voice, today's Black Abyss does indeed possess the power to fight against the gods. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly. The straight blade that stood in the basement was more complicated than he thought. Yi Tingyun half sidestepped his face, his gaze falling towards Lin Ran, and after some hesitation, he still decided to inform, perhaps, Elder Guan will gift the Black Abyss to you in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's heart flinched, thinking of Yi Tangyun's dissimilarity when he first met Elder Guan, and said, Instructor Yi, you brought me to see Elder Guan, are you trying to get me to get the Black Abyss? Yi Tangyun frankly admitted, you have this qualification, Guan Lao recognizes it as well, it's just that he's considering it more and can't make a decision right away. Lin Ran pursed his lips, let out a long breath, and said, I need to quiet my mind now. Good. Yi Tingyun stopped talking and drove silently. He didn't say anything before, mainly because he was worried that Lin Ran wanted Black Abyss too much, causing his mind to become unbalanced and unable to meet Elder Guan's requirements, but now, Lin Ran had already passed the qualification hurdle, and whether or not he could take the helm of Black Abyss depended on whether or not Elder Guan could make up his mind. Or rather, when he would make up his mind. Not long after, the off-road vehicle drove out of the Sea Ring Highway. Lin Ran sat in the co-pilot's seat, half sidestepping his face, looking away from the sea, raising his head again, gazing at the rising sun, and retracting his gaze afterward, his gaze rippling. Quieted your mind? Yi Tangyun asked. Aha! The mind is stronger than me. When I first learned that there was a god in the foreign realm, I was so worried that I didn't sleep for days, inexplicably panicked. The height of a god is now too far away from me, like a cosmic star. Lin Ran calmly narrated, even if Guan Lao really gave me the Black Abyss, I'm only 1,000 tons of peripheral strength and 1,200 calories of chi and blood today, how can I have the battle power to fight against a god? If the Black Abyss is really like this, anyone else would surely be just as capable of fighting against a god. Lin Ran thought clearly. This indeed. Yi Tingyun agreed and nodded, saying seriously, even a true super killer is an extension of a martial artist, placing it in the hands of you and me is very different from placing it in the hands of Elder Guan or Sacred Summer Seal King. Lin Ran smiled and said, therefore, what I need to do now is still to keep my feet on the ground and move forward step by step. Taking charge of the Black Abyss would definitely be a good thing for him. If it didn't work out, the impact wouldn't be too great. The star hanging high in the sky was far away, but he was expected to reach it. Even, it could be soon. Your green underworld heaven refining technique is promoted to the grand completion realm. Your stomach is squirming, and the green underworld heaven refining technique's enlightenment continues to deepen. Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Lin Ran and Yi Tingyun arrived at school a few minutes short of 8 o'clock. Luo Qiushui came over early, still dressed in the combat uniform of the executive department, and stood waiting outside the agreed-upon gate, and when she saw Lin Ran get out of the car, just as she was about to make a sound, her gaze couldn't help but fall towards a straight blade Lin Ran had pinned to his waist. Once upon a time, out of admiration for the former commander of the Nightfire Army, she had also practiced this weapon with great dedication, only to have to give it up due to her mediocre talent in the path of swordplay. Depart. Suppressing the rising thoughts, Luo Qiushui faced Lin Ran and said sharply. Okay. Lin Ran nodded, how do we go? Luo Qiushui pointed to the sky, then poked out a hand and grabbed Lin Ran's shoulder, saying, don't be nervous, it'll be stable. After saying that, Luo Qiushui's figure flashed, taking Lin Ran with her as she quickly ascended into the air until 2,000 or 3,000 meters later, entering a hovering armed helicopter. This is the first time I've experienced this type of boarding. Lin Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Luo Qiushui's pretty face was white and had no emotional ups and downs as she explained, your school belongs to the urban area, and the steep landing of the Night Patrol Division's executive department's helicopter gunships might cause unnecessary panic. Lin Ran smiled, understandable. The enforcement department was the violent arm of the Night Patrol Division, and would not normally be deployed without danger. There were 3 other people inside the helicopter, a pilot and 2 middle-aged men, the latter was wearing the same style of combat uniform as Luo Qiushui, and was obviously also a member of the executive department. This is Zhang Yangan, a star-rank vigilante. Luo Qiushui looked at the 2 middle-aged men, this is Lu Roy, Moon Order vigilante. The 2 of them will also take part in this rescue operation, but like me, they will not make a move unless it's a critical situation, and they belong to the safeguard staff. Luo Qiushui recounted briefly. Lin Ran nodded, understood. In those days when he had instructed Qin Ming and the others to cultivate the Beast King's 5 killing styles, he had occasionally and inevitably gossiped about it, and the grading of the executives was very clear. The starting level, naturally, was the reserve members. The next step up were the most basic official night watchmen with no rank, and were usually exalted, which required the chi and blood to reach perfection and develop their exalted abilities to a very high degree. Above the classless rank, there were the star, moon, and sun ranks of night watchmen. In order to advance, for an exalt, one often has to open the human body's heavenly gate. Xin Ming mentioned once that all of the official night watchmen exploring the mechanical 218 ancient realm's secret realm have no rank. Lin Ran's thoughts rose. The power used by the heavenly gate, which is of a higher level, will oppress the ancient realm's secret realm and cause damage. Sacred summerfolk are recognized that once the heavenly gate is opened, it carries the name of a powerful person. However, in the environment of the mechanical 218 ancient realm mysterious realm, with my physical strength, against a martial artist who opens the heavenly gate, it is only strong but not weak. Lin Ran's perception of his strength was accurate. Even if the reward for this rescue mission was a bit more generous, even without the addition of the environment, he would still be comparable to a martial artist of this level. Between musings, Lin Ran followed the instructions and sat on Luo Qiushue's side. Luo Qiushue made a short introduction and then stopped speaking, remaining silent throughout. The two middle-aged men traveling with him were much more enthusiastic. Lin Ran, hello. The performance in the finals on Dragon Gate Island was truly amazing. It's a good thing my son just started his first year of high school and didn't compete. Hello guys. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Yangan mentioned the main event and said, the rescue team that cooperated with your action has already arrived at the entrance of the mechanical 218 mystery realm. After we arrive in a few days, we will enter directly. The signal inside is cut off, and it is expected that we will not be able to contact the outside world for 3 to 5 days. If there is something that needs to be accounted for, you can tell us in advance. All has been done, just enter. Chapter 98, Fast and Handsome. Mechanical Mountain in C218 Ancient Realm Secret Realm. This ancient realm secret realm, which was revealed during the vacation period after the New Year's holiday, the entrance is located in a wasteland on the northern outskirts of Shanghai City, which has now been constructed by the Night Patrol Division, surrounded by high-voltage power grids, with a cordoned-off periphery, and requires the presentation of a certificate of access from the Night Patrol Division in order to enter and exit freely. Inside the thick gate, in an open space, the 10 rescuers who had assisted Lin Ran's operation were assembled, waiting while chatting idly. Under the Heaven's Gate, all 10 of us ranked at the top of the official Night Watch in terms of our combined combat strength, and now we're collectively cooperating with an external aid for the first time. One of the executives was quite emotional. Next to him, someone laughed and chimed in, saying, I thought that the main force of this operation would be Su Wangyun, who only has a few skulls without a secondary bone quenching, and whether it's peripheral strength or chi and blood strength, it all exceeds those of us with supernormal abilities. Upon hearing this, several gazes fell towards the youth standing at the very front. Su Wangyun gently shook his head and said, although Lin Ran is an external aid, the matter of being the main force was set by Minister Luo. With her vision, it's impossible for her to make a mistake. Lin Ran's possibility of successfully rescuing the people is definitely more than using me as the main force. A super genius with 3 times of bone quenching, or an advanced martial artist, in the mechanical 218 ancient realm's secret realm, just think about it, it's definitely strong enough. This I know, but I'm curious about one thing, does he have the battle power of a formal vigilant in the outside world? A comment rang out, causing many people to hotly debate. Su Wangyun mused, I have a cousin who made it into this year's finals, so I took the time to watch the live broadcast. From the lightning that sealed off the entire airport alone, it seems that it's not difficult to pass the official Night Watchman's test, but it's not good to judge how strong it is, and the great battles in there are completely invisible. Ask your cousin, huh? Asked, he said, the bell for the start of the final just rang, the whole person is unconscious. This tiger has a canine brother, ah. Several people had a speechless look on their faces. Old Su, do you have the confidence to win against him? The man next to Su Wangyun asked, in terms of martial arts cultivation alone, you are the most profound among us. Someone else picked up the conversation and said, I remember that you have already started to beat your body again. Su Wangyun nodded and said, at the beginning of the year, my chi and blood reached the upper limit of 1,700 cards, and I wanted to consolidate my foundation some more before opening the heavenly gate, and now that half a year has passed, the strength of my circumference has risen by dozens of tons. But Su Wangyun thought seriously and said, whether I can beat Lin Ran or not, I'm not sure, I still need to see his battle power with my own eyes. This is a good idea, the rescue trip that follows, he'll definitely put up a fight. Although the ancient realm's secret realm is suppressed, it can be roughly judged by back-propagating. It doesn't make much sense for me to be able to beat him, there's an age difference of almost 10 years. It's mainly because I'm curious about his battle power. Between the 10 people talking to each other, they suddenly quieted down, all gazing at a black-painted helicopter gunship landing down. Among the 4 figures that stepped out from it, the teenager wearing the school uniform of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School was particularly conspicuous. All personnel have arrived. Zhang Yangan swept his gaze and spoke in a deep voice, "Depart now." Lin Ran followed Luo Qiushui's side, heading to a large building in front of him, which was very empty with a height of over 30 meters. In the area right in the center, there was a spatial channel suspended, presenting a circular vortex shape, about 20 meters in diameter, with translucent fluorescent light flowing within, vaguely revealing the scene on the other side. Unlike the Blood Beast secret realm that Lin Ran had been to, the ancient realm secret realm was a self-contained area that was not directly integrated with the real world, and was connected by a spatial channel. Lin Ran raised his eyes, rather curiously surveying the space channel in front of him, a dark highway spreading into the distance, unusually flat and clean, like a metal casting, with tall buildings on both sides, unable to see the top, no windows within the walls, just as dark as the road surface, with only bundles of light strips lined up in neat rows. "It's kinda sci-fi." Lin Ran nodded secretly, not too surprised. After all, it's a prehistoric remnant of a mechanical civilization. A line of 14 people leapt into the spatial channel one after another. Buzz. Lin Ran had just passed through the spatial channel, still on the way down, an invisible fluctuation seeped into his body, exactly the same as the previous mechanical core suppression, and it was even less of a problem for Lin Ran, who had up to 1,000 tons of peripheral force nowadays, and with a slight burst of force, he landed smoothly on the ground. Raising his eyes, the scene around him became clearer and clearer. The tall buildings spread into the distance as if there were no boundaries, and everywhere was a pitch-black base color, paired with strips of white fluorescence, which was particularly peculiar. This is located in the north-central part of the secret realm. According to the judgment of the researchers, it belonged to the living area back then. We're going to head to the west side of the salary tower. Zhang Yangan took out a hand-drawn map. In the middle of this kind of technological side of the civilization's leftover secret realm, the simpler the more practical it is. Along the next intersection we combat, following the 21st team style alert forward, 2 personnel with probing type of psychic ability. Always beware of the mayfly mechanic that patrols the living area. Zhang Yangan methodically made his command. Previously, the task of searching for Qin Ming and other lost people was his responsibility. The 10 rescuers spread out from each other and checked forward, while Lin Ran and Luo Qiushui were at the center, responsible for sitting in on the situation. Of course, Lin Ran was the main force that could strike at any time. The group advanced towards the west. On the way, Lin Ran mentioned the mayfly machine soldier that Zhang Yangan had just mentioned. How strong is this thing? His knowledge of this ancient realm's secret realm mainly came from the occasional casual conversations he had with Qin Ming and the others when instructing the Beast King's 5-kill style, and it was mostly rather one-sided. It's relatively tricky for the reserve members. If the official night watchman, it can be defeated head-on. It will take about 10 minutes and half an hour, but the mayfly pilots are prone to appearing in clusters. It's not easy to solve, and once it's surrounded, it'll also attract new ones. It's kind of the biggest trouble in this area. Zhang Yangan recounted precisely. Saying that, he informed some more troubles that he might encounter on the way. The rescue team gradually penetrated deeper into the living area, and after about a quarter of an hour had passed, the alarming voice of a probing-type aberration personnel rang out. At the 7th intersection directly ahead, there is a group of mayfly pilots rapidly approaching, 7 in total, and have roughly locked onto our position. Encounter in about a minute. The mayfly pilot's precise detection range is 500 meters. We still have time now. Choose to retreat and pull away, or break out head-on? Su Wanyun took over and asked out loud. Frontal breakout. Zhang Yangan made a decisive decision, his eyes looking towards Lin Ran, saying, "We want to go to the Salary Flame Tower. We need to cross half of the living area. Based on previous experience, no matter how much we dodge, we will have to encounter 3 to 5 waves of mayfly soldiers in a frontal battle. This time, we encountered 7 mayfly soldiers. The number of mayfly soldiers, not too many to speak of and not too few, will not be too much of a threat to us, so it's a good time for you to actually test the level of the mayfly soldiers. It's the right time for you to try out the level of the mayfly pilots." Lin Ran's face was colorless as he nodded. "No problem, I'll do it." Upon hearing this, the 10 rescuers looked at each other for a moment with different colors in their eyes. With Lin Ran was acting as the main force, this matter was set by Luo Qiushui. They were all convinced. However, as usual, there were doubts and curiosity in their hearts. Finding foreign aid to assist, and foreign aid acting as the main force, were 2 different concepts. In the latter case, normally speaking, one could be certain that the probability of Lin Ran's rescue being successful was bound to far exceed theirs. The problem was that Lin Ran was only a high school student, and in terms of experience in rescue missions, he was definitely inferior to them. Then, just how strong did the battle power have to be in order for Luo Qiushui to make such a decision? Whoa. Soon, a subtle air-breaking sound rang out. In front of the road, a group of mayfly mechs reflected into the sight of the crowd, their bodies composed of metal, floating in the air, their forms resembling octopuses, dangling multiple tentacles, reflecting the luminescence distributed by the buildings on both sides of the road, with an icy cold coloration. As the distance between the two sides drew closer to 500 meters, all 7 mayfly mechs shook, as if they were in combat mode, and their forward speed became more and more rapid. At this time, the gazes of the 10 rescuers were all focused on Lin Ran alone. The other party was the main force and needed to cooperate with his battle. Lin Ran's expression was calm as he raised his drooping right hand, his 5 long and powerful fingers slowly closing and gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist. The current mission is focused on rescue, we still need to get to the Salary Flame Tower as soon as possible. Su Wanyun removed the battle rifle on his back, need us to share a few units. Before his words fell, his head full of black hair danced violently and wildly. Giggling. A blazing blade light reflected in everyone's line of sight, shooting out from Lin Ran's hand poleward, like a silver moon across the sky, and like lightning traveling through the sky, facing the 7 mayfly machine soldiers in front of them, passing through them one after another. The entire process, as if there was not a single pause. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the personnel standing in front of Lin Ran turned to look, only to see that in mid-air, stray tentacles flew about, and all 7 mayfly machine soldiers cracked open, their brakes neat, splattered with arcs of electricity and sparks, and crashed to the ground. Lin Ran's raised right hand redescended, the straight sword pinned to his waist, already returned to its place. Luo Qiushui's eyes suddenly shrunk, frozen in place, a sense of trembling rushed straight to the top of her head. This knife made her think of someone. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it in a few minutes. The first time I've seen this, I've seen it in a lot of different ways. Chapter 99 Elder Guan is stronger than you think. For a time, the entire rescue team was silent, and the only sound in the large neighborhood was the sound of the pieces of the mayfly mechs falling to the ground and crashing. The crowd surveyed the wreckage that filled the ground 100 meters away, and then focused on Lin Ran once again, including the 2 entry-rank vigilantes, Zhang Yangan and Lu Rui, each of whose sights were filled with stunned and unbelievable colors. A knife? Regimentation? Even, looking at this formation, a few more mayfly machine soldiers wouldn't be able to carry it as usual. They knew that Lin Ran would be strong in battle in the ancient realm mysteries, but they hadn't expected that it could be as strong as this. It's like, can't backpropagate his actual battle power, right? Still backpropagating a hair, the department before looking for those lost members trapped in the Salary Flame Tower, I was one of the investigators, at that time, encountered a dangerous situation, Captain Zhang Yangan was forced to use a heavenly gate, gave me a feeling, as if it was not even as strong as this knife. I think old Su your chances of winning against him outside are also relatively slim. Pretty much, I haven't heard of Lin Ran practicing sword techniques, instead the Beast King's 5 killing styles are at a very high level, which means they haven't gotten real yet. It's a good thing Lin Ran didn't join the Night Patrol Division, otherwise what's the difference between this ancient realm mystic realm and an ATM machine? The hearts of the 10 rescuers were rippling, it was difficult to calm down. Lin Ran's hearing was sharp, all of them noticed, secretly shook his head, didn't care too much about it, looked sideways at Zhang Yangan who was still in a daze, and reminded, it's settled, let's go. Good. Zhang Yangan took a deep breath and suppressed his undulating emotions, keep moving forward. He finally understood why Luo Qiushui had directly finalized Lin Ran as the main rescue force when she returned that night. With this kind of battle power in his body, it was enough to traverse the entire ancient realm mystic realm. As for rescue, experience in cooperating, executing missions, and the like, it wasn't needed at all. To say that it was redundant would be an understatement. The group set off once again, advancing westward. Along the way, Luo Qiushui walked at Lin Ran's side, occasionally glancing up with her afterglow. The slash that Lin Ran had swung out made it impossible for her to ignore. Half an hour later, the tall buildings on both sides of the road rapidly thinned out and no longer appeared. They successfully crossed the living area. The 10 rescuers turned around one after another to glance back, their gazes rather complicated. In addition to shock, there was also quite a bit of helplessness and loss. After encountering the first wave of mayfly pilots, they had encountered 5 more in succession. Without exception, they were all destroyed by Lin Ran with a single slash. The most numerous group had 15 mayfly machine soldiers. It would have been tricky for all 10 of them to join forces against them. But under that silver moon-like blade light, all of the oncoming mayfly machine soldiers broke off. From the time they entered the ancient realm mystic realm until now, the assisting role they played was actually just an early warning. One must know that they were the official night watchmen, and back then, among their peers, they were all geniuses surrounded by flowers and applause. How could the gap be so large to this extent? The mentality felt like it was about to collapse. "Old Sue, I said something wrong before I came in." "What?" "It's not that Tiger has a canine brother, it's all because someone is unreasonable." There's one thing to say, I now somewhat realize the feelings of those players in the finals. No wonder some people on the internet are spouting that Lin Ran could win the citywide high school league in this session by bolting 3 dog leashes over. Because they had seen Lin Ran's strength, the atmosphere in which the team was marching was relatively much more relaxed. Not long after, a black desert appeared in front of the crowd, the road under their feet extended in and turned along the sand dunes, out of sight. Black Armored Desert. Lin Ran had previously heard some introductions from Zhang Yangan, and this area, initially, was judged to be a manufacturing area. The black gravel in the entire desert belonged to a very peculiar and special material that could be fused in different ways to present a wide variety of implements. The mayfly pilots that patrolled the living area had this kind of material inside. As long as they weren't completely damaged, they would voluntarily come here to repair them. However, the specific principle was not yet clear. Sacred summer science was no longer flourishing, but there was always a difference between the focus and prehistoric civilizations. Of course, some reference could be made. The Black Armor Desert, like the Salary Tower, had only gradually appeared recently, and the value of the entire secret realm was going to exceed the initial judgment of the Night Patrol Division. Lin Ran also remembered that Qin Ming had said that because of the successive appearance of unexplored areas, quite a few official night watchmen had begun to enter and explore. At this moment, Zhang Yangan raised his hand, signaling to hold off on moving forward. Then, his gaze looked at Lin Ran and said, "According to my initial idea, it was to travel along the road so that the probability of encountering the black-striped sandworms would be lower. It's just that the end isn't close to the Salary Flame Pagoda, and we need to make an extra detour. With your battle prowess, we can change our itinerary and directly cross the Black Arms Desert to arrive at the Salary Flame Pagoda more quickly." "It can be done, I have almost no loss of physical strength." "All right." Zhang Yangan nodded and commanded the crowd to change their alert formation. An open terrain like the desert required proper distance. Suddenly, Luo Qiushui opened her mouth and spoke out, saying, "Now that the personnel are not close to each other, Zhang Yang'an, you and Lu Rui, one of you will take the lead, and one of you will pad behind." Upon hearing this, the two were slightly surprised. The danger in the Black Armor Desert mainly came from the black-striped sandworms. With Lin Ran's battle prowess, it was enough to resolve it in time. Even if they encountered a wave of insects, the possibility of a life-and-death crisis was very small. However, in the face of the minister's order, Zhang Yangan and Lu Rui didn't think much about it and quickly dispersed, carrying it out in earnest. After the two left, Luo Qiushui secretly took in a breath, collected the rare rising tension in her heart, and opened her mouth to say, "Lin Ran, the blade technique you performed before, was it an old man surnamed Guan who taught you?" Back then, when she was transferred out from outside the Nightfire Army, the main reason why the Night Patrol Division at Shanghai City was because of the former commander Guan Shan, a superpower who could once fight against the gods. Lin Ran's eyebrows rose slightly, seeing that Luo Qiushui was deliberately sidetracking the two entry-rank night watchmen, and after a moment's thought, he frankly admitted, "Right. Indeed." Luo Qiushui's pace paused for a moment and then proceeded forward, saying, "The true meaning of mountain opening contained within this blade technique is very extreme. Other than Army Master Guan, I can't think of a second person who could create such a killing blade technique." After speaking, she added, "Even if the mountain opening true intent is only the second true intent of Army Master Guan." Lin Ran was slightly surprised. Because of the system's prompt at the beginning, he had later specifically checked that above the heaven and earth realm, then was the true intent of the martial Dao. "What is the first intent?" Lin Ran asked with some curiosity. Luo Qiushui's eyes flashed, unable to suppress the color of admiration under her eyes. She seriously said, "Black Abyss true intent." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's heart stirred. The straight blade that stood in the basement of the lighthouse was similarly named Black Abyss. Then associating it with Yi Tingyun's words. Black Abyss, it's only powerful because of Elder Guan. The same name of the true intent and the straight sword was not thought to be a mere coincidence. Unaware of what Lin Ran had in mind, Luo Qiushui thought for a moment and added, "Army Master Guan's Black Abyss true intent has reached its limit, it would be more apt to call it the Black Abyss domain." Lin Ran's gaze flickered, thinking of the paper that introduced the true intent, and said, "Above the domain, it is the seal of the king." "Yes." Luo Qiushui nodded gently, affirming Lin Ran's statement. Lin Ran couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, Elder Guan was even stronger than I thought back then. Only one step short of the sacred summer seal. Hearing this appellation, Luo Qiushui glanced at Lin Ran and corrected, it has to be even stronger. Back then when Army Master Guan was still around, where the Nightfire army marched, it could ignore the Beast King. The pupils in Lin Ran's eyes shrunk slightly and rippled. Beast King, King of Foreign Beasts, monstrous battle power, against the Saint Summer Seal King. Chapter 100 Rescue Too Easy. The two of them stopped speaking and followed the group as they moved forward, ever deeper into the Black Armor Desert. Lin Ran was quite surprised in his heart, shocked at Guan Lao's strength. According to Luo Qiushui's words, Guan Lao, one-on-one, even if he couldn't match the Sealed King, he certainly wasn't far behind. But sealing the king required domain sublimation, the moment of transcendence, the heavens turned upside down, and the enhancement was enormous. The gap between the two far exceeded the intermediate and advanced stages of a martial artist. Between Qi and blood and the heavenly gate, it was similarly incomparable, far worse. Elder Guan, however, was able to close in and even erase the gap between the two sides. It was truly terrifying and appalling. After all, an existence that could be sealed as a king, which one was not like the sun, whether it was the same generation, or the same realm, all of them pressed the despair of countless celestial pride. No wonder Yi Tingyun valued Black Abyss so much. Luo Qiushui walked at Lin Ran's side, equally unsettled. The ups and downs of emotions in her heart were far more drastic than Lin Ran. This teenager's blade technique was really taught by Army Lord Guan himself. Moreover, it was still a straight blade. The same style of weapon, if one thought deeper, it was of extraordinary significance. It's hard not to be in charge of the Black Abyss. An idea flashed through her heart. Luo Qiushui's torso under her combat uniform trembled, but she felt it was unlikely. The Nightfire Army's service experience had allowed her to know quite a bit about Elder Guan's life. After that divine battle back then, Guan Lao sealed the Black Abyss in Mountain and Sea City and no longer used it. Countless geniuses wanted to become the successor of the Black Abyss, and rushed to Shanghai City one after another. Among them, there were also super geniuses with 3 times of overall bone quenching, and there was even one who had awakened the top of the powerful supernormal ability. But no matter who, all were rejected. Guan Lao's attitude was very clear, and he had no intention of accepting a disciple. The Black Abyss belonged to him alone, with absolute control. But for so many years, Army Master Guan hasn't taught anyone. The only exception is Lin Ran, in case he's really the successor chosen by Army Master Guan. Luo Qiushui couldn't help but side-eye the teenager beside her. If her conjecture came true, the entire sacred summer, the world would shake. Giggle. A piercing blade light blossomed out, illuminating the 4 directions, bright and blazing, hundreds of meters across the sky, killing a black-striped sandworm that leapt out of the desert to block the way. Saying that it was a sandworm, it only looked slightly like it. With an overall height of more than a 10-story building, facing the chopping blade light, it violently flung its body to confront it head-on. Boom! The black-striped sandworm shook violently, and the area where it met the blade light splashed out a large amount of mechanical debris, but compared to its size, this kind of damage wasn't too serious. But in the next moment, its sensory components frantically warned. A slender figure swept through the air, holding a straight blade, like lightning, killing close to the front, and then stepped down and leapt into the air. Giggling. Lin Ran chopped out a blade in the air. The power of the extreme blade all penetrated into the blade, unstoppable, destroying and slicing through the body of the black-striped sandworm, from the top of the head to the tail end, split in half. Dang! Dang! The 2 halves of the black-striped sandworm's body fell to the ground one after another, splattering a large amount of gravel and sending it flying in all directions. Su Wangyun and a few other rescuers glanced at each other, silently dissipating the mobilized might before Lin Ran could turn around. It was somewhat redundant. Proceed to depart. Zhang Yong'an waved his hand and issued a command in a loud voice, quite a bit of momentum. This action, compared to the previous step-by-step process of investigating the lost people, should not be too easy, simply rampant. A group of people moving forward quickly, but the mechanical 218 ancient realm mysteries within the interior is very vast. Several hours passed before leaving the Black Armor Desert, and then tens of kilometers deeper, finally saw the Salary Tower. A high tower standing in the earth, white, minimalist style, presenting a standard square triangle. The surface does not have a trace of splicing gaps, all in one, can be more than 1,000 meters in height, simple metal casting process. It is unlikely to build a tower of this volume. The key was, around the tower, black flames spread in all directions, over 10,000 meters away. Countless flames were burning, but peculiarly, there was no heat spreading. A thick sense of oppression flowed from the rising flames. Zhang Yangan stood before the black flames, his gaze looking towards Lin Ran as he explained, "This kind of black flames requires the use of the body's base power to counter it. The load is great." Lin Ran raised a hand and probed into the black flames, and after checking it out, he nodded, "Without 200 or 300 tons of peripheral strength, it's difficult to resist. This is still just the outer perimeter, the innermost load, it has to be a little stronger." Zhang Yangan aggravated his tone. "When I previously entered to search for the whereabouts of Qin Ming and the others, I needed to utilize a heavenly gate to reach the inner perimeter. But to bring people in and out, one would need to mobilize an even stronger force, and that would further increase the damage to the ancient realm mystic realm." Zhang Yangan shook his head. Lin Ran thought briefly and said, "How did Qin Ming and the others enter the Salary Flame Tower?" Zhang Yangan was clear about this and explained, "The Salary Flame Tower appeared even later than the Black Armor Desert, manifesting for only about a week. When it first came out, there was no black flames surrounding it. The latter was when they explored the Salary Flame Tower, possibly touching certain defense mechanisms, which inspired the black flames. Inside the Salary Flame Tower, there are actually pathways to leave, probably appearing once every 3 days or so. It's just that Qin Ming and the others couldn't carry the pressure of the black flames and couldn't leave." Zhang Yangan recalled, "This kind of pressure doesn't take effect on items. It was near the entrance and exit of the Salary Flame Tower that I found a piece of clothing they passed out with their situation written on it, and that's how I knew they were trapped in the Salary Flame Tower." Lin Ran had an understanding and stopped asking more questions, saying, "Going in now?" Zhang Yangan pondered and analyzed, "Many of the members trapped in the Salary Flame Tower have injuries on their bodies, so to be on the safe side, you should send in a healer first." Lin Ran nodded in agreement and said, "I'll give it a try." After saying that, Lin Ran took a step in and entered the black flames, and a moment later, a calm voice came out from it. "No need to be so troublesome, enter together." In the gazes of the stunned crowd, the black flames in front of them spread out, revealing Lin Ran's figure, and within the 5 meters centered around him, there was an empty space with no flames sweeping through it. "This space, it's enough to travel together, even if the load on the inner perimeter is twice as big, I'll be able to fight it." Zhang Yangan listened with some toothache. In case Lin Ran's load was too great, he hadn't even dared to let Lin Ran escort 2 people at once. "Your body isn't stressed?" Su Wangyun couldn't help but speak. He had tried just now, and the immense pressure made his body so sore that it was impossible for him to walk out too far. "It's okay." Lin Ran smiled. The pressure exerted on his body really skyrocketed when he braced himself against the black flames. If he only had the 1,000 tons of peripheral strength brought about by 3 times of bone tempering, he would probably be a bit overwhelmed. However, he still had the heavy armor breaker body, currently completing the 9th layer of realm quenching, and the realm that was actively operating was even touching the realm of heaven and earth's intent, so with a slight operation, he easily resisted it. "Lu Rue, you take 2 people outside to take precautions. If we don't come out after 3 days, you have someone contact the administrator." Luo Qiu Shui stepped forward and walked into the space Lin Ran had propped open. "Just in case, Zhang Yong'an and I will follow the team in." "Understood." Lu Rue immediately answered. Seeing this, Lin Ran stopped delaying and led a group of 9 people to the Salary Flame Tower. On the other hand, inside the Salary Flame Tower, on the 1st floor, Qin Ming was sitting on the ground, his breath a little shriveled, running his qi and blood to heal his injuries while chatting with the other injured members. "Counting the time, we've been trapped for a week already." "Don't panic," Zhang Yamo forced his way out once before, pausing for those few seconds to see the message left behind by Captain Zhang Yangan. "Minister Luo has already been informed of the matter of us being trapped. Other higher-ups might give up on us for the sake of this ancient realm mystic realm. Minister Luo definitely won't, and the rescue plan has definitely already begun." A wounded official vigilante sniffed in consolation. Qin Ming shook his head and said, "I'm not really afraid of being trapped. This salary tower is a good place. It's just that I missed the citywide high school tournament. Without me as the team captain, the team of Shanghai No. 1 middle school must be under pressure like a mountain. I had wanted to cooperate with Lin Ran and make a fortune selling survival devices." Qin Ming showed a look of regret. Someone beside him laughed and teased, "That's your real goal, isn't it?" Zhang Yamo, who was also in a state of recovery, unflinchingly dismantled. "Team member Qin Ming, I remember that you lost to Lin Ran before, and indiscriminately sealing the captain is a major crime of overstepping one's bounds." Upon hearing this, many people in the vicinity had smiles on their faces. As the executive department personnel of the Night Patrol Division, or the reserve members under their jurisdiction, their psychological quality, for the most part, was very strong. Xin Ming lightly coughed and said, a momentary victory or defeat is nothing, I'm making huge progress nowadays. Because of the trial at the Salary Flame Tower, my peripheral strength is as high as 130 tons, comparing to some of the advanced martial artists who have had their bones quenched for the second time, it's no less than that, coupled with the resources acquired this time. When I go out, my chi and blood is estimated to be able to rush up to 500 calories, and the level of my alien abilities development will be able to rise another notch, and the captain's might that I lost the other day can definitely be recaptured again. I have a feeling, team member Qin Ming, you'll definitely be slapped in the face. Lin Ran will definitely progress faster than you. Maybe without you, Lin Ran's results in leading the team are even better. This is excessive. My influence on the field is still good, even if the teams of the three major noble high schools jointly target. As long as Lin Ran and I work together properly, it's still possible for us to make it into the top 10. Between the idle chatter, the crowd steeply quieted down, all looking towards the entry channel not far away. 100 chapters 1000, with love to generate electricity, is also a few short of enough. Thank you for your support, just formaldehyde are sucked out, tomorrow 3 more. Chapter 101, your Lin team will always be your Lin team. The black flames and the white payload tower seemed like they were fused into one, with no obvious intersection, and there existed a gradual area that turned from black to white. The white area, as if filled with fluorescence everywhere, was also like the walls of the Salary Flame Tower, between energy and matter. The pressure exerted on Lin Ran steeply disappeared after he entered with the crowd. He looked around the white area and raised his hand to pinch it. There was no actual touch, but it was different from the normal air environment, very peculiar. Not far in front of him, there was a circular bright bar that was very eye-catching. Zhang Yangan gazed and said, this should be the entrance to the Salary Flame Tower, matching the description that Qin Ming and the others wrote down on their shirts. Luo Qiushui stepped forward. This time, I will take the lead, Lin Ran will follow me closely, and Zhang Yong'an, you pad behind. What exactly was behind the entrance could not be concluded at the moment. By taking the lead, she could give Lin Ran a certain buffer margin. The group lined up towards the circular bright strip. On the other side, the entrance passage of the Salary Flame Tower was likewise an identical circular bright bar, and the space inside, which was made of a similar material as the wall outside the bright bar, was just more illusory. Qin Ming and the others inside the tower all noticed ripples within the passageway. This was a sign that someone was traveling through. They quickly stood up, exuberance flashing in their eyes, but they were also secretly on guard. This ancient realm's secret realm had long been taken over by the Night Patrol Division, and the probability was that the person currently coming in was coming over to rescue them, but it could not be ruled out that it was the ancient realm's secret realm itself appearing to be different. Fortunately, in the next moment, 11 figures walked out of the circular bright strip one after another, entering the crowd's line of sight, causing them to relax. It was none other than the rescuers from the Night Patrol Division. Among them was also their executive minister, Luo Qiushui. However, what attracted the attention of Qin Ming and the others the most was Lin Ran, who was dressed up in the uniform of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, and was particularly conspicuous amongst the crowd of personnel who were all wearing the combat uniforms of the Night Patrol Division. Lin Ran? Qin Ming never expected this and was extremely surprised. How did you come here? Lin Ran smiled and followed Luo Qiushui and the others forward. I'm the foreign aid for this rescue operation. What about the citywide high school league? Finished competing. Early withdrawal. Qin Ming subconsciously assumed that Lin Ran had been eliminated. There's still most of the day left in the finals, isn't there? What's the number 1 spot in Shanghai First Middle School? Lin Ran pondered a little and flirted, second from the bottom. Upon hearing this, fellow rescuers such as Su Wanyun pursed their lips and tried hard to stifle their laughter. One person crushing the entire field, wasn't it just 2 rankings? Under Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, it wasn't too much to call it a runner-up. So miserable. Qin Ming scratched his head, surrounded by the teams of the 3 noble high schools when they left at the airport? You could say that. Lin Ran agreed truthfully. On the side, Su Wangyun took over and coughed dryly, saying, I've heard that the situation in Shanghai No. 1 High School before the tournament was not optimistic. Almost all of the martial artist students were scooped up by the 3 noble high schools. Lin Ran's teammates couldn't even get 3 martial artists together, only 1 junior martial artist, the others were all quasi-martial artists. No wonder the second place dropped out. Qin Ming nodded his head thoughtfully, then took a deep breath. There is still a unified examination in Shanghai City before the college entrance exam. I will definitely participate then, accompany you to suppress the momentum of the 3 major noble high schools. Digging up people is done, it's really a bit too much of a bully. Don't worry, being trapped this time is a miraculous encounter for me. My strength will quickly rise a notch and suppress the scene. Xin Ming felt that these words were very responsible, only that for some reason, when he finished speaking, several of the executives who came over to rescue him looked as if they were trying to stifle their laughter. Luo Qiushui shook her head helplessly and said, Lin Ran already won the championship yesterday, and other than the team from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, all of the other teams didn't make it out of the airport, and they all came in dead last. Facing this answer, Xin Ming was dumbfounded. Su Wangyun and the others no longer held back their laughter, and while checking and treating the injuries of these trapped people, they flirted with Xin Ming, informing him of the events of the past few days. After hearing this, Xin Ming looked at Lin Ran as if he had seen a ghost. One person suppressed the whole field and won the championship in 5 minutes. Serving as the main rescue force. A knife regiment to destroy more than a dozen Mayfly machine soldiers, ignoring loads of black flames. It was clear that he hadn't seen him for just a week or so, but Xin Ming felt as if he had been in seclusion for years, and the Lin Ran in his impression was a completely different person. It wasn't just him, the few people who had followed Lin Ran to learn the Beast King's 5 killing styles were similarly unsettled inside. They could think that underneath all these achievements and glory, what was hidden was a shocking rate of progress. My injuries are average. Zhang Yamo shook his head and said to the treating rescuers, let's treat Xin Ming first. Xin Ming came back to his senses and nodded his head to thank him. Brother Mo, I'll treat you to dinner when we get out. It's all what I should do. Zhang Yamo raised his eyebrows and smiled brightly. Didn't you still want to reclaim Lin Ran's captaincy just now? As your senior, I definitely have to support you. When your injuries get better after a while, immediately look for Lin Ran for a battle, and I'll call on everyone to cheer you along. Xin Ming. His going to court to sue Zhang Yamo for murder wouldn't necessarily be dismissed. Lin Ran couldn't help but lose his smile as his eyes scanned the circle and landed back on the circular bright bar he came from, saying, can't we leave now? He also remembered that Zhang Yangan had said that the passageway out of the Salary Flame Tower opened about once every 3 days. Coming in is not the same as going out. Xin Ming hoped to change the topic as soon as possible and answered before him, the passageway after the circular bright strip looks like there is only one, but it's more like 2 unidirectional pieces of space overlapping, about once every 3 days it intermingles, and when it doesn't, the passageway is very solid and cannot be traversed. Zhang Yamo nodded, affirming his statement. The last time it intermingled was 8 hours ago. It's estimated that it'll take another 2 or 3 days. Lin Ran pondered briefly, his gaze fell on Luo Qiushui, saying, I'll try? Yes. Luo Qiushui took a step to follow Lin Ran, and together they turned back. Standing in front of the circular bright strip, Lin Ran poked out a hand and pressed on it, and upon contact, a substantial sense of obstruction came, but the next moment, in the stunned gazes of Xin Ming, Zhang Mo and the others, Lin Ran's entire right arm penetrated in. The pressure is far greater than the black flame. Lin Ran retracted his arm and analyzed it in a deep voice. If it's a single time, it can only take 1 or 2 people out. Luo Qiushui thought for a moment and said, if you force your way out, you might trigger other defense mechanisms, so just to be safe, wait for the next opening cycle, which will only be 2 or 3 days. It's fine. Lin Ran nodded casually. The heat of winning the championship needed to ferment for a few more days. He was in no hurry to go out. Taking advantage of this period of time, it was the right time to raise the extreme slash to the ultimate realm. Minister. Zhang Yamo stepped over and reminded, as long as we can fight against the black flames outside, the inside of the Salary Flame Tower is not too dangerous, instead it's a good place worth exploring vigorously. This should be a place of trial left behind by the civilization back then. Chapter 102. You guys are elites, and I am just a perfect in the district. Luo Qiushui nodded gently and said, there was mention of this in the information you guys passed out earlier, and the rewards for completing the trial seem to be quite generous. It's mainly to enhance physical strength. Zhang Yamo purposely emphasized, thought for a moment, and recounted with an example. Xin Ming conducted a 2-star elite trial, and after completing it 3 times, his peripheral body strength directly rose to 130 tons. This kind of boosting effect is more powerful than many special grade treasure pills. Zhang Yamo said in an aggravated tone. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. The cultivation of an advanced martial artist was mainly about growing the energy of qi in blood, and the physical enhancement was relatively average. Usually, after reaching the upper limit of qi in blood, one would have to beat up the body some more. However, the progress was not fast and the upper limit was not high, and with a single bone quenching, it would go up by 30 to 50% at the top. Xin Ming's progress was indeed extraordinary. Luo Qiushui was similarly a bit surprised and said, how many levels are the trials divided into? Zhang Yimou answered truthfully, currently we have tested out 3, ordinary level, 1-star elite, 2-star elite, judged by the richness of the rewards, 2-star is higher than 1-star, however the elite level is divided into a few equal steps, we are not yet aware of that. Luo Qiushui swept a glance and said, where is the place of the trial? Right behind where we are resting. Zhang Yimou went forward to lead the way. The conversation between him and Luo Qiushui was similarly heard by the few rescuers who came in, looking up and surveying with great interest. Minister, can we try? The 2 healers will focus on healing their wounds, while the others can come over and give it a try. Immediately, the group arrived at the place of trial. It was very empty. The ground appeared black, neat and clean, and was divided by strips of light, appearing as a single square with a side length of about 100 meters. Each area corresponded to a trial site. In front of the field, there stood a small square triangular cone, shaped like a salary flame tower, but only 1 person high. You need to brand your credentials before the trial. This thing is an instrument that integrates to detect the level and issue credentials. Zhang Yimou had conducted the trial and had already familiarized himself with the process. Put your hand on it, after about 30 seconds, a credential will be imprinted into your palm. That's a special kind of energy that can be checked with your mind. Saying that, Zhang Yimou raised one hand and pressed it towards the square triangle cone in front of him, and in no time, he raised his palm and flipped it over, presenting it in front of the crowd. In the center of his palm, a square piece of black light flowed, with a vertical band of white light in the center. Lin Ran made a brief inspection and perceived a stream of information. 1-star elite trial voucher, current trial progress, 0 levels. Luo Qiushui's gaze flickered as she gazed at the voucher in Zhang Mo's hand and said, presenting specific meanings with energy is similar to the martial brief. With that, she asked, what are the criteria for judging the trial level? Zhang Yimou mused, after our tests, it should be related to multiple aspects of strength, talent, foundation, and age. The specific weighting can't be deduced backward, but only roughly judged. The highest should be talent and foundation. Zhang Yimou then took Qin Ming as an example. His strength is not as good as a formal vigilante, but he got a 2nd level elite trial voucher. There is an older formal vigilante with a trial voucher that is only ordinary level. I'll give it a try. Zhang Yangan raised a hand and pressed on it. Buzz. In less than 10 seconds, the positive triangle cone gently shook, fluorescent light flowed through the body, presenting a stream of information. Cultivation and age do not meet the conditions, no trial voucher will be issued. Seeing this, Zhang Yangan coughed lightly, suppressing a slight embarrassment, and said, the place of trial in the salary flame tower should be for talents who have not opened the heaven's gate to tamp down their foundation, and belong to a means of cultivation of the mechanical civilization back then. Luo Qiushui nodded and said, the mechanical civilizations in their heyday were all about the coexistence of technology and martial arts, just with different focuses. The reward for the trials at the salary flame tower is to enhance the strength of the body, indicating that this mechanical civilization places quite a bit of importance on the roots of the martial arts. Upon hearing this, several rescuers stepped forward one after another and pressed the positive triangular cone. The respective trial credentials were either 1-star elite or 2-star elite, with little difference. I'm a 3-star level trial credential. Su Wangyun turned around with an exuberant look on his face, and in his spread-out right hand, a square piece of black light was imprinted, with 3 bands of light erected in the center area. Elite level at least 3 ranks. It feels like it's more than that, double that, and it can be presented on the black light. Is the talent of second-time bone quenching so strong? I'm still a year younger than old Su, and my battle power is basically equal to his. It can't be that psychic abilities aren't seen as talent, right? It definitely counts. My martial arts talent is actually average. I mainly rely on developing my supernormal abilities, and the trial credentials I obtained are 2-star elite. A murmur of voices rose and fell, appearing somewhat noisy. At this time, Luo Qiushui half sidestepped her face, her gaze looking towards Lin Ran, saying, you can also participate in the trial for a bit. The current rescue is not yet complete, and further exploration of the salary flame tower falls within the scope of the mission. Of course, this was only one of the reasons. The Night Patrol Division had the intention of recruiting Lin Ran, so it was natural to release some goodwill. Previously, inviting a rescue with the standard of a mission by her, an executive minister, had the same purpose. Okay. Lin Ran thought briefly, stepped forward, and reached out to press the positive triangle cone. Zhang Yangan rubbed his chin and said, half thoughtfully, half flirtatiously, this time, it might be possible to know how many ranks there are in elite level vouchers. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Luo Qiushui, felt that there was some truth to this. One by one, all of their gazes fell on Lin Ran. Soon, Lin Ran withdrew his right hand that was pressing down, his eyebrows slightly raised, with a slight hint of surprise. Are there 9 equal steps at the elite level? Zhang Yimou and Lin Ran had met several times and were considered acquaintances, so he couldn't help but snicker at this point. Not sure. Lin Ran shook his head, didn't sell himself short, and met the puzzled, unexpected gazes of the crowd, spreading out his right hand. Only to see that the trial credentials branded in his palm did not have a trace of black, appearing as a pure white square with a radiant light that far exceeded the brightness of other people's trial credentials. A stream of information was clearly presented. Perfect level trial voucher, current trial progress, 0 levels. For a time, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They didn't know much about the levels of trial vouchers, but just by looking at the name and brightness, the gap between the two sides was not normally large. Is there such a possibility that above the 3-star elite level is the perfect level? Old Sue, can you stop dreaming? Is Lin Ran just a little bit stronger than you? There's a gap, I admit, but this contemptuous tone of yours, isn't it a bit too much? I'm now ranked 2nd in rank. If I remember correctly, your cousin won 2nd place in the city's high school league yesterday, showing off his pride. Stop it. It's over. There was a clamor in the vicinity, making it difficult to calm down. Zhang Yimou lightly exhaled, suppressing the ups and downs, reminding Lin Ran, start the trial now, the vouchers can only last for 1 day, when you're ready, pick a trial area and go in, the trial will start by default. Old Mo, you're not honest, why didn't you remind us before, worried about being surpassed? A rescuer laughed and teased. Zhang Yimou thought briefly and said, I do have a reason, want to hear it? Say it. According to our previous experience of exploring the trial, you guys will at most complete the 3rd level of the trial, you won't be able to beat the 4th level, and a small half-day is enough, so there's no need to be reminded. Chapter 103, Sweeping Through the Trials, Mechanical God-Making. Following Zhang Mo's prompts, Lin Ran walked into a trial area, and as soon as he stepped into the center, there was a buzzing sound, and a translucent curtain wall rose from the light bands on all sides, spreading to the top and isolating the trial area from the outside world. Then, the pitch-black ground surged like a wave, coalescing to form a silhouette, imposing and exceptionally powerful. Lin Ran's gaze was calm, anticipating it. According to the experiences of Zhang Yimou, Qin Ming, and the others, the higher the level of the trial credentials, the more difficult it would be at the same level of strength. His perfect level trial couldn't possibly be less difficult. Of course, the rewards after completing it were similarly higher. Lin Ran, this is only the 1st level, you can feel out the trial puppets, but don't drag it out for too long, every once in a while, a new trial puppet will appear. Zhang Yimou reminded in a loud voice, if you want to complete the trial, you need to crush the puppets in the area, the longer you drag it out, the more troublesome it will be. The curtain walls around the area were only restricting the scope of the trial, and the voice could penetrate. Understood. Lin Ran nodded gently, facing the trial puppets that were charging over, he drew his straight sword, adding the power of the ultimate slash, and chopped down head-on. Thud. The trial golem flew out horizontally, smashing heavily against the curtain wall, a huge wound appearing at its chest, but no blood flowed out, and with the flow of light, it even showed signs of healing. Lin Ran stepped forward with his sword, attacking and killing, constantly executing extreme slashes. It was both against the enemy and for cultivation. The upper limit of killing that this blade technique could explode under the same realm was a cut above the Beast King's 5 killing style. Boom! It wasn't long, the 2nd mechanical puppet hadn't appeared yet, and Lin Ran's blade fell, swift and unrivaled, directly smashing the opposing mechanical puppet. The blackened pieces of debris splashed around, blending into the ground and disappearing. According to the rules of the trial, an area without a trial puppet was considered to have successfully passed. Lin Ran raised one hand, and the trial credentials in his palm showed some changes. Perfect grade trial voucher, current trial progress, completing level 1. At the next moment, Lin Ran noticed that the ground in front of him shook, and with a sweep of his gaze, a long cabinet emerged from the ground, about 3 meters long, pure white in color, like a nutritional pod in a hospital, and when it completely floated up to the ground, it opened up from the center, and it was filled with a pale white fluorescent light that was so dense that it was impossible to see it truly. Just go straight in. Zhang Yimou informed through the curtain wall, we call this thing a body-containing capsule, it's exactly the reward after completing the trial, it can enhance the body's strength. However, Zhang Yimou made a point to point out that the embodied body pods they had used before, whether they had completed the 1st layer of the trial or the 3rd layer, all of them had appeared black in color. The color of your containment pods is different, it should be related to the perfect level of the trial, the styles are all the same. Okay. Lin Ran stepped into it, and as the embodied body pod closed up, a warm current swept through his body, very esoteric, different from the effects of the bone strengthening pill and the blood rising scattering, which had actually started to directly enhance his body strength. When Lin Ran ran the Great Sun Gene method, the efficiency of the enhancement skyrocketed even more. It was no less than the level of metamorphosis when comparing to when he broke the boundary. 1,020 tons. 1,040 tons. 1,060 tons. Lin Ran's peripheral power climbed by the day. On the other side, Zhang Yamo stood outside the trial area, closely watching the white containment chamber that Lin Ran had entered with some tension and anxiety. Through Lin Ran's elevation at this level, we can roughly judge how high the perfect grade trial credentials are. What are the specific criteria? Luo Qiushui was quite concerned. We currently tested out two kinds. Zhang Yamo replied thoughtfully, first, with the same strength, the higher the trial level, the higher the enhancement will definitely be second. With the same level of trial credentials, the lower the strength, or the lower the physical strength, the greater the enhancement. Xin Ming's injuries had healed, and now that he had come closer, he faced Luo Qiushui and bowed, saying, "When I completed the first tier of trials, my peripheral body strength was about 108 tons, and after I entered the embodied body cabin, it was boosted by about 8 tons. There was also an official vigilant who was also a 2-star elite level trial, with peripheral body strength around 145 tons, which is quite a bit higher than me, and the reward for the first tier of trials only allowed him to boost by 6 tons around." Zhang Yamo summarized, the kind of warmth flow that the embodied body cabin boosts body strength, the total amount should be mainly determined by the trial credential level. Luo Qiushui was thoughtful and mused, in that case, with Lin Ran's current body strength, even if it only boosts 10 tons, I'm afraid that means the level has to be very high. Pretty much. In the middle of the conversation, the white containment chamber opened up once again, and as Lin Ran stepped out, it began to sink into the ground until it disappeared. Immediately afterward, the curtain wall of the trial area landed and similarly disappeared. Luo Qiushui looked towards Lin Ran, who stepped out, and said, "How's the level of enhancement?" "Quite high." Lin Ran smiled faintly, quite satisfied. "The power around my body has increased by 100 tons. Hearing this number, the crowd's scalps tingled and they all fell silent. The place of trial in the Salary Flame Tower, unsurprisingly, was for the cultivation of geniuses in civilization. No matter how many levels it was divided into, this kind of tilt in resources could at least show one thing, that Lin Ran exceeded them by too much. Qin Ming couldn't even bring himself to envy, and couldn't help but lament, the enhancement is so much. Zhang Yamo echoed, almost to the extent of one Qin Ming. Qin Ming. He, the previous varsity captain of Shanghai No. 1 Middle School, had to be reduced to a unit of measurement for one person? Luo Qiushui ignored these two and talked about business, saying, "How do we start the second level of the trial? Isn't there a one-day time limit? Go upstairs and come from this side." In the second floor's trial area, the trial puppets that Lin Ran was facing had risen in strength, and their initial number had even changed to 2. However, there was not much pressure on Lin Ran, and within a few minutes, he successfully passed. The ground undulates, another embodiment chamber emerges, Lin Ran enters with ease, his body is further strengthened, and the strength of his body is raised by another 125 tons. The third floor of the trial area, the initial trial puppets, the number came to 4, Lin Ran attacked with a sword, easily suppressed. After entering the embodied body chamber, the peripheral body force rose 150 tons. Zhang Yamo has been following, said, "Only by completing a layer of trials can we enter the previous layer. Our exploration of the Salary Tower is limited to the 4th floor. According to the height projection, the Salary Tower has roughly 9 floors, but it's not necessarily accurate. The tower is also embedded in the same inner space. I don't know if you've noticed. The size of the space of the first 4 floors is exactly the same, which is obviously not in line with the spatial characteristics of the positive triangular cones." Lin Ran nodded and said, "The previous trials aren't too difficult for me. I should be able to go up a few more floors, so I'll take a look then." The difficulty of the trial on the 4th floor was one step higher. The trial puppets were even stronger, with an initial number of 8, but they still couldn't stop Lin Ran, and with blazing sword light, they passed strongly. The elevation has further become greater. Lin Ran couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This time, the power around his body rose 180 tons. For him, it was no longer good to pass, taking this opportunity to ascend to the limit. In the future, he didn't need to boil his body, he only needed to grow his chi and blood. 5th layer trial, passed. 6th layer trial, pass. When Lin Ran began the 7th layer of the trial, all of it erupted with a sense of power, like a humanoid dragon. However, the difficulty of the trial was also rapidly skyrocketing. The trial puppets that surrounded Lin Ran were densely packed, crowding the space around them. Lin Ran fearlessly met the attack, striking out with his sword in a series of slashes. Only, just after resolving about half of the trial puppets, the ground surged and began to condense new trial puppets, 64 of them. Trouble. Zhang Yamo furrowed his brows. The speed of destroying the trial puppets can't keep up with the newly created trial puppets. It's going to get harder and harder to fight. Luo Qiu Shui was impassive as she looked over and saw that Lin Ran had backhanded the straight blade into the sheath at his waist. Roar! The sound of a giant beast's roar shook the heavens and multiple trial puppets directly exploded into pieces. Lin Ran's saber technique was strong, but the extreme saber of the Peak Realm could, in a way, be considered his seal. At the same time, the deepest core area of the Salary Flame Tower was pitch black when a white fluorescent light suddenly lit up, revealing a clear stream of information. Detected humans who may pass the perfection level trial, activating the third ring of seals left behind after the failure of the Artificial God program in advance. Third shift complete. Thank you all for your support. I hope everyone has a happy weekend. One more request for an extra shift with love. Current progress 180-1000. Chapter 104, what's that? Blade technique is my bottom card. On. Within the 7th layer of the trial area, a pale dragon broke through the air and killed, roaring with a loud roar, tearing apart the last 3 trial puppets left in the field. Lin Ran had once again completed the trial. Then, the ground in front of him began to undulate, and a containment chamber emerged. Lin Ran stepped into it, and the heat flow that swept through his entire body surged more and more, the strength of his body climbing higher and higher as the Great Sun genetic law operated. The scientific level of this mechanical civilization back then was definitely high enough. Lin Ran was certain in his heart. When he completed his first trial, the strength of his peripheral body rose by 100 tons, compared to the original base of 1,000 tons, this rise was not exaggerated. But when 7 trials were completed, his various body strengths doubled quite a bit more. The key was that the entire process was very rapid. The time it took to truly elevate was not even as long as the great battle in the trial. To do so in the outside world would require a large amount of extraordinarily precious medicines, and the cost of purchasing them would be absolutely astronomical. It's just that all civilizations like this will perish. Lin Ran shook his head, suppressing his undulating thoughts as he walked out of the trial area. Are there any new floors up there? There is, just went to look. The group of people stepped up the stairs. The 8th floor of the trial was getting tougher and tougher, and Lin Ran went all out, battling for nearly an hour before he was able to crush all the trial puppets. Luckily, the reward level rose equally. When the embodied body pod was used this time, Lin Ran's physical strength directly reached the upper limit of advanced martial artists. A great sense of power filled his entire body, strong and incomparable. Peripheral body strength, 3,000 tons. Lin Ran's eyes were bright and extraordinarily satisfied. An advanced martial artist's battle power increase mainly lay in their chi and blood. But this was because the common base peripheral body strength of advanced martial artists was only 100 or 200 tons. His leveler exceeded it by too much. The rise of 2,000 tons of peripheral body strength was enough to push the battle power upwards by a large margin. After I go out and grow my chi and blood a bit more, against martial artists who have opened the heavenly gate, I guess I can even fight. Lin Ran's heartbeat vaguely accelerated. One must know that once the heavenly gate was opened, it was enough to warrant a cry of power. Exhaling lightly, Lin Ran left the embodied body chamber and waited until the curtain walls on all sides had fallen before stepping out of the trial area. Come over here. Zhang Yamo stood in the distance and beckoned. The trial passed, the 9th floor of the building has been opened, you can go up now. Lin Ran's gaze was stunned, rather surprised. There's a 9th floor? Hearing this, Luo Qiu Shui shot Lin Ran a glance, her eyebrows couldn't help but raise as she said, your physical strength is at the limit of advanced martial artists, right? Lin Ran nodded, pondering and analyzing. The rewards of the 9th level trial should be different from before. Luo Qiu Shui thought briefly and made a decision, directly saying, you can just proceed with the trial. Good. A few people ascended the floor, and with a sweep of their eyes, they reached a consensus. This trial was basically the last level. The space on the 9th floor was very narrow, far less wide than the first 8 floors. There was only a 100-meter square trial area, and in front of it, as with the first floor, stood an identical positive triangular cone. Lin Ran stepped over. Just as he approached, the positive triangular cone gently shook, the whole body flowed with fluorescence, presenting a stream of information. Passing the 8 levels of the perfect grade trial opens the final trial. Obviously, the upper limit of the trials under the perfection grade credentials was the 8th layer. Lin Ran had already adjusted his state and entered with large strides, coming to the center. In the next moment, the translucent light curtains on all sides rose, and the ground coalesced into a single trial puppet, densely packed, almost filling the entire trial area. The trial began. Roar! Lin Ran punched out, utilizing the Beast King's 5 killing styles and attacking with all his might. This trial was exceptionally difficult. Lin Ran fought for an hour, killing multiple trial puppets, but the total number of puppets on the field did not decrease. The efficiency of trial puppets collapsing in newborns is equal. Lin Ran is not good at fighting. The total number of trial puppets won't change much next. Lin Ran's state will definitely get worse and worse as his energy is depleted. Someone spoke out to analyze, causing patches of agreement. At that moment, the many members of the Salary Flame Tower's Night Patrol Division were all watching the battle at this level. Most of the people who had been trapped before had their injuries treated, and the few Suwangians who had participated in the trial, just as Zhang Mo had predicted, had completed at most 3 trials, and none of them had passed the 4th layer of the trial, and now all of them had rushed here. If Lin Ran fails this time, I'm afraid that the only way he can hope to pass is if he joins the Night Patrol Division in June. Almost, I heard Zhang Mo say that Lin Ran's physical strength has reached the limit of advanced martial artists. How strong? Didn't say, but looking at this situation, there are at least 20 to 30 Qin Mings. Isn't it impossible to get through this crop? Ha, Qin Ming, when I say 20 to 30 of you, it's a cumulative value, not just 20 to 30 of you. Joking was only in passing. The attention of the crowd was still focused on the great battle in the trial area. The battle power that Lin Ran had fought was truly terrifying. The mechanical puppets that surrounded him, a random one, displayed speed and strength that was far beyond what they, the official night vigilantes, could compare to. However, 200 to 300 of them had joined forces to surround Lin Ran, and surprisingly, none of them were opponents. If it wasn't for the constant replenishment of new trial puppets, I'm afraid that Lin Ran would have already won. Inside the trial area, the roars of the giant beasts continued one after another, interspersed with ear-splitting thunderous sounds from time to time, and the battle between the two sides was incomparably fierce. There were trial puppets on all sides. Lin Ran couldn't use his stance, plus he had the heavy armor breaker body to protect his body, except for the eyes and other vital places. Other parts directly gave up defense and attacked with all his might. The problem was that the speed at which the trial puppets were generated was just too fast. Lin Ran was adopting a very extreme attacking and killing method, but it was still difficult to suppress it. If I keep fighting, I won't be able to pass even if the trial credentials expire. Lin Ran secretly shook his head and calmly analyzed, what's more, my stamina and chi and blood will gradually decline, affecting my strength. Holding on strongly is not a solution. Lin Ran was decisive, and with a flash of his mind, he mobilized a surge of energy into his palm, destroying the branded trial credentials. This was a way to terminate the trial. Buzz! In an instant, all the trial puppets collapsed, like spilled black sand grains, blending into the ground. The surrounding curtain of light rapidly descended and disappeared. Zhang Yangan stepped over, thinking that Lin Ran might have given up due to his injuries, and inquired, "Do you need treatment?" "I don't have any injuries." Lin Ran calmly shook his head, "I've already attacked with all my might, but I still can't suppress the speed at which the trial puppets are being produced. There's not much point in stalemating." Luo Qiushui felt pity and said, "The attack only needs to be a little stronger to pass the trial." Lin Ran's face was colorless as he said, "I'll try again in 1 to 2 days, I should be able to pass by then." According to the experience of Zhang Mo and the others, there was no limit to the number of trials, but the rewards that one had gotten before would not be repeated, and one needed to complete a new trial. Zhang Yangan froze for a moment and said, "I heard Zhang Mo say that your physical strength has been perfected." "Right." Lin Ran smiled faintly, lifting his hand to grip the hilt of his sword, pulling out the straight sword at his waist. "However, my sword technique is only at the peak realm, so it can still be improved by one more step." Chapter 105, This guy's luck is really good. Zhang Mo was also nearby, hearing his teeth. He said rather breathlessly, "Weren't you undefeated with your blade technique during the 7th floor trial before?" Lin Ran laughed and said, "I've only been formally learning this blade technique for a short while, and it has the same true meaning of martial arts contained within the Beast King's 5 killing styles, so it's quicker to cultivate." Because of the rewards from the first 8 times, his martial Dao cultivation was a large chunk deeper, and the speed of cultivating martial arts was now further accelerated. Unsurprisingly, 2 days would be enough for him to raise his ultimate slash to the Inquisitive realm. Luo Qiushui pursed her red lips. Although Lin Ran didn't say it explicitly, a slight analysis could tell that Lin Ran was preparing to break the realm of limit 1 blade twice in a row within 2 days. It was still the 2 most difficult realms of transformation of truth and ingenuity. At this moment, Luo Qiushui vaguely understood why the Guan Mountain military lord who had been in hiding for many years would teach Lin Ran saber techniques. the talent was somewhat excessively high. The other members of the Night Patrol Division were similarly unsettled, looking at each other in disbelief. Sharpening one's sword in battle was not an uncommon behavior. But like Lin Ran, to gain such a large amount of progress had never been seen in the past, it was unheard of. Lin Ran stopped talking, found an open space, and started practicing the limit one blade. The simplification of this saber technique was as high as 5,000 times, and now, even though there was no Elder Seiki guiding him from the side, the progress was equally swift. Your limit one blade advances to the realization realm. Your limit one blade reaches the perfection of the transformation realm, and begins to accumulate realm-breaking sensations. Your limit one blade is promoted to the inquisitive realm. A few hours short of 2 days, Lin Ran successfully completed breaking 2 realms in a row. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his mind. Your extreme/'s martial sense is nearly equal to your Beast King's 5 killing styles. There is a deviation in focus between the two. The simplification bonus effect has disappeared, and is currently 1,000 times the initial simplification. Lin Ran nodded secretly, anticipating something. When the Beast King's 5 killing styles was promoted to the ultimate realm, he had only gone a short distance deeper, and the heaven and earth intentions he utilized were not considered to be profound, so it was only natural that he was unable to add to the simplification of the ultimate slash. After all, the quality of the latter was a cut above the former. Beginning to enter the inquisitive realm, it's already enough. Lin Ran lightly exhaled, some expectations rising in his heart. The killing fury of the ultimate blade has already steadily surpassed the Beast King's 5 killing styles, so it should be possible to pass the level. Lin Ran no longer delayed, striding to the first floor in front of the triangular cone, lifting his hand and pressing it, once again obtaining the perfect grade trial credentials. Seeing Lin Ran begin the trial, all the members of the Night Patrol Division, including Luo Qiushue, followed suit. During the time that Lin Ran had been practicing with his sword, many of them had repeatedly tried several times. Without exception, there was still no one who could pass the 4th level of the trial. Of course, Lin Ran had already beaten the final trial last time. Only, upon seeing Lin Ran's second trial, one's jaw dropped and they only felt that it was off the charts. For the first 3 levels of the trial, Lin Ran had only made one slash at a time and passed them all. It was as simple as the previous rush to the Salary Flame Tower on the way to rescue him. The 4th level of the trial, which blocked many members of the Night Watch Division, was significantly more difficult. In response, Lin Ran simply swung one more blade and easily completed the trial. The next 5th and 6th tiers of the trial were also very easy, resolving the battle within a few swords. After that, the 7th and 8th tiers of the trial were all resolved in less than an hour, and compared to the last trial, the time was significantly reduced by a cut. Lin Ran's pace didn't stop, and he walked into the 9th layer of the Salary Flame Tower, once again starting the final trial. Boom boom boom. Densely packed trial puppets coalesced one after another, killing from all directions, just as swift as before, but this time, they were all drowned out by the blazing blade light. The overall number of trial puppets is decreasing. The smaller the number, the less pressure it can put on Lin Ran. It's really going to pass. Boom. Lin Ran's eyes blazed as he swung out his sword like a brilliant silver moon rising into the sky, pouring out endless light. The last mechanical puppet shook violently, and its entire body fell apart. Final trial, pass. Buzz. In an instant, the entire Salary Flame Tower began to vibrate violently, and the positive triangular cone located in front of the 9th level trial area flowed with dazzling fluorescence, presenting an incomparably clear and strong flow of information. The final trial of the Salary Flame Tower has been reached, lifting all defense mechanisms. The black flames that surrounded the Salary Flame Tower for tens of thousands of meters all surged into the Salary Flame Tower and disappeared in the shocked gazes of Lu Rui's 3 people who stayed in the outside world. At this time, the Salary Flame Tower resumed its smoothness and no longer vibrated. However, in the 9th level of the trial area, a sudden change occurred. The ground beneath Lin Ran's feet was very solid, not undulating like the previous manifestation of the embodied body chamber, but rather, in the void in front of him, violent ripples appeared, and a card emerged from it. The appearance of the card was very delicate, mainly white, inscribed with dense lines. Only, as soon as it appeared, the entire body blossomed with a brilliant light, hitting Lin Ran's brow and continuously penetrating. Luo Qiushue's eyes stared, lightly exhaling, dismissing the idea of striking. The many members of the Night Patrol Division who were watching the battle around them exploded, coming forward and looking through the rising curtain wall. The fluctuations permeated by this kind of light, how is it like a spiritual martial inheritance? It seems like it's really a martial art. I found a martial arts brief in the living area before, and the style is a card like this, only the lines on it are different. The reward for clearing the final trial is a spirit martial art. Isn't that a bit too shabby? Some people felt it was outrageous, but there were also members who felt it was reasonable. Many of the martial arts in today's Sacred Summer are inexpensive, and there are many different ways to obtain them, but in the old Sacred Summer's old calendar in the past, a top-grade fist was enough to make many high-level martial artists fight to the death, and a spirit martial art was even regarded by the strongest people who had opened the heavenly gates as a treasure. Perhaps it's because this civilization has a stricter control over martial arts. It feels like Lin Ran has lost out. The crowd murmured and analyzed in various ways. Zhang Yangan, as a vigilant of the entry ranks, opening the heavenly gate, with naturally stronger eyesight, gazed at Lin Ran in the arena and said suspiciously, "The fluctuations in the inheritance of a spiritual martial art are not this drastic. Is it hard to believe that it contains the topmost true intent of the martial Tao?" Luo Qiushui did not look askance as she softly spat out a word, "Jedi." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yangan's heart jumped. A Jedi school, not just a martial art, required a Seal King-level powerhouse to condense his own martial Tao to the extreme and merge it into one in order to create it. It was incomparably precious. Saint Xia today's enlightened martial arts, but there are limits, such as the Wrath of Heaven and other top spiritual martial arts. To a certain extent, it is difficult to buy with money, need to be gifted to meet the standard, in order to learn. Jedi, not to mention. Because of the reason of the foreign domain, the mastery created by the Saint Summer Seal King were all top secrets. If one wanted to pass it on, the conditions were incomparably harsh. There were extremely high requirements in various aspects such as talent, political scrutiny, and merit. Lin Ran, as a super genius with 3 times of overall bone tempering, whether he was attending university or joining the military or the night patrol division, it was very difficult to obtain a Jedi school. Of course, for a night watchman like him whose talent wasn't outstanding, a Jedi school wasn't that useful, and the effect wasn't necessarily as good as a powerful spirit martial art. But considering Lin Ran's talent, this guy is so lucky. Chapter 106. The effect of this jutsu is very different between a European emperor and a non-celebrity. Buzz. Within the trial area, the light diffused by the card martial arts simplicity continued unabated, surging into Lin Ran's mind one after another. It doesn't stop. Lin Ran's heart was shaken. The amount of information contained in this martial art was vast, and the portion that was engraved in his mind today already exceeded top spirit martial arts such as Heaven's Wrath and Heavy Armor Breaker Body tenfold. The most crucial thing was that the functions of this martial art were far beyond the scope of his conception and were incomparably novel. Gene sublimation technique. Awakening domain fledgling. How can this martial art not look like a normal product of martial arts? Lin Ran's thoughts rose. On the other side, Luo Qiushui pondered for a while, didn't let the members of the Night Patrol Division gather around to watch Lin Ran pass down his mastery again, and instructed them to go forward to investigate where the Salary Flame Pagoda had changed after it lifted its defense mechanism. The passageway is free to enter and exit. The black flames have disappeared. The trial has not been affected and can continue. Not long after, Zhang Yangan folded back to the 9th floor and reported the findings of the crowd. The current Salary Flame Tower can basically be concluded to no longer possess danger and can be safely studied. Luo Qiushui thought for a moment and said, "The value of the Salary Flame Tower is non-trivial. The function of the trial is temporarily prohibited. Let the personnel of the Research Institute enter the field later first, and then make further arrangements after they produce a report on the feasibility." Saying this, the card hanging in the air gently vibrated, the light released towards Lin Ran's brow rapidly diminishing. Zhang Yangan swept a glance and reminded, "The inheritance of the Jedi school is about to end." Luo Qiushui's face was colorless as she opened her mouth and commanded, "You go down first." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yangan's heart moved slightly, but he didn't say anything more and turned around to leave. Shortly after he left, the curtain walls around the trial area began to descend, and Lin Ran finally completed his inheritance. Only, the card hanging in front of him shook violently, and with a click, the entire body crumbled, scattering and crashing to the ground. Li. And Ran's eyes slightly condensed as he looked up at Luo Qiushui, who was striding towards him, and said bluntly, "This martial art that was rewarded by the final trial, it seems like there is only one chance to pass on the inheritance. This is the case with most of the mastery disciplines, which are too powerful in their own right, and the inscribed martial arts simplicity is basically a one-time consumable." Luo Qiushui calmly narrated as if she had expected it, "Do you know anything about Jedi schools? I've heard of some basic concepts." Lin Ran nodded. "Only powerful people who are sealed kings can create a Jedi school. It's a condensation of their lifelong martial insights. It's extremely valuable and hard to measure with money." Luo Qiushui smiled and said, "The value of a Jedi school is indeed high, but it's also what you deserve. You got the inheritance this time. It was originally a trial with the permission of the Night Patrol Division. It's legal and compliant. It's a normal harvest. The Night Patrol Division is a law enforcement agency in the new calendar of Saint Summer. It's not a bandit cottage in the old calendar. Luo Qiushui gave a rare flirtation, then frankly said, to be honest, you passing the final trial will help the Night Patrol Division even more. While the rescue mission was successfully completed, it also additionally lifted all the defense mechanisms of the Salary Flame Tower, and after that, you can carry out a comprehensive research. This Salary Flame Tower has a great value. Thanks a lot. Lin Ran could see the goodwill released by the other party. Luo Qiushui's pretty face revealed a smile as she said, there's no need to be so polite, I still need you to help introduce this mastery. According to the regulations, the Night Patrol Division will have to include some relevant information. Moreover, for the further research of the Salary Flame Tower, it might also be able to play a role in drawing on it. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran raised his hand and rubbed his chin, musing, this martial art or Jedi is very peculiar. Luo Qiushui became interested and said, how so? Lin Ran thought back and said, this jutsu, called the gene sublimation technique, is divided into 9 realms. The deeper the level, the higher the likelihood of awakening at domain fledgling, and if it reaches the 90% realm consummation, it can definitely awaken at domain fledgling. As he was speaking, Lin Ran saw Luo Qiushui's face change abruptly, clearly unable to maintain her calm. Domain fledgling seems to be something extraordinary? With regards to domains, Lin Ran had some understanding. 2 days ago Luo Qiushui had just told him that when the true intent of martial Dao was cultivated to the extreme, domains could be evolved. Can it be that it's the transitional stage between martial true intent and a domain? Lin Ran guessed. Nope. Luo Qiushui directly shook her head, letting out a long breath to calm her mind, and then asked Lin Ran rhetorically, do you know what supernormal abilities are essentially? Lin Ran couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A domain prototype? A more accurate description would be true intent fledgling. Luo Qiushui pointed out the difference, further informing, the extraordinary power of psychic ability comes from the supreme powerhouses of human ancestors, belonging to a kind of bloodline inheritance. It's just that the history is too far gone, and with the reproduction from generation to generation, the true intent fledgling in the bodies of too many humans is broken and unable to reach the level of awakening. Lin Ran's quick thinking immediately reacted and said, domain fledglings are equivalent to particularly powerful psychic abilities? You could say that. Luo Qiushui affirmed Lin Ran's speculation. The power or lack thereof of an alien ability is mainly divided into 2 aspects, the first being how complete the true intent fledgling is. For example, Qin Ming, who is in the same school as you, his supernormal ability Lava Giant is essentially a molten realm true intent prototype, possessing a relatively okay degree of completeness, retaining around 30%. If it's worse, for example, the degree of completeness is only 10%, then it's a supernormal ability high temperature torch or fiery magma. The exact one depends on what that 10% of the true intent prototype that was retained is. Lin Ran's heart stirred as he said, so, an alien ability developed to the extreme is a martial true intent. He thought of how Yi Tingyun had emphasized to him earlier that alien energy itself was a branch of the martial Dao. Luo Qiushui nodded, glanced at Lin Ran again, and said in an aggravated tone, only a complete true intent prototype can become a domain prototype. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, the other aspect of the strength of a foreign ability is actually the strength of the true intent prototype, or, in other words, the strength of the true intent of the martial arts. Right. Luo Qiushui voiced her agreement and launched into a detailed narration. The gap in this aspect could be even greater, even if they are the same domain fledgling, the potential can differ by several orders of magnitude. Luo Qiushui then used Qin Ming as an example, saying, his molten realm true intent prototype, if complete, can be called the Burning World supernatural ability, attacking and killing terrifying, but compared to the Black Abyss domain prototype, there is still an obvious gap. Back then, Guanjun Lord Black Abyss domain once unfolded, against the domains of quite a number of martial artists, it can be suppressed in a strong manner. Of course, I'm only saying this to facilitate your understanding. There were no geniuses who awakened the fledgling Black Abyss domain in the history of Sacred Summer. The more powerful the true intent of the martial arts, the harder it is to pass it down. Luo Qiushui added. Lin Ran pursed his lips and summarized in a somewhat complicated tone, how do I feel that the mechanism of action of the gene sublimation technique is somewhat similar to opening a blind box, whether it's good or bad depends on fate. Brothers, I'm really sorry, the state of these 2 days is too bad, yesterday pinching the early morning update, and today write very slowly, only this chapter, to everyone to take a vacation. However, because of the incentive mechanism for additional updates at this stage, taking a leave of absence can't be less of an update for everyone. Formaldehyde will try to adjust to it and make it up to everyone as soon as possible. Chapter 107 Luo Qiushui's Great Strokes. This description of yours is quite graphic. Luo Qiushue smiled and commented, finding it appropriate, but then added, the strength and weakness of the domain fledgling is only relative. All of the supernormal abilities at this level are extraordinary, and once they are developed to the extreme, they are a hair's breadth away from being sealed as a king. Lin Ran echoed, the upper limit is very high. Guan Lao's peak cultivation back then was also in this realm. Luo Qiushue thought for a moment and said, the upper limit of supernormal ability is only the possible apex, not necessarily achievable. This point is the same as a pure martial artist. Talent is talent, strength is strength, there is no absolute conversion relationship. If the martial arts cultivation is compared to mountain climbing, normal martial artists climb upwards, can only take one step and see one step. The alien is equivalent to having a map with a route up the mountain. If the domain is fledgling, the route up the mountain is complete and intact, and only by following it, it is inevitable that the domain can be evolved. However, having a map is not the same as being able to reach the top. There are all sorts of difficulties in the path up the mountain as usual. Luo Qiushue cited an example and emphasized, awakening psychic abilities is definitely considered a shortcut to the martial arts path, especially for psychics who have the beginnings of domains within them, but as always, they have to practice hard. It doesn't mean they can lie down and become stronger. After listening to this, Lin Ran's face was colorless, but his heart was filled with a strange ripple. He thought of his instinctive cultivation. To a certain extent, it was entirely possible to say that one was becoming stronger while lying down. Of course, this was limited to the martial realm and did not include cultivation. Alien energy is likewise a branch of the martial arts path. I wonder if I can use instinct-level simplification. What about the effect? A few thoughts flashed by. Lin Ran didn't think much about it. His attention returned to the current topic of the two, summarizing, in that case, it seems that the genetic sublimation technique's ability is really powerful, and it stands up to the grade of the Jedi school. Powerful indeed. Luo Qiushue agreed with Lin Ran. Currently, Saint Xia has mastered several effective ways for the awakening of psychic abilities, but the prerequisite for awakening is that the genes of the psychic are equipped with a qualified true intent prototype, rather than being created out of thin air. Luo Qiushue analyzed, according to the introduction of the gene sublimation technique, it is obvious that it has the power to repair and replenish the true intent prototype, otherwise it is impossible to determine to allow people to obtain a domain prototype. Most humans contain true intent prototypes within their bodies, and even there are a variety of them, but more than 99% of them are all tattered and torn, and only a few lucky ones can reach the standard of awakening the supernormal abilities. Lin Ran pondered for a while and said, my current understanding of the genetic sublimation technique is all from the introductory information contained within. As for the mechanism of action of this jutsu, it is estimated that I will have to cultivate to a high level of profundity to be able to figure it out. Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushue's heart stirred and said, the relevant mechanism of action and principle, the usefulness is actually not small. Whether it's the alien ability departments of the major universities or the various alien ability researchers, they would definitely want to know about it. You can sell it for a high price. Of course, the market is mixed, and the pathways and channels are not easy to find. Luo Qiushue smiled, revealing her intention, saying, the Night Patrol Division is a very good platform. Once you join, there are professionals who operate it, so you don't have to bother with it, just sit back and wait for the proceeds to arrive. Moreover, with the endorsement of the Night Patrol Division, no organization dares to play dirty tricks, so as long as you can enlighten yourself, you won't encounter any unexpected situations. Lin Ran lightly raised his eyebrows, seeing that Luo Qiushue was inviting, and smiled. How does it feel like the boss is painting a pie for his employees? There are even more realistic pies. Luo Qiushue frankly admitted. The smile on her face grew even more as she said, you're passing the trial and lifting all the defense restrictions of the salary flame tower is the same amount of credit in terms of external assistance, but if you are an internal member of the Night Patrol Division, the gains are ongoing, and you will be able to receive a certain percentage of drawbacks for all the revenues gained due to the salary flame tower afterward. The trials within the salary flame tower, which can rapidly raise cultivation, are very precious. When the researchers complete their report afterward, the trials will no longer be open for free, and will need to be exchanged for merit or money, and the geniuses of the other Night Patrol Division will all come over. The energy in the embodied chamber, the probability is limited. According to my projections, as long as it can support 100 or so people to try out, you'll be able to share at least 300 million. On the other hand, the Night Patrol Division will also unite a number of top research institutes and technology companies in Sacred Summer, reverse research and development of the technology inside, such as the embodied pods, trial puppets and other appliances. This is where the real value of the salary tower lies. The cost of the quota for various research institutes and technology companies to sign up for participation alone is an astronomical figure. According to past experience, I can Promise you here that you will not get your hands on less than 500 million, within a month after joining, it is guaranteed to hit your bank account. Once the research pays off, not to mention, the lucrative share keeps coming. All of these can be written into your entry contract, a written promise. Luo Qiu stepped in and recruited genuinely. This pie is really thick. Lin Ran exhaled lightly, thought for a moment, and reminded, I'm passing the trial as an external aid. Geniuses will always receive favorable treatment, it's the same everywhere. Luo Qiu's face did not change. Moreover, the key to you being able to take the subsequent proceeds from the Salary Flame Tower is lifting the defense restrictions of the Salary Flame Tower. The Night Patrol Division is a forceful law enforcement agency. If you lay down enough credits, everything else is fine. Lin Ran nodded gently and said, it is indeed heartwarming. Saying it was a pie in the sky was more of a joke. The large several $100 million was real money. Moreover, with regards to the Night Patrol Division, he had had thoughts of joining before. It was just that the Night Patrol Division's open enrollment was in June after the college entrance exams, so he hadn't had time to make a decision yet. Luo Qiu narrated truthfully, saying, around the time you left the school for the challenge, the Night Patrol Division had plans to recruit. It's just that the reserve's open recruitment was decided by the headquarters, and it was prepared to approach you after some time, but now that you have the strength of an official night watchman, you can directly join the executive department. Saying that, Luo Qiu looked like she thought of something, shook her head and smiled, and said, in order to increase the success rate of recruitment, the intelligence department also specially formulated a persuasive manuscript. What is it? Lin Ran was slightly surprised. Luo Qiu recalled, this aspect of the Night Patrol Division is still more realistic. The whole is roughly divided into two aspects, current benefits and future development space. With your talent, you can get the highest grade of allowance in the reserves, but you can't use it anymore. And then there's also this ancient realm, mystery realm, which is suitable for you to enter and explore. Moreover, you are known for your battle prowess. It's quite a bit of a disadvantage if you simply go to university. Universities are essentially places to cultivate talents. Although it will organize practical training from time to time, there is a significant gap when compared to the military and the Night Patrol Division, and many of the university's outstanding martial arts students will advance to the Night Patrol Division and the military for internships. With your rapid advancement and strong battle power, you are expected to rise rapidly and high in the Night Patrol Division. The resources you gain through merit, promotion, and breaking the realm are more than what you gained in the university. Even the best universities in Sacred Summer can't compare to this. This is the bottom line brought about by the Night Patrol Division's township of the entire territory of Sacred Summer. Luo Qiu spoke in a calm tone, narrating. Lin Ran nodded and admitted, to me, the Night Patrol Division is indeed a pretty good place to go. Luo Qiu glanced at him, very patient, and said, a decision that concerns the future naturally requires careful deliberation. You don't need to rush. You'll probably have to cultivate hard for the next few days, just so you can think about it. The reward for completing the rescue mission? Right, the Night Patrol Division's side offers two ways of settlement, one is money, and the other is the blood rising agent that is discounted according to the purchase price. I guess you will choose the latter. Luo Qiu said with certainty. Lin Ran coughed lightly, didn't deny it, and mused, how much blood ascending agent can I get by counting the cultivation time by day? As I said before, lifting the defense mechanism of the Salary Flame Tower will likewise be regarded as a merit, so all of it will be converted down to your 4,900 card chi and blood limit. Luo Qiu deliberately paused for a moment, raised her eyebrows, and revealed a good-looking smile. I think the Night Patrol Division will have to make up some more money to you in the end. Chapter 108, Heaven's Gate is also no match for Heaven's Gate. Lin Ran's heartbeat was vaguely accelerated. For the proceeds of the rescue mission, he expected it to be quite a lot. After all, it was according to Luo Qiu's standards. But he didn't expect that it could be so lucrative. His chi and blood ceiling, but 4,900 cards, now around 1,200 cards, the improvement is nearly 4,000 cards. The cost of the process, there was no need to think about it, it was definitely a long list of numbers. Luo Qiu looked at Lin Ran, smiled, specified, the big head still lies in lifting the defense mechanism of the Salary Flame Tower, whether it's the black flames outside, or the difficulty of the trial inside, are not generally high. In addition to the violence of the break, the mountain and sea city Night Watch division is difficult to solve normally, the need to apply for assistance to the headquarters of the state of Liezhou, but then inevitably have to give up a part of the interests of the many factors taken into consideration. This credit is worth extraordinary. The value of this credit is non-trivial. It might be that it's easier for me, so much so that I didn't feel anything. Lin Ran shrugged, spread his hands and smiled, saying flirtatiously, if Qin Ming and the others were in a critical situation and I happened to show up in time to save them, I would definitely be thinking of asking for a high price. Luo Qiushue laughed dumbly, gently shook her head, and inquired, after we go out later, will we send the blood rising agent to your home or mountain and see number 1, or will we stay in the night patrol division to take it and cultivate? Just stay at the night patrol division. Lin Ran made a direct decision. He also didn't know exactly how many blood ascending powder he should need. And with the amount he needed, a normal sedan probably wouldn't fit, wasting time loading and unloading back and forth. No problem, this is still faster. Luo Qiushue nodded casually, just in time. If you decide to join the night patrol division after completing your cultivation, you can directly join. Okay. Lin Ran nodded with a smile. As they spoke, the two no longer stayed and turned around to walk out of the trial area. Because of the lifting of all defense mechanisms, the passageway of the salary flame tower could already be freely entered and exited, and the black flames that surrounded it disappeared. Zhang Yangan and another entry-level vigilant, Lu Rui, gathered all the members and were already waiting outside. Luo Qiushue arranged for a few people to stay behind to watch over the salary flame tower, and led the others to the living area's spatial passageway to leave this ancient realm mystic realm. Night Patrol Division. Not long after Lin Ran came out, the specific reward for the mission had already been finalized, and several pillboxes were delivered to the cultivation room provided for him by the Night Patrol Division, filled to the brim and stacked together taller than his height. This was only the first batch of blood rising scatter. Just press the button next to the door to notify us when you're done using it. Okay. Sending off the staff carrying the pillboxes, Lin Ran closed the door and returned to the cultivation table to sit down. After thinking about it, he didn't rush his cultivation, took out his cell phone and dialed Yi Tingyun's signal, informing him that it would be a few more days before he could go to Elder Guan's place to practice his sword. To cultivate for such a long time? Yi Tingyun, like Lin Ran before him, was quite surprised. How much reward did you get? The chi blood reaches 4,900 cards is not much of a problem, I guess. Yi Tingyun was silent for a while, then the volume was raised several levels. Don't tell me you arrived in time to save everyone? In that case, the reward would be even higher, and I was lucky enough to help them open up an area of the ancient realm's secret realm. Lin Ran smiled and briefly informed. Good thing. Yi Tingyun's voice was tinged with laughter. A single 4,900 card of chi and blood is enough to give you the battle power to open the heavenly gates, all without having to toughen your body. Lin Ran voiced a timely reminder and smiled. Instructor Yi, my body has reached its current upper limit. The force around my body is now 3,000 tons. The end of the cell phone once again fell silent. Instructor Yi? Instructor Yi? Your kid's progress is getting more and more outrageous. I can't even imagine how far you can grow by the time the college entrance exams come around next year. I'm quite curious myself. Laughing about it, Lin Ran mentioned the second thing that he had contacted Yi Tingyun about, and directly said, I have the idea of joining the Night Patrol Division. Luo Qiushue recruited you? Aha! No wonder the reward rate for inviting you to rescue before was so high. I've had related thoughts before, but I just never made up my mind. The Night Patrol Division is indeed a good place for you. The power is huge, second only to the military. There are Seal King powerhouses within, guarding all parts of the Sacred Summer's territory, with much fewer rules and regulations than the military, and a higher degree of freedom. Yi Tingyun seriously analyzed. Most importantly, they take the elite route. Competition is fierce, the top siphoning effect is quite exaggerated, and is closely associated with the military. Many top resources are shared. With your talent, it is expected that you will grow rapidly. Of course, your talent and strength is the root. Now join the military or skip a grade to take the university. As usual, you can rise. I can only say that the Night Patrol Division is a place worth going to. Exactly how? Because it involves your future. You still have to make your own decision. Yi Tingyun said thoughtfully. I understand. Lin Ran's voice was calm. Hanging up the communication, Lin Ran pondered as he opened a blood-raising agent, tilted his mouth and drank it, and began to cultivate. His chi and blood rapidly grew. 1,300 cards. 1,400 card. 1,500 cards. Time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. For the next few days, Lin Ran stayed in the cultivation room as if he was in closed-door cultivation. The staff delivering the medicine came several times, carrying the blood-rising potion inside in boxes and boxes. The vigilantes who passed by in the vicinity saw it, and each of them were stunned in amazement. Just how much reward did Lin Ran get for this rescue? Inside the armored core training room, Xin Ming exhaled a long breath and couldn't help but lament. After he left the ancient realm mystic realm, he had sold the resources he had explored in exchange for a lot of blood-raising powder, and he had also spent the past few days in a nearby training room to raise his chi and blood, and when he came out and heard the staff talking about the amount of medicine Lin Ran had taken, his entire being was about to be shocked and dumbfounded. The entire limitations of the salary flame tower were lifted by Lin Ran. It's definitely not less, it's normal to cultivate to the upper limit of qi and blood. Zhang Mo's somewhat envious voice rang out. Lin Ran's uninterrupted and crazy medication had gradually spread in the night patrol division, attracting attention. Then what is Lin Ran's qi and blood ceiling? It's unclear. There isn't much information on the internet about 3 times quenching the bones, but based on the overall second quenching of the bones inversely, it's less than 3,000 calories. This strength of qi and blood, coupled with his body, plus a few spirit martial arts of the inquisitive realm, wouldn't it be possible to fight against a strong person who opens the heavenly gate? Definitely. Su Wangyun was also nearby, and came to a conclusion with certainty. Seeing the gazes of the crowd, he lowered his voice and said, I heard from a friend in the intelligence department that Minister Luo had recruited Lin Ran, and it's likely to be successful, and at that time, Lin Ran will be directly inducted into the official vigilantes, and because it's the executive department, and there's a need to test his battle prowess, the higher-ups have already gone ahead to select examiners amongst the entry-level vigilantes. That's not nonsense. With Lin Ran's battle power, which rankless official vigilante is his opponent? Hold your horses. Su Wangyun pressed his hand, took a deep breath, and opened the door. What I'm going to say is that the head of intelligence originally proposed a star-ranked vigilant who had just been promoted for a few years, but then was actually vetoed by Minister Luo, saying that this person was not safe, and recommending Captain Zhang Yong'an, who was a veteran star-ranked vigilant, with 3 heavenly gates open within his body. For a while, the entire area fell into silence, and the crows were silent. Chapter 109, Qi and Blood Generate the Great Sun, Reflecting the Night Patrol Division. 4,600 cards. 4,700 cards. 4,800 cards. Lin Ran's qi and blood steadily grew, and with the increase in intensity, the progress slowed down, but it was still swift, and on the 5th day of the bitter cultivation, it smoothly reached the upper limit. Boom! Lin Ran's body shook violently, a powerful sensation swept out from the depths of his body, extraordinarily intense. In his internal perception, the qi and blood that permeated his entire body took on a radiant golden color, like the flames rising from the sun, furious and overbearing. Moreover, it was everywhere, incomparably vast. When the blood broke through 1,000 cards, Lin Ran was running at full power, and his blood was like a river rushing by. Nowadays, it was truly like an ocean. Previously, during the finals on Dragon Gate Island, if there was this level, it is estimated that only one thought flashed through, and one could suppress all the players. The progress brought about by this bitter cultivation was truly tremendous. However, Lin Ran adjusted his breath and suppressed his excitement, sinking his mind back into his body and checking his qi and blood once again. As his qi and blood rose to the upper limit, that sense of abnormality in it became even more pronounced. It seems like it's about to harbor something? Lin Ran felt astonished. His qi and blood had indeed reached the upper limit. After a brief thought, Lin Ran ran the Great Sun Gene method to further cultivate, only for his qi and blood to remain at 4,900 calories, with no sign of it rising at all. The absorbed medicinal power was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing into thin air. No. Lin Ran's eyes flashed, normal qi and blood reaching the upper limit. This is not the case, the medicinal power will only be incorporated into the qi and blood for nothing, but my qi and blood, it's absorbing it. Lin Ran thought for a moment, raised his hand and took a blood-rising scatter, tilted his mouth and drank it down. The blood-nourishing proteins sent by the Night Patrol Division were all carried by the box, and this current medicine box, there were still more than a dozen useless blood-ascending proteins in it. Lin Ran proceeded to cultivate, checking again, but there was still no change in qi and blood. Taking several sticks one after another, the same was true. With the sharpness of my perception, I can detect some differences to say the least. Lin Ran's thoughts rose, and after some serious analysis, he opened another blood-rising scatter, but he didn't take it directly, and executed the green underworld heaven refining method to refine and purify the medicinal power in the blood-rising scatter. This spiritual martial art, because it was instinctive cultivation, the progress would always keep increasing, and 2 days ago, it had already been promoted to the inquisitive realm. Buzz. In an instant, the pill bottle in Lin Ran's hand became empty, and the ascending blood scatter inside transformed into a surging mass of energy that was exceptionally pure, and under Lin Ran's control, it seeped into his body. Lin Ran revolved the Great Sun Gene method and practiced again. This time, the feeling was suddenly very different. Although the strength of the qi and blood did not change, the internal meaning of immanent life became more and more intense. Problems caused by the degree of energy purity. Lin Ran's heart fluttered as he encountered a similar situation 3 times before when he quenched his bones. Before his great son genetic law martial artist chapter reached the ultimate realm, the unusual bone strengthening pill was similarly ineffective for the third quenching of bones. My attainments in the great sun gene law heavenly diagram are not weak nowadays, and I have accumulated many epiphanies, but I still need high quality energy. Lin Ran lightly exhaled, vaguely looking forward to the chi and blood containment. There were still a few blood ascension san in the medicine chest. He raised his hand and picked one up, casting the green underworld heaven refining method to refine and purify it. However, Lin Ran was not prepared to purify to the limit. Even though this spirit martial art was at the ultimate realm, the purification process would inevitably cause some loss. Lin Ran kept trying and testing to find out to what extent it needed to be purified, just what would work for him. No. It needs to be purified even more. It's effective now, but the degree of change is too slow, not very good. It has to be stronger. After some tests, Lin Ran shook his head helplessly. The degree of purification had to reach 80% or 90% of the upper limit of the power of the green destiny heaven refining law before it could be significantly effective on him. Not much energy could be saved. There's always some use for it. Lin Ran picked up the remaining blood rising scatter and refined and purified all of it, and after his cultivation ran out, he got up and pressed the button next to the door to contact the staff that was delivering the medication. Still need blood rising scatter, is it? A staff member quickly arrived. Lin Ran nodded and said, "How much more can I take?" According to Minister Luo's orders, there are still 3 boxes of 15 sticks. If you can't use it all up, you can convert it into money. No need, ship them all over. Well, wait a moment. The staff left with a complicated mood. The blood ascending powder that Lin Ran had taken in the past few days was enough to prop up multiple senior martial artists. Not long after, the staff sent all the blood rising proteins. Lin Ran refined and purified it, sinking his heart into cultivation. When he used all of the blood rising scatter, the contained life within his chi and blood was very obvious. Try it. Lin Ran's eyes were bright, his mind moved, and he mobilized his chi and blood with all his might. In an instant, a strange change occurred. Boom! The entire cultivation room was completely flooded with light. In the sky above Lin Ran's head, a large sun rose, like a miniature real sun, bright and blazing, pouring out endless light. Within the light, Lin Ran's physical qualities in chi and blood strengths received exaggerated increases, all of which skyrocketed to a level that made himself palpitate a little. However, this state of being consumed drastically, Lin Ran clearly perceived that his physical strength and chi and blood were rapidly declining. Immediately, the great sun prosperity shook and collapsed into thin air. The increase Lin Ran had obtained then disappeared. Automatic collapse. Lin Ran murmured darkly. His stamina and chi and blood were still abundant, enough to afford the great sun for a while. However, this round of great sun itself could not last any longer. Boom! Lin Ran exploded his chi and blood with all his might, once again giving birth to a round of great sun, which lasted for a second or two before collapsing and disappearing with a tremor in the air. This is the initial manifestation, it's not fully contained. Lin Ran analyzed in his heart. With further cultivation, the duration and increase effect of the great sun, it was thought that it would be raised. It's just that. What is this great sun? When Lin Ran had previously gone to the bottom of the sea to cultivate the Limit 1 blade, he had asked Elder Guan about it in passing, but as a result, Elder Guan had actually been surprised as well. According to Guan Lao, 3 times of bone quenching was indeed extraordinary, and there existed singularities, but they would only be revealed at the high depths of the martial arts path, and at least multiple heavenly gates would have to be opened. I'll go back today and ask Elder Guan again. Lin Ran collected his undulating thoughts. The generation of this great sun was not a bad thing. The increase in battle power was terrifying. Even if it lasted for a second or two at a time, with his strength, it was enough to strike multiple moves. Lin Ran got up and took a step, pushing the door to leave. It was now just after 9 in the morning. The sunlight projected into the corridor was positively intense. Lin Ran couldn't help but stretch out in the sunlight. The several days of seclusion had made him feel that all the scenes outside were fresh. Then, Lin Ran walked towards the front desk of the rest area, ready to ask Luo Qiu Shui about the location of her office. However, just as he reached the hall on the first floor, he ran into Luo Qiu Shui head-on. Thinking about it? Luo Qiu Shui stopped in her tracks and smiled lightly as she surveyed Lin Ran, obviously coming over on purpose. Lin Ran nodded gently, revealing a smile, saying, "Minister Luo, hello." Chapter 110, Many Benefits. After pondering over the past few days, Lin Ran decided to join the Night Patrol Division. A powerful platform would help him rise quickly. With the power of the Night Patrol Division, it undoubtedly exceeded the top academies and had a high ceiling. Comparison of the Sacred Summer military, although there is a lack of, but for one thing, the two sides of the relationship is close, personnel transfer each other from time to time, many of the top resources are shared, and secondly, the Night Watch Division is stationed all over the world, there is no military so harsh restrictions on the movement of the military. If he were to join the army now, it would be too sudden for him. The Night Patrol Division is more suitable. Of course, joining the Night Watch Division had its rewards, but there was also something to be gained. The functions of the Night Patrol Division were mainly to deal with the foreign beasts that invaded from the foreign lands, as well as the followers of the foreign religion. Especially the executive department, which had to be on the front line of actual combat. Even if the death and injury rate of the Night Watch Division was decreasing after the new calendar of the Holy Summer, after all, it was not zero, and there was a certain amount of danger. However, Lin Ran didn't care too much about this and felt it was normal. Gain and risk always coexisted. On the way up, danger was unavoidable, and hiding was not an option. Just like before, his earnings from bringing goods skyrocketed, directly attracting Li Ziqi's targeting. If he hadn't grown fast enough, he would have been suppressed long ago. Joining the Night Patrol Division, to a certain extent, the degree of freedom is rather higher. Lin Ran was clear in his mind that the strength of the restrictions of the rules depended more on the strength and status of the individual. There are definitely more things that Luo Qiushui can do than me. On the other side, when Luo Qiushui heard Lin Ran's words, the smile on her white pretty face deepened as she said, "Welcome to the Night Patrol Division." The joining of a super genius was undoubtedly a joyous event. In particular, the talent displayed by Lin Ran was even more outstanding than some of the super geniuses she knew who had tempered their bones 3 times. "I'll take you to the entry procedures." Good. The two walked through the hall and left the cultivation area, and before long, they arrived at the personnel department of the Night Patrol Division. Because Luo Qiushui was traveling with them, a supervisor personally came out to handle the process, paying great attention to it. The monthly allowance for an official night watchman without rank ranges from 300,000 to 1 million. Department member Lin Ran is following the highest standard, 1 million yuan per month. In addition, there is also a mission reward. This is even more generous, the exact amount depends on the situation. The supervisor narrated while handing out a duplicate contract. According to Minister Luo's request, in addition to the standard treaty stipulated, we have added in the appendix the various benefits you enjoy in the salary flame tower in the form of drawbacks. Lin Ran opened it and flipped through it for a bit. It was only a few pages long, and the clauses on it were clear and concise. "Need to find a lawyer to take a look?" Luo Qiushui teased. Lin Ran smiled and said, "No need to be so troublesome, I've borrowed Shang Xiao's tax law and criminal law at school before." Saying this, Lin Ran signed and pressed the seal. The contract of the Night Patrol Division was not like a corporate treaty, there were no bending and twisting traps. After all, it was the top real power department. There was no worry about recruiting at all. The number of people who wanted to join was countless. It was only when faced with a super genius like Lin Ran that they needed to recruit separately. Department member Lin Ran, there's one more thing you need to be reminded of. The supervisor collected one of the contracts. You are directly enrolled by the Night Patrol Division, and within half a year of joining, you must travel to the departure state headquarters once to take an assessment and verify your strength. Luo Qiushui glanced at Lin Ran and said, "The Night Patrol Division wields a lot of power, and this vetting system is to prevent collusion with the local power elite. But you basically can't use it." Luo Qiushui shook her head and explained, "The selection of the entry rank vigilantes is all handled by the headquarters of each state, 3 times a year. There is one at the end of this month. It might be a bit rushed for you. To be on the safe side, directly participate in the star rank vigilantes selection in September." "I'll take a look then," Lin Ran replied ponderously. This time around, his strength had skyrocketed too much. He knew that he was strong now, but exactly how strong, he needed to try again. At this time, the supervisor of the personnel department saw the two end their talk and took out a tablet that projected a 3-dimensional map of the entire city of Shanghai City. For the official night watchman, the Night Patrol Division will provide free accommodation. There are apartment buildings within the base. In addition, in the various districts of the city, there are also properties supported by the municipal government, so you can choose freely. The supervisor voiced his introduction. You can pick from any of these houses on the map that are marked with a red triangle flag. Good. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows lightly. I'll take a look. In the recent month, he had a lot of income, but basically all of it was used to purchase martial pills, plus he had been too busy cultivating to change to a new rental. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it was the right time to choose a larger house. He didn't have high requirements for living conditions, but a spacious residence would definitely be more comfortable. Lin Ran casually scanned the area without too much hesitation and quickly made a decision, saying, "Let's pick the single-family house next to the Ring Sea Highway." Seeing this, Luo Qiushui's heart moved slightly, but she didn't say anything. Soon, the supervisor sent Lin Ran's identity document from the Night Patrol Division, the room card for the free residence. Go to the logistics department, choose a handle weapon, and later on, you'll have to measure your battle strength in detail. Okay. Lin Ran followed Luo Qiushui as he left, and after arriving at the logistics department, a leader likewise stepped in to accompany Lin Ran to select a weapon. After all, there had never been a newcomer who could lure the executive minister along before. This point alone was enough to show how special the other party was. A heavier straight sword. Let me think. The logistics department brought Lin Ran to the armory, and after scanning through it, he stepped forward and drew out a silver-colored straight sword, saying, "Try this one, Mountain Lord 7th Generation, the standardized transcendent straight sword produced by the Army's first Weapons Research Institute. Using qi and blood to penetrate into it, it can significantly increase the two attributes of weight and sharpness." Lin Ran took the straight sword, penetrated his qi and blood, and briefly swung it a few times, feeling that it was much more convenient than the straight sword he had brought into the ancient realm's secret realm. "Fine, this is the blade." Lin Ran nodded and finalized. Luo Qiushui scanned it and said, "This type of standardized transcendent armament, its main characteristic is still sturdiness, and if you want to significantly increase your battle power, you need the type of transcendent armament that is exchanged for a large amount of merit." Lin Ran put away his silver straight sword, smiled, and said, "There's no rush, take your time later." With his battle power, coupled with his rate of progress, any transcendent weapon that wasn't quite strong wouldn't be very useful to him. That leader of the logistics department proposed, "If you have the time now, go try out the executive department's regular and combat uniforms again, especially the latter, which has excellent protective properties." Luo Qiushui nodded and said, "Change into a combat suit, there's normally a real battle to fight next." Testing battle power like this, Lin Ran raised his eyebrows slightly upwards. "Who is my opponent?" "Zhang Yangan, who went to the rescue together before." "I know, position star rank vigilante." "Well, there's no need to seek victory or defeat in this battle, it's mainly to test your strength and show off your characteristics in all aspects." Luo Qiushui reminded Lin Ran, "Don't hide it, make sure to go all out, the stronger the performance you put up, the more benefits you'll get. The most intuitive is the income, the basic allowance is only a part of it, the big head of the members of the executive department still lies in the reward for going out on missions. For the members with a strong potential, it will be tilted in this regard, but the battle power is not enough. There is no way to fix it even if you want to let you go. Just like the mechanical 218 Ancient Realm Secret Realm, you can be designated to lead the team to explore it, and if it is accomplished excellently, you will also raise the standard of the reward for completing the mission afterwards. The most crucial thing is that the Night Patrol Division branches stationed all over the world have a certain number of recommended slots every year, so they can select people to participate in the examination, and after passing, they will either receive one-on-one guidance from a super strong person, or they will use the top cultivation secret realm, or even pass on the Seal King's Jedi. There is a set of general criteria when selecting members for the Night Patrol Division around the world. It will be based on a combination of talent, strength, and merit, and if the first two aspects are more outstanding, the merit will definitely not be less. Luo Qiushui said in a deep voice. Lin Ran's gaze flickered and he smiled. The next actual battle is something that has to be taken seriously. Chapter 111. It's for your own good, not letting you on. Logistics Department. Inside a lounge, Lin Ran took off the school uniform he had been wearing for over a week and changed into the combat uniform of the executive department. With his advanced cultivation, many of his behaviors had been detached from ordinary people. It was possible to go for days without sleep and be energized. There was no need to take food or water through the nourishment of qi and blood. Even if one does not wash all the time, just by vibrating with energy, one can always keep his body clean as new. The significance of transcendence was not only reflected in strength. Lin Ran briefly adjusted the combat uniform on his body. The touch of wearing it was very comfortable. The weight was much heavier than ordinary clothing, hundreds of pounds, but with his strength, it was as light as a feather, and would not cause a burden. The material is tough, the defense performance is quite outstanding, although it's not as strong as my body strength, it can act as a buffer for a bit. Lin Ran secretly nodded, relatively satisfied. Then, his gaze swept over the mirror on the side, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smile. A capital that doesn't want to work hard is pretty strong. The teenager in the mirror, all in black combat uniform, with a silver straight sword at his waist, less of the youthfulness of wearing a school uniform and instead, a kind of sharp oppressive force, like a sharp blade that has been contained for many years and steeply unsheathed, taking in the mind. Eh? Luo Qiushue stood waiting outside the door. Seeing Lin Ran who came out, she looked up and down and said, "From the uniform alone, you're very suitable for the night patrol division." Lin Ran smiled and said, "Let's go. When does the sparring match start?" "Zhang Yangan is already in position. The test can begin anytime." "Good." The two left the logistics department and headed to a high-spec training ground under Luo Qiushue's leadership. There, a group of executives led by Director Chen Hao were present in almost full force. Apart from them, the many vigilantes who had heard about this battle had likewise arrived one after another, wanting to see just how outstanding a super genius who could make Luo Qiushue pay so much attention could be. It's rumored that the higher-ups were so optimistic about Lin Ran's battle prowess that they cancelled the original Baiyu and chose Zhang Yangan to face the battle. Actually, it seems like it's just Minister Luo alone. You still don't believe in the minister's vision. Our night patrol division is the #1 accurate. Lin Ran is really strong. You don't know, those members of the trial came out and described Lin Ran in the Ancient Realm Mysteries in just one word. What? Invincible. The strength and talent displayed during Lin Ran's process was terrifying and overwhelming. Discussions rose and fell, flooding the room with clamor. Among them, many people's gazes landed on a young man, a battle sword slung behind his back, standing straight with a stern aura. Baiyu, 28 years old, graduated from the top university in Saint Xia, currently under the executive department, with the position of star-rank vigilante. At the same time, because he was good at swordsmanship, he was initially selected by the intelligence department to test Lin Ran's combat prowess, but was later negated by Luo Qiushue, who chose Zhang Yong'an to fight. Baiyu, isn't it suffocating to have the testing slot replaced by someone else? Someone laughed and teased. The sword-bearing youth shrugged and said, "It's not suffocating, it's just a bit puzzling." Thinking that Minister Luo didn't see it right? Probably to be more secure. The sword-bearing youth casually guessed a reason, then seriously said, "I truly feel that I can force out Lin Ran's full battle power. When I participated in the star-rank vigilance selection last year, I encountered a 3-time bone-hardening super genius from the headquarters who was a bit older than Lin Ran and whose cultivation had reached the limit of a senior martial artist. There's one thing to be said for the strength of such a super genius, it's truly terrifying. She in blood like the sea, strength like a dragon beast, striking out attacks that are not at all on the same level as what we conceptualize as an advanced martial artist, stronger than some martial artists who have opened the heavenly gates." The sword-bearing youth looked grave. A person beside him curiously said, "Did this person pass the selection in the end?" "Passed." The sword-bearing youth nodded and said, "However, the selection of the star-rank vigilantes is equally harsh, and it is impossible to pass without stepping out a certain distance in the heavenly gate realm, so his final score, ranked relatively low, my ranking was in the top 10, and my battle strength was definitely a bit stronger at that time." Saying that, he purposely emphasized that it wasn't a deliberate belittling. "The other party is definitely better than me, and once he opens the heavenly gate, he doesn't need to think about it to know that he can hang me single-handedly." The sword-bearing youth spread his hands and smiled, citing this example as just to say that I didn't brag wildly, and I have a certain understanding of the strength of a 3-times bone-hardening advanced martial artist. Su Wanyun was also present and shook his head in disagreement, saying, "The same overall 3-times bone-quenching senior martial artist, as usual, there is a difference." "Right, that's why I came here to watch the battle." The sword-bearing youth smiled lightly. Regarding the quota being replaced, he still heard about it from others, and did not care about it per se, much less get annoyed. The main reason for coming to watch the battle was curiosity and disbelief, wanting to see Lin Ran's level. "I've worked with Captain Zhang Yangan a few times, he's very strong, he has 3 heavenly gates, and has also awakened a water-type psychic ability. Together with his giant wave suppression killing technique, there's the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, it's enough to detect Lin Ran's upper limit." "How curious. Is Lin Ran coming or not?" Amidst the murmurs, there was a steep silence, and all the gazes of everyone, including a few executives, fell towards the 2 figures that entered the door. Or rather one figure. Black clothes and a silver sword. It was none other than Lin Ran. Luo Qiushue swept her gaze around and said, "Everyone has arrived, go over and start the battle." "Good." Lin Ran's eyes were bright as he took big steps straight towards Zhang Yangan in the middle of the field. "Welcome to the executive department." Zhang Yangan smiled faintly, and after a brief courtesy, mentioned the main event, "If you're ready, just do it directly." Saying that, he was not polite, and with a step of his foot, a pale portal appeared above him, blossoming with light and great momentum. The heavenly gate, located deep within the human body, could be mapped to the outside world, swallowing energy and connecting to heaven and earth. Zhang Yangan, who had seen Lin Ran's battle prowess, knew very well in his heart that without utilizing the energy of the heavenly gate, even in the outside world, it was impossible to fight against Lin Ran. Boom! Lin Ran was very dry. Lifting his hand, he pulled out the silver straight sword at his waist, and with the addition of the ultimate slash, he swung out a hundreds of meters long blade of light, like a silver moon steeply appearing, and killed Zhang Yangan in a heavenly manner. For a moment, the air of the entire training ground was pulled, violently undulating as if it was about to explode, terrifyingly incomparable. Many spectators subconsciously tensed their hearts and minds. The sound of this blade actually caused them all to feel the pressure. Zhang Yangan stood tightly on guard, using his supernatural energy in conjunction with his spirit martial arts to meet the attack forcefully. The heavenly gate above him crazily swallowed energy, and around his body, there were huge waves everywhere, rushing up to the sky together, erupting with amazing might. Puffing. Only, as soon as the two sides came into contact, the blade light of the enhanced limit slash cut through the intercepting waves, penetrating deeper, tearing swiftly, and falling towards the top of Zhang Yangan's head. It was obvious that Zhang Yangan's attack was completely incapable of countering Lin Ran's blade. The sword-bearing youth's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, making it difficult for him to calm down. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Luo Qiushui had cancelled his spot and replaced it with Zhang Yong'an of the senior vigilantes. If he went on, there would definitely have to be a tragedy of the examiner being hung by the newcomer. Chapter 112. This shocks you guys? The killing power of this blade technique is a bit too terrifying. Looking at the blade light that swiftly tore through the waves, Zhang Yangan pulled at the corner of his mouth, feeling that Lin Ran's battle prowess was a bit excessive. However, his gaze was calm and free of panicked emotions, and with the flash of a thought, the second heavenly gate manifested, blooming with light and swallowing energy. Immediately, the waves that rushed up to the sky became more and more violent, layering on top of each other, constantly crashing into the blade light and weakening the power within. The two heavenly gates powered up together, successfully carrying the slashes of the saber light. Swish! Without waiting for Zhang Yangan to breathe a sigh of relief, a shadow was cast down. It was Lin Ran's body, leaping high into the sky, a silver straight blade held in his hand, storing up the power of the ultimate blade. This spirit martial blade technique was more suitable for close combat. Lin Ran fell into the air at extreme speed, wanting to slash. Zhang Yangan was not panicked. He raised his hand and pressed it. The energy of heaven and earth in all directions was pulled, transforming into a huge wave that surrounded Lin Ran's falling body, smashing it from all directions. Lin Ran didn't produce a sword, still storing up his might. It was only in a pair of eyes that a blazing electric aura was abruptly released. Wrath of the heavens. Rumble. Loud sounds startled the heavens. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning running through the sky, overbearing and unrivaled. The sound was terrifying. The gold and purple aura echoed each other, as if the heavenly punishment and the great sun had appeared together. This offensive spiritual martial, Lin Ran was the first to learn it, and it was instinctively leveled to simplify the cultivation at the highest level. Now under the impetus of 4,900 calories of chi and blood, it was terrifying, destroying and shattering the waves that surrounded his descent. Whoosh! Lin Ran broke out forcefully, his figure pressing against the strong wind as he descended from the sky, exploding the full power of the ultimate slash as he was about to land. Zhang Yangan's eyes were grave. In the face of Lin Ran's chopping down of the straight blade, the two heavenly gates crazily swallowed energy. On his arms that were crossed in front of his body, he condensed a water shield with ripples. Due to it being too condensed, it took on a pitch-black color, thick and incomparably solid, but under the attack of the straight blade, it rumbled, stirring up violent ripples, and it was almost about to blow up. The might of the extreme blade swept out, strong and powerful, shocking Zhang Yangan to the point where he couldn't stabilize his figure and staggered back. Lin Ran was still in midair, swaying gently as he landed on the ground. This battle power of yours, it's really scary. Relying on your chi and blood and martial arts alone, you nearly suppressed my two heavenly gates. Zhang Yangan exhaled a long breath, his heart rippling. Lin Ran smiled and said, "You haven't used your full strength yet." On the way here, Luo Qiushui had briefly mentioned something to him that Zhang Yong'an had opened 3 heavenly gates. Zhang Yangan nodded his head and acknowledged, "The purpose of this sparring match is to test your strength. I'll just do it appropriately. It's not that it has to be a winner or a loser." Hearing this, Lin Ran's gaze flickered, and without saying anything more, he took a step forward and killed at extreme speed. In addition to attacking, he also had to show off his level in other areas. Boom boom boom. The thunder and lightning poured down from the sky, sealing off the 4 directions and penetrating the sky, matching Lin Ran's sword-wielding step forward, attacking and killing all together. Zhang Yangan strongly met the attack, connecting heaven and earth with the two heavenly gates, unfolding the power of spiritual martial arts and supernatural abilities. Swish! Lin Ran's figure flickered, passing through a huge wave of smashing strikes as if he were a phantom weaving, rapidly closing in on Zhang Yangan. A silver-colored straight sword was held by both hands, closing backward and storing up even stronger might. Only, above Lin Nan, the smashing waves did not completely dissipate, quickly rising and undulating, transforming into multiple sharp water lances, densely packed, shooting out together. To people's surprise, Lin ran as if he did not realize, still straight step, forward to kill out. In the next moment, the crowd looked shocked to see why. Bang bang bang! The dense water cannons hit Lin Ran's back, very sharp, tearing the combat uniforms apart, but after hitting the torso underneath the clothes, all of them burst into pieces and exploded in all directions. Lin Ran's bare back only had some red marks, not a bit of blood could be seen. Boom! Lin Ran attacked with his sword. Because of the trail of the water gun, his body swayed a bit, but didn't lose his center of gravity. His might exploded sufficiently, shocking Zhang Yangan, who couldn't withstand it and retreated backward once again. At the side of the field, the already shocked crowd could no longer control it, nearly boiling over, clamoring in all directions. The defense that Lin Ran had revealed just now was simply too outrageous. The few people who had entered the Salary Flame Tower had seen the defensive power that Lin Ran had displayed in the trial, and had certain expectations, but how could they not have imagined that they would be able to carry off even a heavenly sect-level attack? The essence of light flowed in the eyes of Division Head Chenhao, watching the great battle in the field, commenting, "The water gun that was shot, recoalesced from the attack that fell short. The power loss is quite a lot, but it's still an exaggeration for a high-level martial artist to be able to resist this level of attack. Lin Ran's attainments in the solid spirit martial arts are extraordinary." A senior nodded, his tone unquiet, saying, "Strong defense, fast stance as well, not to mention the offensive aspect, several spirit martial arts, all of which can invoke heaven and earth intent. There are no shortcomings at all, even more comprehensive than Zhang Yangan, a senior night watchman. If not for this, how can one fight against it? I've read on one of the papers within the Night Watch division that a senior martial artist with 3 times of bone tempering against the power of a heavenly gate level usually refers to one heavenly gate, and to go to the next level, one would often have to be a phoenix-like super lucky person awakened with a powerful supernatural ability to be able to fight against the power of 2 heavenly gates." Several of the higher-ups murmured, very surprised at the performance that Lin Ran had put up. They had all opened heavenly gates and were clear about this realm, where every additional heavenly gate could gain a near qualitative surge. For Lin Ran to be able to fight Zhang Yangan, who had utilized 2 heavenly gates, and even vaguely gain the upper hand, was truly appalling. For a moment, I actually didn't know whether to be shocked by Lin Ran's brilliance or amazed by Minister Luo's vision. Our Shanghai City Night Patrol Division has picked up a treasure. The cultivation efforts are full. Maybe within 2 or 3 years, we'll be able to have one more young town guard envoy in Laizhou. Regarding Lin Ran's performance, the higher-ups watching the battle were incredibly satisfied. Zhang Yong'an on the field was more shocked than anything else. Under the personal sparring, his perception of Lin Ran's strength was incomparably clear. Using the 2 heavenly gates, if he wanted to win, he would have to fight a battle of attrition and drag it out hard. Thud! After another collision, Zhang Yangan saw Lin Ran stop and didn't move forward. "What's wrong? I've already performed all of my several spirit martial arts, and the techniques and awareness in battle are similarly exhibited," Lin Ran calmly narrated. Zhang Yangan pondered and guessed, "Not fighting, is it?" This sparring match was not about winning or losing, it was purely a test of Lin Ran's strength. "No." Under Zhang Yangan's astonished gaze, Lin Ran grinned, his teeth white, "I'm going to use my bottom card, so be careful, it's best to reveal all 3 heavenly gates." Zhang Yangan raised his eyebrows. Before he had the chance to inquire, the pupils in his eyes that floated with astonishment abruptly shrunk. Boom! In an instant, endless light poured out, and in the sky above Lin Ran's head, a great sun rose high, bright and blazing, as if the real sun had fallen down, and the might that pervaded it, vast and incomparable, pressed Zhang Yangan in palpitations. What is it? An identical doubt flashed through everyone's mind. Chapter 113 Exceptional, either quite remarkable or very remarkable. A great sun hung high, reflecting the 4 directions with a dazzling light that drew the attention of the entire arena. Zhang Yangan's heart was beating wildly. He couldn't think much. He mobilized the 3rd heavenly gate in a flash, and pushed his strength to the extreme. The opposite side of Lin Ran, under the illumination of this great sun, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. The pressure fell on him like a great mountain. The exotic cult priest who had once nearly killed him didn't even have this sense of oppression. Boom boom boom. Lin Ran took a step out, hanging in the air as his great sun counterpart. Uncountable thunderbolts struck down, covering the sky and covering the sun, like an ocean composed of thunder pouring down, flooding the entire area. All around the crowd's vision was isolated, watching the battle of the high level of strong cultivation, clearly perceived the battle inside the thunder and lightning. Zhang Yangan, who had erupted with all his might, was severely outmatched by Lin Ran and was practically collapsing. The three heavenly gates were pushed sideways against the hanging great sun. Several of the higher-ups looked unsettled and incredulous. The fact that Lin Ran could fight against the power of two heavenly gates was enough to shock them. But as a result, it turned out that it was still just a conventional means. After using his undercard, he could be so strong that he could hang a senior star-ranked vigilante and beat him up. Suddenly, Director Chen Hao's gaze flickered as he said, Zhang Yangan still has a chance. He sensed that the great sun hanging above Lin Ran's head gently shook and dissipated in the air. Zhang Yangan similarly looked at this scene, and, perceiving the lightning that enveloped the four directions, its intensity rapidly declined, returning to its previous level. What kind of forbidden art is this? I almost rolled over. Boom! A great sun rose, interrupting Zhang Yangan's words, and at the same time, the thunder and lightning evolved by the wrath of the heavens, once again sharply grew stronger. Zhang Yangan closed his mouth and looked at Lin Ran, who was charging in with a sword, feeling outrageous. This kind of means of making a qualitative change in battle power was not excessive, even if it was overdrawing one's life force. But looking at Lin Ran's stance, it seemed like it didn't cost him anything at all. How else was he going to fight? Boom boom boom. Huge thunderous sounds resounded throughout the entire field, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. There was an interval in the great sun of chi and blood that Lin Ran used, but he could still deaden Zhang Yangan. After all, the intervals were very short and difficult to capture. Moreover, the chi and blood great sun increased strength tremendously. Before it dissipated, Lin Ran had a crushing level of advantage. The surrounding vigilantes held their breath, all of them focusing on the battle on the field. Their sight was cut off by the lightning, so they couldn't see the battle inside, but through the fluctuations generated by the two men exchanging blows, they could make a rough judgment and separate the strengths from the weaknesses. Ever since Lin Ran had generated the great sun, the might Zhang Yangan had struck with had rapidly diminished, and was on the verge of not being able to be transmitted from the lightning. It was only half a minute later that the thunder and lightning that ravaged the heavens and earth abruptly quieted, all of it dissipating. Zhang Yangan manifested three heavenly gates, similarly disappeared, the whole person frozen in place, hair rooted up, above the faint black smoke, a silver straight sword stopped in front of his face, held by Lin Ran single-handedly, motionless. Obviously, the winner was already divided. Lin Ran raised his hand and rotated it, taking the straight sword back to his waist, sighing with emotion. The power of the Heavenly Gate realm is indeed powerful. If it wasn't for the great day of chi and blood, against Zhang Yangan, who had three heavenly gates, it would be very troublesome. If he wanted to fight against it, he could probably only rely on his strong defense and engage in the extreme fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries. Your words just don't sound right. The corners of Zhang Yangan's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out, but you're only a senior martial artist. I'm a large realm higher than you, and I have three heavenly gates. You should know that the time it took for me to open three heavenly gates is no less than the time it takes to go from beginner martial artist to senior martial artist consummate. The number of heavenly gates is really a great enhancement to strength. Lin Ran smiled, and seeing Luo Qiushui who came over in stride, he said, do you want to test again? The consumption of the great day of chi and blood was drastic, but he had a deep foundation, and the consumption from the battle just now was less than 10%, so he could still support himself for quite some time. This is not urgent, your current performance is already enough. Luo Qiushui shook her head, her afterglow glanced at the riotous crowd and suppressed what she wanted to say, come with me. Okay. Lin Ran followed Luo Qiushui and left. Seeing this, a few of the higher-ups moved to quickly follow. At this time, the focus of the scene naturally centered on Zhang Yangan, who had personally fought against Lin Ran, and one by one, they quickly surrounded him. Team Zhang, how did you lose? Bai Yu, who was carrying a battle sword, was the first to ask. Zhang Yangan exhaled a long breath and said, just couldn't beat him, directly suppressed head-on, there is a significant gap in battle power. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other with complex expressions. A senior martial artist, using martial arts to suppress a senior night watchman, saying it out loud was simply heavenly. Someone was puzzled, saying, the sun that Lin Ran condensed should be some sort of forbidden technique to increase his battle power, right, but when I look at his state, how is it that he doesn't have the slightest bit of weakness? It doesn't look like a forbidden art. Zhang Yangan shook his head in denial, causing a clamor. Then what is it? Can it be that it's some kind of supernatural ability? Impossible, the fluctuations are completely different, it must be a martial arts tactic. A chorus of murmurs rose and fell. Of course, they weren't the only ones who were puzzled and curious, those departing executives were equally so. A high-profile conference room. Lin Ran and the top brass of the Night Patrol Division had all arrived. Facing the sights that were all cast over, Lin Ran had certain expectations and directly said, "Looking for me because of the great sun that was generated during the battle?" Yes. Luo Qiu Shui admitted sharply, her past experience serving in the Nightfire army had made her more accustomed to being straightforward. Chen Hao sat in the main seat and smiled slightly to ease the atmosphere, mainly because we're all quite curious to see the great sun you generated. This isn't some kind of interrogation. If there are any hard feelings, there's no need to tell them. Lin Ran shrugged and said frankly, there's nothing hard to tell. His use of the Qi and Blood Great Sun was for the same purpose as defeating Zhang Yangan, it was for the stronger cultivation efforts of the Night Patrol Division. Luo Qiushui thought for a moment and said, I can tell that the Great Sun you generated is still essentially Qi and Blood, and the fluctuations that permeate it are all in line with the characteristics of the Great Sun genetic method, indicating that it's not some kind of spirit martial art. After saying that, she made a point to emphasize that this was exactly the point of strangeness. I also don't know exactly what the Great Sun is. Lin Ran gently shook his head, seeing the unexpected colors flooding several people's faces. He didn't sell himself short. After my Qi and Blood were perfected, I felt that I could go further, so I proceeded to cultivate, and although the strength of my Qi and Blood didn't directly change, after reaching a certain level, it contained a great sun-like thing that could overall enhance my battle power. Hearing these words, Chen Hao's heart shook and he said somewhat incredulously, a further step in terms of Qi and Blood? After saying this, he immediately half sidestepped his face and looked at Luo Qiushui on the side, saying, 3 times of quenching the bones of the Qi and Blood can further map some sort of prowess to the genetic method? His position, he was half a level higher, but Luo Qiushui had served in the Nightfire army, and her insights were to outshine his. Luo Qiushui sized up Lin Ran closely, took a deep breath, and spoke in a deep voice, I can't, as far as I know, the upper limit of Qi and Blood is 4,900 cards, and 3 times of bone tempering can't go beyond that. And if you want to engage in a stronger resonance with the gene law that you're practicing, you'll have to go out at least a very long way in the Heaven's Gate realm. Hearing these words, the other top echelons couldn't help but look at each other for a moment, and in their respective eyes, they were extremely unsettled. The sacred summer martial Tao had existed since ancient times, and over the countless years, various exceptions had inevitably appeared. Among them, most of the cases where the battle power was significantly increased were quite remarkable. Crushing the same realm was the norm, and even when they reached the heights of the martial way, they were able to have a certain degree of retention. Of course, the remaining few were different. That was very unimpressive. Chapter 114 Tailored Tasks. The large conference room fell into silence for a while, no one uttered a sound, and each of them pondered. The potential possessed by the teenager in front of them was probably much greater than what they had initially anticipated. That round of generating the Great Sun, once it was a few exceptions. Phew! Luo Qiushui exhaled a long breath and was the first to break the silence, speaking in a deep voice, I think that the Great Sun that you generated further in terms of Qi and Blood is somewhat in line with the characteristics of a vision. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's gaze lit up and he couldn't help but look Lin Ran up and down, agreeing, it does resemble. The other high levels revealed strange colors, surprised by Luo Qiushui's statement. Lin Ran was equally curious and said in surprise, a vision? His martial Tao progressed rapidly, and he hadn't dabbled in the theoretical knowledge behind it in advance. The heavenly gate, once opened, connected to heaven and earth. Not only could it swallow the energy of heaven and earth, but it could also establish a connection with the intent of heaven and earth for enlightenment. Especially the latter, compared to Lin Ran's enlightenment through the spirit martial of the inquisitive realm, this was the main way. The heavenly sect's utilization of such power as the intent of heaven and earth could be categorized into 3 levels. Invocation, mastery, and fusion. As I recall, only when a heaven and earth intent is completely integrated into the heavenly gate can it be expected to give birth to a vision, right? Lin Ran thought back. Right. Luo Qiushui nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Ran's eyebrows rose slightly as he said, I haven't opened the human heavenly gate yet. Luo Qiushui's expression remained unchanged as she said, the martial way has existed for countless years, even the Saint's Summer Seal King is far from being able to gain insight into everything, and there are all sorts of situations that can't be explained with existing theories. Saying this, Luo Qiushui thought for a moment and elaborated with an example. Just a few years ago, at the beginning of the 4000th year of the new Saint Xia calendar, a one-time bone-hardened senior martial artist opened the heavenly gate for the first time, opening 3 in a row. This amount is tough for super geniuses who have beaten their roots to the extreme of 3 times of bone quenching, and requires a lot of luck factors, let alone a single quenching. The key is, this person has opened the heavenly gate twice more behind him, and each time it must be 3 heavenly gates, which can't even be explained by theory. In the end, a full 9 heavenly gates. Luo Qiushue narrated. Lin Ran murmured darkly and said, this amount is exaggerated. Whether it was 3 heavenly gates opening at a time, or a total of 9 heavenly gates, it was extraordinary. When a heavenly gate opened, it was usually 1 at a time. The overall second quenching of the bones was difficult to break, and 3 quenching of the bones would have to be needed to accumulate enough reserves. As for the upper limit of the number, the vast majority of martial artists are able to open the total number of heavenly gates, centered between 3 and 5. With 9 seats, there was already a quantitative crush. Luo Qiushue continued, this special case on the number of heavenly gates probably can't affect the next realm, the great sun that you broke the upper limit of qi and blood to contain the birth of a great sun. It may involve a vision, the potential is expected to be greater, just how specific, but also to be seen later, perhaps to the heavenly gate realm, in order to reveal the full picture. Okay. Lin Ran pondered. Chen Hao took over the conversation and said smilingly, even if it can't affect the later realms, just involving the level of visions alone, it's already powerful enough. A vision was no ordinary power, and further, it could be the true intent of the martial Tao. Luo Qiushue glanced at Lin Ran, thinking back to the continuous generation of great suns from the previous battle, and said, the great suns that you're harboring in your qi and blood shouldn't have been completed yet. Yes. Lin Ran admitted frankly, it's probably only at the level where it can just manifest, and there's still a short distance to go if you want it to last forever. Hearing this, the hearts of the group of executives were shaken again. With a high ceiling, the potential was often stronger. The corner of Chen Hao's mouth curled up slightly, unable to suppress a smile. What a treasure to pick up! Perhaps it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to be transferred to the Liezhou headquarters. Luo Qiushue calmed her mind and asked the key question, how can you grow this great sun that your qi and blood contain? Just cultivate normally. Lin Ran's heart stirred and told him truthfully, the quality of the energy of the blood rising scatter is not enough to state a qi and blood great sun, but I have an auxiliary type of spirit martial art that can purify the energy, so the blood rising scatter is fine. This is a good solution. Shen Hao's voice rang out from the main seat, mixed with laughter, saying, the Night Patrol Division has already contacted the major research institutes and technology companies to jointly develop the salary tower. At most, before next Wednesday, you can initially negotiate the enrollment fees, and at that time, there will be about $600 to $800 million of the share hitting your account. Troubled Director. Lin Ran smiled and thanked him. The speed of the arrival of this fund and the size of the amount exceeded the initial prediction. Chen Hao pressed his hand, the smile on his face grew heavier as he said, signing the enrollment fee, the next step is to develop the salary tower. The researchers need to be safely escorted to the salary tower. This task is entrusted to you. In addition, blocking is better than dredging. Inside the salary flame tower, there are still too many dangers. For the next period of time, you lead the team to explore the mechanical 218 secret realm. The standard of the reward is not fixed, it is tied to the completion of the mission, and the highest can be equal to me, the division director. Chen Hao methodically arranged the plan. Lin Ran's eyes lit up as he listened. If the salary flame tower's entry fee arriving early was considered Chen Hao's way of making things easier for him, then the mission behind him could be said to be customized for him. Thank you, Director. There's no need to be so formal, the mechanical 218 ancient realm secret realm is of high value, and then only enabling reserve members, the progress is too slow, and it's also very dangerous. There may still be the contingency of being trapped in the salary flame tower, and the official night watchman who was suitable to lead the team is none other than you. The Night Watch Division's regulations were perfect, and to formulate a mission, it had to be backed up by sufficient strength as well. After a simple laugh, Chen Hao no longer stayed longer and left with a few of the higher-ups. Luo Qiushue stayed behind and proceeded to bring Lin Ran to familiarize himself with the Night Patrol Division. The mission to explore the secret realm of the mechanical 218 ancient realm will start in about 3 days. You don't have to rush, this is a long-term mission, step by step, just in the process to familiarize yourself with the various mission processes of the executive department, which will be used in the field in the future. Out in the field. Lin Ran repeated, curious, solving the invading alien beasts? Luo Qiushue nodded and said, mainly responsible for clearing out the foreign beasts, in addition to capturing the followers of the foreign religion, the other is to explore the secret realm and other activities. The work of the executive department, not complicated, can even be said to be idle, the vast majority are used to cultivate training. Lin Ran had predicted that the situation in today's Saint's summer was quite peaceful overall. On the streets on weekdays, it was rare to encounter members of the executive department. Luo Qiu Shui acted sharply, and before long, she led Lin Ran around the main base of the Night Patrol Division. You've only just joined, and you're still in school. The Night Patrol Division is equally cultivation-oriented for members in your situation. When there's no mission, training at the base or going back to school, it's all fine. But there's one thing, the communication must not be cut off, and it needs to be kept open 24 hours a day. Luo Qiu Shui finally explained. No problem. Lin Ran nodded his head in agreement. The freedom of the executive department was very suitable for him. If there's nothing else, I'll be outside for the next 1 to 2 days. He did need to go back. The extreme slash taught by Guan Lao, he had already reached the ultimate realm, and he wanted to reach the requirements set by Guan Lao. The reward that the state had arranged for him to win the championship was not a small amount, so he had to ask about that as well. There was also the matter of moving, the matter of live streaming with goods, all of which had to be centralized. Chapter 115. The wind is picking up. After Lin Ran left the Night Patrol Division, he called Yi Tingyun at the intersection, and after a brief narration, he arranged to meet at the lighthouse where Guan Lao was. Then, Lin Ran moved straight ahead. Finding Elder Guan was of the utmost importance, and aside from the examination of the blade technique, he also wanted to ask about the matter of the great day of qi and blood. It wasn't long before Lin Ran arrived at the lighthouse, and Elder Guan was just like he was before he left, facing the sea and gazing wordlessly. Yi Tingyun was the first to arrive, accompanying him to look at the sea. When he saw Lin Ran at this time, he waved and said, "I've asked about the state rewards for you. The current ones have been finalized, a total of 180 million. They are expected to be issued tomorrow." Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, "It's pretty quick, just in time to use it." The mission to explore the mechanical 218 Ancient Realm's secret realm would not officially begin until 3 days later, so he could raise his qi and blood great day another notch. Yi Tingyun, on the other hand, was a bit strange and puzzled. "Didn't you tell me before that the qi and blood had already 4,900 calories? How can you still use it? Don't tell me that you're about to open the Heaven's Gate. Counting the time, you've only been qi and blood consummated for a few hours." "Not that fast." Lin Ran smiled. "Remember when I said earlier that there seemed to be a sense of alienation in the qi and blood? Aha! That turned out to be a sense of imminent life, and after my qi and blood reached completion, after further cultivation, it can now be initially revealed," Lin Ran directly informed. Upon hearing this, Elder Guan gazed over, slightly surprised, and said, "What exactly is it?" Lin Ran had also told him about it. It was just that the amount of information was too small at the time for him to make a good judgment. A few of the higher-ups of the Night Patrol Division said it's a bit similar to a vision. Lin Ran ran his qi and blood with all his might, and a great sun rose from the top of his head, reflecting in all directions, diffusing a powerful might that pressed the seawater in front of the lighthouse backward. "What is it?" Yi Tingyun's pupils suddenly shrunk, the same as the many night watchmen at the time. Unbelievable colors appeared in his eyes. Could the 3 times quenched bones qi and blood contain an external object involving the genetic law's realm of intent? No. Elder Guan was much more calm, gazing at the suddenly collapsing qi and blood great sun. Individual exceptions cannot be crossed by common sense. Yi Tingyun exhaled a long breath, suppressing his undulating state of mind, recalling the fluctuations in the qi and blood great sun, saying, "It is indeed somewhat similar to a vision." Elder Guan pondered a little and pointed out the difference. "It is more of a formal resemblance that is presented. The degree of mobilization of the relevant heaven and earth intentions is not yet at the level of fusion, and it is essentially the use of qi, blood, and body to support the heaven and earth intentions." Saying that, Elder Guan shot Lin Ran a glance and surmised, "When you were in the evolution realm, the evolution chapter of the Great Sun Gene Law had already reached the ultimate realm, right?" "Right." Yi Tingyun replied instead. Elder Guan anticipated, gently nodded, and analyzed, "This great sun you generated, what exactly is it? We have to see it again, but we can be sure of one thing. It belongs to a unique use of heaven and earth's meaning. It's very remarkable. It's worth investing more energy into it, and it will be of great benefit to your present and future martial arts paths." Yi Tingyun was shocked. With Guan Lao's vision, he used the word extraordinary to describe it. One didn't need to think about it to know that the great sun that Lin Ran had generated was absolutely powerful to the point of being terrifying. Lin Ran had the same idea and said, "I've had several generous sums of money recently, so I'm not too short of resources to quickly raise my qi and blood great day." Elder Guan's eyes flickered in depth for a moment and didn't say much in this regard, explaining, "If you're not busy right now, you can go below the lighthouse and cultivate the heavy armor breaker body. There's no time limit this time around, and you can keep on cultivating until the 10th layer is complete." Good. Lin Ran didn't think much about it, thinking that it was the accumulation of not having practiced since the citywide high school league, and turned around to go. On the side, Yi Tingyun couldn't be bothered to be shocked by the great sun that Lin Ran had generated, a heart beating madly and chaotically, so fast that it looked like it was about to jump out of his throat. The mist that permeated out from the black abyss naturally belonged to the black abyss, but at the same time, it was also the power to seal the black abyss. It could not be released too much at once, or else it would cause the seal to loosen. Therefore, it was only before that Elder Guan had allowed Lin Ran to only use it for an hour a day. Elder Guan, you. Yi Tingyun swallowed his saliva hard with some incredulity. You made a decision? Right. Guan Lao admitted sharply, when the time comes to make a decision, there's no point in hesitating any longer. Lin Ran's battle power has already touched the heavenly sect level, he can try to master the black abyss. Moreover, he's still young and is in the prime cultivation stage of rapidly increasing strength, he needs enough resources to support him. The identity of Black Abyss's successor can attract some attention and accelerate his growth. Elder Guan was well considered. Of course, the most important point was that Lin Ran's performance all along had been truly amazing, allowing him to dispel his doubts and make up his mind. This teenager could definitely be in charge of Black Abyss. Moreover, it would be very fast. Yi Tingyun took deep breaths one after another, adjusting his mind, and looked at the distant sea. The waves rose and fell, becoming more and more violent. The wind was going to pick up. Above the sky, the sun set and the moon rose, darkness enveloped the land, and the night passed in the wind. Inside the basement of the lighthouse, Lin Ran, after more than 10 hours of uninterruptedly drawing on the mist, the heavy armor-breaking body completed all 10 layers of quenching, and an obvious sense of toughness swept through his entire body. Compared to before the cultivation, it was obvious that it was upgraded by a step. The key is that one can mobilize the energy of heaven and earth, inside and outside as one. Lin Ran's mind moved, his body glowed around him, and in an instant, it transformed into a set of dark, heavy battle armor, covering his entire body, even his face forming a mask to cover it, with only 2 clusters of ebony light rising. That was the eye area, which likewise had a certain degree of defense, and did not affect his vision. Long Night Heavy Armor. One of the killing moves of the heavy armor-breaking body, the only way to execute it was to complete the 10 layers of tempering, inside and outside as one. The body's basic defense can still continue to become stronger, it just requires the heavy armor-breaking body to resonate with the heavenly gate for a deeper level of quenching, and it can't be continued at the moment. However, the power of the Long Night Heavy Armor is similarly tied to the realm of active operation, this point is not affected. Lin Ran stood up and briefly tested it, dodging and moving nimbly, not much disturbed by the Long Night Heavy Armor. After all, it was spirit martial generation, not true armor. The consumption is quite high, but of course, worth every penny. The defense performance is outstanding. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. By using the Long Night Heavy Armor, it would be difficult for an ordinary Heavenly Gate realm martial artist to cause damage even if they struck him with their full strength. Lin Ran dispersed the Long Night Heavy Armor and prepared to leave. Only, the light black mist that filled the surroundings never dissipated. With Elder Guan's perception, he should have noticed something, right? A doubt flashed by, and Lin Ran turned to take a step, and just as he stepped out of the basement, he looked to see that at the end of the staircase that extended down, Elder Guan had appeared at some point. He had practiced here many times, and it was the first time he had encountered Guan Lao coming down. I've already completed the 10 layers of realm tempering for the heavy armor breaker body. Lin Ran voiced a reminder. I know. Guan Lao's complexion remained unchanged, going back to cultivate, right? Well, the league won the championship before, the state has a reward that says it's being issued today, so I guess it'll have to be after 9 o'clock. Come by next Monday sometime. Elder Guan didn't say much and stepped into the basement. Lin Ran scanned back and looked at the black abyss standing on the earth, as if guessing something, saying, good. For the update in the past few days, I first say sorry, really pull crotch, sorry everyone. It's not that I don't want to write, it's just that I'm in a poor state, I can't write. The first year, I pay back the bill is estimated to be difficult enough, I first return to normal update, after the year will certainly make up the full. The main hit a confident flag. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I wish you all a happy new year in advance. Chapter 116 Dark Currents. After leaving Elder Guan's place, Lin Ran traveled along the Sea Ring Highway. Because he used the Phantom 9 flashes to catch up, he was extremely fast, and in less than a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the residence provided for him by the Night Watch Division. It was a detached villa with a wide courtyard, the building had 3 floors up and down, the interior was fully equipped with living and cultivation-type facilities, and there was also an AI housekeeper who could deal with some of the chores during the weekdays, which was far more convenient than the house he had rented. Just go back and take your ID card, student card plus some retained paper contracts, mattresses, dumbbells and such, just throw them away. Lin Ran turned around in the villa and stepped out. He was going to make a trip back to his rental house to pick up his things, then go to the school, receive his reward from the state, then look for Subai to buy the rising blood scatter, and finally come back to cultivate. 180 million ascending blood powder. If I cultivate with all my might, I guess it will take a day or two, just to be on the safe side. I'll arrange to live stream the bandwagon martial arts tomorrow afternoon. Lin Ran made arrangements. With his ability to earn money nowadays, bandwagon martial arts no longer accounted for a large portion, but for one thing, the victory was lasting, there was still 10 billion invested, and secondly, it wasn't a small amount, and the current time was far from financial freedom, so it was worth continuing to invest in energy. After the meeting, contact Air Yang. Thoughts rising between, Lin Ran paced ceaselessly, toward the direction of the rental house rushed. On the other side, Li Ziqi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, similarly looking at the direction of Lin Ran's rental house, his eyes written with resentment. When he truly experienced the life of a cripple who couldn't cultivate, he realized how torturous it was. Even with his own father's promise of within a year, it was still agonizing, as if the days were like years. In particular, the scenes of the previous final would spring up in his mind from time to time, making it difficult for him to bear. Unable to suppress the fear and trepidation in his heart, his body would even tremble uncontrollably. My nightmare will eventually dissipate. Li Ziqi took a deep breath. His heart was a little anxious and tense, but at the same time, he also had a sense of pleasure that his great revenge was about to be avenged. Lin Ran, I don't doubt that you have the courage to retaliate, but you've forgotten one thing: dead people can't do anything. In Lin Ran's rental house, he secretly installed a sword-false blood bomb. This is a transcendent killing weapon, terrifying power. Even many Tianmen realm martial artists can be killed in one blow, belonging to the forbidden weapons strictly controlled by the Holy Summer. With his younger generation's status, he naturally could not call upon it. Li Ziqi was looking for his own father's help, but to his great surprise, Li Han agreed sharply. He didn't think much of it and just took it as a fatherly love. Lin Ran, just wait, as long as you make a trip back home, I'll make you fall into ruin. Same time. Li's consortium headquarters. A meeting room of the highest specification, all shielding equipment turned on, airtight. The head of the Li clan family sat at the first position, personally presiding over this meeting. Li Han was also present, sitting at the end of the right side, belonging to the most inferior position in the conference room, but it was enough to emphasize his status. There were only 13 people present, all of whom were powerful figures of the Li clan. At this point, the Li clan's family head exhaled lightly and said, "We have roughly completed the preliminary preparations. The next focus will depend on the actions of the Divine Realm cult." A senior on his left was a white-haired old man who nodded his head in agreement and said, "In the latter months, we'd better muddy the waters of Shanghai City. This is not difficult." Li Han took over and smiled faintly. "My son was seriously injured due to Lin Ran, so it's just the right time to kill him. The evidence won't be left behind, but with this kind of thing, there will definitely be government executives who will suspect my Li family. This behavior of ours is considered to be a serious crossing of the line, but the matter of no evidence can be solved by ceding benefits. When the time comes to cede some of the core benefits, so that the city's top brass and other consortia will scramble for it, it will be able to pull their energies, and it will be convenient for the Divine Realm cult's friends to act." Li Han briefly recounted his arrangement. The Li clan head pondered slightly, nodded gently, and said, "This scale is fine. This year's winter in Shanghai City will never dissipate and the night will last forever. Lin Ran is a way to stir up muddy water, but we can't put all our energy into him. We need to use some means in other areas as well." "It can be. I also agree, but we have to keep an eye on some. Explain to the people below, don't mess with the bigwigs of the Night Patrol Division, otherwise it won't be easy to deal with." "Understood. Sorry, brothers, pigeonholed everyone again. I've been afraid to read the comments for the past few days, and I feel sorry for all of you. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get the best out of you, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to get the best out of you, and I'm sure I'm going to be able to get the best out of you, and I'm sure I'm going to be able to get the best out of you. I'm sorry. I'll be back on the third day of the new year, and I'll resume normal updates. Today is New Year's Eve. Formaldehyde here to wish everyone a happy new year, all the best, always healthy." Chapter 117. But where I am less a means. Actually not much of a problem. The summer sun is extraordinarily bright. Just after the morning, the sun scorching the air into a rolling heat wave, sweeping in all directions, which is also mixed with a sultry feeling, like a sign before the arrival of heavy rain. Tick. In the clear sound of the prompt, Lin Ran opened the access control, casually put away the phone, and walked into the rented community. This place was built decades ago, and now it's already a bit dilapidated, but the good thing is that the location is good, the transportation is convenient, and the rent isn't too expensive. Because it's an old neighborhood, the greenery inside is quite flourishing, and the living conditions are still okay. Of course, comparing to the residence provided to Lin Ran by the Night Patrol Division, it was more than a little worse. Just take your ID card and contract, the villa has everything else, no need to find a moving company. Lin Ran's pace was unceasing, quickly arriving in front of the rented house, raising his hand and pressing it to complete the fingerprint unlock, then pulling open the door as usual. It was only at this moment that his pupils suddenly shrunk. Scarlet light reflected into Lin Ran's eyes through the open door, harsh and incomparable. It was a sword blade that looked like it was condensed by blood, densely packed like a drooping waterfall, drowning him. Boom! In an instant, a huge explosion resounded through the sky, and the aftermath of the rampage was everywhere, covering the sky. The entire residential building turned into smoke and dust, and the nearby buildings split apart and collapsed one after another, as if they were experiencing a mega earthquake. The ground trembled in the distance, glass shattered and crashed to the ground. Many people were startled and looked at the sound, only to see thick smoke and dust rising into the sky, several hundred meters high, shocking to the eyes. At the same time, the monitoring systems of the Shanghai City Public Security Department and the Night Patrol Division both sounded alarms. The latter, in particular, acted swiftly and responded at the first opportunity. Heaven's Gate level energy fluctuation detected, initially judged as a superpower weapon. Defined at this stage as a level 3 crisis event. The location of the incident is located at. Contact the nearest member of the executive department and head to investigate the situation. Sweeping his eyes over the information presented one by one of the supervisors of the intelligence department barely hesitated and decisively voiced out an order. The duty of the Night Patrol Division was to deal with all incidents involving foreign domains within Sacred Summer, usually involving human lives, and had to be efficient enough. Subsequently, if it was decided that it was not related to the foreign domain, it was to be forwarded to the Public Security Department and other relevant departments. Report. The assistant's voice swirled. The closest personnel is the freshly recruited Lin Ran ministry member, who is currently not yet professionally trained. After a pause, his tone was flooded with surprise as he said, according to Departmental Officer Lin Ran's positioning information, he is at the center of an explosion and is suspected of being attacked head-on by a super-powered weapon. Hearing this, the supervisor of supervision's face changed slightly as he said, "Can we contact him?" Contact has been made. An operator raised his arm in the air and voiced a reminder. The supervisor of supervision hurriedly pursued, "What exactly is the situation?" The operator briefly relayed, when department member Lin Ran opened the door to the rented house, he was suddenly attacked by a super-powered weapon, which should have been an ambush attack on him, with a trap set in advance. The supervisor's face changed again as he said, "How are his injuries?" He had heard about how much importance the higher-ups attached to Lin Ran, and once the subsequent cultivation was affected, something was definitely going to go terribly wrong. The operator couldn't help but freeze for a moment after he voiced his inquiry, and said in dismay, "Department member Lin Ran said he wasn't injured." Didn't he say that he encountered an ambush attack by a super-powered weapon? The other side. The thick smoke was still rising. Lin Ran maintained the signal with the intelligence department, and with a thought, he repaired the fragmented long night heavy armor in case he was attacked again. Just now, when he sensed the superpower weapon erupting out, he immediately stimulated the great sun of chi and blood, while simultaneously running the heavy armor-breaking body. With the addition of the two, he managed to resist the scarlet blood sword shot. However, it was already approaching its limit. One should know that the terrifying explosion that destroyed multiple buildings was only the escaping aftermath. The real killing lay in the impact of the scarlet blood sword itself. But where the chi and blood great sun and long night heavy armor are one. Lin Ran pondered briefly, and couldn't help but shake his head. I estimate that it's just a head break, and it can't reach the level of a serious injury. His defense was already strong. With the great day of chi and blood boosting his overall strength, his defense level naturally increased. The long night heavy armor didn't even need to be mentioned, it was originally a killing move of the heavy armor breaking body 10th layer realm completion, with a strong defense. It's just. Lin Ran lightly exhaled. Whether it was the chi and blood great sun or the long night heavy armor, both of them were only realized after he completed the rescue mission of the Night Patrol Division. If he had faced this attack with his pre-rescue strength, he would have died in 9 deaths. These two means, respectively, were acquired yesterday and today. Obviously, the person who set a trap in his rented house was running to kill him. Trying to kill me. Who could it be? Li Ziqi? Lin Ran had trouble being sure. He didn't doubt that Li Diqi had the idea of killing him, but putting it into practice was another matter. In particular, utilizing such a massively lethal superpower weapon was unlikely to be hidden from the Li family's top brass. Theoretically, the other party would not agree. The price to pay was too great. He had only just joined the Night Patrol Division and was not known by outsiders. However, winning the citywide high school league alone had already attracted the attention of the state's top brass. Publicly assaulting and killing a super genius was a serious overstep of the rules. The government would definitely have to step in to suppress it. He was only messing with Li Deacon Chess, not the head of the Li clan. Suspicion cannot be dispelled. The Li family's main industries, involving real estate, medicine, and arms, have the means to get such a superpower weapon. However, there is also the possibility that it is the Li family's rival. No matter who it is, this is not over. Lin Ran's thoughts rose, while following the command of the Intelligence Department for initial investigation and rescue. The residential building he was in was shattered as a whole, with no survivors except for him. In the surrounding buildings, there were also few survivors. The superpower weapon that attacked him was too powerful in its killing power, and it was difficult for ordinary Tianmen-level martial artists to resist it, and it was even more terrifying for ordinary people in the evolution realm. Even if it was just the escaping aftermath, it was still unbearable. The unfortunate thing was that today was a working day, adults were at work, children were at school, and there weren't many residents in the neighborhood. Lin Ran's complexion was icy cold, and his heart was filled with murderous intent. Swish! Suddenly, the smoke and dust in the sky above tumbled, and a figure penetrated down and appeared in front of Lin Ran's eyes, tall and wearing the combat uniform of the Ministry of Enforcement. It was the other entry-level vigilante who had previously entered the Mechanical 218 Ancient Realm's secret realm to rescue him. Lu Rue. Moon Order Vigilante. The strength was a whole lot stronger than that of Zhang Yangan. This is the precinct I'm responsible for. Lu Rue swept his gaze around and spoke succinctly. The general situation, on my way here, the intelligence department has already relayed it. Lin Ran opened his mouth and asked, have you found the person who set the trap? Lu Rue replied in a deep voice, it was set 4 days ago, when we were still in the ancient realm mystic realm. It is currently ruled to be a professional, his face has been concealed and cannot be recognized. He came out of a sewer manhole cover. After setting up the sword cascade blood in your house, he absconded from that sewer again. Who exactly, has to be further traced. However, Lu Rue pointed out that the likelihood of finding in a short period of time is unlikely. The movements of the other party, very crisp and clean, the possibility of leaving traces is extremely low. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, someone from the exoticism cult? Lu Rue shook his head and explained, we can't rule out this possibility, but the probability is not high. The tricky thing about the exotic domain cult is that it is difficult to eradicate, not that it can be confronted head-on with the Night Rangers. In fact, under the suppression of the Night Ranger Division, the exoticism's power in the territory is quite weak, mainly doing some work of summoning exotic beasts to descend, want to cause destruction, basically have to use the power of the exoticism, the assassination of the use of hot weapons to attack, only a handful of incidents, especially the sword cascade blood, this kind of super weapon, it's difficult to get it. Lu Rue briefly analyzed. Lin Ran pondered slightly and said, I have a suspect. Who? Lu Rue's eyes flashed. Lin Ran directly said, Li Ziqi, a genius of the Li clan consortium, who has a not-so-small conflict with me. Good deal. Lu Rue's face did not change, let's go over and check it out. The Night Watch Division operated independently and had a lot of power in their hands, responsible for everything within the territory involving foreign lands, and didn't really care much about the local dignitaries and gentry, let alone fear them. When an official night watchman was attacked and killed, it was normal to take someone for questioning. Not to mention a genius of the Li clan consortium, even if it was the head of the family, it was not wrong to interrogate him. Of course, there had to be a certain basis. Good. Lin Ran nodded gently and said, it's not too late, let's go now. Chapter 118, the Night Watch Division is the background, but the background is more than just the Night Watch Division. The matter of the explosion in Lin Ran's rented neighborhood spread quickly online, and most of the people who weren't affected in the surrounding area at the time filmed, uploaded, and shared it, spreading it quickly. Especially in Shanghai City, there is already a preliminary report from the TV station. Li Shiqi had been paying attention to the relevant news these days, and when he saw it, he couldn't help but get excited and nervous. It was obvious that the Swordfall's blood installed behind Lin Rant's door had been energized. Only, he couldn't be 100% sure if it was caused by Lin Ran himself. The person who possessed the key to the house, there was also the landlord. However, the reason why he chose to use the sword waterfall blood in the first place was because he had secretly investigated that the house Lin Ran rented was a one-time prepayment of 3 months, and now that there were still almost 2 months left, the possibility that the landlord would open the door without his consent was negligible. No background and still dare to have such a strong heart of revenge. Talent high, so what? Wanna let you die, you cannot live. Li Ziqi lightly exhaled, feeling a huge sense of relief, but there was still nervousness, and before seeing Lin Rant's death, he couldn't draw an absolute conclusion. He looked at the rising sun outside the balcony. It was very hot, then turned around and went downstairs, wanting to drink some water to calm his mind. Come to the refrigerator on the first floor. Li Ziqi reached out and opened the door to take out a bottle of mineral water, glass bottle, very exquisite. The price of a bottle is worth the ordinary wage earner's a day's income, belongs to the category of luxury goods, but for Li Ziqi, it is just commonplace consumables. Casually closed the refrigerator, Li Ziqi opened the bottle of water, while turning around, ready to go back to the house. At the next moment, his movement froze, the expensive mineral water in his hand fell to the ground. With a click, the delicate glass fell into pieces and splashed everywhere. Li Ziqi didn't care, all his attention was attracted by the teenager who suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was handsome and familiar, making him unable to resist showing a look of seeing a ghost. You seem surprised to see me. Lin Ran spoke calmly. Li Ziqi held his breath, trying to be as calm as possible, and chided, how did you get in here, breaking into my house without consent, waiting to go to jail? At this time, Lu Rui's indifferent voice sounded from the side. The heartbeat is accelerating. Through the contraction of blood vessels, there is a deliberate suppression of the situation. The emotional characteristics to cover up the panic does not meet the normal situation of accident, anger. Lu Rui stood not far away, his gaze was sharp, locked tightly on Li Ziqi, with his profound martial arts cultivation knowing exactly what was going on. The door-to-door interrogation of the two did not follow the normal process of sneaking in secretly. Lin Ran wanted to catch Deacon Li off guard and try to find the cracks. Lu Rui agreed directly after hearing about this program. In contrast to departments such as the Sheriff's Department, the scope of the Night Patrol Division in terms of procedural justice was relatively much more generalized. A price that wouldn't be too big to sell Lin Ran a face, well worth it. Lin Ran gazed at Li Ziqi, whose face changed slightly, and revealed a cruel smile, saying, it seems like it was really you who did it. Li Ziqi's flustered emotions increased in his heart, and he pretended to say sternly, I don't understand what you're saying, but forcing your way into my house, you won't be able to leave today. Lin Ran was unimpressed. You'll know what I'm talking about. After saying that, he looked sideways at Lu Rui and nodded, take the person directly. What do you mean? Li Ziqi completely changed his face. Lu Rui didn't answer, raised his hand and clicked his headset, commanding, come directly over. Saying that, he pressed in the air, and a metal-like luster swept out, instantly covering Li Ziqi and immobilizing him. What are you doing? Let go of me. Quickly come someone. Li Ziqi roared in panic, but no sound came out, it was all cut off by the metal-like light shield. Lin Ran ignored him and walked outside with Lu Rui. Just a few steps away from the door of the villa, with a loud boom, a large hand slapped down across the sky, voluminous, like an ocean collapsing, heading straight for the two of them. What are you doing? Li Han's voice sounded immediately afterward, harsh and stern. He sensed something strange and came over to investigate, but he didn't expect to look over and see his own son being tackled. Lu Rui's eyes condensed, a sharp sword appeared in his hand and chopped straight towards the sky. The nearby heaven and earth energies were induced to go berserk, fiercely meeting the palm that slapped down. Thud! The sword light and the large hand exploded, all shattering apart. However, the latter was even better, and quite a bit of might poured out and proceeded to bombard. Lin Ran's reaction was equally swift. As early as when Lu Rui swung his sword, a great chi and blood sun rose, adding to the extreme slash, cutting out in the air and obliterating the incoming might. It's you? A stunned expression spread across Li Han's face. He didn't expect that the incoming people would be able to block his strike, and even more so, one of them was still Lin Ran, whom he had long since regarded as dead. 5 heavenly gates. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the heavenly gates hanging in the air above Li Han's head, 5 in total, spewing out heaven and earth energies, far more powerful than the 3 heavenly gates that Zhang Yangan had fully opened earlier. The focus is on the heaven and earth intent. Having fully mastered one, the next step is to fuse with the heavenly gates and become one. Lu Rui added a sentence, but his expression was calm as he instructed the members in his headset. The process of apprehending Li Ziqi has been maliciously blocked. requesting for the mobilization of 2 moon-ranked vigilantes or 1-day-ranked vigilantes to support. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Han's eyebrows have already furrowed and interrupted. I didn't maliciously block. Who knew that you guys are from the Night Watch division and didn't inform in advance? Lu Rui doesn't argue with him and directly says, now that you know, come with us. Li Han took a deep breath and said, why did you arrest my son? Lu Rui took out a business-like attitude, suspected of attacking and killing the official night watchman of the executive department. Upon hearing this, Li Han scanned Lin Ran and said, what is the evidence? The night watchman has to have a basis for arresting someone. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, why are you so sure that we don't have evidence? Li Han's face was expressionless as he said, I believe that my son will not do anything illegal. Lu Rui sidestepped his face and gently shook his head at Lin Ran, signaling that he was unable to judge the truth or falsehood of Li Han's words. The other party's cultivation level was still a cut above his, making it difficult to perceive. Then, Lu Rui once again faced Li Han and said in a cold voice, whether or not Li Ziqi is the perpetrator of the crime has nothing to do with your trust, we will find out by ourselves and have no obligation to inform you. Now, cooperate with our investigation. Lu Rui's eyes were cold and as sharp as electric awns, saying, of course, you can choose to refuse, as long as you can afford the price. Li Han forcibly suppressed his fire, still wanting to try to fight for a bit, said, there is a regulatory department within the Night Patrol Division, and the punishment for abuse of power is not normally severe. My Li family has survived for so many years in Shanghai, it's not something that anyone can touch. A trace of sarcasm flashed in Lu Rui's eyes, and he faintly said, complaining is your power, I have no right to be responsible for it, but right now, I'll say it for the last time, cooperate with the investigation. As the words fell, 3 all-terrain combat vehicles from the executive department crashed through the manor's gates and sped in. Li Han took a deep breath, clear that this trip to the Night Patrol Division was inevitable. He looked at Li Ziqi and calmly said, don't panic, the Night Patrol Division has the right to take people, but they still have to let people go for things they have no evidence for. In Shanghai City, no one can throw dirty water on the Li family. I know, Dad. Li Ziqi forced out a smile. Regarding the conversation between the two, Lin Ran regarded it as if it was invisible, and explained to the official night watchman getting out of the car, bring them into different cars, and don't imprison them together when you get back. At those words, Li Ziqi's heart couldn't help but twitch. Although he was a little flustered right now, the eyesight of an elite son of a powerful family was still there, and from the time and attitude of the night watchman's department in apprehending him alone, he could tell that Lin Ran's status in the night watchman's department was definitely not low. The only thing that makes him somewhat at ease is that the Li family has been operating in Shanghai City for many years, and installing a sword to cascade blood should be able to be done without leaving traces. Don't be afraid, retaliation is human nature, I can understand. Lin Ran patted Li Ziqi's shoulder, a smile on his face, but it was also a bit icy, of course, I hope you can understand it as well, so that you'll feel better afterward. Li Ziqi's movement of getting into the car froze, a shudder swept through his body, the severe pain from the final, once again reflected in his mind. Soon, the 3 all-terrain combat vehicles drove out of the manor and returned to the Night Patrol Division's base. On the way, Lin Ran received a phone call. It was Yi Tangyun who called. He also saw the relevant news report, knowing that it was Lin Ran's rented neighborhood, the first time he contacted to inquire. It is an attack against me, secretly a sword waterfall blood. For Yi Tangyun, Lin Ran naturally trusted, briefly recounted. Attack and kill? On the other end of the signal, Yi Tangyun's face was gloomy and frightening, saying, did the Night Patrol Division find out who did it? Lin Ran said, initially, I've determined that it was Deacon Li, and I've already apprehended the person, but the definitive evidence will have to be found again. Detonating a superpower weapon in a residential area to kill you. Yi Tangyun could barely suppress his anger. After communicating a bit, he hung up the phone and took several deep breaths one after another before suppressing his emotions. The mansion, the consortium, the family. These forces that appeared for the high-speed development of Shangxia, after many years, it is more like the tumor of Shangxia, and the ones who can afford this title will never be a few. Yi Tangyun took his cell phone and dialed another signal. Elder Guan, it's me. Speak. Lin Ran was attacked and killed, but fortunately he's fine. The other end of the signal was silent for a moment. Who did it? A young genius of the local Mansion Li family, using a superpower weapon, but a young man, hardly this kind of energy, the probability is that there are high-level downfalls. Yi Tangyun truthfully told. I know, you don't need to care about this anymore, the established plan remains unchanged, let Lin Ran come over the day after tomorrow. Guan Lao's voice had no emotional mood, just in Yi Tangyun's hearing, it seemed a little too calm. Chapter 119 Unusual Roulette Fate. Transcending the ranks above the law. The Night Patrol Division. An interrogation room. The thick walls built underground isolated the scorching sunlight. The temperature was very cold, just like the bitter winter. The pale light cast down, adding another chill. In the light, Li Ziqi sat behind the interrogation table, unable to suppress the tension in his heart, unconsciously tensing his body with force. Speak up. A middle-aged man knocked on the desktop in front of him, with short hair and a scar at the corner of his eye. He was one of the several top interrogators of the Night Patrol Division of Shanghai City. Li Ziqi secretly adjusted his breathing to try to calm down and said, "Say what?" The scarred middle-aged man's voice was indifferent, and he directly said, "Why did you assassinate department member Lin Ran, and were you instructed by the exoticism cult? Otherworldly cult?" Li Ziqi's face twitched when he heard it. This cauldron was snapped down, not to mention him, the entire Li family couldn't carry it, all of them had to be finished. This is false accusation." Li Ziqi angrily said, "I demand to see a lawyer." Before the words were finished, a glass cup with most of the tea leaves soaked in it flew out from the scarred middle-aged man's hands, and with a bang, it ruthlessly smashed on Li Ziqi's forehead. Advanced martial artist's basic defense was very strong, but the speed of the glass cup was too fast, shocking Li Ziqi's skin to crack, his head broken and bleeding. "Kid, you got one thing wrong, this is the Night Patrol Division, not the Public Security Department." The scarred middle-aged man lowered his arm, his face unchanged. "Remember, what I ask, you answer." The cold words made Li Ziqi's heart even more tormented. "Is the assassination of Lin Ran's ministry members something you proposed?" "No. Not. Can you mobilize a superpower weapon?" "No, no one else can either. The consortium's arms industries are all subject to regulation by the relevant military departments." "Who was the officer who mobilized the Swordfall's blood, your father?" "No, I didn't do this at all." "Shut up." Next question, were the other top executives of the Li clan consortium involved in targeting this assassination? As the interrogation progressed, the nervousness and panic in Li Ziqi's heart increased. On the wall to his right, inlaid with a wide black one-way glass, Lin Ran stood behind the glass, his eyes deep, watching the interrogation. Li Ziqi's mouth was very hard, didn't admit a single point, but for senior interrogators like the scarred middle-aged man, the verbal answer was only one aspect of their judgment of truth or falsehood, not yet the main aspect. Not long after, the scarred middle-aged man got up, leaving one of the interrogators to continue to put pressure on Li Ziqi, and came to the next door himself. "Ministry member Lin Ran," he greeted. Lin Ran turned around. "How exactly?" The scarred middle-aged man's tone was certain, saying, "Basically, it can be determined that this attack and killing against you is a retaliation by Li Ziqi out of the fact that you defeated him in the finals of the city's high school league at the beginning of the year. And the person who installed the sword waterfalling the blood in your house should be a member of the personnel of the Li family who secretly cultivates a similar dead soldier, and the one who is behind it is not Li Ziqi. Who doesn't have this kind of authority, but rather, it's his father, Li Han, and it should be a conspiracy of the father and the son together. Father and son plotting together." The scarred middle-aged man narrated truthfully, restoring quite a bit of truth. During the process, another senior interrogator came in, and he was in charge of Li Han. "Hard work." Lin Ran gave a polite greeting, and finished looking at the interrogator who came in after him. "What about you?" Li Han is not good to interrogate. On the one hand, his strength is high and profound, on the other hand, he must have gone through professional lie detector training, his answers are watertight, it is unlikely that he will be forced out without torture. This interrogator shook his head. According to the internal laws of the Night Patrol Division, torturing a criminal requires a greater certainty that it is related to the foreign domain. The scarred middle-aged man took over and said, according to Li Ziqi's various reactions, the attack against departmental officer Lin Ran did not involve the participation of the exotic domain cult personnel, starting from his vindictiveness towards departmental officer Lin Ran. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, "This case won't make it to the Court of Night, right?" The Court of Night, similar to a military court, specialized in cases related to the Night Patrol Division. Strictly speaking, not within the purview of the Court of Night. The scarred middle-aged man nodded and narrated further, the cases handled by the Court of Night either involve exotic domains or Night Patrol Division personnel who break the law and commit crimes. As for crimes committed by the general public against members of the Night Patrol Division, they usually need to be referred to the Sheriff's Department for handling. But the scarred middle-aged man could see Lin Ran's meaning and said, before the truth comes out, we can retain the right to investigate, and when enough evidence is found, we can directly apply for a trial in an exotic court. A powerful family like the Li family, with a network of connections that hardly radiates out of the Lijiu, as long as the chain of evidence is complete, the father and son pair of Li Ziqi and Li Han will definitely be sentenced to death. The sword Cascade Blood was a forbidden weapon, and the attack on Lin Ran had resulted in the deaths of several innocent people, so the crime was extremely serious. However, the scarred middle-aged man also pointed out that gathering evidence was definitely not easy. Lin Ran anticipated this and said, "The Li Consortium has been operating in Shanghai City for many years and is very powerful. Setting up an attack and killing won't leave many traces." The scarred middle-aged man nodded and said, "Good thing, Li Ziqi's psychological quality isn't much stronger. When he emotionally breaks down some more, he might still be able to find out some information." Just because the evidence was hard to find, it didn't mean it couldn't be found. The searching ability of the Night Patrol Division was not something that the Public Security Department could compare to. Lin Ran pondered a little and proposed, letting Deacon Li have an emotional breakdown. "I can contribute some effort. He has no small amount of psychological shadow over me." How to do it? The scarred middle-aged man did not refuse. "Help me find a gun-type superpower weapon." Lin Ran gave a short account. On the other side, the interrogation room where Li Han was. He was sitting behind the interrogation table, his back straight, his face calm, far more composed than Li Ziqi. However, in the depths of his heart, there were the same ups and downs. He wasn't afraid of the Night Watch investigating him and Li Ziqi for plotting to assassinate Lin Ran, because it was impossible to find much evidence for this matter using only the Li family's power, and even if the truth could really be found out, it wouldn't be a momentary thing. The key lies in the fact that the Li family's bottom is not clean, in case the matter of collusion with the exotic cult is pulled out. The matter of the assault has to be resolved quickly. Li Han's eyes were dark. The family head will likewise think of this. It's nothing to suffer some losses. When winter arrives, everything will be turned into desolation. Creak. The heavy alloy door rubbed out a sour sound, and in the gaze cast by Li Ziqi, the scarred middle-aged man went and returned, accompanied by Lin Ran. "I've said what I need to say, why don't you let me go?" Li Ziqi's eyebrows were turned upside down, looking incomparably angry. "Lin Ran, I admit that I had a conflict with you, but in the finals on Dragon Gate Island, you have already retaliated against me. Are you still not satisfied? Relying on the fact that you are now a night watchman, you have to force me to my death. Do you really think that there is no law in sacred summer?" Hearing these words come out of Li Ziqi's mouth, Lin Ran felt extremely ridiculous. Without a word, he reached out and pulled out a chair and sat down, gazing indifferently at Li Ziqi. In the next moment, the ceiling lights flickered for a moment. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows lightly and said, "Now, we can have a conversation." Li Ziqi took a deep breath and said, "Say what?" Lin Ran raised his hand and pointed upwards, saying, "The flickering of the lights just now was due to the base's circuitry failing, thus activating the backup power supply. But there's a problem. The surveillance system in the interrogation room exists independently and needs to be uploaded to the database at the Lijo headquarters in real time, thus there's a delay in the process, and it will only reboot after about 3 minutes. Li Ziqi gritted his teeth, forcing himself not to show any color, saying, "What do you want?" Lin Ran smiled faintly, "Play a game. If you win, even if you don't deserve to die, I'll let you leave the Night Patrol Division." Li Ziqi felt bad, but he could only try to stall for time, saying, "What game? Let me hear it first." Lin Ran didn't answer immediately, taking out a pair of white gloves and putting them on carefully, then, taking out a thick black revolver. Eagle Strike 7th Generation 330, Type 6-shot revolver, belongs to the basic superpower weapon, not much of a threat to Heavenly Sect level martial artists. However, for advanced martial artists, it's enough to kill in one hit. Lin Ran introduced it without haste, his eyes gazing at Li Ziqi as he said, "See, your family's arms industry, it produces this type of firearm." So, because of the laxity of the Night Patrol Division's searchers, they didn't check carefully, resulting in suspect Li Daoqi entering the interrogation room with a gun. This kind of reasoning you think will be believed by anyone? Li Daoqi angrily rebuked, only there was always a flavor of colorfulness. Lin Ran's face was as normal, faintly said, "It doesn't matter if no one believes it, as long as the logic is fine, plus there's no evidence, it makes sense. Isn't this something you like to do?" Li Ziqi's breath stuttered as he listened, cold sweat seeped out of his scalp and slowly slid down. Lin Ran opened the rotating cell phone's bullet nest and said, "Of course, killing you. I'm sure I'll have to pay a small price, such as having to be deeply bound to the Night Patrol Division, and it'll be hard to be free again for decades, or having to sell my life many times over. So here's a chance to play the game, and see that you don't deserve to die." Li Ziqi glanced at the camera above the corner and gritted his teeth. How to play? Roulette. Lin Ran took out a super-powered bullet and stuffed it into the nest, and with a stroke of his right thumb on the edge, the nest spun up at great speed. Then, Lin Ran flicked his wrist and closed the bullet nest with a click, aiming the black hole of the gun at Li Ziqi's brow. "Who's playing with you?" Li Ziqi's face changed, permeated with misery. However, what responded to him was a crisp click. Lin Ran pulled the trigger straight away, but it didn't inspire a bullet. He shook his head, not hiding his regret. Your luck is good. Saying this, his right index finger fired, clicking, and he pulled the trigger one more time under Deacon Lee's fearful gaze. Don't you want to play roulette? Looking at the black hole of the gun, Deacon Lee's scalp went numb. Well, but the bet is that you can carry a few shots. Lin Ran gently nodded and voiced a reminder. I'm betting on the 6th shot, and if you don't die after it's fired, I'll let you go. Li Ziqi felt like he was going crazy. This revolver was loaded with a maximum of 6 rounds. Lin Ran bet on the 6th shot. What is the difference between this and directly hitting him? Kada. Kada. Lin Ran proceeded to pull the trigger twice more, and for Li Ziqi, it was like a death note. The expression on his face twisted up, and cold sweat flowed down in strands. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun in front of him, Li Ziqi was terrified. The probability of the next shot hitting would be 1 in 2, or rather, he had no chance of survival. There was a 6th shot after the next one carried through. Lin Ran played with the revolver and said indifferently, Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I told you that you have the right to find me in trouble, as long as you can pay the price. Saying that, he raised his right hand and seemed to pull the trigger again. Bang bang bang. The sound of knocking on the door suddenly rang out, followed by the alloy door being pushed open. According to the plan that Lin Ran and the scarred middle-aged man had discussed, the interruption would be around this time, but to Lin Ran's surprise, the one who opened the door was Luo Qiushue. There's something to find you. Luo Qiushue looked straight at Lin Ran. Okay. Lin Ran put away his revolver, and before he left the door, he swept a glance at the nearly paralyzed Li Ziqi. With his eyesight he could tell that Li Ziqi's current mood was extremely unstable. Don't be anxious, there's still a chance behind. Lin Ran applied further pressure, leaving the subsequent interrogation to the scarred middle-aged man. Outside in the corridor, Luo Qiushue was very direct, saying, Mayor Jiang has arrived to see you. He was invited by the Li Consortium, and their foundation is prepared to make a grant to you. Lin Ran pondered, saying, money to buy your life? Right. Luo Qiushue dryly nodded and said, Mayor Jiang reckons that he doesn't really want to get involved in this muddy water. Frankly speaking, the Li's Consortium's minimum requirements, handing over the investigation to the Sheriff's Department, Li Ziqi and Li Han will be sent to the city jail by the Li family to find a malicious traffic accident, and be held in custody indefinitely, so that when the storm of the explosion is over, the death penalty will be sentenced to this pair of fathers and sons in a period of 1 to 3 years, but for this assault and murder against you, can't be related to the Li Consortium. Lin Ran's gaze flickered as he said, what did the higher-ups of the Night Patrol Division say? He was very clear that the reason the Night Patrol Division department up and down thundered against Li Ziqi and Li Han was because the higher-ups were backing him up. Luo Qiushue's attitude was casual, saying, there's nothing to say, respecting your opinion, we don't need to flatter the local magnates, or rather, this kind of regional business consortium has very little constraints on us. Saying that, she glanced at Lin Ran and truthfully said, of course, we are inclined for you to agree for a total of 2 reasons. Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry and said, tell me. Luo Qiushue recounted clearly, first, this assault always does not involve a foreign domain, the actions of the Night Patrol Division need to be tempered, and the chain of evidence for the final prosecution is not well collected. Secondly, your talent is very high and your cultivation is fast, resources and progress can almost be equated. Purely from a pros and cons perspective, if the Li family offers the right price, agreeing to them would be more favorable to your future. As for their offer of 1 to 3 years, there must be a delaying calculation within, hoping for a turnaround during that time, but as long as you exhibit the same potential as you do now, I don't think the Li clan would dare to force the insured. Luo Qiushue pointed out that this was just an opinion of theirs, not interfering with Lin Ran's decision. Lin Ran exhaled lightly and said, I'm going to think about it some more. Luo Qiushue nodded and said, there's no rush, but if you have time now, go to the reception room, your instructor Yi Tengyan just came over and is waiting for you there. Good. Lin Ran stepped away. A few minutes later. Reception room. Lin Ran. Seeing the teenager who had entered, Yi Tingyun waved. Instructor Yi. Lin Ran greeted, there's something you want to see me about. 2 things. Yi Tengyun took out a bank card, the reward from the state came down, the password is the last 6 digits of your ID number. In addition, someone from Li's Consortium came to you to discuss dealing with the assault, right? Yi Tengyun murmured. Lin Ran was slightly surprised, how do you know? The network they used is not small, an old leader contacted the principal and said that as long as you are willing to accept the Li's Consortium's funding, a new campus will be built for the school. The principal didn't rush to say yes and asked me to ask you what you think. Yi Tengyun briefly recounted. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly and said, the power used is not small. Yi Tingyun glanced at him and said, say yes, there's no reason to refuse resources that are sent to your door. Lin Ran's gaze flickered, seeing that Yi Tingyun meant something. Agree and then kill, 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Tingyun didn't sell the idea, speaking icily and morosely. The laws of the Holy Summer New Calendar, both behind the scenes and in the open, cannot restrain some people. Guan Lao is in this bracket, and his chosen successor to Black Abyss likewise has the power to do so. Lin Ran was silent for a moment and said, I understand. P.S. More than 4,000 words, equivalent to 2 chapters, gradually find the state off. Chapter 123 Suns in the Sky, Legend reappears. How much is the Li Consortium willing to bid? After talking to Yi Tingyun for a bit, Lin Ran sent him away and then went straight to find Luo Qiushue. Between the behavior made by Li Ziqi and Li Han, he didn't have the slightest psychological burden. If they weren't strong enough, they would have already died from the attack of the Sword Falls blood. The price will be paid by us. Luo Qiushue could see that Lin Ran intended to agree. What do you want? If it's resources, it will be worth more than asking for money directly. Lin Ran had already thought about it. Blood rising scatter will do, the more the better. To what extent the great day of Qi and blood could grow, he currently could not predict, but it was definitely not a small amount. I see. Luo Qiushue thoughtfully reached out and made a phone call, and not long after, there were people from the Li Clan Consortium who came over to negotiate, paying considerable attention to the matter, and it was actually the Li Clan Consortium's family head who was personally present. He looks very gentle, some age, a pair of gold glasses on his face, looking at Lin Ran sitting across the conference table, as if he did not care about Li Han and Li Ziqi. Father and son are still being detained by the Department of Night Watch, smiled faintly and said, I do not know how much Lin Ran students want to our consortium to fund you? Luo Qiushue accompanied Lin Ran to be present, and it had already been discussed before that she would be responsible for the negotiations. Li's consortium pharmaceutical company's financial report for the month of March shows that you have around 1 ton of the original blood ascension san liquid. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's heart moved slightly. The blood-rising bulk original liquid, which could only be manufactured by the Sacred Summer Martial Medicine Research Institute, would be uniformly rationed to the major medical companies, which would then deploy the blood-rising bulk. To a certain extent, the latter was equivalent to the diluted liquid of the former. How much does Minister Luo want? The Li clan head opened his mouth to inquire. Luo Qiushue opened the door and said, all. Minister Luo is joking. The Li clan family head gently shook his head, removing his gold-rimmed glasses and gently wiping them up. How much a ton of blood-rising bulk original liquid can be worth? You think you know better than I do. With that, his gaze returned to Lin Ran. Does student Lin Ran have an understanding? Very clearly. Lin Ran's expression remained unchanged. It's equivalent to 1,000 kilograms of blood-rising bulk original liquid. The Li clan's family head's movements lurched. Even with his extraordinary experience, he hadn't been able to anticipate this kind of answer. He coughed lightly and put on his gold-rimmed glasses again, saying, a considerable portion of our pharmaceutical company's stock price is supported by the ample amount of ascending blood san original liquid. Depleting it precipitously would be a devastating blow to the ascending blood san industry in the future, and it wouldn't necessarily be able to be slowed down for a few more decades. This is your problem. Luo Qiushue was able to achieve the position of executive minister. Not only was her force high and profound, her eyesight was equally venomous. If the morning's attack and killing incident is related to the Li clan consortium, not to mention the pharmaceutical company, your entire consortium will have to suffer a heavy blow. The Li clan's family head fell silent, his gaze lowered as if he was contemplating his decision. But in truth, this was just his disguise. No matter how high the value of the 1 ton of blood-rising scatter original liquid was, he still had to agree that the Li clan's bottom was not clean and could not be subjected to the Night Patrol Division's flip-flopping and thorough investigation. In the event that they were found to be colluding with the exotic cult, it would be the end of the line. There are at most half a year left. An icy thought flashed by. The Li clan family head hit it extremely well and sighed feebly. It's fine, we are willing to fund 1 ton of the original blood ascension san liquid for student Lin Ran. It's just that the matter of Li Han and Li Deacon Chess will require the Night Patrol Division to issue a certificate that will be forwarded to the Public Security Department for a fair and open investigation. Luo Qiushue half sidestepped her face, her gaze fell on Lin Ran, and after a brief eye contact, she answered in agreement, no problem. The process between the two sides went quickly. On the same day Li Han and Li Ziqi were picked up by the people from the Night Watch Division, and Lin Ran similarly got a ton of the original blood-raising san liquid sent by the Li Consortium. In fact, it was going to be a bit more. Luo Qiushue priced it at all, roughly 30 more kilograms. Don't look at no heavy, with the value of the ascending blood bulk original liquid, without a long list of figures the price, can't take it down. These blood-rising bulk original liquid, in the specification of 1 kg per unit, were all encapsulated by special alloy bottles. Luo Qiushue swept a glance and explained, the purity of the energy of the ascending blood scatter original liquid is much higher than the ascending blood scatter, it's just too violent, but with your level of qi and blood, it can definitely be suppressed, and it's just the right thing to use to grow that round of qi and blood great son. Lin Ran looked forward in his heart and said, I'll try the effects. Just in case, I'll check them all. With your cultivation speed, it won't expire, even if you can't use it all. With the credit endorsement of the Night Patrol Division, you can still sell it to other pharmaceutical companies. Luo Qiushue felt it was better to play it safe. Okay. Lin Ran naturally wouldn't refuse. Luo Qiushue's beautiful eyes condensed, and an invisible force field broke through, opening several alloy bottles in the medicine chest, penetrating her spiritual energy into the liquid inside and unfolding her perception. With her martial cultivation, it was more powerful than many professional testing equipment. In a short amount of time, Luo Qiushue completed her inspection and said, there's no problem, there's no toxic substance. Lin Ran wasn't surprised and said, if it's toxic, the Li family's people are too crazy. Luo Qiushue thought for a moment and said, now since there are enough resources, you should focus on cultivation, except for escorting the researchers to the salary tower. There's no need to rush about exploring the other areas of the ancient realm mysteries, you can put it off for a while. After all, this mission is still essentially hoping to improve your strength. Many thanks, Minister. Lin Ran revealed a smile. A few minutes later, Lin Ran used his qi and blood to carry a few large pillboxes, walked into a cultivation room, and began to take pills to cultivate. As soon as he started, his eyebrows went straight up. The matter of exploring the secret realm doesn't seem to need to be delayed backward. The purity of the blood-rising scatter original liquid was far beyond Lin Ran's expectations, and when the medicinal power melted away in his body, it was like a raging dragon, and it was thick and unmatched. His cultivation progress gained a crushing surge compared to before. Just 2 or 3 minutes passed, Lin Ran lifted his hand and held it, picking up another bottle of blood-rising scatter original liquid and taking it with his mouth open. Next, this action was repeated over and over again. After taking hundreds of kilograms, the depths of Lin Ran's body vibrated violently, a kind of arcane fluctuation swept through his entire body, like breaking shackles, and like extreme sublimation. Boom! Lin Ran's mind moved, and a great qi and blood sun hung in the sky, reflecting in all directions for a long time. Within the light, the strength of the qi and blood within his body skyrocketed, more than doubling compared to before the cultivation. It's just... Lin Ran's gaze flickered, somewhat unable to hide his amazement. How does it feel like it can be raised even higher? This was not his illusion, it was very similar to what happened when his qi and blood reached 4,900 calories before. The meaning of immanent life within the qi and blood was faintly visible. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran calmed his mind and directly chose to proceed with his cultivation for the current problem. There were still 900 or so kilograms of the blood-rising scatter original liquid left, enough for him to verify. Soon, Lin Ran took large dozens of bottles again, and afterward, he exploded his qi and blood with all his might. In an instant, the entire cultivation room was completely flooded with the light of quenching. 2 great suns, one on the left and one on the right, echoed each other. However, after about a second had passed, the brightness of the light dropped by a hair. The round of great sun on the right collapsed and disappeared. The second round of the great sun, it can similarly raise the strength of qi and blood. Lin Ran's heartbeat thumped chaotically. This great sun that he had broken the limits of his qi and blood seemed to be even more extraordinary than he had expected. Lin Ran suppressed his rising and falling emotions and continued to take the medicine and cultivate. Night gradually arrived, and when there were still about 600 kilograms of the original blood ascension powder liquid left in the cultivation room, Lin Ran's second great sun was completely formed and could exist for a long time. However, he actually did not stop and was still taking the blood-rising scatter original liquid until the night passed and all the pill bottles were scattered all over the place, all of them becoming empty. Boom! Lin Ran opened his eyes, and a blazing light filled space like a supernova erupting. He raised his head and looked at the source of the light. It was a scene that looked like an ancient legend. 3 great suns were in the sky, reflecting the heavens and the earth. It was overwhelming. Chapter 121. How can a person who intends to reach the top be afraid of the sky collapsing? The 3 great suns shone together, and the qi and blood in Lin Ran's body surged and rose like an infinite ocean, so powerful that it made his own heart palpitate a little. Lin Ran adjusted his invigorated emotions and sank his mind into subtle perception. Only, not long after, the chi and blood flowing throughout his body shook violently, and its intensity dropped by a steep margin. In the sky above his head, only two great suns remained. The great sun in the center collapsed and disappeared. The last remaining 600 kilograms of rising blood scatter original liquid didn't allow him to generate all of the third round of great suns. Based on the experience of the first two rounds of great suns, the current completion level was just over 40%, and could not exist for long. However, the increase in strength was already terrifying enough. Lin Ran was clear that if he were to face Zhang Yangan again, he could realize the effects described in the textbooks for some of the strongest strikes. Snapping his fingers to ruthlessly suppress. It can still be stronger. Lin Ran vaguely sensed that there wasn't much of that imminent vitality left in the chi and blood currently. This probably meant that 3 rounds of chi blood was the upper limit. If it reaches completion, there should be a qualitative improvement. Worth looking forward to. Lin Ran grinned and raised his eyes to the electronic clock on the side of the door. There was still some time before he had to travel to Elder Guan's place, so he was prepared to cultivate some more. Yi Tingyun had already given him the rewards from the state, and was able to buy quite a few blood rising scatter. Lin Ran thought for a moment, directly in the Night Patrol Division Resources Department to buy, Subai give the price although the same affordable, but more is to sell his face, are posting money in the patch. Now since there is a channel, it is not good to let the other side suffer. Sure enough. Taking a blood ascension powder, Lin Ran couldn't help but shake his head after running the green underworld swallowing heaven method to refine and purify it. This purity of energy was too ineffective for the third round of the Great Sun's imminent birth. Lin Ran had expected this and did not panic. As his mind moved, a great sun hung above his head, and the upper limit of purification of the green underworld swallowing heaven method immediately rose. This purity is fine. Lin Ran nodded and began practicing. It was naturally lacking in efficiency compared to the enhancement of the original blood ascension powder liquid. However, this was also relative. Judged by the standards of the general public, it was equally fast to the point of being outrageous. It could also be seen from the level of medication taken alone, as he drank blood rising scatter almost by the case. Approaching the time agreed upon with Elder Guan, Lin Ran had consumed over half of the batch of blood ascending powder he had purchased, with the value approaching $100 million. For a normal person, it was enough for 3 or 4 people to cultivate to senior martialist perfection. The progress of the third round of the Great Day is still a hair's breadth away from completing even half of it. Lin Ran pursed his lips. 100 million won't improve it by 10%. Even with his current earning power, he felt that this was a pinch. Luckily, with the ton of blood ascension powder original liquid he had taken before as a base, nowadays, it wouldn't be too far away from the complete 3 rounds of chi and blood great suns. Moreover, there's the Black Abyss. A glint flashed in Lin Ran's eyes. He knew very well that his ability to absorb money nowadays, the weight of the live bandwagon martial arts, was no longer significant, and was more tied to his potential and strength. If he could take charge of Black Abyss, at least in the eyes of outsiders, it would all skyrocket by a hair. Lin Ran got up and left. After pushing open the door to his room, a coolness came over him. The sky in front of him was like lead and ink. The dark clouds that could not be seen to the end were connected to the sky, tumbling and rushing with the gusty winds. It's going to rain again. The lighthouse at the end of the highway around the sea. The wind and waves rose and fell, and under the dull sky, it was like 1,000 armies rolling forward, exuding a domineering and majestic meaning. Lin Ran came close and didn't see Guan Lao, who was watching the sea, as usual. The old lighthouse in front of the railing, horizontally based in front of the sea, rarely lit up. Come in. A voice transmission sounded in Lin Ran's mind. The voice was familiar. It was none other than Guan Lao. Lin Ran sniffed and complied, pushing the door and walking into the lighthouse, heading straight down the rotating staircase to the end, to the last floor of the basement. Guan Lao stood with his arms folded, standing upright, gazing at the black abyss in front of him. Elder Guan. Lin Ran greeted, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the black abyss. This straight blade that was stuck in the center of the earth had a few more changes to it, vaguely implying that it was poised to strike. Any understanding of the black abyss? Elder Guan asked as he withdrew his gaze and landed on Lin Ran. Not much. Lin Ran gently shook his head. I know that this blade is called a super killer, but it's because your old man only reached this level. In addition, this blade shares the same name as your strongest true intent. Lin Ran narrated truthfully. Guan Lao nodded in acknowledgement and said, Yi Tangyun doesn't seem to have told you much. Part of it was told to me by a former officer of the Nightfire Army, who now works in the Night Patrol Division. Lin Ran added. I guess it's because I'm afraid that I don't die. There are quite a few people from the Nightfire army who will be mobilized towards the Lijiu. Guanlao laughed and didn't say more on this topic. The battle where I retired to Shanghai City, Yi Tangyun also told you about it, right? Well, the battle with God. Seeing Lin Ran nod his head, Guanlao showed a look of reminiscence on his face and said, the Black Abyss. After I became the commander of the Nightfire army, I spent a lot of resources on forging it for the second time, and called it a divine weapon, but to say that it can fight against the gods, it is actually not even close to being able to do so. Back then, perhaps because of my own overconfidence, or perhaps too much faith in my Black Abyss true intent, I didn't just want to stop the gods from descending into the world, but also wanted to take it a step further and kill the gods, thus leading to excessive injuries. In order to still be able to reproduce my prime strength, I stripped away the Black Abyss true intent, or the Black Abyss realm, and penetrated it into this blade. Guanlao's voice was calm as he recounted some of the causes and consequences of that year. Some of the martial arts means involved were difficult for Lin Ran to imagine, but it was still fine to listen to them in general. Understood. Lin Ran pondered. The Black Abyss was indeed powerful because of Guanlao, and to a certain extent, it was equivalent to obtaining Guanlao's life's work. Guanlao's gaze burned as he looked directly at Lin Ran and opened the door. Do you want to take charge of Black Abyss? Think about it seriously. Guanlao reminded in a serious tone, I won't live long. I don't have too many requirements for you to take charge of the Black Abyss, but you have to be clear about one thing. When the sky collapses, there will be a taller person to hold it up, or rather, it will be the first one to hit the one who stands taller, and there are times when no matter how one wishes to do it, one has to go up. Lin Ran's eyes brightened, his sight fell from Guanlao to the black straight blade in front of him. How do you take charge of the Black Abyss? Chapter 122. What is the Black Abyss? Actually, ruling the Black Abyss is essentially the mobilization of the true intent of the Black Abyss. Elder Guan spoke succinctly and directly stated the truth. Thus, wanting to reign over the Black Abyss is divided into two aspects. The first is a metaphysical talent that is innately suited to the Black Abyss true intent. Second is resonance, or understanding, of the Black Abyss true intent. The higher the level of understanding, the stronger the might that can be mobilized. Elder Guan further explained. Resonance. Understanding. Lin Ran had doubts. It doesn't require the realization of the Black Abyss true intent? Guanlao shook his head and said, the Black Abyss true intent is too esoteric. It was only by chance that I was able to realize it in the first place, and some of the related heaven and earth intentions are very rare and not good to comprehend. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, Elder Guan, have you ever created a spirit martial art with the Black Abyss true intent? Couldn't create it. Guanlao spoke out to explain, you should also be able to deduce that the Black Abyss true intent is very strong. When looking at all the martial true intents in the world, it can be in the first echelon. Spiritual martial arts cannot carry this level of martial true intents. The only thing that can be embedded is a Jedi school, but if you want to create a Jedi school, you need to have the true intent to be further advanced, to break the shackles of the realm, and I wasn't strong enough to do that back then. Too strong a martial true intent cannot create a spirit martial art? Lin Ran was quite astonished, and at the same time, somewhat regretful. If there existed spirit martial arts that contained the Black Abyss true intent within them, he would only need to open the heavenly gate and then use one instinctive level of cultivation, not to say that he would be able to reverse launch the Black Abyss true intent, at least from the current point of view. Grasping the relevant heaven and earth intent would not be a problem. However, Lin Ran didn't care too much and was able to accept this. Understanding the true meaning of the Black Abyss must be rooted in martial sense, and because he was able to simplify martial arts, the amount he had learned far exceeded that of a normal martial artist, and now his martial sense was higher than that of many heavenly sect martial artists, and against a martial artist of the same rank, it was even more of a crushing level. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to take charge of the Black Abyss. Guanlao likewise had this opinion and said, to rule the Black Abyss, the relevant talent doesn't need to be too concerned, higher or lower doesn't matter. With your enlightenment, I think you can gradually understand the true meaning of the Black Abyss. After all, it's not like you've realized this true meaning, it's still essentially the mobilization of a force. Lin Ran nodded gently and said, I'll give it a try. Good. Elder Guan's gaze fell towards the Black Abyss in front of him as he took a deep breath. Pull it out. Lin Ran didn't hesitate as he took a step forward, lifting his hand to hold the hilt of the Black Abyss and raising it upwards. In a flash, an invisible fluctuation rose up to the sky, like the darkest abyss was reviving, incomparably terrifying, spreading beyond the atmosphere without dissipating, spreading towards the dark and cold cosmic space. Farther away, a synchronous orbit satellite aimed at Shanghai City suddenly trembled gently. Immediately, a certain alarm system at the Saint Xia military headquarters, which was countless kilometers away, fully activated and erupted with a sharp and ear-piercing beep. Former Nightfire Army Lord Guan Shan unsealed the Black Abyss. In less than a minute, the relevant information was presented in front of a number of military executives, and immediately afterward, it spread lightning fast through the intelligence networks of the top forces of each family, informing the bigwigs that stood at the top of the sacred summer pyramid. This was not an unusual matter that no one dared to ignore. As the teenager pulled out the old man's battle sword that had been sealed for many years, the vast and boundless land of sacred summer began to shake. What's the situation? What is Guan Shan moving the Black Abyss to do? Another deity descending into the world? Impossible, no relevant fluctuations have been detected at all. Counting the time, is it possible that this guy's great limit is approaching, and he's preparing to kill his way into the foreign realm, pulling a beast king as his back? If that's the case, it must be a top-level secret. It's impossible for the military to let the news flow out? Then why unseal the Black Abyss? Is it hard to find a successor? Even more unlikely, Guan Shan didn't have this idea at all. So many super geniuses paid a visit to the door back then and were all rejected. Check. We must find out. Guan Shan, who was approaching the end of his days, is no less than the one who pressed the countdown button. It's no less than a superb killer that presses the countdown. It's terrifying to think about. For a moment, the entire upper echelons of sacred summer were surging with dark currents and winds. Lin Ran, who was far away within the lighthouse on the seashore, was not yet aware of how great an impact he had caused by pulling out the Black Abyss. He was meditating and concentrating, and was in the process of realizing the Black Abyss in his grip. The Black Abyss' true intent has more than one ability: to restore physical strength and energy, to heal injuries, and to increase battle power. Lin Ran mused. Not bad. Elder Guan spoke out in affirmation. There is no fixed ratio for the Black Abyss' true intense increase in battle power. It's usually related to physical injuries and spiritual aspects of battle power. As for the first two aspects, it can be said to be infinite. Of course. Guan Lao paused for a moment, raised his hand to point at himself, and said half-jokingly, if you look at my current situation, it's obvious that it's not very convincing, and I need to add almost as a qualifier. Saying that, Guan Lao collected his laughter and made it a point to point out that the restriction was only at the level of deity. I've fought with quite a few beast kings. As long as a move doesn't kill me, I can resist it. If I dare to fight to the death and not back down, I guess I can be worn down by all of them. Lin Ran nodded his head in agreement, genuinely lamenting, the Black Abyss' true intent is truly terrifying. Infinite recovery, infinite healing. When injuries couldn't keep up with the healing, battle power would still increase. He somewhat understood why Elder Guan had the idea of leaving the gods behind in the first place. That seemed like there was real hope. Guan Lao smiled, as if he could see Lin Ran's thoughts, and corrected him. The effect you imagine can indeed be realized, but it will take the Black Abyss domain to be fully activated before you move the Black Abyss, and the efficiency of recovery and healing won't be too high, and as for the aspect of increasing your battle power, it still has to be familiarized with it over a period of time before you can do it. Lin Ran blinked and truthfully said, I think it's fine now. At this answer, Elder Guan was exceptionally surprised. You try it. Good. Lin Ran simply agreed, following a feeling of holding a sword, resonating the Black Abyss and exploding his full strength. Boom! Blazing light crowded the lighthouse as three great suns rose, reflecting the heavens and earth, diffusing a heavy pressure. Lin Ran raised the Black Abyss in his hand and said, the third round of the great sun of chi and blood that I generated has yet to be completed, but now that it has been increased by the Black Abyss, it is nearly complete and can be maintained for a long period of time. At the same time, he discovered an exhilarating situation. The maintenance of the great day of chi and blood was very drastic in terms of the consumption of chi and blood, especially for 3 days at the same time. But now, through Black Abyss's recovery ability, there was almost no consumption. The increase in his battle power was not only reflected in the fact that he had become stronger in terms of attack and defense. This level of resonance. Guan Lao's gaze flickered up. As the one who created the Black Abyss, he couldn't be more aware of the difficulty of the scene at hand. A large smile bloomed on his face. I somewhat believe in destiny. Your adaptation of the Black Abyss' true meaning is highly adaptable. It's not even impossible to realize the Black Abyss' true meaning in the future. Lin Ran raised his eyebrows lightly and said, it's an unexpected pleasure. Elder Guan smiled, and after a little contemplation, said, you should familiarize yourself with the Black Abyss first, and I'll take you out for a trip later. Lin Ran was a little curious. To do what? To announce that Black Abyss has found a new ruler. Going to hold a press conference? There's no need to be so troublesome, and it's too svelte. The black abyss is a killing weapon. The first time it comes out after years of being sealed, there's no reason it won't be stained with blood. Guan Lao dispersed the smile on his face, his calm voice gradually revealed a touch of solemn killing intent, vaguely escaping some of the elegance of the overbearing military lords of the past years. The murderer who attacked you, hasn't he already been found? It seems to be a frontal strong kill. The ruler of the Black Abyss doesn't need to hide his head and tail. Rumble. Lin Ren heard a loud thunderous sound coming from outside the lighthouse, as if it was going to shatter the heavens. In the tumbling and rushing ink-colored dark clouds, a long-prepared rainstorm finally began to fall. Chapter 123 Rainy Night, Elevated, Black Sedan. The rainy night was extraordinarily deep, like ink applied in multiple layers. The rain in the night was so heavy that it was almost like a thread, connecting the sky to the earth. The entire Shanghai city was covered in rain and fog, and the neon lights were haloed as if they were going to be drowned. According to the terms agreed upon by the Li clan and the Night Patrol Division, before sentencing Li Han and Li Ziqi to death, the father and son were to be sent to prison custody. In the night, the Public Security Department escorted the two men to the Shilin prison on the outskirts of the city. However, to the uninitiated, it looked more like an escort. Both Li Han and Li Ziqi did not ride in the security department's vehicle, but drove an expensive black limousine, followed by two security department painted SUVs, one on the left and the other on the right. Li Ziqi sat in the passenger seat, very comfortable, but not in the mood to enjoy it. The curtain of rain outside the window was endless, hidden in the darkness, as if there was no end, looking at Li Ziqi emotionally disturbed. He retracted his sight, gazed worriedly at Li Han who was driving and said, "Dad, I feel that so many people in the family are treating us wrongly. Is the punishment more than just 1 to 3 years of confinement? I suspect that the family hierarchy sold us father and son in order to settle the matter." "Don't think too much." Li Han casually gave a comforting cry. Of course he knew the conditions offered by the family, or what the family had personally said to him, plus being sentenced to death at the back. But Shanghai City could hardly even exist for another half a year. The imprisonment of 1 to 3 years was purely for the purpose of dragging out the Night Patrol Division. But the problem is, after he is trapped in prison, many backhanders can't be utilized, and when the time comes to share the benefits, it will be much less. The layouts for years to come would all be affected. Lin ran. Li Han's eyes flashed with a flash of ruthlessness. "Just wait, you'll regret it." There was no way he was going to let this go. Compared to Li Han, his son, Li Daichi, now had no resentment towards Lin Ran. Or rather, didn't dare to anymore. The energy that Lin Ran could utilize nowadays scared him. Looking at the rain curtain in the darkness, Li Ziqi suddenly thought of the afternoon when Lin Ran had come over to challenge him. Perhaps, he shouldn't have provoked him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regrets in the world. People always have to pay the price for their choices. The black sedan crashed through the rain curtain, speeding all the way, in the increasingly dark night, driving towards a bypass elevated in Shanghai City. The rain is getting bigger and bigger, the headlights are difficult to penetrate. Li Ziqi pursed his lips, silent. Stretches of night rain fell on the car, issued a dense low sound. Listening to his distraction, can only illuminate dozens of meters of the road ahead, like his future, let him worry. Suddenly, in the darkness of the distance, the piercing light penetrated the dense rain, tearing the dark night, reflected in Li Ziqi's vision. It was 3 rounds of rising sun, burning and blazing. The moment it appeared, it was like reversing night and day. The difference was that in a normal sunrise, there would not be 3 rounds of sun. Much less would there be roiling thunder. Brilliant thunder rose up from the elevated road in front of them, thousands of meters high, obliterating the low-hanging dark clouds. Under the great sun, in the midst of the thunderous light, stood a slender figure. Li Ziqi was unable to cultivate because of the assassination, but his strength as a senior martial artist was still there, and he could clearly see that the figure blocking the road ahead was Lin Ran, with his black hair flying in the wind, and his eyes flickering with electricity, cold and mercilessly, gazing at his position, a black straight sword held in his hand, smoothly raised. Then, with a fall in the air, he chopped out the black straight blade. Boom! The light across the sky flooded Li Ziqi's line of sight, and he could only feel a shocking might, and then the whole person lost consciousness. Li Han, who was sitting on the side driving the car, was able to see the whole picture. It was a blade light that Lin Ran had cut out, tearing the black sedan they were traveling in, along with Li Ziqi, into pieces. He definitely wanted to save his son, but couldn't. The blade light that chopped down in front of him was so terrifyingly powerful that it pressed down on him, and he couldn't even take care of himself. Thud! Broken pieces of metal interspersed with splashes of blood, Li Han was hit heavily by the blade light and flew out horizontally like a meteor, slamming hard into the elevated structure, shattering the thick asphalt and exposing the reinforced concrete below. Even so, he still didn't stabilize his body. The entire person tumbled several hundred meters away on the road, his privately tailored clothing crushed and tattered, soaked with rainwater and mud stains, no longer seeing a bit of the elegance of the consortium's bigwigs. On the other side, the two following SUVs of the Public Security Department were rippled by the gusts of wind compressed by the blade light, and were nearly lifted out. The two drivers driving the vehicles realized it afterward and hurriedly braked to lower their speed, setting off a large splash of water. Lin ran. Li Han climbed up in the pouring rain, his eyes glowing with the color of blood, shouting with a voice like a hiss. The son who had high hopes had been killed, his anger and hatred could be imagined. However, the knife that killed him just now was too strong and shocking to him, so he didn't dare to act rashly, and the first time he could only question, "What do you want?" To demand a debt. Lin Ran's voice was calm and ice-cold. The debt of a murderer has to be paid back with life. The black straight sword was carried in his hand. Lin Ran stepped forward, his movements were smooth, but, with one step, as if he was shuttling through space, he directly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters. The Black Abyss's increase in battle power was very comprehensive, and likewise included stance. The agreement reached between the Night Patrol Division and the Li family, torn up just like this, the entire Shanghai city's magnate consortium will definitely not be indifferent. Li Han's complexion was gloomy. "No need for the Night Patrol Division, I'll kill you myself." The clear and cold voice echoed on the elevated area, resounding through this night of pouring rainstorms. In the place of another advanced martial artist, Li Han would only find it laughable that an advanced martial artist was not even in the same world when it came to martial cultivation. However, the blade light that chopped. Just now, the speed that approached like a flash, made Li Han clearly realize that the teenager in front of him didn't talk big and really wanted to kill him alone.